Experience a week as an online driver. Reward a Pagani wind god. Experience a week in sales. Reward me with 10 buildings. Experience a week as a fisherman. Reward me with 5,000 Filipino maids. Just because I have obtained a professional experience system. At this moment in the office, I am organizing customer data for tomorrow's use. The manager walks up to me and impatiently says, "Pack up and leave. You're fired." I was stunned. I was doing well. So why was I still fired? The company feels that you are not suitable for this job. So we don't need you. I am an employee of the sales department of Chaoyang Group. Since I started working, I have been working 20 hours a day. In just half a year, I became the top salesperson in the company. But I was fired just because I didn't give gifts to the manager. Now that I have lost my job, my future livelihood is uncertain. Fortunately, I have a rundown Xiaoli car, so I can work as a ride-hailing driver and hopefully not starve. Ding! The full career experience system is activated, with a new career opening randomly every week. Completing system tasks will earn the ultimate reward and assist the host in becoming a global leader. Task 1. Experience the career of a ride-hailing driver. Achieve a completion rate of over 90% within a week to unlock a new career early. Achieving 100% completion will earn a mysterious grand prize. Please claim the ride-hailing driver registration gift package, including 10 million yen coins, 100% ownership of Gulf Hotel, and a Pagani wind god worth 28 million. Seeing the prompt in my mind, I felt uneasy. I am a loyal fan of online novels, so I naturally know what the system is. I didn't expect to encounter it myself. What if the completion rate is not 100% within a week? The host can choose to unlock a new career or continue the current one until reaching 100% completion, which will automatically unlock a new career. Through the system's explanation, I understand its specific functions. The system offers high flexibility, and the initiative is mostly in my hands, which is quite cool. Receive. Ding! 10 million yen kingdom coins have been deposited into the host account, and the Gulf Hotel requires the host to claim it on site. The Pagani wind god is parked in Zone C22 of the Chaoyang Group parking lot, and you can see the car keys in the elevator. Just then, 2 messages came on the phone. One was the reward arrival information, and the other was the notification of the successful Dingdang car owner certification. I calmed down, took a deep breath. The system is here. Why bother with this job? At this moment, my phone rang. It was my girlfriend Lu Ruyan calling. "Yi Fan, let's break up. You don't need to come to my birthday party, and don't call me in the future." Lu Ruyan's indifferent voice surprised me. "Are you serious?" "Of course. I've been with you for so many years. What have you bought for me? I don't want to waste my youth on you. Are you sure you won't regret it?" "Ha ha, regret. I've been with you for over half a year. That's what I regret the most. Let's not contact each other from now on, okay? Let's part on good terms." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. It seems that not only the system has appeared, but also other plot points from the novel have appeared. Break up and move on. The next one will be more obedient. I stretched lazily. Other things are not important. Let's go check on my sports car first. I ran out of the office like the wind, and my colleagues outside shook their heads helplessly. Poor Yi Fan, good character, just too straightforward. If he gave gifts during the holidays, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Alas, our company's top handsome guy has left, and now there won't even be anyone to chat with at work. I got the car keys at the elevator and continued running towards Block C. Number 22. I am very familiar with this location. My old Xiaoli is parked at Block C. Number 21. What's wrong with it? Why won't it start? There was a slender woman in beige professional attire standing in front of me. G-Zone? Seeing the figure in front of me, I tentatively asked, because it was from the side. I couldn't see clearly who it was, but I recognized the car. Ji-Zong is the only one in the company with a Maserati, and Ji-Zong's name is Ji Qingyan, the president of Chaoyang Group. Hearing someone call her name, Ji Qingyan gathered her hair and glanced at me. "It's you, Yi Fan from the sales department." Ji-Zong still remembers me. As a nobody, it's surprising that the president can remember me. "I've seen you once, have a bit of an impression." Ji Qingyan definitely wouldn't admit that it's because of my outstanding appearance that she has a bit of an impression of me. "Mr. Ji, is your car having problems?" I asked. Ji Qingyan nodded, a bit anxiously saying, "It was fine when I came during the day, but I don't know what happened. It's acting up now, and I'm not good at fixing cars. If Mr. Ji has urgent matters, you can take my car." Ji Qingyan furrowed her delicate eyebrows, finally nodded and agreed. "I need to go to a construction meeting, so I'll trouble you to give me a ride." "No problem," I said with a smile. "My car is in the C area. Mr. G can come with me. The C area of the parking lot is for employees, so it takes a while to get there." "Okay, thank you." Ji Qingyan didn't know that I had been fired. but she was still polite. Just then, a person walked out from behind them, smiling and saying, "Qingyan, I heard your car broke down. Where do you want to go? I can give you a ride. No need to bother others." The two men turned around and realized that the speaker was a young man, dressed in a casual suit, with a high-profile Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand. To the man in front of him, Linny still had a bit of an impression, as if he was the young proprietor of the navigation group, named Li Yunhang. The scale was a bit bigger than the Sunrise Group, and in the last half a year or so, it had been frantically pursuing Ji Qingyan, but Ji Qingyan did not have half a feeling for him. Helplessly, the other party has not been dead, stalking to this day. "Why are you here?" Ji Qingyan said coldly. "I wanted to come here to talk about some things, and I happened to catch your car breaking down, and it just so happens that I just recently bought a $2+ million Lamborghini Hurricane, so if you want to use the car, you can just take my car." Ji Qingyan's Maserati wasn't expensive, just over 1 million, twice as bad as Li Yunhan's Lambo. It does have bragging rights, but Linny felt that it was kind of fishy. How come Ji Qingyan's car just broke down and Li Yunhang popped up? I guess he's behind this whole thing. Never mind, my coworker has a car too. I'll just take his car and go. With that, Ji Qingyan gave Linny a look. "Let's go." "Aha, Mr. G, I heard what you guys just said. He's just a small employee of your company. He's just driving a domestic car. How can he not compare to my Lambo? What's wrong with a domestic car?" Ji Qingyan said. "I like to ride on it." Ji Qingyan didn't want to bother with Li Yunhang anymore and walked towards Area C with Linny. Just after walking to Area C, Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang both settled down, all drawn to the silver Pagani Windjammer. Ji Qingyan was a bit puzzled. Whose car is this and why is it parked here? If a big shot is coming, how come he doesn't know about it? "Mr. G, this Pagani Windjammer, it seems to be more than 28 million. It can't be a new purchase for you." Li Yunhang was latching on to Ji Qingyan's words. "It's enough car for 10 Lamborghini Hurricanes, which is a bit embarrassing if it's really hers. The car isn't mine. You're overthinking it." Li Yunhang came back to the bottom. "So it's better to go in the Lambo. How is it faster than his domestic car? I'm not interested in sports cars. I just like to ride in domestic cars." Ji Qingyan looked at Linny. "Where's your car? Let's go now." "Right there," Linny said, pointing at the Pagani. But Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang both misunderstood, thinking that Linny was referring to the broken charade. After all, Linny was just a small employee. How could he possibly afford to drive such a luxury car? "Ha ha, it's actually a broken charade. Looking at how worn out the car is, I guess it's more than 10 years old. It's probably not worth as much as one of my tires." Li Yunhang even laughed out of his eyes. "Mr. G, with your condition, I guess in this life, you have never sat in such a shabby car. What's wrong with a Charlie? It's good enough to get around. Can your Lambo still fly in the sky?" Saying that, Ji Qingyan stepped on her high heels and clattered towards Linny's little broken charade. "Let's go. Get in the car," Ji Qingyan said as she stood in the passenger seat. Linny didn't say anything and pressed the car keys in his pocket. Trip. The Pagani's lights came on and the gullwing doors opened automatically, startling both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang. "Is the owner here?" "Mr. Qi, you're in the wrong place. This Pagani is mine too." "What did you say? This Pagani is yours?" Ji Qingyan said in dismay. "He's just a small employee in the sales department. How could he possibly afford to drive such a luxury car? It's not likely, is it? It's really mine. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to open the car door," Linny said with a smile, walking over to the passenger side of the Pagani. Ji Qingyan was still in a bit of disbelief. How did he get into such a nice car when he himself, the boss, doesn't even drive one? Man, driving a Hurricane and trying to pick up our Mr. G seems a little short of the mark. Linny patted Li Yunhan's shoulder meaningfully before sitting in the main driver's seat. Li Yunhang was dumbfounded and felt a fiery pain on his face. "You don't hit people in the face like that. Ji Qingyan, didn't you say you don't like riding in sports cars? Why did you even get into his car?" Li Yunhang asked unwillingly. "I don't like other people's sports cars. I like to ride in his." The car door slammed shut with a snap. It was as if he had slapped Li Yunhan's face once again. Inside the car, Linny was a bit nervous. After all, it was his first time driving a sports car, and he was still a bit uncomfortable. "It's a good thing that I've watched a lot of test drive videos of sports cars, and I know how to drive this thing, otherwise I would have to lose face in front of Ji Qingyan." "Linny, aren't you an employee of the sales department? Why are you still driving this car?" Ji Qingyan's head was filled with question marks and she really couldn't figure out what was going on. "Hey, I came to work at the company because I wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person, and I didn't expect to be fired for no reason." Linny sighed. "No more pretending. I'm actually a rich second generation. My next step is to drive a drop and experience the life of an ordinary person. Ji Qingyan froze for a second, then laughed. Don't tease me, do you really think I'll believe that? What about the fact that no one believes this honestly? So I won't explain. Come on, just drive. I've got an emergency. No problem. Don't forget to give a 5-star review afterwards, Linny said. I think you're too deep into the drama. You really think of yourself as a dropship owner. What's the point of lying? See for yourself. Linny pulled out his cell phone. Ji Qingyan took a look and was taken aback. It was really a dropship owner? Is it really a rich kid who came to experience life? Isn't it a bit too strange? You're really a dropship owner? Of course. Mr. G, would you like to place an order to hold the show? You're my first passenger. Ji Qingyan snorted. Looks like I'm quite honored. Saying that, Ji Qingyan took out her cell phone and specifically placed an app for DDT. And under Lin Yi's guidance, she registered an account and placed an order. According to the principle of dispatching orders in the vicinity, Ji Qingyan's order was directly grabbed by Lin Yi. Thus began his journey as a dropshipper. Stepping on the gas, a roar like a monster sounded. Such a powerful wave that Ji Qingyan was a bit scared and subconsciously fastened her seatbelt. Linny glanced at Ji Qingyan. What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive. Ji Qingyan snapped. No problem. Driving down the road. The $28 million Pagani Windjammer is an instant hit on the road. Holy shit. It's actually a Pagani Windjammer. It's rumored to be $28 million. You guys, look at the woman in the passenger seat. She's prettier than the car. Sure enough, beautiful women only deserve to be owned by tycoons. Amidst the envy of a crowd of eaters, Linny sent Ji Qingyan to her destination. Thanks for bringing me here. Now that Linny wasn't his own employee, he had to be more polite. It's okay, when you go back, if you don't want to take a cab, remember to ask me to place an order. The dropshipping driver is at your service. Add a WeChat for easy contact? Sure. The two exchanged WeChat messages, and Lin Yi drove off. It was also precisely at this moment that the system's beep sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first order. Rewarding 50,000 points of proficiency value. Career completion rate of 5%. Rewarded with 50 million renminbi. Holy shit! Seeing the system's reward, Lin Yi was doubly surprised. Fulfilled an order and surprisingly gave away 50 million renminbi. Exciting! On top of the previous 10 million given to myself, totaling 60 million in liquid assets. In addition to this, with the Peninsula Hotel in hand, he is considered a rich man himself. Lin Yi rubbed his chin. Although the reward for taking the order was tempting, the Peninsula Hotel was still waiting for him to claim it. It's just as well that no one is ordering right now, so I'll go ahead and go over and claim the hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is a standard 5-star hotel and one of several top hotels in Shanghai. There are even a number of celebrities that have come here for weddings. The level of luxury is evident. Once upon a time, when passing by such a place, Lin Yi only dared to look at it from a distance. But he didn't expect that now, it would become his own. Life is all about ups and downs. Parking his car, Lin Yi entered the middle of the hotel. Just as I stepped into the hotel, I heard a chirping sound. Yun Jia, thank you for booking my birthday party here. It's the first time I've been to such a luxurious hotel. You're welcome, it's all I have to do. The boy who spoke had an ordinary appearance, but was dressed fashionably and enjoyed the envious gazes of others. His name is Yun Jia. His family is in the timber business, and he is considered a small fortune in Shanghai. The car he drove was a 500,000 plus Mercedes-Benz E-Class, which was many times better than Lin Yi's old, broken charade. Lu Cixi and Yun Jia met at the bar last night. After chatting on WeChat all night and learning that his family is not bad, he dumped Lin Yi and chose to be with Yun Jia, and this receiver did not let Lu Cixi disappointed. Learned that today is her birthday, so the location of the birthday party changed to the Peninsula Hotel. Numa, people love you. Hearing the sound of speaking was a bit familiar. Lin Yi inclined his head and realized that the person speaking was none other than Lu Cixi. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, not expecting her to set the location of her birthday party at the Peninsula Hotel. But besides Lu Cixi, there were two other people that Lin Yi looked familiar with. Seems to be her BFF, met her a couple times before. As for the rest of the people, Lin Yi didn't recognize them. They should be friends from the man's side. What's wrong with that? Although the Peninsula Hotel is expensive, with my wealth, it's still fine to come here once in a while. Darling, if only I had met you earlier, Willow Sissy said daintily. It's okay, now that you're with me, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. See look, isn't that Lin Yi? Hearing her best friend's voice, Liusi looked toward the door. Herself realized that the person standing in front of the hotel was really Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what are you doing here? Lu Cixi, who had just been a little bird-like, instantly changed her face. He had already told him that the two of them were done, but he even came after them. What a ghost! This isn't your home. Can't I come here? Linny said. Didn't I call you all the time and tell you not to come? Why did you even come over? Leosi questioned. The two of us are over. I hope you won't come to pester me, even if you kneel down and beg me. It's still impossible between us. You die this. At this time, Yunjia and his friend walked over and took Leosi in his arms. Teasingly, I think your name is Linny. CC and I have talked about you, but from now on, CC is my person. I hope you won't bother her anymore. Brother Jie, just don't bullshit with this loser. It's a complete waste of time, one of Yunjia's friends said. That's true. It really isn't worth it to bullshit with him, Yunjia said as he looked at Lu Cici with a smile. See, well at least it's your ex-boyfriend. Deal with this on your own. I have friends coming over later and I don't like him being in the way here. Fine. I'll get rid of him. Lu Cici looked at Linny and said in a serious tone. I know that you are upset, so you don't even go to class anymore and deliberately ran here, wanting me to give you an explanation. Then I will make it clear to you that there is true love between Yunjia and I. No matter what you say, it's impossible to shake the feelings between us. So you'd better just die of this heart and leave quickly. Why did you leave? Linny said. Who said I came here to see you? Ha! Lu Cici's hands were environmentally friendly to her chest and she sneered. You're not here to see me. Are you here to eat? Open your eyes and look properly. This is the Peninsula Hotel, a place where only the rich can come. And you, a crappy salesman driving a charade, want to come here to spend money? What a joke. C is right, her BFF picked up. Lin E, although you're handsome, in other aspects, you can't compare with Yun Jie. Not only does he have more money than you, he has connections and contacts. You'd better give up. Don't struggle. Right. People come here to eat. The manager is very facetious 95% discount. Do you have this ability? Another female girlfriend said. A 95% discount? Linny smiled. Let me see. Who has such a great right? Just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came, and a dozen men and women in black suits came trotting over from a short distance away. Oh, didn't you want to see who had so much power? Now people are coming, Yun Jia said. The man in the lead is Wang Tianlong, the manager of the Peninsula Hotel. My dad knows him and he's the one who gave me the discount. Brother Jie, let's just ignore him. Manager Wang is here. Let's go over and say hello first, Lu Cici said. Good thing. After all, they're all dignitaries. Yun Jie straightened his clothes and walked towards Wang Tianlong, but just as he was about to greet him, Wang Tianlong pushed him away. Get out of my way. Yun Jie and Lu Cici froze. When they met just now, they were quite polite. Why are they so bold now? Crossing over Yun Jie and Lu Cici, Wang Tianlong and the others, he stood in front of Linny and bent his waist to 90 degrees. Mr. Lin, you're here. Actually calling Lin E Mr. Lin? Leosi couldn't close her legs in surprise. Is he just a shitty salesman? How could it be the old boss of the Peninsula Hotel? The Peninsula Hotel's revenue, every year, is over $100 million. A month's revenue was enough to catch up with what Yun Jie's family earned in a year, and he had missed out on such a tycoon. Willow Sissy felt like a sand sculpture, or the supersized kind. Looking at the management of the Peninsula Hotel, Lin E nodded and said indifferently, let's go. From today onwards, we're considered colleagues. Yes. What Mr. Lin said. Lin Yi's words caused the middle and upper management of the hotel to be very shocked. The man who wholly owned the Peninsula Hotel was so young and so affable. It's unbelievable. Mr. Lin, let's go to the conference room upstairs first. You're already the owner of the hotel. We have to report to you about our work. Okay, go. Lin Yi was, right now, also adapting to his identity as much as possible. It's already on your own property, so you have to know how it is. Mr. Lin, this way please. Escorted by a group of executives, Linny arrived at the conference room located on the 5th floor. Mr. Lin, this is our financial statement, as well as the statistics of our recent expenditures. You can take a look at it. Seeing the large pile of documents on the table, Linny had somewhat underestimated the management costs of a hotel. Not to mention that I'm not a professional, but even if I were someone who knows the subject well, I would have to read it for a few days to get through it. I won't look at these things. Everything will follow the old pattern, Linny said. Doubting people is not a good idea. Even though I'm the new boss and we haven't been in contact before, but I see sincerity in your eyes, and I'm sure you can do no wrong. After more than a year of sales, this kind of scene, Lin Yi open mouth. Do not bring jam. Lin Yi's words made the middle and upper management of the hotel, each and every one of them grateful. Today was the first time we met, and I didn't expect the new boss to be so trusting. It's so moving. Thank you boss for your trust. We will bow and die for another success. Well, I trust you guys. Dang it. Just as Linny was about to leave, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Come in, Linny said. In came a woman from the Peninsula Hotel. Very anxious. Manager Wang, the guest from 1704 wants to complain about us. We can't stop it. So you should handle it quickly. Complaints against us? For what? She yesterday to our hotel submitted an application for car rental services, but she wants to rent the Mercedes. It happens to be VIP customers. The use of privileges forced to borrow away. We offered to replace the car service, but she did not accept. Have to complain about us? So, Wang Tianlong did not say anything. The old boss is here. We have to see what he means first. Why don't you guys go about your business and I'll come over and check it out. Linny got up and walked out. Although he didn't quite understand the rules and regulations of the hotel, but VIP users did have to enjoy more privileges than ordinary guests. That seems to be correct on the hotel front as well. Taking the elevator to the 17th floor, Linny knocked on the door of room 1704. I'm telling you guys, if I don't get a reasonable explanation for this, I'm going to. The door to the room was opened, and when she saw the person standing in the doorway, Gu Jingshu froze on the spot. Where is this little brother from? It's too handsome. Are you the one who's going to complain about us? Linny said. No, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. You guys can just arrange another car for me, Gu Jingshu said in a very ladylike manner. Long such a good-looking little brother. Who can't bear to complain? I can't believe I yelled at such a handsome little brother. The image of a lady is ruined. I've got a Pagani on hand. If you don't mind taking it for a drive. What did you say? You're lending me the Pagani? Yes. It should be better than a Mercedes-Benz in terms of class. Let's forget it. With my financial resources, I can afford to rent a Mercedes-Benz. I can't afford to rent a car of Pagani's level, Gu Jingshu said. Besides, even if I could afford to rent it, I wouldn't be able to drive it, and I'm told that supercars aren't quite like other cars. Tell you what, I'll drive you wherever you want to go. People are hotel guests, and after something like this, the trip can only be delivered for free, not counting the drop order. You're sending me? Gu Jingshu couldn't close her mouth in surprise. Such a handsome little brother is going to drive himself to a wedding in a Pagani? Did you save the world in your last life? How bad would that be? Strange trouble for you. Since you don't want to forget it, I'll try to dispatch a Mercedes for you in the shortest possible time. Linny didn't have many connections, so borrowing a Mercedes was out of the question. But money makes the world go round, and with $10 million in cash on the card, it's not that hard to get a Mercedes over here. Gu Jingshu? Are all good-looking people so straight? I'm just being polite. I'm in quite a hurry, so I'm going to have to ask you to give me a ride. Okay, it's at your disposal. Aha, little brother wait for me. I'll go change. Aha. About 10 minutes later, Gu Jingshu changed her clothes. Light blue short skirt put the full peaks in front of her body, outlined to the fullest, with black high-heeled shoes, giving people an instantly different feeling. I'm changed. Let's go now. Good. At this time, at the front entrance of the hotel, it was already noisy. Yun Jie, go now. Linny will be out in a moment. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Lu Cece said. What are you saying again? You're not even with me. The moment Linny turned around, I realized that I still love him. So now, I have nothing to do with you. Good for you. You bitch. You really think Linny can look at you? Grass. What a fucking daydream. Cursing, Yun Jie took his friend and drove off piece by piece, left Willow Sissy and her other two girlfriends behind. See, you just said that about Linny. Can he still turn back? Lu Cece's best friend asked. It will. Although I did something wrong, between us, there is a foundation of affection. As long as I sincerely apologize to him, he will definitely forgive me. You have a point. Let's not talk about this first. I guess it will take a while for him to come out. Let's not be idle. Let's polish the car for him first. I still have to sit down in a while, Lu Cece said. I envy you. In my life, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to ride in a Pagani. Don't feel sorry for yourselves, all of you. When our relationship eases up, I guess he'll give me this car to drive and I'll take you for a ride then. Thank you in advance. Then, okay, there's Kleenex in all the bags. Right. So start wiping now. Just as Lu Cece and the others weren't having any fun, Linny and Gu Jingshu walked out of the hotel. What are you doing? Honey, we saw your car was dirty, so we thought we'd wipe it down for you. As she spoke, Lu Cece saw Gu Jingshu and asked with a smile. She should be your secretary, right? In the future, I'll just take care of work and life matters for you, so you won't need her. Which I did you see her like my secretary, with your navel? So what's your relationship? It's not boyfriend and girlfriend. is it? No, Lin Yi said. They're more convex in front than you, and they're more curvy in the back than you, so you think I'm going to look at you? Gu Jingshu was nervous for a while, even feeling a little disbelieving. We've known each other for less than half an hour before and after, and you've been corrected so quickly? Happiness comes so suddenly, it's a bit hard to believe. He's long and well-mannered, so he shouldn't be a scumbag playing with his feelings. Lin Yi, don't you love me anymore? Have you forgotten all the flirtations between us? Even if her body is better than mine, then she's definitely not as skilled as me. You, how do you know that my skills aren't as good as yours? Gu Jingshu was not happy and retorted. You can't lose when you lose. Even if you haven't experienced that kind of thing yourself, you can't lose in terms of momentum. Lin Yi sighed. Handsome and rich, he was a match for anyone. If there's nothing else, please make way. I'm leaving, Lin Yi said indifferently. The three Lucicis stayed frozen and made way. The Pagani's gold-wing doors opened. Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu got in and took off. Seeing the Pagani's interior, Gu Jingshu's eyes went straight. Supercars are just not the same. And while Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi is considered a good car, it's not even on the same level as Pagani. Mr. Lin, I hope you don't misunderstand. What I just said was just to piss her off. I'm not a casual person, Gu Jingshu explained. I'm just a driver now, and some of your situation is not important to me. Gu Jingshu was a little disappointed, but thinking about it, this was normal. She hadn't known him for long. She hadn't gotten acquainted yet, and it was impossible for her to think otherwise of herself. I apologize to you for earlier. I shouldn't have threatened to file a complaint against you guys. It's okay, we're responsible for this, Lin Yi asked as he drove. Where are you going? The Fairview Hotel, where my classmates are having their wedding. Alright, I know where it is. Lin Yi nodded and said. No wonder the insistence on wanting a Mercedes was originally to look good for a wedding. In front of the Fairview Hotel, an arch made of balloons was erected, colorful and beautiful. What the hell is wrong with Jingshu? It looks like it's 12 o'clock and the wedding is about to start. Why hasn't she arrived yet? A woman with dyed yellow hair said. Jingshu is different now. She has made a rich boyfriend. Her time is precious. Unlike us who are so idle, a girl with short hair said. A few days ago, her boyfriend bought her a Mercedes-Benz. It's kind of like being a phoenix on a branch. Just don't listen to her bragging. I even saw her squeezing the bus the other day. Where did she get a rich boyfriend? Just to show off. Not so much, the short-haired girl said. We're all classmates and not outsiders. Isn't she blowing it a little big? Our boyfriends, all of them are public men. She's envious and jealous? That's why she's saying this. To purposely piss us off. If you say so, I really believe it. Oh my god. Look guys, it's a supercar. A Pagani Windjammer. Hearing the cries of the other guests, several women looked up. Hers was a silver supercar, slowly driving towards his side. It's not the wedding you came to, is it? The yellow-haired girl said. Impossible. Ying is our classmate. She and her husband are from an ordinary family. How could she possibly know a friend who drives a supercar? It's probably passing by from here. But that's a handsome car. It's not going to be over $10 million. It's possible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi parked his car in front of the hotel. The gold-wing door opened and Gu Jingshu walked down with her handbag, looking dumbfounded at everyone. Jingshu, I can't believe you came in a supercar. He happened to be free today, so he sent me over. Gu Jingshu pretended to be nervous, and prayed in her heart that Lin Yi wouldn't poke at her. Otherwise this panic won't be rounded. Jingshu, it's still you who's great, to have made such a rich boyfriend. Truthfully confess, what position did you use to take him down? Now a few women believed that Gu Jingshu hadn't bragged and had really made a rich second-generation boyfriend. Gu Jingshu leaned down and looked at Lin Yi in the car. Thank you, drive slowly on the road. Aha. Lin Yi nodded, then drove off. I used her as a shield once before, so I'll help her out this time and call it even. Ring, ring, ring. Not long after driving the car out, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was the landlord's elder sister. Lin Yi's landlord was a middle-aged woman named Wu Jinlun, in her 40s, whose daily job, apart from playing mahjong, was to collect rents for the 3 houses on hand. Every time he saw her phone call, Lin Yi had a feeling of trepidation, because every time she called, she explained that she was behind on her rent. But this time, Lin Yi wasn't afraid. His heart was open. It's just rent. I can afford it. Lin Yi, you're 18 days behind on your rent. When are you going to pay this month's rent? Just as the call was connected, Wu Jinlan's roar could be heard. Don't worry. I'll send you the money now. Come back soon. I have something to do later. The rent was transferable by WeChat, but Lin Yi wasn't going to stay there. Even though you don't have a house yet, you own the Peninsula Hotel, so why suffer in a rented room when you can totally move into the hotel? just in time to go back and pack up and leave. The neighborhood that Lin Yi was in was an old building that was close to 30 years old. There's almost no merit to it, except for the cheap rent. Peaceful neighborhood. Building 4, Unit 3, Room 602. Wu Jinlan and her daughter, eating lunch while watching the hit Tomb Raider. Mom, it's just that you owe 10 days of rent, so don't rush Lin Yi. The person who spoke is Wu Jinlan's daughter Zhang Jingjing. After graduating from college, has been at home to study for the civil service examination. Zhang Jingjing's looks are okay, not Ji Qingyan's dignified and atmospheric type. A bit of a neighborhood girl. Can I not rush it? If he runs away one day, the rent will be lost. No way. Lin Yi isn't that kind of person, Zhang Jingjing said. How do you know he's not like that? Wu Jinlan said. I'm telling you, you'd better not get any ideas about. You two are impossible, and I'm not going to let you get together, because Lu Sisi disliked the house Lin Yi had rented as too shabby. She rarely came here. So Wu Jinlan, mother and daughter, didn't know that Lin Yi had a girlfriend, and had always assumed that he was single. Why not? Not only is Lin Yi handsome, he's also progressive in his work. I think he's quite good. Handsome is useless and not good for food, Wu Jinlan said. You're the one who's going to take the civil service exam in the future. And when you get to the career center, with your looks, the young man who chases after you will definitely be better than Lin Yi. So why bother being with him? A part-time worker. Zhang Jingjing did not say anything, and what Mom said made sense. The housing prices in Shanghai were so expensive, often tens of millions a set, and with Lin Yi's salary, I'm afraid it would be difficult to buy a house in Shanghai. And he did drop the ball a bit with his crappy charade. These are all problems, and it seems like it's better to face reality. Dang it. Hearing the knock on the door, Zhang Jingjing put down her dishes and went to open the door. Ringo, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Where's your mom? I'll take the rent. Wu Jinlan followed from behind. It's just a rent. You can just transfer the money. Why take a vacation to go there? It's not worth it. Privately, he didn't think much of Lin Yi, but when they met, Wu Jinlan was quite polite and superficially harmonious. I didn't take a vacation. I was fired by the company, and I'll be a free man from now on, Lin Yi said. Wu Jinlan's heart stuttered. Lin Yi was fired from the company. If he still lives here, what will he pay the rent with in the future? With a drop, Wu Jinlan's WeChat rang and found that Lin Yi had transferred $4,000 to himself. The rent is $2,000. What are you transferring me for? 0,004? 18 days behind on your rent. Let's make it 2 months. Rent money settled. I'm not staying here anymore. Don't live here anymore? Hearing Lin Yi say that, not only did Wu Jinlan not feel any reluctance, but she was also a bit happy. That way you can get a richer tenant and not fall behind on your rent. Well, not anymore. I came back to pack up my stuff and that's going away. How embarrassing then. I've overcharged you by almost $1,000. Stretching his hand, Lin Yi was so generous, and Wu Jinlan was much more polite. After knowing each other for so long, there's still that tiny bit of affection. It's okay. I'm sorry I always owed you rent before. Jingjing, don't be idle either. Help your brother Lin with his work. Although she disliked Lin Yi for being poor, Wu Jinlan still thought highly of Lin Yi's character. It's not even staying here anymore. And you're giving yourself an extra $1,000. So you have to do a little surface work and not show too much indifference. Okay, I'll go change. Lin Yi didn't have much to pack, and the most precious thing he had was the quilt he had brought from the orphanage. It wasn't anything of value, but it meant a lot to him. You can buy new things for everything else, but the quilt has to go. Lin Yi was holding 2 pairs of quilts, and Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing, with other small things, were ready to help Lin Yi carry them downstairs. Buyers and sellers can't be benevolent. Money aside, Wu Jinlan is still a bit humane. Lin Yi, you've been dismissed from the company. What do you plan to do in the future? As she went downstairs, Wu Jinlan asked. Run a drop. You shouldn't starve. Mother and daughter Wu Jinlan looked at each other, both reading the other's meaning. Mom does have a point. Relationships have to be realistic. If there is not even a stable income, how to live in the future? Mom, look, there's a supercar parked downstairs in our house. Seeing the silver sports car parked downstairs, Zhang Jingjing exclaimed. She's car illiterate and doesn't recognize anything other than a Mercedes, BMW, Audi. But look at this shape. You can tell it's a sports car. It's definitely not cheap. It's really strange. Who can drive a sports car over in our old and shabby neighborhood? Wu Jinlan muttered. Obviously, she also knew the car wasn't cheap. Lin Yi, where's your car? Why don't I see it? Wu Jinlan searched for a while, but didn't see Lin Yi's broken charade. Charlie's not driving it anymore. It's getting this one instead. Lin Yi pressed the car key and the gullwing doors of the Pagani opened. startling Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing. You, what did you say? This is your car? Zhang Jingjing asked dumbfounded. Just changed it today, Lin Yi said. It's not a cheap car, is it? It's okay, $20 million. With that said, Lin Yi put all his stuff on the passenger side, all relaxed. Lin Yi, when did you become so rich? Aren't you just a wage earner? Working part-time is just experiencing life. Lin Yi joked. Stop pretending. I'm a rich second generation. With that, Lin Yi sat down in the driver's seat and took off. Seeing Lin Yi's taillights, Zhang Jingjing's entire body was bad. Mom, isn't Lin Yi an orphan? And said that his parents died a long time ago. How come he's still a rich second generation? Probably robbed mom and dad's grave. You said before that Lin Yi was poor and wouldn't let us be together. But now he's rich. So can't we be together? Don't think about those useless things, Wu Jinlan said. Once upon a time it was he who didn't deserve you. Now it's you who don't deserve him. It doesn't matter to you. Go home and study. Half an hour later, Lin Yi pulled up to the Peninsula Hotel and met Wang Tianlong in the lobby. Mr. Lin, the presidential suite has been arranged. On the way back, Lin Yi had already told Wang Tianlong what had happened. We'll be staying in a hotel for a few days in the near future and then buying a house when I have time. Lin Yi nodded. Help me carry the stuff from the car in. After sending some food over, I'm going to starve after working all day. Got it, Mr. Lin. I'll go make arrangements. Wang Tianlong's efficiency was fast, and in less than half an hour, everything was arranged. After dinner, Lin Yi took a very enjoyable bath and enjoyed the thrill of being rich. Ring, ring, ring. Put aside the cell phone rang. Is the unit colleague Wang Ying called? Wang Ying was 4 years older than Lin Yi, a beautiful young woman without compromise. In terms of work, he took very good care of Lin Yi, and it was unknown if he had another agenda. Sister Wang, you're looking for me, Lin Yi said politely. Xiao Yi, as soon as you leave, your company colleagues are quite sad to see you go, and would like to have a dinner and get together in the evening, as a farewell to you. Thank you, Sister Wang. You guys set the place. My treat, Lin Yi said generously. I've said I'm giving you a send-off. How can I let you spend money? Wang Ying said. At 5:30 in the evening, I won't see you at the usual place. The so-called old place is not the name of a restaurant, but a tavern called Yupinju. The departmental dinners are all eaten there, and it's always been called that. Okay, I know. I'll be on time for sure. Okay, that's it for now then. I won't see you there. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi looked at his watch. There were still more than 2 hours to go, so he could still enjoy himself for a little while longer. Just then, on Lin Yi's cell phone, a WeChat message popped up. From Ji Qingyan. I'm almost done talking about things. Can you come over and pick me up? I'm still on the URA side. Of course I can, Lin Yi replied. Be there in 30 minutes. The system reward is what the running order gives, and now that there is a job, it is natural to take it. Get to work. Ali gives. Getting dressed, Lin Yi walked out of his room and drove to the URA. When arriving here, Ji Qingyan was already waiting at the door. It's been a long time. There was a bit of traffic. It's okay, I just got out too. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan gathered her hair, and there was a faint fragrance coming from it. Mr. Ji, are you placing an order first? What order? Ji Qingyan was still a bit out of sorts. Lin Yi took his cell phone out. Dropping orders. I still have to rely on this to support my family. If you don't place an order, I won't have any money to make, and I'll have to drink the northwest wind in the future. What a way to take you, Ji Qingyan said with a smile. He was really serious enough. But soon, Ji Qingyan was relieved that having tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars could all come to his company as a salesman. Now that he's been sacked, it seems understandable that he's out running drops to experience life. Soon after, Lin Yi received Ji Qingyan's request to place an order on his cell phone, and took the order at the first opportunity. At that exact moment, the system beep sounded. Successfully received the second order, triggering the system mission to transport 2 beauties with 85 points or more, rewarding 10,000 points of proficiency value. Mission completion, January 2nd. Seeing the quest in his head, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. That's a bit of a metaphysical mission. What kind of beautiful woman can be considered 85 plus? What if your own aesthetic, and the system's aesthetic deviate? But looking at the quest prompts, Ji Qingyan was, without a doubt, considered a beauty with more than 85 points, because the task is half done. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's finish this order first. Mr. Ji, aren't you going back to the office? Seeing the address on the order, which wasn't the Chaoyang group, Lin Yi opened his mouth and asked, It's almost closing time, so I won't go back, and I have a computer at home, so I can work as usual. Okay then, here's your ride back. By the way, I've always wanted to ask it properly. How did you get fired? On the way, Ji Qingyan asked. Something went wrong at work, so they were let go. With a system of his own, life took a different path. Linny didn't want to count on those trivial things from the past. Make it seem as if you are bad-mouthing people behind their backs. It is better to be atmospheric and not small-minded. Not really. I read your sales department's statement the other day. You were last month's sales champion. What could go wrong? Mr. G. Don't ask. It's always me, Linny said smilingly. Ji Qingyan's eyes rolled, feeling that there might be other hidden agendas in this matter that would have to be investigated later. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Ji Qingyan's cell phone rang. Did you ask all of them? I'll think of something else, but keep reaching out on your end as well to see if you can get in touch with other hotels. Okay, that's all for now. Soon after, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone, and Linny saw that her expression wasn't quite right, so he opened his mouth to ask, what happened? The company recently wanted to hold a conference, but contacted 5-star hotels in the city. None of them could spare the time and venue. All of them were fully booked, and I was worried about how to deal with the matter. Just push it back a bit and it's done. This launch is important and must not be delayed for too long or I won't be in such a hurry. You can check out the Peninsula Hotel. The grade should be enough, Linny suggested. Don't kid yourself. The Peninsula Hotel is a super 5-star hotel in Shanghai. I'm not afraid to spend money, but I simply can't make a reservation. Ji Qingyan shook her head and said, Linny had taken this, and thought it was too simple. Your own company, which is only a small name in the industry, is no match for those big companies. With the size and class of the Peninsula Hotel, it would not even put its own small company in its eyes. Even if he, the president, went over there, it would be useless. That's not necessarily true. Life is full of surprises. Maybe if you make a trip over there, you'll get something unexpected. You're quite good at talking. Then I'll listen to you for once. Let's turn around now and go to the Peninsula Hotel, Ji Qingyan said with a smile. But I'll be ugly if we don't get a deal. I'm not paying for the car on this order. It's on your head. What if we can negotiate? Linny asked with a smile. If we can negotiate, I'll buy you dinner. How boring is dinner? Do I look like I'm that bad at that meal? You're quite greedy. Ji Qingyan smiled. If the deal really works out, I'll personally cook a meal for you. No way. You can cook? No. So can you eat what you make? Ji Qingyan gave Linny a blank look. This isn't the point, because it's not even negotiable, so I dare to say anything, and I don't have to do it anyway. Let's wait and see then. Maybe a miracle is possible. If miracles do happen, not to mention one meal, even 10, you haven't even cooked. A meal I don't even want to eat. Why don't you just do an S-squat? S-squat? Not even this? It's a standard skill for female anchors. Wait, I'll check. Ji Qingyan opened Baidu and went to search. The move is a bit. Linny smiled. If you don't agree, the miracle might not happen. Ji Qingyan hit her mouth and laughed. No problem. It's still the same sentence. Not to mention 10 is no problem. Ji Qingyan was confident. She had called herself before and clearly informed her identity. But their manager still didn't buy it. And it was also informed that for nearly half a month, the schedule was full and it was impossible to free up time and space for himself. So this time, surely, it's a no-brainer as well. It's idle anyway, and someone is giving themselves a free ride as a boredom distraction. So a squat or whatever, it doesn't matter. Soon, Linny drove his car to the Peninsula Hotel. When they saw Linny's car, the welcome guests at the entrance were dumbfounded, but they were stopped by Linny's eyes. This game wouldn't be fun if they recognized their identity. Parking the car, the two went to the middle of the hotel. Hello, I'm looking for your manager, Wang Tianlong. The waitress at the front desk looked at Ji Qingyan and then at her own boss and said politely, hello, let's go to the parlor first. I'll go inform manager Wang. Yes, please. The two were led to the conference room by the receptionist. Someone soon came over with coffee and tea. Such an enthusiastic attitude had confused Ji Qingyan. I've been here once before a long time ago, and I don't think I've ever been treated like this. Soon after, Wang Tianlong walked over with great strides and said very enthusiastically, hello Mr. Ji. Seeing Wang Tianlong come in, Ji Qingyan got up to shake hands. Hello Manager Wang, I'm Ji Qingyan from the Sunrise Group. I spoke to you on the phone earlier. Hello, Mr. Ji. Don't be offended if you've missed your welcome. Wang Tianlong was very polite and didn't reveal his relationship with Linny, because just in, he had received a reminder from Linny to fully cooperate with the request made by Ji Qingyan, and he had to be enthusiastic himself. Never delay the boss from picking up girls. Wang Tianlong's attitude caused Ji Qingyan to mutter in her heart. Earlier on the phone, Wang Tianlong was also very polite. but always maintained a sense of distance, speaking in an official manner and tone, but not so much this time, very enthusiastic, even with that little bit of respect. Hello Manager Wang, I came over this time, mainly to talk to you about the venue. Our company would like to hold a press conference, and we would like to see if the auditorium of the Peninsula Hotel has any spare time in the near future. Ji Qingyan had already thought about the ending and was sure to be rejected by Wang Tianlong. As for the miracle Lin Yi was talking about, it was simply impossible for it to happen. After all, he had already come and asked before, and even if he came in person this time, he couldn't have a turnaround. The size of the Sunrise Group was there, and his own face wasn't that big. No problem. What day does Mr. G want to use it? I'll go arrange it right now, Wang Tianlong said politely. Aha! Ji Qingyan froze, a bit unable to believe Wang Tianlong's words. What do you mean? You can empty the slot now? Wang Tianlong nodded and said, yes, Mr. G can spare the time whenever he wants to use it. Ji Qingyan was overjoyed. Then thank you Manager Wang. I plan to hold a conference 10 days later. No problem. I'll go make arrangements. Does Mr. G have any other requests? As long as it's something we can do, we'll try to fulfill it. Nope. We'll get someone special to do the set. We won't trouble Manager Wang with the rest. Even now, Ji Qingyan felt a bit incredulous. They had all been clearly told before that there would be no time for nearly half a month, and now when they came over themselves, they were able to pick any time they wanted. What the hell is going on here? I just came here to take my chances, without any hope at all, and a miracle actually happened? It's incredible. That's fine. I'll notify the people down there later to get that sky out and just not take any other reservations. Thank you Manager Wang then, Ji Qingyan said. What is the deposit for our hotel? I'll have the finance transfer it to you later. No. Wang Tianlong waved his hand and said, with Mr. G's character, there's no need to pay a deposit. It's not necessary. Just settle it together afterwards. Ji Qingyan kind of couldn't believe her ears. Is one's face that big? Unlikely, right? But I don't seem to have heard it right myself. Sure you don't want a deposit? Of course not. It's an honor to serve Mr. G. Manager Wang is too polite. It's our honor. After a few more brief words of politeness, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan left from the Peninsula Hotel. Wang Tianlong sent the two of them out courteously, and kept watching them leave. Wang Tianlong felt that his performance was okay, and he didn't seem to have made any mistakes. Manager Wang, on the 7th of next month, the auditorium has already been booked by the Yun Kai Group. If we unilaterally default on the contract, we will have to pay 3 times the amount of liquidated damages, the assistant manager said. What's 3 times? I'll pay 10 times, Wang Tianlong said. If we delay the boss from picking up girls, we'll all have to pack up and leave. Coming out of the Peninsula Hotel, the two of them got into the car piece by piece. Ji Qingyan's excitement hadn't subsided yet. Lin Yi, you're really a blessing. You really hit the nail on the head. There's actually been a turnaround. What did I tell you? Try more. Maybe a miracle will happen. It's a good thing I took you at your word or I wouldn't have been able to manage this. Mr. G, I think this matter should be put aside for now. It seems like it's time for you to honor your promise, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan was stunned, and her face reddened. Why are you still remembering this? Could it be that Mr. G is trying to cheat? How can that be? At least I'm the president of the Sunrise Group. How can I not keep my words? That's best. Now fulfill the promise, Lin Yi said smilingly. It's not in the car. How am I going to keep my promise? When I get home. No problem. With that, Lin Yi stepped on the gas hard, and the Pagani let out a beastly roar, leaving the other cars on either side, far behind. Ji Qingyan's face was full of black lines. Just to see herself perform an S-squat, was it necessary to work so hard? Following the address labeled by the navigation, it took less than 20 minutes to drive the car to Ji Qingyan's home. Ji Qingyan's home, Cloudwater Villa in Zhonghai. Among all the villas in Zhonghai, Yunshui Villa was not considered high-end and could only be ranked in the middle. With Ji Qingyan's worth, it made sense to stay here. The security guards at the entrance of the villa area froze at the sight of the silver Pagani slowly approaching. Although the people who lived in the Cloudwater Villa, one by one, were not rich, most of the cars they drove were multi-million-dollar sports cars. It's the first time I've seen that there are owners who drive Paganis. It's fucking magnificent. Open the door. Because it was a private villa area, if there was no access card, it was not permitted to enter. So Ji Qingyan greeted the security guard at the door. Got it, Mr. G. Seeing Ji Qingyan, the security guard opened the door without saying a word and released him. Witnessing Lin Yi's Pagani drive into the villa area, the security guard jogged to come back to the concierge. Don't sleep, Brother Wang. Mr. G from Villa 8 has been taken down. Not so much. President G is a famously high and cold female president. There's a long line of people sending flowers, and she was actually taken down? Is not it? I see driving people, long thief handsome, and drive the car, or Pagani win son, seems to be more than 28 million, absolutely super rich second generation. It seems that General Manager G is not unappetizing, it's just that those who are pursuing her, their hardware is not up to scratch. AI, beautiful women are really for tycoons. Even a woman like General Manager G has been taken down. It feels like life is gray. Driving the car to Villa 8. Ji Qingyan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Mr. G, aren't you forgetting something? Ji Qingyan, who had just regained her composure. Her face reddened again and she stomped her feet in anger. G, I know. 10 squats. Less for you. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Linny said, holding his cell phone. We're already at the place. Don't we have to pay for the order? Ji Qingyan was filled with black lines. It's only natural to pay for a cab, but it doesn't matter so much, does it? It's kind of embarrassing to do squats, but that's the point, right? That's a small amount of money. It's not enough for you to get gas, so why do you care so much? A little goes a long way, and I still have to make money to buy a house in Shanghai. Ji Qingyan was amused. With a Pagani on the road. Hell, you can't afford a house. Saying that, Ji Qingyan paid for the car. Linny secretly sighed. But I'm really a poor guy with only 60 million in cash. Getting out of the car, the two men entered the house one after the other. The villa's area is not too big. The top and bottom together. Almost more than 400 square feet. Modern and minimalist decoration style, and it is also very clean. There is a light jasmine scent. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea? Tea? It's more thirst quenching. Linny wasn't polite. Soon, Ji Qingyan made a pot of tea and handed it to Linny. The atmosphere in the room also fell into a silence that was a bit ambiguous. You want to watch it now? Ji Qingyan asked, embarrassed. Well, I have things to do in a little while, so it's best if I can catch up. The breakup party that my coworkers had thrown for myself would start later, and being the main character, I couldn't be late. Just to be clear, I haven't done this kind of maneuver before, so don't blame me if I don't do it right. Don't worry, I can't, Linny said smilingly, walking over to the coffee table and holding onto the chair. Ji Qingyan recalled the actions in the video. A bit of a raw finish to the first S-squat. Front and back. Thin waist and long legs. Although it wasn't very standard. After watching Ji Qingyan's S-squat, Linny felt that those female anchors were weak. Especially with that kind of exhale. It's really not something you can compare to. Ji Qingyan, in particular, was still wearing a form-fitting wrap dress in black silk, and would have been even more divided if she hadn't taken off her heels. Sipping his tea and watching Ji Qingyan do S-squats, Linny sighed. That's fucking life. You, what are you doing? Just as the second S-squad made it halfway through, the sound of talking was suddenly heard. Both of them were stunned to see a middle-aged man in a black polo shirt standing in the doorway, looking at them in dismay. Dad, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man's name was Ji Tai, and he was none other than Ji Qingyan's father. Am I not supposed to be here? Linny almost spat out blood. Your old man has indeed come at a bad time. You should be under the car. Not here. Dad, don't get me wrong. He's the new yoga instructor I hired and is teaching me new yoga poses. Ji Qingyan explained. Which yoga instructor? I wonder. Instructs her students with her legs crossed and drinking tea? Ji Tai said. Shouldn't we just get on with it? Linny? That's not a bad idea on your part. He's a more advanced yoga instructor who only gives verbal instructions and usually doesn't do it himself. Ji Qingyan said nervously. Don't fool around. You think I don't watch live? Linny? I can't believe I'm watching a female anchor. Does your wife know about this? Dad, listen to me. Stop it. Go to the side and stay there. I have something to say to him, Ji Tai said, pointing at Linny. Uncle Ki, what are you trying to say? Facing Linny, Ji Tai's expression eased a lot. This person, most likely his future aunt, naturally had to be a little more pleasant. What's your name? Young man? Linny. What's the job? Looking at Ji Tai's stance, there was a great tendency to get to the bottom of the matter. Driving a drop, Linny answered truthfully. What did you say? Driving a drop? Ji Tai stared, obviously not believing it. I really do drive a drop, Linny said helplessly. What's wrong with this world that no one believes in the truth anymore? Stop it. How can a dropshipper chase my daughter? Ji Tai said. Unless you're driving a dropshipper with a sports car. It's true what you said. That sports car out front is mine. You're really driving a drop with a sports car? Ji Tai was surprised. As he came in, he saw a sports car parked in front of the door. I thought it was my daughter's new car, but I didn't realize it was her boyfriend's. even though my car is better. I really drive a drop. That's right, Ji and Tai said smilingly, to be able to use a sports car to do drops. I think it must also be a rich kid who is not willing to be ordinary. Much better than those who eat and drink and play with the playboys. And I feel relieved to give my daughter to you. Lin Yi was speechless. Just watching your daughter do an S-squat. How is she forced to become your aunt? That's not buying and selling. Ji Qingyan sat all over again. Her face red. Now that's a lot of explaining. Xiao Yi ah. In a few days it will be my father's 80th birthday. Since the two of you are together, there's no need to hide it. When that time comes, the two of you will go together. And let your family meet you as well. That's not good. Lin Yi was a bit resistant. After all, the two of them didn't have any special relationship. There's nothing wrong with it. You two are all together. And you're naturally qualified to attend such a big event. Ji and Tai said irresistibly. Alright, I won't say anything else. You two carry on. Don't let me dampen your spirits. With that, Ji and Tai got up and left, causing Ji Qingyan to look embarrassed. Lin Yi, don't listen to my father, Ji Qingyan said, pretending to be calm. Lin Yi nodded and looked at the time on his cell phone. Mr. Ji, I have some other things to do, so I'll leave first. Gone? There's still 8 left to do. After saying that, Ji Qingyan realized that something was wrong. Wouldn't it be better if this kind of humiliating action wasn't done? That reminds me, Lin Yi said. The remaining 8 are owed. That's fine. The words had been said, and it was impossible to renege on them, so Ji Qingyan had to acquiesce. Seeing Lin Yi off, Ji Qingyan turned around and returned to the villa, and dialed her secretary's number. Secretary Gua, there's a man named Lin Yi in the sales department. Send me a copy of his information. After explaining things, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone, trying to get a good look into Lin Yi's dismissal. Leaving Ji Qingyan's house, Lin Yi drove to Yupinju. Being a few minutes late because of Qiantai's presence wasn't a big deal. I'm really sorry I'm late for the traffic. When he arrived at the box, he found that everyone from the sales department was there, and Lin Yi was embarrassed. It's okay, we all just got here too. The person who spoke was Wang Ying, who had taken great care of Lin Yi for a long time, about 30 or so. With long hair down her shoulders and a long green floral dress that rhymed. Here, Yat, sit here. All the seats are reserved for you. Wang Ying took the clothes off the empty seat next to her and gestured for Lin Yi to sit next to her. Thank you, Sister Ying, Lin Yi said with a smile. What's there to thank? Wang Ying smiled and said, inexplicably, you were expelled. It won't be easy to see you in the future. It's okay, don't they all have contact information? Just call me if you need anything. I promise to be on call. As soon as Lin Yi arrived, he became the talk of the box, but those surrounding him were almost exclusively female co-workers. The few remaining male co-workers, all sitting on the other side, looked at Lin Yi with smiles on their faces. Lin Yi, you're also too unlucky. With your level, if you stay up for a while, the position of sales director will be yours, Wang Ying said with pity. He was on better terms with Lin Yi, and if Lin Yi could become the sales director, he would be able to take care of himself in the future. Now it's hard to see each other, let alone take care of them. Sister Wang, you're wrong if you say that. Although Lin Yi's performance is good, Brother Dong isn't bad either. So how do you know that the position of sales director must be Lin Yi's? The person who spoke was called Huang Yue, a colleague of Lin Yi's. The person he called Dong was named Li Jiangdong, and had been the sales champion of the sales department before Lin Yi came to the company. But after Lin Yi came, the sales title changed hands. Despite being angry in his heart, he just couldn't do anything about Lin Yi. And this time, he was behind Lin Yi's dismissal. The position of sales director has hard indicators. Lin Yi's performance is better than yours. The director's position is naturally his, Wang Ying said unconvincingly. Even though the sales department wasn't exactly full of people, it was split into 2 factions. The male co-workers were all on Li Jiangdong's side, and Lin Yi and the other female co-workers became another faction, usually only maintaining a superficial harmonious relationship. What's the use of that? Isn't he fired as usual? Huang Yue said. And I've heard that the recognition document will be coming down soon, and Brother Dong will soon be promoted to sales director. So I propose that we toast Brother Dong. He, don't be like that, Li Jiangdong said with a smile. Even though I'm going to be the director of the sales department soon, the main character today is Lin Yi, so how can I be so mean as to clamor for attention? It's okay, just honor him again in a while, Huang Yue said smilingly. Then I'll respectfully disagree. With that, Li Jiangdong and the others raised their glasses and drank the wine in them. As for the other female co-workers, none of them did anything. Why do I get the feeling that you guys aren't here to see me off? But rather, you're kind of flaunting your weapons, Lin Yi said. Don't say that. I'm just having a casual drink. The main character today is still you. Dropping his cup, Li Jiangdong looked at Lin Yi and said playfully, On the contrary, do you have any new plans after being dismissed from the company? A city the size of Shanghai isn't that easy to get around. Brother Dong is right. The city is too dangerous. It's better to be in the countryside. Huang Yue picked up the conversation. Back to what countryside? Don't you know Lin Yi's situation? He's an orphan. He doesn't even have a home. He can't go back anywhere, Li Jiangdong said with a smile, then looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, if you still want to hang out in Shanghai, I do have a way out. I'm more familiar with the property manager of our neighborhood. I can arrange a security job for you. Are you interested? Ha ha. The other male co-workers were laughing, all watching Lin Yi's jokes. It's entirely his fault that he's in the situation he's in today. Just came to the company for more than half a year. Want to compete with Dong for the position of sales director? Do not look at their own virtues. Don't bother with the work, Lin Yi said smilingly. Right, Xiaoyi. I was about to ask you about this too, Wang Ying said. Now that you've been fired from the company, do you have any plans for the future? Any luck with the job? I'll be driving a drop from now on. I should be able to support my family. Driving a drop? Wang Ying and the other female co-workers seemed to be in a bit of disbelief. That's a bit of a leap for you. Can't help it. For a living. Lin Yi, it's really something. With your broken Charlie, how can you even register it? Huang Yue said. Seeing your broken charade, I guess the passengers will give you bad reviews, and it might be a bit up in the air if you want to support your family. It's okay, Xiaoyi. In the future we will take a taxi. We will call your car and hold it for you, Wang Ying said in exasperation. Dang it. Just as a few people were talking, there was a knock on the door of the compartment. The hotel's lobby manager walked in. Hello, I'd like to ask which guest owns the Pagani Windjammer downstairs? What did you say? Pagani Windjammer? Everyone in the room was stunned. That was a supercar. There were not many of them in the whole of China. At that thought, a couple of male co-workers got up and looked out toward the window. There's really a Pagani parked there. It's fucking awesome. Worthy of being the most developed place in China. There are so many rich people in Shanghai, Huang Yue exclaimed. This car seems to cost more than $20 million. Only those super tycoons can afford such a car. Okay, just stop looking. You can't afford it even if you look at it again. Saying that, Li Jiangdong looked at the lobby manager and said, we're just ordinary white-collar workers. We definitely can't afford that kind of car. Go ask in another box. Well then, I apologize for interrupting a few people's meals. With that, the lobby manager was ready to leave. But Lin Yi's voice rang out at that moment. What happened to the Pagani? It's blocking other cars and I'd like to notify the owner to move it. Lin Yi, why are you asking so many questions? They're talking about the Pagani, not your broken charade. Huang Yue laughed. That Pagani is mine. Can I just ask? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. You? What do you mean? That Pagani is yours? Why? Can't it be? Lin Yi took out the car keys in his pocket and waved them in front of Huang Yue and the others' eyes, almost blinding them. Surprisingly, it's really his car. Seeing how young Lin Yi was, the lobby manager was calm. Those who buy this kind of car are usually rich and young. It's just so down to earth that he's so rich that he's still eating with these poor friends. Lin Yi, what's going on? Isn't your car a charade? How come it's still a Pagani? Who says you can only have one car? I can't get another one? The heads of the crowd were a little dizzy. That's a $20 million sports car, not a $2 piece of cabbage. Didn't you say you were going to run a drip? You're so rich. Why do you still run a drip? Li Jiangdong asked. Nothing to do? Can't you experience life? Dang. Sure. Just kinda didn't expect it. Li Jiangdong laughed awkwardly. There's a lot more you didn't expect, and you'll slowly find out later. Lin Yi wasn't bothering with Li Jiangdong and looked at the lobby manager with a smile and said, I'm really sorry. I'm going to go downstairs and move the car now. Yes, please. Lin Yi and the lobby manager went downstairs, and the others, wide-eyed, also got up in a hurry, wanting to go downstairs to see what was going on. When I came downstairs, I found a number of people gathered in front of the car to take pictures. Lin Yi walked over and the crowd automatically dispersed, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. My God, being so good-looking and so rich, it's too much of a no-brainer. It must have been a gift from the cast. Lin Yi didn't care about the comments of the people next to him, and after moving the car, he poked his head out of the window. You guys go ahead and eat. I have to go. The main characters have all left, so I'm not eating either. Wang Ying said, I'm leaving too. Ying is going home? Aha. Then I'll give you a ride, just when I have nothing else to do. Thank you then, Yoshi. Originally, the two were very close when they were in the company. Now that Lin Yi was driving a supercar, she naturally wanted to try out what it felt like. Getting into Lin Yi's car, the two of them sailed away as the crowd watched. Xiaoyi, I really didn't see that you're actually a rich second generation, and you're still able to experience life incognito. It's not easy, Wang Ying said while taking pictures. The first time I rode in a supercar, I had to take a few pictures to remember it. Money is nothing. Experiencing life is what matters. I remember. Aren't you an orphan? Where did you get so much money? Legacy. So it is. Wang Ying nodded and said, but you just said that you opened your own drop. Really? Wang Ying was a bit disbelieving. Of course it's true. Linny took his cell phone out. My registration information is all there. Does Sister Ring want to place an order and hold it up? With the relationship between the two of them, Linny would never take money from Wang Ying. But the system is tasked with picking up and dropping off two beautiful women with 85 points or more. Although Wang Ying was a bit older, her charm did not diminish. Otherwise she could not be named the first beautiful young woman of the Chaoyang group. If Wang Ying placed an order, it shouldn't be difficult to accomplish the task. You said so. If I don't order, I'll be taking advantage of you. Wang Ying took the cell phone and said, don't be in a hurry. Sis will place the order now. Keep an eye on it, so as not to let others snatch it away. No problem. I'm keeping an eye on it here. Soon, the phone prompted that Wang Ying had placed a successful order, and Linny was the first to take the order. But no beep sounded. What is this? Could it be that Wang Ying is still not considered a beauty with a score of 85 or above? She's only 29. She just got married earlier. Okay. Scanning complete. The passenger's composite score is 84. Not mission compliant. Linny was speechless. Isn't the system a little too harsh? Can't you give it one more point? Where does an old man run into so many high-scoring beauties? Xiao Yi, why are you still frozen? Wang Ying asked. Sister Ing, I want to ask you something, Linny asked as he drove. What is it? What do you think there is that can enhance femininity? The system had already said that Wang Ying's overall score was only 84 points, and it must have been given through multiple considerations, so it is possible to enhance one's charisma through other means. But whether this kind of cheating would work or not, Linny didn't know. He could only try. Enhancing female charm? Wang Ying was a bit puzzled. What kind of strange question was this? I'm just asking casually. If Sister Ing doesn't know, then forget it. The so-called enhancement of charisma. Isn't it making yourself attractive? Which is a must for every woman. Wang Ying said. How do you raise it? Seeing Wang Ying so convinced, Linny was a bit curious. Don't be in a hurry, Wang Ying said with a smile, then opened her bag and took out two pairs of unopened stockings. One pair is flesh-colored and the other is black. Tell sis, which one do you think looks good? Cough cough cough. Sister Ing, this kind of question, it's not good to ask me. What's there to be afraid of? It's just the two of us in the car. Wang Ying smiled and said, pick one. Black is better. Okay, wait. Saying that, Wang Ying unwrapped the black stockings and eased them onto her legs. The most people cannot hold is that in the process of wearing. Wang Ying unintentionally lifted up their skirts, revealing the black bottoms. Really called for people to think about it. How about that? It feels different. I really don't know. It's not the same. With the black stockings on, visually, the legs felt longer and more tantalizing. System, scan it again and see what Wang Ying's overall rating is. A second later, the system mentioning the actual sound came on. Scanning complete. The passenger's composite score is 85. Mission compliant. Ding. Mission completed. Reward 100. 000 points of proficiency value. Occupation completion degree 15%. Reward, a set of villas in Kyushu Pavilion. Find the sales manager to receive it. Holy shit. The name Jojo Pavilion is a famous name in Zhanghai. Since its establishment, it has been built with the name of top luxury residence, and at the time of its completion, it lived up to its reputation as the #1 luxury residence in Zhanghai. Even the rich and powerful on the list have to be deterred in front of the Kyushu Pavilion. It's not that they can't afford it, but in their opinion, it's a bit unworthy to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on such an expensive house. To put it bluntly, it's not rich enough. Linny was a bit unable to hold back the excitement in his heart. I was thinking of getting a house, but I didn't expect the system's rewards to come. Gotta get this done quick. Going over there in a bit. When she heard Linny burst out, Wang Ying's heartbeat accelerated a little. Is it such a big reaction to see yourself in black silk? This thing sure has a deadly lure. Xiao Yi, focus on driving. We'll talk about anything when we get home, Wang Ying reminded shyly. No problem, Linny smiled and said. Thanks for holding up, Sister Ing. Remember to give a 5-star review. Then it depends on whether your service is on point or not, Wang Ying said with a smile, her young woman's charm unmistakable. At the beginning, Wang Ying had had some bad thoughts about Linny, and now, those bad thoughts were even stronger. Soon, following the address shown on his cell phone, Linny sent Wang Ying back home, completing his third order. Want to go up and sit for a while? It's still not necessary. It's too intrusive, Linny said politely. What's the disturbance? My husband is away on a business trip and I'm alone at home. Wang Ying pretended to be calm and said, that won't work today either. Linny said, I've got orders to run. Some other time. In a few days, my husband will be back from his business trip. And then you won't dare come. It's fine. Just wait until your next business trip. Dead look. After saying hello, Linny drove off. Looking at the time, I realized it was past 7. But Linny had been in sales before and knew the rules of the business. The sales centers all operate on a shift system. During the day, the entire staff is on call. And in the evening, a small number of sales are left behind to stay until after 8 p.m. There's still time if you drive faster yourself. After about 30 minutes of driving, Linny arrived at the Kyushu Pavilion Villa area. As its name suggests, there are a total of 9 villas in the Kyushu Pavilion, each of which is grand and magnificent, facing the river and looking at the sea. However, the price varies because of the size, decoration style and location, but the difference isn't that big, so each one taken out can be considered the king of Shanghai's buildings. Sitting in the car, looking at the scenery of the Kyushu Pavilion from afar, Linny was very satisfied that he would have a place here in the future, but I just don't know which one the system gave itself. After enjoying the view outside, Linny parked his car and pushed the door into the sales hall. Seeing a customer come in, the saleswoman glanced at Linny and her face suddenly changed. What are you doing here? Seeing the person who spoke, Linny was also a bit surprised. The female salesperson's name was Zhang Mengyu, and she was Lin Yi's original co-worker. When she was in the company, she had once frantically pursued Lin Yi, and after being righteously rejected, she became the laughingstock of the company and left angrily. I'm looking for your manager, Linny said with a smile. It's such a small world to have met her here. Our manager is going to meet a big client in a while. He doesn't have time to take care of you, Zhang Mengyu said. You, on the other hand, what are you doing here? Is it hard to apply for a job here when you've been fired? I was just resigned today and you know about this? Linny was a bit puzzled. Whose mouth was so fast? You're really fired? Zhang Mengyu was a bit gloating. She actually got herself right? Aha, Linny smiled and nodded. Just find your manager for me. Wait until I have time, Zhang Mengyu said lovingly. And let me remind you, don't expect me to give you a good word. When you want to apply for a job with us, it's all about strength. Don't think you have an advantage just because you're handsome. Linny stroked his chin. Isn't it just rejecting you? As far as this is concerned, let me explain that even though I've been fired, I'm not applying for a job. What's that for? Zhang Mengyu wrapped her arms around her chest with a haughty expression. Don't tell me you're here to buy a house. Lin Yi nodded. I'm really here to buy a house, so I'm looking for your manager. Lin Yi, stop it. At least we've been co-workers for a few months. Don't I understand your situation? Zhang Mengyu said contemptuously. You live in an old neighborhood, drive a broken charade, and you want to buy a house in Kyushu Pavilion? Stop it. Will you? A random set is over $800 million. Which set can you afford? You can't even afford to buy a toilet even if you were sold. Forget it if you don't believe me. I'll talk to your manager later. Oh, do you think our manager is idle? How would he have time to receive you? Zhang Mengyu rolled her eyes and said, who do you think you are? Just then, the sound of clattering heels came from a woman in a gray work wrap dress, walking over towards Lin Yi. Manager Wang, seeing the uniformed woman, Zhang Mengyu said politely, get on the side and stay there. I'll deal with you later. Having been lectured for no reason, Zhang Mengyu was a bit flabbergasted. How can you be lectured when you've done nothing? After admonishing Zhang Mengyu, the female manager immediately changed her face and looked at Lin Yi with a big smile. You are Mr. Lin Yi Lin, right? Introduce yourself first. I'm Wang Hui, the sales manager of the Jojo Pavilion. I just went to the bathroom and didn't go out to greet you personally. I hope you won't be offended. It's okay, no need to be so formal. Shall I show you the property first? Or should I give you a tour of the place first? First, without waiting for Lin Yi to finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Mengyu. Manager Wang, you don't need to waste your time on him. He's my original colleague. He was fired today and is an orphan. He can't afford a villa in the Kyushu Pavilion. It's a complete waste of time to introduce him to a house. What are you babbling about? Wang Hui said with glaring eyes. Report to personnel. Don't do it here. Zhang Mengyu was even more baffled. He did nothing, just kindly said a few words of truth. How can he be dismissed? Wang, Manager Wang, I'm not bullshitting. I really know him. I know all about him. Understand shit. Wang Hui couldn't help but burst out. Mr. Lin bought all the villas in the Kyushu Pavilion in one breath. And you're saying he's your colleague? Are you worthy? Bought all the villas? Zhang Mengyu stared at Lin Yi like he was an alien creature. It's not even a month since he left his job. How did he get rich? Even if you won the first prize of the lottery, you're not that rich, are you? Lin Yi was also a bit stunned. It turns out that not one villa was given, but 9 whole ones. In other words, he himself would be the owner of the Kyushu Pavilion from now on, and this place became his own private territory. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't manage my staff well and brought you a bad home buying experience. This is my fault. It's okay, Lin Yi said generously. Now that the Kyushu Pavilion is my property, the entry procedures should all be completed. Can you give me the key? It's all ready. Just a moment. Saying that, Wang Hui trotted away, and when she came back, she had 9 more file bags in her hands. Mr. Lin, here are all the titles and keys to the 9 villas. Please keep them. Holding 9 file folders is quite a weight. Turns out having too many houses can be a pain in the ass. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Lin Yi said politely. Respectfully yours, Mr. Lin. No need. You guys are pretty busy too. Go about your business. That being said, Wang Hui still walked out, with Zhang Mengyu trailing behind. Seeing Lin Yi putting all 9 documents into his Pagani sports car, Zhang Mengyu's entire body was bad. That's a super car. What kind of sin had he done, to have cursed a super rich man? Driving back to the Peninsula Hotel, Lin Yi was going to stay here for the night, pack up the things he'd moved over a bit more, and officially check into the Kyushu Pavilion tomorrow. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Wang Ying calling. Xiao Yi, do you know, I heard through the grapevine that the old hag and Li Jiangdong were expelled. Wang Ying's words doubly surprised Lin Yi. How did they get fired? Isn't that a little fast? Are you sure? I shouldn't be wrong. I have a friend in HR and she's the one who told me. This kind of news usually doesn't come from an empty cave. The 2 of them might really have been expelled, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, this is too fishy. Wang Ying said, you've just been expelled, and Li Jiangdong and the old hag, who usually crowd you, have both been expelled as well. This could have something to do with you, right? How can that be? Lin Yi cried and laughed. I don't have that many connections yet. Otherwise I wouldn't have been fired. Fair enough. After a brief chat, Lin Yi hung up the phone and sent Ji Qingyan a WeChat. Lin Yi, you fired you Lily and Li Jiangdong? Ji Qingyan, you know all about it? I looked into it and they had some problems, so I just opened it as a way to take it out on you. Receiving an affirmative reply, Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan's movements were quite fast. Lin Yi, so, is there a suitable candidate for the position of head of the sales department? Ji Qingyan, not for now. If you come back, I can leave it for you. Lin Yi, not interested. I think Wang Ying from the sales department is quite good. You can look into it. Ji Qingyan, no problem. Ji Qingyan, my car is still not fixed. Come pick me up tomorrow. Lin Yi, driver, at your service. It's okay to pick you up, but it's not okay to not pay. Running a bath in comfort, Lin Yi slept until dawn. Driving to Yunshui Villa, the security guard at the door saw that it was Lin Yi's Pagani and opened the door without saying a word, not asking for a word of nonsense. A man who can conquer Mr. Ji. Who dares to stop him? So early? Ji Qingyan, who was washing up in the bathroom, unexpectedly said, once upon a time, when I went to work, I got up at 6 in the morning, and I've gotten into the habit of doing it. Just give me a moment. It's almost ready. It's okay, there's no rush. Ji Qingyan's movements were nimble, and in almost 30 minutes, she had completed a series of processes such as washing and applying makeup, and so on. Lin Yi, help me see. That outfit looks good? Ji Qingyan stood on the second floor and took a set of one-step dresses in her left hand and a set of floral foreign group in her right hand. Or a dress. It feels pretty good. Okay, that's what I'll wear today. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down from upstairs. This style of long dress, only a tall woman like Ji Qingyan could manage. Although it was a very ladylike dress, it had an imperial flavor on her body. That would be interesting. Putting on his high heels, the 2 of them got into the car piece by piece, and Lin Yi took out his cell phone. Mr. Ji, please place an order. Don't worry, you won't get less. Ji Qingyan blankly glanced at Lin Yi, and in her heart she slandered. What a lack of understanding. Soon after, Lin Yi's phone received Ji Qingyan's order and grabbed it at the first opportunity. System task, get 5 5-star reviews. Reward 200. 000 proficiency value 3/5. Seeing the number in brackets, Lin Yi guessed that this should be his current quest completion level, because between yesterday and now, he or she has completed 3 orders. 2 of the strokes were from Ji Qingyan, and the remaining one was from Wang Ying. All of them were their own people, and all of them gave 5-star reviews, and the 4th single business, or Ji Qingyan's, the next 5-star praise, but also a steady hand. Victory is beckoning to their own ah. Stepping on the gas, Lin Yi drove the car and took Ji Qingyan to the company's underground garage. Mr. Ji, Don't forget to give a 5-star review. Depends on my mood. Unlocking the security. Ji Qingyan got out of the car just in time to see a white speedster parked not far away. Mr. Ji. Lin Yi? The person who had spoken was Wang Ying, who had come over in the hitchhiking car of another female colleague, and hadn't expected to run into the president and Lin Yi. As you all know, I'm a dropshipping driver who happened to run into Mr. Ji taking a taxi, Lin Yi explained. The two men were in disbelief. It's clear that the president was soaked and said that he explained that he was a dropshipping driver. Who would believe it? It was only then that Wang Ying realized that Yu Lili and Li Jiangdong had been fired because of Lin Yi. People and the president of the open road in the dark. They actually squeeze people. Not to fire is strange. Just then, the elevator door of the underground garage opened, and Yu Lili and Li Jiangdong walked out from it, holding a cardboard box in their hands, obviously here to pack up. Seeing Lin Yi and the president here, the two of them had expressions that were as awkward as they could be before leaving in disgrace. It's almost time to go to work, so go up a piece. Facing Wang Ying and the others, Ji Qingyan resumed her high and cold image, unlike when she was with Lin Yi when she was approachable. Got it, President. Wang Ying and another colleague greeted Lin Yi, then went upstairs with Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi sat in his car, ready to go around the mall. I've got the house. I need to get some supplies. I've been wearing these clothes for 2 days now, and they smell if I wear them again. Lin Yi was about to drive off when a WeChat message came on his phone. From Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan, want a 5-star review? Lin Yi, of course I want to. Ji Qingyan, I still owe you 8 squats for a 5-star review, or else I'll give a bad review. Lin Yi, I don't want 5-star reviews, 8 squats, not one less, squatting or whatever. Lin Yi doesn't care, but you little bitch, you actually threatened me? Not this one. Ji Qingyan, horny bastard. It didn't take long for the app to send a 5-star review. It must be Ji Qingyan's. Lin Yi laughed, quite the knife mouth and tofu heart. Looking at the system quest, it was already at April 5th, so Lin Yi decided to go clothes shopping later. I'll try to get another order and get the job done before I go to the mall, so I won't waste much time anyway. When you open the app, it automatically broadcasts information about recent orders, and Lin Yi casually grabs one. The starting point is the nearby Tianyi home, which is not too far, just a few minutes away. Sky Homes, Building 4, Unit 1, Room 1302. The house is almost 60 square feet, a standard 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom home. Dad, what's the point of bringing me to your coworker's party? I'm just not going. The one who spoke was a young woman, almost 25 or 26 years old, with a nice melon face and long hair draped over her shoulders. Very durable. The girl's name is Xia Xinyu, an outdoor anchor who was still somewhat famous on the platform. No, you must come with us, Xia Xinyu's father, Xia Hanyuan said. I know what you all are thinking, just trying to introduce me to someone. We're not doing this for your own good. You're not young anymore. You don't even have a boyfriend. I'm worried sick about you. When I was small, didn't you always say that you would let me stay by your side for the rest of my life? Xia Xinyu said. Now why are you in a hurry to marry me off? I'm just saying, who knew you were so obedient? Xia Xinyu. Anyway, I have spoken to my colleagues. You go over with me? That young man is not bad. Working in the institutions, usually a little bit of oil and water, the two of you in a piece. It is also appropriate, Xia Hanyuan said. I already have a boyfriend, so I don't need you guys to introduce me, Xia Xinyu said. Got a boyfriend? Xia Hanyuan said unexpectedly. Where's the boyfriend? Where else can it come from? Xia Xinyu said. It's hard not to dig in the ground. The older couple was excited to learn that their daughter had a boyfriend. So what are you waiting for? Call the house and we'll give you a look. Ha? Call home to see? Xia Xinyu was at a loss for words. I just said it casually. Why did you guys take it seriously? Yeah, you've got a boyfriend. So naturally we have to see what it is. We can't just give you away. Let's just forget about meeting. He's pretty busy with work too, so we'll talk about it someday. Xia Xinyu got up. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. Stop, Xia Hanyuan said. I think you are fooling me. No, I really have a boyfriend. So don't you guys think about introducing me to someone. I've raised you for more than 20 years. What kind of person are you? Am I still not clear? Xia Hanyuan said. If you don't bring your boyfriend today, you'll be a good boy and go to the party with me. Your choice. Okay, I'll make a call and ask. Back in the house, Xia Xinyu was anxiously wandering around like a headless fly. After all these years, I don't have many friends of the opposite sex, so where can I find someone to pretend to be? In a fierce moment, Xia Xinyu's eyes lit up and she said to herself, find a takeout boy to impersonate? But soon, Xia Xinyu dismissed her thoughts. A delivery boy is a definite no-no. Dressed inappropriately, mom and dad won't believe it. and it's too easy to poke holes in. Dropshipping drivers seem to be good, Xia Xinyu thought to herself. At the very least, there's a car. At the very least, the hardware is there. All that's left is to find a younger driver. It's perfect, because she usually took a taxi often. On Xia Xinyu's cell phone, there were two taxi software. One is a dropshipper and the other is a fast dropshipper. Use whichever one has the best deal. But this time it was a different case. And given that DDT was a bit bigger, it ended up going with DDT. Pick a random destination and start ordering. Almost 5 seconds later, the order was picked up and the person was hurriedly dialed. Ring, ring, ring. He had just received the order, and Linny hadn't even driven the car out when his cell phone rang. Hello, is this the owner of the drop? Hearing the other party's words, Linny already knew who it was. It was the passenger who had placed the order. It's me. What can I do for you? Linny said. I wanted to ask, how old are you? What kind of question is that? Does it matter to the other person how old they are? Although he didn't know what the other party was going to do, Linny told the other party his age truthfully. 24. Oi. Xia Xinyu was a bit excited to actually come across one that was similar in age to herself. Soon, Xia Xinyu calmed down and asked in a small voice, I'd like to ask you a favor. Would you? No. I'm just a dropshipper. No extras. Linny had seen too much of this kind of news. There are some sick customers who are always making things difficult for the dropshippers or outside boys. Either you are asked to stop by to buy cigarettes, or to throw out the trash, or even the odd operation of being asked to buy an aunt's napkin. This kind of thing didn't interest Linny. Don't get me wrong. My name is Xia Xinyu. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a while, deal with my parents, and give you a 5-star review afterwards. What do you think? Linny paused. This was fine. For the sake of a 5-star review, deal. It is happily decided. What is your name? Linny. Okay, my house is in Tianyi Home, Building 4, Unit 1, 1302. Just come straight over. Good. Since Tianyi Homes was nearby, almost 10 minutes later, Linny arrived in front of Xia Xinyu's house. Dang it. Hearing the knock on the door, Xia Xinyu came over to open the door, and prayed in his heart that this dropshipper wouldn't be too ugly, or he would arouse suspicion. Squeak. The door was pulled open, and when she saw Linny, Xia Xinyu was staggered in place on the spot. What kind of face is this? Did he or she save the planet in a previous life? Yo, it's Xiaoyu's boyfriend who's here, isn't it? Seeing Linny standing in the doorway, Xia Xinyu's mother said with a smile on her brow, this young man is a good-looking guy, and he's certainly more than good enough for his own daughter. Before Xia Xinyu could speak, Linny was pulled closer in. Your name is Linny, right? How long have you been with my daughter? Mother Xia asked. Been together for more than half a year. Xia Xinyu snatched the answer. I didn't ask you. What are you interjecting? After admonishing Xia Xinyu, Xia mother asked again. What do you do for a living? Young man? Driver, Linny replied. Driver? The old couple blushed. This didn't seem like a decent job. Is it flying an airplane? That would be called a captain. Linny cried and laughed. The old couple's imagination was quite rich. Not flying airplanes? I'm not that good yet. Upon hearing such an answer, the expressions of the old couple were no longer as enthusiastic as they had been a moment ago. Is it driving for some leader? If they were driving for some big leader, the two of them could reluctantly accept it. After all, the face value is very pulling points. But that's the bottom line for them. You guys are misunderstanding. I'm a dropshipper. A dropshipper. Driver? Xia Hongyuan, how a change. Even a little ugly. How much money can you make by driving a dropshipper? If you get together later, what will you get to raise your own daughter? Drinking the northwest wind? That's right. It's the dropper. Mom and Dad. It's actually quite lucrative to drive a drop nowadays. And Linny bought all my cosmetics, jewelry and stuff for me, Xia Xinyu explained. And he's got a little bit of money in his hand. And we're planning to start a business later on. And it's not like we're going to be doing drops for the rest of our lives. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions eased, but it could be seen that they still weren't very happy. Let's talk about this later, because Linny was here. There were a lot of things that Xia Hongyuan couldn't conveniently say, so he was prepared to talk about it at night when no one was around. Right, Mom and Dad? Aren't you going to a co-worker's party? Leave now or you'll be late later. Looking at the time, Xia Hongyuan said, that's fine. Just let him drive us there, and you stay with us. The two of them hadn't thought things through a bit regarding Linny. It's not a decent job, but it's really good looking, so I'm doing a double take now and deciding which one to go with at the end. Going together seems unlikely, Linny said. How is that impossible? My car is a two-seater. It doesn't fit 4 people. What did you say? Your car is a two-seater? This time, not to mention Xia Hongyuan's old couple, Even Xia Xinyu was a bit unable to accept it. Don't all cars have 4 seats? Where do you get 2 seats? Are dropshippers even online for motorcycles now? Before this, for the sake of Lin Yi's face value, even if he was driving a drop, Xia Hongyuan decided to give him a chance. But now, it's actually on a motorcycle. This left Xia Hongyuan with no way to accept it. One's daughter, not with someone like that. In that case, let's take a cab and go without your car. Okay, Lin Yi does not matter. Anyway, Xia Xinyu has already ordered. Later give a 5-star positive feedback. It will be a great success. Xia Xinyu wanted to die, really lifting a stone to hit her own feet. When I come back at night, I'm sure I'll get scolded. After leaving the house, Lin Yi walked to the front and the 3 Xia family members walked to the back, ready to go out and get a taxi. You dead girl. Are your eyes growing on the back of your head? Actually find a motorcycle rider as a boyfriend. Xia Hongyuan lectured. If we hadn't called him to the house ahead of time, we'd still be in the dark. And if people knew that I'd found a motorcycle riding son-in-law, they'd be laughed out of the house. Alright, you guys just stop talking. Xia Xinyu was already crying without tears. I thought that with the arrival of a big, handsome man, this would be hidden from the public. I didn't realize that what goes around comes around. And although the man is handsome, he's really a motorcycle rider. Parents are against it, and rightly so. Your father is right. You quickly make it clear to him. In short, I won't recognize such a son-in-law. Xia mother said angrily. Even if it's a domestic bike, I won't say anything. What future can I have with a motorcycle rider? Drip. As the words fell, the 3 Xia family members heard a honking sound. He looked up and was fixed in place. This should be a sports car. Xia Hongyuan stammered. This Pagani son of the wind. A supercar worth over $20 million. There aren't many of them in all of China. Xia Xinyu was very surprised. Tianyi Home is just an ordinary neighborhood. Or the first time I saw such a good car parked here. Seeing Pagani's gullwing doors open, Xia Xinyu had a feeling of being mesmerized. How nice it would be if, for once in your life, you could ride in one of these nice cars. Daughter, what's the situation? Isn't the one called Lin Yi riding a motorcycle? Why did he walk towards that supercar? Xia Hongyuan was surprised. Xia Xinyu was also very surprised that Lin Yi had not only walked over and get in the car. Lin Yi, hearing someone call out to him. Lin Yi, who was closing the door, glanced at Xia Xinyu. What's wrong? Something wrong? The 3 Xia family members hurriedly ran over. This car is yours? Yeah, I couldn't get on it if it wasn't mine, I guess. Don't you ride a motorcycle? How come you're still driving a sports car? Xia Xinyu asked in disbelief. Who said I was riding a motorcycle? Can you sign up for a drop on a motorcycle? You're the one who said that your car is a 2-seater. Is my car not a 2-seater? Xia Xinyu felt like a retard. It's basic common sense that sports cars have 2 seats. Why didn't you think of that yourself? But who'd have thought you'd be doing drops in a supercar? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Yi waved his hand. Remember what we said on the phone? Give it 5 stars. Alas and alack. Auntie, come all the way here. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's find a place to have a meal and talk about family matters. Xia Hongyuan said with a smile. Aren't you guys doing something? It's okay. It's just a normal co-worker party. Don't go. That won't do. I have other things to do. Sorry. It's fine. Fine. If there's something you're busy with, if you let it get too busy, let Xiao Yu help you. Saying that, Xia Hongyuan also pushed Xia Xinyu. Don't always stay at home. Help Xiao Yi's favor. Xia Xinyu half-pushed and half-heartedly got into the car. After all, it was the car that he had called for and had the right to sit in. Seeing the luxurious interior of the Pagani, Xia Xinyu felt that her eyes were not enough, and the seat underneath was a little hot ass. Where are you going? Driving to the destination on the order? Lin Yi asked. I'm not going anywhere. Where do you want to go? I just want to experience it, and I'll get off when I do. I'm going to go to the mall and get some stuff, but you'll have to change the destination or the order won't get filled. Okay, what mall do you want to go to? Times Square it is. Good. Soon. On Lin Yi's cell phone, he received a message to modify his destination and then drove towards Times Square. You're driving such an expensive car. Surely you don't lack money. Why are you still driving a drop? In the car, Xia Xinyu took the initiative to ask. Experiencing life? What's the point of life if you just mingle and eat? Lin Yi said in a very high-end manner. You are awesome. Xia Xinyu said heartily. A lot of rich second-generation people who are not as good as you are paper drunk every day. While you can actually think of so much, it's too hard. People have their own aspirations. This can't be forced. So true. Brother E, I have a small request. Can you grant me? Xia Xinyu asked carefully. The The two were the same age and didn't really know who was older and who was younger, but Xia Xinyu had already taken the initiative to call her brother. What request? I'm a dominatrix. Can I go live in your car for a while? If you can go live in such a nice car, you can surely heat up your booth. Doesn't matter, Linny said. Just give me a 5-star review afterward. Okay, no problem, Xia Xinyu said cheerfully. As long as the order is completed, I'll give you a favorable review the first time. It's a deal. Xia Xinyu took out her cell phone, then opened the live broadcast. 10 minutes passed, and there were already dozens of people in the live broadcast room. Little Yu, where are you? Is it the passenger side of the tycoon? Ha ha, stop it upstairs. Xiaoyu is just a 10,000-year-old single dog. How could any tycoon look at her? Maybe it's the passenger side of the 5 diamonds. 2. Seeing the people in the live broadcast room, all of them were mocking themselves. Xia Xinu was doubly speechless. Do you think I'm that bad? Let me tell you, the car I'm riding in this time is not a Wuling Hongguang. It's a real luxury car, the kind you've never seen in your life. Ha ha, don't blow it, have the guts to flash the license plate. You're wrong. She's a female, she has no balls. No, it's you who's wrong. She's a ladies' man, and I saw her once on that dark and windy night. Che, don't you guys just want to see the license plate? There's no harm in showing it to you. Xia Xinyu slowly turned the phone and aimed it at the steering wheel, then the entire broadcast went silent. Holy shit, it's actually a Pagani. Look at the interior of the car. It seems to be a Pagani Wingchild. This car seems to be more than $20 million. The average rich second generation cannot afford to drive. And look, the driver is so handsome. Definitely a rich second generation. Seeing the message on the live broadcast, Xia Xinyu said with the corners of her mouth rising, now it's time for you to believe and know what a luxury car is. Xia Xinyu was pleased in her heart. Let you always look down on me. This time the old lady must make a turnaround. Dirt 666. I suspect this is the anchor in order to increase popularity. Their own rental car, and also incidentally found a handsome driver. Just for the sake of eyeballs. Did not spend a lot of money. Right, the lemon essence in the live broadcast room said. Mental illness. This is a Pagani Wind. More than $20 million a piece. The whole of China does not have a few cars. Who would want to rent out? Do you think it's a Mercedes-Benz BMW kind of junk car? How is it not possible? Maybe in private. There are unclean deals. Seeing Lemon Essence's message, Xia Xinu was almost exasperated. In this age of the internet, there are damn near every kind of retard out there. I'm not one of those models with a curvy front and back. How could I possibly attract such a rich kid? Why don't you think outside the box when you speak? This guy must be a loser who hates the rich and handsome. But even so, Xia Xinu didn't kick them up, staying here and contributing some popularity to herself. It's not too late to kick him out when he can't stand it anymore. The little anchor is just too humble. Brother E, there is a parking space in front of us. Let's quickly park there. Xia Xinyu pointed to the empty space in front and said, see, take it easy. As one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Shanghai, there is an endless stream of people who come to Times Square every day to shop. There were a lot of people who, like Xia Xinyu, had their eyes on the only empty seat in that car, but when they saw Lin Yi's car drive by, they all dared not move. If you're not careful and touch this kind of car, you can't even afford to sell yourself. Honey, there's an empty seat in front of you. Get over there. If you're any slower, it's going to be taken. A woman in a low-cut skirt on a Primera said. Fuck a few hairs. The middle-aged man next to him cursed. That's a fucking supercar. Who dares to grab it from him? Supercar? The woman in the passenger seat was stunned. What's wrong with a supercar? We're a sports car too. Why should we give way to him? Shut up. That's a Pagani Windjammer. Selling for more than $20 million. My car is just over $1 million. In front of others, it's not even a piece of trash. You want me to grab a parking space with him? That car is actually over $20 million. The woman in the passenger car instantly extinguished the fire. Before coming to Shanghai, they all said that there are many rich people in Shanghai. This time I counted to see it. The woman in the passenger seat rolled her eyes at the thought. She would have to make an effort to find a richer one. Those who drive a Primera like this one are poorer than they deserve. After parking the car, Xia Xinyu froze a bit. The scene of the parking just now was still fresh in her mind. When they saw Lin Yi's car driving over all the other people's cars, they didn't dare to move. Is this the ability to pay money? Wait, don't go yet, Lin Yi said. What's wrong? Favorable review. Oh, I remember. I'll get it now, Xia Xinyu said with her hands full, because Lin Yi had only said 2 words of favorable comments. The people in the broadcast room didn't understand what was going on and didn't imagine him as a dropshipper. Soon after, Lin Yi heard a system beep. Mission completed. 200. 000 points of proficiency gained. Career completion, 35%. Reward, 1 Zhonghai International Circuit. Master driving skills. Zhonghai International Circuit? Linny had that little bit of an impression of the place the system was talking about. It seems to be the most luxurious racing track with the most luxurious hardware facilities in Zhonghai, and even in the whole of China. There are even those who say that this is the best racing circuit apart from the Abu Dhabi circuit in the Middle East. Linny didn't know if the rumors were true or not, but in the whole of China, it was definitely a number one level existence. I never thought that today, it would actually become an industry under my own banner. It's kind of amazing to think about. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's cell phone. At this time, rang an unfamiliar number. Hello, Lin Yi said. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhou Haitao, the person in charge of the Zhonghai International Circuit. You've just wholly acquired the shares of our circuit. I have some formalities here that I would like to hand over to you. No time for now. I'll go over in the afternoon. Is it a convenient time on your end? Lin Yi said politely. Conveniently and conveniently. I'm in any time except Sunday's public holiday. Okay, I'll see you this afternoon. Lin Yi did some math in his mind. He came here just to buy some household items. It wouldn't take long. I guess he'd be done by the afternoon. And with the system rewarding master driving skills, it would be a bit of a waste not to check it out. Brother Yat? What are you thinking? Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, Xia Xinyu asked tentatively. It's okay, go now. Brother Yi, what do you want to buy? After getting out of the car, Xia Xinyu asked. Buy a little bit of everything you need to live, to wear, and a little bit of everything you see that fits. Oh, Xia Xinyu was a bit nervous. This was her first time in such a high-end mall. The stuff was explosively expensive, not a place for them little people to come. Once inside the mall, Lin Yi looked around and saw the Apple store not far away, saying, go there first, I want to change my cell phone. Lin Yi's cell phone, just over 1,000 domestic phones, has been a bit stuck, and now a new phone, but also convenient for their own orders. Good, 2 people apiece to the Apple store, neat hall, bright lights, in addition to the counter, the display of a variety of new equipment, making the entire Apple store filled with a high-end feeling. Sir, do you have a favorite product? I can introduce it to you, the female sales clerk said politely. Lin Yi pointed to the Apple 11 Pro Max on the counter and said, help me load this up. It needs 512 RAM. Xia Xinyu and the female clerk both froze for a moment. More than 10,000 yuan of cell phone said buy. No longer look at it? Okay, just a moment. Ugh. Wait. Xia Xinyu stopped the shopgirl and pulled Lin Yi aside. Brother Yat, it's not cost-effective for you to buy it here. What's not cost-effective? The cell phones in the store are all original price without discount. If you buy them online, they can be cheaper by more than 1,000 at the very least. There's no need. I'm here all the time. I'm too lazy to buy it online. Buy it early and enjoy it. With that, Lin Yi walked back. Help me load it up. Okay, just a moment. Because of Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu's live room, its popularity had reached over 5 million, which was 5 times more than usual. It's nice to be rich. That saleswoman froze. I guess she wanted to give her life away. As long as a man has money, he is related to anyone. You poor bastards. You're rich because you buy a 10,000 plus cell phone? Lemon Essence said. A few days ago, I had a friend of a buddy who bought the same phone, and it wasn't as high profile as his. LOL. Shit. And fucking not you buy. You pretend what the pussies. But also fucking your mama hammer. At this time, the female store clerk came over. Hello sir, this is your phone. Would you like to choose a case from us? All of them are original and genuine. Quality is guaranteed. Lin Yi looked around the counter. I don't really like carrying that thing. It feels uncomfortable. After all, it's a 10,000 plus cell phone. It's not cheap, and if it doesn't come with a case, it'll affect the aesthetics if it's bumped or touched. The female sales clerk suggested. Lin Yi thought for a moment. That's true. Seeing Lin Yi's willingness to purchase a cell phone case, the female clerk smiled with an open brow. Sir, these phone cases in the counter, all of which are new, can give you a 20% discount, and if you buy 2 at once, you can also get a 30% discount. Seeing that Lin Yi was going to buy a cell phone case, the live broadcast room was talking again, all of which was spoken by Lemon Essence. Oh, I just saw a 1,000 plus cell phone case. If he bought it without blinking an eye, I'll admit he's rich. Bullshit. You're only rich if you buy the 5,000 plus one. You guys are too low. King Lemon said. The really rich people. Are the phone cases more expensive than the phone? A few days ago, a friend of my buddy bought a more than 20,000 yuan phone case. That's called rich people. Seeing these lemon essences in the live broadcast, Xiaoxinyu was doubly speechless. These people are really hopeless. Sir, is there a style you like? I'll bring it out for you to see. I didn't say I wanted to buy a phone case either, Lin Yi said. Not buying? Didn't you just say? What I mean is to buy a few more cell phones, and if they get bumped or touched, just get new ones, Lin Yi said. Take 5 of each color and pack them in one piece. 5 of each color? Hearing this, the shopgirl barely stood still. Sir, Apple 11 Pro Max. We have a total of 4 colorways in the store. Come 5 of the same. Are you looking for 20? Lin Yi nodded. And then a top-of-the-line Mac, packed in one piece. Okay, well, you'll have to wait. Seeing Lin Yi buying nearly 300,000 in one breath, Xiaoxinyu's entire body was bad. That's a bit too hoity-toity. The live stream exploded again and the messages were already overwhelming. All you lemonade people, you should have seen it by now. The really rich people don't buy cell phone cases. They just replace them with new ones when they get old. This is a real fucking trade-in. Bullshit. When the god Ho goes on the warpath, not an inch of grass will grow. Just spent over $200,000. What kind of godly man is this? Have you guys seen any rich people? I once saw a person who bought more than $500,000 in one breath. This bit of his is totally gross. Nothing. Seeing these lemon essence messages, Xiaoxinyu was unusually speechless. This kind of loser who couldn't even afford one was actually mocking Lin Yi. It was really drunk. Lin Yi didn't care that much, and after swiping his card, he was waiting for the store clerk to stock up. At this moment, the people who were hanging out in the store were all looking at Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally. Especially those women with a little bit of good looks have more or less, in their hearts, some other thoughts. Soon, all the things Lin Yi wanted were packed. 20 cell phones, plus a laptop. Not a small amount of stuff. Lin Yi put them back in the car and went back to Times Square once again. Brother Yat, what else are we buying this time? Xiaoxinyu felt like her little heart. It couldn't take it anymore. Is there such a big gap between the way rich kids and ordinary people spend their money? Get a watch. Diamond rings for women. Watches for men. Once upon a time, Lin Yi had always dreamed that he could have a good mechanical watch, but due to his shyness, this wish had never been realized. But now, with tens of millions of dollars in cash in your pocket, you'd be sorry if you didn't buy a nice watch. Do you know anything about watches? Once again entering the mall, Lin Yi casually asked, what grade do you want? Being an anchor, in order to be able to connect with water friends, so you have to know a little bit of everything, and Xiaoxinyu knows a little bit of skin. Higher end. Seeing that Lin Yi had bought 20 cell phones in one go, Xiaoxinyu felt that if she recommended an ordinary brand, she probably wouldn't be able to get into his eyes. In the world of watches, the highest-end brands are Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Lin Yi nodded. Go to these 2 places first. Xiaoxinyu secretly blew up her tongue. She was just talking casually, but she was really going to go. This is the luxury of watches. There's the Vacheron Constantin up ahead. Go over there first. Okay, coming right up. Seeing Lin Yi and Xiaoxinyu enter, the shopgirl looked up, ready to welcome the customers. What for? The female store manager said. Sisterly, a guest is here. I'll go over to receive him. A tall female sales clerk said. There is no need for hospitality. It's a pure waste of time. What's with the time wasting? The woman named Sisterly said lovingly. You do not see that woman holding a cell phone livet, presumably to us for fun. This kind of person I have seen more, do not have to take care of. Not really. Being an anchor nowadays, it seems to be quite lucrative, but we're the Vacheron Constantin. Except for the super rich, the average person can't afford to spend money here. Go work on something else. Don't take it too seriously. Got it, Sister Ray, the tall girl said. Entering the store, Lin Yi and Xiaoxinyu wandered around. Seeing the price on it, Xiaoxinyu felt as if she was living in a slum. A piece of unremarkable-looking watch, all for several $100,000. Who can afford to carry this kind of stuff except those evil capitalists? Although Lin Yi likes watches, he doesn't know much about them, so he picks and just looks at them. Can you take this watch out and look at it? Lin Yi said, pointing to a watch with a leather strap. I'm sorry, the watches in our store are only displayed in the window, so if you fancy them, you can take them out and show them to you after you pay. The female store manager, Sisterly, said. What kind of logic is that? How can I buy it if I can't even look at it? Just then, a middle-aged couple walked in from outside and shopped up on the other side. The female store manager came over. Can I help you not? Ma'am. Sir? I'm checking my watch and trying to pick out a birthday present for my husband. You can pick as many as you like. These watches, they're all new this year. I think that black dial one is nice. Can you take it out and look at it? Of course. You wait a moment. The female store manager opened the window below. took out the watch the woman was looking at, and handed it over. Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu, who were standing on the side, exchanged glances. What is this? If you can't see it on your own, but you can see it when you meet someone else, is that looking down on people? Xia Xinyu felt a little embarrassed. I've heard that these luxury shopkeepers have a kind of arrogance about them, and don't give a damn about ordinary bosses' last names. Now that I look at it, the rumors are true, but you can look down on yourself, but not yet. Subconsciously, Xia Xinyu looked at the live broadcast, noticed those lemon extracts are souring again. Mocked, I guess. They don't show it to you because they see that you can't afford it. That middle-aged couple, they look like rich people. People will naturally take the initiative to introduce them. Come on, that's a Vacheron Constantine, not your average brand. Don't be ashamed. Linny looked at the female store manager. What do you mean? We're all customers. We should be treated equally, right? I'm sorry, we offer our services by customer class. I hope you understand, the female store manager said. Customer rating? I have my own rating principles and will give different grades and then offer different services. To put it bluntly, I guess it's just a matter of looking at people and dog-eyeing them. Seeing Linny get angry, Xia Xinyu hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Yat, calm down. These luxury store people are just like that. It's not worth getting angry. Sir, please watch your words and attitude or we'll have to call security. The female store manager rolled her eyes and said, it's just 2 claptrap anchors, and it's extrajudicial to let you visit the store. If it was an upstairs luxury store, you wouldn't even be given the chance to enter. A dog a few Vacheron Constantine, actually so pretentious. Where did the superiority come from? Linny burst out. But it's probably a brand you'll never be able to afford in your life. The female store manager scoffed. Brother Yat, let's go. Xia Xinyu knew that rich people like Lin Yi had bad tempers. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xia Xinyu took Lin Yi's arm and dragged him out of the Vacheron Constantine boutique. Anyway, there are other brands of expensive watches, and you don't have to buy them here. Seeing Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu leave, the middle-aged couple shopping for watches on the side smiled and shook their heads. Young people nowadays are too hot-tempered, and without spending power, they are actually so wild. These youngsters, they are just too impetuous, relying on themselves to have a bit of a fan base on the internet. They are crazy, like Vacheron Constantine, this kind of high-end brand store, which is a place they can come. You two are right. Times have changed and claptrap is all the rage, the female store manager said with a smile. Not really, the middle-aged man said with a smile, but these two are quite interesting. They actually ran off to Patek Philippe. Even if they are young, they can't be ignorant. Patek Philippe boutique. Seeing Linny come in and Xia Xinyu enter, the shopgirl was polite and didn't show a bored look. Looking for a men's or women's watch? Ma'am, I can help introduce the two of you, the uniformed female sales clerk said. Linny looked at Xia Xinyu. Any good suggestions? This is a bit high-end. I don't really know much about it. I'll just look at the look. Xia Xinyu said sheepishly. Ask the people on your live feed. When Linny is not doing anything, he also likes to watch live broadcasts to kill time. Knowing that in the reasoning of the masters and the people, the estimate will have people who understand this aspect. Xia Xinyu looked at the live broadcast and realized that someone had indeed given reasonable advice. The 7140G001 from the Timepiece collection is nice, and fits the ethos of the Godhawk. 7140G001 appears to be over $2 million. The price is right. Really good. A watch of more than $2 million is called a watch? Bringing a watch of over $2 million and you can be called a godly man? Then in this world, a godly man is also too worthless. You've played your cards right, and you're looking down on a watch that costs more than $2 million? Come on. You come to recommend. Let us also see. What kind of watch is considered a good watch? The King of Lemons comment caused a mob of people on the air. But the King of Lemons had been in the battlefield for so many years, so naturally he wouldn't be intimidated by such a battle. When they entered the store just now, there was a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary model in the window for $17.5 million. So if you really think you're a goddamn rich man, you should buy this watch. Are you fucking brain dead? Even the Shanghai Emperor of Shanghai didn't say he'd buy this watch. And you're letting the great god of Lin buy this piece? Your brain has been kicked by a donkey. Oh, if you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. Why do you guys need to spray people? At this time, Lin Yi came over to Xia Xinyu's side, looked at the screen and said, did the water friends in the live broadcast give their opinions? Don't you listen to him? This person is a lemon spirit. Seeing that you have money in your heart is not comfortable. Xia Xinyu said, there was a water friend before, who recommended you to buy 7140G001, saying that this watch is quite good. Linny looked at the live broadcast, Actually recommending that I buy the 175th anniversary model? Hearing this, the Patek Philippe shopgirls secretly shook their heads. These keyboard warriors are really daring. The 175th anniversary model, limited to 6 pieces worldwide, sells for $17.5 million. Its actual significance is by no means limited to its own fine workmanship and value. More than that, it represents the value of the craftsmanship of Patek Philippe, a centuries-old brand. The person who recommended this watch, at first glance, knows nothing but price talk and is so low. Brother Yat, don't listen to them. That 7140G001 piece is still very good, Xia Xinyu said. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for, and this 175th anniversary watch, sold at such a high price, must have its reasons. That's true, but the watch costs $17.5 million. The price does seem a bit steep. Seeing that Lin Yi had conceded, the lemon elves in the live broadcast room swarmed and came out one after another to taunt. Now you're a wimp. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a god. It's easy to hit your face. You bought hundreds of thousands of Apple phones and computers and think you can show your superiority? You're too simple. Pretend to be struck by lightning. In the future to go out a little more low-key. Don't think that driving a Pagani wins, son. Think the whole world is yours. In this world, there are still things you can't afford to buy. Brother Yat, don't be angry. I'll kick these people out of the live broadcast right now. There's nothing to be angry about. Lenny smiled and said, it's a bit expensive, but I can still afford it. Saying that, Lenny walked to the front of the window and confidently scrutinized it. It looked pretty good. It should fit with himself. Can you help me put that 175th anniversary watch together? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Both stared with their eyes and mouths open in a bit of disbelief. What did you say, sir? You want to buy that 175th anniversary model? Lin Yi nodded. Couldn't you? Dang. Sure. Then help me load it up. Lin Yi calculated that with his current assets, buying a $17.5 million watch was indeed a bit extravagant, but people were openly mocking themselves, so if they didn't show it, they would really be looked down upon by them. Anyway, now the Peninsula Hotel and the Shanghai International Circuit are their own. There will be a steady stream of income in the future. Spend this money to buy a watch. It does not matter. Hearing that Lin Yi was going to buy the 175th anniversary model, the people in the broadcast room instantly exploded. Grandsons, see? The great god of Lin is going to buy that 175th anniversary model. Now do you guys have anything else you want to push? Casually spending $17.5 million. You've never seen so much money in your lives. The godly man is begging for a package. I'm front and center, and I can do any position. The lemon goblins stopped talking in the face of the crowd mobbing them. In fact, they want to use the keyboard in their hands to mock the wave. But people casually buy a $17.5 million watch. There's no room for mocking yourself at all. Sir, there is something that needs to be clarified with you. The female store manager came over and said in the gentlest tone of her life, what's on display in the window is just a model. If you really want to buy it, we'll have to transfer it from our headquarters in Switzerland, which will take 3 days at the very least. Okay, but I may not have time to come over. Do you offer home delivery? Sir, you are joking. You bought this watch. Even if the official delivery service is not provided, we will deliver it to your doorstep out of our own pockets. Don't worry about that. Good then. Swipe your card now. Lin Yi handed over his bank card. Password 000000. Trembling, he took the bank card from Ling Yi's hand, then swiped away $17.5 million. Not to mention Xia Xinu. Even the female sales clerks who were used to seeing the landlords found this breathtaking. Spending so much money on a watch casually. Normally rich people, they can't do this. Xiao Sun, go take down the table in the window, the female store manager said. Got it, Sister Lu. I'll go now. Xia Xinyu was a bit curious. How come it's still taken down? Is it not for sale? Ma'am, it's like this. This 175th anniversary model. There are only 6 of them in the world, and only one has been allocated to the Chinese region. Mr. Lin bought this watch. Then the Patek Philippe stores across the country will no longer be eligible to sell this watch. So we'll have to pull it down. So it is. Seeing the shopgirl remove the model from the window, the people around came over to see what was going on. This 175th anniversary model has been in the window for over a year, and no one expected that it would be taken down on this ordinary day, because it means that someone bought the watch. The staff at several nearby stores were curious to come out and see which tycoon, in fact, had bought the $10+ million watch. Little son, you sold this 175th anniversary model? Vacheron Constantin's female store manager, Zhongli, asked in surprise. Just sold it. A gentleman bought the watch. There are too many tycoons in Shanghai to actually buy this watch? Let me see what it looks like. Zhongli is a little jealous. Vacheron Constantine, this brand is not bad. Why the tycoon preferred to Patek Philippe? It's in the store. Zhongli inclined her head towards Patek Philippe's store and froze. Isn't that the young man and woman who, just now, came to their store? At precisely this time, Linny took the ticket and walked out of the boutique, bumping into Zhongli. What a coincidence to arrive here. First, sir, the 175th anniversary watch was bought by you? Do you have a problem with that? No. How dare I have a problem with that? Zhongli wanted to die. If they had just not dog-eared themselves, they would have spent money in their store, right? I'm in a fucking state of mind. Sir, we've got a lot of new models in the store too. Why don't you check us out again? Forget it, your Vacheron Constantine is too high class. A poor loser like me can only afford a Patek Philippe. The clerks at Patek Philippe were snickering. These rich kids can really get in their faces. Sir, I'm just a small store manager. Why do you have to be so familiar with me? Zhongli laughed awkwardly. It's mainly because your brand is too expensive. I just can't afford to consume it. Linny pointed at the middle-aged couple not far away. You go to them well. Look at the rich people. I pocket these few coins, which is afraid to compare with others? Seeing Zhongli and the middle-aged couple being disliked, the live broadcast was filled with jeering voices. Serves you right. Actually looking down on great goddess Lin. Looking for death. Noble Vacheron Constantine. You can't mess with that. Cripes. Is even Patek Philippe considered a dangling brand? Linny looked towards all directions, found the location of the elevator, and rushed towards Xia Xinu. Come on, go upstairs. Good. Seeing Linny disliking Zhongli, Xia Xinu was inexplicably soothed. Having money can be really good. If it was himself, after being stimulated by Zhongli, he would definitely choose to leave silently. But Linny was different, backhandedly buying almost $17.5 million worth of watches to punch Zhongli in the face, and she didn't dare say a word. It's nice to have money power. Under the envy of countless people, the two arrived at the 6th floor in one piece. This is a place that sells luxury goods. If you can't think of it, there's nothing you can't buy here. Do you know anything about men's clothing? Linny asked. From the clothes he wore before, they were all Anta, Senma and the like. For other brands of men's clothing, Linny did not know much, and wanted to consult Xia Xinyu's opinion. I've heard that Versace and Armani have good menswear to check out. Xia Xinyu also just heard. Usually in blowing water is okay. As for these two brands specifically, how? She does not understand. If it wasn't for Linny, she wouldn't have had the guts to wander down to this floor. Let's go. Versace seems to be right up ahead. Go ahead and check it out. Aha. A dozen meters ahead, the two had just entered the Versace store when they were stopped by the female clerk. Sir, please stay. What's wrong? The shopgirl didn't say anything, but pointed to a small sign next to her, and the two of them looked at it to see that it read, "No network anchors allowed." Seeing such a slogan, Xia Xinyu immediately felt embarrassed and her face turned red. What kind of rule is that? Your mall is too weird, Linny said. It's not a mall rule because the webcasters don't have a very good reputation, and not only do they point fingers, but they end up not buying anything, and we have no choice. The shopgirl's face was so thick with superiority that she was close to outright calling Linny a clamoring pauper. Brother Yat, why don't you go in? I'll just wait outside. What's the point of waiting outside? Linny said. The customer is God. What kind of person lets God wait outside? But, let's go. They can't buy it at their house. Go look elsewhere. There's still Armani, isn't there? Xia Xinyu thanked Linny from the bottom of her heart, saving her face in a way. Even though you are a woman, you still want to save face. Without going far, the two of them arrived at the Armani boutique, which had some pretty good men's clothing and were ready to buy a few pieces. Excuse me, ma'am, sir, but the store has a rule against webcasters. Before they could enter the store, the two were stopped again. What's wrong with network anchors? As for this, Linny was a bit puzzled. They haven't broken any laws, so why can't they enter? We're a luxury store here, for one thing, and filming is prohibited. In fact, if webcasters came into our store to shoot videos, it would affect our normal business. Linny shook his head. How could selling a luxury item still sell a sense of superiority? Then I'll put my cell phone away. That should do it. Xia Xinyu didn't want Linny to lose face and took the initiative to say, it's your freedom to accept or not. If you really want to come and spend money, we naturally welcome it, but if it's just to look around, I think it's better not to waste each other's time. Let's go. Go to another store. Linny said. I don't believe it. All the stores are like this. If he dumped Xia Xinyu, there would be no one to stop him. But she had been following her and had given quite a bit of pertinent advice, so naturally she couldn't leave her behind. Lin Yi didn't feel like he was a gentleman, but there had to be a minimum of poise. It's the same when you go to other stores. Unless it's a national brand. All of the big international brands like ours don't allow webcasters to enter. You'll get shut out even if you go there. So it's better to take a look elsewhere, the LV shopgirl said. Seeing the people from the other stores, all looking on, Xia Xin was embarrassed. Are webcasters that unpopular? I didn't do anything to hurt you. Since I can't buy anything here, I'll just go somewhere else, Lin Yi said indifferently, not taking the situation at hand to heart. Aha! Xia Xin answered, and the two of them walked towards the elevator. And coincidentally at that moment, the elevator door opened. A young man in a suit walked out from inside and jogged all the way to Lin Yi's side. Gu, Mr. Lin, I've found you. Looking for me? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. We don't seem to know each other, do we? Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Shucheng, the manager of Times Square. You wanted to see me about something? It's like this. Just now when you were in the Patek Philippe's boutique, you bought that $17.5 million watch. You automatically got a diamond membership to our Times Square, and I'm delivering the card to you. Spent $17.5 million. Li Shucheng's words made the shopkeepers of the major specialty stores, one after another, close their mouths in surprise. The whole thing is bad. Himself just now, unexpectedly rejected such a super tycoon? Who gave himself the courage? Saying that, Li Shucheng handed over a white gold colored card that looked like it should be real gold dust. There's still such a rule. Lin Yi smiled. I'll take it then. Yes. In our mall, you can get a diamond membership if you spend more than 10 million in total. Okay, I'll take the stuff for now. Bye. Mr. Lin isn't going to stroll around anymore? Seeing Lin Yi leave empty-handed, Li Shucheng asked. They won't let me in either. So what's the point of shopping? Not letting you in? Li Shucheng froze for a moment. How could that be? We are a high-end mall here. We won't block customers. My friend is an anchor. So these people stopped us outside, Lin Yi said. Probably afraid we can't afford what's here. No. Don't get me wrong, sir. Several of the female sales clerks at LV, all of them came out and stood in front of Lin Yi apologizing repeatedly. We didn't mean to offend you. I hope you don't us in generally. A couple of the female sales clerks almost pissed themselves under the shock. If people can afford a $17.5 million watch, can they not afford to spend on a few pieces of clothing? And a Times Square Diamond member has a lot of privileges. If there is a complaint from them, there is not even any room for discussion and they will be dismissed outright. It's kind of kicked the hornet's nest this time. At the same time, the clerks from Versace and Anima stepped forward and apologized to Lin Yi. Sir, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to. I hope you can give me a chance. The female clerks at the major boutiques were seen, all of them stepping forward to apologize. Xia Sinyu's live broadcast room immediately turned into a large carnival scene. I'm most unaccustomed to their disgusting mouths. Selling a luxury product and feeling superior. Where is the sense of superiority? Hurry up and file a complaint against them and fire all these people. How dare you look down on great divine Master Lin? You don't even look at your own virtues. Why don't you let network anchors in? They're digging up your family's ancestors' graves. Li Shucheng didn't realize that in the live broadcast room, there would be such a big commotion. But you could tell by the look on his face that he was already going to be pissed off. What's wrong with all of you? How many times have I told you not to look at people with colored glasses? You all don't fucking want to do it, do you? Just now, Li Shucheng quietly checked Lin Yi's spending records. Found out that not only did I buy a $17.5 million watch, but I also bought 20 cell phones and a newest model of Mac computer. Buying things like this without looking at the price of dirt. If not out of this kind of thing, the least you can do is spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is great. It's all spoiled for these guys. The women sales clerks all dropped their heads. Their condescending demeanor swept away. Some are still apologizing in order to keep their jobs. Apologizing isn't necessary. Go back to your business, all of you. Lin Yi waved his hand in a cloudy manner and brought Xia Xinyu downstairs piece by piece. Li Shucheng lectured the others a few more times before he went downstairs with Lin Yi in a flurry. To the 5th floor. Basically the second line of light luxury brands. Domestic and foreign brands half and half. The style is also good. Buying 5 sets of clothes in one go. Li Shucheng arranged for someone to help Lin Yi take them out. Mr. Lin, there's a Primera not far away. Is that your car? The car was sold for over $2 million. And it's very likely that it belongs to Lin Yi. At his price, a car like the BBA doesn't fit his temperament anymore. Lin Yi shook his head. My car is on the other side. Li Shucheng turned around and suddenly drew a breath of cold air. Pagani son of the wind. This car seems to cost more than $20 million. Lin Yi nodded. It's just a means of transportation. Don't make a fuss. Generations. Lin Yi's words made Li Shucheng feel Deeply, the malice from the rich. I can't believe I'm saying that the $20+ million Windjammer is a replacement car. Are you kidding me? Patting Li Shucheng on the shoulder. I'll leave first. Well, I hope that today's incident will not cause any trouble for Mr. Lin. And on behalf of all the employees of Times Square, I look forward to your visit again. Under the gaze of countless people, Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu got into the car. Where are you going? I'll take you back. Just send me home, Xia Xinyu said contentedly. She was satisfied to have gotten a ride in a supercar today, and to have followed Lin Yi around Times Square. Good. This time, Lin Yi didn't let Xia Xinyu place another order. After all, he had given himself a lot of advice, so he couldn't charge her anymore. It's just one order. No big deal. Driving the car to Tianyi home, Lin Yi casually took a cell phone over and handed it over to Xia Xinyu. Sent to you. Thanks for the help. Send. Send me? Seeing the cell phone Lin Yi handed over, Xia Xinyu was taken aback. That's over $10,000 for a top-of-the-line Apple phone. Or what? That's not good. I'm quite content to be allowed to be an overrunner. Take it. It's not much money. Thank you, Brother Yat. After getting off the bus, Xia Xinyu held her cell phone and watched Lin Yi leave. Today's events were just too dreamy for her. Take a random drop, disguise yourself as your boyfriend, and you're surprised to meet a rich kid who's experiencing life. It's true that life is full of surprises. After sending Xia Xinyu home, Lin Yi didn't take any more orders and drove to the Zhenhai International Circuit according to the instructions of the navigation. Seeing the racetrack, which covered an area of 5.3 square kilometers, Lin Yi felt very dreamy. This will be your own place from now on. When he reached the office building in front of the door, Lin Yi walked straight in. The construction was similar to any other company, with a large bar at the entrance, where two young women were sitting, chattering away as if they were gossiping. You know, it's rumored that Qinghan is coming to our racetrack, one of the long-haired women said. Who is Qinghan? The long-haired woman asked curiously, obviously unaware of the man. You are also too outdated. Don't you read Weibo? Even the famous Shanghai Emperor Qinghan doesn't know. Out you are. I don't really know this guy, the long-haired woman said with a bit of drollery. It is said that this Duke Qin is a rich second generation with more money than Principal Wan, and his identity is extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knows what their family does, the short-haired woman said in a heartfelt manner. Some people say that he is the second generation of the Reds. Others say that the Qin family is a hidden tycoon. Anyway, there are many different opinions. In short, very rich that is. Such a person should not be someone we can mess with. That's for sure. If we are lucky enough to take a picture with each other later on, we'll make a lot of money today. As for this look, well, seems like someone is coming. Seeing that someone had come in, the two of them stopped talking in a hurry and got up. Sir, we're closed for business today. I'm here to see your manager. His name is Zhou Haitao, right? What do you want with our manager? Lin Yi thought about it. If he said that he had acquired their racetrack, I guess these two people would look at themselves as if they were retarded. After all, he really didn't look much like a rich man in this outfit. Just say that my name is Lin Yi, and you guys can just notify me. Oh, well, you wait a moment. Trouble. Just as the short-haired woman was about to leave, she noticed that the door was pushed open and four people walked in from outside. All of them were young, almost in their 20s, and several notches above Lin Yi in terms of dress. Seeing the man in the lead, Lin Yi felt a bit familiar. It seems to be the same Qin Han they were talking about earlier. Although not as high profile as Principal Wang, he can often be seen on Weibo. Seeing Lin Yi, Qin Han's face wasn't very nice, and he was even a bit serious. Didn't we all inform you before that we're clearing out today? Why are there still outsiders coming in? Hearing Qin Han questioning her, the short-haired woman was taken aback. Young Qin, I'm really sorry. This gentleman is looking for our manager Zhou. Hurry up and let Fatty Zhou come down to take care of it. We're practicing today and we don't want anyone interrupting the sneak peeks here. I'm sorry, young Qin. I'll make the arrangements. The short-haired woman walked out from the front desk, pulling Lin Yi hurriedly to the side. Come on, follow me to the second floor. Don't upset young Qin. Lin Yi laughed. As for that, he doesn't seem to be your leader. Although he's not our leader, he's the famous Qin Han. Not many people in Zhenghai to mess with. If it wasn't for you, I don't think young Qin could get angry. The short-haired woman sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for this man, she might have been able to ask for a group photo. It's all in the good. It's all fizzled out. The two reached the second floor in one piece and the short-haired woman knocked on the door. A muffled voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Yi pushed the door and entered. Inside there was a mahogany desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a blonde figure, almost in his 40s. Looking at the statement in his hand, Manager Zhou, there's a guest. Seeing the person who came in, Joe Haitao hurriedly stood up. Oi, Mr. Lin. Why did you come by yourself? Call me in advance so I can go pick you up. Lin? Mr. Lin? The short-haired woman froze and looked at Linny incredulously. Which company's boss was this? How can you be so young? There's no need to get all worked up about it. Just come yourself. Joe Haitao welcomed Linny to the sofa and commanded. Xiao Zhao. Quickly go and pour our Mr. Lin a glass of water. Why are you still standing there? Our Mr. Lin? Our Shanghai International Circuit has been wholly acquired by Mr. Lin. Quickly call Mr. Lin. Acquired. The short-haired woman named Joe froze in her tracks. The person you've been spouting off about is your old boss? What kind of money is he worth? He's so rich. No. I'll go now. Taking advantage of the short-haired woman pouring water, Joe Haitao handed Linny all the pre-organized documents. Mr. Lin. This is the company's water flow and business for the past 6 months. Please take a look. I'm not going to read all this specialized stuff. Everything will be done the way it was before. If there is something that can't be solved, just report back to me at. Got it, Mr. Lin. If you have any instructions on your side, you can also give them at any time. And those of us who are subordinates will fully cooperate. Linny got up and said, I didn't come here to give you guys a hard time. From now on this will be my property. Take me down there and take a look. 3 cups of wine for 10,000 feet of red dust, and a cup of tea for 1,000 years of greatness. Having this top-notch racetrack, one's first step, of sorts, has been taken. Fine. Please follow me. Mr. Lin, led by Joe Haitao, the two of them went to the observation deck of the racetrack. The winding runway was as grand as it could be, making Lin Yi's hands itch a little. Mr. Lin, if you can buy this place, you must be a fan of racing. Do you want to drive 2 laps? Joe Haitao suggested. It's okay. While getting this racetrack, along with master driving skills, now that you have the opportunity, it's natural to experience it. My car is parked at Gate C. Ask someone to drive it over for me. Seeing the car keys in Lin Yi's hand, Joe Haitao broke out in a cold sweat. Other people's rich second generation, our Lamborghini, 911 and other cars. His boss is really luxurious. Even got a Pagani. The cheapest car of this brand costs almost $10 million. It's simply trenchant. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Receiving the keys to the Pagani, Joe Haitao called a staff member. Go and bring Mr. Lin's car over. Be careful when you're driving. Don't give it a touch. Don't worry, manager. Lamborghini, Ferrari or whatever. I drive a lot. I'm sure I won't make a mistake. That kind of multi-million-dollar car is nothing. Mr. Lin, this is the Pagani Son of the Wind. Nearly 30 million. It's not like other sports cars. It's actually a Pagani. Learning that Lin Yi's car was a Pagani Windjammer, the staff felt the car keys in their hands sink quite a bit. Got it, manager. I'll be careful for sure. Well, go ahead. After saying that, Joe Haitao looked at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, let's go down and take a look. If there's anything we're not satisfied with, we can rectify it in the near future. Let's go. Idle. The two men walked down the steps and into the arena. It was precisely here that a roaring wave of sound came from far and near. Just 2 Porsches, an Aston Martin DB9, and a Lamborghini Aventador, drove around the other side of the curve, and stopped in front of Lin Yi and Joe Haitao. All 4 are luxury cars, but the 2 Porsches pale in comparison to the Aston Martin and Lamborghini, especially that Lamborghini Aventador. The highest domestic price is up to more than $9 million. Definitely can enter the top luxury car. Seeing a few cars, Joe Haitao immediately stood up straight and looked especially respectful. The car doors opened one after another, and Shin Han and his friend got out of the car, their faces not looking very good. Fatty Joe, what's wrong with you? Treating my words as if they fell on deaf ears? What are you talking about? Young Chin? As early as 3 days ago, I informed you that I had this place wrapped up, and you actually brought someone in. What were you thinking? Shin Han said. Don't you know the words idle? Qin Shao, you may have misunderstood. Standing beside me is Mr. Lin Yi Lin. As early as in the morning, the full-funded enough our Shanghai International Circuit. Now here is his property. Joe Haitao secretly shook his head. Although your name Qin Han is loud and clear, but really, you're the idle ones. You said he owns this place? Qin Han and his friends, all of them froze. I didn't realize that this casually dressed guy had wholly acquired the Shanghai International Circuit. To acquire this racetrack, you'd have to have a few $1 billion at the very least. He's so young, he must have spent all his family's money on it, but casually using billions of dollars. His identity, I'm afraid, is not simple. Manager Zhou, I'm going to run a few laps here in a while, so clear out the people. And if it involves the issue of liquidated damages, just accompany the payment as usual. This, Joe Haitao was a bit embarrassed. Standing in front of himself, But the famous Qin Han Qin Gongzi, how dare you say such a thing when you're so small and insignificant? Qin Han smiled and pulled out a pack of unwrapped cigarettes from his pocket, handing one over to Lin Yi. Apparently it's a special cigarette. Dude, I'm sorry about earlier. Have one. Stretching his hand, Lin Yi took the cigarette, and Qin Han took the initiative to light it for him. Want to run a lap? Lin Yi shook his head. Let's just forget about it. It's okay, I'll let you have 10 seconds. It's all entertainment anyway. Fight or befriend. I mean, you're no match for me, so just forget it. You're kidding, Qin Han said, holding a cigarette and pointing to his Lamborghini Aventador. When I bought this car, it cost me over $9 million, and another $3 million after the modifications. So you think I'm no match for you? Performance is only one aspect of it. The most important thing is the person driving it. If you say that, I'm not convinced, Qin Han said. I've been in the circle here since I was 18 years old, and I've won a lot of big and small awards. And with professional racers, there's definitely still a gap. But in this circle of amateurs, I haven't really convinced anyone. 2 laps then. I've got an itch in my hand to try and see what this place feels like anyway. Where is your car? Qin Han looked around. If you think my car is too nice and taking advantage of you, I can change it to something else. No, it's just a Lamborghini. Qin Han and his friends full of black lines. This pussy pretend. But also Lamborghini just? Buzz off. The roar came at this time. Looking at the sound, Qin Han saw a silver-colored behemoth that drove in through the entrance. Crap, what's that? A Pagani Windjammer. I've only seen this car over in Yanjing, and there's even one in Shanghai. Qin Han looked at Lin Yi unexpectedly. This car is yours? Well, it's not expensive, but it should be better than your car. Qin Han, that's more than a good point. Even if I added the mods, it's not worth half as much as you are. It's so fucking pretentious, Lin Yi said as the Pagani stopped in front of the crowd. Isn't it a bit of a bully for me to drive this car? That's not so bad, Qin Han said. It's true that your car is not cheap, but looking at the appearance, it should not have been modified, while my Lamborghini Aventador, but spent more than $3 million on modifications. On the performance of the by no means lose you, and even a little bit of the lead. Is that I took advantage of? Try it then. Qin Han waved his hand toward his friend. Move the car, make the field available, and I'll run 2 laps with this dude. No problem. The remaining 3 cars were put in the public area, and both Lin Yi's Windjammer and Qin Yi's Aventador were parked on the track. The owner of the 911 said, who do you think has a better chance of winning between the two of them? This still need to say it. His Son of the Wind is more expensive, but also the original car, the old Qin's Aventador, but spent more than $3 million of modification fees. Even a screw can be called the top. In terms of performance, then the Son of the Wind is stronger. In addition to his own driving skills, this game is certainly a crushing game. There is no suspense, the owner of the Aston Martin said. Buzz off. The roar came again, and Joe Hightow stood in the center and said loudly, 3, 2, 1, begin. At the word of command, the 2 supercars leapt out like beasts of burden, just a few dozen meters out. Lin Yi was a length ahead of Qin Han. How is this possible? The owner of the 911 was horrified. The strongest part of this car of Qin Xiao is the start, and now it's actually losing? Such a situation took a few of Qin Han's friends and made them look dumbfounded. No one expected this, right off the bat. Don't panic yet. Old Qin's cornering skills are second to none. The back is all continuous curves. That's where he'll show his true skills, the owner of the Aston Martin said. A few minutes later, halfway through the race, a few of Qin Han's friends, their hearts were hanging in the air. Behind them were continuous curves. The time has come to put technology to the test. Crap, what's going on here? Qin Xiao has already slowed down in advance and prepared to enter the turn. Why doesn't that Wendigo react at all? Does he want to rush through at this speed? The 911 owner said. Bullshit. Even if a professional racer comes, he wouldn't dare to use this speed to enter the corner. A little carelessness, the car will be destroyed. That kid is absolutely crazy. A few seconds later, a few of Qin Han's friends were, once again, dumbstruck. Totally unbelievable. What I saw in front of me. 2 turns in a row? If I'm not mistaken, he's entering the corner at 130 miles per hour. This guy is absolutely nuts. His car, all the performance, are not as good as the old Qin's Aventador, but still can enter the corner at such a speed. Picturesque. After a few consecutive turns, Lin Yi's car stopped in front of the crowd. At the very least, it was more than 10 seconds ahead of Qin Han. When Qin Han got out of the car, the way he looked at Lin Yi had changed to admiration. Lose with conviction, Qin Han said. But I'd like to know how it's possible for you to start out faster than me, because you didn't start out the right way. You're naturally inferior to me. Not as good as you? Before starting, press the clutch in place, put it in first gear, then push the RPM to 4,000 and control the speed of lifting the clutch, and the throttle to match. Then accelerate with the floorboards to squeeze the engine power cleanly before shifting gears. This is the best way to start. Chinghan and the others listened in awe. In all my years of playing with cars, this is the first time I've heard of such a start. This is too unconventional. What about the super high-speed entry? How did you do that? Linny shrugged and said easily, practice makes perfect. It's a matter of technique. If it wasn't the first time I've driven on this track, it might have been faster. Bull, Chinghan said with a thumbs up. I've met an expert today. Saying that, Chinghan took out his cell phone. Buddy, add a WeChat? Contact often in the future. Alright. Linny took out his cell phone and added Chinghan's WeChat. I'll find a place for the evening. We'll hang out and have a good drink. Just to make friends. Before Linny could answer, his cell phone rang. It was Ji Qingyan calling. Pick me up at the office. I'm going to call a cab. Let me know when you get there. No problem. Ji Qingyan also knew that Linny was experiencing life, and didn't say that he'd let him deliver for nothing, and was prepared to call him over and place an order. I'm afraid I can't today. Come to live. Hanging up the phone, Linny said, let's make an appointment for another day. Come alive? Someone's calling for a ride. I've got to get over there and get to work. Ha? Hailing a car? Work? Well, I'm a dropshipper, and when someone wants to place an order, I can't say no. Chinghan and the others were filled with black lines. Don't tell me you're going to drive a Pagani to drive a drop. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Crap, Chinghan said. It's as if you're teasing me. You can't even earn back the gas money if you pull a drop. There's still a small profit to be made. Otherwise how else would I be able to feed my family? Chinghan bought this racetrack in one fell swoop, and even said he was supporting his family by running drops. I'll believe the hell out of you. I'll leave you guys to keep playing. Linny waved his hand before getting into his car and driving towards the Chaoyang group. Zhou Haitao didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. I had thought that a rich young master like Chinghan would already be very good at playing, but I didn't realize that my own boss was more of a player than I thought. Take a sports car, drive a drop, and rip off anyone who sees it. Almost 30 minutes later, Linny drove to the underground parking lot of the Chaoyang group and sent a WeChat message to Ji Qingyan. Then just wait in the car for her to come out. Linny looked around and found his former broken charade still parked alone. Took the time to have to drive it to the Kyushu court. It was the first car in my life, and even though it's now retired, it had to be handled properly. It didn't take long for Ji Qingyan to walk down from the elevator, carrying her own bag. You're fast enough. I thought it would take a while to get here. Don't say fast. It's too unlucky. Ji Qingyan froze for a moment, then laughed. I didn't mean anything else. You're the one who overthought it. I'm going to place my order. Watch the phone so someone else doesn't take it. Don't worry. Keep an eye on it. Grabbing the order successfully, Linny drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. By the way, I have a reunion tonight, and you'll have to pick me up then. What's the point of being so polite? I'm just a manual laborer, and when there's business on the doorstep, there's no reason not to do it. The hell with believing you're a manual laborer. Ji Qingyan blanked Linny. At the very least, I haven't driven a Pagani yet. Linny smiled. Aren't you going to the reunion? Why are you still going home? How troublesome. I've been wearing these clothes all day. I need to go back and change and clean up on the way. There's exactly 8 squats left to do, Linny said. Che, you stinky men. Your heads are always thinking about these things. Originally I wanted to forget about it. You're the one who said you'd honor your promise. I just reminded you. And you can blame me for that? Of course I did. I can't even think of that kind of action. They're all piggish. Linny was speechless. Ji Qingyan was really simple. A District S squad is not innocent? Soon, Lin Jian drove the car to the Cloudwater Villa. The two entered the house one after another. Ji Qingyan put down her handbag and then said, there are drinks and coffee in the fridge. Help yourself if you want. Then I won't be polite to you. Ji Qingyan went upstairs, and Lin Yi went to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of iced coffee, but was surprised to find a dozen pairs of stockings sitting in the fridge. Instantly, the iced coffee in my hand just didn't taste right. Why did you even put the coffee back? Standing upstairs, Ji Qingyan said, seeing your stockings and coffee together instantly made me not want to drink it. I don't think you've ever been to another woman's house, have you? Ji Qingyan spat. How do you know? Women's stockings are kept in the refrigerator so that they are more durable, Ji Qingyan said. Besides, those stockings are unopened. All new. What are you afraid of? And the mental suggestion is too strong. Never mind. I'll have a glass of plain water. Seeing that Lin Yi really didn't drink the coffee in the fridge, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. It's kinda cute to look at. Okay, Make yourself whatever you want to drink. I'm going to take a shower later. It might take a while. My laptop is on the dining room table. Feel free to play with it. Okay. Soon there was the sound of rushing water from upstairs. Linny was idly bored and got up to take a turn outside the villa. The air was fresh and the scenery was pleasant. When he came here yesterday, Linny was still envious of Ji Qingyan's villa. But now, it doesn't feel that way. The entire Kyushu pavilion was his own, and there was nothing to envy anymore. Linny had nothing to do, so he took Ji Qingyan's laptop and looked for a movie to kill time. For almost 20 minutes, the sound of running water ended, and then the sound of a door opening was heard. There's a new email for you on the computer, Linny said. Ji Qingyan's voice came from upstairs. It should be a business document. Don't worry about it, just keep playing with yours. It doesn't seem to be a business email from your company. Not company mail? It looks like a shipping notice from someplace. Your 36D black lace lingerie shipped. For the next 10 seconds or so, there was silence. No, don't bother. Ji Qingyan felt like she was going crazy. If you ship, you ship. What are you doing reminding me with an email? And not sooner, not later, but at this time. Are you trying to screw me over? In fact, Ji Qingyan was reminded of this every time she bought something. Only she didn't take it seriously. Mr. Ji, on your computer, there's another email. Before Linny could finish his sentence, he heard stomping footsteps, coming from the second floor. Ji Qingyan, wrapped in a towel, trotted over to Linny and snatched the laptop, looking at it quietly before realizing it was actually a spam email. Just ceiling spam. What are you yelling at me for? You can't blame me for this, Linny said innocently. I was about to tell you it was spam when you ran down. Linny looked Ji Qingyan up and down. You couldn't have bought something unseemly for fear of me seeing it. What nonsense. I'm not who you think I am. Then why are you so nervous? Linny laughed. It's not like I bought a motorized boyfriend back, is it? Electric boyfriend? What the hell is that? Boyfriends that can be recharged? Amount. Let's change the subject and not talk about boyfriends. You haven't gotten your point across yet. Change the subject. Actually, I don't want to change the subject, but I don't mind you being like this when you're naked, Linny said with a shrug. Ji Qingyan snapped her head down and realized that the strap on the bath towel was a bit loose, and there was indeed a suspicion of being naked. Don't look away. It revealed itself. What can I do? Ji Qingyan also knew she was being unreasonable, and returned upstairs with her laptop in her arms. When she was on her way down, she was already finishing up. A beige wrap dress that brings out the front and back. The good figure. The hair was up in a bun and there was a brooch of diamonds on her chest, which was worth a lot at first glance. How about this outfit? Give some advice. Why do I get the feeling you're less like going to a reunion and more like going to a beauty pageant? That's the effect. A good number of female students are going, so we can't let people outshine us. Lin Yi thought about it, and Ji Qingyan had a point. People are so realistic and good at judging people by their looks nowadays. It's understandable that she dresses up like this. I feel pretty good about it. So if you're ready, let's get going now. If I remember correctly, you still seem to owe me 8 squats I think. Don't worry, I didn't forget, Ji Qingyan said as her face turned a little red. It's just 8 squats. I'll pay it back now so you don't have to talk about it later. If you say so, then I'm not going to be polite. Linny leaned back on the couch like a grandpa. Please begin your performance. Ji Qingyan pulled over the stool and was just about to start when she suddenly stopped the movement of her hand. You go close the curtains, and see if there's anyone out there. Linny was speechless. You're just doing an S-squat. Why are you making it look like cheating? Have you forgotten the last time? When my dad bumped into me? My mom called me several times afterward, and I lost my face, Ji Qingyan said. If someone with a heart of gold sees it again, I won't have to be a human being. Alright, if you say so, I'll work hard and close the curtains. You're just getting a cheap shot. You're the one enjoying it alright. Don't say that either. As the president of a company, keeping your word is the most basic character you can have. Che, just know how to make excuses. Linny put the curtains on both sides of the floor-to-ceiling windows, all of which were pulled up, and the brightly lit villa dimmed down in an instant. Ji Qingyan held onto the chair, her face a little red, then twisted her plump waist and did 8 S-squats. Compared to the first time, Ji Qingyan's movements had greatly improved, in addition to her exquisite figure. Such an action done by Ji Qingyan was indeed more attractive than those female anchors. I've honored my promise. We're clear. Okay, just give me a moment, and we'll be on our way. Ji Qingyan went to the refrigerator and took out a pair of black stockings and put them on her slender legs, setting off her figure even more slender. After putting it on, Ji Qingyan took another stinky look in the mirror and was very satisfied with her outfit. Let's go. Naktang Sea and Land Exchange. Zhenghai Hailu Hui, a 5-star restaurant specializing in seafood. was awarded 3 Michelin stars just last year. The flavor and the consumption, absolutely top-notch. Before leaving the house, Linny pointed down at the curtains. Aren't you going to pull them back? No, it'll be dark by the time I get back, so I'll save getting it. Linny nodded and took the lead, but just as he stepped out of the house, he fixed his feet. Why don't you go? Ji Qingyan asked from behind. Meeting an acquaintance. You still have friends you know here? He and I just met yesterday, but you probably know him better. Ji Qingyan looked up and suddenly realized that her dad and mom were standing in the yard. Are you two done? Seeing Linny, Ji and Tai was smiling from ear to ear. Look at that. Was I right? Isn't this young man a sight for sore eyes? It's true. He's taller than Qingyan by half a head. Standing together is quite a match. Ji Qingyan's mother, Song Minghui, said with a smile. Ji Qingyan froze. When did you guys get here? Come 10 minutes, Ji Antai said. Seeing that the curtains were drawn in the house, the two of us were afraid of delaying you, so we didn't dare to go in outside. Ji Chengyan could not wait to find a crack in the ground. She was really afraid of what would come. Dad, Mom, let me explain. I was just changing. That's why I closed the curtains. It's not what you think. There's no need to explain. We've been there before. And you're also a big girl. Things like this are normal. We all understand, Song Minghui said. From her kind eyes, Linny could tell, as if to say again, that his daughter had finally grown up. Mom, what are you thinking? It's really not what you think. I'm just changing my clothes. Okay. Mom's not going to say anything, so consider yourselves changed. Ji Qingyan was helpless. Today, this matter, she couldn't wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Alright, what's with that expression? I know you have a thin skin, so I won't talk about it. Song Minghui said. They're all so grown up. Just be safe. We'll stay out of it. At this time, Ji and Tai interjected. Wifey, it seems like the two of them are going out. So let's not stay here. If there's anything, it's just as well to talk about it later. Song Minghui nodded and looked at Linny kindly. Xiao Lin, you and our family Qingyan are together. We won't treat you as an outsider. The day after tomorrow when her grandfather celebrates his birthday, you must come. Okay, well, in front of his elders, Linny couldn't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. As for going or not going, we'll talk about it after the fact. Okay, then we'll leave you guys alone and go out and play. With a word of advice, Ji Antai and Song Minghui got into the Audi A6 outside piece by piece and took off. Ji Qingyan was speechless and wanted to die. Did you two come all the way out here just to humiliate me? Mr. Ji, are you still leaving? Go, of course. Ji Qingyan didn't want to stay here for a minute. Place your order, please. Ji Qingyan? Thinking about placing an order at this hour. Can't you be a scumbag and comfort me? Angry as she was, in the end, Ji Qingyan still placed the order. Some things were a matter of principle. Linny didn't want to be exempted from the bill, and he couldn't force himself on people. The order was successfully grabbed, and Linny sent Ji Qingyan to Zhongtong Hailu Hui. Wait for my call tonight. Okay, on call. Linny was about to turn around and leave when a push message came from the software. A 5-star review from Ji Qingyan. Not bad, and quite disciplined. At that exact moment, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host, driving safely for 100 kilometers. Rewarding 200,000 proficiency. Career completion, 55%. Rewarded with 21% equity in DDT. Seeing the rewards in his head, Linny realized that he hadn't been wrong. Sure enough, it's a 21% stake. It's only been running for too long. I can't believe I'm the boss of DDT. 21% shouldn't be the most, but it's not a small amount either. Stimulation. Yangchang, the headquarters of DDT. The president's office. Ring. President Cheng Shuang's phone rang. Okay, I get it. I respect your choices, and I hope we have another chance to be colleagues in the future. I need the other person's contact information. Just send it to me via private email. After a brief conversation, Cheng Shuang hung up the phone and called his secretary in. Mr. Chang, you're looking for me? Notify the executives above the general manager to meet in the conference room. Got it, Mr. Chang. I'll go and inform now. 10 minutes later, all of the executives of the DDT company, all of them came to the conference room. Cheng Shuang looked at everyone and said, I've just received a call. 2 of our company's shareholders have sold their hands, a combined 21% of the equity, all to a man named Linny. Now I need to send someone to get in touch. It's best to invite him to the company as a guest. I can't believe they acquired 21% of the shares in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this news, a group of executives, all of them were a bit disbelieving. Given the size of DDT now, Acquiring a 21% stake would require a minimum of $10 billion or more. What is this mysterious tycoon named Linny all about? How can you acquire so many shares without saying a word and become the second largest director of DDT? That's right, this news is true, Chang Shuang said. But I don't have much information at hand, because everything the other side deals with is done over the phone. No way. Such a big deal done over the phone? Isn't that a little too hasty? It's highly likely that some hidden consortium made a move, but that's all my guess, Chang Shuang said. Now I know that the name of the other party is Linny, a native of Zhonghai. Contact information, 152 *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** pick up the slack. Is there anyone who volunteered? Mr. Chang, leave this task to me. My family is from Zhonghai. I'm more familiar with the environment there. The person who spoke, a woman in her 30s with a big wavy hairstyle, wearing a white lady's suit, had the demeanor of a big woman in the workplace. The woman's name is Tian Yen, is the vice president of DDT, Deep Chung Shuangware. Alright, I'll leave this task to you. Find out as much as you can about his side of the family. And if you can invite him to Yangchang, that would be the best. I try. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave, but on his cell phone, he looked up about DDT, headquartered in Yangchang. The market capitalization is almost more than $50 billion. If you sell your shares, you can at least cash out $10 billion. Lin Yi thought about it, and with his current situation, it didn't seem necessary to cash out. You're not short of money yourself, so just treat them like chickens that lay eggs. Wouldn't it be nice to get a few $100 million a year in dividends? Seeing the attribute panel and realizing that the occupation completion had reached 55%, Lin Yi was doubly pleased. Just need to complete another 35% to start a new career. However, the system has clearly stated that there will be a generous reward when the career completion reaches 100%. So it's better to wait until 100% to start a new career. After making his plans, Lin Yi prepared to drive back to the Kyushu Pavilion. It was already his home, so he had to go over there anyhow. Ready to take orders, from Starbucks on the Bund to Villa Kyushu Court. Lin Yi, who was about to pause to take the order, realized that the person who placed the order, after hearing the alert on his phone, was in the same place he was going to. Without even thinking about it, Lin Yi chose to take the order. System tasks and occupational proficiency are dispatched by taking orders. One cannot be too lazy. Anyway, also by the way, do not take it for nothing. After receiving the order, Lin Yi looked at the map. Starbucks is not far from Zhongtong Hailu Hui, almost more than 200 meters away. Turn a corner and arrive. At this moment, in front of Starbucks, there stood a tall woman with a cup of coffee in her hand, taking selfies non-stop. This angle doesn't work. Delete it. This one doesn't have the Starbucks plaque recruited into it, and it doesn't work. That's a good one. Just you. After the selfie was finished, the woman deleted and deleted, finally leaving a few of the most satisfactory, and sent it to the circle of friends. After all the coffee I've had, my favorite is still Starbucks, so why is every other coffee as bad as foot wash? After posting it to her friends, she soon had a few dog-licking likes, much to the woman's satisfaction. What the hell? Didn't they say the distance was 200 meters? It's been several minutes and it's still not there. The woman couldn't help but complain when the car she'd ordered hadn't come yet. Just then there was quite a stir in the street. Look guys, it's a Pagani Windjammer. The shape of this car is too exaggerated. Much more flamboyant than a Lamborghini. Compared to a Lamborghini, this car is his ancestor. Many people took out their cell phones to take pictures when they saw the Pagani drive by. You don't see this kind of car very often. You have to photograph it. With all the people watching, Lin Yi's Pagani stopped in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Su, tail number 0389? Because the user's name was not displayed on the order, Lin Yi could only call it that. Yes, it's me. Seeing the Pagani stop in front of him, Su Yang had been baffled, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that the peach blossom is coming because you've dressed up so well? Get in the car. Get on. Get on. Su Yang was a bit incredulous. Did he really let himself guess? Skyfall peach blossom luck. Got the rich kid? Oh, good. Opening the car door, amidst the envy of the crowd, Su Yang got into Lin Yi's car. Hello. Getting into Lin Yi's car, Su Yang appeared very formal. It's the first time I've been in a supercar in over 20 years of living. Everything I saw was new to me, but I didn't take any pictures to save face. There's a handsome man around. Gotta be reserved. Hello, Lin Yi responded. My name is Su Yang. Nice to meet you. Well, it's nice to meet you too. Responding briefly, Lin Yi continued driving. I'd like to ask, why did you choose to do this for me? Also, where are you taking me? When speaking, Su Yang was very careful, sitting beside himself, but a rich second generation driving a Pagani. You can't upset a guy like that the first time you make contact with him. Now that he had taken the initiative to throw out the olive branch, perhaps it was possible that his own life, for all intents and purposes, would change. I picked you? Linny looked at Su Yang. Weren't you the one who called the drop? You should be the one who picked me, right? And why are you asking me where I'm going when you've already written down your address and said you're going to the Kyushu Pavilion? Su Yang's head was in a daze. What did you say? You're a drop driver? Yeah, why? Which is driving a sports car out to do drops. Su Yang said. New service. Shit. Su Yang cursed. Happy for nothing. After half a day. It's just a dropshipper. Lin Yi was speechless. This face changed. It was really fast. Learning about Lin Yi's identity, Su Yang took out his cell phone and took hundreds of pictures before and after. Shoot until there's nowhere else to shoot. Then stop. Your company is quite interesting. Actually came out with the luxury car business. Is it to create a topic? Su Yang said with a big grin. Who said this car belongs to the company? Lin Yi said. This car is mine. Don't be a pussy. You think you can pick me up just by saying that? Dream on? Lin Yi was speechless. Do I look like I'm pretending? Big brother, do you think I don't have a brain? Su Yang said. I have lived for so many years. I have never heard of any rich second generation will come out to run drops. You are just a stinking part-time worker. Convenient to give the business publicity, so you don't blow. Can't fool me. What do you mean? Smelly working man? Lin Yi said. Aren't you a part-timer? Although I am also a part-time worker, my career is much more high-end than yours, Su Yang said. So people like you should go and fool those ignorant girls. You're not my type and you're not qualified to pick me up yet. Squeak. Lin Yi slammed his foot on the brake and almost threw Su Yang out. Are you fucking sick? What are you doing stepping on the emergency brake? Su Yang cursed. If you're really awesome, just buy your own car and drive it. Why call a drop? Lin Yi said. I'm sick to my stomach when I see your plastic face. Don't affect my appetite for dinner. Get lost. You stinking open dripper. How dare you scold me? Who do you think you are? I'm a consumer. I'm God. Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. Doesn't matter. Lin Yi felt like he owed his hand. He thought he was going to take the order casually because he was on his way. But he didn't expect to meet such a green tea. Didn't you tell me to get lost? I won't. Su Yang arrogantly said. I'm not only going to give you a bad review today, I'm also going to call and complain about you. Report all you want, but if you don't get down there, I'm going to have to kick you down. Seeing Lin Yi's cold face, Su Yang was also a bit flustered. If there was a conflict and you soiled your clothes, you wouldn't be able to apply for a job at the Nine Continents Pavilion later. Well, just fucking wait. I'm not going to let you go. I'll just wait. Su Yang got out of the car, and Lin Yi took the car perfume and sprayed it for a while. It only barely covered up the bitchy flavor. The car hadn't driven far before I got a system alert on my cell phone that it was a bad review. It must have been done by Su Yang, but Lin Yi doesn't care. I'm still afraid of this? When he was almost at the Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Is it Lin Yi? A middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. It's me. What's the matter with you? How dare you scold the passengers? People's complaint calls have gone to the headquarters, even dragged me into being scolded. If there is a next time, I'm going to deduct money from your margin. Listening to the other party's tone of voice, Lin Yi had already guessed who it was. Presumably, it was a regional agent for DDT. Otherwise it would not have been possible to talk to myself in that tone. Deduct whatever you want. You think I'm that bad? You-hoo boy. You've grown capable. Believe it or not, I'll suspend you from operating. Lin Yi smiled. If it was before, such a threat would have been somewhat useful to him. But now that he is a major shareholder of DDT, he is still afraid of this? If you dare to stop, you must think of the consequences. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Replying, Lin Yi hung up the phone and drove his car to the Kyushu Pavilion, where the security guards guarding the entrance were the first to welcome him in. Hello Mr. Lin. Hard work. When Lin Yi drove up to Villa 1, he found a middle-aged fat man, panting and jogging over. Hello Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Shou Xian, the property manager of the Kyushu Pavilion. Hello. Lin Yi extended his hand. Hello there. Zhou Xian was flattered and shook Lin Yi's hand. I didn't expect this tycoon who bought 9 villas in one breath to be this easygoing. Mr. Lin, among our property services, we will provide the services of a private butler. The candidates we are making arrangements to send to you as soon as possible. Zhou Xian said. I'll start off today by showing you how to familiarize yourself with the place. There's no rush on the environment first. I'll look at it slowly later. Lin Yi said. Let's go to the house first. Fine. Mr. Lin, follow me. Pushing the door in, the modern, Minimalist design style was extremely in line with Lin Yi's aesthetic, and by and large, he was very satisfied. Mr. Lin. In the 9 villas, all the stone comes from the Alpine surface mines, which are used in the Louvre, Versailles and Notre Dame de Paris. The family's home, made of mahogany, a rare species of wood, none of which can leave customs without a personal connection, and the chandeliers overhead are made of natural crystals, and the gold threads on the stair railings are painted with pure gold dust. And, Zhou Xian said in great detail, summarized in one, expensive. All the objects in the villa are of the highest specification in the world, even a small screw. Only then did Lin Yi truly realize what it meant to be trenchless. With Zhou Xian at the helm, Lin Yi realized that the developer was really very sweet. Not only are the household items prepared, but even the kitchen tea, rice, oil, salt, vinegar and tea are prepared in great detail. This is not something that your average upscale neighborhood can offer. In fact, it didn't start out that way. Rather, they had learned that Lin Yi had bought the house here, and the property had been specially procured. Ring, ring, ring. Zhou Xian's cell phone. At this time, rang. Fine, fine. I know. I'll have to ask Mr. Lin's opinion first. Looking for me? Lin Yi asked as Zhou Xian hung up. Mr. Lin, it's like this. On our property side, we have expedited the screening of a few private housekeepers for you, and now that they have passed the interviews, as for who to leave behind, it's up to you to decide. What about now? What do I need to do? After today's final round of interviews, the 6 people we screened out are in the property office. If you have time now, let's go over and take a look, Zhou Xian said with a smile. If Mr. Lin is short on time, we can do it some other time. That's okay, it just so happens that I'm free right now, so I'll go over there in a little while and check it out. Good, then I'll be obliged to Mr. Lin. This change please. The property of Jojo Pavilion is a small 2-story building, set up across the road and right next to the sales office so as not to affect the view of the entire villa area. At that moment, in the conference room on the 2nd floor of the property, 5 young women with very different styles were sitting. The overall age is between 25 and 30. There are cute girls with double ponytails, cold imperial sisters, quiet and virtuous young women, youthful and slim female college students, etc. In short, any style of woman could be seen here, with the aim of maximizing Lin Yi's preferences. On the inside of the 2nd floor, in the office of the deputy general manager, a man and a woman were sitting in front of him. The man was in his 40s, with a lean figure, and was none other than Pei Hao, the deputy general manager of the Kyushu Pavilion property. Next to him, there was another young woman, none other than Su Yang, whom Lin Yi had met earlier. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to come over earlier? You're actually late for such a big event. If Zhou Xian was here, you'd be directly sentenced out of the game, Pei Hao said. Don't mention it ho. I met a brain-dead drop driver on the way. We both got into a fight halfway through and kicked me out of the car in the middle of it. Otherwise I would have been there a long time ago. Once upon a time, Su Yang worked in a KTV, and Pei Hao was a regular customer there. Because of the generous, one by one, we got to know each other, and even added WeChat. And this job, it is Su Yang asked Pei Hao to help give contact. Alright, let's leave it at that. But let me remind you that if you are successful in applying for a job as a personal butler, you will never be allowed to make such a transgression again. Don't worry ho, as long as you can help me get this job, I definitely won't let you suffer. The final decision on this matter doesn't lie with me. I can only put in a good word for you and give some advice. In the end it's up to Mr. Lin. Pei Hao was colorful and glanced around Su Yang's body, but I don't think the others should be as well equipped as you are, and there's still a good chance that you'll stay. I think so too. Which of those sultry bitches out there can compare to me? Su Yang puffed out his chest, very confident. As long as you can take the job yourself, you have a close call. This gives himself a chance to get to the top. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't stop smiling. The good life is embarking towards you. It's addictive to think about it. Ring, ring, ring. Pei Hao's cell phone, at this time, rang. Okay. After a brief response, Pei Hao hung up the phone, then got up and patted Su Yang's butt. Let's go. Zhou Xian has already brought Mr. Lin over. Let's go to the conference room first. Well, don't worry ho. I'm sure I won't fail you. Don't just talk about it. Show it in action. People know. The two left the office piece by piece and went to the conference room next door. Seeing the other 5 women, Su Yang's expression was contemptuous, not putting these people in his eyes at all. How can you compete with me? Don't even look at your own virtues. Within a few minutes, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Lin Yi and Zhou Xian walked in one after the other. I can't believe it's you. Seeing Lin Yi, Su Yang's fire leapt up. The thought of what had just happened made me angry. A stinky open drip that made it here. What are his qualifications? Pei Hao panicked. Is this idiot crazy? How dare he talk to Mr. Lin like this? Su Yang, what are you doing? As a qualified personal butler, it is the minimum guideline to be joyful and angry. It's unseemly for Su Yang to be yelling and screaming here. Ho, he's the brain-dead drop driver I met on the road. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she here? Linny also kind of didn't expect to meet Su Yang here. Seeing her stance, it looks like she's here to apply for a job as a personal housekeeper. Does it matter to you where I am? How dare a hangdog who drives a dropper come here? Do you know what this place is? Su Yang wrapped his arms around his chest and looked condescendingly at Lin Yi. The thought of just now being scolded by him for getting out of the car made his anger rush to the sky. Snap! Pei Hao couldn't hold back and slapped Su Yang's face. Are you fucking sick? How dare you talk to Mr. Lin like that? Su Yang was slapped blind. You? What are you hitting me for? Mr. Lin is the master of the Pavilion of the 9 States. What do you think I'm beating you for? He's actually the owner of the 9 States Pavilion. Su Yang was dumbstruck, his eyes almost not falling out. He's just a dropshipper. How can he be the owner of the Kyushu Pavilion? Su Yang said. When I came here, I came in his car, and I still have the order on my cell phone. Could it be that if you drive a drop, you can't buy a villa in the Kyushu Pavilion? Linny asked rhetorically. Suddenly, Su Yang had a feeling of sudden realization. Perhaps from the beginning, one had misunderstood. That Pagani Windjammer is most likely really his car, and he's driving a drop, so maybe he's really doing it for the experience. Mr. Lin. I know I'm wrong. I hope you won't take it personally with me. Please give me another chance. Zhou Xian, clear this person out. The conference room smells like green tea. It's a bit choking. The other women couldn't help but snicker. Mr. Lin was so funny. It's okay to get paid less if you can work for such a high roller. Ms. Su, you are not welcome here. Please leave quickly or I will have to call security. Su Yang turned back and looked at Pei Hao. This was his last straw. Watch me fuck a few hairs and get out of here. Pei Hao cursed. If Mr. Lin knew that he knew her, he might be implicated. Without being told, Pei Hao directly pulled Su Yang away, saving himself from being involved. The conference room was quiet, and the few women who had come to apply for the job were all fidgeting. Be sure to make a good impression on Mr. Lin so that you can have a better chance. Mr. Lin. These remaining 5 are the private butlers we helped you screen, Zhou Xian said. Linny glanced around at the 5. The looks were all passable, but in terms of temperament, they seemed to be a little short. None of them are very satisfactory. Linny shook his head. Let them all go back. Pay each of them $5,000. Don't let them make a trip for nothing. I'll reimburse you afterward. Zhou Xian secretly shook his head. The 5 people who stayed behind were all carefully selected by himself. Mr. Lin was actually not satisfied with any of them. The taste of the rich is really tricky. Not being chosen by Lin Yi, the 5 women were all very disappointed, and although they were able to get $5,000 in compensation, it was still a shame that they didn't get to stay. Returning home alone, Lin Yi strolled around a bit more and then took a comfortable bath, enjoying himself immensely. Buzz off. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Ji Qingyan sent a Weibo message. Come pick me up at the Naktang Sea and Land Exchange. It'll be over soon. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Linny went out with his car keys and drove the car to the hotel parking lot. When is it coming out? Linny asked in a Weibo message. Immediately. Wait for me for a few minutes. There is a resting place in the lobby. You can go sit for a while. Ji Qingyan said thoughtfully. Good. Idle and bored. Linny went to the lobby, ordered a cup of coffee, turned on his cell phone live streaming, and started killing time. Not more than a few minutes later, they saw the elevator doors open and a dozen people came down from inside. Yen, it's been a long time since we've partied together. Let's find a place later and we'll play a second game. The woman who spoke, half a head shorter than Ji Qingyan, had a slightly red face and had obviously drunk a lot. It's getting late. I have to get back. What's there to be afraid of? With our escort Ding Yi here, after the fun is over, we can definitely send you back safely. Don't worry. The man named Ding Yi, wearing a casual suit and a Cartier watch on his hand, smiled. Yen, we haven't seen each other for years. It's not easy to get together once, so we have to have fun. Maybe we won't have the chance in the future. I've got work to take care of back there, and I've already called a cab. Hailing a car? Is it a drop? Aha, Ji Qingyan said with a nod. Yen, it's not safe to drop nowadays. The shorter woman said. It's been reported in the news several times. When they meet good-looking girls, the drivers will plot against them. I watched the news too. Another girl said. Qingyan, with your body and face, even a driver with no idea would be seduced into committing a crime by you. I think it's better to let Dingy give you a ride. When they were in school, The two were the golden couple, and now both do their best to set them up. It's okay, the drop driver is my friend. Don't worry, Ji Qingyan explained. Yen, you're really awesome, actually even knowing friends at this level. Ji Qingyan's classmates, completely unable to understand her behavior, graduated from a prestigious school, with a well-off family and a smooth road to entrepreneurship. Would you actually know a friend who drives a dropshipping business? That kind of low-level person, and Ji Qingyan are not in the same world at all. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded without saying anything else, but looked towards the surroundings. Then on the couch in the lobby, he saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi, seeing Ji Qingyan walking towards him, Lin Yi got up. Let's go. Yen, is he your friend? Seeing Lin Yi, several of Ji Qingyan's female classmates froze. This is so handsome. It's C-suite. No wonder Yen made such a friend. So it's because his face value is high enough. That's true. And I wouldn't mind making that friend if it were me. Seeing that the girls were whispering, a couple of the boys couldn't look away. At least you're all graduates of prestigious schools. You're too flamboyant. The man who spoke was called Wu Yonghua, and during his college days, he was Ding Yi's roommate and had a very good relationship. We are appreciating it. What's the use of being handsome? Wu Yonghua said in disbelief. Even more handsome is not a driver of drops. What's wrong with driving a drop? Lin Yi asked rhetorically. Nothing much. Wu Yonghua smiled playfully. It's just that I think you're quite lucky to know a friend like Qingyan. What's wrong with being friends with her? I'm not a dog licker and don't feel honored. Qingyan, this friend of yours, his ability is not good, but his temper is not small. Wu Yonghua laughed. Driving a drop, and driving a sense of superiority. Ji Qingyan's face changed slightly. He does have the capital. Qingyan, don't kid yourself. What kind of capital can a person who runs a drop have? Wu Yonghua said. With Yi's level, it should be enough to crush him. What are you talking about? Ding Yi said. At least it is also Qingyan's friend. We have to speak politely. 360 lines. The line of work. The profession is not divided into noble and lowly. Cannot look down on people. Ha ha, that's right. Although professions are not divided into noble and lowly, but wages are divided into noble and lowly. Wu Yonghua said. You're a Harvard doctor. After returning to China, you took 60 million venture capital. And the other day you even picked up a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz Big G with full payment. So I guess he can't afford this kind of car for the rest of his life if he's driving a drop. The group of women nodded their heads. The words were not very nice, but very much on point. Ding Yi just came back. The venture capital took the initiative to find the door. Moving his lips, he got 60 million. He may be handsome, but he probably won't make that much money in his lifetime. So his words are, indeed, a bit arrogant. Ji Qingyan was speechless and even felt a bit humiliated. If I had known they would be like this, I wouldn't have come to this reunion. It's getting late. Let's go back, Ji Qingyan said. The two walked out piece by piece, and Ding Yi and the others followed. Drip. The group had just walked out when they saw a white Mercedes-Benz Big G with its lights on. That's a nice-looking car. A few women couldn't help but exclaim. My husband loves this car, but he's so shy that he ended up buying the Bajaj. It's said that owning a Mercedes-Benz Big G is every man's ultimate dream. Ding Yi, it seems that you're also a man with feelings. I also bought it blindly, Ding Yi said. The main thing is that this car isn't too expensive. It's only over $2 million. It's within my budget. Ha ha, brother E, you're being pretentious when you say that. A car that costs more than $2 million and you still say it's not expensive? Aren't you pissing people off? Wu Yonghua said. Honestly, when I'm in the hustle for a few years, I'll buy a sports car and drive it. That's the ultimate man's dream. I remember when I went to college, I think you said that your favorite car was the Pagani Windjammer. When you buy it, you have to let us experience what it's like. Wu Yonghua said. The son of the wind even if it. Ding Yi regretted. Now the price of the wind son. Domestic up to more than 28 million. Even if I work hard for a lifetime, may not be able to drive it. Hold up a Lamborghini. The wind son of that car. I do not dare to think. Shit. Ding Yi look. There seems to be a Wendigo parked over there. Hearing the other boys' words, Ding Yi and the others all looked over. There was a gasp of amazement. My God, it's really the son of the wind. Ding Yi and the others all walked over, wanting to take a closer look at the supercar, which was priced at a whopping $28 million. Ding Yi, is this your ultimate dream? A girl asked. That's right, Ding Yi said enviously. This car is a 6.0L double supercharged V12 engine with a maximum power of more than 700 horsepower and 100 acceleration of 3.2 seconds. There are not many of them in the whole of China. I didn't expect to encounter them in Shanghai. There are just too many rich people in Shanghai, Wu Yonghua said. Although we are, now, all successful in our careers. In the eyes of the top tycoons, We are probably not even a fart. That's not it. Dingy laughed. It's better to make money honestly. If you can't afford to buy a windjammer, how can you buy a Lamborghini to play with? Cough cough cough. Standing behind a few people, Linny coughed a few times. After watching this for half a day, you should be done, right? Can you let go? What? You want to see it too? Wu Yongbo teased. Look, but don't touch In case of abrasion, it is easy to even tilt the face. Linny pressed the car key in his pocket. The Pagani's xenon headlights come on and the gullwing doors open slowly like wings. This action took Dingy and the others' breath away. Holy shit, what's going on here? The owner is here? Dingy's brow was slightly wrinkled. It might be that the owner of the car is not happy to see us standing here. Let's just stand back. There is this possibility. This car is almost $30 million. If it is touched and broken, not only the owner of the car is heartbroken, we cannot afford to pay. It's not. Dingy and the others stepped back, in case they upset the owner and got another lecture. That wouldn't be worth it. Kid, the owner of the other car is here. What are you still doing there? Quickly get out of the way. Don't disgrace yourself there. Ji Qingyan was dying of embarrassment. How could she have such a group of snobby classmates? Go. Aha. Linny and Ji Qingyan got into the car together, making Dingy and the others look dumbfounded. Kid, what are you doing? If the owner of the car sees this, you won't even know how to die. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Yongbo's words came to an abrupt end, because they saw the car keys in Lin Yi's hand. He was staggered in place like a thunderbolt. This car is yours? Couldn't it be? Lin Yi said. Aren't you a dropper? How can this car be yours? Who says you can't run a drop in a Pagani? Lin Yi laughed and said, don't let poverty limit your imagination. The moment these words came out, Dingy and the others were all petrified in place. A look of embarrassment was written all over his face, and he couldn't wait to find a place to drill in. Driving a drop with a Pagani. You rich kids. You really know how to play. See the Pagani's headlights in the distance. Sure enough, those who can pick up Qingyan really aren't ordinary people. Hey, that's what I'm saying. With Qingyan's status, how can she sit in an ordinary drop? So it turns out that her boyfriend is a top-tier rich second generation, and driving a drop is just entertainment. Linny, I'm sorry. I didn't know that they would be such snobs. Ji Qingyan apologized. Never mind, Linny said indifferently. Isn't it home? Ji Qingyan thought for a moment. I drank a glass of red wine just now. I'm a bit dizzy. Go out and take a turn. Just to clear my head. That's fine. Go out and get some air and get rid of the booze. Ji Qingyan fiddled with her phone. I've already finished my order. Hurry up and grab it. Well, originally, Linny didn't intend to collect the money, but people had taken the initiative to place an order, so he wasn't polite. On the phone, it quickly showed Ji Qingyan's order, which had been snatched up by Linny with a steady hand. System task. Get is a 5-star praise. Reward 100,000 proficiency value 6 out of 10. Seeing the system prompts, Linny realized that he had gotten 6 5-star reviews since opening the drop, and now taking the 7th order. No surprises. The mission will be completed tomorrow. A proficiency value of 100,000 means 10% career completion. It's exciting to think about. Humming a little song, Linny took Ji Qingyan and went to the beach. At night, the beach was less crowded and the white waves stood out against the distant lights. Linny glanced towards his right-hand side and unexpectedly saw his Kyushu pavilion. If others want to see the sea, they have to drive all the way here. But if they want to see it themselves, all they have to do is open the window. The life of a rich man is so boring and dull. Turn your head. Just after parking the car, Ji Qingyan said, you're changing into your bathing suit. Ha, I didn't even bring my bathing suit. What am I going to change into? Ji Qingyan said, I want to walk on the beach and I'm going to take my stockings off. It's just a matter of taking off a stocking and making it look as if you're going to change your clothes. I'm wearing a dress. Of course you have to turn your head. You're not a vacuum inside. So what's to be afraid of? Ji Qingyan pinched Lin Yi's waist. What do you think I am? You women are strange creatures, letting people see you in your underwear and screaming molestation. And when you get to the beach, wearing a bikini and letting people just look at you, weird or not. Can that be the same? Ji Qingyan said. That's what everyone on the beach wears. And besides, I've never worn a bikini. Why don't I take it off now too? So we're even and you can change. Rascal, Ji Qingyan said. If you don't turn around, I'll go down and change. No, you'd better be in the car. Linny inclined his head, saving Ji Qingyan from saying he was being a hooligan, but the windows reflect and appear to be visible. Taking off the black stockings revealed Ji Qingyan's snow-white, fleshy legs. It had to be said that Ji Qingyan was still very sexy when she took off her stockings, and it's better to take your time and enjoy this image for yourself. Come on, let's go for a walk on the beach. No problem. To the beach. Ji Qingyan took off her high heels. The sea breeze blew her long hair. For a time people could not tell. She and the sea. Which is more beautiful? By the way, there's something I want to tell you. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan said, "What is it? My dad called just now during dinner and said he had to bring you over for Grandpa's birthday. So what do you think? I know you don't want to go, and I helped you to refuse, but they didn't agree and had to let me bring you there." So, Ji Qingyan said, embarrassed. "When the time comes, do I have to pretend to be your boyfriend?" Linny said. Ji Qingyan nodded in embarrassment. "I'm at a bit of a disadvantage." "I haven't even said I'm at a disadvantage. But you're being wicked." "Okay, seeing as how you're so sold on performing the S-squat, I'll go with you then and help you deal with them. Count on your conscience." After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan felt much more comfortable. The sea breeze is a bit cool at night, so go back first. "No problem." Ji Qingyan took her phone. "I'll place an order first." "No need. This trip is free for you. All the orders I've taken in the last few days have come from you, and wool gathering can't pick one to start with. Che, you're the sheep." The two of them returned to the car and drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. Why are all the lights on in the Kyushu pavilion?" Ji Qingyan said curiously. "Isn't that normal?" Linny said. "Otherwise it's dark." "How creepy." "That's something you don't know," Ji Qingyan said. "The Kyushu pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai. There are a total of 9 different styles of villas inside. The cheapest are above 800 million. Built more than half a year, because of the high price, has not been sold. So at night, the lights of the Kyushu pavilion, almost all are turned off. I'm still the first time to see the night view of the Kyushu pavilion. Then I'll drive closer and show you over there." "That's fine. It's just killing time anyway." Linny brought Ji Qingyan, piece by piece, to the front door of the Pavilion of the 9 States. When this piece of land was being tendered, our company also participated, but the budget was not enough, and it was brushed off in the first round. And I didn't expect that. In the end, it would be made into such a mansion. At least you're a female president. Not so envious. I don't envy the house here, but the scenery inside is said to be beautiful, and the plants planted are all rare species. Ji Qingyan gathered her hair. "I heard that the swimming pool inside uses water that is airlifted over, and I don't know if it's true or not." "What's the point? I'll take you for a swim and find out." "Stop, stop, stop." Ji Qingyan hurriedly stopped Linny. "This is private territory. You think it's an ordinary neighborhood? Nah, how can you just go in?" Linny laughed. "I'm driving a Pagani Wendigo. Do they dare stop my car?" "Don't say you're driving a Pagani Windjammer. Even if you're driving a Boeing 747, as long as you're not an owner of the Kyushu pavilion, they'll dare to stop you." "I don't believe it. I think you're just overconfident." Ji Qingyan blanked Linny and said, "Just take a look outside. Don't have those unrealistic ideas." "Don't say that either. In case I do get in." "If you do get in, I'll go for a swim and let you feast your eyes," Ji Qingyan said with a smile. He went in at all. Not to mention swimming laps. Naked/swimming himself is not afraid. Then I really must try. With that, Linny started the car and drove towards the main entrance. "Are you crazy? You really want to go in?" Ji Qingyan exclaimed. "At least you're a rich kid. Isn't it a shame to be kicked out?" "It's okay. I'm a thick-skinned person. I'm not afraid of losing face, but I'm afraid of losing face," Ji Qingyan said. "Hurry up and go." "I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? You said you'd let me feast my eyes on it. Wouldn't I be a willow if I didn't take it seriously?" "Pervert," Ji Qingyan spat. "But you have to live within your means." "Right. There's no way they'll let you in. How do you know unless you try?" Ji Qingyan was speechless. She couldn't persuade him. "Lin-Yi, isn't he a little too conceited? You'll lose out that way." Linny drove his car and arrived at the front gate of the Kyushu pavilion. Ji Qingyan was in an apprehensive mood. She wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but it certainly wasn't good. Just then, Ji Qingyan saw that from the duty room at the entrance, a dozen people ran out with a huff and a puff, all wearing security uniforms and serious expressions. Ji Qingyan's little heart thumped. The management of the Pavilion of the 9 States was also too strict, just to stop Linny, but to send such a big battle? What if Linny fought with someone else? At that exact moment, Ji Qingyan saw that a dozen security guards, standing in 2 rows, saluted towards the car. The most surprising thing was that the gate opened automatically. No one came to block it. Ji Qingyan froze. This was a completely different sight from what she had expected. Why is the gate open? And these people, why are they saluting toward you? Probably because I drive a Pagani. Ji Qingyan, isn't the Kyushu Pavilion known as the most secure villa? Just because Linny drove a Pagani, they let him in? Isn't that a little too hasty? Driving the car to the villa area, Lin Jiang found a place to park the car and prepared to take Ji Qingyan down for a spin. Although it was already dark, the villa area was brightly lit, which did not affect the viewing at all, but had another quiet flavor. Come on, go down and turn around. Ji Qingyan calmed down for a while before accepting this fact. After getting out of the car, Ji Qingyan's gaze was attracted by the scenery in the villa. Standing in the villa area is like being in a rainforest. Lin Yi, look, there's actually fruit on the tree. Seeing the fruit on the tree, Ji Qingyan said excitedly. This was the first time she, within the villa area, had seen a fruit tree. Don't make a fuss. I'll pick you a few if you want. Ji Qingyan shook her head. Eat even if you want. Just look at it. The two of them walked a little further and saw an artificial river almost 5 meters wide. Wooden bridges are built over it, and colorful koi carp are swarming in groups of great natural beauty. Lin Yi is still quite knowledgeable about fish. This kind of koi, at a glance, I know it is imported from the island side. The slightly larger ones sell for over $100,000 each at the very least. The fish in this pond certainly won't come down without a few $1,000,000. Crossing the artificial river, there is a swimming pool of about 300 square meters in front, which is the largest outdoor swimming pool in Shanghai. Cough cough cough. Mr. Ji, you just seem to say, if I can bring you in, I have to let me feast my eyes on a good swimming pool. Is it time to fulfill the promise? Amount. Ji Qingyan was dying of embarrassment, feeling that the world was filled with deep malice towards her. It was like this last time I went to the peninsula, and now it's like this again. What the hell? Even though I'm a woman, I want to save face. There's no bathing suit here either, so how am I supposed to swim? Let's talk about it some other time, Ji Qingyan said with a smile that had the suspicion of being cute. Seeing the clear pool water, Ji Qingyan really had the urge to try it out. It's been a while since I've swum and my skills are a little rusty. It's just that conditions don't quite allow it. That's fine. I'll take a book on this and talk about it later. Don't worry. Ji Qingyan, do what I say, and I actually have to take a book to write it down. You stinking men. Each and every one of you is a pervert. Cut, Ji Qingyan said. This place is too big. I guess we won't be able to finish shopping for a while. Let's go back first. Leaving already? Not going to take a look inside the villa? Lin Yi said. It was all the way to his doorstep, so Lin Yi kind of didn't want to leave. From the Kyushu Pavilion to Cloudwater Villa, it's an hour round trip. It's better to enjoy yourself for a while when you have this time. A visit to the villa? Ji Qingyan said unexpectedly. Quickly put away such impractical thoughts. We've already struck lucky if we can come to the courtyard to take a look. If you dare to go inside the villa, that's trespassing. Beware of getting arrested. There's no one inside the villa. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi said. It's too wimpy for someone in their 20s. Ji Qingyan was speechless. This has nothing to do with being a goon. It's against the law, alright. Didn't you say that the Jojo Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai? Don't you want to go in and take a look? Of course I want to, Ji Qingyan snickered. But it's a matter of principle. I don't do bad things, but when you get caught, I can get you a lawyer. What a wimp. With that, Lin Yi walked towards villa number 1. Ji Qingyan looked dumbfounded. Is he out of his mind? You're really going in there? Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Ji Qingyan stepped on her high heels and jogged over to keep up with Lin Yi, pulling him back by the arm. Die you. Go. Lin Yi didn't move and put his hand on the fingerprint door lock. Drop. Welcome home. For a moment, it was as if the world had gone quiet. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi incredulously. What's going on? What else could it be? Just welcome home. This is your house? Just bought it yesterday. Ji Qingyan came to a realization. No wonder the security guards ran out to salute when they saw Lin Yi's car when they came in. After all that, it's not because he drives a nice car. It's because he's the owner of the place. With a pinch on the soft flesh of Lin Yi's waist, Ji Qingyan huffed. You actually snubbed me. Mainly because you didn't ask me either. Lin Yi smiled and said, let's go. Go inside. I think you're just setting me up. With that, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan walked inside piece by piece. In the past few years since she joined the workforce, Ji Qingyan has also been to many villas, and has always thought that her Yunchue villa was not bad. Even if there were some villas that were more advanced than the Cloudwater Villa, the degree of advancedness was very limited. But compared to the Kyushu Pavilion, one's own Cloudwater Villa, there was no comparison. It is worthy of the name of the first luxury home. Lin Yi, you should have spent quite a bit of money to buy this villa, Ji Qingyan asked curiously. I don't know exactly. Almost a couple billion. The house was given by the system, so Lin Yi couldn't say that he hadn't spent any money, so he just gave a random number. You're snubbing me again. Which fooled you? Is not the villa of the Pavilion of Kyushu, is not worth billions? I'm in real estate. You can't fool me, Ji Qingyan said. The most expensive villa number 1 here is sold to the public for almost $1.2 billion. How can it cost billions of dollars? With this much money, it's enough to buy the entire Kyushu Pavilion. That's right, I bought the entire Kyushu Pavilion. Ji Qingyan was dumbfounded, her smart head a bit inadequate. What did you say? You bought the entire Kyushu Pavilion? Houses are built, aren't they just for sale? I bought them all, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise. Did you get your money from the wind? Easier than a gale. Ji Qingyan wasn't retorting because she couldn't find a reason to do so. No wonder he's out driving a drop to experience life. I guess he's idle. I won't see you off for the night. Stay here and pick which room you want to sleep in. Alright then. I won't be polite to you. Just in time to give me a ride to work tomorrow, Ji Qingyan said. But do you have any pajamas here? I'm the only one living here. Where are the ladies' pajamas? And I'm not going to peek at you. I'll just take off my clothes and sleep. Stable second shift. Asking for votes. Which one sleeps naked? Ji Qingyan said with embarrassment. You rich people have so much going on. Ji Qingyan was speechless. You're richer than me alright. When they reached the fitting room on the second floor, Linny found Ji Qingyan a set of her own pajamas. You wear this one. It's all new. Pajamas this kind of thing. Ji Qingyan is not too mindful of the male and female models. Anyway, can wear on the line. Taking her pajamas, Ji Qingyan went to the bathroom, ready to take a shower and sleep. Linny wasn't bothering Ji Qingyan and returned to the master bedroom to sleep blindfolded. After taking a shower, Ji Qingyan lay in her bedroom, tossing and turning. Who the hell is Linny? How can he be so rich? How come I've never heard of it before? The next morning, Linny got up early. After the two of them washed up, Linny sent Ji Qingyan to the office, and soon received a 5-star review from her. Seeing the quest alert in his head, the progress was already at August 10th. Just 2 more orders today and the job is done. There was no telling what kind of explosive rewards the system would give this time, either. After dropping off Ji Qingyan, Linny drove to the Peninsula Hotel. I've been working all morning and I haven't eaten yet, so let's eat something first. I just drove my car to the parking lot and happened to see Wang Tianlong. Mr. Lin, you're here. Lin Yi nodded. Come over here and eat some of the stuff. I'll have the back kitchen prepare it now. No, just came for breakfast. No need to make a big deal out of it. Go about your business. I'll just go over there myself. The hotel is already their own. The middle and senior leaders already know they exist. The ordinary staff below may not know who they are. It's just the right opportunity to go and see how they work. Okay, I got it. As Wang Tianlong continued to busy himself, Linny went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor of the hotel is the restaurant, helmed by a 3-star Michelin chef, which, given the size of the Peninsula Hotel, is more than worthy of such specifications. In the morning, not too many people come here for breakfast, and only a small half of the tables are filled. Linny found an empty seat and took a look at the menu while ordering a few signature dishes, ready to taste the flavors. Look guys, that guy is so handsome. Seeing Linny, a few girls at the neighboring table discussed. Handsome enough indeed. Would love to ask for a tweet. Then go ahead. If you take the initiative, between you, there could be a story. Linny's arrival instantly became the center of attention for the women in the restaurant, and their eyes would glance his way from time to time. What are you looking at? A man said at his girlfriend. Hey, I just took a look at it, and the guy was pretty good looking. Che, maybe it's a white boy maybe. The ducks in the clubhouse. They're all so handsome. What are you talking about? What kind of mentality is it to call someone a gigolo when you see a good-looking one? I'm just saying, I think you're just jealous. After ordering, Linny handed the menu over to the waiter's hand. Linny? Just as Linny was waiting for his food, he heard someone call his name. Seeing the person who spoke, Linny instantly felt that the world was too small. Yesterday, Ji Qingyan had just fired Yu Lily, and she didn't expect that today she would encounter her in her own hotel. That's quite a coincidence. I didn't realize you were applying for a job here. Quite a coincidence indeed. Yu Lily wrapped her arms around her chest and looked down on Linny. Linny, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to quietly, but actually embrace General Manager Ji's thighs. I fired you on the front foot, and then on the back foot. You went to sue for her to fire me. It's really something. Do you think that right now, it's appropriate to say this to me? At least I'm a guest of the Peninsula Hotel. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat God like this? With you, you're also worthy of claiming to be the god of the Peninsula Hotel? Yu Lily said contemptuously. Why can't I? You'd better take a piss and look at yourself. You're just a little white boy with a rich woman. Do you really think you're a superior person? Seeing Yu Lily and Linny arguing, the waitress on the side jogged over, and whispered in his ear. Manager Yu, this guest seems to be quite extraordinary. You'd better say less. What's so unusual about him? I know his situation. You Lily despised. He used to be my subordinate, on the basis that he was born with a good look. He hugged the thighs of the group president, but in reality, he is just a little white boy. If he didn't have a rich woman to support him, he wouldn't be able to afford to come to the Peninsula Hotel to eat in this life. Hearing you Lily's words, the other people in the restaurant had a look of contempt on their faces. It's a good thing I didn't ask for WeChat just now. It turns out he's a gigolo who's evening a rich woman. It's disgusting to think about it. It's true to know people look quite temperamental. I didn't expect it to be such a person. I also looked away. Now we have to learn a lesson. Don't jump on handsome guys when you see them, so we don't have to do what we did this time. Learning of Lin Yi's identity. The couple sitting at the other table had different expressions. Look what I said. Just a little white boy. Now you should believe me, the man said smugly and contemptuously. You're right about this. I hate those men who have rich women on their side. They don't rely on their own hands to work hard. They know how to speculate. It's disgusting to think about it. That's right. Except for his face value is a bit higher than mine. Other aspects and I can't compare at all. My life even if I go to ask for food, will not evening rich women. Hearing the others pointing, Linny smiled. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Go get Wang Tianlong. Yo ho. Not bad. You actually know our manager's name. But let me tell you, even if you get manager Wang here, it won't help. There's still some relationship between us. And he's not going to do anything to me just because of a low-end customer like you. Then you can call him in and let me know his attitude as well. Fine. For the sake of once being a colleague, I'll let you die a little bit more understandably, so that you'll know the cruelty of this society. Saying that, you Lily looked at the waiter next to her. Go get manager Wang. No need to call. I'm already here. Wang Tianlong snorted coldly and walked over from not far away. You Lily greeted her. Brother Long, I suspect that this person has indiscretions, and I suggest that the hotel security removes him so as not to affect the dining environment of the other guests. Wang Tianlong was furious, pointing at you Lily's nose and cursing. You're fucking blind aren't you? This one sitting in front of you is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel, and you're saying he's misbehaving? Does he not want to work here anymore? Hurry up and pack up and get out. Every day driving steadily. No. Steady update. Please recommend votes ah. You Lily froze, feeling like she was hallucinating in her ears. Manager Wang, what did you say? He's the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? That's right. Just the day before yesterday, Mr. Lin wholly acquired the Peninsula Hotel. You actually dare to talk to Mr. Lin like this? I don't think you should work here anymore. Pack up and leave. The heads of those present buzzed when they learned of Lin Yi's identity. My god, that big handsome guy is actually the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? It's also too young and promising. We've all misunderstood people. How can such a handsome and gold-rich little brother be a gigolo? It's true that every handsome person has an unusual identity. We're all measuring the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. The couple sitting at the other table had an awkward expression on their faces. Now you're hitting your face. He's a talented person. But you're saying he's a gigolo. You have a problem with your mentality. It seems like I have to reconsider the relationship between the two of us. You Lily looked at Lin Yi incredulously. Lin Yi, are you really the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? As she spoke, you Lily's voice trembled, clearly terrified. Didn't Wang Tianlong tell you all about my identity? Do you think he would lie? If you really have such a background, why did you go to work for the Sunrise Group before? I'm experiencing life, can't I? Alright, cut the crap. Wang Tianlong picked up. Quickly pack up and get out. Don't disgrace yourself here. Lin Yi, listen to me. I know that I did something wrong in this matter, and I used to target you a lot when I was in the Chaoyang group. I've realized my mistake. Please give me another chance. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether Wang Tianlong dares to keep you. Wang Tianlong shivered. He was able to affirm that if he dared to give you Lily's chance, he himself would also roll away. Hurry up and cut the crap. Don't get in the way of Mr. Lin's dinner. In the end, Wang Tianlong got security guards and kicked you Lily out. Save him the trouble of getting himself involved in this nonsense. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for disturbing your dinner. That's okay. Tell them to hurry up with the food. I'm starving. Fine. I'll order the back kitchen and have them serve the food quickly. After eating, Linny stretched his back and prepared to go open the drop. There are 2 orders left, and when they're done, you'll get your reward from the system. Hippie, ring. Before Linny could start taking orders, his cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Lin. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Tian Yen, the Senior Vice President of DDT. And then what? What is it that you want from me? It's like this. You acquired 21% of our shares yesterday. as the second largest shareholder of the group, I, as the representative of the company, would like to have a chat with you. I don't know if you have the time now? Linny wasn't surprised when he received a call from DDT. The system helped to acquire 21% of their equity, and it was only logical that they should contact their own. But now is not the time to meet with them. There are 2 more missions to go, so let's get them done first. There's something going on right now. Let's wait for a while. Okay, I'll call you back later. Tianyan was polite and didn't talk nonsense. As an elite in the workplace, she knew that people like Linny had precious time. Wasting even a second of someone's time is likely to turn them off, which is why they hang up promptly. After hanging up, Tianyan's phone rang again. It's from the president, Chang Shuang calling. How did it go? Did Lin Dong agree to meet with you? Not really, he said he had something to do. So I hung up and was going to call him back later. Chang Shuang on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. So do you have other plans? I'm going to take a look at Jerex. He's our dropship company, the largest agent on the coast. See what's wrong, and take care of it in the meantime. Now that I'm idle anyway, you arrange this. Everything is Lin Dong's priority. Don't delay the business. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Coming out of the Peninsula Hotel, Tianyan took her cell phone and prepared to call a car. As an executive of DDT, Tianyan has developed the habit of calling a car at any time, which can help himself better understand the specific operation. Not far from the parking lot, Lin Yi, who had just opened the dropshipping software, found the right order. Ready to take orders now. From the Peninsula Hotel to the Jerex Limited, Linny didn't say anything and directly grabbed the order. How can you let others take away the business at your doorstep? The order was successfully grabbed, and Linny drove the car to the entrance of the hotel. Seeing the silver Pagani drive towards her side, Tianyan sighed in her heart. Although the economic situation in Yangcheng is also very developed, a car of the level of the Pagani Windjammer is not something that can be seen easily. Zhonghai is really something else. And the driver, who was driving, was kind of handsome. Are you Miss Tian with tail number 6888? Yes, it's me. Tianyan froze for a moment. You are? Didn't you just call a cab? Yeah, but I called a drop. I just drive a drop. Get in. Tianyan reacted for a while. You, what did you say? You're the one who runs the drop. Doesn't it look like it? Not like that. Tianyan was a bit messed up. Her own company? When did it become so powerful? The drivers of the company are now driving Paganis? But I do drive a drop. So hurry up and get in. Good. No matter what. Tianyan was an elite in the workplace and quickly adapted to Lin Yi's status. Despite having achieved wealth freedom a long time ago, this is the first time I've been in a car of this caliber myself. It's so much more advanced than your own BMW 7 Series. So much more advanced. Are you driving a drop in a Pagani to experience life? You could say that, Linny said with a smile. This passenger is fairly normal and will have little problem trying to fulfill this order. Nowadays, the rich second generation can be really good at playing. Even I'll use this way to tease girls. I guess a lot of girls. On your car, will say hot. Linny realized that Tianyan's temperament was a bit like Ji Qingyan's. Both had the aura of a big woman in the workplace. But in comparison, Ji Qingyan was a bit more innocent than her. Listening to you, it makes it seem like I'm a scumbag, Linny said. Can't you run a dropship if you drive a supercar? Can is can, but I can remind you that you must pay attention to your words and actions. If you make something that smears the DDT company, be careful that you will be suspended from transportation, and you won't have the chance to flirt with girls in the future. Tianyan said with a smile. You say you're stopping transportation? Of course. Tianyan looked at Linny with a smile. I'm the senior vice president of DDT. Do you think I have the right to suspend you from transportation? Che, one mouth in the opening. The content is all made up. Linny said. You say you're a senior vice president of DDT, and I say I'm a shareholder in DDT. Tianyan laughed so hard that even the mountain peaks in front of her followed and shook. With that, he took out the work permit in his bag and waved it in front of Linny. Here's our work ID. I'm really the VP of DDTO. I'm not lying to you either. I'm really a shareholder of DDT, Linny said. Acquired 21% of your shares yesterday, and you just called me to set up a meeting. Second shift for votes. Thank you. Tianyan froze. It feels like the brain is a little short of oxygen. Only a few executives of the company know about the acquisition of the shares, and they have not yet had time to explain it to the public. It's unlikely that any outsiders will know about this. Unsurprisingly. Also, he just said that he called him. It is highly likely then that the person sitting in front of you is the new shareholder of the company. You're Mr. Lin Yilin. That's right. It's me. Tianyan's towering breasts rose and fell, not having thought that such a coincidence would be encountered by herself. Lin Dong, I'm really sorry. I've taken much offense just now. I hope you won't take it personally. That's okay. Just give a 5-star review later. Definitely. Tianyan said respectfully, but I still want to ask, are you serious about coming to open a drip? Of course it's serious. But you are so rich. How do you still? To experience life? I was working in sales for a real estate company before. Tianyan let out a deep breath. It seems that the world of the rich is really not something that a little commoner like himself can figure out. Mr. Lin, after taking this order, can you give me a chance for us to sit down and have a chat? Depends. I do have a bit of a busy day. Yes. It's not too late to talk when you're done. Good. Soon. Linny drove his car to the entrance of the Jerex Corporation. To the place. Thank you, Dong Lin, for sending me here. Tianyan was a bit apprehensive. It's amazing that I took a trip by myself and rode in the second largest shareholder's car. What's going on? Why can't you pay? Can't be, Linny said suspiciously. If you can't pay, this order won't get fulfilled and it won't count towards the system tasks. Buzz off. Just then, a push message came from his cell phone. Hello esteemed drop driver. Due to your violation of the relevant regulations of the platform, it has now been decided to suspend you from transportation. Out of service? Seeing the push message on their cell phones, both Lin Yi and Tianyan were a bit puzzled. Why is it still out of service? Linny glanced down and realized that it wasn't the DDT company that had sent him the announcement. It's a company called Jerex. Linny looked up and realized that the company in front of him was none other than Jerex. What a coincidence. What's the relationship between this Jerex company and your drops? Linny asked. This company, which is our operator on the coast, is in charge of all activities on this side. Tianyan had the feeling of being exasperated. What was this Jerex up to? I candy at a critical time. Linny stroked his chin and seemed to understand what was going on. Yesterday in the car, he scolded the woman named Su Yang, and then she complained about him to the platform. It also led to the phone call afterward that warned him. But the other party has made themselves disliked. And I guess because of this, they have blocked their operating status today. Lin Dong, don't worry. I'll definitely take care of this matter. This Jellies really doesn't want to be nice. Even dares to block Lin Dong's car. It's really drifting. Take it easy. Well, at least I'm the victim. Look at how angry you are. The main thing is that these people are too lawless. There really isn't any king's law at all. Tianyan said. I'll let the company now check the phone number of their person in charge and cancel their agency qualification at the first time. It's better to convince people with reason in this kind of thing. Lin Yi said. I have the call logs here, so call them first and see what's going on. Then I'll trouble Dong Lin. Lin Yi took his cell phone and found yesterday's call log. I'm Lin Yi. You're the one who blocked my camping qualifications, right? The other party obviously froze for a moment, but soon realized who Lin Yi was. That's right, it's me. Aren't you a bully? Not only did you scold the passengers, but you also dare to dislike me. I'll block you today. Let's see what you do. It was the passenger that, well, cursed me first. What's wrong with scolding you? The other party asked. What is your own identity? Do not know. The customer is God. Scolding you also have to accept. Still fucking yourself as a character? Get the fuck out of here. And don't open a drop in the future. You'd better watch what you say. The vice president of your drop is on my side. Stop bragging. Who do you think you are? You think you can bring our vice president here? I'm Tianyan. I'm just downstairs at the Jerex company. You have 3 seconds to come down. Or don't blame me for being rude. Tianyan? The other man paused for a moment, then laughed out loud. Cowardly. Actually dare to find someone to pretend to be Mr. Tian. I'm damn well convinced. Linny hung up the phone speechless. How did you dropships pick your agents? Found a bunch of retards? Lin Dong, calm down. I'll go deal with this matter. Come on. If the two of us don't go up there, I don't think this is going to be resolved. Don't worry, Lin Dong. I will definitely give you a perfect answer. With that, the two of them got out of the car piece by piece, and walked in towards the Jerex Corporation. Inside the conference room, a few executives from Jerex were meeting. What's the situation? What's with all the bickering? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man named LV Wenda, the general manager of Jerex. Slightly built, with eyes, he sat in the main seat of the conference room. Yesterday there was a dropshipping driver who scolded a passenger, and the other party called the head office to complain. So I blocked the kid's operating status today. The man who spoke was named Luo Yuanfa, the head of the operations department of Jerex. On top of that, other executives from the company are here. The other side called and theorized? Aha, Luo Yuanfa smiled and said. And that kid even said that he got the vice president of DDT here, thinking that he could bluff me. And after being scolded by me, he took the initiative to hang up the phone. Alright, a little Yakuza. Don't bother with him, Lu Wenda said. If there's anything like this in the future, there's no need for nonsense. Just block it. It's not worth wasting time on them. Got it, Mr. Lu. Lu Wenda squared his shoulders and said, let's continue the meeting. I just inquired about a bit of news. There is an unknown tycoon. Acquired 21% of the shares of DDT. As the saying goes, the new official will be 3 fires. The platform is likely to make the relevant rectification. Everyone is well prepared. Got it, Mr. Lu. Luo, especially your operations department, must be in high spirits. We are the largest operator of DDT in the coast. In this period of time, absolutely cannot make mistakes. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I'll definitely take the drivers below and manage them clearly, Luo Yuanfa said with a smile. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open and Lin Yi and Tianyan walked in. Who are you people to trespass on our conference room? Lin Yi smiled. Didn't you guys block my operating qualifications? I came to talk to you. 3 shifts today, and this is the first one. Recommendations, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Wenda looked at Luo Yuanfa. Lo, this is a matter for your operations department. So go take care of it. Luo Yuanfa turned around and looked at Lin Yi. Kid, you've got some balls. You even found our company. But let me tell you, even if you find this, it's useless. I'll just block you. You'll have to put up with it even if you don't. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll call security. Lin Yi shrugged and sat his butt down on the couch next to him. Tianyan, it's better for you to handle it. Tianyan coldly looked at Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa and the others. I am now, as vice president of DREP, exempting you, Jerex, from operating as a company. You're the vice president of DDT? Tianyan snorted coldly and threw her work permit onto the table. Seeing Tianyan's work permit, Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa, among others, stared with their eyes and mouths open. One was terrified. What the hell is going on here? It's just blocking someone's operating license. How come even the vice president is alarmed? Mr. Tian, listen to my explanation, Luo Yuanfa said. This person is suspected of abusing the passengers, giving our company's reputation a bad influence. Otherwise we would not have done this. Even if you insult the passengers, what can you do? Tianyan said in a cold voice. Let me tell you, the one standing in front of you just acquired 21% of DDT's shares yesterday and is the second largest shareholder of the company. Do we need to say more about the rest? These words came out like a thunderbolt and landed on the heads of several people. The fact that someone had acquired a stake in the company was known to them. Never in a million years would I have expected it to be the man in front of me. Tian, Mr. Tian, you're not joking with us, Lu Wenda said warily. He's just a dropshipper. How can he be a shareholder of the group? Then I will say that Lin Dong is driving a drop with a Pagani. What else do you guys want to say? Tianyan questioned. Lin Dong's heart is high and far-reaching. He doesn't care to mix with those playboys. He drove out to experience life, but he was even blocked by you people. Without asking. From today onwards, your operator qualification is cancelled. Pack up and leave. Luo Yuanfa, look what you've done. Lu Wenda cursed. Go apologize to Lin Dong, or I'll get you killed. Luo Yuanfa's head buzzed as he rolled and crawled to Lin Yi's front. Mr. Lin, please don't get on my bad side. Just let me go like a fart. Weren't you quite powerful just now? Why are you wimpy now? Lin Yi said. And talk about the customer being God. What? Those who drive drips deserve to die? With your virtues, the number of people who have been bullied by you over the years should not be few. Luo Yuanfa stopped talking because there was no room for defense. As a shareholder of DDT, it's better to deal with this matter seriously, Lin Yi said indifferently, just like Tianyan said. All pack up and leave. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. Seeing the incoming caller, Lin Yi didn't hang up and said, Tianyan, you handle the rest. I'll go down first. Got it. Dong Lin. Coming out of the conference room, Lin Yi picked the phone up. Wang Ma, you're looking for me. The person who was called Wang Ma was named Wang Suaping and was the director of the orphanage. Lin Yi was brought up under her care. That's what the kids in the orphanage called her. In other words, without Wang Suaping, Lin Yi might have died young. Xiao Yi, are you busy at work now? Wang Suaping said smilingly. It's all good. You and my Uncle Joe are fine, I guess. We are all fine too. You don't have to think about me outside. Wang Suaping said. I want to ask you something. There's a girl called Lu Sisi. You should know her. Willow Sissy? What happened to her? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. Wang Ma shouldn't know about himself and Lu Sisi. Why was she even asking about her? The other day, this girl called me and said you guys broke up and wanted me to talk to you. Now Lin Yi understood what was going on. Something about herself Willow C was aware of. She should have known that there was no hope of finding herself back together, so she called Wang Ma and tried to get her to talk. You've watched me grow up. You know my character. The grass that turns back. I won't eat it. You're still so stubborn. Kid. Obviously. Wang Suwaping also expected such an outcome. I know I can't talk you out of it, and there's nothing I can do to get involved in your young people's affairs, but you're old enough to think about your life's work. Linny smiled. Wang Ma, I'm guessing you called me today for more than just this. Wang Suwaping understood Linny, and how could Linny not understand her? If it was purely because of what happened to Liusi, there was no way he would have made this call to himself. There may be something else. It's actually nothing. Wang Suwaping said smilingly. I have a good friend. Her daughter's age is about the same as yours, and she's also single, so I'd like to set you guys up. Make some time for you to meet? No way. You're seamless. The main thing is that my friend has his eye on you, and has been talking to me for a long time, and I've put it off until now to give you a call. Wang Suwaping said smilingly. I also had no choice but to call you. It's just a meeting. What's the big deal? Linny said. One word from Wang Ma. Even if there's a pit of fire ahead, there will be no ambiguity. You brat. What are you talking about? Wang Suwaping lectured. I'll take the other party's contact information and send it to your cell phone later. Make time for you guys to meet. Okay. I know you're busy with work right now. When you have some free time, come back and visit. Mom misses you. Lin Yi's nose soured. I know. I'll go back to see you in a few days. You don't have to make a special trip. Just come back when it's okay. Don't delay your work. I know. Okay then. That's it for now. I'll leave you to your work. Linny hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. This Lu Cece is really a thief. Soon, Linny received a Weibo message from Wang Suwaping on his cell phone. It's specific information about the person you're dating. Named Song Yunhui. She worked in a bank, and there was a photo on the back, where her real face could no longer be discerned under the 10 levels of beauty. Wang Ma has said this in person. We still have to give face. Make time to meet. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's cell phone rang again. A call from Ji Qingyan. Busy? How's business? Ji Qingyan asked with a smile. Business is dismal. Not a single order has been completed so far. It's the experience that matters. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Lin Yi nodded. Calling me at this hour. There should be something going on. It's not a big deal. Tomorrow my grandpa has a birthday. We'll go shopping together in the evening. I want to buy some clothes. And by the way, I'll buy a few for you too. Second shift. Please and thank you for the votes. Okay, I'll pick you up tonight, just when I want to buy some clothes. Although I have bought several sets before, there are still not enough of them to go around. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Linny leaned back in his chair. Although he was a fake boyfriend, it wasn't good to go over there empty-handed. He had to bring some gifts anyways. What would the old man like? Antique paintings? That's a good choice. At the same time, Tianyan curled up and walked out from Jelix. Dong Lin, I've taken care of everything. I have all my privileges back, right? Well, and I've also notified the company that I've opened up your access to the maximum. What's the point of supreme authority? It's just some auxiliary functions, but one of them, which is very practical, allows the user to search for your license plate number, specify the order, and then it's up to you to decide whether to take it or not. That's quite a useful feature. It's an honor to receive a compliment from Dong Lin, Tianyan said politely. If Dong Lin has any other questions in other areas, he can also consult me, and I'll do my best to deal with them for you. Then I really do have something here. Linny said, do you know anything about antique paintings and calligraphy? Antiques and paintings, is Lin Dong a gift? Well, one of the elders is having a birthday, and I'm going to get something in that area to send as a congratulatory gift. Tianyan's eyes rolled and said, Lin Dong, wait a moment, I'll make a call and ask. With that, Tianyan unbuckled her seatbelt and went outside the car to make a call, only to return a few minutes later. Lin Dong, is Zhang Daqian's painting okay? Linny was not a literati, but he knew Zhang Daqian's great name. A casual pair of paintings by such a master would cost more than $10 million. It's more than okay, it's too okay. You can get Zhang Daqian's paintings? Our Mr. Chang, previously at Fusubi Auction House, captured a pair of Mr. Zhang Daqian's peach source drawings. If Dong Lin has his eye on it, I'll have them send someone over. Alright, how much is it? I'll call you the money, Linny said. Lin Dong, you're joking. How dare I ask for your money? As long as you like it. No, one size fits all, Linny said. But if I give you money, I guess I won't want it. Tell your Mr. Chang, I'll take 1% of the equity in exchange for this painting of his. No matter who loses or who makes money, this account will be cleared. In exchange for 1% of the equity, Tianyan has been blinded. With the current market value of DDT, 1% of the equity, at least it must be worth 500 million renminbi. Even if this peach source drawing was more expensive, it couldn't be worth $500 million. This handsome and compelling Lindong is also too generous. Well, notify your Mr. Chang. I'm going to use this painting tomorrow. Yangcheng to Shanghai isn't too far. Before noon tomorrow, it should be able to be delivered. No problem. We'll arrange for someone to deliver it. Tell someone to send it to the Peninsula Hotel and just give it to one of Wang Tianlong's men. Linny stretched and said, if you're fine, go back too. There's nothing to talk about between us. You guys just operate in the same mode as before. I won't interfere too much. Seeing Linny being so nice, Tian Yan was a bit in disbelief. I can't believe that there are no new officials, which is very rare in the workplace. Dong Lin, our president would like to invite you to be our guest in Yangcheng. So Goat City. Linny muttered. I'll make a trip recently, but it's not certain when I'll go. So go back and wait for news from me. I'm just an ordinary person, so there's no need to always surround me. The orphanage where he had lived from before was in Yangcheng, so Linny did have to go back. It's been over 6 months since I graduated and I haven't been back, so something is indeed wrong. Then I'll go back first. I won't delay Lindong's precious time, Tian Yan said with a smile. Good. Watching Linny drive away, Tian Yan felt more and more that this Lindong was not ordinary. Unlike other rich kids, there was an air of distinction about him. Suddenly, Tian Yan felt her face burning and was startled. How could I possibly have a feeling? It can't be. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Tian Yan was getting nervous, the cell phone in her bag rang. The unexpected realization was that it was Linny calling. At that moment, Tian Yan's heart thumped. After all the business was done, Lindong also called himself. Could it be that it was something else? Thinking of this, Tian Yan became even more nervous. Lindong, you're looking for me? Settle the fare you just paid, and remember to give it a 5-star review. Tian Yan was a bit messy. Okay, I'll check out now. Soon, on Lin Zhang's cell phone, he received a 5-star review from Tian Yan. Looking at the system's quest layout again, I realized that the quest progress was already 9 out of 10. Take another order, get a 5-star review, and mission accomplished. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already noon, so Linny was too lazy to go back to the Peninsula Hotel, and casually ate on the side of the road, preparing to take orders. In fact, the rest of this single, Linny take it or not can be. Anyway, the evening to find Ji Qingyan, continue wool gathering on the line, but they were quite familiar with each other, so Linny felt that it was better to stop at the right moment. Just think of Ji Qingyan as an insurance card, from Wanda Plaza to the Peninsula Hotel. What a coincidence to be going to your own place. Linny didn't think about it that much and grabbed it in seconds. Follow the location shown on the map and drive towards Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza is bustling with a steady stream of people, coming in and out of the place every day. At that moment, a young man and woman walked out of the mall. Brother Fei, didn't you buy a Porsche? Why didn't I see it? The woman said as she took the man's arm. There are too many people here, so I didn't stop here. The man named Fei said, if I let these poor guys see a luxury car like a Porsche, they'll definitely gather around and take pictures, and I'll be heartbroken in case they touch my car. That's true. A multi-million-dollar luxury car like this one will definitely cause a crowd when parked in public. Let's go. I hope we don't cause a mob when we leave later, Fei said. Before you didn't come to me. I had just parked my car when a bunch of hangers-on came over to take pictures, and there were not a few teenage girls who wanted to ask me for WeChat, and if I hadn't yelled at me, they probably would have pestered me. Because you drive a Porsche, it's not unusual for those hangdog girls to want to get on your good side. While talking, the two had walked to the parking lot and found themselves in front of their car, standing in front of a number of people taking pictures. It's really annoying. I've parked my car so far away and there are still so many people taking pictures. What a bunch of poor people who haven't seen the world. Let's go. Don't bother with them. Let's get in the car and gluttonize these poor hangers-on. Well, listen to you. The two walked toward the Panamera. What are you shooting at? Stay away from my car. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. What's all the yelling about? It's just a Porsche. What's there to yell about? Someone retorted. Oh, I'm not a Cayenne. It's a Panamera. All down more than $1.6 million. It is estimated that you people do not eat and drink for a lifetime cannot afford to buy. Get away from my car. Brother Face shouted and scolded. Hey, that dude in front. Your Porsche is blocking the road. Can you move over? Linny said. The third shift is here, and I'm asking for recommendation support. Grass. What to scream? This is a Panamera. Block you for a moment how? This is a Pagani. When he saw Linny's car, Fei immediately tightened his mouth and apologized for being scared. Excuse me, I'll get out of the way. Faye, this guy in the sports car is so arrogant, the woman said. Can you not be arrogant? That's a Pagani Windjammer, selling for over $20 million. Jew, it's actually so expensive. The woman did a double take. A car that expensive would be more than enough to buy 10 Panameras. Ha ha, finally someone has come to clean up this pretender. Driving a crappy Panamera is going to be awesome. Compared to someone else's Pagani, it's a pile of garbage. Just look down on this kind of small-minded guy. A little stinking money should be dragged to the sky. 2A. Really fucking disgusting. Amidst the scorn of the others, Faye and his girlfriend drove off to the side, making way for the road. Seeing Lin Yi's car drive over, many people took out their cell phones to take pictures. Don't you guys just look at the car. Look at the driver. He's so handsome. Handsome and rich. And God is so biased. I'd love to die in a sports car like that. After the road gave way, Lin Yi drove a few dozen meters further to the designated spot. At that moment, a woman with a slim figure was making a call on her cell phone. So soon. Don't worry babe. I just finished shopping and I'll be right there. Don't worry. I didn't drive the family car. I called a drop. I'll be right there. Wait for me at the hotel. I bought a lot of new lingerie. If you guys behave, people will wear it for you. Hanging up the phone, the woman looked around and waited for several minutes. How come the car did not arrive? At that moment, Lin Yi drove his Pagani and arrived in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Young? Tail number 3838. How do you know? I'm the drop driver you called. Get in. Yang Tian's heart is a bit messy. Is the dropship company so bullish? I can't believe they're launching a luxury car business. And the driver, he's quite handsome. It's just a little low status. Otherwise it would be okay to talk to him. Sitting in the co-pilot, Yang Tianxin smiled. Your DDT company is quite good. Actually able to think of this kind of original marketing tactic. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, guessing that this woman was just like Su Yang before her. Both thought the car was a DDT company car. Why can't this car be mine? Yours? Yang Tianxin smiled disdainfully. Little brother, don't joke. Who's the rich second generation that comes back to drive a drop? Do you think I'm one of those little girls who haven't seen the world? Ha! Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. I'd better focus on driving myself. I just need to get another 5-star review and I'll get my assignment. Since I think about it, this all-professional experience system is pretty good. So far, he or she has completed 10 orders, because Su Yang's order, which was given a bad review, didn't count towards the mission. As for the remaining 9 orders of 5-star reviews, 6 of them, Ji Qingyan contributed, then Wang Ying contributed 1, Tian Yan contributed 1, and the rest was Xiaosinyu. In other words, 8 of these 5-star reviews were taken care of by acquaintances, and he himself received a 5-star review of Xiaosinyu's order based on his strength alone, and it's still because she asked herself to disguise her boyfriend. As for the rest of the order, the guests encountered were not pleasant to deal with. It seems that this society is still very hostile. It's really hard for dropshippers who live at the bottom of the ladder. Not everyone, after all, can work without looking at other people's faces, as he or she can. What are you doing? Why are you giving me a break? Are you trying to overcharge me? Don't you know I'm in a hurry? No detour. I took the shortcut. The address on the map is far around. The Peninsula Hotel was its own territory, and Lin Yi knew the shortcut, so he didn't follow the navigation. I didn't expect to be misunderstood. Bullshit, Yang Tianxin said. I think you're just giving me the runaround. Lin Yi was speechless. What a good intention. Okay, I'll go the same route as before. That'll do. It's okay my ass. Just now circled around a bit. Do you know how much time I wasted? Yang Tianxin said. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Believe it or not. Lin Yi said breathlessly, and said in his mind, what's the hurry? Unintentionally, Lin Yi saw that on Yang Tianxin's pocket, there seemed to be the logo of a certain brand of sex/sexy lingerie printed on it, and before that, Lu Cece had worn such a brand of lingerie. It doesn't seem to be cheap. Lin Yi thought about it, bought underwear, and now going to a hotel. It's not really going to fuck a few hairs, is it? Thinking about this, Lin Yi had a vicious chill. This dried out body is boring to think about. Compared to Ji Qingyan's kind of fleshy body, it was far, far worse. Okay, no need to drive forward. Just park at the side entrance. This is for fear of being seen. Lin Yi thought to himself. The gullwing doors opened and Yang Tianxin got out. Lin Yi sat in the car and thought about it, feeling that this single 5-star praise, it seems to be played out again. These guys are too hard to serve. Soon after, an alert came through on his cell phone, indicating that he had received a 5-star review. Seeing this 5-star review, Lin Yi was very surprised. How can you get a 5-star review after all this drama? This woman surnamed Yang, though not good-looking, had so many redeeming qualities. But soon, Linny realized something was wrong. He had received a 5-star review, so the system task should have been completed. But why was there no response at all? A quick look at the system task revealed that it was still September 10th, unchanged from before the order was taken. System, are you having problems? Linny said. I've already completed 10 5-star reviews. How come I haven't completed the task yet? The previous passenger, who gave the host 1 star, not 5. Bullshit, I'm getting 5-star reviews on my phone. The host's order-taking software, manually tampered with. Everything is subject to the system. Tampered with? Linny's eyes rolled as if he understood what was going on. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed Tianyan's number. Receiving Lin Yi's call again, Tianyan said, Dong Lin, you're looking for me? I haven't left at the station yet. I can go back anytime. There's no need to come back. I just wanted to ask, did you guys change the evaluation system? Lin Yi asked. Is it true that any evaluation from a passenger is 5 stars with me? You know about this, Lin Dong? There's no need for that. You guys should just change your permissions back to the same as before. Lin Yi said. I want to experience life as a normal person, not privilege. The first shift is here, and there are 2 more to go. It's a new day, so I'm asking for recommendations. Got it. I'll inform the technical department and adjust your permissions over. Tianyan said. Okay, tell the people below to do it. After explaining his business, Lin Yi hung up the phone and got ready for work. In 2 hours, Lin Jiang took 4 orders and received 3 4-stars, and 1 3-star. And this 4 people, all coincidentally, thought the car belonged to the dropship company and didn't think it was theirs. The rich kid's persona didn't hold up, and he was treated as a chauffeur and didn't get any bonus points. Lin Yi sighed and muttered to himself. It seems like driving a drop is not a good job, and it's kinda hard to get a 5-star review. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already past 4 in the evening. Ji Qingyan seemed to be getting off work soon, so he had to go over and pick her up. Looks like we'll just have to keep wool gathering over her. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang, and it was discovered that it was Wang Ying calling. Sister Ing, looking for me? Xiao Yi, tell sis the truth. Are you and the president related? Lin Yi thought for a moment. Sort of a friend. Why? I heard from the personnel department that the president intends to promote me to the position of sales minister. Is it true that you put in a good word with the president? I just mentioned it in passing. Lin Yi said smilingly. With Sister Ying's strength, it's still more than enough for her to want to become the sales minister. Looks like sis didn't love you for nothing. When do you have time? Sis will treat you to dinner. I'm afraid I can't for the last few days. I've got quite a lot on my plate, so it's not too late for us to celebrate when you're officially on the job. Sales minister is a very important position in the Sunrise Group, whether Wang Ying can be, but also depends on the other senior leaders. But with Ji Qingyan here, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Alright then, this matter is settled, Wang Ying said with a smile. Well, it's a deal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi looked at the time and realized that it was about time, so he drove slowly towards the Chaoyang Group. Pulling up next to his little broken charade, Lin Yi wiped the ash off of it. It's a bit broken, but it's the one that's been there for you during your toughest times. Be sure to treat it well. It didn't take long for Ji Qingyan to walk out of the elevator. Blue tuxedo skirt coupled with a French white shirt. Smart and competent. A document was suddenly sent up from below. It came out a little late, so wait for it. It's okay, I just got here too. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, eat first. If not, then go shopping first. Ji Qingyan said. What about you? I'll do whatever you want. Women can't say casual. How easy it is to misunderstand. Cut, Ji Qingyan said. Then let's go shopping first, and eat a piece afterward. I've already placed an order. Go grab it. As the words fell, Ji Qingyan's order popped up in the app. Lin Yi was quick on his feet and grabbed the order. At this moment, Lin Yi felt that the 5-star praise had beckoned him again. Looking at the address of the order and realizing it was Times Square, Lin Yi drove off in his car. Soon, the two of them arrived at Times Square, and Ji Qingyan carried her own bag, ready to get off. Hey, you haven't given a 5-star review yet, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan smiled proudly. It's fine if you want a 5-star review, depending on your performance today. I can kind of see that you just asked me to carry the bags. Brilliant. Lin Yi is not in a hurry for a moment. With Ji Qingyan's character, a 5-star review will definitely not be able to escape. Ji Qingyan's shopping was not as purposeful as Lin Yi's. While we say we're going to shop for clothes, we're going to shop elsewhere as well. I haven't even waited to buy clothes yet, but I've bought a lot of cosmetics. There seems to be a swimsuit seller up ahead, Lin Yi muttered. You're buying a bathing suit? There's a big pool at home, so how can I enjoy it? That's true. Go over and take a look, Ji Qingyan said with a bit of envy. Even though the place he lived in was also a villa, it wasn't even close to Lin Yi's Jojo Pavilion. At the very least there is no outdoor pool. Are you going to pick out my swim trunks? Seeing Ji Qingyan come in as well, Lin Yi asked. I'm not going to buy it for you, Ji Qingyan said. There are also women's clothes for sale here, so it's not okay for me to take a look. Lin Yi rubbed his chin and said, that being said, you said earlier that you were going to blow my mind, and after buying the swimsuit, it looks like you'll be able to keep your promise. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red. You're just setting me up. If I had known that the Jijo Pavilion was yours, I wouldn't have said that. But you could have said something else. I didn't force you. Che, just know how to force words, Ji Qingyan said. Hurry up and go inside. Don't talk about this kind of topic in public. Seeing Ji Qingyan's petulant appearance, Lin Yi smiled. Fine. Find a place where no one is around to talk about it later. Sir, ma'am, how may I help you? Entering the store, the shopgirl said enthusiastically. We'll take a look for ourselves and call you when we need help, Lin Yi said. Okay. Lin Yi bought things very quickly, picking out a few pieces of the right size and getting ready to pay. After all, it's your own pool and no one is looking at it, so style is less important. If he wasn't afraid of being indecent, Lin Yi felt that it wouldn't be much of a problem even if he didn't wear it. Lin Yi quickly chose his swim trunks, but it was Ji Qingyan who was surprisingly slow, and kept picking and choosing, and after 10 minutes, she couldn't even find a suitable one. Let's go. Not buying, Ji Qingyan said. Why don't you buy it? There's no fit. Not really, there are so many styles out there, and you're still saying there's nothing that fits? The look is fine, but the yardage is incomplete. Ma'am, we have swimsuits in our store in all regular sizes. Obviously, the shopgirl didn't want to let go of the two big fish, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan, so easily. What's a regular yardage? Lin Yi asked casually. Regular size, that's ABC cups, all full. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. Don't tell me you're a D cup? Ji Qingyan's face reddened for a moment, and was still a bit embarrassed. To hell with you. There are outsiders. Why do you say everything out loud? Come on then, let's go and look elsewhere. After paying, the two walked out of the store and went back to the swimsuit store next door to look around. They have more styles at home, it seems, than the one just now. Wait for me outside. I'll try to get out soon. Lin Yi nodded and said, Mr. G, I think with your figure, a bikini would be more suitable for you. Then I won't buy a bikini, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly, then walked into the swimsuit store. Almost 2 minutes later, Ji Qingyan carried a white handbag and walked out from inside. I can see that I should be able to buy the swimsuit of my choice. Come on, let's go around to the 4th floor. 4th floor? Lin Yi thought for a moment. I seem to remember that the 6th floor is where the big international brands are sold, right? No ordinary clothes. I'm going to buy a dress. There's a good number of people coming tomorrow, so I won't wear formal clothes, Ji Qingyan said. Setting their sights, the two men went to the 4th floor in one piece. Lin Yi realized that not only did this place sell ladies' dresses, but also many niche brands. The brands aren't exactly loud, but the styles are all pretty nice. After walking for a few minutes, the two stood in front of a store. Lin Yi, what do you think of that gradient-colored gown? The second shift is here, begging for votes. It's okay, go ahead and try it. The two of them arrived at the store piece by piece. Ji Qingyan pointed to the evening dress on the model and said, This can dress. I want to try it on. Okay, just a moment. Looking at the way the two were dressed, they knew they were rich, and the shopkeeper was happy to serve such customers. If you were a normal person, you might be less reluctant. Soon, the gown was taken down and Ji Qingyan took it to the fitting room, while Lin Yi waited outside boredly. Lin Yi, come here for a moment. In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan said, You're changing. It's not good for me to go in there. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi thought about it and said it was right. She's not even afraid of a woman. What's she afraid of? A man? In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan had her back to Lin Yi, her hands covering her chest. Help me zip her up the back. I can't get it on myself. The gown Ji Qingyan chose was a backless model, and the zipper could only be tied up to just above the buttocks. The white back was glowing like jade. Aren't you showing a little too much? Ji Qingyan snorted and pointed to the chair next to her. There's a shawl too. It'll keep the back out. Lin Yi looked and noticed that on the chair, there was indeed a light-colored shawl. His gaze, however, was drawn to Ji Qingyan's underwear. Mr. G, are you sure you're a D cup? How come I feel like it's an E? Don't look away. Ji Qingyan had a free hand and brought over her underwear. How could she have forgotten about it when she was changing her clothes? Lin Yi didn't care and helped Ji Qingyan fasten her zipper. Okay, coming out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan was in front of the large mirror, lifting the hem of her skirt and turning slightly sideways. How's it look? Very good. Ji Qingyan was amused. This bulk English of yours, which teacher taught you? It's terrible. Just be able to get my point across. Don't worry about so many details. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded. Since you said it looks good, then I'll choose this one. No problem. The female shopkeepers were also stunned by Ji Qingyan. It certainly doesn't look as good if you wear it on yourself. Ma'am, I feel like this evening gown, which was made just for you, just fits so well. Thanks. I'm going to go change first. Please help me load it up later. Yeah, no problem. Hubby, this evening gown is so beautiful. I want a set too. Just in time to wear it the day after tomorrow when your company opens. The speaker was a young woman, wearing a black wrap dress, and next to her was a pot-bellied man in his 40s with a strut. Little things. The middle-aged man looked at the shopgirl. Get me a gown of the same style. I'm really sorry, but this gift set is a customized one from our store. So if you want it, you'll have to pre-order it, and it'll be made in almost a month. Have to wait a month? The middle-aged man was not happy. Can you go any faster? We need to wear it the day after tomorrow. I'm really sorry. This really can't be done. It'll take a month at the earliest to be able to do it with quality assurance. You guys don't have to play this kind of strategy with me. It's just money. I'll take an extra $10,000 and tell your designers to hurry up and make me a set. The shopgirl was about to cry. Sir, this evening gown, an Italian designer, handmade, cannot be delivered to you the day after tomorrow. The middle-aged man bristled. The words had been said to this point. The other party had not given in. It is estimated that it really cannot be done. As you heard, we really can't do it the day after tomorrow. So let's switch to another style. Nah, that's the one I've got my eye on. The young woman walked over and said, I think this gown sells for over $80,000. Yes, the shopgirl said. Looking at the two of them, I don't think they can afford it. So let them take it off and load it up for me. Who says I can't afford it? Ji Qingyan said with a cold face. It's over $80,000. You can indeed afford it? The woman wrapped her arms around her chest, her expression unimpressed. Of course, Ji Qingyan said, and I can afford it on my own. The woman was on fire. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm a big shot? You know what's going on with yourself. Facing Ji Qingyan's powerful aura, the woman was scared back half a step. Hubby, this woman is bullying people. You should help them out. The middle-aged man looked at Ji Qingyan with a teasing look. I know you're not a bad moneymaker, but I'll tell you what. As long as I say the word, this tuxedo, it's still mine. On what grounds? The middle-aged man felt in his own pocket, then took out a golden card. See, I'm a gold member of Times Square with mandatory purchase rights. Now you should understand. Seeing the golden card in the middle-aged man's hand, the female sales clerks were surprised. According to Times Square's membership system, you have to spend $5 million here to become a gold member. Not only do you get a discount on your purchase, but you also get first right of refusal. So this gown, even if the lady in front of her could afford it, still had to be sold to the other party as a priority. Ji Qingyan didn't say anything. She was a regular at Times Square and knew about the membership system here. Even though he was the one who saw the evening gown first, he could not buy it even if he wanted to, as he was a gold member. Oh, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take off your clothes quickly? The young woman said smugly. Ji Qingyan grimaced and carried her skirt towards the fitting room. Wait, what are you doing? Linny said. I'll change out of my clothes and you can help me with my zipper. Good. The two of them went to the fitting room, and after helping Ji Qingyan unzip her zipper, Linny walked out. Seeing that Linny and Ji Qingyan had both wimped out, the middle-aged man and the woman beside him were exceptionally high-strung. To be a person, you have to understand that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. Although your conditions are not bad, but compared to us, it's not a level. When you go out in the future, your eyes can be put brightly, so as to save yourself from being humiliated. Linny smiled and didn't say anything, standing aside and waiting for Ji Qingyan to come out. Within a few minutes, Ji Qingyan changed her clothes, handed the gown over to the clerk's hands, and prepared to leave. Go what? Linny said. What are you still doing here if you're not buying clothes? Who said not to buy it? It has to be bought. Ji Qingyan pulled Linny. They're gold members of Times Square. They have the right of first refusal. It's useless even if I saw it first. It's just a gold membership. What's the big deal? Oh, it's true that gold membership is nothing spectacular, but it's just that you can buy this gown you're holding. From his pocket, Linny fished out a platinum-colored card. You're gold members, you have the right of first refusal. So my diamond members, it's even more of a problem, right? Third shift. The more votes, the more you get. Come on siblings, The store was quiet as could be at the sight of the glistening card. They all knew very well that in order to become a diamond member of Times Square, the minimum spending had to be over $10 million. It is said that in the whole of Shanghai, not a few diamond memberships were issued, and I didn't expect that today. I would be encountered by myself. Load up the clothes, Linny said. Such good-looking clothes naturally have to be worn by good-looking people. Certain people's face value is too low, and they exude an urban and rural atmosphere, so it would be a complete waste if they wore these clothes. Ji Qingyan was a bit embarrassed. How embarrassing when there were so many people. The female sales clerk looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, I'm really sorry. This gentleman holds a diamond membership, so this evening dress cannot be sold to you. Yes, we're not buying. The two were embarrassed to death. They thought that with a gold membership, they could run rushot over the place, but they didn't expect to run into a tough guy. That's a slap in the face. Soon, the shopgirl loaded Ji Qingyan's evening gown. It ended up being 30% off because of the diamond membership. Very good value. Lin Yi, thanks to you for this today, Ji Qingyan said. Minor thing, I wasn't going to take it out, but the other guy was a bit of a poser. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi with a smile and whispered, for the sake of you standing up for yourself, I'll make good on my promise tonight and let you feast your eyes. Then I'm welcome. After buying the dress, the two of them went to a suit store. Ji Qingyan said, go check out the suits. I'm spending today. I'm a little embarrassed to be buying me clothes and gorging myself. Che, go look at the clothes first. Ji Qingyan said, don't forget, you still have a mission on you. You must act well in that play tomorrow. Don't worry, it's in your heart. A little later, the two of them went to a niche men's clothing store called W&Y, where Ji Qingyan not only chose a suit for Linny, but also leather shoes, a shirt and a tie. When Linny came out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan's eyes lit up with amazement. How the hell did this guy grow? In a suit, it's like a different person. The female sales clerk on the side was so dazzled that her entire body was about to pounce on Lin Yi's. It's like a walking coat rack. It's all ready for a debut. It's heavenly to look so handsome. Lin Yi looked in the mirror and was impressed that this was the first time he wore a suit, and he felt pretty good. But just then, Lin Yi saw that Ji Qingyan had squatted down at his feet, helping to straighten his pants legs. Such an image gave Lin Yi a strange feeling. How does it feel? Straightening his pants legs, Ji Qingyan inquired. I think it's not bad. You said it looked good, so it can't be wrong. Let's have this one. Aha. Ji Qingyan handed over her bank card. Swipe it. Lin Yi changed his clothes, carried a large bag, and went piece by piece to the food area of Times Square, ate something, and prepared to go home. In the parking lot, a large group of people were gathering around Lin Yi's to take pictures. This car is also too handsome. It is estimated that there are not many of them in the whole of China. It's still a local car from Shanghai. It's only young Qin and young Wang who can have this strength. Oh, all stop filming. I know the owner of this Pagani. A man in shorts with tattoos on his arms said. This statement immediately attracted many young women's envious gazes. He can know people who drive Paganis, so I'm sure he can't be bad in his own right. Handsome guy, can you add a WeChat to talk? A girl with long hair said. No problem. Meanwhile, a few more bold girls came up to ask for WeChat. The tattooed man came and added them all, already happy in his mind. It's really fucking exciting. Blowing a bowl. There are so many girls to add microblogging. Gonna have to eat a lot of cashews this coming month to make up for it. Ahem. Dude, I don't think I know you. Looking at Lin Yi, the tattooed man said. Who are you? Who am I to know you? I thought you said you knew the owner. This Pagani is mine. The tattooed man was flabbergasted. You're actually the owner of the car? Lin Yi pressed the car key in his pocket, and the Pagani's xenon headlights came on and the gullwing doors opened, causing a gasp of surprise. It's really the owner. Snap. The long-haired girl slapped the tattooed man across the face. Fucking liar. Snap. Another series of slaps rang out, and the girls who had added the tattooed man's tweets. One of them rewarded him with a slap on the face. Alive and well. Serves you right. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan said silently. Lin Yi smiled. As a female, Ji Qingyan also abhorred scum. This time Ji Qingyan didn't place an order because she didn't know where to locate it. If positioned in your own home, the bathing suit you just bought would be useless. If you locate yourself in Lin Yi's Kyushu pavilion, you show that you want to go as much as you do. Ji Qingyan gripped her cell phone, so she just didn't place an order and took herself wherever she wanted. Lin Yi didn't think about it that much and pulled Ji Qingyan, returning to the Pavilion of the 9 States. Inside the Pavilion of the 9 States, the decorated colored lights were all lit up like daytime. When they reached the pool, Lin Yi changed into his swim trunks and prepared to go down for a short swim. But Lin Yi's swimming skills were rather crummy. All learned during his college days, in physical education classes, and only stayed at the stage of being able to swim. Seeing Lin Yi beside her, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but give her a sideways glance. This guy's body is too good to be true. Abs, mermaid lines, how come they're all on his body? If you want to see it, you can see it in the open. Why sneak around? Lin Yi said. I don't think I'm the one who's going to have a feast today, but you. Who's looking at you? Ji Qingyan said, inclining her head. I'll go down first, make yourself at home. Saying that, Lin Yi plunged down, splashing Ji Qingyan all over the water. Lin Yi, I think you're doing this on purpose. Ji Qingyan stomped her feet in anger. How did I do it on purpose? Lin Yi puzzled. How can I wear it after splashing all over me? Didn't we all buy bathing suits? Just change into them. They'll be dry tomorrow and we can still wear them. Ji Qingyan didn't say anything, because such a small episode, by mistake, gave her a step. Although she had promised Lin Yi that she would keep her promise, it was still a bit embarrassing to ask her to change into her swimsuit now. Now it's good. The clothes are wet and you can't change them. Ji Qingyan carried her own clothes and returned to Villa 1. In the meantime, Lin Yi was by the pool, holding his cell phone and ordering the people from the property to bring in fruits and other snacks to eat later. When the time came to change into his swimsuit and walk out, Lin Yi couldn't take his eyes off of him anymore. It's going to be a fucking nosebleed. First shift of the morning, asking for recommendations. Ji Qingyan's swimsuit was neither a one-piece, but it could not be considered a bikini either. The light gray bathing suit, which tightly wrapped the two peaks, even had a whimpering feel to it as she walked. Moreover, Lin Yi realized that Ji Qingyan's behind was much more arched than expected, especially those straight thighs that couldn't be picked out. Definitely considered a perfect body. In addition to this, there is a shawl of tulle on the body, which looks even more graceful. With the swimsuits all changed on, I kind of kept my promise. That's what I like about people like you who are true to their word. With that, Lin Jian climbed up from the pool. Ji Qingyan was going into the water, so there was no need to swim herself. Just sit on top and admire. Taking off her outside shawl, Ji Qingyan touched the water in the pool. It's actually warm? There's an automatic heating function. Lin Yi sat down on the bench and said, if you want a scrub, I'll go get the shower gel now. Only you could come up with the idea of rubbing in the pool. After testing the temperature, Ji Qingyan went down into the middle of the pool, much more gently than Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan's level was better than Lin Yi had imagined. Just like a mermaid, sitting on the bench, watching Ji Qingyan's graceful swimming posture, Lin Yi sighed. That's fucking life. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is that the viewing might have been better if it was an outdoor beach. At that moment, Lin Yi saw Ji Qingyan's cell phone. It just occurred to me that that order from earlier hadn't been fulfilled yet. I want to use your cell phone, Lin Yi said. Ji Qingyan surfaced and gathered her hair. Use it. Password 950824. Taking Ji Qingyan's phone. The screensaver was a selfie of her, gesturing with scissors and being kind of cute. Going into the dropshipping software, Lin Yi took matters into his own hands and gave himself a 5-star review. It was also precisely at this time that the system's beep sounded. System mission completed. Rewarding 100,000 proficiency values. Career completion, 75%. Reward Wang Jiangpier. Hearing the beep in his head, Lin Yi almost didn't jump. I can't believe I gave myself a dock. Lin Yi still had a bit of an impression of this Wang Jiangpier. There was an officially funded marina there, but after recovering the costs, the place was sold to a private owner. And now, surprisingly, in his own hands. The most important thing is that this Riverwatch Pier, which is not far away from the Kyushu Pavilion, is separated by a stretch of sandy beach and can be reached within a few minutes' drive. Taking his cell phone, Lin Yi looked up the specifics of this pier, discovered that this Riverwatch Pier is quite a come-on. When the Wangjiang Pier was first constructed, officials wanted to make it the largest cruise ship pier in China as a way to stimulate tourism in Shanghai. The Wangjiang Pier, too, lived up to its name, and at the time of its completion, it once became the largest cruise ship pier in China, covering an area of up to 180,000 square meters with 120 berths. It has gone from number 1 to number 2 because more than 5 years have passed since it was built, but even that can't extinguish its place in the hearts of tourists. The system is so generous. I can't believe I got such a great gift. I'll have to check it out tomorrow. What Lin Yi cared more about, though, was the 75% career completion. At this rate of progress, it's not far from opening the next career. Lin Yi thought about it, and judging by this current progress, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to try and unlock the next profession early within a week. But Lin Yi had already figured out that he still had to work towards 100% career completion. That symbolizes the ultimate reward and should never be given up until it is absolutely necessary. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about these things, Ji Qingyan swam to the edge of the pool and walked up along the handrail. Lin was very gentlemanly, handing a towel over to Ji Qingyan to wipe the water off her body. It's been a long time since I've swum, and after only a few laps, I'm out of breath. Our family's pool. It's free to you. Just come often in the future, Lin said with a smile. That's more like it. After drying themselves off, the two returned to Villa one piece by piece. Ji Qingyan didn't mention anything about going home either, and it was obvious that she was planning to stay here. How is your being? Back on the second floor, Ji Qingyan was a bit surprised to see the quilt in Lin Yi's bedroom, because the quilt was old and patched in a few places. Using something like this was completely out of character for Lin Yi. The quilt and pillows on the bed. I brought them from the orphanage back in the day, got used to using them and didn't want to throw them away. You're an orphan? Lin Yi shrugged indifferently. From what Wang Ma said, it seems that when I was first born, I was sent to an orphanage, and for so many years, I've been staying there. Sorry to bring up your sadness. Don't be so sensitive. I'm not sad at all, Lin Yi said. Wang Ma treats me as if I were her own son. And in the orphanage, there are quite a few little friends. I don't lack love. My 3 views are all normal, not like the orphans played on TV. That's fine, as long as you're not mad. Ji Qingyan had a towel draped over her body and was holding her clothes in her hands. I'm going to bed. Good night. Don't sleep in tomorrow. You have to drive me to work. No problem. Lin Yi gestured an okay sign. I can't wait to send you to work every day when you're such a big fat goat like you. After washing up, Lin Yi went back to rest. Found a friend request on WeChat with a verification message underneath. Hello, I'm Song Wenwei. Song Wenwei? Lin Yi muttered. Why does it sound a bit familiar? After a few seconds, Lin Yi thought of who this person was. Isn't it the blind date that Wang Ma introduced to herself? Didn't think about it that much and went through friend verification. Hello, Song Wenwei initiated the message. Hello, Lin Yi replied. I'm off tomorrow. In terms of your time? My family, too, would like to meet you. Convenient. Face still has to be given. Otherwise Wang Ma's side will not be able to explain. Then let's meet at the Tianyue Tea House at 9 in the morning? Tianyue Tea House? Is it the Tianyue Tea House on Wenqing Road? Yeah, good. After agreeing on a time and place, Lin Yi stroked his chin. The consumption of this Tianyue Tea House is not cheap. Casually drinking a pot of tea will be several hundred. They also really dare to set the place. Early the next morning, the two of them woke up in unison. And after washing up, Ji Qingyan got into Lin Yi's car. Because of the clear destination, after getting into the car, Ji Qingyan placed her order. Didn't lift a finger like last night. After taking the order, Lin Yi had just driven the car away when he heard Ji Qingyan say, by the way, I bought a set of pajamas and mailed them to you, so remember to collect them. Second shift. Asking for recommendations. Thank you. That's not very nice, Lin Yi said. Yesterday you bought me a suit, and today you bought me pajamas, making me embarrassed. Ji Qingyan hit her mouth and laughed lightly. Beautiful you. It's for me to buy for myself. Save going to your place. I don't have any pajamas to wear. I don't want to wear yours anymore. It's not comfortable at all. Well, I'm overthinking it. Ji Qingyan got out of the car, but didn't forget to exhort. I'll leave you to it for now. I'm off to work. 3 p.m. Make sure you pick me up on time. Can't be late for Grandpa's birthday today. Okay, see you there. Looking at Ji Qingyan's curvaceous back as she left, Lin Yi looked at his watch and realized that it was already 8:30. At this time of year, I'm afraid there's no time for a blind date if you're going to claim the pier. Ring. At this time, Lin Yi's phone rang. Wang Ma. Yat, I heard you guys had a date to meet? Well, it's on its way there. That's fine. Wang Suaping deliberately lowered her voice and said, I've asked around for you. The girl's not bad looking and has a pretty good job. So get on it. I still have to drink your wedding wine. I know, Lin Yi said with a smile. I'll secretly prepare $20,000 for you. If it really works out, these $20,000 will be for your wedding. Wang Suaping sighed. It's not much money. That's all Mom can get for you. What a thing to say. I'm working to make money. How could I want any more of your money? The orphanage was clear to Lin Yi. It is only through the assistance of the community that we have been able to survive to this day. I'm already struggling to make ends meet. So if I get myself another $20,000, it's really going to add insult to injury. That's the rule. If you do get results, more or less I have to take some. Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll be back to see you in a few days. Okay, come back to me with good news. No problem. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi let out a deep breath, touched the tears at the corners of his eyes, and drove towards the Tianyue Tea House. Ring. I had just hung up when my cell phone rang again. Am I a busy person now too? It seems like I have to prepare another cell phone and learn time management, or else I won't have enough time. Hello, picked up the phone, Linny said. Hello Mr. Lin, last night, you wholly acquired our Wangjiang pier. I'm by Songjiang, the manager of the pier. I'm going to be ready to go over there in a few minutes. You should be at the docks, right? Yes. I'm calling just for this. If it's not convenient for Mr. Lin's side, it's fine for us to go over and report to you. No, it's better if I go over there myself. Linny looked at his watch. But I have some other things to do. I'll see you in 2 hours. Fine. We'll wait for you here. Aha. Hanging up the phone, Linny drove a bit more and arrived at the Tianyue Tea House. Tianyue Tea House. A little famous in Shanghai. Generally a bit of status. People like to come here to drink tea and talk business. Hello sir, how many please? Seeing Linny come in, the Cheongsam-clad waitress smiled. I'm here looking for someone. There's a Song Wenwei. I think she's booked a table here. May I ask if you are Mr. Linny Lin? It's me. Ms. Song already explained earlier. You can just go to the 3rd floor. Good. Hard work. Probably because it was daytime. The 3rd floor of the tea house was as empty as a field, with only one table seated. There were 5 people sitting in front of the long table, which was quite a lot. Sitting in the center, Linny could vaguely tell that it should be Song Wenwei, but the rest of the others, they had no idea. Yo, it's Linny, right? Seeing Linny coming up, the middle-aged woman sitting next to Song Wenwei said, It's me. I'll start with an introduction. I'm Wenhui's mother Wan. This is my son and Wenhui's younger brother Song Wenwu, and the rest are Wenhui's great-aunt In Shui, and her second aunt In Hua. Linny nodded his head one after another as a greeting. It seems like men don't have much of a place in the Song family. Linny, I've heard Suaping say something about you, and I heard that you work in a real estate company? Is it cheaper to find you to buy a house then? Song Wenwei's mother, on the contrary, was straightforward. It does get cheaper, but I don't work there anymore, Linny said. Jumped ship because of bad pay? Learning this news, In Wan and the others were quite happy. After all, they earned more. It's not jumping ship, it's being fired from the company. A few people's faces changed. This was not a good sign. What are you doing now? Can't be a hobo, can you? That's not as far as it goes. Usually running drops is barely enough to make ends meet, Linny said with a smile. None of the Song family's faces looked very good. In Wan muttered to herself, what's going on with Suaping? Before she said she was working in a real estate company, but now she's actually opening a drop? Isn't this fooling people? Mom, calm down first, Song Wenwei whispered, although her job isn't very decent, but her looks are quite good. And the land of the orphanage, there's also news of relocation. So let's talk and see first. Alright, for the sake of the next generation, I'll give him another chance, In Wan said. As far as the situation at hand was concerned, if Lin Yi's appearance wasn't too outstanding, he'd probably just give up and leave. Just drive a drop. Let's keep talking. Out of face, In Wan said with a smile. Aha, our Wenhui situation. You should also understand. Working in the bank. Very decent. There are quite a lot of boys chasing after her. Although your appearance is not bad, but this is not a meal. Auntie's right, Linny said smilingly. Let's put it this way. I'll pick it apart with you. I want you to buy a suite in Shanghai, with full payment, using a 3-bedroom with a minimum area of 100 square feet or more. Full payment? Linny felt like he had heard wrong. Were these people dreaming? With the current stage of Shanghai's housing prices, near the outer ring of the house, the cheapest are almost 50,000 square feet, the use of 100 square feet, the floor area of almost 150 square feet, the full amount down to 7.5 million, counting the other formalities, run 8 million to go. Want to buy in full? Young people nowadays, I'm afraid that it's difficult to do. If you don't pay the full amount, you'll have to pay the mortgage later. How much pressure will you be under? When we get old, you'll have to pay for our medication and medical care, and if we take all our salary to pay the mortgage, who will support us in the future? In Wan changed her position and continued, and 100 square feet of usable area is already my minimum requirement. 1 room for the 2 of you, 1 room for the kids, and 1 room for his father and me, is not a high standard anymore. Seeing that Linny didn't agree straight away, Song Wenwei spoke up. My parents have raised me for so many years. It should be normal for me to take them over to live with me, right? If you really like me, this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? 3rd shift. I'm begging for recommendations. Can't you just give me a chance to pop a shift? Linny almost laughed, but managed to force a smile. Other than that, are there any other requests? Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me slowly, In Wan said with a smile. We are all ordinary families. After the house is finished, We won't make it too difficult for you with the rest. The dowry will be 888,000. For good luck. Isn't that a bit much? Lin Yi said. Is this still much? In Wan said with a start. When Huey's co-worker, who got married a few days ago, gave 1,660,000 for the dowry money, and we're only asking for 888,000, which isn't much already. No, I mean, according to the rules on this side of Shanghai, generally how much the bride price is given, how much the other party has to give back. I'm afraid you guys are under pressure. What kind of custom is this? In Wan said. We don't have this rule there. The bride price money goes to the mother's family. The bride price money goes to the mother's family? Lin Yi froze at this. What kind of retarded rule is this? Yes, it's the money for the mother's family. We raised our daughter for more than 20 years and just sent her to your family. It should be okay to give us some money as compensation. If you say that, isn't it similar to selling your daughter? Lin Yi said with a smile. According to you, if I spend the money and marry her, can I treat her like a nanny? Or perhaps a birthing machine? What a thing to say. In Wan slammed the table. We married you to enjoy the blessings. It's good enough for her to go out to work. And you want her to do housework? Alright, you guys go on. What else do you want? Lin Yi said. All that's left is the car. And in that regard, we're not very demanding. In Wan said. Get a BMW 5 Series, a Mercedes E-Class or an Audi S6 would be fine. As long as it's over $500,000, and you just decide what brand of car to get. Wait. This I have to emphasize, Song Wonwoo said. If you buy one of these 3 cars, it has to be imported. The domestic ones are impossible to drive. They're crap as hell. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, looking at Song Wenwei. What do you mean? I think, with my conditions, such a request is not too high. Song Wenwei said. I have a colleague who only graduated from a college, and now she is living in a villa and driving a car with more than $1 million. I am in a better condition than her. And making these conditions should not be considered high. That's right, our shall we's conditions are here. Just this little request, definitely not too high. Song Wenwei's great aunt said. I also have a request. When the wedding, the hotel must be 5-star yet. When relatives and friends come, the grade cannot be too low. Song Wenwei's second aunt said. Yes, this is important. I forgot to mention it earlier. According to your requirements, this full set down, at least $10 million. My situation, you all know. Think I can come up with this money? Do you guys think I'm printing money in Shanghai? Lin Yi's fingers, tapping on the desktop, said calmly. Want a spaceship? I'll get you one. What are you talking about? In Wan said. I know, you just graduated. You may not be able to get so much money, but you can ask your family to pay for it. Nowadays, young people, how can you get married without relying on your family? My parents are dead. How am I going to get help from my family? Want me to go grave robbing? We are not talking about your real parents. I heard that the orphanage is going to be relocated. When the land is sold, the money will not be there. In Wan said smilingly. Lin Yi's face hardened down. What they had said before, all as if they were listening to a joke, and didn't take it to heart. I didn't realize that these few people, who had hit on the orphanage, no wonder they were in such a hurry to get a date with themselves. It's the orphanage that's moving. Lin Yi, I still have a small request, Song Wenwei said. What a request? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. I hope that when we have a child, the child can take my last name. Say that again? Wenhui has no other intention. Anyway, you are also an orphan. Give birth to a child with our Song family name, although Wenhui is a woman, but also have to pay attention to a succession. Don't you think so? What? Is your son sexually impotent or a siren? Can't fulfill the mission of passing on the family name? What the fuck are you talking about? Believe it or not. Lin Yi picked up the teacup on the table and splashed the tea onto Song Wenwu's face. Believe what you want. Do you really think I have a good temper? Song Wenwu wailed as he was scalded, and Lin Yi slowly got up. I came here today because I wanted to deal with you guys, and then you and I will be good. But you guys have hit my mom's orphanage, and you're all so grown up that you don't want to lose your face? Come up here and buy a house and a car at full price? Match? Slamming down his words, Lin Yi turned around and left. It's not worth wasting so much time with a bunch of retards. At this point, the Song family couldn't care less about Lin Yi. Their minds were on Song Wenwu. Son, you're okay? Mom's taking you to the hospital now. No, it's just a cup of tea. Song Wenwu said viciously. Damn, how dare you splash me with tea? I can't spare him. How are you going to chase him when he's gone? Song Wenwu walked over to the windowsill, just in time to see the entrance to the tea house. The chase is definitely over. Song Wenwu picked up a side flower pot. When he comes out, I'll fucking smash him to death. Just then, Linny took the car keys and walked out of the tea house, and Song Won-woo hugged the flower pot and slammed it down towards Linny. But when smashing, the angle was deliberately off. He wasn't afraid of smashing Linny to death, but if he did, he'd have to play it out himself. Linny had just taken a few steps out of the tea house when he saw flower pots falling from the sky. Snap! The flower pot was in pieces, and it was good that Linny reacted quickly and retreated a step backward, or else he would have been really easily smashed. What the fuck? Linny's brows furrowed. Although the flower pot didn't hit him, the debris that flew out hit his car. Before Linny could figure out what was going on, he heard Song Won-woo cursing from the third floor. Grass, count on you to dodge fast. Be careful when you go out in the future, so as to save things from falling down and smashing you to death. Linny smiled and said lightly, do you realize that this has serious consequences? What can I do if it's serious? I'll just take a flower pot and smash you. Song Won-woo scolded. A stinky open drip. Actually dared to splash me with tea. Living out of patience. But I drive a nice car. Don't think I don't know that your car is a piece of shit charade. And that's a luxury car? It's like you're fucking kidding me. Linny didn't say anything and pressed the car keys in his pocket. Pagani's gullwing doors open like the wings of an eagle, as if they are about to spread their wings and soar. The flower pot didn't hit me, but the debris that flew out hit my car. So you guys tell me how you're going to pay for it? First shift, please vote. Pagani? Hearing Linny say that, Song Won-woo and his family were all dumbfounded. There was a flurry of heads poking out, and to their surprise, they realized that there really was a Pagani parked underneath. This car is actually yours. That's right, Linny said. The original price of this car is 28 million. It has to be repainted. Counting the cost of labor and raw materials, it's almost 2 million. Check or cash? Alipay or WeChat transfer? Clueless, Song's family was confused. Isn't he a dropshipper and an orphan? How can he afford such an expensive car? Alright, don't just stand there. Go down and take a look. Song Won-woo said in a panic. In her heart, she regretted it to death. If she had known that Linny was so rich, she wouldn't have made so many demands just now. As long as you're with him, aren't all these things your own? Yeah, get down there and check it out. Song Won-woo had been dumbfounded, and ran out in a hurry with his family. There was a large crowd gathered outside the tea house. The sports car is scratched. A melon this big. You have to eat it. At this moment, the Song family knew that this was not an illusion. That sports car, it really is Linny's. There was also a piece of a flower pot underneath, and the scratches on the door weren't very large, but they did scrape it. Linny, is this car really you? Song Won-woo asked warily. If it's not mine, is it yours? Think about how to pay for it. I didn't ask you for more, Linny said. This young man is really good. This is a Pagani wind child. Have to use foreign imported paint repair, and also have to send professional engineers over to repair. 2 million down would be good. Supercars are just not the same. If it was a domestic car, it would be done for $100. There's no way around it. That's what makes a supercar so valuable. Hearing the murmurs of others, the Song family members were collectively petrified. Even if we let them sell their kidneys en masse, there's no way they can come up with that much money. Linny, calm down. My brother, he was just being impulsive. Song Won-woo said, we just thought about it. And we don't want so many things. I think you're not a bad person. Material things, I don't care. Even though you've been dismissed, I'm willing to fight with you. You're overthinking it. Linny sat back in the car. Go back and get the money together. Within a week. If you can't get $2 million together, you'll be waiting for a summons from the court. With that, Linny drove off in his car. Looking at the taillights of Linny's car, Song's family members wanted to cry and die. I can't believe I missed such a dirtbag for nothing. What a sin. Leaving from the tea house, Linny glanced at the time and realized that it was just after 10. Just in time for a trip to Wangjong Pier. First, the system's rewards were claimed and said. As for the car, taking the time to send it to Joe Haitao will solve the problem. At the racetrack, there should be a professional paint refinisher. So all in all it's not a big problem. Buzz off. Linny's cell phone rang. It was a Weibo message from Wang Ma. Son, write back to mom when you're done. Taking his cell phone, Linny called back. Wang Ma, you're looking for me. How's the blind date going? Any luck? Didn't negotiate. Linny smiled and said, but that friend of yours, her character isn't good. Quickly pull the WeChat and contact information. Otherwise when she gets struck by lightning, it's easy to involve you. There were many things that Linny could endure, and he couldn't let Wang Ma's face get in the way. But those few people, they actually hit the orphanage with their ideas. This was something Linny couldn't tolerate. What's going on here? Calm down. Why are you still so angry? It's nothing much. I just don't think she's a good person. Just do what I say. Okay? Mom listens to you. When I meet a good girl later, I'll keep an eye out for you. You don't have to worry about my lifelong matters. I'm such an adult. I can handle it myself, Linny said with a smile. Then get a grip. You're one of the first kids I sent out. Get out there and make a name for yourself. Yes, sir. Okay. I've got to go help with the cooking, so you go get busy too. Well, I'll be back to see you in a few days. Tell me ahead of time when you come back, and Mom will make you a nice meal. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Linny was in a great mood. To have people who think of you wherever you go is a great blessing in life. Driving, Linny arrived at the Wanjiang Pier. Rows and rows of yachts, docked at the marina, with a number of tourists renting boats on the shore, and even bikini-clad young ladies. Blue waves, white waves and bikinis make up another part of the scenery at Wanjiang Pier. The parking lot at the marina is full of cars, and no shortage of luxury cars. 3 Lamborghinis alone were seen. Come to think of it, this is justifiable. The ordinary owner of the last name cannot have the strength to come here to rent a yacht to play. It's all a rich man's game. Because it was a weekend, the number of people who came over to play was twice as many as usual, and it took several minutes of waiting to find a parking space. After getting off the bus, Linny didn't rush to find Bai Songjiang. This place was all his own property now, so he'd briefly look at the facilities here first. Handsome, can you add one? Do you want to join us? Just as Linny was wandering around, he noticed a girl in a bikini, standing in front of him. She was also wearing a white tulle tunic, making the bikini inside hidden. Doesn't add up. The looks were 60 points at best, and couldn't get into Lin Yi's eyes at all. What's the point of pretending? The old lady doesn't even care about adding you. The bikini woman despised, turned around and left. Lin Yi, you think it's a big deal if I don't tweet you? Linny shook his head and continued to wander around the docks, and really noticed something. We'll have to mention these things to the marina management when I meet up with them later. Manager Meow, we just broke the boat seat when we were out on the water. The speaker was a tall girl, with a jacket over her coat and a black bathing suit underneath, and she spoke in a petite, pasty way. In front of her also stood a slightly built man in a suit, sort of like a dock manager. The man's name is Miao Chanyu and he is the manager of the operation department of Wanjiang Pier. If I remember correctly, the yacht you guys rented should be yacht number 6, Miao Chanyu said. Aha, you were the one who did the rental paperwork for us back then. Oops, this is not very good. Miao Chanyu was worried. The seats of the boat number 6 can be all leather, and also newly bought back, now broken. I can't go back to deliver all. Manager Meow, you help to think of a way. People are not on purpose. Tall woman grabbed Miao Changyu's arm pouting. Fine, I won't let you accompany me. This is over. Miao Changyu patted the girl's butt and said with a smile, but next time, you must pay attention. Second shift, begging for votes. Thank you to the book friend, Hanin, Fate, for the book coins. Bow and thank you. Thank you brother Meow. Let's add a WeChat and contact each other often in the future. Okay. After adding WeChat friends, Miao Changyu patted the girl's butt again. In the future, in this piece of Wanjiang Pier, there are difficulties to find me, brother, to help you smooth things out. Got it. Meow. Break something on the dock and you're just going to let her go? Linny said. The two men who were planning to leave turned ugly when they saw Linny. Does it matter to you? The tall woman wrapped her sarong around her body and scorned. I wasn't talking to you. Miao Changyu is in charge. And he's still in charge of this. Dude, I'm the operations manager of the Lookout River Marina. Pay up or don't pay up. This has nothing to do with you, right? You still know your status? Linny said. If she doesn't pay for it, you'll pay for it yourself. Grass. How damn interesting. Miao Changyu scolded. This is our internal matter. How much does it have to do with you? Are you not too wide in your idle matters? Just then, another woman walked over. The very same person who, just now, had managed to ask Linny for WeChat. Jia, what's wrong? I met a psychopath. I've made a deal with Meow, and he actually jumped out and asked me to pay for it. Do you think he's sick? The bikini girl from before had an expression of instant disgust, because just now, they were playing together on the sea, and in this matter, they also have responsibility. Are you sick? What's the matter? Think you can mind your own business just because you're handsome? Linny shrugged and looked at Miao Changyu. I'm too lazy to argue with them. But if you can't handle this, think of the consequences yourself. Fuck. I won't fucking let them pay. What's wrong with you? Who the fuck are you? We'll see then. Linny didn't say any more nonsense and walked towards the office building at Wanjiang Pier. When Linny arrived at the office building, it was so neatly cleaned that even the tiles under his feet could be used as mirrors. Sir, may I ask what business you have to do? I'm Linny, looking for your manager, Bai Songjiang. Linny? The female receptionist obviously froze for a moment. Are you Mr. Lin who just acquired our Wangjang pier? Yes, Lin Yi smiled. Hello, Mr. Lin. The female receptionist bowed deeply at Lin Yi, feeling a little giddy. I thought the new boss will be a brain full of greasy middle-aged man, and even afraid if people have ideas about themselves, but also deliberately wear pants. If I had known he was so handsome, I would have worn black silk and a short skirt. Come on, take me over to Bai Sanjiang. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Manager Bai is already waiting for you in the conference room, led by the female stage manager. The two of them went to the conference room located on the third floor in one piece. The two of them arrived at the conference room, and when they saw Lin Yi enter, Bai Sanjiang immediately greeted him. Hello Mr. Lin, we've been waiting for a long time. The system had already sent Bai Sanjiang a picture of Lin Yi when he acquired Wangjang Pier, so he recognized him at once. There was a delay because of something. It's okay, Bai Sanjiang said. We just rushed here too. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's cut the small talk and get down to business. Fine. This way please, Mr. Lin. Bai Sanjiang welcomed Lin Yi to the main seat. Lin Yi's gaze, sweeping over the executives one by one, said indifferently, I don't think the people are here yet. Lin Yi didn't know exactly how many managers there were. At the very least, he didn't see the one he had just argued with. Mr. Lin, just a moment, just one more for the operations manager. There are too many people today and he's a bit busy with his work, so he's a bit late. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, one hand on his head. There's no rush. We'll have a meeting when we have all the people. I'll call for another rush. After saying that, Bai Sanjiang looked at the female secretary beside him. Xiao Lu, go and rush again, so that manager Miao comes over quickly. Got it. Seeing that Lin Yi's face wasn't looking very good, everyone in the conference room, one by one, was silenced. This is typical of a new official. Within a few minutes, there were footsteps outside and the faint sound of talking. Manager Miao, why are you just coming? Our Mr. Lin has arrived. You're the only one left, the female secretary said. Don't mention it. I met a brainiac on the way and was delayed quite a bit. Otherwise I would have been here a long time ago. Let's just get over there. Good. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Miao Chanyu and the female secretary entered one after the other. Manager Miao, you're so grand. Miao Chanyu looked up and instantly felt his legs go weak. You're Mr. Lin. What? You recognize me now? Miao Chanyu's face was ashen, like he had no bones, and if he wasn't holding onto the wall, he couldn't even stand up. Mr. Lin, I'll review my behavior just now. I'm willing to be fined. Please give me another chance. The opportunity has been given to you, but you don't cherish it. It's no one's fault. Leave your work permit and go. Mr. Lin, please, if I don't have a job, I don't want to hear any other explanation. Lin Yi whispered. Manager Bai, tell security to blow him out. Got it, Mr. Lin. The executives who were there didn't understand what was going on, but Mr. Lin just took office and fired Miao Chanyu without leaving any room for error, which is not a good sign. As Miao Chanyu was cleared out, the conference room quieted down, and the executives waited nervously for Lin Yi's next instructions. Just now I inspected around the pier, and found that some of the equipment is outdated. I am going to renovate the pier. I hope that in the near future, you can make a proposal. The faster the better. Mr. Lin, among all the terminals in China, our Wangjang terminal already ranks second. All the equipment is still good. In fact, there is no need to upgrade and remodel. Bai Sanjiang is very real, meaning that we have enough equipment. There is no need to spend more money. I understand what you're saying, but you just said that our Wangjang pier ranks second in the entire China. When he said this, Lin Yi's tone paused. Are you all just willing to be subservient? When this statement came out, the executives present, all group sentiment. Bai Sanjiang asked, Mr. Lin, could it be that you want to make Wangjang Pier the largest pier in China? Lin Yi shook his head. Not really. And what do you mean? The executives present were all a bit puzzled as to what exactly Mr. Lin meant. Can't figure out his routine at all. I'm going to make Wangjang Marina the largest yacht marina in the world, and it has to be a one-of-a-kind class, so that no one else even has a chance to catch up. Third shift, begging for votes and support. Lin Yi's words were like a thunderbolt, causing the executives of Wangjang Pier to feel deeply shocked. After learning of the takeover, he all but assumed the new owner would be a middle-aged dirtbag. But now, it showed them a different kind of dirtbag. No one expected the new owner to be so ambitious, but he didn't realize that this was only part of Lin Yi's ambitious blueprint, and that's just the beginning. I will now say two things, Lin Yi said. First, come up with an upgrade and remodeling plan as soon as possible. If you have confidence, you will design it yourselves. If not, contact a professional design company, without considering the budget, and you must make the Wangjiang Marina, the world's superb yacht marina. Got it, Mr. Lin, the executive said excitedly. Secondly, the grassroots employees in the docks, a 20% salary increase, and all executives a 10% salary increase. Don't you think it's unfair? Without the efforts of the grassroots brothers and sisters, every one of you, no one can settle down. Got it, Mr. Lin. I've said all that needs to be said, so take care of the rest, and if there are any problems, you'll report back to me. Got it, Mr. Lin. After explaining his business, Linny walked out of the conference room. Now under his own banner, he has 3 properties, the Peninsula Hotel, the Shanghai International Circuit, and this river viewing pier. As for the Kyushu Pavilion, that's where one lives, so it doesn't count. Compared to the Peninsula Hotel and the racetrack, the Lookout Marina is definitely at the doorstep level. That is why the latest upgrading project will also focus on the Riverview Pier. Although this is a big project that extremely burns money, but these 3 industries under the banner all have money coming in. Want to complete the upgrade and remodeling? For the time being, it is not a problem. On top of that, one holds a 20% stake in DDT, which is a large sum of money, enough to support the situation at hand. Anyway, that's how it's going to work for now. After smoothing out the thoughts in his mind, Linny walked to the parking lot and prepared to leave. Instead, he found a number of people taking pictures in front of his car. Seeing those taking pictures, Linny frowned slightly. The 2 women who had confronted him earlier were found to be among them. Are you done shooting? The 2 women who were taking selfies instantly turned ugly when they saw that the person speaking was Linny. I can't believe it's you again. How come you're always a shadowy soul? Annoying. I'm shady? Linny said breathlessly. This is a public place. It's none of your business where I am, right? So what does it matter to you if we take selfies here? The girl named Jia Jia said. Is this your car? Just taking selfies here? How do you know it's not our car? The woman named Jia Jia said. You have a problem with us taking pictures of our own cars? Aren't you too lenient? Hearing this, the girl who had managed to ask Linny for WeChat before was a bit nervous and whispered. Jia Jia, isn't playing a little big? This isn't our car either. What's there to be afraid of? The owner isn't there anyway and they don't know whose car it is. Fair enough. Linny almost laughed out loud. You said this is your car? The girl named Jia Jia pinched her waist and said contemptuously. That's right. Open your eyes and take a good look. This car is called Pagani Windjammer. Tens of millions of dollars of sports cars. I'm sure a poor guy like you has never touched the steering wheel of such a car in his life. Is this man mentally unbalanced? He actually dislikes people when they take pictures of their cars? Has he been hurt by women? Does he want to dislike pretty women when he sees them? It's a psychological disorder. I have a feeling that he might be a rich hater, who is soothed by the sight of rich people, aka an online keyboard warrior. What a shame. So handsome and actually a cynic. The girl named Jia Jia pinched her waist and looked at Linny with contempt. He, what else do you want to say? I advise you to leave quickly. Don't disgrace yourself here. I feel as if this car isn't yours, Linny said. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. The woman named Jia Jia, arms wrapped around her chest. If it's not my car, is it yours? This car is really mine. Taking out the car key in his pocket, Linny pressed it and the door opened, startling both green tea ladies. In an instant, everyone shut up. I'm really sorry for delaying you guys from pretending here. Ha ha, exciting. Large face punching scene. This is fucking embarrassing. These plastic surgery women are also too good at bragging. I'm getting embarrassed cancer from watching them. The 2 green tea ladies were so embarrassed that they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. I wanted to hit him once to get back some face, but I didn't expect that I would be the one to lose face in the end. The 2 men lifted up the sarongs they were wearing to shield their faces from the crowd in embarrassment. No face to stay any longer. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Linny got into his car and prepared to continue taking orders. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Wang Tianlong calling to say something. What is it, Mr. Lin? It's like this. Just now someone delivered a painting and said they wanted me to pass it on to you. Okay, I know. I'll go over there now. System task. Get 25-star reviews. Reward 200,000 proficiency values 11/20. Seeing the task released by the system, Linny did some math. With another 200,000 proficiency values gained, the occupation completion level would reach 85%, another step closer to opening a new occupation. However, Linny wasn't in a hurry to take the order. There was still a distance to go before the task was completed, and it wasn't that bad. After all, it's still hard to get a 5-star review. First, we'll go to the Peninsula Hotel, pick up the congratulatory gifts, and then we'll have lunch on the way. Driving back to the Peninsula Hotel, Wang Tianlong was inspecting the hotel's fireworks, hands-on and very conscientious. Mr. Lin, I'll go fetch the painting for you now. Lin Yi nodded. Just send it to the second floor. I'll stop by for something to eat. Okay. When they reached the second floor of the hotel, Lin Yi ordered something and prepared to get his lunch sorted out. Not long after, Wang Tianlong held a 1-meter-long brocade box and jogged all the way over. Mr. Lin, the painting is here. Open it and I'll take a look. Okay. Wang Tianlong called another person over and unfolded the painting in the brocade box. Lin Yi couldn't see what was so good about this peach garden picture, but after all, it was Zhang Daqian's real work, so he shouldn't lose face if he took it as a gift. Okay, put it away. Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang, and it was Ji Qingyan calling. Where are you? Eating? Why? Don't you remember that the dress I bought had a blue tulle shawl? Remember? Why? I think I forgot it at your house. Ji Qingyan said. Come over and pick me up, and after we pick up the shawl at your house, let's go and get going. The first shift is here, so don't stop with the recommendations. Thank you for the book friends, city, ice, reward book coins. Bowing to thank, cough cough, reward and recommendation can come more violent. Suffered? Okay, just as well I have to go back and change. So meet me in the parking lot in 30 minutes. Good. After talking about business, Lin Yi hung up the phone, put the painting back in his car, and prepared to go pick up Ji Qingyan. In less than half an hour, Lin Yi arrived at the parking lot of the Chaoyang Group. Coincidentally, at this time, Ji Qingyan also walked out of the elevator, and after that, the two of them drove back to the Kyushu Pavilion. Quickly go and change your clothes. We'll be leaving in a while, Ji Qingyan said. When he reached the fitting room, Lin Yi took out his suit. I was just about to put it on when I heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. This all requires a bath? Does this woman have a cleanliness fetish? Mentally spitting out a sentence, Lin Yi didn't care that much more and changed into his suit and shirt, preparing to go out in a while. When Ji Qingyan came out of the shower, it was already 20 minutes later. The plump figure wrapped in a white bath towel, and a faint vapor steaming out from the shoulders, is a special thing on earth. You're quite the dresser. It's the first time I've ever seen someone who can pull off a suit like that. You're also the first person I've seen that can wear a bath towel to that effect. Rascal, just know how to take advantage of me. Ji Qingyan walked over. Wait a moment, I'll help you organize. Saying that, Ji Qingyan walked over to Lin Yi, squatted down, and helped Lin Yi straighten his pants before getting up. Nice. Ji Qingyan got up and continued rubbing her hair. Wait for me a little longer. It'll be done soon. Good, Lin Yi nodded. Right. Where is your grandfather's birthday banquet being held? At the East Lake Villa in the Outer Ring. You should know. No. Drove by once before. Although it was also a villa, because of its location, the price of the East Lake Villa was not expensive, and it was even not as expensive as Ji Qingyan's Yunshui Villa. The only good thing about it is the view and the fact that it has its own separate compound. It is more suitable for people who are older to retire. Ji Qingyan went back to her room to change, and Lin Yi waited boredly for her to come downstairs. At this time, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi Lin? A very gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Mr. Lin. I am the store manager of the Patek Philippe Times Square store. The 175th anniversary model you ordered from us 3 days ago has arrived at the store and I am ready to deliver it. Is it convenient for you to receive it now? I'm going out in a few minutes, so you guys can just drop it off at the Kyushu Pavilion property. Mr. Lin, because the merchandise is too valuable, we must hand it over to you. So, then you guys tell someone to send it to the East Lake Villa. Got it, Mr. Lin. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi continued to fiddle with his cell phone. Killing time. 10 minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down the stairway wearing the gradient-colored blue evening gown. Above the jade neck, there was a diamond necklace, which set off the whole person's temperament. All together, especially the peaks that call out for more glitter than a diamond necklace. Seemingly sensing Lin Yi's slightly aggressive gaze, Ji Qingyan lifted up the muslin shawl on her body, blocking out the view in front of her. Stop looking and help me with my zipper. I told you how it was about to pop out, so it was unzipped. Can't your eyes look somewhere else? You have to stare there. Mostly because it sticks out too much there and I don't want to look at it. Just know how to be poor. Lin Yi smiled and walked over, helping Ji Qingyan zip up the back of her gown, noticing that the two peaks were all wrapped up inside. That's right, just hide it, Lin Yi said with satisfaction. You mean that only you can look at it and no one else can? Is that what you mean? Ji Qingyan said as she pinched her small savage waist. Clever, that's what it is. Beautiful you. Come on, don't stink. A little later, the two of them drove and set off towards the East Lake Villa piece by piece. because it is situated east of the Outer Ring Road. The price of East Lake Villas is no longer considered to be an inch of gold. It's not a luxury to be able to buy a suite here. At this time, in the East Lake Villas compound, a lot of guests came one after another. There were the G family's connections that had been accumulated over the years, as well as many of the younger generation in the family. All of them rushed over at this time to congratulate the old master of the G family on his birthday. In the middle of the compound, the most conspicuous person is the entrance to the villa, wearing a red tang suit of the old man, although on crutches, but looked quite tough. The old man's name was Ji Yongqing, and he was the main character of today's banquet. Grandpa, I wish you every year, and the younger you live. The woman who spoke, wearing a white dress, had a cup in her hand and was pouring tea for Ji Yongqing. The woman who poured tea for Ji Yongqing, Linny had also seen, was none other than young Tianxin, who had given him a bad review yesterday. On top of that, by her side, there was a middle-aged couple and a young man. The middle-aged couple's names were Yang Feng and Ji Anrong, the parents of young Tianxin. The remaining young man, almost 30 or so years old, was dressed in a black suit and was a looker. The man's name was Fu Zhangping, and he was young Tianxin's boyfriend. It's just a birthday. You all actually ran back, especially Zhang Ping, or came back from Yanjing. It's too hard, Ji Yongqing said smilingly. Grandpa, Zhangping's business on the Yanjing side has all been stabilized. And I heard him say that he wants to work hard to take the market on the Zhenghai side as well. Yang Tianxin proudly said. Yo, that would be great, Ji Yongqing said. Yanjing and Zhenghai are the richest cities in China? If we can take all of these two markets, it would be a great deal. Thanks for the compliment, Grandpa. Yang Feng and Ji Anrong stood to the side and were quite satisfied with their future son-in-law. Not to mention in Zhenghai, looking at the whole of China, Fu Zhangping is considered a young talent. Old Ji this grandson son-in-law of yours is remarkable. An old man with half-white hair came over and said, come over these people, only his car is the most valuable, and also a table of talent. The future is certainly not wrong. If one day, I encountered trouble, you have to help Grandpa Lu, you're too polite. With the friendship between you and my grandpa, if you really encounter a problem, just say so and we'll definitely help, Yang Tianxin said. Then I thank you in advance. Look at the other old G. He really has a good granddaughter. It really brings him face, another old man said. In my life, I have not been so blessed. Facing the compliments from the crowd, Yang Tianxin was smiling, a feeling of satisfaction like no other. Seeing the attention of others, all falling on their own daughters and son-in-laws, Yang Feng and Ji Anrong also felt honored and looked at Ji Antai with a smile and asked, Antai, why is Qingyan still not here? What time is it? Ji Anrong said. I just called. It's on its way. It'll be here soon, Ji Antai said. I heard that Qingyan has a boyfriend? You'll be coming over this time too, right? Well, they drove here in one piece. Ji Antai smiled and laughed, and said that he was also very satisfied with his son-in-law. Does that girl Qingyan have a date? Why didn't she tell me? What does the family do? Ji Yongqing asked. They just met not long ago. I'm not very clear on the specifics, but they should be in good condition and have a good look. Standing together with Qingyan, they are a perfect match, Ji Antai said very proudly. As long as it's a good match, Ji Yongqing said smilingly. Now that they're both in possession, I won't follow my thoughts. Ji Anrong and the others didn't think so. Even if her boyfriend's conditions were better, he might not be able to catch up with Zheng Ping. At this time, Yang Tianxin pulled down Fu Zhangping's sleeve and whispered, in a moment my cousin, and her boyfriend came. You have to perform well. Don't give me shame. Since childhood, I can't compare to her in anything. Whether I can overshadow her today, it depends on you. Tianxin, why didn't you say so earlier? I have a friend who bought a new Bentley of more than $6 million. If I had known, I would have driven his car here, Fu Zhangping said with a smile. That's okay, you've got a nice big bull here. Anyway, it's over $4 million. Buzz off. Just then, the crowd heard a roar and their eyes were drawn to it. Hers was a surprise to find a silver supercar parked in front of the door. My God, this car seems to be a Pagani Windjammer, selling for more than $20 million in China. Which big shot is coming? How could he drive such a luxurious car? Second shift for votes. In Zhenghai, G family can only be regarded as a medium-sized family. Can be here. See like Pagani Wind son of the top luxury car, called the guests present, are very surprised. Because a car like this is usually only driven by the top dude in Zhenghai. I didn't realize that the G family had such connections. It was amazing. The gull-wing doors opened, and Linny and Ji Qingyan got out of the car one after another. Seeing Ji Qingyan, the guests present were all surprised. If it isn't Miss G, this is too beautiful. like a fairy in the sky. So this car, it's G family's Missy's boyfriend's. It's too luxurious. With Miss G's looks and talent, it's only natural for her to have a boyfriend like that. Seeing the attention of the others, they all fell on Ji Qingyan. The faces of the young family couple, which were not very nice, and had been smiling just a moment ago, quickly turned into ice cube faces. Yang Tianxin's expression was even more complicated as she kept glancing at Lin Yi's body. Both his face and the car he drove felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, Yang Tian thought to himself that he had taken a taxi yesterday, and the driver who drove the car was this person. Oh, thinking of this, Yang Tianxin's expression turned playful. I actually found a boyfriend who drove a drop. Ji Qingyan, Ji Qingyan, you really can also be enough. Getting out of the car, Ji Qingyan walked in with Lin Yi. Grandpa, we're late, Ji Qingyan said with embarrassment. That's okay, I'm content for you guys to drop your work and come over. Ji Yongqing's gaze landed on Lin Yi. Granddaughter, this is the first boyfriend you've brought home. Quickly introduce him to Grandpa. This, Ji Qingyan was a bit at a loss for words. She had never inquired about Lin Yi, and he only said that he drove a dropshipper. But on this occasion, saying that Lin Yi drove a dropshipper was obviously not appropriate. Qingyan, is it that you don't know how to open your mouth? Yang Tianxin said with a smile. If you don't know how to introduce yourself, I can do it for you. Seeing Yang Tianxin, Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Wasn't this man the passenger he pulled yesterday? And gave himself a bad review. Ji Qingyan froze for a moment. You know Lin Yi? It can't be said that we know each other. We've just had one side of the story. Yang Tianxin said with her hands wrapped around her chest. Grandpa, I'm telling you, this guy is just a dropshipper, not some rich guy. What? He's driving a drop? Not only Ji Yongqing, but everyone present was surprised. With Ji Qingyan's looks and education, how could she find a boyfriend who drove a drop? That's right, Yang Tianxin said with a smile. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence that I didn't drive yesterday, and when I went out shopping, I happened to hail his car, and guess what? He got in the car and said the car was his, and tried to seduce me. There's actually such a thing. Ji Yongqing's face was ugly. It didn't matter what Lin Yi did for a living, but the fact that he dared to lie to his own granddaughter was something that couldn't be tolerated. What are you babbling about? Ji Qingyan said. This car was originally Lin Yi's. What's wrong with him driving a drop to experience life? Qingyan, at least you've been in society for so many years. Aren't you a bit too simple? Yang Tianxin said sarcastically. You don't want to think about it. Which one of those dukes in Shanghai is not a daily club tender model? Who would come out to open a drop? What a novelty. If you think that Lin Yi is really a driver who drives a dropship, then what about this car? Yang Tianxin spread his hands. If you really want an explanation, let your cousin's husband tell you. Him? Your cousin's husband is the DDT company, the general agent in the Yanjing area, and will explain this matter clearly to you. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this man, but he was dropping agents. If you look at it that way, you should be considered one of your own men. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fu Zhengping stepped forward. Since last month, the headquarters of DDT has implemented the business of luxury cars, from millions to tens of millions of luxury cars, just to expand the high-end market. It is estimated that this Mr. Lin should be the driver of the luxury car business. Fu Zhengping pushed his glasses and continued. It just never occurred to me that he would take advantage of his position to lure female passengers. I'll notify headquarters and investigate this matter closely. So that's what happened. Upon learning of Lin Yi's identity, those present, all of them revealed contemptuous glances. Crooks are so rampant nowadays, aren't they, that they can even do such things? I really didn't expect that even the Ji family's eldest miss had fallen for it. It's thanks to Ms. Yang and her boyfriend that this happened. Otherwise we'd all be cheated too. Ji and Tai's face was a bit hard to bear. Daughter, what the hell is going on here? Dad, listen to my explanation. Lin Yi is definitely not a liar. Yang Tianxin smiled. Qingyan, don't explain. If there is no real evidence, how can I tell lies to deceive people at this time? If you really don't believe me, just take a look at her cell phone. In the app, there should still be registration information. What's wrong with me driving a drop? Is it against the law? Lin Yi said. Naturally, it's not against the law. Yang Tianxin said. I've already explained. Lin Yi isn't a liar. Believe it or not. Alright Changyan, stop talking. Ji Yongqing said. Hurry up and make him leave. I don't want to see him again. Ji Yongqing is a very enlightened man and not too particular about his family, but he can't stand the idea of his granddaughter being cheated. Squeak. Just then, a brake came on. The crowd saw a black Volkswagen sedan, parked in front of the villa. From the car down a man and a woman, both wearing a suit. but looked not so upscale, but a little like a work uniform. Who is this, dressed so shabbily for a birthday banquet? A man and a woman, but they didn't care about the other people's pointing and politeness. May I ask if Mr. Lin is here? I'm here. Linny recognized the woman who had spoken. It seemed to be the store manager of Patek Philippe, although he couldn't remember her appearance a bit, but he still had a bit of an impression. Seeing Lin in the crowd, the female store manager carried the small box in her hand and accelerated her steps to walk over. Mr. Lin, introduce myself again. I'm Patek Philippe, the store manager of the Times Square store. This is the 175th anniversary model watch you purchased. Please sign for it. Third shift for votes. Good. Linny took a pen and signed his name on the sales list. After signing, the female store manager opened the combination box in her hand, which contained a very delicate gift box. When the gift box was opened, a glittering wristwatch was displayed in front of everyone. And it's really a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary model. The sight of the diamond set on the dial left those present dumbfounded and too surprised to speak. As far as I know, the selling price of this watch is as high as $17.5 million? How could it appear here? Fu Zhangping said in horror. Sir, it's like this. 3 days ago, Mr. Lin paid $17.5 million for this 175th anniversary model, and because the watch has been in storage at the headquarters, it was only delivered to Mr. Lin today. I can't believe I spent $17.5 million on a watch. Yang Tianxin's eyes almost didn't fall to the ground. Had I really misunderstood him? Is he really a rich kid out to experience life? Meanwhile, the others present reacted. There may be a real misunderstanding here. It's natural for people's store managers to make deliveries in person, so there's no way they can go wrong. There is no doubt that he did buy this watch. Spending $17.5 million on a watch can be even more rustic than spending over $20 million on a car. So the Pagani Windjammer at the door shouldn't be a dropship company. It must be Lin Yi's. Alright, there's nothing more for you guys here. Go back first, Linny said with a wave of his hand. Good, we won't bother here. The two men backed out and drove away. Ji Qingyan exhaled deeply. Being able to buy 9 villas in the Kyushu Pavilion in one go, she was already not surprised by Lin Yi's landlord behavior. Taking the watch in the box, Linny put it on his hand and felt that the weight was not bad, not too heavy and quite comfortable. Old Ji your granddaughter is not bad found such a dragon son-in-law. In the future your Ji family, in the Middle Sea will be on a higher level. I told you, with Miss Ji's ability, how could she find a mediocre person to be her boyfriend? I didn't expect it to be someone with deep pockets. The rise of the Ji family is just around the corner. Hearing the compliments from others, Ji Qingyan was a little embarrassed. There was a little twinge of joy in my heart. Then thank you all for your kind words, Ji Yongqing echoed, then looked at young Tianxin and said, Tianxin you guys seem to be mistaken. Linny can even afford a watch that costs more than $10 million. He shouldn't be too bad about this car. Quickly give a debt of gratitude. Grandpa, what is there to apologize for? Yang Tianxin said, it's just a misunderstanding. Tianxin is right. Ji Anrong stepped forward and said, this man called Linny, he is indeed rich and powerful, but he doesn't put you in his heart at all. And I don't think Qingyan has much of a place in his heart, so maybe he'll be dumped in a few days. What do you mean by that? Ji Qingyan said nonchalantly, if you can't eat grapes, do you say grapes are sour? Even though the two were fake boyfriend and girlfriend, Ji Qingyan wouldn't allow others to talk about Linny like that. Qingyan, it's hard to see if you can't even see this point of reasoning, Ji Anrong said. I had thought that this watch was a congratulatory gift for Grandpa, but I didn't expect to wear it myself. Coming over for the birthday banquet and not even preparing a gift is obviously not putting you in your heart. My mom is right, Yang Tianxin said. Look at our family Zhangping. A month in advance, he started preparing congratulatory gifts for Grandpa, unlike you guys, who don't take Grandpa seriously at all. Zhangping I think it's about time. Take out the congratulatory gift you prepared. Take it out, Yang Feng said smilingly. Got it, father-in-law. Fu Zhangping returned to the car and took out the gifts he had prepared and displayed them in front of everyone. This is a copper coin from the former Qing dynasty. I can't believe I've collected a set. Elder Lu's eyesight is really good. Recognizing this at a glance, Fu Zhangping said, I know that Grandpa likes these things, so I spent more than a month to collect them, and the Emperor's heaven is not responsible for the people who have the heart. Finally let me collect all of them, or else this congratulatory gift, there will be a crippled. Then you really have a heart, the old man surnamed Lu said. As far as I know, this set of copper coins of the former Qing dynasty, there are very few of them in circulation in the world. The whole of China combined, probably not more than 50 sets. According to my estimation, the value of this set of copper coins, at the very least, is more than $2 million. and if a few years later, it will surely still appreciate in value. Qing Yin, see, this is the congratulatory gift prepared from the heart, Yang Tianxin said. Even if you find a rich boyfriend, so what? It's useless if he doesn't take it to heart and doesn't spare a dime for you. Isn't that so? You still have to find a man who treats you well. Otherwise, what's the point of going out every day to spend your days drinking? Ji Onrong said. Mother-in-law, Tianxin. He just bought a Wendigo and a 10 million plus watch. It's not that big of a deal. With my fortune, I can afford these things even with hard work, Fu Zhangping said. Who says Lin Yi didn't prepare a gift? After Ji Qingyan finished speaking, from her own bag, she took out a small box, and after opening it, inside was a jade trigger. Grandpa, this is the gift Lin Yi prepared for you, and it took a lot of thought too. Seeing the antique jade trigger, Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan, this girl is quite good. In order not to lose face, he actually took her gift and said he had prepared it himself. That's really thoughtful. Qingyan, your boyfriend drives a $20+ million luxury car and carries a $10+ million watch, but he actually gave away such a bargain? Yang Tianxin said. Who says it's cheap? It's also something Lin Yi went to a lot of trouble to get. Oh, whether it's a bargain or not, let's ask old Mr. Lu. He's a connoisseur in this area. The old man who had spoken earlier approached. The color of this trigger finger is not bad. It's really a good thing, but in terms of collection value, it can't be compared with that set of copper coins of the former Qing dynasty. The market price is around 500,000 yuan, and the appreciation space is not as big as that set of coins. It's only more than $500,000, Yang Tianxin said in a conspiratorial manner. Qing Yan, ah, cousin, really sad for you, so you in his eyes, just worth 500,000 yuan. Hey, what do you mean it's only worth $500,000? Ji Qingyan said. Giving a congratulatory gift is all about the thought. Lin Yi spent a long time to get this jade trigger. That speaks volumes about his thoughts. Even if it's with heart, it's only worth $500,000, and it doesn't even rank within Grandpa's collection, Yang Tianxin said. It's not about the money. Okay. Lin Yi patted Ji Qingyan's shoulder. This was supposed to be the gift you prepared, so there's no need to help me round up my lies. The first shift begs for votes. Thank you to the book friend, you count a dang, for rewarding the book coins. Thank you. Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan looked anxious. How could he still tell the truth? Oh, Qingyan, why do you have to do this? Your boyfriend. It seems like he doesn't appreciate your love, Yang Tianxin said. Lin Yi is just too busy. What's wrong with me preparing a gift for him? Yang Tianxin shrugged. Of course, what I'm trying to say is that he doesn't have you in his heart anymore. Be careful of being played with your feelings. I see so many people on the internet that end up getting knocked up by rich second-generation people and can only raise them on their own. I'm afraid that you've gone astray, so I'm just reminding you. Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Ji Qingyan's waist and said with a smile, what's the point of arguing so much? It's completely unnecessary, and I've prepared a gift as well. I didn't come empty-handed. You prepared a congratulatory gift? Ji Qingyan was surprised. Lin Yi's life trajectory over the past few days was clear to himself. He picked himself up and dropped him off at work during the day and night, and there were 2 other nights when he was staying at his house, and he didn't see him preparing a congratulatory gift, coming over to celebrate old Mr. G's birthday. It would be rude if you didn't even bring a gift. But, there's nothing to but, Lin Yi said. Wait here for me. I left the gift in the car. I'll bring it over now. With that, Lin Yi returned to the car, took out the peach garden diagram, and sent it to Ji Yongqing. Old Mr. G, this is a congratulatory gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Receiving Lin Yi's congratulatory gift, Ji Yongqing curiously opened it and looked at it. As the scroll opened, Ji Yongqing's dim old eyes glared. It's actually Zhang Daqian's peach garden. What? Surprisingly, it's the peach garden picture. The old man surnamed Lu hurried over, fixed his eyes and was shocked. It's really Zhang Daqian's peach garden painting. As far as I know, the selling price of this painting is, at the very least, over 200 million, and for Mr. Lin to send such a heavenly congratulatory gift is too generous. Knowing the price of the peach garden painting, Ji Qingyan stared at her beautiful eyes. Lin Yi had actually given away something so expensive. You and him are just a fake couple. Old Mr. Lu, are you sure you've read it correctly? Is this painting really worth $200 million? I don't see anything special about it. It feels very ordinary. This is Mr. Zhang Daqian's authentic handwriting, and the meanings embedded in it are naturally not something that ordinary people can see, the old man surnamed Lu said. And when I say $200 million, it's already a very conservative estimate. If you get it to the auction house, it's likely to sell for a high price of $300 million. The collection value is immeasurable. Upon hearing such a statement, Those who came to congratulate him on his birthday were secretly amazed. Miss G, where on earth did you find a boyfriend from? A casual congratulatory gift of $200 million. That's too big of a deal. Yang Tianxin's face, a burst of red and white. For this birthday banquet, he had started to prepare himself more than a month in advance. It was to overshadow Ji Qingyan at this time. But now, it's all ruined by this damn man. Old Mr. Lu. I know that you are the titan of the antique world, but this time, I'm afraid you're going to look away, Fu Zhengping said smilingly. Looked away? The old man surnamed Lu said. Where did I look away? There are some things that you may not know. In fact, this painting, 2 years ago, it was auctioned by Mr. Cheng Shuang, the president of our DDT, at a price of $180 million. When I went to his house as a guest, Mr. Cheng himself said that this is his most precious treasure. Once someone offered $230 million, he didn't even sell it. But now, this painting has appeared here. I think other words, there's no need for me to say more. Fu Zhengping had made his words so clear. If he couldn't understand them anymore, he would be out of his mind. It's obvious that it's a forgery. Ha ha, Yang Tianxin laughed out loud. Qingyan, as the Ji family's eldest granddaughter, we all thought that your boyfriend could send out some amazing gift, but I didn't expect that he would take a fake to fool people. It's really laughable. Qingyan, it's not that big auntie is talking about you. The boyfriend you made, isn't he a little too bad? For such an important occasion, he actually cheated your grandfather with a fake painting. The Ji family's face has been disgraced by you. Qiantai's brows tightened. It's really disgraceful to have something like this happen at my father's birthday party. After a long silence, Ji Qingyan spoke. No matter what, I believe that Lin Yi wouldn't cheat people with a fake painting. He's not that kind of person. Lin Yi smiled. Ji Qingyan, this little skinny bitch was quite righteous, always on his side. It's really good. Qingyan, your brother-in-law has made it so clear. Don't you still believe it? Yang Tianxin said. I think you're under his spell. Fu Zhengping stood out and said with a smile. Qingyan, this painting, I once saw it with my own eyes at Mr. Cheng's house. I can assure you with my chest that this one is definitely fake, because the real one has been kept at Mr. Cheng's house. Fu Zhengping is the head of DDT in the Yanjing area, and now has to integrate the business on the Shanghai side. I'm sure he has some say on the side of the DDT head office, so it's unlikely that his words are false, and on such a grand occasion, it's even more impossible to tell a lie. Hey, the old man surnamed Lu shook his head. This matter is that I looked away. After so many years of mixing in the antique world, I actually didn't even see a pair of fake paintings. It's too shameful. Old Mr. Lu, people make mistakes, horses lose their hooves, and it's normal for anyone to look away at times. Mr. Pei is right, someone agreed. Who would have thought that he would be so bold as to cheat people with a fake painting on such an occasion? If it wasn't for Mr. Fu recognizing his trickery, it's estimated that we, all of us, would have to fall for it. Hey, having chased Miss G to her hand, she can't even spare a congratulatory gift. What kind of person is this? Okay, guys, let's cut the crap for a minute. Fu Zhengping said. Old Mr. Lu, according to the rules of the antique world, if a fake is found, how should it be handled? When we come across fakes and counterfeits, we usually destroy them on the spot. Then I'll do a good deed today and destroy this forgery. It's just the thing to make him learn a lesson. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Yi said with a smirk. Sure. Don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking dollars. Fu Zhengping walked up, took Ji Yongqing's hand peach garden, hiss, and tore it up on the spot. Oh, what a blast. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, this is going to be fun. The second shift is here, asking for recommendations and thanks for the support. I can't believe it's ruined. Ji Qingyan's face was ugly. No matter what, this was a gift that Lin Yi had prepared for his grandfather. Whatever the problem is, it's up to Grandpa to decide how this is going to be handled. It wasn't even his turn to make a move. Qingyan, this is the rule in the antique world. When encountering such fakes that are passed off as real, they are destroyed on the spot. Fu Zhengping said. Hey, Ji Yongqing sighed darkly. Although the painting is fake, it looks good, and it's usually okay to take it out and look at it. Now that the painting is destroyed, it's too late to say anything. Don't get mad. Let me handle this thing. Ji Qingyan was stunned for a moment, inclining her head to look at Lin Yi, suddenly having a feeling of being protected. Processing? Fu Zhengping shrugged. It's just a fake painting. Tear it up. I'm doing it by the book. The old man with the surname Lu walked out and said, Mr. Lin, you don't have the upper hand in this matter. Let's just forget about it so you don't lose face. It's none of your business. With a cold sentence, the frightened old man surnamed Lu no longer dared to say anything. You're the head of the dropping company. In the Yanjing area? Linny said indifferently. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's nothing, Linny said. Just wanted to tell you that your operating qualifications have been cancelled. Lin Yi's words called out to everyone. Fu Zhangping, in particular, laughed as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Lin Yi, are you making me laugh? Fu Zhangping said. Just because you have a little bit of money, you're talking nonsense here? In my hand, I hold 20% of the shares of DDT. Do you think I am qualified to say this? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. What are you saying? You hold 20% of DDT's shares in your hands? Fu Zhangping lost his voice. Exactly. Ha ha. Fu Zhangping laughed again. I think you're making me laugh, right? There has to be a limit to the nonsense. Lin Yi, what are you talking about? Ji Qingyan pulled Lin Yi to the side. Don't fool around. This isn't the time for jokes. You can't scare Fu Zhangping. With a smile, Lin Yi ambled over to Ji Qingyan's ear and whispered, if I do get 20%, I'll just get my fill again tonight? With a swish, Ji Qingyan's face reddened and said in a faintly inaudible voice, dying you. What a thing to say. Lin Yi laughed and looked at Fu Zhangping and the others again and said, I know you guys don't believe me, but you can call Cheng Shuang and tell him I'm Lin Yi. He'll give you an answer. Fu Zhangping had already been a little bit unable to call, suspiciously took out his cell phone and dialed Cheng Shuang's number. A few seconds later, the call was answered. Mr. Chang, I'm DDT's operator in Yanjing. Fu Zhangping, I know, something's up. I'm in the middle of a meeting. Mr. Chang, don't be in a hurry. I want to ask, do you know a man named Lin Yi? What did you say? Lin Yi? That's right. He's right here with me. Cheng Shuang's voice rose quite a bit. I order you. You must receive Lin Dong properly. He's the second largest shareholder of our company. If you don't serve him well, I'll immediately revoke your operating qualifications. He's really a shareholder of DDT? Fu Zhangping was dumbfounded. Even his legs went soft. Of course, in the hands of Lin Dong, holds 21% of the shares of our company. If you are not entertained well, without my opening, Lin Dong has the right to withdraw your agent's qualification. But he said that he holds 20% of the shares in his hand. Could he have met someone with the same name? That's because I gave Zhang Daqian's famous painting Peach Source to Lin Dong, who didn't want to take advantage of me, and passed on 1% of the shares to me. So now there's 20% of the shares in hand. Snap! Fu Zhangping's cell phone fell to the ground. His head buzzing, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi incredulously. This man in front of her, just how much magical power did he have? He's so young and an orphan. How could he have bought up the shares of DDT? You know, it takes more than money. It takes means and good offices. The average person doesn't have that. Now, in my capacity as the second largest shareholder of DDT, I'm announcing that your operating qualifications have been revoked. Lin Yi stuck his hands in his pockets and said condescendingly, of course, there may be liquidated damages involved, and I'll notify the DRIP legal department afterward to handle this. Lin Yi, don't go too far. Yang Tianxin couldn't help it and yelled, there's no need to drive them to extinction. At least you're Qingyan's boyfriend. Don't you have any regard for kinship at all? Ji Onrong said, if it's Qingyan who asks, no matter what the request is, I'll agree to it, but you guys can't, Lin Yi said. Now, after we finish about Fu Zhangping, let's talk about the rest. You've removed Zhangping's operating qualifications. What else do you have to say? Yang Tianxin roared. The company under his own parents is already in a very worrisome business situation. Fu Zhangping was his biggest financial source. If he fell, his situation would be very difficult. If he could, Yang Tianxin hated for Lin Yi to die violently on the spot. Just now, in front of so many people, he tore up the peach source drawing that I gave to old Mr. G. Shouldn't you guys compensate for that? Hiss. It was only after these words that the crowd remembered Fu Zhangping's tearing of the painting. Just now, the president of Drizzler had made it clear that he had given Lin Yi his own Peachland picture. This also suggests that the peach source drawing he gave to Ji Yongqing was authentic. Judging from the current market situation, he has to come up with a compensation of $200 million at the very least. No, don't. Fu Zhangping's face was white and he had already been scared to death. I didn't do it on purpose. Dong Lin, please give me a chance. If I knew that the painting was real, I would never have torn it. What's the point of talking about this now? Can you say you're sorry after you kill someone and not get sentenced? Fu Zhangping tightly grasped Yang Tianxin's hand. Tianxin, you guys must help me out, or else I'll really be finished. Get lost. Yang Tianxin shook off Fu Zhangping and said in a cold voice, from now on, we don't have any relationship. You walk your sunny road. I walk my one-wood bridge. Want me to help you pay off your debt? Think again. Fu Zhangping tightly hugged Yang Tianxin's leg. Tianxin, don't leave me. I was so good to you before. You can't abandon me at this time. Bah! You stay away from me. Don't dirty my dress. You can't be so desperate. You said you'd be with me forever. Cough cough cough. Linny coughed lightly and said, there's gold under a man's knees. Get up if you're a man. It's not worth it for a woman like that. Linny, what do you mean? Yang Tianxin said angrily. If it wasn't for him, Fu Zhangping wouldn't have ended up in this situation today, and he would still be able to live the life of a rich lady. But now, it's all over. Oh, don't be in a hurry to get angry. The fun has just begun. Saying that, Linny tightened Ji Qingyan's waist and whispered, inform your family to take all the guests present to one side. I have something else to say to your family. Ji Qingyan was a bit unsure, but still nodded. I know. Soon, the guests in the compound were brought to one side. Only the Ji family's own people were left in the venue. Grandson-in-law, what exactly are you going to say? Actually making it so mysterious? Ji Yongqing asked. It's about your granddaughter, Yang Tianxin. Yang Tianxin looked at Linny suspiciously. Don't play God there. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have a fart, let it go. Don't be in a hurry, Linny said. Yesterday you took my car and went to the Peninsula Hotel. Yang Tianxin's face changed slightly. I made an appointment with my friends to play cards there. Isn't it okay? It's not against the law, is it? Then you're really good. You even asked two black guys to go play cards, Linny said smilingly. Is landlord fighting popular in Africa too? The third shift is here. Begging for votes, begging for rewards. Thanks to the book friend, Dormouse Fish, August 11, 2020, for the book coins reward. Yang Tianxin's entire body was in a daze. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that Linny would know about this. You're bullshitting me. Yang Tianxin's body trembled, and she couldn't even speak properly. Am I bullshitting? If I'm really bullshitting, why are you so nervous? Linny said with a smile. The words have been said to this point. Yang Tianxin and those two blacks. In the end, did they fight the landlord? Or did they do other unspeakable things? I think in your hearts, you already have a judgment. I will not say more. Everyone's gazes fell on Yang Tianxin's body. Ji Yongqing, in particular, was shaking with anger. Asshole, how did our Ji family produce such a shameless thing like you? Grandpa, you heard me. Things aren't what you think. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yang Tianxin knelt in front of Ji Yongqing and cried. Nonsense? Do you think Linny is idle? Ji Yongqing coldly grunted. If he really has framed you, show me the evidence. And if he's really talking nonsense, I'll kick him out. Old Mr. G. I have a few videos on my phone. I'll send them to Qingyan's phone later and the truth will naturally come out. Linny said indifferently. The rest is your family business, and I am not at liberty to participate in it, so I will leave you. Ji Qingyan was very curious. The hotel's user information. It was all very confidential. How did Linny get it out? Isn't that just too godly? Grandpa, I admit, I did go to the hotel with two black friends, but we really weren't doing anything, just talking business. Just now you were talking about playing cards with your girlfriends, and now you're talking business with black people. Do you really think I'm senile? Ji Yongqing coldly grunted. And Tai, help me back. Got it. Dad. Grandpa, you have to trust me. Snap. Before Yang Tianxin could finish her sentence, Fu Zhangping got up and slapped her in the face. Yang Tianxin, Lousy treats you so well and buys you whatever you want. You actually dare to cuckold me. I'll fucking kill you. Fu Zhangping, you son of a bitch. How dare you hit me? Yang Tianxin scolded. If it wasn't for that thing of yours that doesn't work well, my old lady wouldn't be looking for another man. The two of them wrestled, and Linny didn't have the heart to pay attention to these family matters as he turned around and walked out. Ji Qingyan walked behind. She couldn't leave yet after what happened to the Ji family, but Linny was leaving, and he had to go see him off. Linny, thank you. Standing next to the car, Ji Qingyan said softly. Thank me for what? You just now asked me to take the guests aside, in order to take care of the Ji family's face, or else the Ji family's face would be disgraced. What's there to be thankful for? Linny said uncaringly. It's you who should have less contact with them in the future, so as not to be infected. Don't worry, I won't be like that, Ji Qingyan said. I also want to thank you for the gift you prepared for my grandfather. You were forced to come, but it broke your bank and cost you so much money. That's all the more reason not to take it to heart. Just place a few more orders in the future and take care of my business. Linny got into the car, and Ji Qingyan waved her hand and watched him leave. As she watched Linny's car's taillights disappear before her eyes, Ji Qingyan was a bit puzzled. In a man's heart of hearts, he should be allowing himself to do a few more squats or feast his eyes again or something. And he said to place more orders for himself? Blah blah blah. Ji Qingyan, what are you thinking? Shy or not? Leaving from the East Lake Villa, Linny opened the app and prepared to take orders. The quest is now November 20th. And after getting a few 5-star reviews, the proficiency value will be there. There are quite a few acquaintances around and frequent taxi drivers, so with a little extra time and getting 9 5-star reviews, the job is done. But the task the system had given him was to experience life, and Linny didn't really want to pull wool over his acquaintances' eyes. Just think of them as insurance cards, and if you don't get the job done at the end of the day, just order from them again. You have a new order. Please pay attention to take the order. Seeing the tasks handed out on the platform, Linny grabbed another order, and Buddha took the order. Very cozy. After glancing at the address of the location and realizing it was a nearby floral community, Linny drove over. At this time, from inside the floral neighborhood, came out a girl carrying a duffel bag and a suitcase in her hand, with a ponytail and a round face. She looked very cute. The girl's name is Tao Yuan, a student at the Central China Sea University of Finance and Economics, and she's ready to hail a cab back to school. Hope. Tao Yuan, who was walking towards the door, subconsciously turned around when she heard someone calling her name, saw a boy in black casual clothes, jogging towards his side. Marui, what are you doing here? Seeing the person running over, Taon said unexpectedly, but not very happily, I heard Jing say that you were going back to school today, so I've been waiting outside your house, ready to pick you up. Marui finished speaking and prepared to get Tao Yuan's suitcase. No, I've already called a cab, so I won't take yours. Both are students at the University of Finance and Economics and are still in the same program. Tao Yuan also knew that Marui had been pursuing her, but dude, rich kids like him had never been her cup of tea, allowing Marui to chase after him for more than half a year. But Tao Yuan didn't give him any chance at all. Yuan, my dad bought me a new Audi A6L, just brought it back yesterday. It hasn't sat in an outsider yet. You're the first, Marui said as if showing off. Then I'm not interested either. So go ahead. The car I called will be here soon. Yuan, you're the department flower of the University of Finance. Taking a drop doesn't fit your status at all. It's better to take my S6. It's much better than those trashy domestic cars. It's fine if I can drive it. I don't care what kind of car it is, Tao Yuan said. That's not the same, Marui said. I'm an imported S6. Not domestic, but also Audi. The seats are leather. Sitting on it is very comfortable. Certainly not a domestic car can be compared. So it is better to go with me. Hearing the conversation between the two, the passers-by on the side were also talking. This girl is really interesting. Letting a luxury car like Audi not sit in it. She has to take a drop. She really doesn't know what she's in for. Hey, if an Audi had picked me up, I'd have been up there already. Who is Ms. Tao? Tale number 4389? Just as the two were talking, they suddenly heard someone at the door. Looking up, he realized it was a silver supercar, and the person who spoke was the driver of the supercar. Hearing Lin Yi's call her name, Tao Yuan froze for a moment. Be nice. How does this man know his name? Crossing over the crowd of onlookers, Tao Yuan walked up to Lin Yi and whispered, Hello sir, my cell phone's last number is 4389, then get in the car. Get in the car? Tao Yuan froze. Lin Yi nodded. Didn't you call for a drop? I'm the drop driver. I came over to pick you up. One more for votes. Thank you to the book friend, Master Dashing a Life, full of mountains and seas, Agoni, to reward the book coins. Thank you. The man is outside the maternity ward. He's going to be a father soon. I'm asking for blessings. Hope, is this the car you called? Marui had been blinded. Didn't she just order a drop? Why is there a Pagani? What is this? Tao Yuan was also head over heels, but said anyway, well, I'm the one who called it. I guess it's better than your Audi A6. Indeed, it is indeed better than my Audi. The people watching laughed. This kid was blowing just now, saying his Audi is better than the drops people call. This is a slap in the face. Marui was embarrassed, but was unable to refute it. One of their cars is enough to buy dozens of A6. There's not even a little bit of room for rebuttal. Tao Yuan took her own traveling gifts and got into Lin Yi's car, ignoring Marui. Looking at Lin Yi up close, Tao Yuan's eyes were filled with little stars. This boy is so handsome. Little brother, you are driving a sports car. Why do you still drive a drop-off? Tao Yuan asked in a very ladylike manner, the opposite of how she faced Marui. Feed yourself and experience life. Little brother, you're awesome. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Yi is not as much as Tao Yuan's crooked mind. As long as you can give me a 5-star praise. Thank you 8 generations of ancestors. The University of Finance wasn't too far from the floral neighborhood, and it took less than 20 minutes of driving to get there. Tao Yuan clutched her cell phone, tangled all the way up, and finally mustered up the courage to say, Little brother, can I add you on WeChat? Add a tweet? Why? Tao Yuan's face reddened slightly and said in a faintly inaudible voice, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Love at first sight? Lin Yi bristled. The fare was only over $30. It's not like that. And you're playing the emotion card? No, I didn't mean that. Embarrassed, Tao Yuan got out of the car and paid the $32 fare. Soon after, Lin Yi received the money Tao Yuan had paid for the car, as well as her 5-star review. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was almost 6 o'clock, and since he wasn't really hungry, Lin Yi was ready to take a few more orders. Whenever you're hungry, call it a day. In the next hour or so, Lin Yi received 3 orders, all male passengers, but only got one 5-star review. But Lin Yi was already very content. The quest progress had reached 13/20, and was just days away from completing the quest. After 7 p.m., I was feeling a bit hungry, but I didn't go to the Peninsula Hotel, so I just grabbed a quick bite on the side of the road and headed home. Buzz off. Just after driving the car back to the Kyushu Pavilion, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. It was a tweet from Song Wenwei. Song Wenwei, Lin Yi, I'm going to work tomorrow. Can you pick me up? Seeing the WeChat message, Lin Yi froze a bit. You actually tweeted yourself after something unpleasant happened during the day? Lin Yi, have you gotten the money together? I'll pick it up tomorrow. Song Wenwei, what money? Followed by an emoticon. Lin Yi, your brother scratched my car. $2 million to fix it. Song Wenwei, Lin Yi, I like people with a sense of humor like you. Wenwu is your brother-in-law now. Why is the family still making jokes like this? Lin Yi, whose family with you? Aren't you awake? Song Wenwei, I know. You're still upset about what happened during the day, but that was all said for the sake of testing you. And now that you've passed our family's test, we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. Song Wenwei, I'm going to work tomorrow, so come pick me up at home and drop me off at work. Lin Yi, wake up. It's still dark. Song Wenwei, okay, stop joking. If you didn't like me, you shouldn't have come on a blind date. So from the moment you came to the tea house, our relationship was already set. Lin Yi, don't fucking dream about it. $2 million in damages. 1 sub less and you'll be waiting for a court summons. After replying, Lin Yi directly blacked out Song Wenwei. Lin Yi shook his head. These low-end green teas, they really didn't have any bottom line at all. After arriving home and taking a comfortable shower, Lin Yi watched a live broadcast and then went to play a few more handfuls of pesticides to kill time before closing his clothes and lying down. Early the next morning, when Lin Yi opened his eyes, he realized that it was already past 7. 2 more WeChat messages on my cell phone. Xia Xinyu, brother E, are you there? Xia Xinyu, I'm going out today. Can I call your car? Seeing Xia Xinyu's message, Lin Yi remembered. Wasn't this the anchor woman who accompanied him shopping that day? It is natural to do this kind of business that is delivered to your door, and 5-star reviews beckon to you again. Lin Yi, what time? Xia Xinyu quickly replied. It could be said that it was a second reply. Xia Xinyu, go out at 9. Just be in our neighborhood half an hour earlier. If it's inconvenient, it's okay for me to come to you. Lin Yi, no need. 8:30. Don't see you there. Xia Xinyu, thank you brother E. Lin Yi is a bit confused. You guys have to pay for the drops, so why are you thanking me? Looking at the time, he realized that it was just after 7. So Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry, slowly getting up and washing up, then going to the Peninsula Hotel to have a breakfast before driving towards Tianyi home where Xia Xinyu was. A few dozen meters away from Tianyi homestead, Lin Yi saw Xia Xinyu waiting at the door. Noticed that the little girl was dressed quite a bit more maturely than the other day. Wearing a cool beige dress with a chain collar around her neck was the finishing touch. There was also a white pocket in his hand, and I don't know what it contained. Seeing Lin Yi's car drive over, Xia Xin got into the passenger seat, drawing many envious gazes. Brother Yat, don't worry, I'll place the order now. Knowing that Lin Yi was here to experience life, after getting into the car, Xia Xinyu took the initiative to place her order, not daring to delay. Soon, Xia Xinyu's order was displayed on the phone. Seeing the destination, Lin Yi froze for a moment. You're going to the Zhonghai International Circuit? Xia Xinyu nodded her head and said, the official organization held an event, inviting 3 anchors, to go inside for an outdoor live broadcast, and I managed to get a chance to go in. Lin Yi smiled. All live to his own territory. However, this Joe Haito is quite a bit of brains. The Red Sea of live broadcasting has not yet receded. Looking for them to live broadcasting publicity, it is also a very good choice. Gotta go. Sit tight. Xia Xinyu picked up the white bag in her hand. Brother E, it's too hot. I'm afraid you're thirsty, so I brought you some fruits. Try some. You're quite thoughtful, Lin Yi said. Put it aside for now. I can't eat it while I'm driving. It's okay, I'll feed you. Saying that, Xia Xinyu used a small fork, spearing a piece of watermelon and handing it to Lin Yi's mouth. Lin Yi wasn't polite and ate it in one bite. Sweet. Hee. It's good that Yat likes it. Driving a luxury car with a beautiful woman feeding watermelon. That's fucking life. 2 more requests for votes. Drove to the China Sea International Circuit. After parking the car, the two got out piece by piece. My god. There are too many luxury cars here. Seeing the parking lot, the rows and rows of supercars, Xia Xinyu felt that her eyes were a bit inadequate. Looking at the several supercars parked next to him, Lin Yi hadn't noticed at first. Upon closer inspection, I realized it looked a bit familiar. One of them, that Lamborghini, seems to be Chin Han's. Did you come here to play again? Come on. It's just a couple of supercars. Don't make a fuss. Aha. Xia Xinyu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Brother Yat, none of these cars seem to be worth as much as yours, but I haven't seen so many except at car shows. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Who am I to leave unless you call out the leader here? Even if you call the leader out, I'm just giving you advance notice to save you from wasting time here. Before he could get inside the gate, he heard the sound of an argument. Listening to this voice, why does it sound a bit familiar? Xia Xinyu muttered. Just go inside and see. The 2 men sought out the sound and went inside. A dozen men were found standing there. The quarrelers were a man and a woman, and the rest of the others, much like assistants of some sort. Why are the 2 of them still arguing? Xia Xinyu said unexpectedly. Lin Yi looked up. The girl in the lead was dressed in a new fashion, wearing black denim shorts that showed off her snow-white thighs. The color is also very good, almost an 85. So did the other boy who was arguing, dressed as a hipster in an army green jacket, North Carolina blue AJ1, dyed yellow hair and diamond studs. Seeing the 2 people quarreling, Lin Yi looked vaguely familiar, but that's as far as it goes. You know those 2? Xia Xinyu nodded. That woman's name is Ren Zixuan, one of our top outdoor anchors in Douyu. That boy's name is Sun Rue. He's also a big name outdoor anchor in Douyu. He usually takes care of me. I can come here live today. It's all because Rue helped me apply. Lin Yi nodded. No wonder it looked familiar. It turned out that they were all Douyu anchors. Maybe I've seen them live in general and just wasn't impressed. Rico, what's wrong? Hearing someone speak, Sun Rue turned around. Xinu is here. Sun Rue greeted. What happened? What's with all the bickering? What else could be going on? Miss Rin gave the word that today's live broadcast quota, from 3 to 1, is going to drive both of us away. Don't spit blood. This is not what I said, but what the owner of the racetrack said. If you guys don't mind wasting your time, just wait here. I don't care anyway. If I don't let you guys in a little while, don't say I didn't remind you. Ren Zixuan said. Why would a good one come out with such a rule? Xia Xinyu said. This activity is the leadership of the car park organized. Even if the temporary change of heart should also be notified in advance, how can there be no news at all? It's not that Miss Ren has climbed onto Young Qin's high branch. In the whole of Zhonghai, who would dare not give Young Qin face? So it made such a mess. Sun Rue said. I'm not going to leave anyway, and even if I do, I'll have to get a statement from the garage owner. Sister Xian, the car park is so big. Isn't it quite good for the 3 of us to broadcast live? Xia Xinyu said carefully. What do you mean the 3 of us live streaming is fine? Ren Zixuan wrapped her arms around her chest. With my popularity in the outdoor section of Douyu, why should I live with you guys? You guys are worthy to stand in the same place with me? You don't even look at what you're capable of. Just then, a girl in jeans with several badges in her hands arrived in front of Ren Zixuan. Sister Xian, it's all been taken care of. We can go in with our badges. Young Qin is waiting inside. Jia, you're just in time. These 2 are waiting to go in. Tell them about this place. The girl named Xiao Jia gave Sun Rue and Xia Xinyu a disdainful look. Don't even think about going in there, either of you. The girl named Jia took a piece of paper out of her pocket and took it with a stamp on it. Look at this. It's an exclusive license to broadcast. It's no longer relevant to the 2 of you. Stay where you are. By what right? Before we agreed that it was for 3 people. Now we're actually playing this. This is too preachy, Xia Xinyu complained. If you want to blame it on your inability. Ren Zixuan said smugly. If you 2 were as popular as I am, you'd be the ones left behind. Except, alas, there are no ifs in life. Ren Zixuan, don't think you're great just because you've hugged Young Qin's thigh. Sun Rue coldly snorted. He also knows that this live broadcast, I'm afraid to fizzle out. Just a little angry. Once upon a time, one's popularity in Ren Zixuan could still put up a fight on the outdoor boards. If she got the chance to do this, she might be about to become the real first sister in the live broadcasting world, and she wouldn't have a chance if she wanted to compete with her. If you can, go hug it too, Ren Zixuan said. I'm also not afraid to tell you that I can come here to broadcast live because of the face of Qin Xiao. A sentence took care of the executives of the car park, allowing me to broadcast live here exclusively by myself. While you can't. You, brother Rue, calm down, Xia Xinyu persuaded. It's all come to this, we'd better go. People have Qin Xiao behind them, we can't compete with others. Fuck, Sun Rue cursed. Let's go. I'm responsible for this. I'll find a place later and treat you and your friends to dinner. No. Rue, you're just kinda taking care of me. It's better if I treat you. How can I let you invite me? It's better if I do it. You two are done. Something trouble to go out and say. I not only want to broadcast live here today, I also want to interview Qin Xiao alone. Don't get in the way here, Ren Zixuan said. Xia Xinyu dared to be angry. After all, she was only a small anchor, and had no say. Rue, let's just go. Let's go. Don't bother with her. No need to go, Linny said indifferently. We're all here, so we'll be live here today. Ren Zixuan looked at Lin Yi. Who are you? You've got a big mouth, don't you? Don't you know who Young Qin is? In Zhonghai, anyone who dares not give Young Qin face has grass over 2 meters high on his grave. Then call him here and show me how much face he has. Sun Rue sucked in a breath of cold air. Xinu, this friend of yours, isn't he a bit too bold? That's the famous Young Qin. 3 more requests for votes. Xia Xinyu was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain this matter. Although both of them are second-generation rich, there are grades of rich second generation. Qin Xiao was the top dude in Zhonghai, and there were very few people who could be compared to him in Zhonghai. Even if Brother Yet drove a $20 million car, he shouldn't be a match for Young Qin. Brother E, calm down, Xia Xinyu pulled Lin Yi's hand. It's such a small matter. There's no need to get angry with them. Let's just go. This matter has little to do with you. I just want to see how big Qin Xiao's face is. Mei, Ren Zixuan snorted coldly. It's true that every bird has a big forest. Is it that Qin Xiao can't move his sword? Or are you little rich kids drifting away, thinking that you have a few dimes in your pocket? You don't put Qin Xiao in your eyes? Then go ask him if he drifted or if I did. Lin Yi turned back. You two come with me. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rue exchanged a glance. Xinu, this friend of yours, is he sure that he has the ability to bring the two of us in? I'm not really sure, but Brother Yet really isn't an ordinary person. So what now? Go in? Sun Rue didn't know what to do. Behind Ren Zixuan's back, there was Qin Xiao backing her up, and she simply couldn't afford to provoke herself. If he really went in, he would definitely upset Young Qin, and he would not be able to mix well in the live broadcast circle in the future. Go! Xia Xinyu let out a deep breath. If Brother E has said so, even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames in front of us, I'll go with him. Sure it's okay? I don't know, but when Brother Yet opens his mouth, I'll trust him. Okay, I'll believe him for once. Seeing the two, following Lin Yi in peace, Ren Zixuan gloated. Don't say I didn't warn you too. It would be a shame to get knocked out later. Sister Xian, don't talk nonsense with these losers. Let's go in as well. And when they get kicked out, film the whole thing and show it to the water friends in the live broadcast. With this kind of picture, it's definitely going to be a fire. You're right. Come on, let's go in too. Once inside the racetrack, the two groups split up. My god, the racetrack is too cool. After coming in, Xia Xinyu couldn't help but be appalled. This is one of the best racing circuits in the world. At the very least it can be ranked in the top 3. If there is a chance, if I can come here to watch a race once, I will die without regret. Sun Rue felt. Then I think that the popularity of today's live broadcast can definitely explode. The only regret is that no one is competing here. Otherwise the effect would be better. It's good enough to let us in. Just be content, Sun Rue said. Hurry up and get the live equipment. Hurry up. Xia Xinyu was still a bit nervous. Brother E, are you sure it's okay? Just put your hearts in your stomachs and follow your original plan. No one is going to kick you out with me here. Thank you, Brother Yat. Lin Yi was in the stands, finding a place to sit down and preparing to give Zhou Haitao a call. Goods like Ren Zixuan. Let Zhou Haitao also deal with the line. However, the very moment he picked up his cell phone, he noticed that in the distance, someone was coming his way. Almost 2 dozen, and many of them were acquaintances. In addition to Ren Zixuan, Qin Han and Zhou Haitao were also among them, exchanging words and not knowing what they were chatting about. Seeing Qin Han and Zhou Haitao coming over, Lin Yi smiled and put away his cell phone. People are coming, so save the phone calls. Xin, look, Young Qin and Ren Yuxuan. They're coming over, Sun Rue said nervously. Xia Xinyu, who was fiddling with the live broadcasting equipment, glanced towards a short distance away. Indeed, it was noticed that a large group of people were coming towards them. Yiko yiko yiko. Xia Xinyu hurriedly ran towards the stands. Young Qin and Rin Zixuan. They're here. What should we do now? Just come. What's the point of panicking? Just keep going about your business. But Qin Shao seems to have a better relationship with the leaders here. Will they? It's no good if Qinghan comes. Don't worry about anything. Just do your own thing, Lin Yi said. No. The words were said, but Xia Xinyu was still nervous and very apprehensive, and no longer had the heart to organize the live broadcast equipment. At the same time, Rin Zixuan and Qin Han, among others, were walking towards Lin Yi's side. Young Qin, Manager Zhou, it was agreed that today is my exclusive live broadcast, but those two people, they actually barged in. You guys go and take care of it. Qinghan raised his head and looked at Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui who were not far away. These two, they should be the other two anchors, Qinghan said. Yeah, that's them. Didn't you tell them that today's event turned out to be exclusive? I've already said that, but Xia Xinyu brought in an individual who directly brought them in and was quite cross, not listening to persuasion at all. Ren Zixuan said, and to say, wondering how much face you have, and what qualifies you to only have me come here live alone. Qinghan laughed. This is interesting. In the whole of Zhonghai, there aren't many people who dare not give me Qinghan face. Young Qin, calm down. It's better for me to handle this, Zhou Haito said with a smile, and it saves you from going to crap. You are the administrator here. Your words are naturally greater than mine, but someone across the street didn't give me face. This can't be let go easily. I have to go and see who's got the guts to be so big. I think so too. These little rich kids nowadays, they really should be shown who's the grandson and who's the master. With a few dimes in their pockets, they don't know how to fool around well. Qinghan stretched out his big hand and wrapped it around Rin Zixuan's waist as he walked towards Sun Rui and Xia Xinyu. You too. Who let you in? Qinghan whispered. Didn't I tell you all that today is an exclusive live broadcast? Seeing the cold-faced Qinghan, Sun Rui was scared straight. A rich kid like Qinghan is not something you can mess with. Xia Xinyu was also a bit scared. She had heard of Qinghan's great name for a long time, but this was the first time she had met him directly. I didn't expect this person's aura to be so strong. It's too scary. What's all the yelling for? I'm the one who brought them in. Hearing someone speak from the stands, Qinghan and the others looked up. He happened to see Lin Yi. Young Qin, that's him. Ren Zixuan pointed at Lin Yi and said, he was so wild just now. He didn't even put you in his eyes. Isn't that so? Thinking that you're good looking, you start acting like a pussy all over the place. And you don't weigh your own weight. Ren Zixuan's assistant said. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui were both frightened, yet ran into the top rich kid in Zhonghai. How is this going to end? Mr. Lin, you're here. The first shift is here. Thanks to the book friends, moth-eaten fish, Yu Huai, rewarded book coins. Thank you. I powdered milk. At first, Zhou Haitao thought he was mistaken. I didn't realize that the person in the stands was really Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Hearing Zhou Haitao address Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu, Sun Rui, and Rin Zixuan were all taken by surprise. Thought I was hallucinating. Old Lin, why are you free to come over? Seeing Lin Yi, Qinghan first froze, then also smiled and walked over with Zhou Haitao to greet Lin Yi. Took a friend over for a spin and ran into you guys. Ren Zixuan stared. Young Qin, could it be that you guys know each other? Of course I know. Dang, the boss of the Zhanghai racing circuit. How could I not recognize him? Hiss. Silly. When they learned of Lin Yi's identity, the three of them, Xia Xinyu, were all dumbstruck. Brother yet turned out to be the owner of the Zhanghai racing circuit. How much would it cost to buy a racetrack that big? Old Qin, that Ren Zixuan? Is that your friend? Lin Yi asked indifferently. Not really a friend, just pulling out to have fun. In Qinghan's eyes, people like Ren Zixuan were similar to disposable toys. Nothing special. That's good to know. I don't want to see her anymore. Tell her to get out. Little things. Qinghan turned around and rushed at Ren Zixuan. Let's go. This is no longer your business. Ren Zixuan and her team, all froze in place. Things had shifted so quickly that they hadn't reacted yet. Qin Shao, didn't you all agree to let me broadcast here? I've spoken to the people in the live broadcast room. I want to broadcast exclusively here today. If I can't broadcast today, my live broadcasting career will be over. That's fucking on you too. Qin Han said. I understand old Lin's character. If you don't pretend to be a bully in front of him, he won't take care of a little person like you. If you pretend to be a bully yourself, you have to finish it with tears in your eyes. Hurry up and get out of here. I'll call the security guards later. No. Ren Zixuan said with fear and trembling. Qin Han is a temperamental person, and no one can mess with him if they mess with him. Seeing Ren Zixuan and the others leave, Lin Yi raised his eyes and looked at Zhou Haitao. It's how you do your job. You said you'd call 3 people, so follow the rules. And look what you've done, Mr. Lin Yi. Zhou Haitao had a bitter look on his face, and he could be said to be mute and unable to speak. I wouldn't have done it if Xiao Qin hadn't stepped in. Alright, you cut the crap. I'm the one to blame for this, Xing Han said. Who knew that Anchorwoman was a friend? How come I can't have anchor friends? I don't mean that. She's not bad looking, but she doesn't have a big front, and her ass isn't that great, so she shouldn't be your cup of tea, Xing Han said with a squeeze. Do you need me to introduce you to some big foreign horses? Thieves are exciting. Xia Xinyu wanted to cry. Although it's a little smaller, but I still have it. Not to spit on me like this. I'm afraid of catching a disease and coming back. It's better for you to do this kind of thing for the country, Lin Yi said. It's you. Keep the rules in the future. The racetrack has a good reputation, and it's all ruined for you. Seeing Lin Yi teach Qin Han a lesson, Sun Rui was secretly shocked. What is this friend of Xinu's? Really? How dare you even lecture the famous Mr. Qin? That's fucking awesome. Okay, you're the boss here. You call the shots, Xing Han said. It's just as well you're here today. Let's run a couple laps. It's just as well I've got an itchy hand. No matter how many times you run, you're still under my thumb. So why make a fool of yourself? Shit, you only won me once. Don't act like a pussy, Xing Han said. After my last run, I fixed my starting problems and I've improved my corner entry skills a lot. So it's not that easy for you to beat me. Come on then, it's just as well I've got a bit of an itchy hand. With that, Lin Yi threw the car keys to Zhou Haitao. Tell someone to bring my car in. At the same time, Xing Han threw the key over. And mine. I'll put someone on it. Seeing Lin Yi and Xing Han start to warm up, Sun Rui pulled Xia Xinyu and said, Don't stare. Turn on the live stream first. If we miss this, we'll both lose a lot of money. Soon, Lin Yi Pagani and Xing Han's Lamborghini were driven in. The two men get into the car one after the other, and a big battle is about to break out. Old Lin, let's bet on something. Otherwise it's no fun to play like this, Xing Han said. What's the bet? 100,000 a second, Xing Han said. 5 laps in total. If you get thrown off for a few seconds, you'll give the other party a few $100,000. What do you think? No problem. Seeing the two people's cloudy bet, Sun Rui's entire body was bad. Once upon a time, I had only heard how extravagant the lives of these rich second-generation people were, but today I've really seen it. It's the same old rules. Zhou Haitao as the starter. At the end of the readout, both sports cars let out a beastly roar and went straight for it. Under Lin Yi's tutelage, Xing Han's skills had really improved, but in front of Lin Yi, the veteran driver, he was still a step behind, and just after running out a few dozen meters, he was pulled a body length away. Xia Xinyu and Sun Rui's blood boiled as they watched. It's so exciting. In the end, after 5 laps in a row, Xing Han was left behind by a full 21 seconds. Compared to Lin Yi, it wasn't on the same level at all. How about it? How does it feel? After getting out of the car, Lin Yi said with a smile, You're a fucking pervert. I've been practicing hard for days and I can't even run past you. Lin Yi's level was already at the professional level, and it was very top-notch. Xing Han could only be considered the top level of amateurs, and was no match for Lin Yi. Xing Han took the check out of his pocket and signed his name with a brush. Willing to bet? Here's 2.1 million. Receiving the check, Lin Yi handed it over to Zhou Haitao's hand. This car of mine. There's a scratch. Take this money and find someone to help me fix the car. Holy shit, what's going on? Someone dared to scratch your car? Have you found anyone? Xing Han said. It's a small thing. Don't make a fuss. For the money to repair the car, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let someone will pay for it because they simply couldn't afford it. But they have to be brought up to speed. Zhou Haitao took his cell phone and photographed the damaged area. Mr. Lin, I'll contact the manufacturer afterwards and ask them to send engineers from abroad so that it can be perfectly repaired without leaving any traces. Okay, it's up to you. With that, Lin Yi and Xia Xinu greeted each other. You guys live here. If you need any help, look for Zhou Haitao. He'll give you his full cooperation. I'll be going first. Thank you, Brother Yat. You're welcome. Xing Han looked at Lin Yi. You kid isn't going to run a drop again, are you? Clever, you guessed it all. Second shift for votes. Thank you all. Thank you to the book friend, Jiang, for the book coins. Thank you. Shit, you're a fucking pervert. You don't play a good anchor woman. You actually run to open a drop. You don't understand. I call it having fun. Want to join me? I'm not going. Who can stand it when those women scream hot as soon as they get in my car? It's probably because you give off the impression that people are stupid and have more money. So you're better at cheating, Lin Yi joked. Fuck off. Go drive your drop. One of these days I'm going to hit your car and give you a bad review. If you give me a bad fucking review, I'll hammer you to death. The two of them laughed and riffed for a while longer before Linny drove off. Leaving the car park, Linny looked at the progress of the mission. Counting the favorable comments that Xia Xinyu had given herself, she was now at 14/20, and it would not be a problem to complete the task as soon as today, or tomorrow at the latest. After casually eating out for lunch and running until after 6 p.m., Linny was ready to call it a night. It's all about experiencing life. Just stop when you can. There's no need to work your ass off. Because it was a Buddhist order taking, the day came down to a total of 8 orders. 3 female passengers all gave themselves 5 stars, and the rest were basically 4. Linny is also a bit puzzled. Brother's service is so on point. How come the positive feedback rate is so low? However, seeing that the quest progress was already at 17/20, Linny was still very relieved. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow and try to finish the job without any difficulty. Linny looked up, glanced towards Thursday, and realized that he was near Xianqing Road, and suddenly remembered that he hadn't been to the little shitty store for fried rice in a long time. The little shitty store Linny was talking about was a wild stall set up outside, run by a middle-aged couple. The mainstay is the assortment of fried rice and rice bowls, and they are not expensive and very affordable, since it was only 1 street away from the Chaoyang group. Once upon a time at lunchtime, Linny would go here to eat. Come to think of it, it's been a few days since I've been there, so I'll go ahead and quench my thirst. Finding a parking space on the side of the road, Linny walked towards the small alleyway in front of him. There was a small makeshift shed not far away, but it was noticed that the old couple seemed to be closing up shop. Auntie Lou, why did you close the stall so early today? Seeing Linny come over, the middle-aged woman smiled with a frown on her face. Yo, Xiao Yi's here. It's been a long time since I've had your family's fried rice, so I came over today to satisfy my craving. Is it scrambled eggs, or something else for a change? You all seem to have closed up, so I'll stop eating and come back someday. It's that kid, Xiao Jing, who said she had no clothes to wear, so the two of us thought, let's close the stall early, go pick her up, and go buy some clothes. Aunt Lu said, making a fried rice, it won't waste much time. You say what you want to eat, I'll let your Uncle Kong make it for you, Aunt Lu said with a smile. How about this? I'll go help you guys pick up Xiao Jing. You guys make me egg fried rice, and I'll take it with me then. How bad would that be? It's bothered you several times before. There were times when Linny would arrive from work to buy fried rice, and just in time when they were busy, Linny would help them pick up the kids. What's the point of being polite? We're all on our own. With that, Linny turned around to leave. Yat, don't be in a hurry to leave. We haven't said what we're going to eat yet. Make me a taller version of the egg fried rice. Add a golden gong ham sausage, 2 poached eggs, and a Warren chili bar. Yo, it's a paycheck. You have to be extravagant without a paycheck, Linny said with a laugh. Auntie Lu's daughter is called Kong Jing, and she goes to Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School. In this range of high schools, Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School is already considered a prestigious school. Every year, countless students get into Tsinghua and Yin University, can come here to school, as long as it is not the tail end of the car. The least can go to a 211. When he arrived at Zhonghai No. 1 Middle School, he found that the entrance to the school was already overcrowded, and there were cars everywhere. So Linny watched for a while before waiting for a parking space. Looking at the watch, it was already past 7 in the evening, but the seniors had not yet finished school. The rows of lights were still on. All of them were having evening study sessions. After waiting 10 minutes, the bell rang. Before long, one after another, students came down with their backpacks. Linny waited for a while, but he didn't see Kong Jing come down. Hello class, are all the seniors out of school? Linny grabbed over a little boy and asked. It's all released, the little boy replied. There's still the duty student who hasn't left yet. The senior girl next to her couldn't help but chime in, her eyes unable to move away from Linny's body. So that's what happened. Thank you guys. You're welcome. But Linny waited a few more minutes and realized that Kong Jing hadn't come down yet. Feeling a little out of place, he walked towards the senior class. Mr. Gu, what do you say about this? Look at how my son let her scratch him. He was the one who pulled my hair first, and wrote on my school uniform. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered with him. Isn't that Shizuku's voice? Linny heard Kong Jing's voice and quickened his pace towards the senior class. Just as he entered the class, Linny froze for a moment. The woman in uniform on the podium. Wasn't it the Gu Jingshu she had met earlier? Gu Jingshu was wearing blue jeans, black sneakers, and a women's shirt on top. Simple and decent, generous. But before that, he had come to pick up Kong Jing himself, and her homeroom teacher didn't seem to be Gu Jingshu. It's only been a few days and I can't believe it's changed. Seeing Linny come in from outside, Gu Jingshu was also stunned. Wasn't this the super rich kid from the other day? From his own encounter? Why is he still here? Little brother Yat. Before Gu Jingshu could speak, Kong Jing trotted over towards Linny and stood by his side. Your parents are closing up. I came over to pick you up today. Linny glanced at the middle-aged couple standing not far away and realized that on both of their faces, anger was written all over them. At their heels stood a little fat man with a few bloody marks scratched on his face. I think it must be Kong Jing's handiwork. What happened? Got into a fight with a classmate? He's the bully. When Linny came, Kong Jing was like having a backbone and wasn't afraid anymore, turning around and saying, Brother Yat, look at my clothes. They're all scratched with grease pencil marks. Okay, I know what's going on. Linny stroked Kong Jing's head, shielded her behind himself, and said, in this case, it is your son who is at fault first, but Xiao Jing scratched your son. This is her wrong. The two are even. You don't hold on to it. Gu Jingshu was a bit surprised. She didn't expect a rich second generation like Linny to be so nice. Anyone else would have stormed off long ago. Getting even? The boy's mother said, open your eyes. What if my son is disfigured? He is going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. If you delay my son's future, can you afford to take the responsibility? Here's the third shift. I'm begging for recommendations. Thank you to the book friend, Temperance, Dream Back to 1000 Drunkenness, Old Line Wash Hair with Puffy, to reward the milk powder money. Thank you. Everyday recommendation votes over 2,000. 10,000 reward are added more. Thank you. Right. I'm going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. My future has been ruined by you guys. Can you afford to pay for it? Linny walked over and said, classmate, with your face value, it's impossible for you to enter the entertainment industry in the future. Gu Jingshu forced a smile. This was said too directly. Nowadays, these parents, one by one, do have a bit of a hard time seeing reality. With Lin Yi's face value, he hasn't even said he'll enter the entertainment industry, let alone others. What do you mean? Calling my son ugly, isn't it? The boy's mother yelled. You too, don't you look at what kind of virtue you have? To actually have such unrealistic ideas. What kind of food? Drinking like this? I tell you, don't say those useless things. If today, you don't give a statement, this matter is not finished. By what right is it not over? Kong Jing said. Obviously he bullied me first. What's wrong with bullying you? It's your honor to be in the same class as my son for poorer than you. And you have to put up with the bullying. Snap. Linny didn't say anything. He went up and slapped the woman's face solidly. You, how dare you hit me? The woman covered her face and stared, not expecting, at all, that Linny would make a move. Gu Jingshu shook her head. How many rich kids like Linny had good tempers? Hitting you is light, and if you keep your mouths shut, you guys might end up in the hospital. Look, Mr. Gu, your students' parents, they openly roughed up the school. Do you have to take care of this? If you don't give us a statement, I'm going to find your principal, the boy's father said. Goon, I beat up your wife and I don't even dare to say a word. And you want to sue the principal? That's all you've got. Grass. You fucking less than man. The boy's father looked at Gu Jingshu again. Ms. Gu, I hope you can handle this, Gu Jingshu said with a serious expression. The matter is clear. It is you who are at fault. Even if you find the principal, it's useless. Fine. You guys aren't handling it, are you? The boy's father was furious. I'm telling you, I'm the personnel manager of Zhenghan Capital. If you guys don't deal with this, I'll notify my colleagues in the legal department to deal with it. Manhwa Capital? Lin Yi muttered. Listening to that name, it seemed a bit familiar. It appears to be Qin Han's company. As a wealthy second generation of the middle C classification, much of Qin Han's information is public. Anyone who frequents the internet is, to a greater or lesser extent, aware of some of this information. Your work will not have an impact on my judgment, Gu Jingshu said, and I hope you won't make any more trouble. Good. Remember what you said today. If you wait for me to deal with this personally, not only the two of them, but even your school won't have a good time. Gu Jingshu's expression was hesitant. In this society, many things were unreasonable. If they really make a big deal out of it, I'm afraid it will have a bad effect. It didn't matter if he could find another job, but if it affected Xiao Jing, that would be bad. Teacher Gu, there's no need to bother with them, Linny said. Let them toss and turn. If they can flutter a splash, it's my loss. With that, Linny touched Kong Jing's head. Let's go. Your parents are waiting for you. Let's go home. Aha. Kong Jing didn't think as much as Gu Jingshu did. With Lin Yi here, she wasn't afraid of anything. Lin Yi left with Kong Jing and the remaining family of three looked at Gu Jingshu. Teacher Gu, my words are clear enough. I need Kong Jing and his parents to publicly apologize at the school tomorrow, and secondly, to compensate us for the 200 $5,000 in medical bills, or else suffer the consequences. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Lin Yi's words not only gave Kong Jing courage, but it was the same for Gu Jingshu as well. Lin Yi is the owner of the Peninsula Hotel and drives a $20 million sports car. How can he be afraid of white-collar workers like you? Then we'll just see. Putting down the words, the family also walked out, just in time to see Lin Yi and Kong Jing in front of them, walking and fooling around. Dad, look, they're right in front, the boy said. And that man, he just beat up my mom. We can't let him go. Li Duong, if you're a man, go teach him a lesson now. Don't worry, I'll be there now. A family of 3 rushed up. Kid, stop right there. I had just walked out of the school when I heard someone talking behind my back and realized it was the family from earlier. What? Looking for me for something? Lin Yi said. I'm telling you, you just hit my wife. And it's not over. If it's not over, it's not over. I'll just wait for you. Okay, if you're really good, tell me your name and I'll have you begging to come see me the next day. Lin Yi held his cell phone and didn't answer directly, but asked in return. You're from Minhan Capital, aren't you? What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and apologize to my wife now. Hearing the quarrel between the two sides, a number of people came up from all around. I've heard of this Zhonghan Capital. It seems to be Qin Han's company. That's the top rich kid from Zhonghai? That's right. It's the arrogant one who is a thief on the internet. This man, who has messed with the people of Zhonghan Capital, will definitely not have a good time. Li Duong pinched his waist with both hands. Kid, did you hear that? What strength of our Zhonghan Capital? You should be clear about it. Now I'm giving you a chance. Don't not cherish it. Hold on. I'll make a call. With that, Lin Yi dialed Qinghan's number. Your company's HR manager told me to get down on my knees and apologize to his wife. How do you think this is going to work? Shit. You're bullshitting me. How could we have such a shabby in our company? Do you think I would joke with you? Okay. I'll find out who this douchebag is and I'll be sure to give you a statement. As soon as possible. Don't worry. I'll check it out now. Lin Yi hung up the phone and said with a smile. Just wait. Someone will deal with you in a minute. Li Duong heard Lin Yi's words clearly, obviously calling someone from his own company. You? Who did you call? Qin Han. Li Duong froze for a second or so, then laughed out loud. Crap. You're fucking kidding me again. Li Duong was already laughing with joy. If you said, call other executives, I might still believe you, but when you said call young Qin, are you teasing me? Don't even look at your own virtues? What qualifications do you have to know our young Qin? Do you think our young Qin's contact information is that worthless? Young man, bragging should be taken more seriously. One more for votes. Thank you to book club member, Aizu, for the milk powder money bounty. Believe it or not, the rest is out of my hands. Ha ha, Li Duong even laughed through his tears. I think you are still not clear about who our Qin Xiao is. Even those who are worth billions of dollars can't even get our Qin Xiao's contact information. What kind of thing are you? This kind of bullshit all dare to blow. I think you still haven't thought about it in your dreams. Li Diwang's words were echoed by many. Qin Han is not only the top rich second generation in Zhonghai, but also an internet celebrity. Is someone like that not accessible to an ordinary person with a boss's last name? This kid is really funny. Actually saying that he knows Qin Han? It's too funny. Ha ha, if he knows Qin Han, then I still know Trump. I think he might have watched too much internet and wanted to learn from other heroes to punch his face. But this is the manifest reality. Not just talking about it, okay. It's likely to have gone off the rails. Drip. Lin Yi pressed the car key in his pocket and the gullwing doors of the Pagani opened, bringing the jeers around him to an abrupt halt. Crap. It's even a Pagani windjammer. Why didn't I realize it just now? I saw it a long time ago and took several pictures of it. This car seems to be over $20 million. Rich people in Zhonghai. So damn many. Let's go. Get in the car, Lin Yi said. Brother Xiaoi, where's your Charlie? I've been looking for it for half a day. That car's not going to be driven anymore. It's being replaced by a Pagani. Hiss. Is that Pagani yours? Li Duong was dumbfounded. This kid even drove a Pagani? Are you kidding me? Can't it be mine? Lin Yi brought Kong Jing with him and walked towards the Pagani under the gaze of the onlookers. Li Duong felt like a shabby, threatening an owner of a Pagani. Ring, ring, ring. Li Diwang's phone. At this time, rang. An unfamiliar number. You're Li Duong, aren't you? Zhonghan Capital had always been taken care of by professional managers, and Qin Han was not involved much, and he did not know much about the company's management. Gotta identify the other guy first. It's me. Which one are you? I'm Qin Han. Qin. Good day young Qin. Li Duong was almost scared to death. Xiao Qin actually took the initiative to call himself. It's unbelievable. Don't fucking call me Qin Xiao. Dare to mess with Lin Yi. You fucking want to die, don't you? Chin Han cursed in a broken voice. Hurry up and pack up and get out. CHC Capital doesn't have any shabbies like you. Being scolded by Chin Han, Li Wanda was like an out-of-body experience. That's how you understand the whole thing. The guy in the Pagani is Lin Yi. He wasn't just blowing smoke. It's true to call Qin Xiao again. Young Qin, listen to my explanation. Please give me another chance. I'll go apologize to him now. Li Dawang cried. I just took out a loan to buy a house and a car. And if you fire me, my life is over. Okay, it just so happens that the African branch is short of people. So go to Africa if you don't want to get fired. Without much ado, Qin Han hung up the phone directly. Snap. Li Dawang's cell phone dropped to the floor and he sat down paralyzed. What the hell happened? What are you doing sitting on the floor? Li Dawang's wife said. We've messed with the wrong people. The guy in the Pagani really knows young Qin, who drove me off without saying a word. Li Dawang's wife is also stupid. Her intestines are repentant. What are you waiting for? Go apologize before they leave. Yeah, go apologize. Li Dawang looked like he had grabbed the last straw, rolling and crawling as he ran towards Lin Yi. Lin Xiao, don't go. Lin Yi, who was about to drive off, heard Li Dawang calling his name and opened the car door. Looking for me for something? Puff. Li Dawang and his wife both went down on their knees and kept slapping themselves. Xiao Lin, we know we're wrong. Please give me one more time. Don't let Xiao Qin fire me. You guys met me today. If I didn't come, maybe Xiao Jing and her family would have let you two bully them to death. Lin Yi said. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. You have caused your own trouble. Deal with it. Lin Yi closed the car door again and took Kong Jing on a long walk. Soon, Lin Yi drove and sent Kong Jing back. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Quickly thank you Brother Xiaoyi. Aunt Lu said. I've thanked Brother Xiaoyi for everything. Kong Jing smiled and said. Mom, Brother Xiaoyi has changed his car. It's especially beautiful. Then you study hard in the future and work for a big company later too. Then buy a nice car. Aha. Come Xiaoyi. Kong Jing's father, carrying a bag, handed it to Lin Yi. Back just in time. Just fried it. Eat it later while it's hot. Okay. Ugh. Xiaoyi, this order is on us. You quickly don't pay for it. That's not going to work. One size does not fit all. You can't pay for it. You've helped us fetch Xiao Jing back. How can you still want your money? That won't work either. Lin Yi took out $100 and shoved it into Aunt Lu's hand, turning back and running to his car. Looking at the time, it's already after 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi didn't hang around and drove home. Not having driven far, the car stopped underneath the Sunrise Group, and Lin Yi, who was waiting for the traffic light, realized that the light in the top floor office was still on. What's the situation? Ji Qingyan isn't off duty yet? When the light was green, Lin Yi drove straight ahead, but then at the next intersection, picked his way back. I was bored and ready to go to Ji Qingyan's place. Parking his car, Lin Yi got on the elevator and went straight to the top floor. The lights in the other offices were out. Only the lights in the corridor and Ji Qingyan's office were on. No wonder I didn't call a cab today. So I'm working late at the office. On the desk, there were several papers, a pink cup of water next to it, and a small cookie in his hand. It's working overtime, but it's pretty cozy. At this moment, Ji Qingyan's attention was all on the documents, and she didn't see Lin Yi standing in the doorway. This little skinny bitch, isn't she a little too desperate? The whole company is gone, and she's here all by herself. Not afraid of danger? Lin Yi quietly took a few steps backward, stood in front of the switch in the hallway, and pressed go. The lights in the corridor all went out in a flash, but after a second, Lin Yi flipped the switch again. That's it, back and forth twice. Who? Ji Qingyan's voice rang out, but there was a hint of a tremor. Lin Yi didn't make a sound and forced a smile. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of high heels was soon heard as Ji Qingyan walked out of the office. Who's here? Don't play dumb. And this time, the tension in the words was a little stronger. Lin Yi hid in the corner, still not speaking. Immediately afterward, the sound of a door slamming could be heard, along with the sound of a locking door. Lin Yi walked out of the corner and walked over to the switch again, reciprocating a few more times and making some footsteps on purpose. Buzz off. Soon, Lin Yi's cell phone rang with a voice message from Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, where are you? I'm at the office. Can you come pick me up? Lin Yi frowned. Was this little skinny bitch scared silly? How could she have the heart to send a tweet at this hour? Did the call feature get eaten by you? Before Lin Yi could reply, Ji Qingyan's call came. Lin Yi didn't answer it, saving himself from being exposed. Didn't have time, was out working. Lin Yi replied with WeChat. Don't work okay? It seems like bad people are coming to the company. I'm scared. Ji Qingyan's voice had a sobbing tone to it. and it was already more than just nervousness. Thinking about Ji Qingyan's appearance, Linny didn't want to tease her anymore, as long as he realized the seriousness of the problem. Carrying his own egg fried rice, Linny walked towards Ji Qingyan's office. Dang it! What are you? Ji Qingyan said from her office. I'm telling you, my boyfriend will be here soon. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Get out of my company quickly. Linny couldn't help but laugh at the amusement. Usually looking quite a big woman, I didn't realize there was a little woman side. Since your boyfriend's coming, I'll go first. Hearing the sound of talking outside the door, Ji Qingyan felt familiar and immediately reacted that it was Linny's voice. Hurriedly, he went to open the door and realized that the person outside was none other than Linny. Ji Qingyan jumped into Linny's arms. Whoa, you finally came. Just now the company seems to come to the bad guys. Scared me to death. But soon, Ji Qingyan realized something was wrong. Letting go of Linny, she looked at him suspiciously. I just tweeted you. Why are you here? Because I've been out there. Ji Qingyan's expression changed from sadness to anger. The person standing outside is actually you. What are you scaring me for? Linny held up his cell phone. Look for yourself. It's after 9 o'clock at night and there's not a soul in the company. What will you do if the person who comes up here isn't me, but someone else? After being lectured by Linny, Ji Qingyan realized that Linny's starting point was for his own good. There's no such thing as a coincidence. And there's also but other co-workers too maybe. Who is qualified to work on the top floor but the president of the company? Then you can call me and tell me. But you can't scare me. I was just about to die of fright. Ji Qingyan wiped the undried tears from the corners of her eyes. He was still a bit angry, but after realizing that Linny was doing it for his own good, he wasn't angry anymore. A workaholic like you won't listen to others if you don't move a bit, Linny said. That's why it's got to get up your asses. I just want to finish all these papers, all of them in one place, and I don't want to push it to tomorrow, Ji Qingyan said reasonably. By the way, what are you carrying in your hand? Scrambled eggs. Seeing that Linny had bought a midnight snack, Ji Qingyan's heart was beautiful. It's kinda romantic, knowing that you didn't eat at night when you worked overtime. You know to bring yourself a midnight snack. On the sofa in the office, Linny opened the fragrant egg fried rice and his appetite was whetted. Take a big bite and bring it to your mouth. Exceptionally satisfying. Aha! Ji Qingyan froze in her desk money. So you didn't buy it for yourself? Don't you know you haven't eaten? You actually ate it yourself? Cough cough cough. Ji Qingyan coughed lightly. Is your throat uncomfortable? Drink more hot water. It's after 9. I've been busy until now. I know, but I haven't eaten yet, Ji Qingyan said. I thought you had Skittles, so I got one. Don't try to take my fried rice. Little cookies don't get enough. Ji Qingyan walked over. Give me a bite. At least you're the president, and you can eat egg fried rice? I'm not a fairy, so how come I can't eat scrambled eggs? Ji Qingyan said. The next street to the group, there's a small hutong. There's a couple in there that sells delicious egg fried rice. I've bought it several times. Linny was a bit surprised, not realizing that Ji Qingyan had even gone there to buy egg fried rice. This is the egg fried rice from Auntie Lou's house. Really? Ji Qingyan's expression lit up. Quickly give me a taste. Seeing Ji Qingyan's adorable appearance, Linny handed over his chopsticks, but Ji Qingyan didn't move. Why don't you eat? Feed me. Love to eat or not? No, you just scared me, so you have to feed me. You're such an adult and you're still pouting. I can't help you. Linny was helpless, so he took his chopsticks, took a small bite, and fed it to Ji Qingyan's mouth. It's still their egg fried rice that's good, Ji Qingyan said vaguely. Clip me a piece of ham. I want another bite of egg. It's still so much work to let someone feed you. Linny spat, but still chucked a piece of ham and egg and fed it to Ji Qingyan's mouth. Okay, I'm full. You eat. Just 2 bites and then no more? You're hungry after a long day of running around out there. I'm going to go have a small cookie. Eat? I don't eat as much as you think. Then don't eat either. Ji Qingyan shook her head. It's too late to eat too much. Otherwise my recent yoga practice will be in vain. Then you shouldn't get it either. So hurry up and pack up and go home. There's just one document left to read. Suit yourself. I'll eat and leave anyway. You're on your own. Che, why are you so macho? Sputtering, Ji Qingyan returned to her desk, ready to finish reading the last document while Linny ate. But until Linny finished his meal, he hadn't finished reading the last document, because she always couldn't help but look at Linny. Coming to see myself this late in the day. The people who, earlier, had lined up to give themselves flowers must be at the club at this time. I'm done eating and I'm leaving. I'll go too. There was one remaining document that Ji Qingyan wasn't going to get. Just come a little early tomorrow. Shutting down her computer, Ji Qingyan briefly cleaned up and prepared to go to the fitting room, change out of her work clothes, and then go home. Ring, ring, Ring. Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Chin Han calling. Let me take care of that shabby, and you take the heat off. Young Chin is so giving face. What do I have to be angry about? Ha ha, it's still you who's quick. Chin Han laughed. What are you doing now? I found a few first-tier internet celebrities with top-notch body and face. Come over and have some fun? Just in time to make amends to you. Lin Yi looked up, glanced at Ji Qingyan, and smiled. I've got better ones around me. So forget about your so-called first-tier internet stars. 3 more requests for votes. Thanks to the book friend, Dormouse Fish, Nebula Pavilion, Painful Heart, We're So Broken Up, Fate, for the milk powder money. Bow and thank you. Finally got out of the hospital today. Happy. Scratch that. We are all on our own. Don't brag about it. Okay, Chin Han said. Let me tell you. These few people I found are all about as good as stars in terms of face value. You can't find such good resources. Pull yourself together. Even if you look good, you're still an internet celebrity. You can't compare to the ones around me. Don't make empty promises. Send a picture if you can. Wait. Lin Yi hung up the phone and rushed to Ji Qingyan in the fitting room. Mr. Ji, do you have a selfie there? Selfie? Yeah. Send me your best selfie. Ji Qingyan, who was in the middle of changing her clothes, paused for a moment. What did Lin Yi want with his picture? It's not going to be a screensaver, is it? Wait a minute. I'll find it for you. Ji Qingyan took her cell phone, found a photo she was more satisfied with, and sent it to Lin Yi. Is it okay for you to look at this picture? When he saw the photo Ji Qingyan sent, he realized it was a selfie in the sun. But the smile, it was brighter than the sun. It's so okay. Lin Yi sent over Ji Qingyan's picture. Shit. You're fucking cheating. You're looking for pictures on the internet. Chin Han replied. I've been running the nightclub for so many years. How could you possibly fool me with this little trick of yours? Believe it or not, if it wasn't for the online P photos, I'd be fucking live streaming upside down and eating shit. Just then, Ji Qingyan walked out of the fitting room and asked curiously, what do you want my selfie for? Ji Qingyan's heart had a small hint of anticipation. How embarrassing would it be to actually have a picture of yourself as a screensaver? Someone asked me to go out and said they got a lot of first-tier internet celebrities, and I'm going to use your picture to subdue those bullies. Ooh-hoo. Although it wasn't taking her own picture as a screensaver, Ji Qingyan's heart was still beautiful. At the very least, it's a testament to your face value. What did the other side say? The guy said that I was fooling people with internet pictures and said that if it was real, he'd live stream it upside down and eat shang. Ji Qingyan had a wicked chill. They were too wicked. What about it? Should I send you another one? No need, Lin Yi said. Come over here. Let's take a selfie of the two of us and send him to eat shang upside down. So do I need to touch up my makeup? Do you think I'm okay in this dress? What's not to like? As far as the face value and body piece is concerned, it's still more than enough to kill those female netizens. Lin Yi waved his hand. Come over here. Ooh-hoo. Ji Qingyan was a little nervous as she reached Lin Yi's side. Are you made of cement? Be natural, Lin Yi said. Besides, don't be so far away from me. I don't faint from milk. It's okay to be closer. What are you talking about? Ji Qingyan blanked Lin Yi and said, mainly because I've never taken a selfie with a guy, so how would I know what pose to use? Just stay close to me. Ji Qingyan obediently leaned against Lin Yi's side, feeling that she was fine with this action. It looks pretty intimate, too. Look across the street and you should be able to believe it. The movements were set up, but Ji Qingyan realized that Lin Yi was slow to make his next move. Rascal, what are you looking at? Ji Qingyan blankly glanced at Lin Yi before changing her position and sticking not so close. You just know how to talk nonsense, and you don't have a mouth on you. Ji Qingyan pinched Lin Yi. The two posed for a group photo. Not bad, Lin Yi said with satisfaction. The piece of temperament is taken to death by you. Those so-called female netizens, in front of you. I guess none of them can fight. Ji Qingyan's face turned a little red and pretended to be cloudy as she said, Che, you men, you're just vain. What's there to compare this to? A man lives by his face. A tree lives by its bark. With that, Lin Yi sent a picture of the two of them together, to Chin Han. Shit, it's actually true. Of course, our tastes are different. If in the future, the people you find don't reach this level, don't call me, Lin Yi said. Oh yeah, don't forget to let me know when you're live streaming Reason each show. I'll go give you a rocket reward. You fucking set me up. Seeing that Ji Qingyan was all set, Lin Yi didn't reply. The two of them went downstairs together. It was getting late and they had to get her back. When they reached the garage, Ji Qingyan fiddled with her phone, ready to place her order. It's not necessary to place an order. It's just a ride. The progress of the quest is now at 17/20, and it's no surprise that the quest will definitely be completed tomorrow. There was simply no need to woolgather Ji Qingyan anymore. Make it seem like you can't afford to live. You've said it's a life experience. Of course you have to pay. Ji Qingyan snickered. What if one day you can't afford a house and blame me for not paying for the car? You big fat sheep have taken the initiative to come to the door. I have to pull this wool without pulling it. When he finished taking Ji Qingyan's order, he would be one step closer to completing his mission. After that you can go back to sheep's head. What kind of adjectives are you using? You're the big fat sheep. Linny laughed out loud and brought Ji Qingyan back to the Cloudwater Villa. Go in and sit down for a while and have a drink, Ji Qingyan said. Going in isn't a problem. But your parents, they won't suddenly show up, right? Linny asked. I'm letting them psych me out. Don't worry. When I came back, I asked them. They are practicing at home. They won't come over, Ji Qingyan said. So you came prepared. And in your heart you want me to go in, too. What are you talking about? Ji Qingyan looked blushing. It was just happened to be talking about that. I didn't ask deliberately. Alright, if you say it's just right, it's just right. Lin Yi unbuckled his seatbelt. Let's go. It just so happens that I still want to consult you on something. What's the problem? Ji Qingyan was curious. Go inside. Aha. Once inside, Lin Yi planted himself comfortably on the couch, tired after a long day of driving. It's still a bit, Lin Yi said. I'm still the kind of person who takes orders in a Buddhist way. So if I were a full-time driver, I guess I'd have to be more tired. That's for sure. It's not easy for any of them to make a living. Ji Qingyan walked over to the refrigerator. What would you like? Coffee or a drink? Air? Lin Yi hesitated for a second. Plain water will do. I even took out the stockings, Ji Qingyan said. You are really a person. It's all new stockings. Put them in the refrigerator for fear of something. Your psychological implication is too strong. I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted plain water. Che, do I even know what's in your mind? Ji Qingyan said. It's strange that a woman loves to touch the stockings she wears on her legs, but dislikes the new stockings she keeps in the refrigerator. If you wear them on your legs, it's not the stockings you're touching, it's the legs. Ji Qingyan brought a cup of plain water and handed it to Lin Yi. A whole lot of quackery. I can't talk you out of it. Go ahead. Ask me what you want to ask me. It's not a big deal, Lin Yi said. I want to set up a charitable foundation for orphans, left behind children, poor students and other groups in the society. Do you have someone who knows about this on your side? Are there any special requirements in terms of policies and procedures? One more for votes. Thank you to the book friend, for the book coins. Bow and thank you. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Ji Qingyan wasn't surprised at all. He's an orphan and now that he's rich, he wants to give back to the community. A behavior that can be explained. And this was the most rare thing about Lin Yi. And what Ji Qingyan felt, shone through him. Public welfare organizations like this are still encouraged by the authorities. And they will give some support in terms of policy, Ji Qingyan said. But with an organization like this, there's a very strict set of formalities that the authorities will have to follow in the later stages of running the business. And if you don't have a good CFO and COO holding the fort, it's very easy for things to go wrong. What's the problem? Because of the public welfare organization, most of the money, all from the public welfare fundraising, in order to avoid the founder of the private swallow, these revenues and support, have to have a very detailed public announcement, that even if you give the mountainous areas of the children, bought a packet of instant noodles, have to be clearly written out. It is more difficult. Ji Qingyan gathered her head. People are not machines. There will always be places that can't be taken care of, but wherever there is a slip-up, they may be condemned by society. If I didn't take community donations and used all my own money, would I still be in this trouble? That way it won't be, because it's sort of your personal behavior, it has nothing to do with anyone, and no one is in a position to condemn you. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi, but you have to think clearly. This is a huge project. Not even the state has the means to handle it completely. It's impossible for you to think of solving these old and difficult problems with your own strength. Ji Qingyan paused and then continued. Even if you are rich and powerful and casually throw out a few $100 million, this amount of money, for charity, is simply a hair's breadth, and may not be at all effective. I'm not against you doing charity. Instead I'm still supportive, but make sure you think about it. I understand where you're coming from, Lin Yi said. Then make as much as you can, and do your best. You're awesome. I'm not as good as you, Ji Qingyan said heartily. That's very vain of you to say. Which is modest. I'm not that aware. Don't forget. I was in the sales department before, Lin Yi said with a smile. I remember. I just came to the company 3 months. You Lily meeting said, Star City Homes AB 2 buildings, do not permit the sale, and finally realized that you take these 2 buildings, as a low-cost housing, rented to those who came to Shanghai migrant workers brothers, More than $200 a month. With the white gifts or almost. You people, you're too gossipy. Linny smiled. I don't know much about this area, so you suffer more and help me inquire. That's fine. If you really want to do it, I'll personally offer $10 million for the two of us to work together. Yes. After saying his business, Linny stood up from the sofa. I'll leave you to get some early rest. You are so rich. Running a drop is entertainment. There is no need to make yourself so tired. Nothing to go out more. Why bother? Don't worry. I'm all set. I'll work another day tomorrow and leave the day after. Leaving the day after tomorrow? Are you going to leave Shanghai in the future? Ji Qingyan asked nervously. Going back to Sheepshead for a visit. The last time I went back was half a year ago. I miss them all. Ji Qingyan's eyes rolled. I don't seem to have anything to do the day after tomorrow. That's too obvious a hint. It's kind of explicit. Just say it if you want to go. Ji Qingyan looked embarrassed. Who said I wanted to go? It's not easy to be idle. I still have to go shopping. Whatever. Linny waved his hand and prepared to go home and sleep. Hello. Ji Qingyan called out to Linny from behind. Be a good boy and go home later. Don't fool around with your fox friends. I can't look up to those wrecks. And how nice it would be to have that time for me to pick up a few more orders. That's more like it. Ji Qingyan opened the door to see Linny off. Drive carefully on the road. Got it. Driving back to the Kyushu pavilion, Linny took a comfortable bath before returning to his room to sleep. When he got up in the morning, Linny drove to the Peninsula Hotel, asked for some sea cucumber and bird's nest porridge, crab buns, had a simple breakfast and then played a few games before going out to open the drop. Compared to previous days, Lin Yi's luck was bursting, and after only 3 orders, he had received 2 5-star reviews. Mission completed. 200,000 proficiency value rewarded. Career completion, 85%. Reward 500 million renminbi. Crap. Seeing the rewards given by the system, Linny let out a gasp of surprise. The rewards are getting stronger. Exciting. Soon after, the reward from the system was received on the bank card without any delay at all. However, what Linny cared about the most was the 85% career completion. As long as it was just another 5%, then he could change jobs early. Then again, in 2 days, it'll be a week, and there's not much point in getting 90% ahead of schedule. But the important thing is that one has to make a dash for the 100% ultimate reward. Changing jobs is not the goal. Accomplishing 100% career completion is the point. At the current rate of progress, with another week, it shouldn't be too much of a problem trying to get the career completion to 100%. Take one step, dash and be done with it. Just like Ji Qingyan said, this is to experience life. Make yourself so tired to do the wool. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's cell phone rang. It was Zhou Haitao calling. Mr. Lin, I've already contacted Pagani's engineer yesterday, and he'll be in Shanghai today so he can do the paint touch-up work. Well then, I'll take the car to the Peninsula Hotel and we'll drop the keys off at the front desk, so you can send someone to pick it up then. Okay Mr. Lin. After driving the car back to the hotel, Linny casually ate lunch and left the car behind before taking a taxi to the Chaoyang group. The Pagani was sent off for a paint job, and my own little crappy charade came in handy again. The little wrecked Charlie has still been sitting in the parking lot with a thick layer of dust on it, so I'll have to go brush it later. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Ji Qingyan. Where is it? Where's the company parking lot? Something? I'm at McKellar's, doing a lot of shopping. Come pick me up. Later. The car is dirty. I'll go brush it. Pick me up first. I'll go brush later. There's too much stuff. I don't care. Linny said. You don't mind getting dirty even if you're a woman. I'm afraid of nothing. McKellar is not too far from the Sunrise Group. A 10-minute drive away. Ji Qingyan stood on the side of the road, wearing black wide-legged pants and high-heeled shoes. Her green silk coiled behind her head, and she was full of imperiousness. Get in the car. You drive a Charlie? What's the matter? You don't want to ride in a domestic car? Cut the crap there. Opening the car door, Ji Qingyan put her things on the back seat. Go back to the company first. Okay, later. I'll go brush up on my car and take you back later. Well, listen to you. Linny drove his car and prepared to find a car wash. Once the Pagani was repaired, the charade was sent to Zhou Haitao so he could clean it up and put it in the garage for collection. After driving for a few minutes, Linny saw a relatively large car dealership and drove straight over. At this time, the employees of the car dealership all gathered in front of a silver Aston Martin V8. Dude, your car isn't cheap, the fat boss said. I can't even paint a car this good a year in this car wash. The owner of the car is not too old, just more than 20 years old, wearing short-sleeved, hand-clamped Asu cigarettes, in the matching arm tattoos. Very cool. Indeed not too cheap. Before and after the cost me more than 2 million. In addition to the later modification plating, spent another 500,000 or so. Not to hide, buy the car a month or so, has spent more than 3 million. Bullshit buddy, you really spend money, the boss said. With this car, once you drive on the road, the turnover rate has to be great. That goes without saying? The young car owner said triumphantly. I'm not afraid to tell you, I bought this car, is to catch girls with, every day to the bar door parked. Do not need me to open up. The girls themselves pounced up. So exaggerated? That's for sure, the owner of the car said with a cigarette in his hand. Nowadays, women, especially good-looking beauties, are snobbish. You drive a supercar, get in the car and say it's hot. But if you drive a crappy charade, you don't even look at you. That's the reality. Just then, Linny pulled up to the entrance of the car wash. Boss washes cars. What a thing to say. Just now I was saying that the little crappy charade couldn't chase women. And here comes one. After greeting them, Linny and Ji Qingyan unbuckled their seatbelts and got out of the car. The moment he saw Ji Qingyan, the world seemed to go quiet. Why would a woman like that get out of a Charlie? And in such a beat-up charade? The second shift is here, asking for recommendations. Getting out of the car, the two stepped aside and waited for the owner to wash the car. Dude, is this Charlie yours? Hearing the V8 owner's question, Linny was stunned for a moment. What kind of question was that? It's not my car, and I can't drive it. I used to drive a charade. How come I can't meet a beauty like this? Lin pondered. Your question is a bit magical. Big brother, you take Charlie Rammy girl. It's your operation that's more magical, right? Ji Qingyan smiled and didn't say anything. When a woman is outside, she has to give her man enough face. This problem, it's true, is a bit complicated, but in synthesized terms, it can be boiled down to one point. Linny said seriously. Which bit? Look at the face. V8 owners, Nima, be realistic. Can't you be a little more magical and fool me? After painting the car, Linny got in and Ji Qingyan elegantly sat in the passenger side, then sailed away. Grass. The V8 owner kicked the tires. What the fuck do I need you for? The owner of the car wash silently pulled out a cigarette. Xiao Lu, you go and take out of the storehouse my used charade and brush it. Brother, it's useless to brush your car if you don't pass this face value. You don't fucking want to do it, do you? By the way, did you say that you're going back to Yancheng tomorrow? When they arrived at the group's parking lot, Ji Qingyan said, why, I booked your flight for you, 10:12 a.m., no problem. Thanks, Mr. Key. What are you being polite for? Didn't you help me before? Just consider it even. Ji Qingyan gathered her hair. I'll go up first, bye. After sending Ji Qingyan back, Linny returned home. Now that career completion is at 85%, the drops still have to run. But it'll have to wait for the one coming back from Sheepshead. And the charade does look a bit beat up and not really suited to running a drop. Otherwise you get a bunch of bad reviews and might as well not run. Lying by the pool, Linny picked up his cell phone and opened King Pesticide. Ready to kill time. If Ji Qingyan was here and went down to swim a few laps, the picture would probably be even more beautiful. Selecting people into the game, Linny took an Orange Righteousness and prepared to play top single. Looking at the other lineups picked by my teammates, I realized that it's not bad. And as long as I'm not too much of a rookie, I'll have no problem trying to win. 10 minutes later, seeing that his own Highland Tower had been pushed, Linny had the urge to curse. Orange Righteousness, Lupin, you'd better go home and make furniture. Don't play this game. Lupin 7, what's wrong with me? I'll fight a few more soldiers and I'll be able to buy equipment. Orange Righteousness, damn 10 minutes into the game. You let someone kill you 9 times. And you still have the nerve to say that? Brain let zombies eat? You don't fight anymore. Hang up quickly. Descent, say the machine don't say it. Civilize you and me. Xiangyu, God don't get excited. Look at her name. It's very likely that she's a sister. Tangerine, sister a few hairs. I guess it's a stingy man. Luban 7, you're the stingy one. I just played not long ago. My LOL is much better than this. Orange Righteousness, stop bragging and hang out at the spring or you won't have a chance. Lupin 7, I'm not blowing it. I'm in the diamond segment of Aeolian. Orange Righteousness, a district diamond counts a hang. Lousy Zuin 6 years. Both parents. Has not come out to brag about it. Don't ink. Quickly hang up to go. Xiangyu, big brother bull. I lost both my parents after playing in Zwan. Hoi, I played 3 games and had my ancestors' graves blown away before I finally switched to pesticide. Or the atmosphere here is good. Lupin 7, if I hang up, you guys are 4v5 and you'll end up losing. Tangerine, if you're on, we're 4v6. Lupin 7. Lupin 7, I don't believe you can win without me. Enemy Sun Tzu has been killed. The enemy Nuwa has been killed. Orange, a double kill. The enemy Sun Wukong has been killed. Orange, 3 consecutive decisive victories. Enemy De Qiao has been killed. Orange Righteousness, 4 consecutive transcendentals. The enemy Lanling King has been killed. Orange Righteousness, 5 straight Jedi. The cheers of his teammates had bristled at the sight of Lin Yi's 5-kill achievement. Xiangyu, holy shit, the great god is awesome. Hui, the great god begs to be added as a friend. Cindy Lu, let's continue the row. Zhang Hai, in a 100-square-foot house in an upscale neighborhood, a woman wearing a white shirt that was empty inside and underneath was staring blankly at her cell phone. The woman's figure was plump. Her jade legs were long and slender, and her long messy hair was scattered, covering most of her face, which was extremely charming. The woman's name was Su Gu, the director of the school committee of the Central China Sea Normal University, and her biggest hobby in general, besides school affairs, was playing games. But this hobby of Sugar's is known to few. He actually flipped it? It's not a high-end game, though, and it's pretty impressive to flip the game in 5 kills while being so far behind economically. Tangerine, add a friend. Play together. Except for the previous Luban 7, the others' techniques are pretty good, and taking them along to rush points shouldn't rush backward. Invincibility is so lonely, and in a few days, the 3rd king will be out. Lupin 7, I added you as a friend. Together Tangerine, together a hair, without you. The last sentence was left on the public screen, and he exited the game interface. After logging out, I received several friend requests, and private messages. Pleated skirt, you take me to score on pesticides. I'll take you to score on LOL, let's swap. Seeing this private message, Linny guessed that it should be that Lupin 7 from earlier. Invisible chicken wing, you're too heavy to carry. Pleated skirt, I'm only 99 pounds. Invisible chicken wings, weighs no more than 100, either flat-chested or short. Ugly women don't carry. Linny didn't bother with Shug anymore, and with the other 3, went to the 4th row together. On the couch, Sugar threw her cell phone aside in anger. What's with the tugging? I don't care to play with you. I can play solo by myself. Half an hour later, seeing his 3 straight losing records, Sugar took the phone and said to herself, should I ask him again? Quietly, Shug went to another app and checked Lin Yi's battle record. Found out that not only did they win 3 in a row, but the bureaus were all MVPs. The whole thing was bad. Pleated skirt, the great spirit begs to be brought. Invisible chicken wing, told you, can't take you. Pleated skirt, do you bring it or not? Sugar throws his killer punch. Invisible chicken wing, don't brag. Pleated skirt. Sugar looked down at the peak in front of him. It did seem a bit of a big exaggeration. 3rd shift is up. Asking for recommendations. Raising a baby is such a skill job. Inside Villa 1 of the Kyushu Pavilion, Linny exited the game and muttered to himself, these gougers, they really do anything to get on the scoreboard. Early the next morning, Linny got up, simply packed up, and drove to the airport. According to the time, it would be noon for the afternoon flight, and by 1 o'clock, it was expected to be at the orphanage. Getting his ticket, Linny looked at it and realized that the meter Ji Qinyan had booked for himself was actually first class. That's quite enough. Pick up your ticket. Get in line. Board your plane. When Linny found his position, he realized that there was a Wi-Fi sign next to him, indicating that he could do it without turning off his phone, as long as it was on flight mode. That way you can connect to Wi-Fi and play games. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Linny was about to turn on flight mode, his cell phone rang, and it was Ji Qinyan calling. Getting on the plane? Well, all found seats. Linny said, you're pretty particular. Buying me first class. Seems to be satisfied with my arrangement? There's a little bit of a blemish. What a flaw. Not by the window. Linny said, I prefer to sit by the window. The window seat is reserved for the other pretty ladies to save you from being bored on the plane. I'm borrowing your advice. By the way, wanted to ask you something. What is it? The orphanage you were in before. What was its name? Blue Sky Orphanage. Linny replied casually. What do you want? It's okay. I have a meeting later, so I'll hang up now. Hearing the busy tone on his cell phone, Linny was a bit baffled. What's all this talk about? Ji Qinyan hung up the phone, and Linny was idly bored, ready to play games to kill time. Yang, look, the little brother over there is so handsome, a girl in shorts said. The girl who spoke was named Feng Xining, and her best friend, Li Yuyang, and her brother, Feng Haoyu, were traveling to Yangcheng. Where is it? Li Yuyang asked. It's our row, the one sitting on the edge. My god. This face value is too okay, Li Yuyang said. I've traveled first class so many times and all I've met are greasy middle-aged men, and it's the first time I've seen such a handsome little brother. Can the two of you be normal? Seeing a handsome man has mesmerized you like this. Is there any talent left? Feng Haoyu said in a salty manner. but he does look handsome. Li Yuyang said. Brother, are you jealous? That's why you said that? Feng Xining said. If that's the case, we can say it secretly to give you some face. What do I have to be jealous of? Feng Haoyu crossed his legs, and without deliberately lowering his voice, said, not to mention our family's industry, just the company I founded. The valuation has broken through $100 million. My capital is much stronger than his. How can I be jealous of him? Feng Haoyu said. And look at him. He's sitting in a first-class cabin. Or someone else helped him buy the ticket. What capital does he have to compare with me except his face value? Hearing Feng Haoyu's words, Lin Yi inclined his head to look at him, but without saying anything, he continued fiddling with his phone. This kind of wind-chasing teenager who loved to pretend was all over the streets, and Lin Yi was too lazy to bother with them. Brother, can you speak a little quieter? People are looking at you, Feng Xining complained. That's how I talk. Besides, I'm telling the truth. Why should I lower my voice? Feng Haoyu said without thinking. Is telling the truth not allowed these days? You, didn't stop you from telling the truth. It's mainly because it's not polite. Li Yuyang said. Brother, I think you are just jealous. Money this thing, are earned later. Huawei's boss, more than 40 years old before starting a business, and now also become a big boss. But the face value of this thing, is born, cannot be changed at all. So you are nakedly jealous. What do you two little girlies know? Feng Haoyu's face was a bit untenable. I'm telling you guys, this society is realistic. Good looking does have an advantage, but the most important thing is still money. Feng Haoyu rolled down his sleeves, revealing his Rolex watch on his hand. And you little girls, you're just immature in your outlook. And one day, when you grow up, you'll realize that there are 1,000 good-looking skins, and one rich kid in a million. Ugh dude, if you want to pretend to be a pussy, just pretend on your own. Don't bring me, Lin Yi said. I'm sorry, my sister and her friend don't know any better. I'm educating them. I accidentally used you as an example. Don't mind, Feng Haoyu said with a smile. And I'm not pretending. I'm just stating the fact that money does matter more than looks. Lin Yi laughed. These wind-chasing teenagers who love to pretend. How could they look so cute? Are you sure? Of course. Don't you believe me? Feng Haoyu crossed his legs and said, why don't we compare? And at the same time ask the first-class stewardess for WeChat, and see who she'll choose to give it to? Lin Yi shrugged and said with narrowed eyes, try it then. I don't care, just pass the time. Seeing the two men in the front row making a bet, the passengers in the first-class cabin, in fact, watched the action with interest. That pretty handsome kid is going to lose face today, a man in his 30s said. Why? The female companion beside her said. The stewardesses in the first-class cabin, all of them are people who have seen the world. Their eyes are all venomous. They can tell the class of the passengers in here at a glance. And people like them are all very mature. So naturally they won't choose those outwardly strong butterscotch kids. So he's definitely going to lose. It's not absolute, is it? Maybe there's just a possibility of a reversal. The man shook his head. Reversal is unlikely. Even if these stewardesses don't dislike the poor and love the rich. But if a person, who can't even afford a first-class ticket, who would choose to follow him in a piece of suffering? You're right. After all, someone else bought his first-class ticket for him. The man's comment called for others to chime in. In this society, handsome can't be food, but money can. Who wouldn't love a rich kid? Brother, you are also too bullying, Feng Xining said. Yes? Feng Haoyu shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. He's the one who disobeyed me. Can you blame me for that? After saying that, Feng Haoyu looked back, just in time to see a pretty-faced stewardess, who was organizing things, said, Stewardess, please come here. Hearing someone call for herself, the stewardess put down the work in her hands and walked over in a dignified manner. Hello sir, how may I help you? Feng Haoyu said as he moved his wrist, revealing his Rolex watch and pointing at Lin Yi. Here's the thing, me and this buddy, we're both going to want a little bit of your tweets, but you can only choose one. The stewardess's face was hot. She had just transferred to fly first class, and she didn't expect to be asked for WeChat by two high-quality men at the same time. Is your own peach luck coming? Sir, I'm sorry, our airline has a rule that you can't just add a passenger's WeChat. It doesn't matter. We are the ones who took the initiative to manage your request. You just need to pick one, Feng Haoyu said. According to your airline's rules, a passenger's request cannot be easily rejected, right? Seeing the Rolex on Feng Haoyu's hand, the stewardess was a bit dizzy. One has money, the other has a face. It's so hard to choose, but soon the stewardess made up her mind. Good looks don't make a meal, and they can even be scum. If I really had to pick one to develop, I'd have to pick the left-hand side. This rich gentleman, if he was lucky and really got an electric spark with him, then for the rest of his life, he wouldn't have to worry. And you don't have to do waitressing jobs like flight attendants. But just then, the stewardess accidentally realized that in Lin Yi's cuffs, there was a sparkling watch. It looks a little familiar, like I've seen it in some commercial. After a few seconds of thought, the stewardess snapped to attention. Isn't this Patek Philippe, the 175th anniversary model? It looks like it's selling for a whopping $17.5 million. First shift. A bit late today. Haven't had much sleep in a couple nights. I have so many bookish rewards for support today that I really don't have time to organize it. I'll organize and send it out afterwards. Thanks for the support. Thanks, guys. The stewardess's heart thumped. Intuition told her that what Linny was carrying on his hand couldn't possibly be a fake watch. She also has diamond jewelry and can tell that the diamonds on the watch should not be fake. And anyone who can afford to fly first class is not too low in status, so naturally they won't go out with a fake watch. If you look at it that way, then it's a good choice. Sir, do you really want to pick one? In the way of the rules, the stewardess searched again. Sure. Okay. The stewardess quietly took out her cell phone and prepared to add WeChat. At the same time, Feng Haoyu pulled out his QR code and prepared to let the flight attendant add his WeChat. In his position, he'd have to let her take the initiative. Sir, what's your micro signal? I'll add you now, the flight attendant said with a smile. Aha! The people in the first class cabin, one by one, were dumbfounded. What the hell? Leave a nice rich kid alone and go at someone who can't even afford a first class ticket? What's wrong with your brain? Okay, wait a minute. Linny took out his cell phone and let the flight attendant scan a code, then added WeChat to each other. Seeing the stewardess, who was flirting with Linny across the room, Feng Xining laughed. Brother, that theory of yours doesn't seem to work anymore. Feng Haoyu's face was a bit untenable. What the fuck is this called? Stewardess, are you sure you want him? Yes, before love and bread, I would choose the former. This Nima. Feng Haoyu felt like he was going to vomit blood. You're new here, aren't you? Yes, I was just transferred to first class today yet, so this is what's going on. Feng Haoyu's mood improved a lot. This is no longer your business. You can leave. Newcomers like them have yet to see the cruelty of society. Anyone else who was a little older, or a little more experienced, would have chosen theirs for sure. After the stewardess left, Linny shook his cell phone. Admit defeat? Admit defeat. My ass. Feng Haoyu said. What does she know about a yellow hair girl? Let's win 2 out of 3 games. This time change a little experience. Why make a fool of yourself? I'm giving you a lesson in the fact that face value is worthless in the face of money. Linny couldn't help but give him full marks for this pussyfooting around. Brother, turn around and look. Up comes a good-looking young lady, Feng Xining said. The people in the first-class cabin turned around in unison, and were surprised to find a tall woman walking from behind. The woman wore one-shoulder 9/4 sleeves, a knee-length brown skirt underneath, and a large pair of sunglasses on her showy nose, but it was hard to deny her moving beauty. Seeing the woman coming up after him, Linny was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Ji Qingyan? Why is she still here? No wonder it was just said that the window seat was reserved for pretty young ladies. Turns out it was talking about herself. It really can stink. Holy shit, what kind of divine face is this? Feng Haoyu felt his heart thumping and had a feeling that spring had arrived. Dude, let's get her WeChat today. Do you dare? Other than that, I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. If I lose to you again this time, I will admit that you are bullish, Feng Haoyu said with confidence. No problem. At this time, Ji Qingyan also walked over, and when she saw Linny sitting on the side, she didn't have any expression on her face, pretending that she wasn't an acquaintance. Beauty. Just as Ji Qingyan was about to sit over, Feng Haoyu said, and this man next to you, would like to add your tweets. Add a hairy tweet. Linny got up, wrapped an arm around Ji Qingyan's waist and embraced her in his arms. You don't stand a chance with such a superb woman. Give it up. Ji Qingyan was taken aback. It's not just cheating you a bit. As far as this is concerned, so many people. Shit, what are you doing? Hugging people without saying anything. Isn't this a hooligansit? Feng Haoyu said. Because I have the power to make her fall in love with me in 1 second. Don't brag. Wait for someone to call security. Ha ha. The first-class passengers were amused. This kid is just seeing color and can't hold on to it when he sees such a beautiful woman. He's going to get slapped later. To actually even do this kind of thing, this is too fast and confident. Who does he think he is? Feng Xining and her best friend Li Yuyang both secretly shook their heads. This was embarrassing. On the contrary, Feng Haoyu was very pleased with this kid's behavior. Purely looking for death. What are you doing? There are so many people. Ji Qingyan's face was slightly red and she squirmed. Holy shit. Hearing Ji Qingyan's pout, the first-class passengers were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? I can't believe you're not mad? What the hell? Not for anything, just to see how attractive I am. As he said that, Lin Yi's arm wrapped tighter around him, and Ji Qingyan could even feel that her two peaks, in his arms, had changed shape. There are so many people here. It's embarrassing. Okay, loosen up, Ji Qingyan whispered before breaking free from Lin Yi's arms and taking the seat next to him. An eerie atmosphere filled the first-class cabin. This Nima, it's really a second. Letting people fall ah. In terms of picking up girls, I would call you the strongest. How about it? Still competing? So damn still compare. You're a bully. Fong how you said. Just serve, Linny said with a smile. I just think you're bullheaded, but not convinced. Why? Where you don't like it you can say so, and I'll convince you. Although I'm not as handsome as you, but I'm richer than you. So why should all the beautiful women throw themselves at me? Fong how you said. Cough cough cough. Linny said. When you say you're not as handsome as me, I think you're very right, and you're very clear about your position. But when you say you're richer than me, that's something I'll have to talk to you about. What's the matter? You still want to compete with me for money? Fong how you was a bit disdainful. This is his strong point. How can you still let you compare? It's fine to compare. It's idle anyway. Ji Qingyan was speechless. What was wrong with these people now? Do you think that just because you have money, you can walk around? Fong how you shook his Rolex and said condescendingly. See, this is a Rolex. I spent more than $1 million on it. And every time I travel first class. All on my own dime. And you need someone else to buy a ticket to travel first class. So how can you compare to me? Everyone else in the first class cabin, too, was laughing and watching the fun. Fong Haoyu was telling the truth and did not intentionally belittle him. A guy who flies first class and needs someone else to buy a ticket has to compete with a rich kid for money? It's not like you're running into a gun. First of all, what about the first class tickets? I can afford to buy them myself, even if I have to pack them, Linny said with a smile. But with your face value, I don't think you've ever experienced the treatment of someone offering to buy first class, have you? Hey, can't even stop it. Ji Qingyan quietly pinched Linny. It's just buying a plane ticket. How come it's tasteless in his mouth? Fong Haoyu's expression was odd. This Nima, still can't stop it? You think you're a fucking lover. I know that saying that certainly won't convince you, so I have to show you something else. With that, Linny slowly dropped his cuffs, revealing a watch commemorating 175 years of Patek Philippe. Seeing Lin Yi's wristwatch, everyone in the cabin stared. This watch looks kind of familiar. I remember. This is Patek Philippe's 175th anniversary model. It is said that in the entire Asia-Pacific region, there is only one piece, priced at a whopping $17.5 million. My God, it's so expensive. Everyone was baffled to learn the price of that watch. What are you doing flying first class when you're carrying a $17.5 million watch? Doesn't it smell good to buy a private jet? Even if you are experiencing the hardships of the people, there is nothing like this. Your watch. It's actually so expensive. Fong Haoyu was too stunned to speak. The price of the watch was more than he could comprehend. It's just over $10 million. It's not that expensive. Don't make a fuss. Shit. A 10 million plus watch and you say it's not very expensive. As if you're teasing me. It looks like you should be convinced. Linny smiled. Then I won't say anything else. Social society. Little brother is convinced. Fong Haoyu wanted to die. Not only was he crushed in terms of face value, he was also no match for others in terms of financial strength. It's so damn hard to give it a chance. Soon, the plane took off and the attention of the crowd, too, returned to itself. What are you doing in Goat Town? It can't be that you really want to go with me. Ji Qingyan's time was precious, and Linny didn't think that she had the heart to roam. Not at all. I went to the branch over there to take a look, and happened to catch you back in Yangcheng. That's all. So that's what happened. Ji Qingyan's demeanor was haughty. But I don't have anything to do today, so I can accompany you to the orphanage to take a look around. No problem. Seeing that the two had been whispering, Fong Haoyu's heart itched. If he hadn't met him, there would have been a story about himself and this superb woman. I guess. Damn. Really went out without reading the yellow calendar. Why choose to go in the Goat City? After getting off the plane, the two walked out of the airport together, ready to take a taxi to the orphanage. Brother, I want to manage to ask him for a WeChat. Fong Xining said, if you don't want it now, I guess you won't meet him. To have a hairy WeChat. Not only is he handsome, but he also has money. At first glance, he is a scum. Fong Haoyu said, if you dare to ask him for a Weebly, see what I'll do to you. Ooh-hoo. Linny turned around and looked at Fong Haoyu. Is it my fault for being rich and handsome? What makes you say I'm a scum? You don't even know each other and you go up and put your arms around someone's waist and say you're not a scumbag? Who's a good man who would do that? Ji Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. This had gone all the way and actually didn't understand the relationship between the two. This rich kid, he's kind of cute. Linny once again wrapped his arms around Ji Qingyan's waist. We call this love at first sight. We're running towards marriage, so you might have misunderstood. Shit, think I'm stupid. Fong Hao you said, let's go. The moment he thought of Ji Qingyan, such a superb woman, being picked up by Lin Yi, Fong Hao you felt that half of the meaning of his life had been lost. It's so damn prideful. People are leaving. Their hands should be loosened. This journey, net take advantage of me. The script requires it. Lin Yi smirked. But then again, it's really quite soft, so there shouldn't be any lumps. What are you talking about? Ji Qingyan pinched Lin Yi. Wait here. I'm going to the bathroom. Didn't you go there on the plane, and now you're going? There can't be something wrong with that. You're the one with the problem. Ji Qingyan said in embarrassment. The underwear is all crooked. I have to go and fix it. Oh, so that's what happened. Go on. I'll be lighter next time. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked out of the airport bathroom, then called a car and drove piece by piece towards the orphanage. Half an hour later, Lin Yi paid to get out of the car. Across the road was a small 3-story building with a white plaque on the front door. The words Blue Sky Orphanage are written on it. In addition to this, there is a small playground, not very large, a little bigger than a basketball court, where the children of the orphanage play. Although the price of housing in Yangchang is not as high as Yinjing and Shanghai, but to have such a large piece of land, it must be tens of millions of dollars at the very least, Ji Qingyan said with some emotion. That's why sometimes I think Wang Ma is a pretty stupid person, selling the land and living the life of a rich woman, but sticking around here dead, with clothes that are all from the ground, none of them more than $100. Great love has no voice, although I have more money than her, but the state of mind, so much worse. Alright, let's both stop lamenting here and go in first. Ji Qingyan looked at her watch. Wait a little longer. Something wrong with you? Ji Qingyan nodded, then reached for her cell phone. Hey master, when are you arriving? I'm across the street from the Blue Sky Orphanage, wearing white 9/4 sleeves, and a brown dress, so you can see me when you arrive. Without saying a few words, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone. You want to wait for someone? Well, wait for someone. They'll be here soon. Alright. Although he was anxious to go in, Ji Qingyan had given her word, so he would just wait a little longer. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi saw a white box truck, parked in front of him, and a dark-skinned, middle-aged driver, poking his head out of it. Miss, is your name Ji Qingyan? It's me, Ji Qingyan said. Master, please drive the car across the street and park in front of the orphanage. Okay. As the master driver drove and picked his way through the car, Lin Yi looked at Ji Qingyan. You even bought something? It's not easy for you to come back. It's not good to be empty-handed. So I prepared some for you. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. No wonder he asked himself about the orphanage before getting on the plane. So it was for this. Thanks. What's the point of talking about this? Ji Qingyan said. Let's go over there too. Arriving at the door of the orphanage, Lin Yi pulled out the key in his pocket, backhanded the lock, and opened the door wide enough for the van to be able to enter. At this time, Ji Qingyan saw that the children of the orphanage, all playground play. 24 boys of varying ages ran back and forth after a soccer ball. The rest of the girls, on the other side of the room, were skipping, their faces smiling like flowers. Little brother Yat, Lin Yi had just stepped in with his front foot when he heard the children of the orphanage, in a swarm, running towards him. I haven't seen you in over half a year. Why have you gained so much weight? Lin Yi hugged a little girl and smiled. Wang Ma said I'll lose weight when I grow up, and it's okay to be fat now. Ji Qingyan snorted, impressed by the little girl's naivety. All you know how to do is eat all day long. For a whole bunch of reasons, Lin Yi said as he pinched the little girl's cheeks. Brother Xiaoyi, who is this sister? She's so pretty. Then you can call her pretty sister. Aha. Hey buddy, looking for a little help. There's a little too much cargo, the truck driver said at the gate. The box door of the van opened and it was full of good food, and the children from the orphanage all ran to the van. But at the heel of the van, they all stopped in their tracks, none of them daring to make a move. These are all the things pretty sister bought for you. Go help carry them. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red, not realizing that Lin Yi's mouth was quite sweet. Thank you pretty sister. Hooting and hollering, the children of the orphanage, all went to help carry things. Looking at their smiling faces, Lin Yi was unusually content. Xiaoyi, why didn't you say when you came back? I didn't even prepare a meal for you. A middle-aged couple, trotting out of a small 3-story building. Wang Suweiping's figure is blonde, with short hair and an extraordinarily kind smile on her face. And the man beside her, her husband, named Zhao Chuanfu, has been sticking to the orphanage. Wanted to surprise you guys? I came back quietly. Wang Suiping and Zhao Chuanfu's gazes all landed on Ji Qingyan's body. That's a bit of a surprise for you. I just got done prodding you about finding a girlfriend quickly, and this brings it back to me. No, she was the one who initiated the conversation with. Isn't that so? We just met not long ago and he brought me here, saying that he wants me to meet you guys and that it's not even possible to not see you, Ji Qingyan said with a smile on her face. Lin Yi, when did I say I was bringing you? You're the one who volunteered to come, okay? You little skinny bitch, how dare you ruin my reputation? It's good to meet. It's good to meet. Wang Suiping smiled from ear to ear. We'll be a family from now on. Don't we have to see each other sooner or later? Isn't that so? That's what he told me, Ji Qingyan said without turning red in the face. Lin Yi, I can't believe you're playing me. You guys are really too. Just come. What else do you buy? It's too costly, Wang Suiping said gratefully. None of it is worth anything, and I didn't know what the orphanage lacked, so I just bought some random stuff. The more Wang Suiping looked at Ji Qingyan, the more she liked her. He didn't mind Lin Yi's origin and was so caring. You don't see many girls this nice. What's that? Lao Zhao, go help get the load off the car. I'll take them inside first. Okay, go on in. I'll be up there in a minute. A few minutes later, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan were brought to the third floor, but just as I came up, I heard a cry. Mom, why is there still crying? Is this a child from the orphanage? Lin Yi asked. I don't know which one of these bastards, after giving birth, threw the child at the door of the orphanage, and ran away without even seeing his face, so I had no choice but to carry him back. Just born and abandoned? Isn't that right? I guess now, not even a year old. Hearing the two speak, Ji Qingyan's heart moved. She usually loves kids and just couldn't take this very well. As soon as I heard something like that, my heart sank. Auntie Wang, why don't we go over and take a look? As soon as I hear the child cry, I feel uncomfortable. Let's go then. Go over and take a look first, Wang Suiping said helplessly. Crying like this every day. I'm afraid of breaking my voice. Walked to the inner side of the third floor. There is a middle-aged woman inside, looking a few years younger than Wang Suiping. The woman's name is Lu Wan, an orphanage caretaker, although not volunteer, but the monthly salary, only 1,000 yuan, and the heavy work, completely disproportionate. Yo, Xiao Yi is back. Lu Wan, who was originally anxious, saw Lin Yi and instantly smiled with her eyebrows. You've really come out of the woodwork. You've actually brought your girlfriend back. It just so happens that I haven't been busy lately, so I came back to visit. Take care of yourself out there working. Don't get tired. Got it, Auntie Lu. Old Wang, come and take over for me for a while. I've let this little thing toss and turn. I'm exhausted. The milk has been warmed up several times, but I just won't drink it, Lu Wan said. Okay, I'll give it a try. Wang Suiping hugged up the child on the cot. Pink and jade, especially good looking, especially the pair of big eyes, just like the stars in the sky. Okay, check it out. Maybe it'll work for you. Ideals are plump, reality is bony. By the time Wang Suiping's hands, the child was still crying, without the slightest intention to drink milk. In the end, it made Wang Suiping's arm sore, and it still didn't have any effect. Auntie Wang, should I try? Ji Qingyan asked tentatively. No way. Are you good at this? Lin Yi said skeptically. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before if you've never eaten pork? Ji Qingyan said. I've watched others take care of children, so it's a good time to let Auntie Wang rest as well. Seeing Ji Qingyan take the initiative to help, Wang Suiping didn't treat her as an outsider, so she handed the child over to her. Surprisingly, when Ji Qingyan held the child in her arms, she magically stopped crying. Even Ji Qingyan had never thought that she would have so much magic power. See, you won't cry when you're in my arms, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Not crying isn't the point. The point is to get her to drink her milk. The baby isn't even crying anymore. Is this going to be hard for me? Ji Qingyan's self-confidence was bursting at the seams, and with the child liking herself so much, feeding a baby was naturally not a problem. Taking the bottle in Wang Suiping's hand, Ji Qingyan prepared to breastfeed. When dared to bring the bottle to his mouth, the child cried again, even louder. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ji Qingyan put the bottle aside and prepared to calm the child down first. Miraculously, when the bottle was taken away, the baby magically stopped crying again. It made Ji Qingyan suffer a lot of blows. Then let's hold her for a while. I guess I'll be able to eat when I'm hungry later, Wang Suiping said. Ji Qingyan's motherly love overflowed. Well, Aunt Wang, you guys go rest first. I'll cuddle for a while. That's fine. I'll go get you guys some water. Rushed back here and didn't even have a drink. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Wang Suiping left. Ji Qingyan patted the child in her arms. Quite a bit of a human mother. Milk, milk, almost a year old. The child can already speak simple words. Hearing the child's words, Ji Qingyan immediately went to get the bottle. This little girl finally knows how to eat. Otherwise she doesn't know what to do. But just when it was Ji Qingyan who took the bottle and was about to feed her, she suddenly saw the child in her arms, with her tender little hands, grabbing her. Eat grandma. Ji Qingyan was blinded. Never thought that this child would actually want to eat his own. No, my sister doesn't have that one. Ji Qingyan wanted to stop it, but she was afraid of hurting the child. She was at a loss for words in a hurry and was completely disorganized. Lenny didn't panic and watched the good show. Such a picture was quite exciting. Turn around. No looking. Alright, I know you're thin-skinned, so I'll go out first. Lenny said. The child is still small and needs nutrition. It has to be fed. How am I going to feed it? I don't even have that. It's okay, I trust you to do it. It doesn't have anything to do with believing or not believing at all. Ji Qingyan was ashamed and anxious. Being a yellow blossom girl and being grabbed by a child for milk. This was already a shameful thing to do. Not to mention being seen by Lenny. One doesn't have to be a human being in the future. Auntie Wang, Auntie Lu. Ji Qingyan had no choice but to find reinforcements to come over. This little guy looks harmless, but his strength is not small. It hurts like hell. Hearing Ji Qingyan shout, Wang Suiping and Lu Wan walked in. Seeing Ji Qingyan's clothes, scratched and wrinkled, he instantly understood what was going on. All of them have been there before, and all of them guessed what just happened. Ji Qingyan was made to blush so much that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's too humiliating. Okay, you guys go out first. I'll deal with him. Just come back. Don't waste your energy on this matter, Lu Wan said. The three men retreated hopelessly. When I arrived at Wang Suiping's office, I closed the door and it was a lot quieter. Xiao Ji, don't take it to heart. Wang Suiping comforted. You've never been a mom. There are things you don't understand. It's a child's instinct. You can't help but grab it when it's that size. Amount. Ji Qingyan was filled with embarrassment. Hara, so that's how it is. Right. Why don't you say, mother's love is great, Wang Suiping said with a smile. You see, like this kind of thing, the child never looks for the father. Mom, you have a point, Lenny said. Ji Qingyan's face burned like it was on fire, but if she had to choose again, it would be better to go back to holding that child and calming her. Ring, ring, ring. Wang Suiping's cell phone. At this time, rang. Come down quickly. Ning Yu is back with her boyfriend. Zhao Chuanfu said. Seriously? That's great to catch a day. After an explanation, Wang Suiping hung up the phone, and Lenny asked, who's coming again? Ning Yu is back. Let's go down and take a look. That's quite a coincidence. Wang Suiping walked in front, while Lenny and Ji Qingyan followed behind. Who's Ning Yu? Is it also a child of the orphanage people? Aha. Lin Yi nodded. Her name is Gui Ningyue. She's a year younger than me. We both went out of the orphanage together. But she went to university in Yangcheng and I was in Shanghai. So that's what happened. Gui Ningyue's figure, unlike Ji Qingyan's, was not tall, but it was not short either. A white knee-length dress, lace-up black high-heeled shoes, coupled with mature and charming long wavy hair, the whole person appears extremely eye-catching. The person standing next to him, on the other hand, made Lin Yi frown slightly. It looked like he had to be in his 30s, with a big belly and the image of a thug, and he looked a lot older than Gui Ningyue. Sister Ningyu, what delicious food did you bring us, La? The children of the orphanage said. It's all in the car. Come and move it. Gui Ningyue waved her hand and greeted the children gathered around. All of you slow down. I'm a BMW 7 Series. More than $1 million. Don't touch it. If it's dirty I'll have to brush the car. The man beside Gui Ningyue yelled. Gui Ningyue grumbled and pushed the man beside her. They are all children. Why are they talking about this? The man said with a leathery smile. Blame me. Blame me. As the children took down all the toys from the car, Gui Ningyue walked over with the man on her arm. Brother, you're back too. Seeing Lin Yi, Gui Ningyue's smile brightened as she let go of the man's hand, lifting the hem of her skirt and trotting towards Lin Yi. Just wasn't busy, so I came back to check it out. Gui Ningyue's gaze landed on Ji Qingyan's body and asked with a smile. Brother, this is your sister-in-law, right? Introduce me? Qi Ouyun. Ji Qingyan stretched out her hand and said in a dignified manner. Hello, Lin Yi often mentions you to me, so we finally meet today. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. It was really good at talking, and with that, the relationship between the two instantly drew closer. He, sister-in-law is good. Guan Ningyu said. Sister-in-law, you're so good-looking. It's really cheap for my brother. I wouldn't have said yes to him otherwise if he hadn't been stalking me. Lin Yi, act me again. Hello Ms. Ji. I'm Ningyu's boyfriend Wang Tao. First time meeting, please be more audience. Looking at Ji Qingyan, Wang Tao's eyes dropped. If she had 100 points, then Guan Ningyue would only have 80 points at best. A superb one like this is hard to find in the sky and hard to find on the ground. Snap! Lin Yi knocked Wang Tao's hand away. None of them are outsiders. Just shake hands. There's no need to be so formal. Wang Tao's face is ugly. This shit. I let you ruin all my good things. Oh, that's true. We're all on our own. There's no need to be so polite. Wang Tao hid his emotions well, having heard Guan Ningyue mention this person before. He seems to be a small white-collar worker who found such a superb girlfriend on the basis of his better looks. But if you make an effort and give her a little monetary temptation, wouldn't that be a handful? Mr. Lin, I've heard Ningyu mention you before. I see that you're a talented man. I wonder where you're employed. Wang Tao asked with a smile. What's wrong with driving a drop? Driving a drop? Wang Suaping and Guan Ningyue and the others were surprised. Doesn't Lin Yi work for a real estate company? Why is he still running a dropship? So it's a drip driver. Wang Tao held his stomach and said with a smile, that must be very hard. Right. Usually as tired as a grandson. And can't earn a few dollars. Oh, but we're all pretty much the same. I opened a steel yard, and at the end of the year, I only make a few million. It's all hard money. How do you talk? Guan Ningyue was a bit upset. Though not biological, the two have lived together since childhood and have a bond better than that of siblings. Hearing Wang Tao say that about Lin Yi, he was naturally unhappy. Right. Look at my mouth. Wang Tao said laughingly. Lin, old brother, listen to my old brother's advice. Zhenghai are all places where rich people stay. People like you who are incapable. Don't mix there. Why don't you just go back to Yancheng? Go to my factory to work. For the sake of Ningyu's face, I'll give you an extra $1,000. I guarantee that you'll live a more nourishing life than you do in Zhenghai. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Tao with a smile. Is pretending good for your health? Why does everyone love to pretend? You make more than me though, but we bought a truckload of stuff when we came here. So at the very least it's 20 times as much as you. Lin Yi said smilingly. You, what did you say? Bought a truckload of stuff? It's right there in the corner. See for yourself. Seeing the piles of toys and snacks, Wang Tao's face changed slightly. So, you bought all that stuff? That's right. Lin Yi shrugged. Although none of them are expensive, they should be more expensive than what you bought. God damn it. Wang Tao cursed in his heart. He thought that all those things were bought by the orphanage itself, but he didn't think that they were actually bought by them. Elder brother Lin, why are you doing this? Wang Tao said smilingly. You open the drop. Would not have earned a few dollars, bought so many things, the minimum of more than $10,000. I guess you have to save several months in order to save this money. And why do you have to beat your face to death? It does have to be saved up for a while. At the very least it's better than someone who doesn't fill up on fat. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Qingyan who was standing next to him and said, oh, my car is a BMW 7 Series, and there's not much room in the trunk, so I didn't buy much, but I came with money, ready to take out $100,000 and donate it to the orphanage. Donate $100,000. Wang Suaping was taken aback. It was the first time that the orphanage had received so many donations in such a long time since its establishment. $100,000 is a bit much, and it wasn't easy for you guys to buy all this stuff over here, so we appreciate it. And Wang, you don't need to save for me. I opened the steel factory. Several millions of profit a year, and this year, there is still a possibility to break through 10 million. This small amount of money, for me, it is just a drizzle, Wang Tao said. Unlike elder brother Lin, who earns less from driving a drop, you have to save up for months to buy something. Mom, people have donated, so just keep it. Lin Yi said smilingly. A mosquito leg is no longer small. It's also meat. Elder brother Lin, if you say that, old brother, I won't be willing to listen. What do you mean by mosquito legs? This is $100,000. It's not a small amount anymore, Wang Tao said. You in Zhenghai, work hard for a year. I'm afraid you can't save so much money. Ha, even if you can save so much, you don't want to donate it. And don't be so as to say, we came here with the intention of donating money. I think it's better to forget about it. With the size of the orphanage now, donating a few $100s won't help at all. It's better to keep it for your own spending. It's quite tiring to drive a drip, so keep the money and buy some nutrients to replenish your body. Wang Tao held a cigarette in his mouth and pinched his waist. His eyes kept glancing at Ji Qingyan. This kid is really cynical. He doesn't even like to listen when you say a few words to him. Compare money with me? Are you a match for me? Your woman. I'll grab her. You're right. It really doesn't make sense to donate a few $100s, Lin Yi said. That's why. People still need to see reality and know their own weight. No, no, no. I mean, I won't donate a few $100, so I'll donate 100 million. Pust. Wang Tao almost vomited blood. What do you mean? You're donating $100 million? Not only Wang Tao, but those who heard this, all thought that they had misheard. Even if you say it's $1 million, someone might believe you. But isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say donate $100 million? Yeah, what's wrong? Is the amount too big to donate? Ha ha, Wang Tao laughed out loud, even to the point of tears. Don't tease me. Do you know how much $100 million is? Do you know how much $100 million is? I've come out to start my own business for so many years, but I haven't saved so much money. You're a dropshipper. Can you have so much money? Dream on. Alright, shall we? It's not easy for you guys to come back. Let's not talk about this first. The back kitchen has made all the dishes. Let's go eat first. Wang Suaping knew that Lin Yi was good at saving face, so he was probably angry. That's why he said that. Auntie Wang, don't rush to eat first. We haven't finished with the donation yet. I still want to see how he donated $100 million. Listening to you, it seems like you think that I can't get that much money? Lin Yi said with a faint smile. Ha ha, how dare I doubt you? Wang Tao laughed contemptuously. If you an open drop can donate so much, then I'll be a billion. At least I'm a boss. I earn more than you guys who open drops, so how can I donate a little more? Wang Tao's face, not red or white. He would have believed it if $10,000 had been donated, but $100 million in cash, piled up like a small mountain. How could he have so much money when he was a dropshipper? Definitely believing it and trying to play it up in front of himself and his women. Oh, but this time, he met his own master of face punching. He had to be shown the sky today. Then I'll thank you for the orphanage. With that, Lin Yi picked up his cell phone and called the account manager of the CCB. I'll send you a card number to transfer $100 million in cash later. After making the call, Lin Yi went through the photo album, found a picture of Wang Suaping's bank card, and sent it to the account manager. All that's left to do is wait. Wang Suaping and Zhao Chuanfu were both a bit incredulous. Lin Yi never lies. Do you really want to transfer $100 million? Wang Suaping realized that her heart was thumping and her blood pressure was coming up. Ding! Wang Suaping's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Couldn't stand still when I saw the big string of zeros on it. You really transferred $100 million? Well, this time it will come back and forth, just to give you money. No way! Wang Tao exclaimed. How can he have that much money if he's a dropshipper? Taking Wang Suaping's cell phone, Lin Yi said, the text message is here. See for yourself. Seeing the string of zeros on it, Wang Tao's entire body was bad. What the hell kind of drop is this that can donate $100 million in one breath? I've kept my promise. Mr. Wang, your $1 billion of charity. When will it arrive? Ji Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. In front of Lin Yi, even she had been set up twice. Wang Tao was really childish. Wang Tao embarrassed to death. His own small factory. A few million a year. Where to get $1 billion cash to go? That's a slap in the face. Is it that you can't afford to donate? Lin Yi said. Wasn't it quite wealthy just now? Being the boss of a factory. How come it's still not as good as me? A man who drives a drop. Wang Tao's head was covered in cold sweat and he couldn't wait for a crack in the ground to be drilled into. I have some other things to do, so I'll take my leave. Putting down his words, Wang Tao got into his car and drove away in a grayish manner. Wang Tao, Hui Ningyue said. Just leave. It looks like he's some kind of good guy. You won't be happy in the future if you follow him, Lin Yi said. Got it, brother. Lin Yi opened his mouth, so Hui Ningyue didn't dare to disobey, so she didn't care about Wang Tao anymore. Shao Yi, tell mom the truth. What's with all this money? You've only been in Shanghai for a few years. Where did you get so much money? Wang Suaping was holding the cell phone and it felt hot. Did a little business. Made some money. You guys take it and spend it with peace of mind. Don't think about it so much. Then this 100 million. It's not a small amount. It's all given to us. What do you do? Wang Suaping said. I can't take this money. Shanghai isn't like Yangchang. There's a lot of places to use money. Mom, just take it. I have more there. Enough to spend. Lin Yi put his arm around Wang Suaping's shoulders. Let's go. Let's eat. I'm starving. That's fine. Eat first. Mom has made you a beef stew to satisfy your craving. Or you know me. After the meal, Ji Qingyan and Hui Ningyue played with the children of the orphanage on the playground. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that someone like Ji Qingyan would still be skipping. That's pretty awesome. Shao Yi, it's not easy for you guys to come back. Stay for a few more days before you leave. Later in the evening, Wang Suaping said, okay, stay here for a few days. Lin Yi had other plans and was prepared to deal with them before leaving. I'm going to clean up your house now. And you and Ningyu, all of you, stay here and don't leave. No, I've booked a hotel, so I won't take up space in the courtyard. Lin Yi didn't care. He was mainly afraid that Ji Qingyan wouldn't be used to living there, no matter what. It was following her here, so she had to arrange a place for her anyhow. That's fine. I won't impose on where you live now that you've made a name for yourself. After chatting about family matters for a while longer, Lin Yi took Ji Qingyan away and found a 5-star hotel to stay in. Early the next morning, Ji Qingyan asked as she freshened up and ate breakfast at the hotel. What are your plans for today? Yesterday I watched the news and said there was a car show in Yangcheng, so I'm going to check it out. Don't you have a Pagani? What's the point of buying a car? Ji Qingyan said. Mostly, I wanted to buy a couple for the orphanage so I could take the kids out later. Ji Qingyan nodded. That's true. What about you? Didn't you say you were going to the branch? When are you going? That's a small thing I'm not in a hurry to do. You're the main priority first. After dinner, the two of them took a taxi and went to the Goat City International Convention Center piece by piece. As one of the 4 first-tier cities in China, although the prosperity of Yangcheng, compared to Shanghai, still has a little gap, but it is also the forefront of China, especially the Yangcheng Auto Show, which is renowned in China and even all over the world. That's why the annual car show attracts even more dirtbags to come over and spectate. Through the billboards outside, one was able to see luxury car brands from all over the world, all of which came to exhibit. As long as one has the money, there is absolutely no problem in trying to get a car of one's choice here. The two had just gotten out of the car when Lin Yi heard, behind him, someone calling out to him. Yo, Lin Yi, actually came to the car show too? Hearing the sound of talking behind him, Lin Yi turned around. A woman in a short white dress with heavy makeup was seen standing next to a man in a suit with glasses. The woman who spoke was recognized by Lin Yi as Su Yan, a college classmate of Lin Yi's, but after graduation, Lin Yi chose to develop in Shanghai, while Su Yan returned to her hometown of Yangcheng. What a coincidence to actually meet here, Lin Yi greeted. Quite a coincidence indeed, Su Yan said with a smile. Yan, is this your college friend? Do you have to introduce me? The man beside Su Yan said. He's my college friend Lin Yi, and this should be his girlfriend. The man nodded and pulled a business card from his pocket. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou Ning. I'm the general manager of Yangcheng Chuanqing Import and Export Trading Company Limited. This is my business card. As he spoke, Zhou Ning handed the title of the movie to Ji Qingyan. Zhou Ning's idea was very chicken-hearted. On top of the business card, there was his contact information, so as long as Ji Qingyan accepted the card, there was a possibility of contacting him. Out of politeness, Ji Qingyan took Zhou Ning's business card before handing it over to Lin Yi. There was no intention of taking it for himself. Lin Yi, after graduation, didn't you stay in Shanghai? What are you doing now? Open the drop. Driving a drip? Su Yan looked surprised. At least back then, you were also the schoolboy. After graduation, how did you still go to do dropshipping? I remember when you said you wanted to go to Shanghai to do something big. Isn't it nice to do dropshipping? I've been doing it as a career. Pust. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yi, you really haven't changed at all. You're still as humorous as ever. What kind of career is driving a dropship? Yan, that place in Shanghai is really not too good to mix. In addition to the university where you are, just an ordinary 211. In a city like Shanghai, naturally it is not popular. That is the most affluent place in the whole of China. If you don't have some real skills, you want to mix there, it's not an easy thing to do. You have a point, but I think, if you open the drop really do not need to stay in Shanghai. Where to open it is not the same. Su Yan's heart secretly rejoiced. When I was in school, because Lin Yi was so handsome, I had even stalked and pursued him. Good thing he didn't promise himself at that time. No as now. He is penniless. Nothing. Can't give himself the happiness he wants. It is estimated that this woman beside her is also looking at his good looks and playing around. Marriage is a big deal. Who would find someone to get together with who drives a dropshipper if they didn't have their own hardware to pass? That's reasonable. But people have their own aspirations. Choosing where to develop, being able to influence a bang, really can't be too impulsive. Zhou Ning said. I also stayed in Shanghai back then, but I hit a wall everywhere. Now I'm back in Yangcheng. My career is booming. The company I founded, the annual sales have already exceeded 100 million. If I'm bent on staying in Shanghai, I definitely can't have today's achievements. That's why I said you're a potential. Su Yan wrapped her arms around Zhou Ning and said shyly, Brother Lin, you're Su Yan's friend. We kind of know each other. Do you have any plans to go back to Yangcheng for development? I can arrange a job for both of you. Come to my company, with an annual salary of 100,000. And the work is not tiring. It's definitely more lucrative than you driving a drop. I'm fine driving a drip. Thanks for the kind words. Linny waved his hand. We're leaving first. Alas, alas, alas. Linny, don't be in a hurry to leave. I remember when I went to school, you were a famous car fan in your class. Why don't you take a stroll together? Just in time to give us some ideas, Su Yan said. Right. It's fate that we met today, Zhou Ning said. I previously drove an Audi A8. In the city to drive okay, once to the bad road conditions. My A8 is a bit of a strain. Do not look at that as more than $1 million of cars. Even worse than 100,000 domestic SUV to give. So now change a cross-country to drive. That's fine, Linny casually agreed, and led Ji Qingyan towards the inside of the car show. But I have been torn. I feel that the Range Rover is good, but the Lexus LX 570 is also quite good. I do not know which one to choose, Zhou Ning said smilingly. Honey, didn't you say before that you wanted to buy a BMW X5 or a Toyota Bajaj? Why are you still changing now? Su Yan asked curiously. Just now I thought about it. X5 and Bully. The top of the line is only about 1 million. And my business in the future bigger and bigger. Or change a little higher grade is better. Otherwise go out to talk about a business. But also easy to make people laugh. That's a good point. People nowadays, they are quite realistic. Driving a good car will make it easier to talk business in the future. That's what I thought. With that, Zhou Ning looked at Linny with a smile. Brother Lin, you're an expert in this area. Give me some ideas. If there's money in it, buy it all. There's nothing to get hung up on. Zhou Ning looked embarrassed. I already have one. There's no need to buy so many, and it won't fit in the garage at home. Then there's even less to get hung up on. Just pick the cheap one and buy it. Ji Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. She really didn't give people a chance at all. Cough cough cough. Zhou Yang lightly coughed. I've just said, I don't lack money. My company, sales are over $100 million. Naturally it won't be bad. People like us at this level care about quality and enjoyment. Didn't we all just say, not bad enough to buy two? Actually, it's not too much of a problem to buy two. But I just bought a villa with a 2-car garage, which is financially permissible, but not quite physically. Zhou Ning's heart was soothed. He hadn't wanted to show off his newly bought villa, but this person called Linny always steered the conversation in that direction. It's not just a chance to show yourself off, then build another garage. Wouldn't that be the perfect solution? Zhou Ning. Brother Lin. There are many things that you can't access at this level. The garage which is covered just by saying so, Zhou Ning said smilingly. That's why I'm not afraid to spend money. I want quality and enjoyment. Otherwise I'll make people laugh when I drive it. Don't talk about quality and enjoyment in a car that costs over $1 million. Let's just drive it honestly as a mobility scooter. Zhou Ning's face sank, and he had the urge to curse. What the hell? You're a dropshipper and you're looking down on $1 million car? Is this the legendary rich-hating keyboard warrior? That's interesting. How dare you hit hard in reality? Looks like today, he'll have to be taught a lesson. One more for votes. Please give it a go. Come on, honey, just don't ask him. Su Yan said. What Linny knows is all read on the internet, and he himself has not practiced, and what he says has no practical basis. I think the Land Rover is quite good, and it looks overbearing. Oh, you're right. Let's go take a look in a while. If there's an existing car, I'll buy it at full price. Aha. Ji Qingyan shook her head. These people were really enough. Once inside the showroom, all kinds of luxury cars were everywhere. Dozens of luxury cars at the $10 million level alone were seen. And from this point it was enough to show that the strength of the landed gentry in Yangchang was no less impressive. Honey, the Land Rover showroom seems to be in Area B. Let's go over there, Su Yan said. Area B is all about domestic cars. We're not going there. Isn't a Land Rover a domestic? So where do you go if you don't go there? In our circle, we don't drive domestic cars, so we have to buy imported ones, Zhou Ning said with a smile. But the imported Land Rover, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars more expensive than the domestic one. And the shape is pretty much the same, so there's no need to spend all this wasted money. Zhou Ning put his arm around Su Yan's shoulders and said with a smile, although the appearance is the same, but the interior is vastly different. If in the future, your friends see you, still driving a domestic Land Rover, will not laugh at you? As a man, I can't let others laugh at my own woman. Honey, you're so good to me. Zhou Ning looked towards Ji Qingyan intentionally or unintentionally. A smart woman like her would definitely be able to understand his words. With so much information, all exposed, she'd be out of her mind if she didn't know how to choose. You're my woman. If I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Zhou Ning looked at Linny and Ji Qingyan. Gentlemen, let's go around together. Forget it, Let's go look at another car, Linny said. Yo, look at my memory, Zhou Ning said with a smile. We have different purposes. I guess you guys are going to go to the national production area to see the car. Linny shook his head. Let's go to Area C. District C? Zhou Ning and Su Yan, looking at the exhibition hall in Area C not far away, laughed. Brother Lin, Area C sells trucks, buses, and other vehicles. Are you sure you want to go over there and take a look? Can't we buy it? Can. Zhou Ning smiled and said. Those tool trucks, they are actually quite good. Buy a truck to go back to hauling goods. It is estimated that you can earn more than opening a drop. I have to say that Brother Lin is still very commercially minded. Linny ignored Zhou Ning and took Ji Qingyan with him, heading towards Area C. It's really not good to come out with you, Linny said. What do you mean it's not good to come out with me? I didn't do anything? These people nowadays, when they see a beautiful woman, they somehow want to act like one, and they've dragged me down with them, Linny said. This one is not my fault, Ji Qingyan said prettily. Think about it, if it was Boss Ma, with a beautiful woman standing beside him, would other men be jealous? It sounds like you're saying I'm not capable enough. I didn't say that. You said the rest. Good for you, you little skinny bitch. Linny wrapped his arm around Ji Qingyan's waist, startling her. What's going on? So many people. I think I should have acted a little more hungover, but that's just it. I can still wrap my arms around a superb woman like you, and they can't, so don't you think that's pissing me off? Stinky you. Ji Qingyan spat, but didn't say anything. What kind of car do you all want to buy? Do you have an idea in mind? When they arrived at Area C, Ji Qingyan asked. Buy 2 buses. There are over 40 kids in the orphanage. It should be enough if we drag them out, Linny said after some thought. Then a pickup truck for the usual grocery shopping, and the rest is a mobility scooter for the girls, and that's going to have to go over to the A side. Okay, take your pick. I don't know anything about this stuff. Looking around inside, Linny realized that Area C belonged to one of the more mixed areas. Domestic and imported cars, both on display here, look like they should be categorized by model. All trucks, vans, buses and other utility vehicles, all of which are on display here, regardless of the distinction between domestic and imported. In addition to the booths of major brands, there were also booths of PetroChina and Sinopec. They come here, naturally, not to sell cars, but mainly to sell gas cards, because there are hardly any cars on display here with small displacement. Fuel cards are used for refueling. If you can strike a deal with some company, you can sell a lot that way. Linny, look at that car. The tires are so high, they're up to my waist. Seeing the car that Ji Qingyan was referring to, she realized that it was a built 389, and seeing such a behemoth, it was no wonder that Ji Qingyan was yelling. That car is a transformer prototype, an oil-drinking monster, and no one in the country would buy a car like that. Ooh, but it looks so bossy. I'll give you one if you like it, Linny said with a smile. Don't. Ji Qingyan shook her head and said, if I drive this kind of car, I don't think I can even climb up. It's too big. Isn't it good to be bigger? Don't you like big ones? Don't like it. Still smaller and more comfortable. Oh, so you like the little ones. After strolling around for a while, Linny targeted the bus, which was the purpose of the trip. My God, this Goat City Auto Show, it's too luxurious. Even the Mercedes-Benz S351 DT? At this moment, many people were gathered around a bus that was purple and black in color. This S351 DT is definitely the most striking behemoth compared to the average bus, especially the design of the upper and lower floors, in addition to the Mercedes-Benz logo, makes this S351 DT, and the built 389 dazzling, became the most luxurious existence of the showroom in Area C, priced at $4.9 million. What company would buy a car like this? None of these cars are sold to companies. They're usually for the higher-ups, except, of course, the Dubai tycoons. That's true. No wonder those few sales are not looking at us. The original target customers are not us. Seeing the shape of the S351 DT, Linny also thought it was good. This two-story design could accommodate more people, in which case, buying one would be enough. How much is this car? Walking up to a male salesman, Linny asked. Hearing Linny's question, the male salesman looked up and spotted Ji Qingyan standing by. I was so amazed that it was too extreme. 4.9 million, the male salesman said. I'd like to ask, what are the exact parameters of the car? What are the exact features? A $4.9 million bus is already considered a sky-high price, and it shouldn't sell for that price without some special features. The male salesman threw over a brochure and said in a nonchalant manner, see for yourself. I'm in the middle of something. I don't have time for this. I see for myself, Linny said. Isn't that what you guys do? Introduce models, Isn't that your job? But I'm in the middle of being busy and don't have time to introduce you, the male salesman said. If you want to buy it, watch it yourself. What do I need you guys for if I'm going to see for myself? People who want to buy won't even ask these boring questions, so don't waste my time, okay? What a fucking attitude. Casually throwing away the pamphlet in his hand, Linny turned to leave with Ji Qingyan. Dude, calm down. That's how these sales are. They've disliked several sets today, the onlooker passersby said. It's normal. Like this car. No one will buy it at all. Those who really need it are booked by phone in the background. There won't be any casual buyers of this stuff. This young man is also really, obviously do not buy. Why go to ask it? Obviously looking for pain. What are you walking away from? Ji Qingyan was unhappy. We're here to spend money. Why are they still condescending? If a dog bites me, can I bite back? There are so many cars out there. Just look at the others, Linny said. Dude, it's still your realm. The man who spoke, next to the Mercedes-Benz exhibit, was wearing PetroChina overalls. These fuckers are disliking several waves of people. How did it turn out? Linny asked smilingly. What else could happen? There was an argument, but in the end, they left in disgrace because they really couldn't afford it. They were just asking. Linny smiled and didn't say anything, holding a gas card on the table. He asked, how do you sell your gas cards? What denominations do they all come in? There are 3 kinds, 10, 000s, 5, 000s, and 1, 000s, and there's an event during the car show with a 98% discount. Linny was fiddling with the fuel card, feeling that it was still necessary to buy some of this stuff, and sending it to Wang Ma's hands together would save them from spending money on gas. How many in all? Didn't they all say, just 3 kinds, 10, 000s, 5, 000s, and 1, 000s. I mean, how many total gas cards did you guys take out to sell this time? Dude, stop. We brought a total of $10 million in gas cards, and we still have over 8 million left from the sale. Alright then, I'll take them all. Pust. The male salesman from PetroChina almost didn't spit out blood. What do you mean? Buddy, you've got the rest of our 8 million plus gas cards all wrapped up? Yeah, take it back and use it slowly. Linny took out his own bank card. It should be able to swipe it. Yes, it can. The card is swiped successfully with a drop and you see the voucher typed out. The male salesmen are confused. Just idle boredom to pick up a fight. And sold all the gas cards? Crap. Over $8 million in gas cards in one sitting. The people surrounding the exhibition area were all dumbfounded. Where is this tycoon? Buy a lot of gas cards? The salesmen in the Mercedes-Benz exhibition area were all dumbstruck. Especially the male salesman who had just disliked Linny, and whose jaw almost didn't drop to the ground. It shouldn't be a problem trying to buy a $4+ million S351 DT when you've bought over $8 million in gas cards in one fell swoop. Grass. Zhang Dedian, look what you've done. A slightly older man came over and rushed at the male salesman just now, splitting his head and scolding him. Do you know how much commission I can get for selling out an S351 DT? And it's all fucking ruined by you. Supervisor, I didn't know he would be so rich. Grass. There are plenty of rich people in Huaxia. Is that something you can tell? The male supervisor scolded. Hurry the fuck up and apologize with me. Got it. After buying the fuel card, Linny left the address of the orphanage, intending to have the staff deliver it there. Just as the two were about to leave, the Mercedes-Benz sales executive and Zhang Dedian jogged over. This gentleman, let me introduce myself first. I'm Lu Chang, the sales manager of Mercedes-Benz. What happened just now? Is my negligence in management? Please understand. And then what? What's it got to do with me? Lu Chang smiled respectfully and said, didn't you just want to buy S351 DT? Let me introduce you to the specific details. Forget it. Why choose you when there are so many brands for me to choose from? Sir, you calm down. I know you are still angry, but don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Chang said with a face full of anger. Zhang Tianda, take off your work license, and from now on, pack up and get out. Manager? No. Zhang Dedian was dumbfounded and hurriedly bowed at Lin Yi to apologize. This gentleman, I know I'm wrong, it's my dog's eyes, please don't be a general piece of work with me. Just let me go like a fart. It's not like I'm the one who fired you. There's no use begging me, Lin Yi said indifferently. Zhang Dedian, cut the crap. Even without this matter, you can't stay in the company. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Zhang Dishan's face was as if he was dead and gray as he took off his work tag and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. You really deserve it. You think you're so cool just because you sell a Mercedes-Benz? That's not true. People selling supercars aren't this hung. That's what happens when a dog's eyes look down. And that's how they need to be taught a good lesson. Alright, seeing as you're so sincere, swipe your card. I'll take this S351DT, Linny said. Bullshit. Over $4 million for a car. Said buy it without even blinking. People have bought over $8 million in gas cards, and they're still short of this $4 million car? Just kidding. No wonder you can pick up such a good-looking beauty. You really have some skills. After paying, Linny left the address of the orphanage and asked them to send it over when the time came. Linny then bought another pickup truck to use as a grocery cart for the orphanage. Come on. This is done shopping. Let's go around to Area A. Linny stretched his back. He only had a piece of Pagani on hand now, so he had to get a couple spares anyways. And after so many days of driving, it's getting a little tiresome. Got to experience what other supercars feel like too. The two made their way to Area A, and this was the most popular area of the entire auto show. There is no lack of billionaire second generation. There is also a generation of tycoons, but more, or sports car enthusiasts. Such an annual event, no one will easily let go. Lin E, you guys are here again. Just after arriving at Area A, he saw Su Yan and Zhou Ning walking towards his side. Came over to look at the car, Linny said casually. It's also true that the car show is only once a year, so it's a wasted opportunity if you don't see more of it. Yen, let's also go to take a look. Just now focusing on buying a car. Did not even shop in the A area, just Linny they came. Let's shop together. When finished, a piece of a meal. Just to feel the feeling of imported Land Rover, Zhou Ning said. 3 more requests for votes. It feels like they're getting fewer and fewer, so please give it a go. Thanks to the book friends, Fate, Nebula Court Ruwashue, Yukata Hang, Zayan, Bright Moon and Clear Wind, Moth-Eaten Fish, rewarded book coins. Thank you. Aha, but can you let me drive it first? I haven't driven such a nice car since I grew up, Su Yan said. Of course there's no problem. What's mine is yours. Just drive it if you want to, Zhou Ning said with a smile. And this car, I only use it occasionally. Frankly, you bought it for you. Feel free to drive it. Linny narrowed his eyes and smiled. This pussyfooting around was really okay. It's so well paced and layered that I can't help but give you a round of applause. Ji Qingyan also looked disgusted. Only Zhou Ning hadn't seen it yet. It's true. People compare. Before, he thought that Linny was nothing but handsome and a bit rich. But now, when compared to other men, all the advantages come out. People driving Pagani didn't have such a high profile as Zhou Ning. Honey, you're just too good to me, Su Yan said like a little woman. But I'm not very good. Aren't you afraid I'll wreck your Land Rover? It's okay, I just got full coverage insurance, so I'm not afraid if it gets wrecked. Mima, Su Yan gave Zhou Ning a kiss on the cheek. Honey, you're so nice. Let's go. My stomach is a bit upset, Lin Yi said. What's wrong? Do you want to go to the hospital? No, it's just that I'm a little queasy, so I'll just get some air for a change. Ji Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Let's go then. Seeing Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan leave, Zhou Ning and Su Yan followed. Seeing Ji Qingyan in front of her, Zhou Ning had a smile on her face, and when she got into her Land Rover after shopping, she would know what it meant to be rich. Naturally, I won't be choosing to be with this poor guy. Honey, look at them. It seems like they're going to the Bentley booth. Walking behind, Su Yan said. Just go. It doesn't cost anything to look. Ji Qingyan's arrival caused the gazes of the crowd to shift. Putting his eyes in the camera, he landed on Ji Qingyan's body. Even if a luxury car is next to a car model, all of them are tall and shapely. But in front of Ji Qingyan, it also paled in comparison. It's the first time I've seen such a good-looking beauty since I've been strolling around the car show all morning. What's the use of looking good? You can only look at it. This kind of woman is reserved for the rich second generation. Envious old me what can win $5 million. Then also find us so beautiful. The two stood at Bentley's stand next to Lesless's stand. A dazzling collection of luxury cars. Which do you think is better, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, or the Bentley Shangmu? Linny asked casually. It doesn't even feel good. It's ugly. Linny was dumbfounded. Was there such a big gap in aesthetics between men and women? Both cars, aren't they great looking? Looks are secondary. Look at the rest. Isn't buying a car all about appearance? Ji Qingyan said rightfully. With the condition of the car in Shanghai, the city will only drive 50 or 60 mph. Probably even a van can't run. If it's the suburbs, where the roads are bad, it's even worse than a van. So buying a car is all about looks. Buy it if it looks good. Don't worry about performance. Amount. Linny knew this time why. With Ji Qingyan's worth, he still drove a Maserati of over $1 million. Because people are good looking. Tell you what then, runt of the litter. Just these two cars. You pick the one that looks better. Ji Qingyan drummed her fragrant cheeks. I have to think about it. Lin E, you're too humorous. Zhou Ning chuckled. Just come to see the car. So serious for what? You also do not buy. Said as if the real thing. Make me believe. Thought you want to buy a car. How do you know I'm not buying a car? Stop it. Aren't you a dropshipper? How could you possibly afford such a luxury car? Zhou Ning deliberately raised his tone and said, take a good look at it. That latest Rolls-Royce Phantom with a landed price of $9.3 million and that Bentley Shamrock with a landed rack of $4.8 million. Which one do you think you can afford? Shit. So he's driving a drop. The onlookers said. I fucking thought he was a rich second generation. Who says it isn't? Acting like it's the real thing. It is estimated that this man, just by relying on a mouth, has fooled this great beauty. I hope that this beauty can see reality earlier. I'm an executive of a public company and I'm not as good as a dropshipper. So incompetent. Seeing the verbal abuse of Lin Yi by others, Zhou Ning was secretly pleased. I just want to make you lose face. Don't even look at your own virtues. This kind of superb woman can be picked up by a stinky driver like you? Got an idea? Lin Yi asked, ignoring Zhou Ning and looking at Ji Qingyan. Not yet. They all feel about the same. I don't know which one looks a little better. Lin Yi, why don't you listen to advice? We're all on our own. There's no need to pretend, Zhou Ning said. Who says I'm pretending? It's just buying a car. What's there to pretend? Zhou Ning shrugged. Fine. I'll assume you can afford it. But didn't you just say, if you have the money, buy it all? Why make it difficult for others? Oh, it's one thing to say about others, but how come it doesn't work for you? You really reminded me. Lin Yi chuckled. Then take them all. It's not much money. Zhou Ning was baffled. What do you mean? All of it? That's right. Kids are the ones who make the choices. Adults don't have to worry so much. Just buy them all. The area around the Bentley booth was quiet for several seconds. Then a roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha, I'm amused. What is this kid talking about? The Phantom Monk curtains add up to more than $15 million, and he's actually saying he wants them all? It's fine to blow a little bull, but if you blow it up, you can easily hurt yourself. Even if it's to save face. You can't say something like that. Can you afford it? Lin Yi waved his hand and called over the saleswoman not far away. Sir, this Bentley Shamrock, the latest model this year, is priced at $4.8 million. The saleswoman looked a little disdainful. Is it too much to blow? I know it's the latest model, so there's no need to deliberately remind me. With that, Lin Yi recruited another male salesman and handed over his bank, saying faintly, I'll take this Bentley Shangmu, code 000000. Swipe your card. The male salesman had been blindsided and his hands were shaking. Don't you even ask before you buy? A few minutes later, the male salesman handed the bank card to Lin Yi. Sir, the card has been swiped. I will now prepare the purchase contract for you. Hiss. Those who heard this all sucked in a breath of cold air. And he actually bought it? That's a $4 million Bentley Shamrock. The previous saleswoman was dumbfounded and felt like she was dreaming. Originally, this business should have been his own, but just because of what he just said, that business is gone. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission are gone. One more for votes. You go ahead and prepare the contract. I'll check out the Rolls-Royce next door, but I'll need you to deliver it to Shanghai. That's no problem, right? Sure, no problem. We have aspects of the business. Good. After leaving his address, Lin Yi took Ji Qingyan to the showroom of Les Roches. The sales at the Rolls-Royce stand, by contrast, were much more enthusiastic. Seeing Lin Yi coming over, a saleswoman in a work uniform said enthusiastically, Sir, are you looking at the Mirage? This is the newest model this year, along with all the other value-added services. I'm not looking. No? The saleswoman froze for a moment. I remember you just said that you want to buy a Bentley and a Monza curtain together. Now why are you? Yeah, I'm talking about buying a Phantom, not looking at one. So, said Lin Yi as he pulled out his bank card. Swipe it. Password 000000. Pust. Those who heard this spat blood again. That's nifty. Over $15 million. Worded out without blinking an eye? Does your family print money? Really nifty. Buying a car without blinking. Even if Young Qin and Principal Wang came, they wouldn't dare to spend money like this. What the hell is going on here? Is driving a drop so profitable now? No wonder people can pick up such an excellent girl. They still have strength. Seeing the saleswoman, she exchanged her bank card into Lin Yi's hand. Zhou Ning's face turned green. Yen, what's going on here? This classmate of yours, how come he's so rich? Doesn't he drive a dropship? It's something he admitted himself, Su Yan said in a panic. And it's his own words. There's no way he's lying. Zhou Ning's entire body was bad. He himself, just now, was actually pretending to be in front of a billionaire? What a sin! After signing the sales contract, Lin Yi left with Ji Qingyan. And at this time, Zhou Ning followed from behind, complimenting him. Brother Lin, you're really a big spender. You actually bought Shangmo and Mirage in one go. I admire you. A big deal? It's only over $10 million. What kind of a big deal is that? Linny said. Owning a Pagani. It's $28 million. Now, buying 2 cars, from spending over $15 million, really isn't that expensive. Holy shit, bull. It's estimated that more than $15 million is like $1,500 in his eyes. When will hangers-on like me reach such heights? No wonder people can conquer the hearts of beautiful women. Old man sour. Not only were the others sour, even Zhou Ning was sour and asked, Brother Lin, I'd like to ask, didn't you say before that you were driving a drop? But how is it possible to make so much money by driving a drop? Probably because I drive a drop with a Pagani Windjammer. Hiss. Holy crap. To drive a dropship with a Pagani? As far as I know, it seems that the Windjammer was sold for more than $28 million. These rich kids are too good at it. The corners of Zhou Ning's mouth twitched. Not only had he been slashed, but he had also struck a bludgeon. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. Sir, I'm the sales manager of Bugatti. Among this car show, we also have new models. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, the sales managers of the major luxury car booths had green eyes. A dirtbag like that can't be taken lightly. Bugatti? Linny muttered. I remember you guys. The latest model. I think it's the Bugatti Chiron one, right? Yes. The Chiron one is our newest model and has just broken the new North record with a top speed of 490 miles per hour. One of the fastest sports cars on. I know quite a bit of basic information about the Chiron one, but what is the landed price of the car in this country? Chiron 1. The car may be a little bit expensive. When it comes to the country, the landing price will be $43 million, the male manager said, a little embarrassed. If you're not satisfied with the price of the Chiron 1, we have other supercars, and there's always one to suit your needs. The car was indeed a bit expensive, but since it was Linny who asked, he could only answer truthfully. You Bugatti, take people as you want ingrates. More than $40 million car also dare to promote? People are rich, but they won't fall for your tricks, so save your breath. The Chiron one is so expensive. How many in Huaxia can afford it? Alright, everyone be quiet. Linny was getting a bit of a headache from the noise. It's not like they said anything, and I brought it up on my own accord. What's the point of attacking people? Linny patted the male manager on the shoulder. This has nothing to do with you. Don't take it personally. It's fine, the male manager said. As an apology, go make a contract and I'll buy that Chiron one. Holy shit, really bought it. That's a $43 million Chiron one. Truly horrible as it is. Fine, I'll go now. At this time, Lucan's sales manager came over. Hello sir, I'm the sales director of Lycoming Asia Pacific, and for this exhibition, we've brought our latest models as well. Crap, they're even tougher at Lycan. It's rumored that the car in Speed 7 sold for over $66 million in China. Much more expensive than the Chiron one. It's so hard to meet such a tycoon. These sales are crazy. Linny thought for a moment. I think your Lycan is a limited edition. Yes, there are only 7 of them in the world. Okay, let's have one of those, and switch them around when we're bored. At that moment, another person approached. Sir, I'm the sales manager for Koenigsegg. I hear the RS is coming out with a new model too? Yes, the new generation of the Koenigsegg RS, with its all-carbon body, is lighter and faster, and I can assure you that this generation of the RS, with the highest sound pressure level, is guaranteed to make you the center of attention for everyone if you drive it on the road. What's the landed price of this car in this country? 31 million. Okay, go prepare the contract. The manageress has been in a state of bliss. She just came to take a chance. The god of luck really came down on her head. It's so exciting. The people gathered around were all dumbfounded. Bentley Shamaco $4.9 million. Rolls-Royce Phantom $9.3 million. Bugatti Chiron 1. $43 million. Lucan $66 million. Koenigsegg RS $31 million. Together, these cars total over $150 million. Where is he going to park when he buys so many cars in one go? Seeing Linny sign the sales contracts one by one, Zhou Ning hurried over. Brother Lin, you're really a big spender, buying so many cars in one go. I'm getting a better understanding. It's okay, buy a couple more and trade them in. Seeing Lin Yi's clouded expression, the people around him cast envious glances. It could be said to have refreshed their perspective. Su Yan looked at Lin Yi with a heavy heart and a complicated expression. If he had known that he would become so rich at some point in the future, he should have taken the initiative to show up and take him down when he was in school. Oops, how did I miss him myself? Manager Su, they seem to be leaving. Let's also go over to try Koenigsegg sales manager. Just take a chance. people really buy. A female sales of Maserati said, if we go over there, we might have a chance too. And you know people are Koenigsegg's. The male manager said, the most expensive car on our side, only more than 3 million, and also counting the modifications. How can people look at, we are these small brands, or honestly squint? The saleswoman froze, feeling like her third opinion had been refreshed. Is Maserati even considered a minor brand? 2 more requests for votes. There are Porsches over there that look pretty good too. You go as pick one and I'll give it to you. Linny said. Don't. Ji Qingyan said. My Maserati drives fine. Besides, I can call you when I usually use the car. It's useless to buy so many cars. Fair enough. Dropshippers are on call. On the contrary, it's you. Isn't it a bit of a waste to buy so many cars? Ji Qingyan whispered. Isn't that what money earned is spent on? Linny said. In case people die and the money isn't spent. What a pity. You're the one with more crooked reasoning. Ji Qingyan smiled and said. Let's go. Go eat something. I'm starving. Come on. It's just as well I'm hungry. Coming out of the car show, the Bugatti staff had parked the car at the designated delivery location. This is also Lin Yi's arrangement. Being in Yangchang, no car to drive is also inconvenient. So first mention this Bugatti. As for the rest, are arranged to send back to Shanghai. After dinner, the two of them went out to hang out for a while before going. That afternoon, he saw the car Lin Yi had bought for the orphanage. It really startled Wang Suaping and Zhao Chuanfu. The cars not mentioned beforehand. Just the $8 million or so in gas cards is enough for them to digest for a while. Later in the evening, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan returned to the hotel. Do you have something to do tomorrow? Inside the room, Ji Qingyan said. Something wrong with you? I'm going to visit the Sheepshead branch tomorrow. So if you're okay, come with me. Lin Yi also knew a little bit about the business divisions of the Chaiyang Group. In addition to the business in Shanghai, other provinces and cities, there are also quite a few properties. And it's only natural for her to drop by and check them out. But I'm afraid you won't be able to find out anything, Lin Yi said, knowing that the boss is coming. The people below will surely do their work beautifully. How can they wait for you to check? Don't worry, I came over this time, without talking to any executives, to make a surprise attack. It's best if there's no problem. If there's really something unreasonable, it must not be tolerated. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. Ji Qingyan still thought too innocently of these people. If you come over on the first day and raid the Sheepshead division, the results will definitely be good. But it's been 2 days, and there's a good chance that word of this has gotten out. It's a matter of luck if you can find out what's wrong. Then it's a deal. I'll accompany you there tomorrow. It just so happens that you have a car and can take this me, Ji Qingyan said. But then, I'm ready to take a shower now. Mr. Lin, are you going to continue to stay here? What do you mean? Do you want me to wait for you in the bathroom? Need a back rub? What's with the back rub? Go back to your room. Lin Yi smiled and got up. Call me when you need a back rub service. Hooligans. Spitting, Ji Qingyan kicked Lin Yi out of the room. Lying on his bed, Lin Yi couldn't sleep for a long time. Tomorrow is Monday, and the system will open new careers with it. There's no telling what new careers will be waiting for you. At 12 o'clock midnight, a system beep sounded in Lin Yi's head. New professions open yes/no. Experienced occupation, university teacher. Occupational completion, 0%. Please ask the host to receive the professional gift package. 10 million renminbi. Full attribute increase potion. Sage wisdom. Crouching grass. Lin Yi exclaimed in his heart. The new occupation was actually a college teacher? This one's a little exciting. Seeing the profession gift pack given by the system, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. $10 million in cash. There's not much to say about that one. At the beginning, when I first started and experienced the dropshippers, I also gave so much money. According to the system's setting, every time a new profession is opened in the future, this much money will be given, which belongs to the rated rewards. No more and no less. It's not much, but a mosquito leg is meat even if it's small, so there's no reason to dislike it. Full attribute increase potion. Lin Yi also knew what it was. Inside the network, it had all been said in great detail, but sage wisdom, on the other hand, was giving Lin Yi a hard time. System, what does this sage wisdom mean? In the wisdom of the sages, which contains, among other things, the wisdom of all the world's leading scholars, helping the host to adapt perfectly to the profession of university teacher. Hearing the system explain it like that, Lin Yi understood roughly what it meant. It's taking someone else's knowledge and putting it in your head. After all, college is a very specialized place. And if you don't have ink in your stomach, you're probably going to be disliked to death for mixing a few cents. Lin Yi looked at the system layout again and realized that in the column for new professions, there were yes/no words. Presumably, They were asking if they chose to turn it on, so the initiative was still in their hands. System, right now in the profession of drop driver, my completion level is only 85%. If I open a new profession, will I not be able to get the subsequent rewards? If the host opens a new profession, the old profession will automatically enter a cooling state. The cooling state is 1 week. After the cooling is completed, you can continue to open it. Linny thought for a moment. Could it be possible to carry out 2 professions at the same time? 2 professions cannot be performed at the same time. If the old profession is opened, the new profession will automatically go into cooldown, and after 1 week, the host can choose to reopen it. Hearing the system's comprehensive explanation, Linny figured out all of his doubts, all of them, but the dropshipping driver, a career that is 85% complete, still has the lure of the ultimate prize at the end. According to the system's habit of handing out quests, with the remaining 15% completion, it was estimated that with 1 more quest, it would be almost complete. That's why there's no rush to start the new career, and if it's still as easy as it was before, delay starting the new career. If it's harder, it's not too late to start a new career. Arranging the follow-up, Linny stretched his back and went to sleep first. The next morning, when Linny changed his clothes, when he came to Ji Qingyan's room, he found that she had already finished washing up. Just give me a moment. I'll go change and put on some makeup. Okay, go ahead. Linny lay down on the sofa in his suite and sat down to play a game. Noticed that the pleated skirt gouger had sent himself another private message. No less than 20 posts at the very least were made over the course of several days in succession. This one is pretty persistent. Looking at pleated skirt's record, he realized that it was a lot of losses and few wins, with a win rate of around 20%, and basically losing if he didn't meet one of those super carry gods. Does this guy have no brain? How can he play like this in a low-end game? Seeing that her opponent was too pathetic, Linny took her for a game. Pleated skirt, thank you, God, for finally winning a game. Invisible chicken wings, it's too hard to win. With your IQ, it's better to say goodbye to the game. Linny, Ji Qingyan's voice came. Why? Help me with my zipper. It seems to be stuck. 3 more requests for votes. Can't you wear one without a zipper? Sputtering, Linny walked to the bathroom and, seeing that Ji Qingyan was all dressed up, a white lady's suit, not the very formal kind, but also with a bit of casual style. Isn't helping a woman zipper up her skirt something you men would very much like to do? Why are you even complaining about it? Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. That's where you're wrong. What men like is to take off their skirts because that means the start of a big fight. But if they tie and lace their skirts, that means it's over. What's this all about? Can you be more serious? All adults. Ji Qingyan naturally understood what Linny was saying. Just be practical. Walking over to Ji Qingyan's side, Linny lifted the zipper and yanked it upwards, finding that it didn't budge and that something had indeed gone wrong. Wait here. I'll get the scissors. Aha, what are you doing with scissors? I only brought one outfit. If I cut it up, I'll have nothing to wear. Don't worry, I won't cut your skirt, Linny said. Your chaps, there's a place where it's offline. It's caught inside by the zipper. I'll just cut it off for you. Ji Qingyan was made to blush profusely, not thinking that something embarrassing like this would happen. No way. I just bought it not more than a few days ago. How could it be off the line? With lace trim on top. It just tends to come off. That's common sense, alright. Alright, stop talking. Go get the scissors, Ji Qingyan said with a reddened face, cutting off the threads on the little underwear. Linny pulled a few more times before he was able to fix Ji Qingyan's skirt. You bought this style. It's really excellent. Printed with Hello Kitty even if, actually have lace edge. This kind of mix and match style. It's really unique. Shut up and stop talking. Ji Qingyan blushed and said, go eat. I'm starving. Seeing the shy Ji Qingyan was pleasing to Linny's eyes. Never before did I realize that this high-strung female president actually had such a cute side. After packing up, the two of them went to the hotel's restaurant and had a brief bite to eat, then drove towards the Sheepshead branch. Sunrise Group. Yangchang branch. Fine. I know. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Inside the office, Ding Guanhua, the general manager of the branch, hung up the phone with a heavy face. Casually lighting a Chinese, he puffed on it several times, then extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette. Secretary Li, get Treasurer Deng here. Got it, Mr. Ding. Someone outside the door responded. Soon, a woman of about 30, came into the office. The woman's name was Deng Shuang. She had long shaggy hair, wore a red one-step dress, and her ass was about to go up in the air. Mr. Ding, come what come. There is something serious to ask you, Ding Guanjie said. How much money is left in the books now? There's still more than $10 million. If the head office doesn't allocate money, in another week, the project will have to stop. Deng Shuang said truthfully. If you want the money, you'll have to be quick. And you promised to buy me a car. So you can't go back on your word when the money arrives. Don't mention the car yet, Ding Guanjie said. How much of the deficit is left on the books now? Hearing this, Deng Shuang realized something was wrong. I've already made more than 30 million in false accounts, but there's still more than 20 million left to make up. What the fuck? Ding Guanjie cursed. In the end, what happened? Deng Shuang said, don't worry, give me another week's time. I can definitely make the account. There will be no problem. It's too late. The president has already arrived in Yangcheng 3 days ago, and it's very likely that he will come to our place for inspection. As long as he checks the accounts, he will surely be able to find out the problems with the accounts, and then we all have to play the game over. No way. 3 days ago you came to Yangcheng? Deng Shuang said unexpectedly. How come no one has been notified of this? This time it was a sneaky visit, probably to conduct a surprise inspection. Ding Guanjie said, Mr. G is really something, far away in Zhonghai, but he can detect the problems on our side. This insight is too strong. It's not so bad, right? The president of the hall is still high on surprise attacks? Could it be that you got the news wrong? It won't be. Just now Zhao from the head office gave me a call, said that the company's finance received the airline's invoice. Zhao specially went to take a look at it, only to realize that the president came to Yangcheng. Then what should we do now? There are still more than $20 million of accounts that have not been reconciled, Deng Shuang said anxiously. It's too late to say anything. Quickly pack up and leave, Ding Guanjie said. Let's go before she comes. It won't do to leave. This matter of embezzling public funds, Wang Zhengyi also knows about it. If the two of us run away, he'll give us up. With the president's ability, he can definitely find out about the accounting problems. And anyway, they can't run away. Even if he reports us, it's still of no practical significance, Ding Guanjie said. Don't say so much. Go pack up your things and leave now. Oh yes. Quickly inform your men to transfer the $10 million on the account. Not a dime was left behind. Okay, I'll go now. 10 minutes later, Ding Guanjie and Deng Shuang both finished packing their things and walked out of the office building, getting into the BMW 7 Series parked outside. The two had just driven the car away when Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan arrived downstairs at the company. Look, Mr. Ding, our general manager Ji came down from that sports car, and there's a young man next to her. I see. Mr. G might have stopped by the company on a cruise with his own boyfriend. Fuck. Ding Guanjie slammed the steering wheel, not coming early, not coming late, but rushing over at this time, even if it's a few days later. It's not like this. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's go to the airport first and get out of the wind abroad. Can't go abroad yet, Ding Guanjie said. As soon as G reports us, we'll be caught as soon as we get off the plane. So for now, let's get out of the city and then we'll discuss where to go. Okay? Whatever you say. Anyway, let's get out of here. Arriving at the company's downstairs, seeing Ji Qingyan come over, the security guard at the door immediately jogged over. Hello Mr. Ji. Ji Qingyan nodded, then walked straight into the office building. Not waiting for Ji Qingyan to go upstairs, the executives who learned of the news all came out in a line and came in front of Ji Qingyan. At the head of the group was a man in his 50s, with a 3-7, wearing a suit, quite decent. Lin Yi had a bit of an impression of this person, seemingly called Wang Zhengyi, the vice president of the Yangcheng branch. Mr. G, why don't you notify one when you're here so we can go pick you up? Wang Zhengyi pretended to be calm and said, there's no need to pick it up. Notify the executives above the manager level of a meeting, and tell the finance department to bring this year's accounts, to the conference room. I'm going to take a look at them. The first shift is here. Thank you to the book friends, Moashi, Edge, Poison, Nebula Pavilion Ruwashue, Mood Dark, Reward Book Coins. Thank you. Wang Zhengyi's expression panicked. Mr. G came at too good a time. A total of more than $50 million of deficit. The financial side has only done more than $30 million of accounts. The rest of the money has not yet had time to deal with. With Mr. G's talent, he's sure to find out everything. Got it Mr. G, I'll go arrange it now. Ji Qingyan gave the word. And Wang Zhengyi didn't dare to disobey. The priority now is to stabilize the immediate situation and then think of a solution. Now, after explaining her tasks, Ji Qingyan led Lin Yi, surrounded by 4 executives, to the conference room. When he left, Wang Zhengyi looked around and realized that something was wrong. Mr. G is here. Where did Ding Guanjie and Deng Shuang go? By this time, they would have been the first to show up. Realizing that things were not right, Wang Zhengyi went to the general manager's office at the first opportunity and found that Ding Guanjie was no longer there. Feeling that things were not good, Wang Zhengyi went back to the finance office. Where did Director Dun go? After arriving at the finance, Wang Zhengyi did not see Deng Shuang. so he opened his mouth and asked. Sister Deng went to the general manager's office and hasn't returned yet. An employee from the finance department said, Mr. Wang, do you have other things to arrange? Mr. G is here. Pack up the financial documents and send them to the conference room. Got it, Mr. Wang. I'll get ready. Wang Zhengyi walked out of the finance office in a hurry, and he had already guessed what was going on. It must be that Ding Guanjie knew the news in advance and took Deng Shuang to run away together. Fucking hell. I can't believe I sold my old man out. Wang Zhengyi picked up the phone, found a place where no one was, and dialed Ding Guanjie. Ding Guanjie, you're so damn mean. Knowing the news in advance and not informing me, you even ran away with your own people. Old Wan, listen to me, Ding Guanjie said. It came out of nowhere. I didn't want it to, and now there's no solution. We'll just have to run. Then what do you think we should do now? General Manager G's purpose is clear. She's here to check the accounts. It won't be long before she finds out about our defalcation of public funds. It's useless to talk about this now. You can only break it. So don't say anything else now. Quickly pack up and leave. Otherwise it'll be too late in a while. How can I go now? Mr. G has already arrived at the company. I guess I won't even be able to leave the city before I'm stopped. At least we worked together. I can do you a favor. What a favor? I still know a few people on the road, so I can get them to go to the company and cause trouble, and in the meantime, help you stall for time so you'll have enough time to escape. Then arrange it as soon as you can without further delay. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhengyi didn't return to the office, but hurriedly ran out and drove his car away. It didn't take long for all the financial documents to be brought into the conference room. Linny does not understand the financial top. You sit on the sidelines and play the game. Ji Qingyan, on the other hand, was on the side, carefully looking at the company's financial documents, as well as other project reports. Soon, Ji Qingyan realized that something was wrong. Looking up at a few executives in the branch, Ding Guanjie, where did Wang Zhengyi go? Director of Engineering? Ma Chanwu looked around. Where did Mr. Wang go? Wasn't he here just now? The other executives also looked at each other and wondered where Wang Zhengyi had gone. Linny looked up and realized that Wang Zhengyi had indeed disappeared. The matter was immediately suspicious. Ji Qingyan had come, and he, the vice president, had disappeared for no reason at all, which was completely out of character. On top of that, the general manager of the branch never showed up. This makes it even more suspicious when you look at it. Is the manager of the finance department here? Linny asked. Seeing the looks on the faces of a few people, Linny felt that his suspicions should be fulfilled. Not surprisingly, there should be a problem with the account. Otherwise these three important people couldn't have disappeared at the same time. Mr. Key, what's wrong? I'll call them now. The company's accounts are inexplicably more than $30 million in the red. And there are problems with the other accounts as well. Hurry up and contact these three people, Ji Qingyan said with a cold face. Several of the executives were secretly blowing their tongues, and the ones who could stand it were smart. After hearing Ji Qingyan's words, they all understood what was going on at first. These guys are too ruthless to have lost so much money. They really have eaten their hearts out. No need to call, Lin Yi whispered. Ji Qingyan looked at Lin Yi. Do you have any good ideas? These three people must have already run away. Even if you call, it's useless. So right now, the most important thing is to find a way to catch up with them. It's useless to talk about anything else. Then I'll call the police now. Lin Yi nodded. If we call the police now, we should still be able to catch Wang Zhengyi, but it's not certain if we can catch Ding Guanjie and the others. With the present level of law and order, it is not really a problem to catch Ding Guanjie and the others, but how long it will take to catch it is hard to say. Even if they caught him afterward, the two had squandered all that money. So what now? Do we just let them get away with it? Not yet. Linny frowned tightly and suddenly thought that he had seen a BMW 7 Series leaving just in time for himself and Ji Qingyan. At domestic prices, a BMW 7 Series, at the very least, would cost over $1 million. In the Yangcheng branch, the only person who can drive this car is probably Ding Guanjie. Ding Guanjie's car. Is it a BMW 7 Series with the license plate number UA1XC93? Asked Linny. Yes, this is Ding Guanjie's car. Confirming his guess, Linny sent Tianyan a WeChat. Have them push a message through the system to all the dropshippers in Yangcheng to find this car. Linny secretly guessed that the traffic situation in Yangcheng to be better than Zhonghai, but also very limited. Ding Guanjie should not run far. After explaining things, Linny said, "Don't be anxious, I've already asked someone to look into it. I'll have news soon, and I'm sure I'll be able to help you get your money back." A few tens of millions of dollars of public money wasn't much, and it wasn't even worth as much as one of Lin Yi's cars. But the nature of this matter is different. If we let the three of them get away with it, I'm afraid the Sunrise Group will be reduced to the laughingstock of the industry. You're calling the police now. Both sides working together piece by piece will be more effective, Linny said. Got it. Hooten. Just as Ji Qingyan reached for her cell phone, ready to call the police, the door to the conference room was pushed open with a hand. From outside, a dozen people came in, all dressed in flowing clothes, not like good people. Who are you people? Ji Qingyan asked Drilly. We're here to manage Ding Guanjie's debt. He owes us $1 million. Hurry up and hand over the man and pay him back, or none of you will be able to leave. To pay the bill? Ji Qingyan looked surprised, which turned into anger. Ding Guanjie, this guy not only embezzled public funds, even outside, but also caused so much trouble, and now people run away, but also to clean up the mess for him. Ding Guanjie isn't here and I don't have time to deal with your business right now. Get out of here quickly or I'm going to call the police. The man in the lead, smiling, looked at Ji Qingyan with a scowl on his face. I'm telling you, if you don't give me the money today, I'm not going to let you guys go, and I'm not even going to give you the chance to call the police. Ji Qingyan clapped her hands together. Is there any point of play left in your eyes? To even do such a thing? What's wrong with killing people to pay for what we owe them? We're just doing what we have to do? The man in the lead stroked his chin. But then again, you're quite the looker. So if you're willing to accompany me for a night, I don't want this $1 million in arrears. You, don't say it. Linny put his hand on Ji Qingyan's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. With Linny standing behind her, Ji Qingyan was much more settled, as if she had a backer. Linny looked at the man in the lead and whispered, if I guess correctly, Ding Guanjie should not owe you money at all, right? And you should be the rogues and gangsters he found to delay us from calling the police, so as to leave him a chance to run away, right? Here's the second shift, please vote. Ji Qingyan looked at Linny in a daze, not expecting him to take this matter and see it so thoroughly. Indeed, this whole thing is just too much of a coincidence. It was indeed a bit suspicious that they didn't come earlier or later, but rushed over at this time. Boy, you have quite an imagination, the man in the lead said. I'm telling you, I'm just here to demand money. In short, if you don't pay me today, I'm sticking around. I don't know how much money Ding Guanjie gave you guys to come here and make trouble, but I can tell you that Ding Guanjie lost $30 million of public money, Linny said. And you guys should have seen the sports car downstairs when you got here. That's my car with a landed price of $43 million. And frankly the little money he's shortchanged isn't enough for me to buy a car. So I don't even care about the money. It's about the face. You can stay here and make a mess. Even if the money can't be recovered, I'll lose some face at most, but none of you people can escape. If I put up $10 million and got someone to talk to you about your life aspirations, what do you think the outcome would be? I guess not only you guys, including your wives and children, don't want to live in peace. I'm not an alarmist. Exactly how to do it. Watch out for yourself. The dozen or so people who rushed in were all dumbfounded. He brought his own men here to make trouble and only took $10,000 from Ding Guanjie, but it would be more than worth it if we were to make a mess of the family because of this amount of money. These rich kids who drive sports cars, each and every one of them is bold. Definitely not something you can mess with. Brother, we know we're wrong. We'll leave now. Let's pretend we've never met. Please give me a chance. Then don't roll. Yes, we're rolling now. A dozen or so hooligans, fish out of water, fled out. The office once again calm. At that exact moment, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. A call from Tianyan. Lin, understand. There's a driver with the surname Liu who saw the BMW 7 Series you mentioned and is running in the direction out of the city. Okay, tell all the drop masters to keep an eye on that car and reward participants with 5,000 cash on site. We'll arrange it. With Ding Guanjie's news, Linny didn't stay idle, pulling Ji Qingyan's hand and quickly walking out of the office. Where are we going now? Ji Qingyan asked in a panic. In order to stall myself, Ding Guanjie might do something. I'm taking you to a safe place now to save you from danger. What about the rest of the company? I couldn't care less, as long as you're okay. Just like that, pulled by Lin Yi, the two of them jogged all the way to the company's door. Ji Qingyan's heart was beating a little fast. With Lin Yi by her side, it seemed like she had a backer and wasn't afraid of anything. The two of them got into the Bugatti, and Lin Yi pressed down on the gas and charged straight out. A few minutes later, Lin Yi drove in front of the police station. You go call the police and have them seal the toll booths out of the city, Lin Yi said. Secondly, this matter has decided not to be publicized. If it makes the financial press, the market value of the Chaoyang Group, the next day, will have to dive. Then what are you doing? I'll go after them. No, it's too dangerous. I can't let you go. Cut the crap. Do what you're told. Go. Got it. What's the point of being mean to me? With a word of caution, The gullwing doors automatically closed and closed, and Lin Yi stepped on the gas and left straight away. At the same time, Lin Yi, in his mind, smoothed out the matter at hand for a change. What one is doing now is taking the last insurance policy. If Ding Guanjie now has not left the city, as long as the blockade of the highway intersection, there is a possibility to catch him in a short time. On the contrary, if it's out of town, it's going to be hard to catch him. Secondly, in economic fraud, the amount of 30 million is too small, and will involve other relevant departments. The Sunrise Group is not large. In the Yangchangso side of the network of contacts is not strong. The police can make how much effort? It is not easy to say. Most importantly, if Ding Guanjie didn't take the main road and avoided the toll booths, it would be even harder to catch him. As for Wang Zhengyi's side, there was nothing to worry about. He just ran not long ago, perhaps now, is blocking some traffic light intersection. In addition to Tianyan and other people's cooperation, want to catch him is not difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Yi increased the throttle and went after Ding Guanjie at full speed, following the real-time information Tianyan had given him. Crap, isn't that the Bugatti Chiron one from the car show? Using a provisional license plate, presumably bought. A $43 million sports car is different. The sound, it's so good. What's the point of a $43 million car? Don't you have to stop at a red light? Boom boom boom. The Bugatti Chiron 1 roars, like the roar of a wild beast, and rushes through the red light without any intention of slowing down. This Nima, who is the person driving the car? This is too bullish. Even dare to run the red light. Not afraid of the police to catch it? Caught by the police he's wasted. Provided. Can the police catch up with him? 30 minutes later, Lin Yi had driven his car to the outskirts of Yangchang, and at this time, Tianyan's phone called again. Lin Dong, the car you're looking for, bypassed the toll booth and went around the city from a side road, and is on County Road 362. A dropshipping master is following them. Tell that drop master to stay close. You guys are in the back. Give me real-time location information. Don't let him lose him. Got it, Mr. Lin. Looking ahead of the road, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Now, having grasped Ding Guanjie's whereabouts, the next thing to do was to go after him. The master-level driving skills that the system had given him would finally come in handy. It took a kick of the gas to do it, and the tachometer was blown up to 5,000 RPM and the car went straight up to 180. The Bugatti Chiron 1, like half of a ferocious beast, goes straight ahead. On County Road 362, Ding Guanjie drove his BMW 7 Series and leisurely lit a cigarette. Why are you still smoking? Focus on driving, Deng Shuang urged. What are you afraid of? We are already out of the city, and this is a county road, not even a camera. No one knows we are here, Ding Guanjie said smilingly. You mean we're absolutely safe now? Of course, Ding Guanjie said. Let's find a place to hide for a few days. Then I'll take you abroad to avoid the wind. And then change your nationality. And when the wind passes, you'll come back and be a good man again. And with Ji Qingyan's ability, you won't be able to do anything to me at all. Phew, I'm relieved when you say that. Deng Shuang patted his chest. Finally, I don't have to be scared. That's not true. Flicking the cigarette off his hand, Ding Guanjie unbuckled his pants. Here, get it out of me. Hold your fire and relax. It's in the car, Duncan Sharp said apoplectically. In the car, what's wrong? Once upon a time, not often again in the car? Ding Guanjie said. And it is also your initiative. Said so exciting. Bad for you. Spitting, Deng Shuang gathered her hair and then lowered her head. By the way, I just saw that there is a white car that has been following us behind. Deng Shuang said vaguely. I saw him a long time ago. Ding Guanjie said indifferently. Didn't see his car. All have the word drop. Special car is a open drop. Don't be afraid. Focus on your work on the line. Boom boom boom. Just as the two of them were in high spirits, they suddenly heard an ear-piercing sound coming from behind them. Deng Shuang was shocked to get up and looked in the rearview mirror to find that there was actually a sports car chasing after him. Mr. Ding, look, it's a sports car back there. You women, you can't close your legs when you see a sports car. Ding Guanjie said, when I get rich in the future, I will also buy you a sports car to drive. Deng Shuang was cloaked and looked a little flustered. That's not what I meant. That sports car seems to be a Bugatti. The one driven by Mr. G's boyfriend. Here's the third shift. Please vote. Crap. How did he catch up? When I learned that the back was Lin Yi's car, I almost put Ding Guanjie down Yang Wei. Completely confused. He had sent Li Laohei to stop them and bought so much time. How did that kid catch up? Just get off your ass and drive. Deng Shuang urged. Don't be afraid. Even though he's driving a sports car, I'm a top-notch driver, and a brat like him won't be able to give his full performance. Saying that, Ding Guanjie stepped on the gas, and the car's speed had shot up to 190 miles per hour. Damn. Racing with me? 23 years old driver. Still afraid of you. You've got to go faster. He's getting closer to us. Crap. Ding Wanjie cursed. I'm driving up to 190. How can he be faster than me? The car's speed is up to 220. Right. Ding Wanjie was scared shitless. How old is he and his driving skills are better than his own? Seeing the Bugatti Chiron 1 racing with the BMW 7 Series in front of it, the dropshippers following behind have looked confused. Fast and Furious wouldn't dare to shoot like this. It's so damn exciting. Hubby, you turn it on. I want to record it. Daughter-in-law, we're $100,000 Corolla. We're drifting at 170. We're no match for others. In less than 5 minutes, Lenny caught up with Ding Wanjie and kept honking his horn behind him, realizing that the other party was stopping. Deng Shuang on the passenger seat was trembling with fear. Mr. Ding, what should we do now? He's already catching up. Don't be afraid. There's a fork in the road up ahead. It's a potholed dirt road down there. Even if his Bugatti is awesome, he wouldn't dare go down there. Don't you say that. I think that kid is a tough guy too, in case he goes after him. No way. Ding Wanjie said with certainty, if I'm not wrong, the car he drove should be Bugatti Chiron 1. The domestic seems to be sold to more than 40 million. If he followed down, surely scraped the chassis. By the time the car scraped the waist, he is also heartbroken. You have a point in saying that. Deng Shuang was slightly relieved. A supercar is not like a BMW. The floor is so grounded that you can only run it on the highway. When you get to a potholed dirt road, you're bound to scrape the undercarriage. Not so with the BMW, though, which will barely make a dent, except that it will be bumpy. Surely we can shake him off. Sit tight. I'm going down, Ding Wanjie said. Okay, I'm seated. Drive faster. Ding Wanjie stepped on the gas and sprinted down the side road. Seeing this scene, the driver of the drop in the back sighed repeatedly. It's over. Can't catch up. That guy in the BMW was smart enough to know to go down there and run. That supercar sure wouldn't dare to go down there. That's right. It's a Bugatti after all. Who'd want to drive it on a dirt road? Oh my god. Honey, look. The Bugatti went down. This Nima. The two couples who drove the drops all looked dumbfounded. Brother, you're driving a Bugatti. Aren't you afraid of scraping the undercarriage? Inside the Bugatti, Lenny narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Since you won't stop, we'll have to play a little harder. Thinking of this, Lenny once again increased the throttle and charged up once more. Seeing Lenny in hot pursuit, Ding Wanjie's face turned blue. Is he crazy? Doesn't he want the car anymore? It's over $40 million. Now is not the time to talk about it. People are catching up. What's to be afraid of? When I was coming out, I just filled up a full tank of gas, and I can still run for several hundred kilometers, while his Bugatti, which is a gas tiger, runs for a while and then runs out of gas, unless he dares to run me over. Otherwise I can still run. Hootin'. Ding Wanjie, who was bragging, heard a muffled sound, and the BMW 7 Series underneath him lurched violently, as if it was out of his control. The steering wheel kept spinning and there was no way to stabilize it, even with all my strength. Ding Wanjie stared with his eyes open. Is this kid out of his fucking mind? How dare he hit me in a $40+ million sports car? Ding Wanjie clenched his teeth with gold and cursed. I'll just corrupt you guys for more than $30 million. Is it worth it for you to hit me with a $40 million sports car? Hootin'. There was another muffled sound, and Lenny crashed into it again. And this time the impact was even harder, causing Ding Wanjie's BMW 7 Series to lose its balance for a split second and hit a large tree on the side before coming to a stop. Meanwhile, the drop-top car behind them caught up. Originally, they thought that the Bugatti and BMW 7 Series in front of them had already run away, and it was impossible for them to watch the fun. But to my surprise, two cars stopped not far ahead. Hubby, am I reading this right? The owner of the Bugatti took the initiative to crash that BMW 7 Series? It's possible, or the other side couldn't have stopped. These rich second generation nowadays can be really crazy, actually even do this kind of thing. Tens of millions of dollars of sports car. So scrapped. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Lenny got out of the car, pulled open the door of the BMW 7 Series in front of him and looked at Ding Wanjie and Deng Shuang, who had been hit. Both of you, you've traveled so far. It's time to come down and rest. Ding Wanjie's head was knocked out and his face was covered in blood, but the injury was not too serious and he remained conscious. You're out of your fucking mind. I've only embezzled over $30 million from you guys. Do you have to hit me with a $40 million car? Do you think it's worth it? Lenny shrugged. Of course it's worth it. First of all, you guys are short. It's not just more than $30 million. And then again, it's just a sports car. I still have several in my hands. If this one crashes, Drive something else. Ding Wanjie and Deng Xuan looked as if they were dead. How many tens of millions of dollars of sports cars? Where did you come from? Our general manager Ji is known as a high and cold goddess. The people chasing her are almost a long line. No wonder you can take her down. It seems like you have real skills, Ding Wanjie said with his head hanging down. I'm conceding this today, so you guys can do whatever you want with it. That's more like an attitude of admitting fault. Though I concede the point, there is one thing I can't figure out, Top Crowner said. If there's anything you can't figure out, you can just say it, and I'll let you die with a clearer mind. How did you catch up with me when I ran out so far in advance and there were no cameras here? It's not that simple. See that white drop top special behind you? I saw it a long time ago. Did they expose my information? Ding Wanjie said incredulously. Impossible. How could they possibly follow your command? Because in my hand, I have 20% of the shares of DDT. I should be considered as their second largest shareholder. As long as I give a word, the entire DDT drivers in Yangchang will listen to me. Now you should understand what's going on. The first shift is here. Begging for recommendations and kneeling for over 2,000 votes. Thank you to the book friend, Fate, What to Fear, Where is the Heart, for the book coins rewarded. Thank you. This nigga. Learning the truth of the matter, Ding Wanjie and Deng Xuan could not cry and wanted to die. He's actually the second largest shareholder in DDT. What kind of sins did I do in my past life to have a grudge against such a person? Lin Yi waved his hand at the dropship not far away, and after seeing the gesture, drove over towards Lin Yi's side. Thanks for today. Lin Yi pointed at his Bugatti. My car broke down, so I'll have to trouble you guys to take me back. But don't worry, you won't be short of the car payment. It's not a problem to take you back. But what about your car? Shouldn't we call a tow truck? No, it's all banged up like this and it's kind of a pain in the ass to fix, so I don't want it. Hiss. The DDT owner was taken aback. I see you're still using the provisional license plate on this car. I think it's new, right? I bought it at the car show yesterday, and I wanted to drive it back to Shanghai, but I didn't expect this to happen today. It's kinda a shame. Seeing Lin Yi's smiling expression, the couple's faces were filled with black lines. I don't see any look of pity on your face. After a brief chat, Lin Yi took Ding Wanjie and Deng Xuan, and got into the drop car piece by piece. Thanks for today. I don't have any cash in my pocket. I'll claim some bonus for you guys afterward. The bonus is not necessary. Our family believes in Buddhism. Consider it a good deed, the driver's daughter-in-law said. Alright then, since you guys don't want it, you can donate the $500,000 to Project Hope. Wait, what do you mean? The prize money is $500,000? The driver's daughter-in-law was surprised. Yeah, I was going to request that much money for you. Handsome, don't make fun of us. We'd be satisfied with a 5,000 bonus. How can we give that much? That, and I'm actually a shareholder in DDT, so it's my call on how much bonus to give you. Pust. The couple nearly vomited blood when they learned of Lin Yi's identity. You're actually a shareholder of DDT? Isn't that my husband's leader? In a sense, you could say that. So, can I take back what I just said? The driver's daughter-in-law said. Even if we believe in Buddha, but the gods need to cha food too. No problem. I'll say hello to the people at the company afterward and get your bonuses out as soon as possible. Thank you then. When Lin Yi returned to the police station with Ding Wanjie and Deng Xuan, the first thing he saw was Ji Qingyan waiting on a bench. Lin Yi, you're back. Did you run into any danger? What can I do? Lin Yi said. I've got the people back. I'll leave the rest to the police and the judge. Mr. Ji, I've realized my mistake. I can return all the money to you. I can give you my house and car. Please don't sue me. What's the point of talking about this now? Ji Qingyan said. The police have caught Wang Zhengyi, so you'll wait for the law. Ding Wanjie and Deng Xuan hung their heads. They were all old employees of the Chaoyang Group and knew Ji Qingyan's temper. Things have gotten to this point, and there's no room for reprieve. One has no choice but to accept the law. Handing the two over to the police, Lin Yi stayed to make another statement before he and Ji Qingyan left from the police station. Where's your car? After going out, Ji Qingyan asked. Busted. Broken? How could it be broken? Lin Yi shrugged. When I was chasing them, Ding Wanjie didn't stop, so I just crashed into it, and the breakage was pretty serious, so I didn't bother to call a tow truck, so I just remained at the scene of the accident. Why are you so stupid? The little money I lost is not enough for you to buy a car. It's not about money, Lin Yi said. Our Mr. G lost so much face. I have to help you get it back anyways, Lin Yi said. It's just destroying a car. It's nothing. Ji Qingyan had tears in her eyes as a stream of warmth flowed through her heart. Even though there had been no shortage of suitors around him over the years, Lin Yi was still the first one to treat himself like this. It's not about the money. It's about actually crashing into someone else's car. Do you know how dangerous that is? What if you get hurt? Even if I get hurt, I still have to help you get them back, Linny said with a smile. You are so that. The two of you pay attention. This is a police station. Across the street is Rainbow Elementary School. Don't flirt here. It's not good for the children to see, the doorman said. Amount. Ji Qingyan's face felt like it was on fire. It's so humiliating. The two left the police station at a brisk pace and returned to the hotel. My side of things. All have been dealt with. Do you have anything else to do? When will you return to Shanghai? Then go straight back, Linny said. Okay, I'm booking a flight now. After booking the airfare, Ji Qingyan simply packed up her things, then took a taxi to the orphanage, and after saying goodbye to Wang Xueping, she rushed towards the airport. The company's vice chairman, Zhao Nanping, you should know about it. On the airplane, Linny asked. She has the biggest position besides me. How could she not know? When I was arresting Ding Guanjie, I interrogated him ahead of time, and he's the one who got through to Ding Guanjie, saying that you'd arrived in Yangchang, or else there wouldn't have been so much shit going on. I'm a little curious as to how he knew I was in Sheepshead. No one knows I'm here except you, because after you bought the ticket, the airline sent the invoice to the company treasury, and it happened to be seen by Nanping Zhao. It's as simple as that. How could I have forgotten about this? Ji Qingyan said. I didn't expect a mistake in this place. Little things have worked out perfectly anyway. This Zhao Nanping is really eating out of the palm of his hand. If a year ago, I didn't strongly recommend him to be the vice president of the company, he wouldn't even have today's position. I'm really blind. The heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. It's justifiable for him to do such a thing. People are greedy, Linny persuaded. I'll deal with him now. Never let someone like that stay in the company. Don't be in a hurry, Linny said. He's been in the vice president position for so long. He's definitely not clean. So wouldn't it be a bigger deal if you took some time and investigated all the dirty things going on behind his back? You have a point. Ji Qingyan realized that Linny was really a blessing. Always the most proven advice when it counts. How did he himself, in the first place, not realize what was inside of him? That way you can be promoted to your side. There would be no need to be a dropshipper. Getting on the plane, Ji Qingyan got busy. Has been taking WeChat, sending messages to different people. Has started to prepare for the investigation of Zhao Nanping. 2 hours later, when the two got off the plane, it was after 5 in the evening. Come to my house at night. I'll cook for you, Ji Qingyan said. 2 more requests for votes to hit 2,000. Not really, Linny said. You don't even know how to cook, so how can you eat the food you make? As for disliking me so much, Ji Qingyan said. I'm not good at Chinese food, but I'm okay with Western food, so I'll go back and fry a steak for you. Why don't I give it to you down there and save you the trouble? It's not just noodles, Ji Qingyan said. I can make spaghetti. I'll give it to you below, and it's only right that I thank you for doing me such a favor. If you say so, then I'll give you a chance to taste your handiwork. Che, you should cherish this opportunity. No one else has a chance to eat it even if they want to, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Coming out of the airport, Linny was in the parking lot, found his little broken charade, and returned to Yunshui Villa with Ji Qingyan piece by piece. Just entered the door, Ji Qingyan went to change a home dress, bare as jade calves exposed, to have a few points of home women's flavor. While cooking, Ji Qingyan answered a few more phone calls, seemingly arranging to investigate Zhao Nanping. This thunderous move also allowed Linny to reacquaint himself with Ji Qingyan. It's pretty meticulous when it comes to work. Almost half an hour later, Ji Qingyan arrived at the table with 2 steaks, 2 pastas, and a fruit salad. It's done. Come and taste my handiwork. Linny wasn't polite and tasted it and found that it tasted pretty good. But with something like Western food, it's all about the ingredients. And as long as the quality of the meat is okay, the fried steak won't be too bad. It tastes pretty good. Then you eat more. Ji Qingyan cut half of her own steak down and put it on Linny's plate. I eat less. These are for you. Also, eat less. Linny spat. What a fat ass you've become. I'm only 94 pounds. I'm not fat. Linny didn't continue chatting on such an unnutritious topic and asked. I just saw that you've been on the phone. Are you dealing with the matter of Zhao Nanping? Ji Qingyan nodded. Without any surprises, all of Zhao Nanping's bad information can be gathered by tomorrow morning. That fast? Of course. I'd be incompetent as president if I wasn't even capable of that. I still really underestimated you, Linny said with a smile. That's for sure. Ji Qingyan held her head high and said, if I didn't even have this ability, the company's management system would have collapsed a long time ago, and I wouldn't be able to sit so securely. That makes sense when you put it that way. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Qin Han calling. What's this guy doing calling himself? After muttering, Linny picked the phone up. Before Linny could say anything, he heard Chinghan exclaim, "Crap, bull, new Chiron 1, just throw it away, bull, aha, what are you talking about? Don't pretend, you're on fire, I'll send you a jitterbug, just go check it out." "Okay, what's wrong?" Seeing Linny hang up the phone, Ji Qingyan asked. "They say I'm on fire on Shakeology, I'm going to go see what's going on." Soon after, a message from the Qin family was sent over, and Linny took the jitterbug and opened it. It was found to be a video of his own crash, and the video had an eye-catching title, Bugatti Chiron 1, worth $43 million, rear-ends BMW 7 Series, and the owner takes off with a straight face. It's over 3 million likes and 400,000 messages? Ji Qingyan said unexpectedly. These people are making too much of a fuss. It's not like it was a Boeing 747 that crashed into it. Is there a need to make such a big commotion? Linny said breathlessly. You don't think a Chiron 1 is worth a lot of money, but for the average person, they may not make that much money in their lifetime. You're right, too. It's really mindless and inexplicably on fire. Hey, it's hard to keep a low profile when you're excellent. Che, say you're fat and you're still panting, Ji Qingyan said. Look at what the netizens below are saying. Open point video message area. Hair has become a large confession scene. Sisters help me up or I'll be menopausal soon. I can still give birth. With a big ass. I'm sure I can have a son. Little brother. In love. My husband can kill now. Where can I buy dichlorvos? My boyfriend has a cold and I want to give him some. Nima. Ask for contact information. Seeing the assortment of comments in the comment section, Ji Qingyan smiled from ear to ear. Seems like being too good isn't a good thing, Linny said. Stinky you, Ji Qingyan said. Come on, eat. Don't bullshit these people on the internet. So who do I rip off? You can't pull it with anyone. Hurry up and eat, Ji Qingyan said with a red face. At this time, Chinghan's call came again. Old Lin, is it exciting? Right now you're hot, but you're in the first place of Jitterbug, and there's still a hot search for you on Weibo. The latest model of the Chiron 1 has been crashed. You're definitely the world's first crash. Come on, hurry up and lay low. I don't want to be chased when I go out later. Shit, really have not seen like you? We are thinking of getting some heat, and then give their own industry to advertise. You are good. Free or traffic are not the same. I'm not really interested in money, so I don't care about the traffic. Shit, what a way to play it. If you're okay, I'll hang up. I'm in the middle of dinner. Don't. There is something to tell you, Qinghan said. 3 months ago, I got a McLaren P1. Now the modification is finished. Do you have time tomorrow? Come out for a ride. I want to wipe the slate clean. As far as I know, P1 is just over 10 million. I think. The price is not as good as your car, but I have spent more than $5 million on modifications, and the performance absolutely crushes you, Qinghan said. If I can't win you this time, I won't play with cars in the future. No problem. After talking to Qinghan, Linny swept the steak off his plate, and the meal is over. Thanks for the hospitality. Not sitting around for a while? I'll go make a cup of tea, Ji Qingyan said. No more tea. You also have an early rest. There's still a whole lot of things in the company tomorrow, waiting for you to deal with. Lin Yi. Ji Qingyan got up and followed in Lin Yi's footsteps. What's wrong? Just as he walked out the door, Lin Yi turned around and asked. Ji Qingyan's expression was hesitant. Thank you for today. You're welcome. No need to take it to heart, Lin Yi said, full of concern. I'll give you a reward if you put your eyes on. What reward? Make it so mysterious. Don't ask so many questions. Just close your eyes. Lin Yi didn't think that much and closed his eyes. At precisely that moment, Lin Yi felt Ji Qingyan's lips pressing against the corner of his mouth. Aha! Lin Yi snapped his eyes open, not expecting Ji Qingyan to be so bold. Ji Qingyan's face was blushing. This was her first kiss. Today it was cheap for him. Just as Ji Qingyan was about to let go, she realized that Lin Yi had kissed her hard and had taken herself in her arms. Woo-hoo-hoo! Having her lips sealed by Lin Yi, Ji Qingyan could only make stuttering noises, unable to break free from him at all. In a fierce moment, Ji Qingyan's body, as if petrified, was fixed in place. She could feel Lin Yi's large hand, moving like it was below, touching the flesh of his ass flesh, wearing only a cotton housecoat herself. Such intimacy made Ji Qingyan feel like suffocating. After about half a minute, Lin Yi let go of Ji Qingyan with a smiling expression of great enjoyment. On the contrary, Ji Qingyan covered her chest with one hand and kept gasping for air to calm herself. It tastes pretty good. Next time remember to use a mango-flavored lip balm. I prefer mango. At this moment, Ji Qingyan's mind went blank, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that Lin Yi had already driven away. Ji Qingyan stomped her feet in anger. Rascal, just touch it. What are you pinching? Besides, where am I going to get you mango-flavored lipstick? Third shift. Tickets to come. Thanks to the book friends, why fear, you count a hang, Whitner, promise, fate, rewarded book coins. Thank you, thank you. Ring, ring, ring. The car had just driven out not too far when Lin Yi received a call from Ji Qingyan. Hooligans, you kissed me first, so who are you to call me a rascal? I was giving you a reward for that. Who told you to touch it? How meaningless it is to just kiss. How you have to do the whole thing. So it's the right thing to do. Che, a whole lot of crooked reasoning. Ji Qingyan said, come pick me up from work tomorrow. No problem. Just wait for me at home. Early the next morning, when Lin Yi drove over, he found that Ji Qingyan had already finished getting ready. White one-step skirt with a blue top for a royal look. Regarding last night's incident, both of them were unspoken. Neither of them mentioned it, pretending that nothing had happened. Watch the phone. I'm going to place an order, Ji Qingyan said. Watching. After grabbing the order, Lin Yi drove his own little broken charade and sent Ji Qingyan to the unit. Although this charade, which is on the verge of obsolescence, is very comfortable to sit in, despite the fact that the windjammer is more expensive, it really isn't as comfortable as this little crappy charade. More pretense than comfort. After arriving at the company, Ji Qingyan carried her own handbag and prepared to get out of the car. Take care, Mr. Ji, and don't forget to give a 5-star review. I haven't gotten back at you for bullying me last night. You don't want the 5-star review. Strawberry-flavored lipstick doesn't smell good, and I haven't given you a bad review yet. You still say that? Ji Qingyan said with a red face. Don't mention this in the future. So, isn't Mr. Key considering a new mango-flavored lipstick? Blanking Lin Yi. Got it. I'll see if it's for sale. Spitting, Ji Qingyan got out of the car with her handbag, then entered the elevator in the parking lot. A few seconds later, Lin Yi received a 5-star review from Ji Qingyan on his phone. At the same time, the system beep sounded in his head. System task. Drive 5,000 kilometers safely 1089/5000. Reward 150. 000 proficiency value. Holy shit, this mission is difficult. Seeing the progress of the mission, Lin Yi realized that he had run nearly 100 kilometers in the previous week, and still had 900 kilometers left to complete. Follow your own Buddhist order-taking personality. At the very least, it'll take a month to get the job done. Lin Yi thought about it. He was not one of those old drivers who specialized in driving drops. Otherwise, even if he took orders day and night, it would probably take half a month to complete the task. And here, there may be another hidden condition. It's likely that not all orders will count towards the task, only those that get 5-star reviews. The mission itself is not difficult in any way, but it is a huge waste of time. At the very least, it would take more than half a month. If that was the case, this quest could be put aside for a while. Since the new profession had already been opened anyway, it could be too late to do this quest after a week when the old career finishes cooling down. Lin Yi stroked his chin. Compared to the mission in front of him, the former mission was hardly difficult at all. But Lin Yi could understand, because it will reward yourself with 150, 000 proficiency. With this 150, 000 proficiency value, the career completion will reach 100%, and naturally, the ultimate reward will be awarded. The prizes for the final rewards will naturally be better than the others, and it's only natural that the difficulty has increased. Thinking of this, Lin Yi also released his mind. First drove home, and quietly opened his new career. Just don't know which school the system will assign himself to be a teacher. I didn't realize that I could blend in as a school teacher. Exciting. Thinking of this, Lin Yi turned the car around and prepared to leave, but it was a surprise to find a police car parked in the parking lot of Area C. Lin Yi frowned slightly. No surprise, the police car should have come over to arrest someone, and the person they are going to arrest should be Zhao Nanping without a doubt. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed Ji Qingyan's number. I saw a police car in the parking lot. I think you called it in. That's right. It's a comrade from the economic crime section. It's in my office right now. After I explain the problem, it's going to be done in a little while. Well then, I'll leave you alone and take care of your business first. To make a long story short, after understanding the situation, Lin Yi hung up the phone. It had to be said that Ji Qingyan, this little skinny bitch, was still very tough in her methods. It was estimated that Zhao Nanping wouldn't have thought that Ji Qingyan would move so quickly. After figuring out the state of things, Lin Yi prepared to leave, but at that moment, a clatter of heels was heard. A glance toward the rearview mirror revealed a voluptuous woman approaching from the rear, dressed in an eye-catching gray professional outfit with flesh-colored stockings and high heels, and this person was none other than Lin Yi's original co-worker. Wang Ying. At the same time, Wang Ying saw the Xiaoli in front of her and recognized it as Lin Yi's car at a glance. The expression was joyful, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. Seeing Wang Ying coming over, Lin Yi unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Yat, what brings you to the office? There's a co-worker from another department who happened to hail my car, so he came over. Lin Yi didn't lie. Ji Qingyan was the president of the company, naturally Wang Ying's colleague. It's just that this department is a little high up in the hierarchy. Sister Ying, is this going out? Wang Ying shook the briefcase in his hand. The third phase of Kong Jing Home's house is ready to be sold to the public. I'll go over and approach my colleagues over there to formulate a future sales program, and I'll have to show it to the president at that time. Okay, Sister Ying, this job should be the sales minister's job. Right, look at you. You should be internalized. When will the appointment document come down? Being told off by Lin Yi, Wang Ying smiled in embarrassment. Don't laugh at me, okay? Sister, I can get to this point today. It's not thanks to your blessing. If you don't have a relationship with the president, it's impossible for me to be mentioned in this position. The letter of appointment should also be coming down soon, but I don't know the exact day. It doesn't even matter. Sooner or later. That's true, Wang Ying said as she looked at Lin Yi. When do you have time? Sis invited you to dinner. Secretly helped me so much. You have to give me a chance to thank you. I have more time these days, so Sister Ying can just set it. Lin Yi said with a smile. One is about to live the life of a 9-to-5 college teacher. Spare time has become regular, so whenever is fine. Wang Ying said with a slight frown on her cultivated eyebrows. I can't do it these days. My husband is back from his business trip. Let's give it a few more days. He's on a business trip to the northeast. I guess he'll be gone for more than half a month. Then sis will ask you out again. I'm begging for votes. Thanks to the book friend, for the book coins rewarded. Sister Ying. It's easy to misunderstand when you say that. Sis is not afraid of a married woman. What are you afraid of as a youngster? Wang Ying said with a smile. By the way, didn't you drive a supercar before? Why are you back in a charade? The Pagani was scratched and sent off to be repaired. So that's all I'm driving for now. That's just as well. We'll just take your car and go, and save ourselves the trouble of hailing another one. Get in the car then. It's just as well I have nothing to do. Just as Lin Yi and Wang Ying were about to get into the car, they heard footsteps coming from behind them. Subconsciously turning back to look at his eyes, Lin Yi felt a bit familiar, as if he was the director of the public relations department. Fu Mingjia. Yo, if it isn't Wang Ying. Seeing Wang Ying, Fu Mingjia smiled and walked over. Director Fu, Wang Ying greeted with a smile. Wang Ying's position has been internalized, but the official documents have not yet come down. So now the position, or an ordinary staff of the sales department. Fu Mingjia was one level older than her, and it was still necessary to greet her when they met. Lin Yi is actually here too. It's quite a coincidence. Once upon a time, Wang Ying was known as the #1 beautiful young woman in the Chaoyang group, and also Lin Yi was recognized as a great handsome man. Even if Fu Mingjia was in another department, she knew Lin Yi as a person. Lin Yi smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Wang Ying, where are you planning to go? Fu Mingjia asked. The third phase of Kong Jing Homes has been completed, and I'm discussing the sales plan with my colleagues over there. That's quite a coincidence. I'm also going to Kong Jing Home, so you don't have to go. Go back to your own business. No need to go? Lin Yi and Wang Ying both felt surprised. This was no ordinary sales task. It's a job that goes to the minister. In other words, whoever goes for this job will be the head of sales. Now, what's going on with Fu Mingjia stepping in? Right, you don't need to go. Stay in the group, Fu Mingjia said, and in the future, the sales minister's job will also be taken over by me. We will be colleagues in the same department from now on. Oh, that's a lot of work. Wang Ying, who was originally happy, had an instantly downcast expression and was ready to go back to the company. Wait, Lin Yi called out to Wang Ying and said as he looked at Fu Mingjia. Who says you're going to be the head of sales from now on? Of course it's what General Manager Zhao said. Otherwise who would have such a big right? Fu Mingjia smiled and said, if you guys don't believe me, I can let Mr. Zhao talk to you. Wang Ying walked over and whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Xiao Yi, there's something you don't know. Fu Mingjia is Mr. Zhao's person and has a lot of power in the company. Although the company is Ji Qingyan's, but other executives' leadership also has a great right to speak. Can be said that the Sunrise Group is not a dictatorship of the company. Otherwise Wang Ying's appointment letter would have come down a long time ago. The person you're talking about should be Zhao Nanping, Lin Yi said with a smile. What's the point of being afraid of him when he can't even protect himself? Lin Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Fu Mingjia said, blatantly slandering the company's vice president. Believe it or not, I'll call someone to kick you out. Xiao Yi, let's not argue with him. It's just a minister. No big deal, Wang Ying whispered. That won't do. I have to get justice back for you. He, Lin Yi, you're really good. You don't even have a job yourself, but you're still thinking of helping others out. I have to admire you. Fu Mingjia wrapped her hands around her body and looked at Lin Yi with contempt. Are you trying to go through Wang Ying's connections and then come back to work in the sales department? Let me tell you, as long as I'm in the company for one day, you won't be able to come back. Lin Yi leaned against the side of the car and said, You're a director of public relations. Can you have that much power? I don't have that much power, but what I say will work just fine in the Sunrise Group, and it's impossible for you to come back to work. There's no need to hide it. I know that your backer is Zhao Pingnan, Lin Yi said, but still, he's on his own, so you'd better be careful too. Fu Mingjia's face turned white with anger. How dare you slander Mr. Zhao over and over again? I'll call him right now and let him deal with you. Fine, you fight. I'll see if he's got it in him. Hurry up. Before Fu Mingjia could make the call, a bellowing voice was heard. Wang Ying and Fu Mingjia were startled, and not knowing what was going on, they looked back, found that it was two police officers, handcuffed to Shine. Zhao Nanping came over. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, you, what's wrong? Fu Mingjia stared in disbelief that Zhao Nanping would be arrested. What the hell is going on? Seeing Fu Mingjia, Zhao Nanping sighed. I'm done. Take care of yourself. Okay, cut the crap and get going. Seeing Zhao Nanping being taken away by the police, Fu Mingjia was like a fool. He hasn't even been corrected himself yet. How come Zhao Nanping has been arrested? If that's the case, wouldn't you lose a lot of money? In the morning at the office, you were still being treated by him. Look at this. What did I say? He can't even protect himself. You just don't believe me, Lin Yi said smilingly. I'll go back first. You guys go to the Kongjing homestead. Fu Mingjia is very smart. Zhao Nanping fell. He has no backer. In the future it is better to stay honestly in the public relations department. Xiao Yi, all of this can't be your doing, right? Wang Ying said with a bit of disbelief. Bringing down Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong was nothing. But now, with even Vice President Zhao Nanping down, how close must Lin Yi be to the president? And it's not just about being on good terms, is it? How can I be that capable? Zhao Nanping himself is unclean. Now that he's been dealt with by General Manager Ji, isn't that normal? You're so also right, Wang Ying said. Just the inappropriate relationship with his subordinates is enough for General Manager Ji to deal with him. Okay, let's not talk about it. I'll take you to the Kongjing home. Good. The two of them got into the car together. Wang Ying said with her cell phone. Yat. I'm placing an order. So grab it. Sister Ing. It's not that bad. Just give it to you for free. One size does not fit all. And if you're always given a free pass, you're not experiencing life. You're helping the poor. Alright then, as you wish. Lin Yi hadn't thought about it that much, and by taking one more order, he was one step closer to the ultimate reward. Ring, ring, ring. The car had just driven out when Lin Yi's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Sister Ing, get that for me. I'm driving. Probably a sales call. Wang Ying muttered and picked up the phone, turning on the public playback in order to make it easier for Lin Yi to answer. Lin Yi, I'm Fu Mingjia. Please give me a chance. Don't fire me. Don't fire you? Lin Yi said unexpectedly. You're fired? I just went back to the company and received a notice from the HR department that I was fired. Please give me another chance. Fu Mingjia cried. Just give me another chance. Let me do whatever I want. That even being your woman. Whatever you want. You're overthinking it. Firing you has nothing to do with me. I don't have the habit of bad-mouthing people behind their backs. Sister Ing. Hang up. Pull the plug and deal with it. Got it. Wang Ying obediently hung up the phone and blacked out Fu Mingjia's phone. This Fu Mingjia, who usually looks quite dignified, didn't expect to even say such things. It's good to know people's faces and not their hearts, Lin Yi said with a smile. Wang Ying nodded, then took off her jacket. I didn't feel like it in my work uniform, but as soon as the jacket came off, it was instantly different. It was so bulbous that it looked like it was going to jump out of it, and you could still reach traces of underwear inside. What's going on here? And take your coat off? Feeling a little hot. Jacket off. Can cool off. Sister Ing, stop it. I'm driving a charade, not a Pagani. What's hot? You're not cooling your damn car well. Wang Ying snickered, then pulled over the passenger seatbelt. Second shift for votes. Keep hitting the 2,000 votes. Please give it a shot. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. It's still enjoyable to drive and then see the view of the peaks. Almost 30 minutes later, Lin Yi drove his car to the Kongjing home. Redressing her jacket, Wang Ying said, I'll call you after my husband's business trip. Okay, I'll wait for your notice. Wang Ying hadn't left for much longer before Lin Yi received a 5-star review. And in terms of mission progress, Another 21 kilometers had gone up. There's still a big gap, but it's another step closer. Driving back to the Kyushu pavilion, Lin Yi's phone rang, and it was Chin Han calling. Where are you? Come out for a ride. It's here at the Kyushu pavilion. My car will be able to deliver it in a little while. I can't run away now. Cars bought at the Goat City Motor Show will be delivered by the organizers, and the agreed time is today. If you want to drag race, you still have to wait for the car to arrive. Your own small broken Shally. Even if you step off the gas, it is estimated that you cannot run Chin Han's P1. It's okay. Actually received a guest from the Jojo Pavilion, Chin Han said with a smile. Chin Han didn't think so much about the fact that Linny drove a drop to experience life, thinking that he had received a guest from the Jojo Pavilion, and didn't think that it was his property there. After all, the cheapest set of houses was over $800 million, so it really wasn't something that an average person could afford to live in. At the very least, you don't have that strength yourself. That's fine. I'm fine anyway, so I'll go over to you first. Okay, come on. Back at home, Linny soaked himself comfortably in the bathtub before calling up the system layout. Open a new career. The old career closure is 85% complete and the new career has been opened. Please ask the host to receive the opening package. Pick up. 10 million renminbi has been credited to the host's account. Please confirm the use of the full attribute increase potion. Please confirm to receive the wisdom of the Magi. Pick up. In an instant, Linny detected a change in his body. It was as if there were countless memories that flooded into one's mind. Memories of all the knowledge of math, physics, chemistry, foreign languages, and so on, all of which melted into one's mind. Linny could be certain that this was sage wisdom at work. Under the system, Linny realized that his understanding and perception of the world had changed. For some things, it seems to see more thoroughly. However, Linny realized that the so-called sage wisdom wasn't the top wisdom of all mankind, but it was still more than enough to deal with university-level learning tasks. In addition to sage wisdom, Linny realized that his body had also changed significantly. The muscles become tighter and the line of the abs tends to be perfect. In addition to this, Linny also realized that his strength, acuity, and other attributes such as his five senses perception had all been improved. Not surprisingly, it would be the effect of the full attribute increase. How exciting! Feeling the changes in his body, Linny was extraordinarily pleased. Compared to the rewards in terms of wealth, Linny preferred the way he felt right now. After all, there are some things that can't be bought with money. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Linny's phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello. After picking it up, Linny said, hello, is this Mr. Linny Lin? A very nice voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. I'm a teacher from the Youth League Committee of the Central China Sea Normal University. You've passed all our interviews and you can officially join us tomorrow. I can't believe it's the Central Sea Normal. Receiving the call from the other party, Linny wasn't surprised. It was all arranged by the system. It was expected. Okay, I know. I'll be on time tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Linny put the phone aside. I had thought that the system would allow me to take up a position at a very prestigious university, such as Fudan or Zhonghai Jiaotong University. I didn't realize it was just a mediocre Central Sea teacher training school, which doesn't even seem to be 985 or 211. Was he asking himself to lead this ordinary college to the top? There seems to be a possibility of that. Ring, ring, ring. The call came from Chin Han. Where are you? Why haven't I seen you? I'm at home. Where are you going to meet me? Shit. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you went home? I've run all the way here to the Kyushu pavilion. Chin Han spat. My house is right here in Kyushu court alright. Pust. Chin Han almost spat out blood. What did you say? Your family is in the Kyushu pavilion? It's just a house. Is there such a big reaction? This is the most luxurious villa in Zhonghai. The cheapest are above 800 million. Can it be compared to ordinary villas? Okay, cut the crap and come on in. Mention my name to the security guard and no one will dare stop you. No problem, Chin Han said. What villa are you in? Number 1. Wait for me. Learning of Lin Yi's residence, Chin Han and a few of his friends walked in piece by piece. Despite also being a billionaire, this was the first time for Chin Han to come here. For the other villas, it's all about planting some greenery inside the villa. The Kyushu pavilion, on the other hand, is more like building a few houses in a rainforest. Not to mention other aspects, the scenery aspect alone is enough to describe it as a world of difference. Young Chin, what exactly does your friend do that he can afford to buy a house in the Kyushu pavilion? That's too ostentatious. A girl in a super short skirt said. I don't know where he comes from either, but his consumerism is different from ours, so it's not surprising that he can afford a house in the Kyushu pavilion. Young Chin, I don't quite understand. Let me put it to you this way. The number 1 villa of the Jojo Pavilion is worth $1.2 billion. Many rich people in Shanghai can afford to buy it, but they feel that it's not worth it to spend $1.2 billion to buy a set of house. That's why they don't buy it. And this friend of mine, who's completely hedonistic, unlike us who have to think about other factors, should understand what I'm trying to say. I see, the ultra-short skirt girl said. It would be the type that spends money without blinking an eye and is reckless. You got that right. Originally, the girl in the ultra-short skirt had a few expectations for Lin Yi, but to put it bluntly, he was an extravagant rich second-generation man who shouldn't be as sensible as Qin Xiao. With this kind of spending method, after a few years, even the biggest family fortune will be lost to him. Crossing over the villa's landscaping, Qing Han and his group arrived at Villa 1. Noticing that Lin Yi was already standing in the doorway. You guys are also too slow, Lin Yi said. Oh my god, his abs are so beautiful too. Because he had just finished taking a bath, Lin Yi's lower half of his body was wrapped in a towel. His abs and mermaid line were exposed, and he had already made the two girls accompanying him look dumbfounded. Mostly because it's so big here. Your Villa 1 isn't very easy to find. Actually, you can go to either villa. Quiet bullshit. Wouldn't I be trespassing if I went to the other cottages? It's okay. I own all 9 villas. It doesn't count as trespassing. 3 more requests for votes. Ali gives. Holy shit, what did you say? All 9 villas are yours? Qing Han was not calm. I knew you were rich, but I didn't fucking know you were this rich. Exactly. This Nima, do you have money with no place to spend it? Actually bought 9 sets. At the very least it must be billions. What's the money thing for if you don't spend it? You can't lay eggs if you keep it. I kind of know what it means to be bold and convinced. Qing Han said. Buying just 1 villa in one breath. Is this what people do? Just serve. At that moment, Lin Yi received an unfamiliar phone call saying that his car had been delivered. You guys wait for me for a while. I'm going to go change my clothes. The car has been delivered. We'll go for a few laps later. Okay. Lin Yi went to the second floor to change, while Qing Han and the others visited downstairs. Although Qing Han was also a person who had seen great waves, In was still shocked by the decoration in Villa 1. It's fucking too trenchant. Young Qin, you've switched to the P1, and you've fully caught up with his Windy in terms of performance. So this time, you'll be able to wipe the slate clean. That's a given. Qing Han said smilingly. He bought a Bugatti the other day, and I'd be really scared to run with him if he switched to a Chiron one. But a little Pagani. I haven't given it a second thought. Young Qin, can I ride in young Lin's car later? The ultra-short skirt girl said. Oh, I see you want to offer yourself voluntarily. Oops, it's not like that. The ultra-short skirt girl said. You can't ask me about this. You have to ask Lin Yi if he agrees. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to change his clothes and walk down from upstairs. The two girls who accompanied him were even looking at each other. Don't be so handsome. When you meet such a man, even if you are played for nothing, you are willing to do so. Come on, the car is already here. I'll get it. A little later, the group walked outside the door of the Kyushu Pavilion. Qing Han was surprised to see 4 vans parked outside the Kyushu Pavilion. Hello, you must be Mr. Lin, a man in a suit said. It's me, Mr. Lin. The cars you bought at the car show have all been delivered now. Please inspect them. Good. Wait for Lin Yi, Qing Han said. What's this? It's not your Pagani in there? Of course not. The Pagani's in the garage. It hasn't been refinished yet. Qing Han thought that the car sent this time was Lin Yi's previous Pagani, but he didn't realize that it wasn't. That's not right either. Qing Han said. Your new Chiron 1. Wasn't it all crashed and destroyed, and now you're giving it away? What's your IQ? Lin Yi spat. Who says I'm only buying 1 car? Shit. Qing Han stared, counting the Chiron 1 that crashed earlier. You actually bought 5 cars in one go? Car buy also not limited. Buy more. Change to drive. Not quite normal. It's nifty. It's so hurtful to the ego. Unload all the cars. Got it, Mr. Lin. The master driver came down and opened the first container of, revealing the Bentley chamois inside. After half a day, it's a Bentley chamois. I thought it was some kind of nice car. It scared me. With Qing Han's wealth, a Bentley chamois of more than $4 million was really not a good car. It could be bought casually. Immediately following the opening of the second container. Holy shit, it's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now Qing Han and the others were a bit nonplussed. This Mirage should be in your old man's good graces. It's okay, Qing Han said in disbelief. It's only over $9 million. A car of more than $9 million is already considered a good car in Qing Han's eyes. It's gotten to the point where you have to think about it before you can buy it. You sound like you're kinda looking down on my Phantom? I really don't have it in my sights, Qing Han said. This car isn't bad, but it's not even close to my P1. Even if your skills are better, you can't win against me. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time, Linny smiled and said. There are still 2 cars that haven't been unboxed. Ching-han shrugged. Even if you open the box, what can you do? Your Chiron 1 is already destroyed, and these 2 remaining ones are no match for me. In Ching-han's opinion, Linny's best car was none other than that Chiron 1. The rest of the cars are definitely not as good as the Chiron 1. In front of the P1, it's all on the level of the younger brother. Linny smiled, then looked at the driver's master. Unload them all. Good good good. Immediately afterward, a third container opened. A silver tip was revealed. It's actually a Koenigsegg RS. Now Ching-han was not calm. If I remember correctly, this car should be over $30 million. You kinda know the market, Linny said with a smile. Cold sweat beaded on Ching-han's face. This pussy's playing a little big, while the RS is, well, not as expensive as the Chiron 1. It's definitely not bad when it comes to performance. On top of Lin Yi's skill, it was indeed a bit difficult to win against him by trying to rely on P1 himself. At that moment, the fourth container was also opened, revealing the crimson-colored Lycan. Holy shit, Ching-han stared. It's the Lycan from Speed 7. The domestic landed price is almost $70 million. Right, more than $60 million only. Can you not be so shocked? At least you are a rich second generation. Make it seem as if you have never seen the world. Shit, $60 million sports car. You actually still say just? Over $60 million isn't that expensive, Linny said. This time I'm really convinced. It's still you who's bullish, Ching-han said. But there's one thing, I have to tell you. Compared to Bugatti, Pagani, this Lucan's supercar pedigree is not pure. Although it sells for more than $60 million. But in terms of performance, it's just about the same as the RS of more than $30 million. It's not a good value for money. Why should we consider cost effectiveness? Linny said. This isn't necessary, is it? Shit. Ching-han and his friends felt like they had been hit by a billion-point blitz. There was no way to communicate with Linny with normal thinking. It felt like he had suffered an unprecedented downward strike in front of Linny. Those 4 cars in front of you, plus that Chiron 1, add up to over $150 million. What a way to treat a supercar like a cabbage. Little brother, can I go for a ride in your Lycan later? The ultra-short skirt girl said. A ride is fine, but you can't say it's hot. And it's not good to get in the car and take off your clothes. Little brother, you are bad, the girl in the super short skirt said. The air conditioning system of the supercar is not good. Once you get up there, you will feel hot. Old Lin, if you think the 2 of them are okay, take them away together. They're still sisters. They're guaranteed to be clean, Ching-han said. I thought you were going to race me. I can only fit one in my car. Racing a few hair in addition to that Shangmo and Phantom. Which car you drive can be my seconds. Fools only play with you. I'd like to try to hit 3,000 votes today, so I'm asking for support. Thanks to the book friend, WM, time, can only be used to commemorate, you count a dang, past events outside of time, for the book coins. Thank you. That's a wimp? This isn't like Young Chin's style. You set me up, Ching-han said. If I had known you had bought so many cars, I wouldn't have told you about the drag race. Saying that, Ching-han took his friend to the car, but on his way out, he didn't forget to say, I've opened a new barbecue restaurant. Do you have anything to do tonight? Go over there and show your support? You actually have a side business? Linny said smilingly, bored with idleness, getting it for fun, easy to make friends. Okay, tell me the address later. I'll be there tonight. Then it's a deal. It has to come over. Before getting into the car, the girl in the ultra-short skirt looked at Linny. Little brother, my name is Lena. Next time there's a chance. Can I ride in your Lycan? No problem. Then next time people wear less so they don't feel hot. It's cooler without it. Nasty. Come on, all of you. Stop whining and get in the car. After seeing Ching-han and the others leave, Linny drove the car back to the garage. It was found that the number of cars was still not enough, or at least not full, and that I would have to buy a few more at a later date when I came across the right one. After parking the car, Linny drove the Lycan out. These cars, with their provisional plates, have to get their license plates done first. Drove to the DMV, not too many people inside. Only 3 people lined up in front of them, and it didn't take long to get to Linny. Any pre-selected license plate numbers? The staffer asked. With the growing sophistication of the internet, a lot of things can be done online. The same goes for the license plate number. On the official 12123 app, you can go to the number selection service, and then just go here and report it. But Linny wasn't prepared for this. No, just randomize the numbers. Linny was also considered an old driver and knew all the doorways here. Whether you pick your numbers online or by machine on the spot, you can't come up with any numbers. If you really want to get some good license plate numbers, you'll have to buy them through other sources. Trying to pick a good number here is almost impossible. Just press space to start, press enter to end, and then go to the screen and pick your number. Good. Seconds pressed twice and dozens of numbers appeared on the screen. Linny originally wanted to pick one at random, but then he realized that the penultimate number in the third row was very bright. Shanghai ANB 666. Crap, NB 666, said Linny in surprise. What kind of divine license plate is this? When did one's luck get so good? The staff froze when they saw Linny's license plate. This 1 in a billion chance that he'd run into it? By this time, the rest of the DMV, too, had come along, all a little red-eyed. A license plate this awesome is worth $1 million at the very least. Many car dealers, all focused their eyes on Linny's body. Look at this kid's dress. Kind of like an ordinary white-collar worker. We'll have to think of a way to see if I can snub this license plate. Hello, I have to choose 3 more, Linny said smilingly. Pick 3 more? Well, there are a total of 4 cars that need to be licensed. Upon hearing this, a bunch of car dealers jumped at the chance. 4 license plates in one breath. Presumably a unit purchase of cars. Otherwise who would buy so many cars in one breath? That makes it better. Pressing space and enter consecutively, a dozen new license plates, once again, appeared in front of Linny. Crap, WAMB 888. When they saw the number, someone else wasn't calm. First NB 666, then NB 888. How fucking awesome are you? 2 license plates are $2 million at the very least. How come I'm not that lucky? Linny rubbed his chin, feeling that things weren't so simple. The first license plate could be explained by coincidence, but the second was more than just luck. Perhaps it was the fact that one's full range of attributes had been increased, and at the same time, even one's luck had been boosted. The luck thing, though, is supposed to have a time limit. Otherwise, if he goes to buy lottery tickets every day, it won't take long for his wealth to surpass that of Boss Ma. In that case, it's time to put it to good use. At this moment, even the auntie who was cleaning the house had her eyes fall on Linny. Soon, Linny began to draw the third license plate, Shanghai S666NB, 4th license plate, Shanghai A888NB. Crap. Bull. See Linny's 4 license plates. Everyone let out a gasp. NB 666, NB 888, 666 NB, 888 NB. It's fucking bull bleeding. Bull bad. Soon, the staff from logistics made 4 pairs of license plates and handed them over to Linny. At this moment, he felt that what he was holding was no longer 4 pairs of license plates, but $4 million in cash. Hey, man, you got a minute? Let's talk? A bald man in jeans said. Chat about what? Linny asked. I feel that your 4 decks of license plates are good. Are they for sale? The bald man said. I'll offer $1 million for your 4 pairs of license plates. That's already a sky-high price. Grass. Ian Lauscher. Do you have any fucking conscience? For sets of license plates and you're giving them $1 million? What's wrong with your conscience? At that moment, a man with long hair came over and rushed over to Linny. Dude, just ignore him. I'll give you $1.2 million for your 4 sets of license plates. Don't bullshit me. You call $1.2 million money? Another man said. Little brother, I'll pay $1.5 million for your 4 sets of license plates. Linny was speechless, although he didn't care too much about license plate numbers, but to pay out this much money to buy 4 decks of license plates, these people would really be daydreaming. Don't you make any noise? Do you see that people are easy to bully? So you come up here to pit yourselves against them. The speaker, a middle-aged man with a potbelly and a briefcase, scolded all 3 car dealers. You count as that onion. What business is it of yours? Ian Lauscher scolded. I'm Zhu Ziqiang, the general manager of China Trade Group. What do you call my status? Zhu Ziqiang scolded. You car dealers, you better be honest. If I report you, none of you will be here. Seeing Zhu Ziqiang's tough attitude, the 3 car dealers stopped talking. It's true that the business you do is not too clean, and you can't flaunt it too much. Little brother, these people are car dealers. They just want to cheat the license plate in your hand. You can't fall for it, Zhu Ziqiang said with a smile. Don't worry, I can't. The 2 of them walked out together, and Zhu Ziqiang said, Little brother, you came by today to get your license plate. I believe it's for the company car. A company car? Why? 4 licenses in one breath. Must be for the company car. It goes without saying. Otherwise who can buy so many cars in one breath for their own use? Zhu Ziqiang said with a smile. I've got a deal to make a fortune. Will you do it? What's the deal? It's all company licenses anyway, so you'll secretly transfer them to me, and then I'll be responsible for getting you 4 regular licenses so you can go back and deliver, Zhu Ziqiang said. But don't worry, you definitely won't be shortchanged in terms of price. I'll offer $2 million for these 4 license plates. Absolutely fair in terms of price. This dead fatso is too rich, right, to offer $2 million for those 4 license plates? Ian Lao Si said. His grandmother, the long-haired man said, look at that kid, he's so stupid, it's easy to fall for him. It's too bad the duck in the mouth flew away. Hearing the $2 million guarantee, Linny smiled. You may have misunderstood. These 4 license plates are not for the company, but for my own use. Self-use? Zhu Ziqiang froze for a moment. Could it be that little brother's family is in the vapor transportation business? Don't bother with that one. Little brother. Even if you're using it for your own use it doesn't matter. But think about it. It's useless to put such a good license plate on your mobility scooter. That said, does it help to have your car with a good license plate? Of course, Shu said. See the Land Rover over there? That's my car. All down more than 1.6 million. Now there is a good license plate. As the saying goes, good steel on the knife edge. You a walker. Get such a good license plate. The traffic police must think you are a set of cars. You have to check you every day. Might as well cash sell me it. 2 million has been quite a lot of other people cannot come out of the price of the car. If your Land Rover can have such a nice license plate, what kind of plate do I have to have on my Laken? Just as Linny spoke, Leakin's scissor doors opened as if to greet his master. Please, 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 please. Having and raising children is so exhausting. Please be kind to your significant other. Okay, I know a lot of you are bachelors. You, what do you mean? That Leakin is yours? Zhu Ziqiang was dumbfounded. It was a super sports car worth more than $60 million. Purchased dozens of Land Rovers. This pussyfooting around today is a total failure. Little brother interrupts. Zhu Ziqiang left in ashes, not daring to even look at Linny. It's so fucking humiliating. Hooking up the license plate NB666 to his car, Linny took the other 3 plates and left. Later in the evening, Xinghan sent Linny a locator and sent a voice message. Old Lin, the address is being sent to you. Okay, be there in a minute. Turning on the navigation, half an hour later, Linny drove to Xinghan's barbecue restaurant. Literally a barbecue restaurant alone. Not exactly an upscale establishment, but because the master behind it is Xinghan, it becomes different. It's already been faked by him to feel like a 3 Michelin star. The barbecue restaurant had a large area, divided into 3 upper and lower floors, and judging from the decoration outside, it could already be ranked in Shanghai. The parking lot in front of the entrance was filled with all kinds of vehicles. There are many good cars in the millions, as well as private cars in the tens of thousands of dollars, which shows how mixed the guests are. In Lin Yi's opinion, this was justifiable. Usually restaurants open with huge discounts. Sometimes it's even half off. So naturally there are no shortage of customers. In reality, Linny had only guessed half right. The other reason that made the barbecue restaurant so hot was Xinghan's fame in Shanghai. It's natural to come and join in the fun at the restaurant owned by Mr. Qin. Just as Linny was about to go in, he noticed that from the car in front of him, a middle-aged couple and 3 young men came down. Originally, Linny hadn't taken it very seriously, just as a diner who came here to eat, but he hadn't expected the woman among them to be Gu Jingshu. Gu Jingshu wore a rather ladylike long dress, appearing particularly virtuous. I could tell from her expression and movements that the middle-aged couple seemed to be her parents, uncle and auntie. Let's go this way, a man in casual clothes said. Xiao Qiao ah, it's really hard for you. We came to Shanghai for a trip, and we still let you receive us personally. I'm really sorry, the middle-aged woman said. You're welcome auntie, it's all I have to do. Jingshu, when we leave, you have to thank Xiao Qiao more. We just casually came to take a look. How troublesome, Gu Jingshu's father said. Well, let's go in first, Gu Jingshu said in a salty manner. Hearing the conversation between a few people, Linny guessed the relationship between them. That middle-aged couple were indeed Gu Jingshu's parents. The man in casual clothes would be her suitor. The other man, probably Gu Jingshu's brother. Just as Linny had expected. The man's name was Qiao Zihao, and because his father was the head of the education bureau, he had become the director of instruction at Gu Jingshu's school in his 20s, and the other little boy is Gu Jingshu's younger brother Gu Jingwu, a piece to play in Shanghai. Brother-in-law. This store is decorated too luxuriously. What nonsense. He's my colleague, not your brother-in-law. Gu Jingshu felt like she was going to be annoyed to death. Parents just come here to see, but even by him to know. A good family feast, all by him to stir up. Sis, don't be embarrassed. Brother-in-law has personally come to pick us up. Doesn't that speak volumes? Gu Jingwu said. What does this tell us? Jingshu, Qiao Zihao said. Don't care about those details. Today uncle and aunt and Jingwoo are here. The reunion is the most important thing. Alright, go in first, Gu Jingshu said reluctantly. Brother-in-law, the biggest hotel in our county is not as big as this barbecue restaurant, Gu Jingwoo said enviously. Let me tell you, this isn't just any barbecue restaurant. This one is owned by the famous Chin Han. Chin Han? Is that the top rich kid in Zhonghai? Gu Jingwoo said. I can often see his news on the internet. Yes, that's him. My goodness, that's a lot of money to come here for a meal. It's okay. In fact, I still have some relationship with Qin Xiao. It's just a meal, and I'm not even going to charge me for it. Xiao Zihao and Qinghan had had a few encounters, but not enough to be exempt, and he knew it himself. But Xiao Zihao didn't care. When the time came, he would say that he gave them money of his own accord, and they wouldn't know what was going on. This will also elevate your status. So why not? My God, brother-in-law, you're too good. Right, you even know Qin Xiao? Gu Jingwoo's eyes glowed as he looked at Xiao Zihao like a super idol. Mom and Dad, I'm telling you, the owner of this store is the top rich second generation in Huaxia, and it's so awesome that my brother-in-law knows someone like that. Gu Jingshu's parents, too, were a bit surprised by Xiao Zihao's connections, even recognizing such a person. This future son-in-law of his is really something. If the two of them were together, they themselves would be relieved. Lin Yi? Unintentionally seeing Lin Yi behind her, Gu Jingshu looked surprised, and with a touch of delight, she trotted towards him. What a coincidence. Meeting here, Lin Yi said with a smile. Aha, did you come alone? Lin Yi nodded. It just so happens that there's no dinner in sight. Come over and have something to eat. That's just right. Join us. This seems to be your family feast. It's not good for me to get involved. What's wrong with that? It's just a meal, and it's lively when there's a lot of people eating. Okay, if you guys don't mind, that's fine with me. Seeing the intimate gestures between the two, Xiao Zihao's eyes narrowed. In Lin Yi's body, he felt a hint of threat. The Gu family walked over, and Gu Jingwoo said suspiciously, Sis, who is this guy? His name is Lin Yi. He's my friend. Gu Jingshu introduced herself with a smile, then introduced Lin Yi to her family once more. The Gu family didn't look too good. Jingshu and Xiao Chao's affairs have been in the air for a while now. Why did a man suddenly appear? What is this? What if Xiao Chao gets the wrong idea? Sis, today's meal is our family feast. It's not too good for you to invite an outsider in, Gu Jingwoo said with a stern face, not having a good impression of Lin Yi. Obviously, this kid and his cousin have a great relationship. One has to help one's brother-in-law and get rid of this guy. What do you mean outsider? Gu Jingshu said. Lin Yi has, before, done me a lot of favors, not considered an outsider. Do you really want to take him to dinner? Of course, Gu Jingshu said. Lin Yi is alone and just happened to run into it. What can't we eat together? Not a couple hours to go, and I'm still a little bit away from 3,000 votes, so I'm begging for votes. Oh, it's okay, since we're friends now, we'll eat together when we meet. It's no big deal, Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Xiao Chao has said so let's take him. Gu Jingshu's father, Gu Jiangwo said. Gu Jingwoo stood to the side and whispered, Brother-in-law, what are you bringing him for? I see this little white boy, clearly coming over on purpose, wanting to ruin you and my sister's good deed. It doesn't matter, I didn't put him in my eyes at all, Xiao Zihao said. In terms of status and position, he's 100,000 miles away from me, so how can he compare to me? Xiao Zihao patted Gu Jingwoo's shoulder in a serious tone. If it comes, then press it. Don't be afraid. It's still brother-in-law who is powerful, Gu Jingwoo said adoringly. I think he's just a little white boy, not capable at all. Far from you. If he could, Gu Jingwoo would love to kick Lin Yi away. His own brother-in-law, even the famous Qin Xiao knew him. He actually wanted to cross the line and come in. What the hell? Lin Yi, let's go. It's getting late. I guess you're hungry, Gu Jingshu said as she took Lin Yi's hand, acting especially close. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. In his own impression, Gu Jingshu didn't seem to be such a bold person. I guess it's to deliberately piss off that Zhou Zihao guy. Xiao Zihao's face changed slightly. Neither he nor Gu Jingshu had ever made such an intimate gesture yet, but soon, Xiao Zihao suppressed the anger in his heart. Now, the Gu family were all on their side, and their own status, which was many times higher than his. What else could he compare himself to, except for having a good skin? The group walked to the entrance of the restaurant and looked towards the inside of the lobby, realizing that it was already overcrowded, and it didn't seem too easy to find an empty seat. Meanwhile, Qin Han and the others standing on the second floor happened to see Lin Yi standing at the door. Look, young Qin, it's young Lin. Lina, who had met him during the day, said, where is it? It's right at the door, but he's got several others with him. following the direction of Lena's finger. Chinghan saw Lin Yi standing in the doorway. To actually bring someone to support the show, that's really something. Chinghan stroked his chin and said, but the woman in the center wearing a skirt seems to be pretty hot. Just by looking at her outfit, I can tell she's a good woman. Lena smiled and said, so young Lin likes this style. No wonder she doesn't feel anything for you sisters. So it's just not the right flavor. Chinghan said smilingly, then in the next few days, I'll change my style, so I guess I'll be able to match young Lin's tastes. Come on man. Chinghan greeted and a waiter in work uniform walked in. Young Chin, see those guys at the door? Those are my friends. Treat them well. Send all the good stuff in. It's on my tab. Serve them well. Got it Xiao Qin. I'm on my way. Originally, Chinghan had planned to receive Lin Yi personally, but he had a friend present, so he broke off the idea. It's not too late to make a toast later. At the entrance of the restaurant, Xiao Zihao looked around as if there were really no empty seats. At that moment, the waitress came over and smiled. Hello sir, we have prepared the box, please follow me. The box? Xiao Zihao was a bit hesitant. In a restaurant of this caliber, the private rooms all had a minimum spending. If the amount of consumption does not exceed $10,000, it will not be let into the box at all. For a while, Xiao Zihao was a bit unsure of how to choose. Spending over $10,000 on a meal was indeed a bit extravagant. The box is too stuffy. It's not as good as the downstairs hall for air. It's better to find a seat on the first floor, Xiao Zihao said in a calm manner. Right. The box is too expensive and not suitable for our consumption, so you don't need to recommend it. Gu Jingshu's mother said. Our young Qin said that you are his friend, so he arranged the box for you. If I arranged it for you in the lobby, young Qin would dock my salary. No way. Young Qin personally arranged it. Gu Jingwu was surprised. Brother-in-law, your face is too big. Seeing you come, the famous young Qin even personally arranged the box. It's too powerful. Xiao Zihao was also a bit surprised. He and Chinghan did meet a few times, and he didn't expect him to remember him. How embarrassing. We just want to have a simple family dinner. Having to get me a box. Young Qin is also too polite. Our young Qin has always been hospitable. These are what we should do. The waiter said politely, please ask a few of you to follow me. Go. Responding, Xiao Zihao turned his head to Gu Jingshu's parents. Uncle and auntie, there's no way out now. We can only go to the box. It's also really true. I just wanted to come to secretly support a scene. I don't want to be so loud. I didn't expect that, but he still found out. It means that brother-in-law your face is big. Gu Jingwu gave Lin Yi a despicable look and said, if it was someone else, not only would there be no compartments, maybe you wouldn't even be able to wait for a seat. Lin Yi was speechless. It was probably because Chinghan had seen himself and that was why he had arranged it that way. But this pussy, it seems to have all let Xiao Zihao pretend. Led by the waiter, the group went to the third floor inner side of the box. Bro, let me ask. I've seen your restaurant's publicity, and generally speaking, the boxes on the third floor are all large boxes, right? Xiao Zihao asked. Yes, our young Qin just told me, saying that you few are honored guests, and have specially set aside the peony hall for your use. Peony hall? Xiao Zihao said in surprise. If I remember correctly, the peony hall should be the most luxurious box in your place. Yes sir. According to our rules, the peony hall is usually used by the leaders of the municipal party committee, and ordinary people can't enter, the waiter said politely. Hiss. The Gu family members drew in a breath of cold air. How much face does one's future aunt have, to have people arrange such a nice box? Wouldn't he be on the same level as the leaders of Zhenghai City if he ate a meal here? That's too good to be true. Brother-in-law is awesome. Gu Jingwu was so excited that he didn't know what to say. When I came here, without saying a word, the other Qin Shao took the initiative to arrange such a luxurious box. What a face this must be. How ironic is the relationship between my brother-in-law and others. According to this scenario, if one's relationship with one's brother-in-law mixes well, the future will certainly not be bad. It's exciting to think about. Faced with such a situation, Gu Jingshu was also a bit surprised. Even if Xiao Zihao's father was a leader in the bureau, there was still a gap between him and Chinghan's family lineage. Can relationships really be that good when the class gap is so wide? Led by the waiter, the group of 6 arrived at the peony room. As soon as they entered, the Gu family was attracted by the opulent decoration inside. The entire area of the box was more than 100 square feet. Screen antiques, jade ornaments, each of which was worth a lot of money. And, what's even more amazing is that a small wigwam was actually constructed here, with running water passing through it and koi carp underneath. So you can't pick out a single thing about it. Dad, look how great brother-in-law is. He didn't even have to ask for it. He got such a luxurious box. I want to be as great as brother-in-law in the future. Oh, then you need to learn more from your brother-in-law. I will, Gu Jingwu said with confidence. Seeing the luxurious peony hall, even Xiao Zihao felt luxurious. Your Qin Xiao is also too polite. Our relationship is so solid, there's no need to be like this at all. And even arranged the best box, making me feel bad. With that, Xiao Zihao took out $200. This is for your tip. You're too kind, sir. You're a good friend of young Qin. I can't charge you for your spending. Take it if you're told to. It's fine, Xiao Zihao said. Thanks, boss. Seeing the dashing manner in which Xiao Zihao handed out the tip, Gu Jingwu secretly gestured, realizing that no matter what I do, I'm not as dashing as my brother-in-law. I'll have to learn from that in the future. Simply awesome. One more request for votes. Keep hitting 3,000 votes. Thanks for the support. Thank you to the book friend, WM, you counted dang, sell the girls little match, to reward the book coins. Thank you, thank you. A few people were seated, and Xiao Zihao ordered some dishes and set up an entire table. Brother-in-law, you're too polite. You actually ordered so many good dishes. Things like island wagyu beef and filet mignon. I've never eaten them before, Gu Jingwu said. Auntie and uncle are here today, so how can we order something good? The usual dishes won't make the grade. Thank you for your hospitality. Then, brother-in-law. What a polite person. You've called me brother-in-law. These are all things I should do, Xiao Zihao said smilingly. As he spoke, Xiao Zihao glanced at Lin Yi and couldn't help but show a look of contempt. Oh, don't look at yourself. And you want to compete with me? Do you have the strength? Lin Yi, try this and see if it's to your liking. Gu Jingshu chucked a piece of island wagyu beef and put it on Lin Yi's plate. Gu Jingshu was aware of Lin Yi's identity. In the eyes of ordinary people, this island wagyu was a good thing. But with Lin Yi's status, I'm afraid he's tired of eating it. I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat anything. Then you're trying this filet mignon. It looks quite fresh, Gu Jingshu said. Right, eat it with green vegetables. Otherwise it's easy to get tired. Seeing Gu Jingshu, one after another, chucking food onto Lin Yi's plate, the Gu family's expressions were a bit unnatural. This daughter of his own is really something. Xiao Qiao is still here. What's the point of being so enthusiastic about an outsider? Jingshu, don't always focus on your friend. Just let him eat by himself. You give Xiao Qiao some meat, Gu Jingshu's mother said. I thought he had long hands. Just do it yourself. What is this talk? Gu Jiangmo said unhappily. Uncle, don't be angry. It's all trivial, Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Zihao, Jingshu has been spoiled by us since she was a child. So you should be more patient in the future. Uncle, don't worry. You can't go wrong if you leave Jingshu to me. Look, it's still Zihao who knows what's right, Gu Jiangmo complimented. Children from this big family are different, both in terms of pattern and vision. They are much higher than our ordinary. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This kind of behavior was almost as bad as being green, and he was a man for holding back. Isn't that right? If brother-in-law didn't have such a pattern in heart, it would be impossible for him to become good friends with young Qin, Gu Jingwu said. That's a good point. You'll learn from it in the future. Aha, definitely learning from my brother-in-law. Seeing Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu's intimate behavior, the Gu family sighed in their hearts. If I had known that this kid was so colorless, I wouldn't have let him come just now. Such a high-class place was no place for him to be. I was a little worried at first when Jingshu came to work here, but now that you're taking care of her, I'm not thinking about it anymore, Gu Jiangmo said. Dad, just put your heart in your stomach. With the connections of my brother-in-law's family, my sister's career path in the future will surely be smooth, and she might be able to enter the education bureau as well, Gu Jingwu said while eating his steak. In comparison, someone is much worse, not even on the same level as my brother-in-law. That being said, I really want to ask, Mr. Lin has a great instrument. I wonder where he is employed. Lin Yi looked up, not expecting Xiao Zihao to steer the conversation to himself. Working at the college. High school work? Everyone else was a bit surprised, especially Gu Jingshu. Isn't Lin Yi the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? Why are you still working at the college? Is it possible that you have nothing to do and go to hang a post? You're going to work for the government? Lin Yi's profession made the Gu family look at him slightly more favorably. After all, teaching is a profession that is still highly respected. Xiao Zihao shot a glance at Lin Yi and said indifferently, I wonder which college Mr. Lin serves at. What exactly does he do? Central C Normal. Officer of the school committee. Officer? What subject is this teaching? The Gu family was stunned, not quite sure what the position was for. Uncle and auntie, you've misunderstood, Xiao Zihao said. As lofty as it sounds, it's, quite frankly, an errand and miscellaneous job. So that's how it is. It doesn't seem like a good job, Gu Jiangmo said. It's nothing compared to your director. Indeed, Running errands and doing odd jobs can be a good job, Xiao Zihao said with a smile. Lin Yi, my family still has some connections in the education bureau. Do you need me to say hello and let the school leader of the normal promote you a bit? No need. Gu Jiangwo frowned slightly. How difficult it is to mix in society nowadays. Such a good opportunity is not cherished. It is estimated that the future development, but also very limited. Even if it's not enough today, when we go back, we must talk to Jing Shu about this, and never let the two of them have any more dealings. Lin Yi, you've rejected me so dryly. Is it hard to believe that your family has something to lean on? Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Where do your parents work? I'm sure they arranged your job. 2. Xiao Zihao was confident that not only was Lin Yi's job inferior to his own, his family history was definitely inferior as well. Now that I think about it, calling him over for dinner seems like a good thing. How can you highlight your differences without others to set you apart? I don't have parents. The words came as a bit of a surprise to everyone in the room. So you're an orphan, Xiao Zihao said. Then in the future in society, it will not be easy to mix. That's not for you to worry about. Dang it. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the compartment, interrupting the conversation of several people. Come in. At this time, the waiter pushed the door in. Several plates of food and red wine were in hand. This is our Qin Xiao, the French truffle sent over with the foie gras flown in, and this bottle of Romane Conti, which has been awakened ahead of time, so you can drink it straight away. Xiao Zihao was a bit surprised, completely surprised that not only did he arrange such a good box, but young Qin even took the initiative to deliver the food. That's too much to look at yourself. Okay, I got it. Thanks, Xiao Zihao said calmly, enjoying this feeling of being held in the sky very much. It was assumed that Qin Xiao was looking at his family's resources and status in the education sector. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic and proactive. Sir, if there are no other requests, we'll go down first. Young Qin just said that he'll come over for a toast later. And come over for a toast? Xiao Zihao was a bit dizzy that the famous young Qin wanted to toast himself. Isn't this a little too exciting? Okay, I got it. You guys go ahead and go down. Brother-in-law, your face is too big. Just coming over for a meal. And young Qin even had to come and personally toast? This is not something that ordinary people can do. After the waiter left, Gu Jingwu said enviously, and a red wine like Romane Conti doesn't seem to be cheap. At the very least it's tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. It's okay, Xiao Zihao said with a smile. I'm embarrassed by this mess. It's all my own people. It's not necessary. Brother-in-law, your relationship with young Qin is also too ironic. It seems that I still have to work my way up. Otherwise at my current level, even if I met young Qin, I probably wouldn't even look at me squarely. Don't be presumptuous. As long as you work hard, you'll be like me in the future. Xiao Zihao said smilingly. Let's get ready too. Young Qin will be here in a while. Good. The Gu family were all a bit nervous. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time they had seen such a character. Just then, the door of the box was pushed open and Qinghan walked in from outside. 2 more requests for votes. It's going to be another wasted day out there getting a birth certificate. It's so hard with kids. Seeing Qinghan come in, aside from Lin Yi, everyone, including Xiao Zihao, was a bit nervous. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Can't you see that Qin Xiao is here? Quickly stand up. Seeing Lin Yi sitting there like nothing, Xiao Zihao coldly grunted. Why did I stand up when he came? Xiao Zihao's face was ugly. Was this guy here to stir up trouble? Who does he think he is? He doesn't even stand up when young Qin comes. It's fucking loaded. The Gu family secretly shook their heads. This Lin Yi was too bad. A countryman himself knows to get up and make a toast, and he's sitting there eating it. There's not much of a big development in the future. Seeing that Lin Yi was bent on being a human being, Xiao Zihao couldn't be bothered to say anything. Holding his wine glass and smiling. Qin Xiao, you're really too polite. We just have a casual meal. You're arranging a box and coming to toast. So I'm embarrassed. Someday I'll set up a table. Let's have a good drink. Seeing Xiao Zihao, who was laughing and joking with Qinghan, Gu Jingwu's eyes were about to sprout little stars. Brother-in-law is really too handsome. Himself in the future. As long as he can catch up with his brother-in-law half on the line. Aha! Qinghan was a bit flabbergasted. What was this? He was entertaining Lin Yi himself. Why was this guy standing up? Who are you? Who are you to ask me to come over and make a toast? Ha! Xiao Zihao froze. Qin Xiao. What are you talking about? Aren't you here to toast me? What are you? Qin Han said. I'm doing all this for Lin Yi, and I don't even piss on my own virtues. Besides, I don't even fucking know you, so why should I give you a toast? The heads of those present, their heads buzzed, and the way they looked at Lin Yi changed to incredulity. Turns out he had it all wrong. Xiao Ziheo's face wasn't even that big. People were looking at Lin Yi's face. But isn't he just a college officer? And an orphan? With no power. How could he have such a big face? Come, fill up your cups, I'll toast you. Shin Han smiled and said, Old Lin, there are quite a few city leaders here today. Come over late, don't hold it against me. Don't worry, I'm not that cheap. That'll do. That, young Qin, I don't know how to drink. Can I have some juice? Gu Jingshu said nervously. With Qin Han's popularity and status in China, Gu Jingshu hadn't thought that she would one day be able to have a drink with such a person, in the same box, and was already a bit nervous to the point of lacking oxygen in her brain. Forget the juice, drink a little less. I'll pour it on for you. Don't, young Qin, I'll just do it myself. That's no good. You're old Lin's man. I have to pour this drink for you. Gu Jingshu's face was red, her heart thumped. This feeling of being misunderstood, it was so good. Seeing the treacherous smile on Shin Han's face, Lin Yi knew that he didn't have good intentions, but don't bother pursuing it. Helping Gu Jingshu to a small half cup, then Shin Han raised his cup and said, Old Lin is my good buddy. You guys are giving me face by coming here today. If you come here for dinner in the future, just mention Lin Yi's name and all the bills will be waived. The Gu family secretly chased the fried tongue. You can get a free ticket just for mentioning your name. After toasting a glass of wine, Shin Han patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Old Lin, you have guests here, so I won't bother you. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite. Fine, go about your business without us. After a quick greeting, Shin Han left on his own, but left Lin Yi with a meaningful look as he went. It gave Lin Yi goosebumps. What the fuck is this asshole up to now? As Shin Han left, the box was silent, and the awkward atmosphere was spreading infinitely. Xiao Ziheo was so fidgety that he even wanted to die. Everyone don't look at me, Xiao Ziheo said awkwardly. It's just that there was a bit of a misunderstanding. I didn't expect Lin Yi to have such a big face. Gu Jingshu blankly glanced at Xiao Ziheo and slandered in her heart. There's a lot more you didn't expect. Alright, just don't say anything else, Gu Jiangmo said. Jingshu, Lin Yi's plate is all empty, so bake him something else to eat. Because of Shin Han, the Gu family's attitude towards Lin Yi had changed dramatically. It didn't say anything, but it already excluded Xiao Ziheo. Although Lin Yi's family lineage wasn't as good as Xiao Ziheo's, he couldn't go wrong in the future since he was so close to Shin Han. No more food. It's already been eaten. Lin Yi was a bit distracted and kept fiddling with his cell phone in his hand because of the WeChat message from Shin Han. Shin Han, old Lin, I've observed the woman sitting next to you. She should still be a chick. I've created the opportunity for you to hit a home run at night. Lin Yi, huh? What are you talking about? Lin Yi could have guessed that Gu Jingshu was a fledgling. But what opportunity did you create? Shin Han, didn't I just pour a glass of wine for that woman, during which I slightly added some spices? No side effects. Thieves exciting. Lin Yi, shit. You're doing a lot of harm to people with this pussy. Now Lin Yi understood what was going on. No wonder he had just taken the initiative to pour Gu Jingshu a drink. So he was waiting here. Since Lin Yi isn't eating, let's go too, Xiao Ziheo said. He doesn't want to be here a minute longer after what happened. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's okay, it's almost time to eat too, Gu Jiangmo said. Uncle and auntie won't be leaving tonight, Lin Yi said. I'll arrange a place to stay first. Lin Yi was also in a hurry to leave because Gu Jingshu's face was red and already a little off. What the hell did Shin Han, that son of a bitch, put in there? It worked so well? Lin Yi, I won't bother you with this. I'll just arrange for my uncle and aunt, Xiao Ziheo said. Having lost such a big face today, if he didn't find a way to get his face back, he wouldn't have any chance in front of Jingshu. Regarding places to stay, you have to make your own arrangements. Director Xiao, it's better to let Lin Yi make the arrangements, Gu Jingshu said. It was obvious that Gu Jingshu didn't want anything more to do with Xiao Ziheo. It's just a place to stay. It doesn't matter who arranges it. And I know a hotel that's pretty nice. The hotel you've arranged. Can it be as good as the Peninsula Hotel? Lin Yi asked. Peninsula Hotel? Gu Jingwu was surprised. As far as I know, the Peninsula Hotel is considered a super 5-star hotel. And it can even rank in Shanghai. That's right. I'm talking about that Peninsula Hotel, Lin Yi said smilingly. No way. Actually arranging such a nice hotel? When we go back, we'll be able to blow off some steam too. Gu Jingwu was a bit unable to find his way out of excitement. Dad, Mom, let's just go stay at the Peninsula Hotel. Yes. Go to the Peninsula Grand Hotel. Xiao Ziheo picked up. Actually, my very first idea was the Peninsula Grand Hotel. The two of us wanted to go together. Saying this, Xiao Ziheo felt like his heart was dripping blood. With their status, they would have wanted to find a 3-star hotel to stay in. while Linny actually wanted to get the 5-star Peninsula Hotel. If you don't say that yourself, you'll really be outclassed. Given the size of the Peninsula Hotel, it would be at least $7,000 for a 3-room arrangement. Luckily, I have a membership, so I should still be able to get it cheaper. Otherwise you lose even more. Linny smiled. This Xiao Zihao was really something too. Why bother with the swollen face? Alright then, we're new here, so we'll listen to your arrangements, Gu Jiangwo said smilingly. Coming out of the barbecue restaurant, Xiao Zihao led the way in front of him, saying, Auntie and Uncle, get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Director Xiao, it's getting late. You should go back too, so I won't bother you. Gu Jingshu said, yes, just take my brother-in-law's car and go. Gu Jingwu said, Jingshu, look, Xiao Wu is said to take my car. Let me give you guys a ride. Wait, don't get me wrong. The brother-in-law I'm talking about isn't you. It's Lin Yi. Don't stick it in your face. Third shift is up. Tickets to come. Amount. Xiao Zihao looked embarrassed. Just a moment ago, he was still calling his brother-in-law, but now he's changed his tone, and he's too snobbish. That, and you guys really need to go in his car. Mine only has 2 seats. Linny didn't care too much about those details. It's just that in his own car, he really couldn't seat that many people. Only 2 seats? The Gu family was divided and surprised. Aren't all cars 5-seaters? Looks like only the motorcycle has 2 seats. Lin Yi, I finally see what's going on, Xiao Zihao said. I guess you're just a little bit related to Qin Xiao, so I guess you don't usually kiss a lot of ass. Kissing his ass? Linny said indifferently. I still need to kiss his ass? Of course. Xiao Zihao found his confidence. How can you, a motorcycle rider, be equal to young Qin? After saying that, Xiao Zihao looked at Gu Jingshu's parents and said, Uncle and Auntie, in fact, in this society, connections are not the most important thing. You also need to have strength in yourself. Even if Qin Xiao is rich, it's not possible to spend it for him, right? Gu Jingshu's parents nodded. What Xiao Zihao said had some truth to it. In this society nowadays, it's all about living your own life. Lin Yi was an orphan. He was in his 20s, and he still only rode a motorcycle. So in terms of his own conditions, there was still a considerable gap between him and Xiao Zihao. After all, his car is a BMW. It's over $500,000. It's not cheap. Seeing Gu Jingshu's parents falter, Xiao Zihao was pleased in his heart. I thought it was a sure loss, but I didn't think I'd catch myself again. You don't even look at yourself. You're an orphan, and you want to compete with me? Think of the beauty. Drip. Just then, Leakin's headlights came on and the crimson scissor doors opened, taking everyone by surprise. It's so handsome. My god. This is the Leakin from Speed 7. Right, Gu Jingshu said with glaring eyes. That's right. This car sells for $66 million in China, and it's limited to 7 units worldwide. So it's not something you can drive just because you have money, Xiao Zihao introduced. It's really worthy of being a barbecue restaurant owned by Young Qin. There's actually such a tycoon coming to support the restaurant. I've never seen so much money in my life. Indeed, spending $66 million on a car is not something an ordinary person can do, Xiao Zihao said mockingly. I guess I don't have such a chance. I don't have the luxury of being able to buy a car like this anymore. It's fine if I can get in and sit in it, Gu Jingwu said enviously. Sit down if you want. It's not a big deal, Lin Yi said. Stop it, brother-in-law. The doors are open. That means the owner is nearby. If I go up there, I'm not going to get shot down? Lin Yi, what on earth are you resting on? Xiao Zihao questioned. People who can buy a car like this are usually very caring. How can they let others sit on it so easily? I think you're just saving yourself to make a fool out of Jingwu. You really don't have a good heart. This car is mine. What's wrong with me letting him sit in it? Lin Yi smiled and said, I should have the qualifications. What do you mean? This car yours? Lin Yi took out his car keys. It's just a car. Why can't it be mine? It can't be. Isn't your car a 2-seater motorcycle? Can you find a 3rd seat in my car? Xiao Zihao was confused. It felt like I was a retard. How did I ask such a sandy question? Don't all supercars have 2 seats? Brother-in-law, you're too good to afford a Leakin. Gu Jingwu no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings. It's simply awesome plus. It's just a car. No need to make a fuss. It's no big deal. Brother-in-law is bullish. Gu Jingwu smiled and said, Can I sit in your Lycoming? Sit on what? You guys take a cab and go. I'll go with Lin Yi, Gu Jingshu said. At this time, Gu Jingshu wasn't in a very good state either, and had been holding her forehead, just forcing her composure. The Gu family didn't take this detail to heart because Gu Jingshu couldn't drink wine and poured it in one glass. It's normal to be in such a state, and since Lin Yi was still by her side, she didn't have to worry about anything. Sister, just let me sit once, Gu Jingwu begged. Alright Xiao Wu, don't go and cause trouble, Gu Jingshu's mother said. Let's take a taxi. Alright, don't. What's the point of taking a cab when I've got a ready-made car here? Xiao Zihao pulled open the car door, ready to welcome Gu Jingshu's parents up. This was his last chance, and if he didn't fight for it, it would really be over. Seeing that Xiao Zihao was so enthusiastic, the Gu family couldn't refuse, so they got into his car. Xiao Zihao and the others left, and Gu Jingshu couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Yi, help me. I can't stand up a bit. Good. Lin Yi reached out to help Gu Jingshu, and the latter's entire body leaned into Lin Yi's. Just hang on for a minute. I'll help you to the car. Aha, Gu Jingshu said in a thin, inaudible voice. I was actually able to have a drink, but I don't know what happened. But I couldn't do it after a little more than half a cup, and I felt extra hot. Wait, don't rip your clothes off yet. Get in the car. I don't want to get in the car right now. I want to get some air outside, Gu Jingshu said. Okay, then find a step and sit down for a while. Lin Yi relocked the car. It was impossible to leave. He'd take care of Gu Jingshu first. Just then, a white Audi A6, parked in a space, and a young woman stepped out of the car. Neither of the two women were very old, and one of them, in a long dress, had an outstanding figure that rose and fell like a mountain range, and her features were delicate and three-dimensional, which made her especially eye-catching. Especially her aura is something that you don't forget. The long-skirted woman's name was Shug, and she was the director of the Youth League Committee of the Central China Sea Normal University. The other one was called Song Jia, a colleague of Sugar's and an officer of the school's league committee. Sister Sue, if you come at this time, there should be fewer people. Let's go in quickly. Just yesterday we had hot pot, and today we're here for barbecue. Aren't we tired of it? Shug said. This barbecue restaurant is different. It's owned by Chin Han, so you have to come and try the flavors. Chin Han? Who is he? No way. You don't even know the famous Chin Han? That's a rich second generation that's on par with Principal Wang. Song Jia spat. You're also too lonely. My time is taken up with work. How can I have time to pay attention to these things? Sugar said. Why are you standing still? Go. Wait Sister Sue. Look over there. There's a little brother. He's so handsome. Following the direction Song Jia was pointing, Suga saw Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu sitting on the steps. What's the use of being handsome? At first glance he's a scum, Shug despised. First shift on time, begging for votes, marching towards 4,000. Ali gives. Thank you to the book friend, Broken Bridge Smokin' Rain, the first bastard emperor in history, a leaf knows the autumn, Li, for rewarding the book coins. Thank you. Scum? How did you become a scumbag? Song Jia is not willing. How handsome little brother ah. Why say people are scum ah? Didn't you see that woman beside him? It looks like she's gotten drunk. As for what will happen behind, there's no need for me to say it, Shug said coldly. Sonia didn't know how to retort. It seems to be true, but he's so handsome. Can you not be so nymphomaniac? Handsome cannot be a meal. Living life looks are not important, but also to find a real person, Shug said. Don't say I didn't remind you. Be careful of being cheated in the future. That's true, but Sister Sue can't kill everyone with a single shot. There are also good-looking and dedicated people, Song Jia said. I don't believe it, Sugar said. If you think he's good, just look at what he's going to do in a minute. Neither one of them was in a hurry, and they kept observing Lin Yi's movements, and then realized that Lin Yi had actually gone to the drugstore next door. Why did you go to the pharmacy when you were fine? Sonia said suspiciously. What else could I be doing? I'm sure I'm buying that stuff. By Sugar's words, Sonia also knew what was going on. They sell TT at the drugstore, so I'm guessing that's where I went to buy that stuff. AI. Sister Sue, it's still you who's great. It's really a scumbag. It's me who thought too much, Song Jia disappointedly said. Okay, don't bother with them. Go in and eat. Aha. The two of them, Sugar, entered the barbecue restaurant, and it wasn't long before Lin Yi walked out of the pharmacy as well. Lin Yi, what are you doing? I'm a bit hot, Gu Jingshu said in a daze. Can I go to your car and take my clothes off? Getting in my car is fine, but stripping is not. Lin Yi opened the pill box in his hand and fed Gu Jingshu one of the antidote pills. At the same time, again her temples touched a bit of Windex. Lin Yi didn't know if this would work or not, but it was better than drying out. A few minutes later, under the effect of the Windex, Gu Jingshu was in a bad state. At the very least, her face was not so red. I'm sorry, I seem to have had too much to drink and I'm making you look bad. Until now, Gu Jingshu still didn't know what was going on, and only thought that she had drunk too much and didn't think about it in any other way. It's okay, now get in the car and I'll take you to the hotel to rest for a while. Aha. Lin Yi helped Gu Jingshu towards the car, and in his heart, he had already greeted Qin Han's ancestors. I don't even want a home run, blind fucking assists. When they got to the car, Lin Yi opened the window in an attempt to make Gu Jingshu wake up a bit. Lin Yi, thank you. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been annoyed by Xiao Zihao today, Gu Jingshu said, holding her forehead. Small thing. No big deal, Lin Yi said. And that kid Kong Jing, who works for you, usually has to rely on you to take care of her more. I should be the one to say thank you. I guess I won't be able to take care of her for much longer, Gu Jingshu said. Seeing Xiao Zihao now annoys me. I'm going to change schools. I don't want to be in first middle school anymore. Do you need me to connect you with another school? That won't be necessary. With my education, I'll go to any other high school and they'll snatch me up. This puts you awesome. With that, Lin Yi took out a bottle of mineral water. Drink more water. Well, thank you, Gu Jingshu nodded and said. But what? But I still feel a little hot. Gu Jingshu pulled down her collar. Still not so awake despite her much better state. Lin Yi inclined his head and saw a large area of spring light. Even the small black inner was exposed. You stay put. Lin Yi held the Windex in one hand and touched Gu Jingshu's temples again, which calmed her down. At the same time, Lin Yi sped up his car and drove towards the hotel. Although there had been some delay, Xiao Zihao and the others, who hadn't arrived much earlier, had been waiting here for Lin Yi and Gu Jingshu. After the two got off the bus, looking at Gu Jingshu who kept holding her forehead, her mother came over and asked, Jungsu, are you okay? A bit drunk, and I have a bad headache, Gu Jingshu said weakly. Then let's get inside and stay for a while. Aha! The group entered the hotel, and when they saw Lin Yi coming over, the hotel security guards were the first to come up to greet them, very respectfully. Big hotels are just different. Seeing us come, they are actually so polite, Gu Jingwu said. If we went to another hotel, we would probably look down on us. It's because I come here often and am a member here. That's why they're like that, Xiao Zihao said. So that's what happened. The Gu family's impression of Xiao Zihao had changed. Although he wasn't as good as Lin Yi in every aspect, he was still pretty good in general. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. It's getting to the point where you can't forget to play hard to get. Chen Beixian has a successor. With his character, if he didn't reveal his identity, he would probably still be pretending. When he reached the bar, Xiao Zihao took out his membership card. Open 3 rooms. You don't have to pay for the money, Lin Yi said. How can that be? I brought the aunt and uncle here. I have to pay for this. Since you have to pay for it, I won't argue with you. Heh, Xiao Zihao sneered. Lin Yi, I think you're just paying lip service and have no intention of shelling out any money at all. Do you think I'm the one who's short on that kind of money? Lin Yi said breathlessly. Why not? Zhou Zihao said. Rich second generation like you, just like empty gloves. Just think of playing for nothing. Don't want to pay a penny. Although I don't have as much money as you do, but I'm willing to spend money for Jingshu's family. Are you okay? Don't talk about Lin Yi like that. He's not like that, Gu Jingshu said in a daze, blush creeping up her cheeks once again. Jingshu, you're several years younger than me, and you don't have as much experience as me, Xiao Zihao said. I've seen a lot of people like him. You can't be fooled by him. I forbid you to talk about Lin Yi like that, Gu Jingshu retorted, but without any airs. Alright, there's no need to argue so much. Lin Yi stopped. The main task now was to get her to her room, not to argue about these useless things. Lin Yi, I think I've hit the nail on the head and you don't know how to retort. I'm a stupid person and I can't talk you out of it. So take it if you want. It's funny how some people can drive tens of millions of dollars in a luxury car, but they can't even spare a few $1,000s. I'm ashamed of them. With that, Xiao Zihao handed over his bank card. Swipe your card. The waitress at the front desk inquired with a bit of hesitation. Mr. Lin, can I take this money? Second shift for votes. Feel the votes are not as fierce as yesterday. Humble little author. Online for votes. People are offering to give money. Why don't they take it? Got it, Mr. Lin. Wait a minute, you call him Mr. Lin? Xiao Zihao was surprised. The Gu family was also very surprised and didn't know what was going on. That's right. Mr. Lin is the owner of our Peninsula Hotel. We naturally have to call Mr. Lin. Boom! Xiao Zihao was flabbergasted as if he had been struck by lightning, almost sitting on the ground. Lin Yi, is this Peninsula Hotel really yours? People have called me Mr. Lin. Doesn't that prove it's my hotel? Lin Yi said. If this wasn't my property, I couldn't have said I'd come to live here in the first place, could I? But thank you for being so supportive of my work, so I won't be polite to you. Xiao Zihao's face was ashen, and only now did he realize. Lin Yi didn't say he wanted to come and stay here just to pretend, but because this was his hotel. It doesn't cost anything to come and stay here. I really didn't expect that this hotel is actually owned by me. Xiao Lin, Gu Jiangwo said. Aha, Lin Yi nodded. Then the front desk opened 3 rooms. Zeheo we're already here. Just have Xiaoyi take care of the rest, so I won't bother you, Gu Jingshu's mother said. Good, good, Xiao Ziheo said awkwardly, then fled the hotel without saying hello. After getting into the car, Xiao Ziheo breathed heavily. Right now, he wanted to die. I thought that by relying on this opportunity, with the help of Gu Jingshu's parents, I would be able to take her down, but I didn't expect to meet this damn guy, completely crushing himself in 360 degrees. There was no room to even fight back. It seemed like there was no hope for him if he wanted to chase after Gu Jingshu, because Lin Yi was around. Gu Jingshu's parents didn't say much. After witnessing the two enter the room, they also went back to their respective rooms. Their own daughter, who had found such a good boyfriend. They couldn't wait for something to happen sooner to finalize the relationship. Upon entering the room, Lin Yi recruited a few waitresses. I'm not good at this kind of waiting job myself, so I'd better let them do it, and I guess I'll be fine the next day. After explaining things, Lin Yi drove off alone. Back at home, after simply washing up, Lin Yi opened the game and prepared to play a few games. Noticed that the pleated skirt gouger had sent himself several private messages. Pleated skirt, in or out? Pleated skirt, get on the game. Pleated skirt, a piece of scum. Invisible chicken wing, pervert? You a stingy big man beat what scum man? Did the scumbag dig up your family's ancestors' graves? Or did he pop your asshole? Pleated skirt, I saw a scumbag guy today who got a girl drunk and took her to a hotel. You call that scumbag? Pleated skirt, again. I'm not a gouger yet. I'm a woman. Invisible chicken wing, stop pretending. I can see the hair on your legs. Don't gross me out by pretending to be a woman. At home, curled up on the couch, Sugar looked at her legs. Where was the leg hair? Pleated skirt, Che. You don't believe me. Pleated skirt, get on the game and take me a few. Invisible chicken wing, play too. I'll go to bed. I have business tomorrow. Pleated skirt, no problem. Thank you God. 40 minutes later, Lin Yi ended the 2 sets with a win and a loss. Invisible chicken wings, your operation refreshed my perception of dish. I'm fucking super God. Hard to let you Sen lose. Pleated skirt, don't be angry. Great God. I'm wrong. I'll definitely be obedient next time. There was an aggrieved expression behind it. Invisible chicken wing, there's no next time. Pleated skirt, don't. I'll send a picture as compensation so you can see if there's any leg hair. Invisible chicken wing, don't gross me out. Go to bed. Invisible chicken wings, with your fighting ability, wait to be slagged in the future. Hit the slag man of a few cents. For the latter message, Lin Yi didn't reply again and went straight to bed. Lin Yi opened his eyes just after 6 o'clock the next morning. Lin Yi also wanted to sleep more, but his biological clock hadn't been adjusted yet. Secondly, I have to report to teachers' college today, and it's not good to be late for the first day of work. How can you be serious when you're a monk for a day and a bell for a day? Wash up, change clothes, contact ready to go out. Went out to the garage and looked around, and finally opted to drive my own little crappy charade. With so many people in the school, it does seem a bit eye-catching to drive a supercar over there by yourself. First day on the job. It's better to keep a low profile and see what exactly happens. After they were all ready, Lin Yi went out, and just as he got into his car, Ji Qingyan's call came. Up, I'm taking your car to work. I'm afraid that's not going to work out. I'm not going to run the drop anymore. I've switched to another job. Changed jobs? Aha. Because Lin Yi didn't lack money. Driving a drop was meant to be a life experience. It's normal to change to another job now that you've had enough experience. What kind of job did you change this time? It won't be delivery or courier, right? There was no threshold for these 2 jobs, and being able to deal with them easily was no difficulty for Lin Yi. It's my first day as a teacher at the college, so I couldn't give you a ride. What do you mean? You went to college to become a teacher? Ji Qingyan's tone drew up quite a bit unable to believe Lin Yi's words. It's just going to work at a college. Is that such a big deal? Even you yourself said that it's a college. Do you think it's something you can just go in? Ji Qingyan said. By the way, you haven't said which college you went to. What position exactly? Central C Normal, officer of the school committee. So it is. Ji Qingyan still knows a lot about the university. Officers of the school committee do not have the task of teaching classes, so in terms of professional ability, there will not be too high requirements. Lin Yi can go where to work. Can also understand. Now that you've gone to work at the college, am I not going to be able to ride in your car from now on? That's not true. It's still okay when I'm okay. It doesn't really matter who. I can drive myself, Ji Qingyan said. You're experiencing life anyway. When are you going back to the group to experience it? Double your salary. Didn't I work for the group before? I've experienced it all. That's in the sales department, Ji Qingyan said with a smile. I can make you my secretary this time. Any interest? Is it the close-fitting kind? Linny said. If that's the case, I might consider it. Beautiful you, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Alright, I'm not going to waste your time. Go to work now, so that you won't be late on your first day of work. Okay then, I'll talk to you sometime. Hanging up the phone, Linny drove towards the Central C Normal University. When Linny arrived here, it was the peak time for students to attend classes. Walking around the campus in a school like this with lots of boys and girls and looking at pairs of white thighs is definitely a beautiful sight. When they saw Linny walking head-on, the female students who came and went were all nonplussed. Look guys, that boy is so handsome. Is he a student at our school? Looks like he's a bit mature. Not quite a student. Most likely a school teacher too maybe. If we had such a handsome teacher in our school, I would definitely do well in class every day and never skip class again. Passing through the crowds of people coming and going, Linny followed the signposts and arrived at the office of the school committee in the main teaching building and knocked on the door. Come in. Getting a response, Linny pushed his way in. It was found to contain 6 desks, 4 of which were empty. One of the tables was clean and had nothing more than a computer. Unsurprisingly, the desk should be his own. Hello, my name is Linny. I'm a newly recruited officer of the school committee, and I've come here to report for duty today. Okay, there's an empty table over there for you to sit at first. The director went out on an errand and will be back in a while, so you can just report to her later. The man who spoke was a middle-aged man, almost in his 40s, wearing a pair of thick glasses and very enthusiastic. But Linny noticed that the other female teacher, looking at herself, wasn't quite right. What's going on here? The two of them shouldn't have crossed paths in any way. So why were they looking at themselves with such eyes? Was he mesmerized by his own face value? Song Jia, who was sitting in the window seat, stared with a pair of beautiful eyes. How could she not expect it? One's new coworker turned out to be the scumbag that I met yesterday. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? But then again, he's scummy, but up close, he's really handsome. What if I can't hold it? Third shift for votes. The desks are all packed for you. Go ahead and sit there, the male teacher said. Introduce yourself first. My name is Li Xingbang. This is Song Jia. There are 4 others who have gone out to get busy, so you'll get to know them one by one when you come back. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li, Linny said with a smile. The new co-workers are pretty good and should get along well in the future. Mr. Song? Seeing that Song Jia had been in a daze, Li Xingbang tried. Rico, you called me. Why are you still frozen? Li Xingbang snickered. What's the matter? Seeing that Ms. Shaolin has an outstanding appearance, do you have ideas? No, Song Jia said nervously. You're such an adult, Li, but you're still making fun of me. It's not enough. Li Xingbang laughed. Mr. Shaolin just came to work. He doesn't know anything. You give him a brief introduction to the work of the school league committee. Oh, good. Song Jia haphazardly responded. Said, the main work of the school league committee is to manage student organizations, responsible for ideological propaganda, student employment creation agencies, the implementation of the school leaders of the various guidelines and policies. In addition, there are some other work. It is not good to specify. You slowly become familiar with it. Okay, thanks. That's all for now. It's up to the director to decide exactly what you'll be given. Got it. Afterwards, Li Xingbang went to the filing cabinet and prepared a set of office supplies for Linny and said, Ms. Kobayashi, let me know the size of your clothes later and I'll request a set of work clothes for you. Okay, thanks Li. You're welcome. You'll be a co-worker from now on. After a brief exchange, the office went about their business. Song Jia held her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Shug. Song Jia, Sister Sue, when are you coming to the office? Something big has happened. Followed by a horrified expression. Sugar, it's already in the gates of the school. Sugar, what happened? Song Jia, do you remember the handsome guy we met yesterday? In front of the barbecue restaurant. Sugar, your nymphomania is offended again. Isn't it? You're clearly a scumbag. Sonia, but he's the new school committee officer who was hired yesterday. Already in the office. Sugar, no way. What a coincidence. Sonia, I couldn't believe it at first glance either. But I really wasn't wrong. It was indeed him. Sugar, just find a reason to get rid of it. I don't want someone with such bad character to stay on the school committee. Sonia, but people have passed the interview. We don't have the right to fire them. Sugar, isn't there a probationary period? I'll just make a report afterward and say he didn't pass the probationary period. Song Jia, Sister Sue, the probationary period clause in the contract is just a setup. Our school has so many teachers coming one after another, and we haven't seen anyone who hasn't passed the probationary period. Sugar, there you have it. He's the first. It wasn't long before the office door was pushed open and Sugar walked in from outside. Linny realized that this top one of his, last time, seemed to be an imperial lady. Tall, plump body, autumn water sheer pupils, eyebrows like distant mountains, white dress, the body's exquisite curves, are just the right place to wrap up. Quite a workplace big woman style. Sugar entered and Li Xingbang stood up. Mr. Shaolin, let me introduce you. This is Director Shug Su of our school committee. With that, he turned to Sugar again. Director Su, this is Linny, the newly recruited school committee officer. Good. Sugo faintly swept her eyes at Linny, a pair of beautiful eyes with a few moments of contempt, then stepped on her high heels and returned to her office. Aha! Linny was a bit puzzled. Is this Director Su having an irregular period? You just came to work yourself and you have this attitude? Does he look like her ex-boyfriend? Sugar returned to the office, and Sonia followed closely behind. Sister Su, have you figured out how to handle this? What's the point of thinking about it? Just find a random excuse. Song Jia bristled, looking at Sister Su's posture. She was determined to drive Lin Yi away. Inside the office, Sugar took off her dress, then pulled out her work uniform from the closet and pulled it over herself. Sister Su, do you need help with your buttons? Don't be rude. Don't you have one yourself? It's mainly because mine is too small. I can't feel it when I touch it. Song Jia snickered. Unlike Sister Su's yours, it even holds the buttons open. Go go go. Even dare to joke about me? Believe it or not, I'll dock your paycheck. Shug was also a bit puzzled. What he ate and wore was no more advanced than others, so how did he grow so big? If I didn't wear a size smaller, I wouldn't be able to wear my uniform at work. Sonia asked in a small voice as she hemmed and hawed. Sister Su, do you think it's possible that yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Sugar said. You mean he got that woman drunk and then sent her to a hotel to rest, and then left by himself afterward? Yeah, that's what I meant. Are you really stupid or fake? Shug said breathlessly. If it were you, would you do this? Appears not to be. It's not over, but he's really handsome, and staying in the office is good for the eyes. Sonia said floridly. If you don't even have that kind of stamina, watch out for him to slag you off one day. Song Jia skimmed her mouth, and in her heart she slandered. It's nothing to be slagged off once in a while when you're so handsome. Right, as long as you don't get into an accident. By the way, the graduates of the tourism college, the internship and employment matters, just how is it handled? Shug said. Just the hospitality management students, who haven't found an internship, are catching up on their contacts. Isn't there a suitable one? There was, but those practicing units didn't want to pay, and with food and lodging on their own, it never came to a deal. Song Jia helplessly said. These people are too black-hearted. Are they treating our students as laborers? You could say that. Right now, we're just short of graduates from this program, and there are no internships left, and the leaders up there have asked so many times that I kind of don't know how to deal with them. You give me the exact list and I'll handle this. Okay, I'll email it to you. After a brief exchange of words, Sonia returned to her seat with a look of regret. With Sister Su's temperament, she definitely wouldn't keep Lin Yi. Hey, that's so sad. It didn't take long for Shug to walk out with a few sheets of A4 paper and place them in Lin Yi's office. Teacher Lin, there's a task for you now, Shug said indifferently. Song Jia and Li Xingbang, glancing at a few sheets of A4 paper on the table, realized that it was a list of graduates of the hotel management program. In the hearts of both men, a bad feeling arose. Should we let Lin Yi contact the internship organization? This is not nonsense. He just the first day. Even the specific work of the school league committee did not figure out it. Let him go to contact the internship unit? It's completely forced. One more time. Please vote. Hit 4,000 votes. Ali give. Thank you to the book friend, Red Wine, Joe. Have you counted the stars in the sky, Gory, for rewarding the book coins? Thank you, thank you. What mission? Linny didn't think that much about it. Having come here, there was a task that naturally had to be done. There's nothing to say. This is the hotel management major. The list of senior graduates. A total of 32 people. The school side needs to contact the internship unit, because the time is relatively urgent. Within 3 days must get in touch with the internship enterprise, Shug said. Understood. When he was in college, Linny studied marketing, and when he was about to graduate, the school also gave him an internship. It is also precisely by virtue of the excellent performance during the internship that I was able to work for the Sunrise Group. It's an internship, but there are requirements on the school side, Sugar said. The internship salary must not be less than 3,000, and room and board must also be included, which is the basic requirement. Linny was baffled for a moment. This would be very difficult. I remember when I was an intern, my internship salary was only $1,000. And it didn't include room and board. CCHS is just a small undergraduate program that makes such high internship requirements. It's like you're fucking kidding me. Song Jia and Li Xingbang were taken aback. Isn't Director Su playing a little too hard? According to the school's rules, only the best graduates with more than half of their academic grades are eligible to get an internship. Now that Linny was actually allowed to arrange all 32 students, this was, in an invisible way, equivalent to doubling the difficulty. The most important thing is that it is even required that the internship salary should be no less than $3,000, which is a bit of an imposition, isn't it? I'll try, Linny said casually, but this mission is a bit difficult. Well, at least it's only my first day here and I'm not familiar with the business processes yet. That being said, this task was not difficult for Linny and could be completed in minutes. But on your first day on the job, you come to such a difficult task. This bitch has ulterior motives, right? If it were anyone else, it wouldn't have been finished. I know, but the male teachers in the office, they're all busy outside, so I'll just have to arrange for you to go, Sugar said calmly. Male teachers are busy out there? Linny turned back and gave Li Xingbang a deep, meaningful look. Sugar, Song Jia, cough 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 dash Li Xingbang coughed a few times. Mr. Shaolin, Director Su means, other young male teachers, don't think too much. Oh, so that's what happened. I was overthinking it. Teacher Shaolin, you just came. Business is not skilled. I will run with you, just to bring you, Li Xingbang said smilingly. No need to bring him, Shug said. Teacher Li, I have to arrange other tasks for you later, so just let him go by himself. Li Xingbang shrugged and cast an expression of love. He was also a bit confused as to why Director Su would have trouble with a newly hired colleague. By the way, there's something else important I need to tell you, Sugar said. You say, it's already written in your entry contract that there will be a 1-month probationary period for this job, and this assignment will serve as your entry test. Nima, Linny was filled with black lines. This is playing with me. Director Su, according to you, if I can't accomplish this, will I have to be fired? It's a possibility. After all, it's a school rule and I'm just following the rules, so I hope you understand. Understand your poop. Linny spat in his heart. Couldn't it be that he really looked like her ex-boyfriend? It can't be that unlucky. Alright, I don't have anything more to say. Just get busy with what you have at hand and follow up when you're done. After saying that, Shug turned around and returned to his office, not giving Linny a chance to ask questions. Song Jia skimmed her lips. Sister Su was playing too hard to get. Linny sat in his chairboard, and had to hold on a bit longer for his quest reward. System mission. Complete the induction mission. Reward 200,000 proficiency value. Hearing the quest prompt in his head, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose. What a thought! This task could be accomplished in minutes. Just give Wang Tianlong a call and let him make the arrangements. 200,000 proficiency is no longer a small amount. Lin Yi had a vague feeling that the rewards might even blow up this time. Teacher Shaolin, there's nothing I can do to help you with this. You can only rely on yourself, Li Xingbang said, but I can give you some ideas. Rico, you say, with the size of our school, it's impossible to find internships in large hotels, Li Xingbang said. It's recommended that you target a 3-star hotel, so the odds may be better. 3 stars? Lin Yi said. Isn't this level a bit too low? It's not really low, Li Xingbang said. After all, our school is not 985, not 211, just an ordinary undergraduate school. Many hotels are not willing to accept. But then again, if you come across the right one, a 4-star hotel is something you can try. But the chances would be so slim that going there would be a useless endeavor. Just focus on 3-star hotels. Sonia sat in her chair in boredom. Even if you tell him more, it's useless. The internship problem in the hotel management program, even Sister Su hasn't been able to fix it yet, so how could he possibly have a solution? Even if you try harder, you end up walking away. Hey, it's a pity for such a handsome little brother. Okay, I know. Thanks, Li. What are you thanking for? It didn't help you much. Saying that, Li Xingbang looked at his watch. You don't have anything to do anyway. Go and get busy now. Good. The mission will be accomplished anyway, so instead of staying here, it's better to go out and have a look around. At this time, Shug walked out of the office and handed over a document to Song Jia's hand, seemingly having a job to arrange for her. Director Su, before leaving the door, Lin Yi said, why? Is there something else? A friend of mine, a new health food store. And then what? What's it got to do with me? Sugar said faintly. Mrs. Oral Liquid is on sale. Buy 1 box get 1 free. I'll get you some when I get back. With that, Linny opened the door and left. Linny left, and the office was silent, diffused with a silent awkwardness. I'm going to the bathroom. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Li Xingbang fled the office by urinating to avoid being affected. Sugar blanched in anger. I can't believe I have to buy myself Mrs. Oral. What he means? Sue, Sister Sue, calm down. He probably just cares about you. Flattering the leader. What do you mean you care about me? I'm only 28. What's the point of drinking that stuff? It's a good idea to save for a rainy day. Drink early to prevent it. Song Jia held back her laughter and said, I don't think you want to do it either. Second shift for votes. Sexy authors, begging for votes online. Wooing. Coming out of the office, Linny got into his little broken charade. At that moment, Bai Songjiang came to the phone. When they went to a meeting at the Riverwatch Pier earlier, they had explained that they would have to make upgrades. I guess it's settled. Mr. Lin, do you have time now? What is it? Just say it. It's like this. The day after your meeting, we sent out the bidding proposal. There are 2 companies that are ready to bid, and they will come over with the proposal today. Such a big thing. It needs to be decided by Mr. Lin. Bai Songjiang said, if Mr. Lin doesn't have time, I'll inform them that it's fine to reschedule for another day. No, I have time now. Then I'll wait for you at the office. Good. After hanging up the phone, Linny didn't rush to call Wang Tianlong. It's not too late to inform him after dealing with the Wanzhong Pier. Making up his mind, Linny drove his charade and went to the Wanzhong Pier. From afar, looking at the full extent of the pier, Linny's mouth was tinged with a smile. The first step in the opening of the frontier is going to start here. After circling around the parking lot before finding a parking spot, before Linny could back his car in, he heard someone next to him say, watch your backing, don't touch my car. Talking to me? Linny poked his head out and saw that to his left, there stood a woman in a black wrap dress. Her long black hair was permed into a big wave. Her face was heavily made up, and there was a pair of hateful high heels that were quite windswept. Is there anyone else here but you? Linny looked over and realized that behind the woman, there was an Audi A8 parked, several grades higher than his own charade. Don't worry, can't touch your car, Linny said casually. I am afraid you touch. The woman took the paper bag and said, my car is more than $1 million. If I touch it, I can't even afford to sell you. Linny laughed. Driving an Audi A8 and still driving a sense of superiority? Isn't it just an A8? I wasn't even as pretentious as you when I drove a Lycoming. It's not just an A8? Driving a Lincoln? The woman laughed. What's the matter? Did I hurt your pride by driving $1 million plus car? I think you're just dreaming of driving a Lycoming, right? Stinky bastard. Saying that, the black-skirted woman stepped on her high heels and left. Linny was speechless. Were people nowadays so hostile? Shouldn't I take the high road myself? After parking his car, Linny walked towards the office building at the pier. At this moment, on both sides of the long table in the conference room, there were more than 20 people seated, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Mr. Guan, if I remember correctly, this is the 3rd time that we've bumped into each other over the same project. The man who spoke wore a suit and a pair of rimless glasses, his smile bland and confident. The man's name is Rin Yongjun, is the general manager of Zhonghai Rueda Design Company, Limited, and then the whole of China, is the premier design company. Opposite Rin Yongjun, there sat a woman in a red dress, about 30 years old, with a nice round face, showing some cuteness. The woman's name was Guanya, and she was the general manager and chief designer of Yalua Design in central China. Also another bidder on this project. Then it's just a matter of saying that the wrong person is in the wrong place, Guanya said lightly, a hint of wariness in her eyes. In the ranking of the national design companies, his own company is not dominant. This bidding, how much chance to win? It is completely on the luck of the draw. At least it is also an old friend. This resentment is also too big. Ran Yongjun laughed and said, it's not just robbing you two of your mark, as to see me like seeing an enemy. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Although we lost the first 2 times, this time, we are more prepared. You should not be too confident. I know that you, Yaluo, specialize in outdoor landscaping, and we specialize in indoor. But this time, we made up for the shortcomings of outdoor. So your advantage will be gone. I can't agree with Mr. Ren when he says that, Guanya said faintly. More than 60% of the country's best outdoor designers, all in our company, your so-called make up the shortboard. I'm afraid and we still have a gap. Ran Yongjun shook his finger and laughed. On the domestic front, naturally there's not much talent to choose from. But what about abroad? Mr. Guan can't have this forgotten. What do you mean? To tell you the truth, we spent a lot of money to hire Mr. Larry Keller as our chief design consultant, Ran Yongjun said. Mr. Guan, as a leading designer, should know who Mr. Larry Keller is. I can't believe you guys invited Larry Keller. Hearing this news, Guanya couldn't sit still. Not to mention her. Even a novice in the industry knows Larry Keller's name. The famous Palm Island in Dubai was designed by him. If Rin Yongjun really brought him in as a design consultant, the advantage on his side would be gone. That's right, don't doubt my word. I'm never one to play false. The design team around Guanya's side all had expressions that were a bit unnatural. The original name recognition was not advantageous, and if the opposite side of the table is then sat by Larry Keller, it will be much more difficult to take the program. Just then, the sound of clattering heels came and the woman in a black wrap dress walked in. Qian, why are you just coming over? You will be late soon, Ren Yongjun said. Just now, in the parking lot, I met a hangman in a charade. I was afraid he'd touch my car, so I stared there for a while. The woman's name is Su Qian, a senior assistant beside Ren Yongjun and a well-known designer in the circle. Once in Guanya, the same in the Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts School, but in the way of their own talent, although the development is not as good as Guanya, but also has a reputation. Forget it this time, remember to be early next time. It's such an important occasion. If we're late, people will think we're not specialized. Got it, Mr. Run. With that, Su Qian looked at Guanya. Yo, Mr. Guan hasn't left yet? Do you still want to stay here? Don't think that you've got Larry Keller and you've won. A foreigner, how can we have a better understanding of the Chinese market and the preferences of the country's people? We still have an advantage in our hands. You're still the same as before. You don't see the coffin. So what's the point? Su Qian said with a smile. If I were you, I'd have left a long time ago to save myself the embarrassment later. If you have this time, you'd better think more about your own bid proposal. Why present your mouth here? Su Qian shrugged. We'll see then. We haven't really missed a beat against you Yaluo. Just then, footsteps came from the corridor, followed by the door to the conference room being pushed open, and by Song Jian walked in with Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, this way please. 3 more requests for tickets to hit 4,000. Tickets to come. Led by Song Jian, Lin Yi arrived at the conference room. Seeing Lin Yi, people from both companies were very surprised. No one would have thought that the boss behind the management of the Wangjiang Pier would be so young, and so handsome. Ju, it's actually you. Su Qian's eyes glazed over. Qian, do you know Mr. Lin? Ran Yongjun look happy. Their own side. They have the advantage. If Qian and Wangjiang Lin always have a personal relationship, this single business will not be? Some people rejoiced and some people hated. The people on Guanya's side, all of them had ugly faces. If Su Qian really knows the boss of Wangjiang Pier, then on his side, he really doesn't stand a chance at all. This woman, is she an employee of your company? Lin Yi asked. Yes. Ran Yongjun got up and said, Qian is the senior designer of our Rueda design. She has won a lot of prizes on the international front, and is well known in the circle. Guanya's face was ashen, and she held her forehead in pain. He had worked day and night to catch up with the program, not thinking that he would actually lose in this way. Since that's the case, you guys go ahead. You're not needed here, Lin Yi said indifferently. Everyone in the room froze. What kind of talk is this? Why are you kicking people out if you don't have a personal relationship? Ran Yongjun's expression froze and he asked tentatively. Mr. Lin, I don't quite understand what you mean. Our Rueda design has a wealth of experience and is renowned in the industry. And we've also hired the famous Larry Keller to be our chief consultant. So we can definitely complete this mission. I'm sure you guys have the strength to do so. But this senior designer of yours is driving an Audi A8. And I'm afraid someone like me who drives a charade can't afford to hire you. Lin Yi spread his hands. I can only say sorry. Ran Yongjun turned back violently with anger in his eyes. Qian, what's going on? Su Qian was fidgety, so she hurriedly got up and stood in front of Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, I was wrong about this. I apologize and beg you to give us another chance. Vaguely, those present heard what was going on. Just now, when Su Qian came, she seemed to have said that she found a bit of a conflict with a person who drove a charade. Combined with Mr. Lin's words just now, it was estimated that the person who drove the charade was the Mr. Lin in front of him. Guanya and her team of designers all looked at each other in disbelief. It feels like a bit of an unbelievable thing to do. How can you drive a car like a charade when you're so young and in charge of such a big industry as the Wangjiang Pier? Chance? Lin Yi's expression was cold. People like you, I really doubt your professional ethics. So let's call it a day and not waste each other's time. It's just a project, Su Qian said. If you don't use our Rueda design, you'll come back to regret it. No need for you guys to be sorry. Got diamonds in your body? You, Su Qian, looking at Rin Yongjun, said, Ren General, I see that this single business is not necessary to take. He is a drive Charlie's. It is estimated to give not much design fee. Let's go. Such as this party serve them what? Get out. Ran Yongjun cursed. From now on, you're fired from Rueda Design. Su Qianqian froze. Mr. Ring Yu, how much do you think Mr. Lin can't pay for the design? Mr. Lin drives a charade because it's low-key. Do you fucking think everyone is as pretentious as you? One of Mr. Lin's Paganis is enough to buy 20 A8s. What else do you know how to do but fucking act like a pussy? Get lost. Ran Youngjun was angry up and down. The whole company, only he knows how big this project, just a phase of the design costs, up to 30 million yuan, behind the second and third phase of the expansion project, the design fee at least in the hundreds of millions of dollars or more. If they don't fire Su Qianqian, their own company, will have no chance at all. He actually drives a Pagani. Su Qianqian's head buzzed. It just dawned on me that there really are lowlifes in this world. Alright, you guys can go too. I have nothing to talk about with you, Reed, Linny said indifferently. You, Mr. Lin, calm down and listen to my explanation. I don't want to hear it. Let's go. Seeing that Lin Yi's mind was made up, the people from Reed Designs all sighed and left. The fat meat in your mouth is just gone. Reed designed the position to give Guanya and others the opportunity. The only people bidding now are their family, so there shouldn't be any other surprises. Alright, you're all that's left now. Let's keep it short and to the point, Linny said. Got it, Mr. Lin. Guanya got up and pitched the program she had prepared, onto the big screen. If you want to make the Wangjiang Pier, the largest cruise terminal in the world, you need to do it in 2 steps. The first is the upgrading of the inherent facilities and the second is the expansion. The first phase of the project, mainly for upgrading and transforming, will Wangjiang Pier into the most boutique cruise terminal, so that it becomes a new business card of the city, which will have an impact on the reputation of Mr. Lin, as well. Afterwards, Guanya showed Linny her design program, very comprehensively. After saying that, Guanya looked at Linny and asked tentatively, I wonder what Mr. Lin's intentions are. Pretty good idea, Linny said. Although it's tempting to make Wangjiang Pier, the largest cruise terminal in the world, it's not something that can be done overnight. So let's start with upgrading and remodeling. Thank you for Mr. Lin's affirmation, Guanya said. According to our preliminary budget, the cost of upgrading and remodeling is almost around $200 million. Guanya didn't beat around the bush and went straight to her offer. If you were given $200 million, how far could you go? After hesitating for a few seconds, Guanya said, if we don't consider the scale, from the quality aspect, it can be the top 5 in the world. If you were given $400 million, how far could you go? The people at Yarrow Designs were secretly blowing up. This Mr. Lin is too rich. Not only did he not return the price, but he doubled it? It was Guanya's turn to be apprehensive. She hadn't thought about this possibility before this. Number 1 in the world. Guanya replied in a loud voice. The basic structure of the Wangjiang Pier is very good, and if there is a funding of $400 million, it is not a big problem to be the first in the world. It just didn't occur to Guanya that the young man sitting in front of her would be so ambitious. But Guanya had underestimated Linny Fa. His ambition was never just to be number 1 in the industry. If I give you $800 million, are you confident that you can do it and make Wangjiang Pier more than 10 years ahead of the industry? One more ballot. Yesterday's shock of 4,000 votes failed. Today continue Ali give. Thank you to the book friend, Red Wine, 1643, a string of Korean, for rewarding the book coins. Thank you. The office was silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yi's words. Isn't that a crazy move? Guanya clenched a pair of pink fists, knowing that this was her one chance. Now the external conditions are good enough. The rest depends on whether you can seize this opportunity. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, Guanya's attitude made him very satisfied. If she said yes right away, then it was time to really think about whether or not to work with them. There was silence for more than 3 minutes before Guanya looked at Lin Yi with a burning gaze and said word for word, if Mr. Lin can really come up with $800 million, I'm confident that Wangjiang Pier will lead the industry for 10 years. Or even more. Yes, Lin Yi said. I'll pay $200 million in advance for the project in the early stages, and then I'll make a proportional payment in the later stages according to the progress of the project. Such a payment method was something that Lin Yi had learned in the Chaoyang Group, where Party A's payments for projects were given in batches, without a one-time payment. No problem. As long as Mr. Lin's project payment can keep up, I'm confident that I can complete this mission. Okay, then we will talk about this today. You guys go back to the second phase of the program. We'll also plan, as early as possible, to bring out the program. Do not delay too long. Okay, I'll be as quick as I can on my end. Lin Yi nodded, then got up and, escorted by a group of executives, left the Wangjiang Pier. The people of Yarrow Design, all of whom remained in the conference room, had not yet calmed down. For Guanya in particular, this brief meeting was a roller coaster of excitement. Mr. Guan, Do you know what this Lin Yi guy is all about? Isn't his ambition a little too big? It's more than big. It's gotten so big that we can't even imagine it. Thinking back to the scene she had just exchanged with Lin Yi, Guanya had a premonition that the man who had just left would probably change the world. Leaving from the Wangjiang Pier and getting into a charade, Lin Yi did some mental calculations. Before the system rewarded 500 million, gave 100 million to the orphanage, went to Yangcheng to buy a car and spent 150 million. There is almost 250 million in hand. Excluding the advance payment for the project, there is 50 million left in hand. It's still a real burnout. Sure enough, even with the system, he was still a poor man. There are 80,000 words in the world, but only the word poor hurts the most. After smoothing out the matter at hand, Lin Yi dialed Wang Tianlong. Mr. Lin, you're looking for me. On the phone, Wang Tianlong said smilingly, now go wait for me in front of the Central C Normal. Is there some other task to account for? Well, I'll talk to you about the specifics when we meet. Lin Yi said, by the way, buy 2 cases of Mrs. Oral Liquid when you're here, and find your own financial reimbursement afterwards. Got it, Mr. Lin. I'm on my way. After explaining his mission, Lin Yi looked at his watch. The Peninsula Hotel was not too far away from Shifu University, so Wang Tianlong would be able to arrive soon. Get a grip on yourself and, no surprise, you'll be done with this before noon. CHSS, Office of the School Committee. Dang it. Come in. There was a knock on the office door and a middle-aged man in blue overalls came in from outside. Mr. Lee, didn't you report a set of overalls this morning? I brought them to you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. You're welcome. The middle-aged man smiled. You get busy. I'll leave first. Seeing the work clothes that were sent over, Sonia said, Brother Lee, I think you'd better send this set of overalls back. Lin Yi won't have a chance to wear them. This is not good. I have said to apply for work clothes for him. If there has been no movement, how bad? Li Xingbang, for the sake of it, Director Su gave him 3 days, and to be frank, after 3 days, he's going to be gone, so it's a waste to give him an application. Song Jia didn't want Lin Yi to go either, but Sister Su didn't want him to stay here, so he had to go. An arm cannot be twisted. Ai Li Xingbang sighed and said, well, it's better to keep it for now. It's not too late to send the clothes back on the day Mr. Kobayashi really leaves. Although Lin Yi is the first day to work, but Li Xingbang think Lin Yi this person is not bad, quite good to get along with. Just like this to go away still a little reluctant. Impossible, Song Jia said. Not only have we been working on this, even Director Su has been trying to figure it out. It's been several months and there's still no clue. Lin Yi, he's a newcomer. He doesn't have any experience at all. There's no way he can get in touch with an internship unit. Why do I always feel that Director Su is making it difficult for Lin Yi? They've only met on the first day. So by all accounts there can't be an enmity. This I don't know. Sonia didn't tell the truth. All I know is that Director Su doesn't want to keep him. And if she could, she wouldn't want him in the office for the next 3 days. Hey, although Mr. Shaolin is good looking, but looked quite down to earth. Not fussy at all. Just right for the work of the Youth League Committee. It's really a bit of a pity if he left. Song Jia shrugged. That can't be helped. It's only a matter of time before he leaves. No one can stop him. Da 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 da. The sound of high heels came as Sugar walked out of the office. Let's go. It's noon. Go eat. Shug greeted Song Jia. Well, does Rico want to join us? Okay, I'll pack my stuff and we'll go together. What's with the overalls? Anyone want to change? Sugar asked. This is what Lee prepared for Lin Yi. Song Jia replied. Mr. Lee, return the overalls later. Don't waste them, Shug said. Also, pack up the office paraphernalia on his desk. He'll be gone in a few days, so there's no need to prepare these things for him. It's a waste. Li Xingbang bristled. And really let Song Jia get it right. Director Su really didn't want to keep Lin Yi. Got it, Director Su. I'll clean up when I get back from dinner. Well, come on. Let's go and eat now. Sugar gathered her hair and got ready to go out. Just then, the office door was pushed in, and Lin Yi and Wang Tianlong walked in. Seeing Lin Yi come back, the three of them were in a bit of a surprise. How long had it been? It's not coming back for lunch. Aside from that, the Wang Tianlong by Lin Yi's side also made Su Gu and the others suspicious. What's he doing bringing an outsider into this office? There are no rules. Following behind Lin Yi, Wang Tianlong was a bit nervous. Eyes flicked back and forth between Sugar and Sonia. One had a clean and petite appearance. The other was valiant and had a proud figure. Both were considered beautiful. Which one is the boss going to pick up? Anyway, if this is a fucking mistake, it's over. Here comes the second shift, begging for recommendations. Lin Yi, this is the regiment committee office. Outsiders aren't allowed to come in. Don't you even know this rule? Shug said. Lin Yi skimmed his lips. It seems that Mrs. Oral Liquid is the right buy. Didn't you ask me to contact the internship? And now that I'm connecting you, can't I bring someone with me? What do you mean? You contacted the internship? Right. Linny sat on the sofa and said, his name is Wang Tianlong. He's the general manager of the Peninsula Hotel. Don't hotel management graduates have to do internships? I don't know the specific details. Just talk to him. What did you say? He's the manager of the Peninsula Hotel? Shug stared with a pair of beautiful eyes, incredulity written all over her pretty face. The Peninsula Hotel, but the super 5-star hotel in Shanghai, is a super luxury hotel that can be ranked in the top 3. Lin Jiang got the manager of the Peninsula Hotel? One couldn't have heard it wrong, could one? Hello, let me introduce myself first. I am the manager of the Peninsula Hotel, Wang Tianlong, and I am responsible for all the operational activities of the hotel, said Wang Tianlong, handed over a business card. I have heard of the great name of your school, and I have heard of the quality of your school graduates. 32 graduates of the hotel management program. We can accept the salary of 3,500, inclusive of food and lodging. Do you think this is okay? If Linny was Qianlong, then Wang Tianlong would definitely be the perfect candidate for Hushan, or at the very least, a chief eunuch. The reason for the extra 500 is to put a face to your own boss. It doesn't matter if you lose a little money, but you can't hold back the old pickup line. Residents, actually giving such high treatment? Sugar and the others were dumbfounded, not even believing their ears a little. In fact, their requirements are not too high, either to pay for internships or to cover room and board. In short, to be self-sufficient and not to let the students ride on their own money. And now, not only do they pay 3,500 for the internship, but they also include room and board, even if they graduate and go out and get a job. That seems to be the level. Most importantly, they are also the super 5-star Peninsula Hotel. To put it bluntly, it's okay to intern at a company like this, even if you don't get paid. If your school has any dissatisfaction, let's continue the conversation, Wang Tianlong said smilingly. No, we're more than happy with the result. Sugar's mood, for a long time, could not be calmed. He had been contacting himself for months, but there was no suitable one, and he had gone out for a morning, but he had brought the manager of the Peninsula Hotel, and he had given him such a generous offer. This is too godly. You can talk about the details yourselves. It's noon. I'm going to eat. Teacher Shaolin, wait for me. We'll both go together. Li Xingbang said. Okay, just the right amount of company. Linny and Li Xingbang left piece by piece, leaving Wang Tianlong behind. As for how to talk about it, that's up to them. In short, once the contract for the internship was signed, the system mission was accomplished. Awesome. The cafeteria is a card. You cannot pay cash. This meal at noon. Or Li Xingbang, please. The two had just finished their purchases and sat down when the system's beep sounded in their heads. Mission completed. 200,000 proficiency value rewarded. Career completion, 20%. Rewarded by the Dragon Core Institute of China C. Linny was a bit dumbfounded. Actually giving an institute. This reward was a bit special. For this aspect of things, Linny did not know much, and hastily took his cell phone to Baidu. After checking it out, I realized that this place is really something. It was found to be a research institute for computer and cell phone chips, specializing in the CPU direction. Originally an institute led by the state, it was eventually slowly marginalized because the research results could not meet the market demand. The institute was acquired in a way that is somewhat similar to the Lookout Marina. They were all bought by individuals and then acquired by the system for themselves. Linny pondered for a while. China's chip industry has been in the backward stage, and there is still a big gap. If you can, in this direction, seems to be a good choice, but the only difficulty is that this is a real technical job, and it is not possible to rely on money alone, but you must also master the real technology to be able to do so. That's a bit of a tough one. Ms. Shaolin, what are you thinking about? Look at you staring all the time, Li Xingbang said with a smile. It's okay, I just wandered off. Mr. Shaolin, you're really good. You just came for half a day of class and you've solved this problem, Li Xingbang whispered. I'm telling you, Director Su is all out of ideas regarding internships in the hospitality management program. Now Linny was even more certain that Shuk was making things difficult for himself. It was complete bullying to ask herself to do something that she, an old greaseball, hadn't even managed to do. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't have been finished. The 2 boxes of Mrs. Oral Liquid that I own are worth the price of admission. Just then, Linny saw that Shuk and Song Jiao were walking towards him. They were still holding the rice they had just bought in their hands, but the attention of the two of them was all focused on Linny. All of them were trying to figure out how Linny had gotten rid of Wang Tianlong. It was so unbelievable. Director Sue, is the internship all taken care of? It was quickly signed, Suger said. Manager Wang was very cooperative, and accepted all of the requests we made without any rebuttal. Now I can turn the tables, Linny said indifferently. Shug's brow furrowed. Even though he still didn't know how Linny had done it, he had indeed helped himself to a major problem. It's not really a gimmick. It's really kind of awesome. Yes. Have Sonia give you the paperwork when the time comes. Ring, ring, ring. Shug had just finished speaking when his cell phone, which was in his pocket, rang. Mr. Stone, you asked for me. The person who came to the phone, named Shirley, is another teacher of the school committee, out on business just returned. Director Sue, come and take a look. Your car seems to. What happened to my car? I can't tell you that, so you might as well come and see. Okay, I'll go over there now. Shug hung up the phone uncertainly and said, you guys eat first, I'll go out first. Sister Sue, I don't have much of an appetite, so I'll go over with you, Songjia said. Go. Exiting the cafeteria, the two made their way piece by piece to the parking lot. Noticing that the students in the pathway were still pointing, Sugar noticed that next to his car, there were two large boxes, still attached to the car with duct tape. Approaching a look only to find that, surprisingly, 2 boxes of Mrs. Oral liquid. Suddenly, Songjia felt that the air around her was a bit cooler, and subconsciously pulled away from Sugu. This fucking guy. I can't believe I put this kind of stuff in my car. 3 more requests for votes. Whether or not we get to 4,000 votes depends on this doozy. Tickets to come. Sister Sue, calm down. This might have nothing to do with Linny. Who else could it be but him? He's the only one who said he'd buy this for me. Shug's chest rose and fell, feeling like he was going to explode with anger. Songjia looked at Sugu and felt that Sue was going to be pissed off to menopause even if she didn't go through menopause. At that moment, a woman in shorts and white half-sleeves approached, and that person is Ishri, who just called Sugar. Director Sue, you're not even 30 yet. Why are you drinking this stuff? Shirley asked. Besides, even if you are drinking it, it can't be so blatant. Get it away from me. Throw it in the trash. Sugar was ashamed and anxious, and felt ashamed to be seen by so many people. At that moment, a charade stopped beside Sugar, and Linny poked his head out of the window. Director Sue, such 2 big boxes must cost a lot of money. What a pity to throw them away. Keep them for your own use. You. Putting down his words, Linny didn't give Sugar a chance to speak and drove off. Oh my god. So handsome, Shirley said in a florid manner. Hey, Lee, you have a husband. Don't be like that. Having a husband doesn't deprive me of my right to admire handsome men. Don't be in a hurry. You'll have plenty of opportunities to appreciate it in the future, Songjia said with a smile, because he's the new colleague in our office. And these 2 boxes of Mrs. Oral liquid are from Linny. No way. Little Handsome actually gave this to Director Sue? Shirley unexpectedly said. Then it should be true love. True love? Right. This is called caring for Director Sue from the heart. Such a man is worth marrying. What's all this nonsense? Sugar said in embarrassment. Any of you want to take it away quickly? Anyway, don't I see these things? Director Sue doesn't want it, so I'll keep it for you and take it home for my mom. Shirley joked. Sugar, am I being equated with a middle-aged woman? That's what was said. But Shri didn't take it away. It was just a joke. What's the point of taking it away when people bought it for Director Sue? The trio then returned to the office. Sugar furious and not saying a word. Sister Sue, calm down. Even though you bought Mrs. Oral liquid, it shows that Linny cares about you. Ordinary people don't get this treatment, Songjia persuaded. Do you think I'm menopausal? That's not so bad. But right now, people are under a lot of stress, so it's not wrong to drink more Mrs. Oral liquid and tone up your body. I see you don't want this month's paycheck. Don't. Sister Sue, I'm just stating the facts, Songjia said with a smile. Why do I feel like this isn't quite right? Shirley said. Linny just went to work. Why did he clash with Director Sue? Songjia repeated what happened yesterday, with Shirley, who came to a realization. I really didn't see it coming. Or a scumbag. That's true. Otherwise Sister Sue couldn't be like this. But then again, he's so handsome. If he's not a little scummy, he's not even sorry for this face, Shirley said with enjoyment. Even if I get slagged a little, I guess I'm enjoying it. It's over. It's over. Sister Sure, you've fallen, Songjia said, saying something like that. Where do you put your brother-in-law? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just cheating mentally. My body still belongs to my husband. Sugar looked at Shirori breathlessly. People like you are the most dangerous. Sooner or later you'll have to get into trouble. The latter hammed and hawed and said, it doesn't matter if something happens. Just don't have an accident. Sugar, what a tiger's word this is. Sister Sue, I think this It's almost enough, Song Jia said. Linny has found an internship unit. It's considered to have accomplished a great thing for us, so don't hold on to his style issues. When it came to the internship, Sugar's fire died down considerably. Students are relieved to have a place to intern themselves. Sister Sue, I think Linny is really quite good. People's private life, we can't care, Song Jia said. A few days ago, Mr. Zhao from the Physics Academy, he even asked me to go to a disco. Do we count as bad guys? By Song Jia's words, Shug also felt that he had gone a bit overboard. After all, Linny hadn't affected anyone else, so he wasn't qualified to target him. Okay, then, in testing him a little, I want to see him can adapt to this job, Shug said. After all, it's a hard job. You can't fish for 3 days and sunshine for 2. How does Sister Sue want to test him? Sugar looked at Ishri and said, you have an elective tomorrow, don't you? Well, college career planning. In universities, a wide variety of elective courses are organized to enrich the student's academic life. The better the school, the more gold the electives will be. The quality of electives at a school of this division's caliber is of little practical significance, and can be described as more form than function, especially in a course like career planning for college students, which has almost zero practical significance and can almost always be passed if you come in at the end of the semester and take a test. Attendance in that class is usually less than 30%, I think, Shug asked. Shri shrugged, rather helplessly. Those who have taken classes in the past have almost always been catching up on their sleep, so don't give me this kind of laborious class next semester. It's driving me crazy. Give this class to Linny. Don't take it, Shug said. If the attendance rate is lower than 95%, the rating assessment will be categorized as D, and the bonus will be deducted for 3 consecutive times, and the salary will be halved, so as to put some pressure on him and save him from being playful with me in the future, and make it seem as if he is the director. No way. Looking at all the elective courses in our school, the highest attendance rate is only 91%, and it's still a swimming class, a career planning for college students who would want to come to it, Song Jia said. That's not true, Shirley said. Originally, we officers don't get paid much. We depend on that bonus to live. If you deduct it, how can Linny live? Right. I also bought you 2 cases of Mrs. Oral Liquid, which is quite a lot of money. I'm only 29. Don't mention the matter of Mrs. Oral Liquid to me. After saying that, Shug turned around and went back to his office, no longer having the face to see anyone. Why does it feel like the two of them, like a happy couple? Shirley spat. It's kinda that feeling. Song Jia smiled and said, after all, Linny is so handsome. What woman could not be moved? At this time, the on-campus forums of the University of Teachers, a boom. A post titled Mystery Man's Identity Revealed scurried up to a popular post in just a few minutes. Jime's guys, major revelation. The mysterious male god that's been roaming around the school lately, named Linny, is not a student of our school, but a teacher of the school committee. Holy shit, it's a teacher from our school. This is too exciting. Originally, the boys in our school were not of good quality, and now that the male teacher is here, they are even more impossible to look at. I can't. My spring is coming. I'll give you 50 school coins. Does anyone know anything else about Mr. Male God? Is there any class arrangement? So want to take his class. Usually the teachers of the reunion committee, they work part-time on unimportant electives, so I guess the male teachers will work part-time too. I feel it's unlikely. Mr. Boyce just came over for the day. It's unlikely that he'll be scheduled to teach any classes. He'll have to wait a little longer anyways. Aha! I want to take a class from a male teacher so badly. The old man's teenage heart. Don't worry everyone. I'll follow up with more updates on the male teachers. The first shift is here. Online for votes. Keep hitting the 4,000 votes. On your knees. Thank you to the book friend, Red Wine, Rash, for rewarding the book coins. Thank you. After coming out of the school, Linny went to eat a meal before returning to the Kyushu pavilion. I wasn't going to go to school in the afternoon, and although it wasn't good to leave early, the thought of Sugar's smelly face was so disinteresting that I might as well sleep at home. Ring. Just as Linny was enjoying his sunbathing, the phone next to him rang. An unfamiliar number. Vaguely, Linny had guessed who was calling. Hello, is this Mr. Linny Lin? On the other side of the phone, came the voice of an unfamiliar man, sounding a little more jaded. It's me. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Sun Fuyu, the director of Longxin Research Institute. I just received news that you've acquired Longxin Research Institute. I've come to approach you. It just so happens that I was looking for you. Linny smiled and said, make an appointment to meet up. Mr. Lin. I'm really sorry. I'm holding an academic conference in the Northeast. I may not be able to make it back today. I'll deal with this side of things as soon as possible. Let's meet at the institute at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Can we? No problem, Linny said cheerfully. That's settled for now. See you tomorrow. Good. Early the next morning, Linny arrived at the office on time, and happened to see that Shug had just gotten to work as well. The relaxed atmosphere of the office turned a bit subtle because of Linny and Sugu. Shug realized that if he put aside his preconceived notions and observed Linny again, he was quite genuinely quite handsome, with a good temperament and figure. Director Su looks really good, Linny said smilingly. No use kissing my ass, Shug said arrogantly. Oh, well, I'll put it another way then. Change what? Sonia and the others are also a bit curious about what the alternative is. Mrs. Oral is so effective. But, Sonia didn't hold back and burst out laughing at once. Lin Yi's guts were too big. What are you laughing at? I didn't even drink that stuff. Shug was furious. He had already let go of his preconceived notions, but he was still talking about himself like this. Did he want to piss himself off before he was willing to do so? Go get ready for your class. Don't be rude, Sugar said with a stern face. Classes will be held in a while? Lin Yi wondered. An officer of the school committee shouldn't have any classes scheduled. Ms. Sure has other work on her hands, so from now on, the class, career planning for college students, will be yours. Ha? Not really. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Shug's maneuver had caught him a bit off guard. When he received the new career package, the system gave himself sage wisdom, a wide variety of expertise, not at the top of the industry, but it was fine for undergraduate courses. But now, it's a little harder to get yourself to teach career planning for college students. There is absolutely no practical significance. It's a course on chicken soup. Teach a few cents. Also, I have high expectations for this class, and if attendance falls below 95%, the assessment will be graded a D, more than 3 times. The entire bonus will be deducted. Sugar was pleased in his heart. The officer of the school committee. The salary is very low, only more than $2,000. If there is no relatively high bonus to follow, it is impossible to live. Let's give him a hard time this time, or we won't have any prestige left for ourselves. Okay. Aha. The office froze at the sound of it. What's the line? Sugar asked. Isn't it just a bonus deduction? Feel free to deduct it. I don't want my salary. I shouldn't have to take this class. Sugar and the others froze. What is Lin Yi talking about? You don't even want your paycheck? What's he going to do for a living? Probably can't even afford to fill up his tank. Sonia suddenly felt a bit sorry for Sugar. You come up with killer ideas that don't seem to work on people. Humph. It doesn't matter if you want a paycheck or not. But I've already scheduled this class, Sugar said. Lin Yi, okay, it's just a class. Lin Yi agreed. An elective course is just a course. Just go over and talk about some chicken soup for the soul and brag about it. But the hard part is how to get attendance to 95%. If you can't, you'll have to use your money power. Lin Yi, I'll say the ugly words up front. Don't you dare try to speculate, Shug said. We'll be sitting in on your class later and taking notes on real attendance. So don't you dare try to play small. Director Su. Why do you have to cross me? Lin Yi said. If you really have nothing to do, go home and bring up your grandchildren. There's no need to waste all your time on me. We're not going to make it. Give it up. Sugar? I'm going home to bring up my grandchildren? Song Jia and Shirley and the others were petrified. The former forced a laugh and said, Lin Yi, don't talk nonsense. Director Su is only 29 and doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Where would a grandson come from? Ha? Only 29? Said Lin Yi with a start. It's not right. Look at her face. It feels like 99. It's too old showing. Lin Yi, if you don't want to work anymore, just say so. I'll let you go now. Sugar felt that he was going to lose his life in anger. Can't you just give a step down when you've put aside your own preconceptions? Do you have to go toe-to-toe with me? Who says I don't want to do it? Lin Yi said. I've been motivated to devote myself to education since I was a child, and I still have to shine in this position. Leaving is impossible. Alright Lin Yi, cut the crap. Song Jia pulled Lin Yi, taking the 2 textbooks in passing, and left the office. Mr. Shaolin, you should quickly say less. If you keep this up, Sister Su is going to be pissed off. I don't blame you for this, Lin Yi said indifferently. I didn't even try to pick up on her. She's the one who keeps targeting me. In fact, Sister Su has realized her mistake, but is too embarrassed to admit it. You give her a step, Song Jia said, and there's something about her you don't know. Or you couldn't. What's her deal? Is it possible that I look like her ex-boyfriend? No. Sister Sue's ex-boyfriend wasn't as handsome as you. The fact that you say that is proof enough that you are an honest man. Song Jia covered her mouth and laughed lightly. About Sister Sue's things, I don't know much. She and her ex-boyfriend met in college. After graduation, Sister Sue's ex-boyfriend went to the rice country to develop. and said to work hard for 3 years, and then come back to get married. But in the second year, met a woman over there. So it was. Song Jia didn't finish, but Linny already understood what it meant. And what does this have to do with me? Sonia bristled, a little unsure of how to explain this. Even if Linny got a woman drunk and took her to a room, it was still someone's personal problem and had nothing to do with him. Alright, let's not talk about this for now, Song Jia said as she handed over the textbook in her hand to Lin Yi. There's still half an hour before class ends, and your next class will be your career planning for college students, so go get ready. Alright, the two parted ways, and Lin Yi pondered how to get the attendance up. However, the time left to yourself is limited, and even if you wanted to utilize the banknote ability, you might not have the time to be effective. So much for forgetting about this lesson today and powering through the next one. It didn't take long for the bell to ring for the end of class, and according to Song Jia's arrangement, Lin Yi headed towards the latter classroom in the third teaching building. Hello, Mr. Lin. Just as he entered the school building, Lin Yi saw that two girls in skirts were walking towards him and talking at him. Lin Yi looked around. Other than the students passing by, it seemed like he was the only teacher. Hello guys, Lin Yi said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you have the textbook in your hand. Are you going to class? Lin Yi nodded. Next class is my career planning for college students. Now get ready to go to class. The two girls' eyes were glowing. Did Ms. Lin just come to school and was assigned to teach a class? Well, it was arranged by the regimental committee. Mr. Lin, where is your class? We'll go and support you. The third floor step classroom. Aha, I'll see you in a bit. Mr. Lin. Good. After a few brief conversations, Lin Yi headed towards the third floor, ready to go to class. Meanwhile, another post, which became a popular post on the Divisional University Forum. Major revelation. The male god teacher next class. In the third floor of the third teaching ladder classroom. May people quickly go to punch card. No way. You're scheduling a class for a male teacher so soon? It's so exciting. The kilt I've been dusting off for years is finally coming into line. There's a use for the old lady's black silk, too. Come on out. My little low-cut tank top. Here's the second shift. Please vote. Everyone seems to have a pretty strong aversion to the character of Sugar, which was designed in the beginning to give the female characters in the book a little bit of character richness. Shug is actually a good guy too. Not as bad as everyone thinks. But everyone's suggestions have been received and attention will be paid to this aspect in the future. Thank you all for your input. The previous article has been heavily revised, and the plot doesn't pick up. When Lin Yi arrived at the third floor step classroom, he found that Su Gu, Song Jia and Shirley were all already seated here. Go Kobayashi-sensei, Shirley said. Thank you, Mr. Sure, Lin Yi said. Don't worry, it's just 95% attendance. It's nothing. You'd better not talk big. In the entire division, there isn't a class that has a 95% attendance rate, Shug said. No one can even get attendance to 95%, and you're asking me to do it, which isn't obviously putting shoes on my back. Can you call it a test if it's not a little difficult? So what if I can get attendance to 95%? I'll give you an extra $1,000 bonus. How meaningless to just give bonuses, Lin Yi said. Do I look like someone who's short of that kind of money? So what do you want? Tell you what, if I make attendance 95%, you'll drink a box of Mrs. Oral Liquid. Song Jia and Shirley looked at each other. Mr. Shaolin's obsession with Mrs. Oral Liquid is very deep. However, the highest attendance rate in the class, career life planning for college students, is only 30%, and it is simply impossible to reach 95%. Lin Yi would definitely lose a bet with Director Su. Su Gu gave Lin Yi a blank look. As long as you can get the attendance rate to 95%, let alone a box, I'll drink from those 2 boxes. It's a deal. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth revealed a smile. Today's class, wanting to fulfill the 95% attendance rate was a bit impossible. After all, he hadn't done anything. Waiting until the next class to use the counting ability ahead of time is not a big problem. Sugar is confident that she knows best about the situation in the division. Even for specialized classes, the attendance rate is only 94%. And as for electives, it's impossible to reach that standard. So it doesn't matter what you say. You can't lose at all. Sugar waited and went to the back row and said, there's 10 minutes left in class. Later you'll go as roll call. I need real attendance. Sister Sue, this is a bit redundant of you. All the electives in our school, none of them have reached 95%. It's impossible for him to complete them. Naming them doesn't make sense at all. To have that effect. As the clock ticks down, there are 3 minutes left until class starts. Seeing the few people in the classroom, Sonia said helplessly, Sister Sue, a total of 259 people chose this course, and now only 30 or so have come. So I don't think we can even break the 50 mark. Song Jia and Shirley secretly sighed. Lin Yi was bound to lose. Just then, the sound of hip-hopping and talking came from outside the door, and the three women saw that one after another. More than a dozen girls walked in from outside. What's the situation? So many people came down in one go? Sonia asked. That's not the point, Shirley said. Look at what these girls are wearing. They are either showing their thighs or short skirts and black silk, and they don't look like they are coming to class. Hello, Mr. Lin. Coming in from outside. A dozen girls rushed to greet Lin Yi with a salute. Well, find yourself a place to sit. Lin Yi quickly got into character. A dozen or so girls sat down in the first row with gusto, looking at Lin Yi with unblinking eyes. Finally meet a real person. Simply awesome. Can you guys hurry up? If you're slow, there won't be any seats in front of you. Stop rushing. My hood is crooked. What kind of bra do you bring for an A cup? Hurry up and go. I want to sit in the first row. Just when Shug didn't come back to his senses, he found that one after another, there were more than 20 girls, dressed in cool clothes, rushing in, just like a shopping mall sale. Within 2 minutes, the stairwell was more than half full. There were even people arguing over a front row seat. Such an image made Sugar's whole body bad. What's going on here? How come so many people have come in a good time? Sugar couldn't figure out why so many people would gather for an elective class. Not to mention the elective class. Even the regular class has never come with so many people, right? I know what's going on, Song Jia said. All these people must be coming for Lin Yi. Coming at him? Teacher Shaolin is so handsome that he attracts all these girls, Song Jia said. That's normal, Shirley whispered. Even I, a married woman, was attracted to Mr. Kobayashi, let alone these female students. Sugar's face sank. What was all this about? I can understand this girl coming over, but what's with all these boys running over to get in on the action? Look at these girls. One is wearing a short skirt showing her thighs. Boys come to see these girls, Shri said. Sugar. By this time, the class bell was ringing, but there was a steady stream of people coming in. Almost 10 minutes passed and the entire stairwell was packed. Even the aisles are full of people. Suffice it to say, there was no one else left standing but the podium. Song Jia looked around. The latter classroom that could originally hold 330 people must now have as many as 500 at the very least. That doesn't include the ones that were stopped and didn't come in. Isn't that a little too crazy? Sister Sue, I don't see the need to name names, Song Jia whispered. As it stands right now, let alone 95% attendance, it's 200%. Trying to subdue Lin Yi in such a way was obviously impossible. I think so. There are so many people here. It would seem a bit small-minded to talk about attendance, Shirley said. Why don't we go first? There's no point in staying here. Sugar blushed hard. If you're not leaving, you're staying here. No, we came here to check attendance. Now there's no need to get it. Why are we still here? I'm going to see how he takes this class. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood on the podium, swept his eyes at the people below, and said, now that everyone is pretty much here, I'll call the roll. Shug took attendance, so roll call is still necessary. Ms. Lin, we didn't sign up for this class. We're here to observe. The roster doesn't have our names, a long-haired girl said. We've thought it over. As long as it's Mr. Lin's class, we won't miss it. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. You guys are planning on dabbling in classes for a long time, right? Aha. I'll tell you what then. You'll all leave your names on the paper so that I can count them later. A girl took the paper and pen Lin Yi handed over and left all her names on the paper. Half an hour went by in a row, and only half the work of taking names was done. Sugar, who was sitting in the back row, looked on a bit. Mr. Lin, you can put the note-taking on hold for now, and you can start the class. All right, Lin Yi answered and rushed to the students below. Let's just leave the names off the list for now and start the class. No, the girl who was writing her name said. I have to leave my name in case the teacher forgets us. But Director Sue from the reunion committee has given the word to stop you from taking names and let me start the class. The gazes of the students present all landed on Sugar in unison. In an instant, the three became a target, looking at Sugar extremely uncomfortable. Teacher Sue, you're the director of the Youth League Committee. You should listen to Mr. Lin's arrangement on how the class should be conducted. Right. Who the hell is the teacher of this class if you're the one who does everything? Mr. Lin has his own ideas. You guys shouldn't interfere with Mr. Lin's rhythm in class. Sugar froze, completely surprised that these students would even help Lin Yi. Seeing a pair of murderous gazes, Sonia gently touched Shug and whispered, Sister Sue, what about this? What I just said doesn't count. So let's take the class as Mr. Lin wants. Shug said helplessly. Oi, those girls who hadn't kept their names, let out a cheer, and then proceeded to do so, and another half hour passed before the note-taking was complete, and Lin Yi's second handful of pesticides was finished. Seeing the names written down on the paper, Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, finally realizing why it had taken so long to get the name-taking done. I asked you to take a name. Why did you leave your phone number? We were afraid that Mr. Lin might find us for something, so we left our phone numbers behind. Teacher, phone number is the same as Microsoft. Boyfriend just split. Can be added. Teacher, I've never had a boyfriend. The third shift is here. Asked to hit the 4,000 vote mark. Stop. Linny said. For those of you who left your phone numbers, I won't say anything. There's still a part of the girls who left their circumference. What does that mean? It's convenient for Mr. Lin to get to know us better. Go deeper? How deep do you guys want to go? That depends on how hard Mr. Lin uses. Lin Jiang. The absolute wall of old drivers. This car drives. Okay, now let's start the class. Teacher, you haven't called the roll yet. Roll call? Linny raised the paper in his hand. I just finished taking names, and there's no one left. Is there a need for a roll call? Of course, it's a necessary process. You can't miss it. Okay, I'll start the roll call now. Aha! The students in the classroom were sitting upright, waiting for Linny to call their names so that Mr. Lin could recognize them more precisely. Maybe afterward, they'll even take the initiative to add themselves to WeChat. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Linny was about to call the roll, the bell rang. Okay, that's it for today's class. Let's continue roll call next class. Got it, Mr. Lin. Sugar, Songjia, Shri. The three of them were collectively messed up. A big 90-minute class. Just like that? It's clear that it's not doing anything right. Surrounded by a crowd of girls, Linny left the classroom. Only the three sugars were left cluttering the classroom. It's the first time I've seen such a class. Take a note and a class passes. Sister Sue, it seems like your plan has fizzled out again, Songjia said. I seem to understand something, Shirori said as if she were talking to herself. Linny isn't a scum. And those women, of their own accord, let him scum. Come on, let's not even talk about it. Let's go back to the office. Sugar returned to his office speechless. However, when the three of them returned to the office, Sugar's whole body was bad, because of the 2 boxes of Mrs. Oral liquid. They were all taken out by Linny, and even the straws were inserted. Director Sue, you're back just in time. I've got it all ready for you. Drink a few to taste the flavor first? Sugar felt like he was going to break down. What's the point of setting a good flag? It's 2 big boxes, how can I drink it? Sonia and Shirley grayed to the side. Sister Sue had boasted that she would drink 2 cases of Mrs. Oral liquid as long as her attendance could reach 95%, and now it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Sonia sighed darkly. Sister Sue was really pathetic. She had lost to Linny twice in a row. Sister Sue's nemesis had arrived. Just drink. Sugar picked up a bottle of Mrs. Oral liquid and drank it with great reluctance. Come. Director Sue. Finish this bottle and there are still dozens of bottles. Don't be in a hurry to manage enough. Seeing the piles of oral fluid, Shug wanted to die. At the very least, there must be hundreds of bottles. How long should I drink them? I don't need you to tell me. I know what to do. In that case, I won't say anything more. Linny smiled and said, Director Sue, drink slowly. It's enough. After saying that, Linny blew a little tune and left from the school. He and Sun Fuyu had all agreed in the afternoon that he had to go to the Dragon Core Research Institute to have a look. Driving out, Linny went to the Peninsula Hotel, had a bite to eat, and then drove towards the Dragon Core Research Institute according to the address Sun Fuyu had given himself. But just as they were driving to the institute, a system beep sounded in Lingy's head. Completion of the first lesson of a teacher's career. Rewarded with 200,000 proficiency values. Career completion, 40%. Reward master memory. Master memory? Seeing the words in his head, Linny was a bit suspicious. The system had given itself the sage memory when it opened the new profession. And what about this master memory? System, what is the master memory? Linny asked. How is it different from sage memory? Sages memorize widely but not well, and masters memorize well but not widely. Once he heard the system explain, Linny roughly understood what was going on. Early on, when I accepted the memories of the sage, I realized that although it dabbled in all sorts of knowledge, it was only superficial and not proficient. And this so-called master memory must be the specialized knowledge in a certain field. The host is invited to make a selection of the master's memories to be filled. Allow me to think. Linny pondered for a few seconds. In his current state, he really didn't have much of a need in this area. After all, when you have money, you can buy almost 99% or more of everything with money. If you can't buy it, it means you don't have enough money. But soon, Linny thought of how he should utilize this reward of the master's memories. There was even a sense that it came at just the right time. The domestic chip field has been in a weak stage of development. The world's high-end chip field has been monopolized by Intel. Qualcomm, Hynix, Texas Instruments and other companies. The domestic technology, compared with them, at least 40 years difference, and that's why Longchamp was sold. If one chooses to memorize the relevant guru, one would like to be able to bring some breakthroughs in this area. System. Who is the most powerful person in the chip field? Father of the chip, Jack Kilby. Okay then, he's the one. Master memory filling successful. The moment he was blinded, Linny felt the overwhelming knowledge, as if it were a tidal wave, all pouring into his mind. Feeling the changes in his mind, Linny was ecstatic. With these things, it wasn't too difficult to make a breakthrough in the field of chips. This will play a very crucial role in the expansion of one's business territory. The Dragon Core Research Institute was located on the outskirts of Zhonghai City, covering an area almost as large as a soccer field. This is not a small area for an institute. In the director's office, there sat a man in a white coat, wearing a retro 3/7, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses. The whole body, all manifested a literati style. Director's son, I heard that the institute was bought out? Speaking is a woman, the same as Sun Fuyu, are wearing white coats, has a good-looking melon face, combed a simple ponytail, just the cool face. Let a person produce a few points of distance. The woman's name is Lu Ying. She graduated from Tsinghua University with a doctorate degree, and after graduation, she came to work at Longxin Research Institute. But God does not want, despite Lu Ying's first-class business ability, but in the chip research and development, there is still not much progress. Some technical problems, until now have not broken. Well, I got the news yesterday, too, and rushed back. Saying that, Sun Fuyu looked at his watch. We made an appointment to meet at the institute at 1 p.m. I guess the other party will be here soon. What is the other side? Is it someone from the circle? Lu Ying asked. Not really. I've read about the boss behind the scenes. He's a young man. Shouldn't be from the circle. Rather like a rich kid. One more request for votes. Hit 4,000 votes. Thank you to the book friend, Red Wine, Long Life, Age of Meditation Do Not Know Why, Lonely, Destiny, to reward the book coins. Thank you. No way. It's actually a rich kid? When they learned of Lin Yi's identity, everyone in the office straightened their mouths. They originally thought that the person who acquired the institute would be some scientific research big shot, but they didn't expect it to be a layman rich kid. It was the last thing they feared, and the last thing they wanted to see. Once this happens, it is easy for outsiders to instruct insiders. Director, do you know his intentions of acquiring our institute? Lu Ying asked. Sun Fuyu silently lit a cigarette and said, it's hard to say what the exact intentions are yet. We didn't talk too much on the phone, and everything will have to wait until the other side arrives. Humph. Is there any need to guess? I already know. The speaker is a man, the same as Sun Fuyu, both with glasses, not too old, almost 30 or so, with short hair, exuding a faint arrogance. The man's name is Lu Chu, a doctor from Fudan University in Zhonghai, and Lu Ying's loyal suitor. Just this more than a year, the two did not erase any sparks, but Lu Chu did not give up, has been tirelessly pursuing Lu Ying. You guessed? Sun Fuyu asked. What are his intentions? There are two possibilities, Lu Chu said eloquently. I estimate that this rich second generation may have a certain official background, want to utilize our research results, earn certain political achievements, so that in the career path, there will be a chance to climb up the ladder. Hearing Lu Chu's words, Sun Fuyu nodded. There was indeed this possibility, because the domestic chip field has been in the backward stage. If you can really research products that can compete with international chip giants, then at the national level, will certainly give high importance, so it's highly likely. What about the second possibility? Just two guesses is reform, Lu Chu said. Utilize the excellent talents of our institute for other projects, thus abandoning the research on chips. Not so much. Would it come to this? Lu Ying said regretfully. He came here for the sake of domestic chips, and it would be meaningless for him to stay here if he was allowed to change his career to study other programs. Based on this statement, there was a great deal of resistance from the others as well, and each one was so disinterested that they didn't even have a bit of spirit left. Okay, all of you don't cry and mourn. The 8 has not yet been a clear-cut it. This is all our conjecture. Don't jump to conclusions first. Maybe things are not what we think, Sun Fuyu said. Lu Ying nodded. I'm just a little worried. My research has reached the most critical stage. Solving the problem at hand will allow the domestic chip industry to undergo a sea change, so I can't give up easily. I know about your situation, but calm down first, Sun Fuyu soothed. Let's look at this matter with a normal heart first. Don't be too aggressive. Director, I think you're still too optimistic, Lu Chu said. Either way, it won't change the situation of outsiders guiding insiders. I'm afraid our future situation is not too optimistic. The people in the office, one by one, were all stony-faced, just as Lu Chu had guessed. Either way, it probably won't change the situation of outsiders instructing insiders. I'm afraid that the future of research will not be as freewheeling as it once was. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Sun Fuyu's cell phone rang. Mr. Lin, you have arrived? Good. I'll go out and get you now. After a few brief words, Sun Fuyu hung up the phone, and everyone in the office was a little nervous that they were finally going to meet the main man. If you have nothing else to do, come out with me and look around. The crowd nodded and walked out with Sun Fuyu piece by piece. Walked away from the institute and didn't find that front and center image. Sun Fuyu looked around, and it seemed that nothing had changed, except for the addition of a Charlie car. At that moment, the charade's door opened and Lin Yi stepped out of the car, coming in front of Sun Fuyu. You're director Sun Fuyu-san, right? Seeing Lin Yi, Sun Fuyu extended his hand, as the information he had received had Lin Yi's picture in it, and recognized him at first glance. Hello Mr. Lin, we've been waiting for a long time. Learning that Lin Yi was the rich second generation who had acquired the institute, a few female researchers were, in an instant, stunned. This is too handsome. Lu, we married women don't stand a chance. You're a maternal single. Any ideas? You people, you're too gossipy. What a nymphomaniac, Lu Ying said. But he's really quite good looking. Look what I said. My mouth says no, but my body is honest. Sister Sue, you guys are also underestimating Xiaoying too much. People like this who have a few stinking dollars and are good looking are the most unreliable. Lu Chu said. I know you have a thing for Lu. It's just a casual remark. Mr. Lin, let's go to the office first. This is not the place to talk. I won't go to the office. Let's see where you guys work first. Lin Yi said. Even if these people at the moment are great, if the hardware is not up to standard, it will be difficult to accomplish the task brilliantly. So they have to go and take a look. Alright, now that Mr. Lin is the director here, I'll listen to you on the specific arrangements. Don't put a high hat on me. I'm just hanging around. You have to do the actual business. With that, the group arrived at the workplace of Sun Fuyu and the others. With Sun Fuyu's introduction, Lin Yi learns that some of the institute's equipment is obsolete and replacement is imminent. Mr. Lin, the specifics of the institute. That's basically it. Do you have any comments? There are quite a few views, but today I came in a hurry. Just came over to recognize the door. Later I will put my thoughts, all sorted out, then in conveying to you. Good. I'll listen to Mr. Lin's arrangement. Wait. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, Lu Chu spoke up. What's the matter? You're not doing anything? Lin Yi asked. Mr. Lin, you acquired the institute and are the boss here. As an employee, I have a few words to say. Okay. The institute has its own scientific direction, and I don't want to wish you to interfere too much with our work, and I hope you will let us do as we wish. What Lu Chu said was also what the others were most concerned about. What they care about most is the freedom to work in the future, and they don't want to be constrained by interventions. At this moment, everyone was expecting Lin Yi's reply. Lin Yi looked at Lu Chu and asked indifferently, "What's your degree?" Lu Chu straightened his waist, his face wearing a few proud looks. Fudan, PhD in Computer Communications. Oh, so it's a doctoral degree, Lin Yi said with a smile. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was a kindergarten degree. Second shift for votes. Ali gives. Kindergarten degree. Lin Yi's words called out to the people at the institute, all of whom were in a state of shock. The new boss looks quite kind. How to curse. Lu Chu narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists with a displeased expression. Mr. Lin, we know that you're rich and powerful, but I hope that we can maintain an equal principle. I'm a doctor from Fudan, not those migrant workers. Please don't insult me. I didn't insult you, Lin Yi said indifferently. I don't have as much education as you guys, and I envy those of you who study well, but I despise people like you who have high grades and low skills. The anger on Lu Chu's face intensified. I'm high on points and low on energy? I acquired the Longshin Research Institute, then I naturally have absolute dominance. As the boss, do I still need you to tell me what to do? What do you take yourself for? Sun Fuyu secretly at first glance. They say that the new official has 3 fires. The one that should come will still come, and this will take Lu Chu to open the knife. What I said is the truth. Lu Chu argued reasonably. We need a relatively free working environment. Otherwise it's hard to carry on with the R&D task. Lu Chu's behavior was a bit impulsive, but it was everyone's heart. What they fear most is outsiders instructing insiders. I have specific plans for the institute, and if you don't think I'd make a good leader, then you can find another job and I won't stop you. Mr. Lin, I know you rich people have your own temper, but there are some things that are not as simple as you think. Lu Chu said. The project in my hand. is conducting the final attack. As long as the last problem can be overcome, at least the domestic chip industry can make a step forward for 10 years. If I go, this project will be shelved. Bring the impact, will be immeasurable. Sun Fuyu frowned darkly, completely not expecting that on this first day of meeting, the two would be at each other's throats. But what Lu Chu said is not false. He and Lu Ying is the institute's two most outstanding researchers. If he left, the project may really have to be shelved. You think the Earth doesn't spin without you? That wouldn't be true. But without me, this project will never be finished, Lu Chu said. Lin Yi raised his head, looked at Sun Fuyu, and said, Director Sun, what was that program he was talking about? All the preliminary work of the project has been completed, but we are still missing the control unit program. Our research has never progressed, and the program that was written has never been able to match the control unit, Sun Fuyu said. Is this stuff difficult? Great, Sun Fuyu affirmed. This is one of the most important steps in chip research, and it's not just us, but other chip research institutes' R&D efforts are also stuck here and progressing slowly. I'll do it then, Lin Yi said indifferently. What? You came? The people at the institute were blinded. No one had expected that Lin Yi would say something like that. They, scientists from prestigious universities, were all at a loss in this area of research, and he, a rich kid, could still know about it? Unlikely. Lin Yi didn't know what other people thought, but he had absolute confidence in this matter, having already received the memories of Jack Kilby, the father of the chip. In his mind, Lin Yi knew all about the overall process of developing a chip, and this problem was hardly difficult for him. Lu Ying looked surprised. The new director was also too confident. How dare you try to develop a control unit program? It's not something that just anyone can do. Mr. Lin, at the risk of being presumptuous, what is your education? Sun Fuyu asked tentatively. Bachelor's degree in Central C Polytechnic. Marketing. Put. When he learned of Lin Yi's education, Sun Fuyu nearly spat blood. This is fucked up. A bachelor's degree from a third-rate university, and a marketing major at that, to attempt to program a chip? That's a lot of drinking. It was in his heart, but Sun Fuyu didn't say it. After all, he was his own boss, and he still had to give face. What's wrong? Lin Yi said. Although Shanghai Polytechnic isn't a good school, but our marketing major, it's an ace major. Don't look down on people. The people at the Dragon Core Institute were speechless. Brother, even if it's an ace major, you're only a marketing major. You're going to try something that so many PhDs in your field have failed to fix? Is this a waste of each other's time? I'm afraid that the Longxin Research Institute, which will be under his control in the future, won't have much development. Now I just saw a little bit of light, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. It's too hard. Mr. Lin, we're not looking down on you. If you want to try, just try, Sun Fuyu said, wiping his cold sweat. Give me a copy of the basics of your current research and I'll see if there are any mistakes. Lu Chu's face showed contempt. It has come to this time, but still here to pretend. You can't read even if you're tired. Xiao Lu, this project, you and Lu Chu have always been in charge of it. You bring the basic information over to Mr. Lin. Got it. Lu Ying went to the filing cabinet, took out a few documents and a USB flash drive, and handed them over to Lin Yi. Director Lin, the basic information of the project is all here. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Lin Yi smiled. You think I don't see it? I didn't mean that, Lu Ying said. It's just that your specialty is not the right one, so you might be unskilled. It seems like none of you really trust me. Lin Yi looked at Lu Ying. If you have thoughts about me, you can say them now. No, Lu Ying said. Director Lin, don't misunderstand. Since you're too embarrassed to say it, let's speak with strength. Afterwards, Lin Yi took a general look at the basic information, memorizing some of the contents. All that's left, then, is to get to work. No surprises. Almost 3 hours, and all of this will be done. Seeing Lin Yi open the programming tool, Lu Chu laughed. Mr. Lin is really great. As a marketing major, he even recognizes the programming tools. It's so rare. I can't help but applaud you. Third shift, please. Lin Yi laughed. That's why people like me are considered composite talents. You're just a high achiever. Mr. Lin, I think, you should also think more about how to solve the problem in front of you. Don't sit there in a decent manner, and in the end you can't solve anything. Wouldn't that be a shame? You're right. If you're here, you have to do something practical anyhow. Lu Ying secretly sighed, not thinking that Lin Yi had such abilities. Now, the top scientists in China were not capable of solving such a problem, and it was even more impossible for him. Just why would he make such an attempt? In the end, the one who suffers, isn't it still himself? Why bother? Crackle. Lin Yi's fingers, like rain, fell on the keyboard. and the program code flashed on the computer screen. At first, the people at the institute were looking on in amusement. How could a person studying marketing be knowledgeable about chips? But soon, they realized something was wrong. The code that Linny had knocked out wasn't something useless. It was precisely the program code for the control unit. What was even more mind-boggling was that the code that Linny had pounded out was both unfamiliar and familiar to them. It looks somewhat similar, but not quite the same as the code written before. To put it bluntly, it was just a little bit like that. After taking a closer look, one would find that the code program written by Linny was something else entirely. It was nothing like what they had envisioned before. It even gives a sense of subversion. Mr. Lin, these codes you have written out are, Sun Fuyu asked tentatively. The reason why you guys couldn't write code suitable for the control unit was because the source code was wrong. Linny said, I'm going to write a new source code out now, so you guys can keep it for later, so you can go through a lot less. On top of that, there were numerous errors in DFT, floor plan, CTS, parasitic parameters, etc., and I'm going to help you tweak them now so they don't go wrong again. Monkeyed, silly. Hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone at the institute was dumbstruck. No one had expected that Lin Yi had prepared such specialized chip knowledge in his mind. That's an ability that even they don't have. Lu Ying stared with a pair of beautiful eyes. The string of codes seemed more attractive to her eyes than the roses that symbolized love. But what attracted her even more was the man sitting in front of the computer. Unable to look away. Could it be that he acquired the institute for no other purpose? Is it really about the feelings in your heart? Unconsciously, Lin Yi's image, in Lu Ying's mind, became incomparably taller, as if he possessed infinite charm. For 3 hours in a row, Lin Yi's various maneuvers took the people present, all of them, in awe. To them, Lin Yi's operation was like opening the door to a new world. It's like the purest of all, and it's a call for enlightenment. And during this time, there wasn't even a bathroom break for fear of missing a line of code. For them, it is unacceptable to miss even a single character, let alone a line of code. Phew, Lin Yi exhaled. All done, the most basic things. I've done them for you. You can do the rest on your own. Mr. Lin, don't you need to check again? In some cases, writing code is like writing a thesis. It's easy to make typos, and it's all checked at the end of the day. No, you guys link test it and find out. Sun Fuyu then used the code Lin Yi had written out and combined it with the control unit, and found that there were no errors, and the program works perfectly without a single flaw. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the people at the institute all sucked in a breath of cool air. The man in front of me is too ghostly. It took only 3 hours to complete the problem that had plagued them for years. Simply an unearthly genius. It should all be fine, Lin Yi said easily. Yes, yes, yes. The program is perfect and we already know what to do next, Sun Fuyu said, while the gleam in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Lu Ying looked at Lin Yi in a daze. This man was too powerful. People are just ordinary undergraduate. The major is not the right match, and he is a doctorate from a famous school. But in front of him, the difference is really not a star. It's awesome. Lin Yi raised his head and looked at Lu Chu. Originally, you were in charge of all these things, but now that I've done all of them, I don't need you. The door's behind you. Go on your own. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my behavior earlier. I shouldn't have looked down on you. Having witnessed Lin Yi's abilities with his own eyes, Lu Chu was completely convinced. If he himself continued to stay at the institute, with the source code he had written, the domestic chip field would certainly make great strides. As long as he stays here, he is bound to become the industry's leading light. The status in this field will also rise. But if you just leave, it's all gone down the drain. I'm not that small-minded to get angry over this little thing. I just think there's something wrong with your ability to do a job like this. Pack up and leave. No, no. Seeing Lin Yi's hardened attitude, with no room for moderation, Lu Chu drooped his head and left from the institute. Lin Yi said as he looked at the others, I've done what I had to do, and I don't care what happens behind the scenes. Good, just leave the rest to us. By the way, I see that all the equipment in the institute is a bit old. So take a tally and make a list of the obsolete equipment and replace it with new ones. A new one? Sun Fuyu's expression was a bit unnatural. Mr. Lin, I won't hide it from you. In fact, a lot of the institute's equipment is outdated. If all of it is replaced with new ones, at the very least, it will cost more than 30 million, which isn't a small amount of money. Later I'll call you 50 million over all the equipment, buy the best. Each person then pay 500,000 bonus. The rest of the money, as the institute's scientific research funds, and when the spending is gone. In talking to me, when these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Yi with burning eyes, even if they were a little embarrassed. At first I thought he was an amateur, but I didn't realize that he was a bigger god than I was. Now he has taken out so much money to support the institute's chip research. From the very beginning, it was all because of his own small-mindedness. Thank you, Mr. Lin. On behalf of the Longshin Research Institute, I'd like to express my gratitude for your trust. Linny nodded and walked towards the door of the institute. And at that moment, Luing ran all the way and chased after him. Director Lin, please stay. Here's the first shift. Begging for votes. Begging to break the 4,000 vote mark. Thank you to Book Lover, 8023, Vitamin C, for the book coins rewarded. What's the matter? Looking for me for something? This project has always been my Ho Lu Chu in charge. Now the basic problems and errors have been solved, but there are some other doubts. I would like to ask you for advice. I thought you didn't trust me? Linny said with a smile. Director Lin. Yes, I'm sorry, Luing said nervously, and bowed to Linny. What's this for? I apologize to you for my previous behavior. I really want to ask you for advice and want to make a contribution to my country's chip business. Su Ying's sincerity caused Linny to be slightly moved. Because he invested in the Longshin Research Institute, and not to make money, is to want to break the foreign technical barriers, no longer by the Western powers led by the nose. And in Luing, Linny saw precisely this spirit. Then what do you figure? With your looks and education, even if you go elsewhere, you won't be treated badly. So why spend your youth in an institute? Because when I went to school, my teacher said that a famous school is a great country. And although I am a woman, I also have a sense of family and country. And I want to make all Chinese people believe that our motherland is no worse than any other country. A shock straight to the heart fell upon Linny. He had never imagined that such majestic power could erupt from a woman's body. I believe you, Linny said indifferently, but I have other things to be busy with. So it's not too late for us to talk when you're done with the matter at hand. Thank you, Director Lin. Afterwards, Sun Fuyu and his group sent Linny out. Seeing Linny's car move the hearts of the people at the institute, casually allocated $50 million to the institute, but he himself drove a broken charade, compared to a $200,000 to $300,000 car. In terms of pattern and vision, he was far from it. This is truly someone with a big heart, Sun Fuyu exclaimed. That's not true, they are so rich, but they still drive a charade. It's really an example for us to learn from. Obviously a rich second generation, and also so handsome, but is willing to devote himself to the scientific research of the motherland. Like this person, is really too rare. Look at our new director. Not only is he a technical bull, he's handsome and has money, so you have to hold on tight. You guys shouldn't make fun of me. There's no way Director Lin would look at me, Luing said with embarrassment. Squeak. Linny was just about to get into his car when he saw a car, an Audi A6, drive in from outside. Two men came down from the car, one of them older, almost in his 60s, wearing an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, but still in pretty tough shape. The other was slightly younger, about 30 or so, wearing glasses and looking very easygoing. Seeing the two people coming down from the car, Linny felt a bit familiar. That old man seems to be Zhao Qi, the president of the Normal University, and the other one should be his secretary Zhou Genjia. As far as the eye can see, it should be considered your own top dog. Seeing Zhao Qi arrive, Linny didn't hurry to leave, wanting to see what was going on. As for Sun Fuyu and the others, they were also a bit curious about the identities of the two men and wanted to know what these two men were here for. Yo, everyone is here. First introduce yourself. I am Zhao Qi, the president of Zhonghai Normal University. This is my secretary Zhou Genjia. I took the liberty to come and bother you. Learning of Zhao Qi's identity, Sun Fuyu knew the purpose of his visit. Some days ago, they had sent someone to say that the school had a scientific research project and wanted to borrow the institute's experimental equipment. However, because of the equipment in the lab, which he still had to use, he refused their request. Unexpectedly this time, the principal came in person. Principal Zhao, I'm sure you're here to borrow the lab, Sun Fuyu said. Well, Zhao Qi said with a smile, our school has a scientific research project, and now it's at a critical moment. We want to borrow the equipment of your institute. So, Principal Zhao, if it was yesterday and you came to me, I would still be able to make a decision, but not today. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with the school equipment? There's no problem with the equipment, but our institute has been acquired, and I, the director, am only responsible for the scientific research program. As for the rest, we'll have to find our new boss. New boss? Zhao Qi was a bit surprised, not expecting this to happen. Exactly. Sun Fuyu pointed to Linny who was not far away. That one is Linny, the new boss of our institute. You'll have to talk to him about this aspect. Seeing Linny, Zhao Qi and Zhou Genjia were both a bit surprised. I didn't realize that the person who acquired the institute was a young man. Zhou Xinjia frowned slightly, always feeling that Lin Yi looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he'd seen him before. At the same time, Lin Yi walked over, smiling. Principal Zhou. Hello. Learning of Lin Yi's identity, Zhao Qi took the initiative and extended his hand. You guys want to borrow the lab's equipment, right? Lin Yi said as he opened the door. Yes, because the school is researching a topic, but our school's scientific research equipment can't reach the actual demand, so we want to borrow the institute's equipment. But don't worry, we'll pay the relevant fees. The associated costs are unnecessary, Lin Yi said with a smile. Principal Zhao, do you think this is okay? The institute will be eliminating a batch of equipment in the near future. These equipments are a bit overpowered to develop chips, but it's still okay to use them for academic research. If you don't mind, I'll donate this batch of equipment to the school. The difficulty of the school's research program, and the chips research, is of a completely different order of magnitude. The hardware requirements for the equipment can't be the same. The obsolete equipment is already a bit of a stretch for people like Sun Fuyu, but if it's used for scientific research, and it's still at the level of teachers' college, it should be more than enough. Actually giving us the equipment? Zhao Qi and Zhou Gangxia both looked surprised, not expecting, at all, that Lin Yi would do such a thing. That's right, and if the old equipment doesn't meet the needs of the research, we'll lend you the institute's equipment when the time comes. Enough is enough, Zhao Qi said gratefully. Our scientific research program, and the research institute can't be compared. Even the equipment that has been eliminated is enough for us. Then the matter is settled. Mr. Lin, there's something I want to talk to you about. Is it convenient to take a step to talk? Zhou Gangxia said politely. Sure. The three then stood to one side, and Zhou Gangxia said, Mr. Lin, ever since we met, I've always felt that you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Lin Yi smiled. Mr. Zhou's memory was really good. Actually, I'm an officer of the Normal University School Committee. I just joined a few days ago. Second shift for votes. These words startled Zhao Qi and Zhou Gangxia. Mr. Lin is a teacher at the University of Teachers? Exactly. The two of them looked at each other and both saw a strong look of surprise. Mr. Lin, at the risk of asking, you were able to acquire the Longxin Research Institute and donated so much equipment. Your own financial strength is evident. So why do you still want to come to Normal University to take up a position? I have nothing to do at home, so I went to college to experience life. Zhou Gangxia was dumbfounded. Mr. Lin's pattern really isn't something we can compare to. The words were nice, but Zhou Gangxia couldn't help but spit them out all the time. You're so rich. What's the point of going to school to experience life? Is it possible that the clubhouse models are tired of playing with the schoolgirls? It's possible. Mr. Zhou is too polite. I'm just an ordinary person, not as powerful as you think. Look at this. It's quite a coincidence that we actually met one of our own. Zhao Qi smiled from ear to ear and said, Mr. Lin, you donated such a large batch of equipment to the school's scientific research, and made an indelible contribution. So don't do anything in the school committee. I'll give you an honorary vice president. It's much stronger than a school committee officer. The so-called honorary vice-chancellor is an imaginary position without any real power, and anyone who has made contributions or has a certain degree of influence may be granted such a position. Principal Zhao is too polite. I'm fine working in the youth league committee. I don't want to be too high-profile. Lin Yi shrugged it off. Teacher Lin, I know you're a low-key person, but I have to give you this honorary vice principal position, Zhao Qi said. But I'll keep this quiet. Let's do it in private. I'll give you the certificate tomorrow, but in the open, you're still an officer of the school committee. Lin Yi was able to acquire the Longxin Research Institute and also donated so much equipment. At a glance, he knew that his status was not ordinary. This thigh, one must keep tightly. Absolutely cannot let him run away. Otherwise it is the loss of the division. If Principal Zhao has said so, then I can only be respectful. Well, it's settled. Good. After chatting briefly, Lin Yi saw that it was getting late and wasn't going to go home to school, so he planned to go home and rest. Now, excluding the status of a DDT shareholder, there are a total of 4 properties under his own banner: Zhenghai Circuit, Peninsula Hotel, Wangjiang Pier and Longxin Research Institute. Now, the first 2 properties, which have not had much of an up and down performance, are not suitable for much action in the near future. To put the main focus on the renovation of the Wangjiang Pier and the development of the chip, it's a long way to go, even with the system in place. Ring, ring, ring. On the way back, Lin Yi's cell phone rang, and it was Ji Qingyan who came to call. Do you have time tomorrow? Ji Qingyan asked. What? You want to ask me out? Lin Yi smiled and said, that's something to think about. Beautiful you. I'm not going to ask you out, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. Tomorrow afternoon, the group is going to hold a conference. If you're not doing anything, come over and take a look. Linny remembered what Ji Qingyan was talking about. It was because of this conference that Ji Qingyan performed 10 squats, which was fun to think about. It's the group's launch. It's not good for me to go. What's wrong with that? Whoever I tell to come is entitled to come. Alright, I'll be sure to be on time when Mr. G gives the word. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's all agreed. And you can't go back on it. Don't worry. Got it, Linny said. You know my strengths and weaknesses. I know your depths. Don't you understand my character? I won't go back on my word. Then it's settled. Aha. Hanging up the phone, Linny drove back to the Kyushu pavilion. Come to think of it, I really need to go over there myself for tomorrow's press conference. It wasn't for the sake of attending the meeting, but there was something to say to Ji Qingyan. The renovation project for the Lookout Marina has been given to Yarrow Design, along with the construction and renovation side of things, which will have to be outsourced to other companies. There is no doubt that the Sunrise Group is the most suitable candidate. After all, fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields, so instead of giving it to someone else, it would be better to give it to Ji Qingyan. When he arrived home, Linny didn't go to Villa number 1, but instead went to Villa number 2. It's all your own house. You can't be too biased. It has to rain on your parade, which Villa has to stay for a few days. After taking a bath, Linny took his cell phone and turned on the pesticide. I found several private messages from Pleated Skirts. Pleated Skirt, God, today's mood is depressed. Team Hack Ah. Invisible Chicken Wing, normal, anyone has those days. Pleated Skirt, I've told you many times. I'm a female. Invisible Chicken Wing, the effect is the same. Seeing the other party's reply, Sugar froze for a moment and muttered to himself, can it be the same effect as that one? Pleated Skirt, forget it for now. Get on the game and take me to kill a few games. I'm in a depressing mood. Invisible Chicken Wings, it's okay to take you, but be honest and don't fool around. Pleated Skirt, got it God. Wahahaha. Invisible Chicken Wing, get out of here. Don't gross me out. Almost half an hour later, the 3 games were over. And although the process was thrilling, it still resulted in a triple victory. Pleated Skirt, great God is fantastic. I haven't had a three-peat in a long time. Invisible Chicken Wings, honestly, there aren't many amateur players out there who can drive you, except for the pros. Pleated Skirt, the Great Spirit has worked hard. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Invisible Chicken Wing, dinner? Are you still going to facepalm? Pleated Skirt, yeah, you've taken me to Diamond. So how can I thank you for that? Invisible Chicken Wing, I don't meet with faggots. Pleated Skirt, why don't you believe I'm a woman? Or I'll say something and you'll hear it and you'll know. Invisible Chicken Wings, forget it. It's all voice changers now. I don't believe it. Pleated Skirt, geez, even if I'm a guy, what's the point of meeting? It's just dinner. You're not scared of me, are you? Linny stroked his chin and replied, too busy lately, after the fact. Pleated Skirt, okay, big God, how much is your WeChat? I'll add you. It's too inconvenient to contact in the game private message. Pleated Skirt, aha, I'm adding you now. Soon after, Linny received a friend request on his WeChat. It's really a girl. The nickname is Pleated Skirt and the avatar is a dorky little duck, which is kinda cute to look at, but the WeChat circle of friends sees nothing, and like yourself, blocks strangers. Pleated Skirt, great God, now you should believe I'm a woman. Invisible Chicken Wing, how am I supposed to believe that? By virtue of a microsignal that you're female? Soon, Linny received a photo on his WeChat. It is a woman's bust photo, not showing her face, but the enchanting and graceful curves, but it is very explosive, especially the 2 peaks, looking bigger than Ji Qingyan's. Pleated Skirt, can you prove it now? Invisible Chicken Wings, not to mention, that's fierce and looks familiar. Third shift, begging for votes. Pleated Skirt, Che. Men look familiar here. This flirting routine is so old. Linny stroked his chin. He wasn't flirting. Rather, I really thought it looked a bit familiar. Like this size, it always seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Pleated Skirt, now it's time to believe I'm female. Invisible Chicken Wings, so what if it's a woman? It's not like I've never seen a woman before. Let's talk about the facials later. Pleated Skirt, God, are you too much of a geek to come out and see me? Invisible Chicken Wing, who says I have to meet a girl just because she's a girl? I just don't have time these days. Pleated Skirt, he, then I'll ask you out again some other time. You can't miss your appointment then. Let's hack live. Invisible Chicken Wing, okay, in a couple days. Putting down his cell phone, Linny went to bed and rested, only getting up at 7 the next morning. When I arrived at the office, I found that several other male co-workers I hadn't seen before had also arrived and were briefly introduced as acquaintances. The people are easygoing and great to work with. Where's the Mrs. Oral on the table? Why are they all gone? Yesterday, Sister Sue didn't finish it, so she took it to her office. Song Jia said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Willing to gamble, character or letter is good. That has to be, otherwise it wouldn't convince all of us. Although he didn't treat Shug very well in his heart, Linny was still very sure of her abilities. Otherwise, at such a young age, it would be impossible to become the director of the school committee. Squeak! The door to the office was thrown open with a push, startling everyone inside. The man who came in, almost 30 or so, was wearing a white polo shirt and blue jeans, not exactly trendy, but only ordinary. Mr. Fu was here. Director Su hasn't come yet. The person Song Jia called Mr. Fu was named Fu Jiejun, a teacher at Shihua University who had just been evaluated as an associate professor last month. Fu Jiejun's situation, the people in the reunion committee office, basically understand, was Sugar's devoted suitor, but there had been little substantial progress in the relationship between the two. I just don't know what he's rushing over here for. I'm not here to find Director Su. As he spoke, Fu Jiejun's gaze landed on Lin Yi. I'm here to find him. Looking for me? Lin Yi said unexpectedly. The two of us don't seem to know each other. It's true that I don't recognize you, but there's something I need to ask you, Fu Jiejun said with a cold face. Ask me what? The day before yesterday, in Director Su's car, there were 2 cases of Mrs. Oral Liquid. It was you who put it up, right? Lin Yi? What's this about? It's got nothing to do with you. I put it there. Why? You want it too? Don't bullshit me here. Fu Jiejun's voice rose and said, do you know how much your behavior has affected Director Su? So many people are laughing at her now. Fu Jiejun became more and more angry as he spoke. I now order you to publicly apologize to Director Su on the school's forums and review your behavior. Otherwise this is not over. What did you say? Let me apologize? Lin Yi looked at Fu Jiejun like he was a retard. What does this have to do with you? Isn't it normal to take medicine when you're sick? What do I have to apologize for? Lin Yi was a bit skeptical. With this IQ, how did he become a college teacher? Did you go through the back door? Ha! Fu Jiejun sneered. I'm forbidden to sue you. If you don't apologize, then you'll have to think about whether or not you'll be able to stay in Shifu University. So awesome? How dare you just fire me? Mr. Lin. Say less. Song Jia pulled Lin Yi over. Teacher Fu's uncle is called Li Dedian. He's the school's administrative vice principal and has a lot of power. Ishri also came up and whispered. Before, there was a male teacher who also had a thing for Director Su, and he was eventually fired because of him. Lin Yi was speechless. Are these people out of their minds? They're going through menopause, and they're still chasing after them? What's the point? Saving money? Put. Sonia didn't hold back and burst out laughing at once. Why is this adjective of Lin Yi's inexplicably apt? At that exact moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and Sugar, wearing a long skirt and carrying a handbag, walked in from outside. Mr. Fu, why are you here? Sugar's face sank, not expecting to see Fu Jiejun here. Seeing Su Gu, Song Jia walked over and whispered in her ear, describing what had happened. Teacher Fu, Mrs. Oral Liquid, I asked Lin Yi to buy it, and I'm drinking it now, so I hope you won't pursue this matter. Su Gu said, this is a private matter between us. Compared to Lin Yi, Shug's dislike for Jiejun had reached an unparalleled level. It's getting tiresome pestering yourself day after day. If his uncle wasn't the vice principal of the school, he would have flipped out long ago. Director Su, for a black sheep like him, you shouldn't harbor him. Fu Jiejun looked at Lin Yi and said, I'm putting my word on it. If you don't apologize, you're not staying in school. If Shug hadn't said those words, Fu Jiejun wouldn't have been so angry. The way she said it, it clearly showed that the two had an unusual relationship. So make sure you get rid of him. Let him know what he's made of. Then I'll wait. Fu Jiejun snorted coldly and slammed the door. At this moment, the office was silent as Song Jia and the others surrounded Lin Yi. Director Su, what now? Fu Jiejun is a bit of a small-minded person. He can do anything, and with his uncle's connections, it's easy to put small shoes on Mr. Lin. Li Xingbang said. Sugar sulked. She too was thinking of solutions, but none of them actually worked. Alright, you guys just don't need to take care of that retard. I just don't believe there's no king's law, Lin Yi said indifferently. But, there's nothing to but, just keep your heart in your stomach. Ling Ling. Just as the two were talking, the office landline rang. Looking at the number, Sonia was taken aback. It's over. It's over. It's an inside line to Vice President Li's office. No way. A call so soon? Fu Jiejun is also too fast, Shirley said. It's too much. It's not bullying, Li Xingbang said. Answer it and see what he says, Lin Yi said indifferently. I'm the honorary vice president of the university. Why should I be afraid of you? If he left, Chuch would have to beg to come back. Song Jia helplessly picked up the phone, and before she could open her mouth, she heard a thick and low voice come through. Tell Linny to come to my office. The first shift is served. Ask for a ticket. Got it, Principal Lee. After a hasty response, Song Jia hung up the phone. Mr. Lin, Principal Lee wants you to come over. Where's his office? Bishop 608. Okay, I'll go over there now. Teacher Lin, when you go to the principal's office, you must keep a low profile and give them a pardon. There might still be room for détente. Otherwise you won't be able to stay in the school. Li Xingbang persuaded. It's okay, I know it in my heart. Linny whistled as he walked slowly towards Li Dishan's office. The vice-chancellor's office and the school committee's office were both in Bishop, just not on the same floor, and it didn't take more than a few minutes to get to the door. Pushing open the door, he found that behind the desk, there was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a white half-sleeve shirt and gray suit pants, and it was no surprise that this person was Li Dedian. The Fu Jiajun he had just encountered was sitting on the sofa next to him, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Lin Yi, you're quite punctual. You're here so soon. Have you packed everything? Lin Yi pulled a chair over. Go ahead. I'd like to hear what reason you want to use to fire me. Cough cough cough. Li Detian coughed a few times and said in a calm manner, Mr. Lin, I've just looked at your profile, and I think that with your education, it's not very suitable for you to work in the teacher's university, so it's better to find another job. That's a pretty clear-cut reason. Mr. Lin, don't get me wrong. I just simply think that your education is not quite suitable for the work of the school league committee. It has nothing to do with anything else, Li Dedian said. Ring, ring, ring. Before Linny could say anything, the cell phone in his pocket rang. An unfamiliar number. Is that Mr. Lin? Hearing the speaking voice was a bit familiar, and after thinking for a few seconds, Linny realized that it was Headmaster Zhao Qi. Looking for me for something? I've got the appointment letter and certificate of honor ready. Do you have time now? Come to my office and let's sign the contract. Signing a contract is out of the question. I'm getting fired. The jungle is a long way off. I'll see you around. Fired? Zhao Qi's voice drew up. I'm the president of Shifu University. Who dares to expel you before I give the word? Li ducked in chanting. Where are you guys? I'll go over now. Zhao Qi cursed. This dog, let's see how I can clean him up today. It's in his office. Wait for me. I'm coming over now. Okay, come on. Casually hanging up the phone, Li Dishan's expression was a bit unnatural. Teacher Lin, who called you just now? Don't be anxious. You'll see it in a moment. Linny said smilingly. Uncle, don't bother with him. Fu Jiajun said. You're a vice-chancellor. You're the boss in Shifu University. Who can control you? Li Dedian nodded. In the whole school, Zhao Qi was the boss and he was the second. Who could do anything to him? And this guy named Linny was an officer of the school committee. How much power could he exert? If you really have great connections, how can you be a minor league committee officer? I think you should stop struggling and quickly pack up and leave. Fu Jiajun looked at Linny with a smile and said, but if you realize you're wrong, I can give you a chance, but you won't be able to stay on the regimentation committee, and the job of security guard at the gate would suit you just fine. Click. The door to the office was pushed open and Zhao Qi walked in from outside. Principal Cho. Seeing Zhao Qi come in, Li Dedian and Fu Jiajun were both a bit surprised, not expecting Zhao Qi to come over without a word. What's going on here? Zhao Qi questioned. With a smile on his face, Li Ductian said, This is Mr. Lin from the school committee. I just took a look at his resume and found out that he's just a student from an ordinary undergraduate school and doesn't have any previous experience in the education industry. I don't think he's too suitable for working in the teacher's college and I'm having a conversation with him. Fart. Zhao Qi cursed, blinding both Li Dedian and Fu Jiajun. Principal Zhao. What's going on? Be nice. Why are you so angry? Zhao Qi was furious and couldn't catch his breath. Do you guys know who Linny is? I had a hard time getting him to come here to be the honorary vice principal, and you're actually going to expel him. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? What? Honorary vice president? Li Dedian and Fu Jiajun's jaws almost didn't drop to the ground, and they were too stunned to speak. Let me tell you, Linny is the director of the Longxin Research Institute, and has donated over $20 million of scientific research equipment to Shifu University for free. You don't even want to stay at Shifu University if you want to fire Linny, do you? He's the director of the Dragon Core Institute. Regarding the situation of the Longxin Research Institute, Li Dedian also knew about it, but never in his wildest dreams did he think that Linny would buy out the huge Longxin Research Institute. Isn't he just a school committee officer? How could he possibly do such a thing? Officer of the school league committee? Zhao Qi snorted coldly. You guys think Linny is like you? He's someone with a big heart, who wants to put everything he has into the cause of education. That's why he came to teach at normal university. And you two are treating him like this. I don't think you guys should do anything at normal university anymore. Take the initiative and resign. Fu Jiajun was dumbfounded. He had just climbed up to the associate professor's seat, and his ass wasn't even warm yet, and he was fired? What should we do from now on? Li Dishan's situation is no better than that of Fu Jiajun. He's the vice president of the division, and the power of appointment and dismissal rests with the Board of Education. But Zhao Qi has powerful connections in the Education Bureau, and if he wants to fire himself, it's a matter of a phone call. Now that he's spoken, it's going to be hard for him to stay in division. Principal Zhao, we were wrong about this. Please give me another chance, Li Dedian said with a crying face. At least we've worked together for so many years. You can't drive us to extinction. Rush to the end? Zhao Qi coldly snorted. Think carefully about how many chances I've given you. With Fu Jiajun's virtue, how did he become an associate professor? Don't you have any idea in your heart? For so many years, you know yourself how much money you've coveted in this position. I've been kind enough to keep you for so many years. This, Li Dedian completely dumbfounded. To this point, there is no room for redemption. Snap. Li Dedian slapped Fu Jiajun's face. It's all you're fucking doing. For the sake of a woman, you caused me to lose my job. I didn't mean to do it. Had I known he had such a big background, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't have dared to do it. Okay, I don't want to bullshit you too. Pack up and go. No, Principal Zhao. We are just packing now. Linny didn't bother with what happened next, but went to Zhao Qi's office and signed the appointment letter. That'll do it, Linny said. Aha, Zhao Qi nodded and said, wait until the afternoon. I'll take the appointment letter and certificate, and get it stamped by the bureau, and it'll be considered a great success. I'll trouble Principal Zhao with this, Linny said with a smile. You're welcome. You've done so much for the school. This is all what I should do, Zhao Qi said. Teacher Lin, why don't I arrange a separate office for you? The school league committee's place is too small and can't be used, Zhao Qi said smilingly. It's not like I'm practicing martial arts in there. A place is fine, and I'm not at school very often, so there's no need to be spreading myself thin. I know you're low-key and don't want to expose your identity. I won't say anything more, and you can rest assured about the school side. Even if you don't come to the school, no one can do anything to you, as long as you're titled. Then thank you, Principal Zhao. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll walk you. No, I know the way. That's no good. I'd better see you off. Linny had no choice but to go back with Zhao Qi piece by piece. Inside the office of the school committee, Song Jia and the others' faces were unpleasant. It was estimated that Linny would have to pack up and leave when he returned from this trip. What can we do about this? The second shift is here, and I'm begging you readers to reward me with a ticket. Thanks to the book friends, home do not recognize the road, edge, king, passerby, book coins rewarded. Thank you. After thinking for a long time, the two of them didn't think of anything good to do. Let's not be in a hurry here. Let's find Sister Sue, Song Jia said. Walking, the two men got up piece by piece and went to Sugar's office. Sugar has 2 empty bottles of Mrs. Oral liquid in front of his desk and is holding his cell phone, killing it in the world of pesticides. With a 181 record, it's a strong bottom feeder. Can you two knock when you come in? You're scaring me, Sugar said. Regarding Sugar's attributes as an internet-addicted girl, both of them were aware of them and were not surprised. Sister Sue, stop playing around. Lin Yi's been gone for so long. Go help plead for mercy. I just figured it out, Sugar said. There's no use pleading for this. We can only wait for Lin Yi to come back and see how things turn out. Then call Principal Zhao to plead for leniency and see if there's any room for a reprieve. Principal Zhou, you're here. Just as the three of them were talking, Zhao Xingban's voice sounded outside. Sugar froze for a moment. Of the 3 principals at the school, only the principal's last name was Zhao, and Zhao Qi, the principal, has always been a dragon to see the tail of a busy man, unless it is the school held a general meeting, otherwise can be difficult to see him on. Why did you come to the school committee today? Shug put down his cell phone and couldn't care less about the game, taking Song Jia and Shirley out piece by piece. When the 3 of them came out, they were surprised to see that Linny was next to Zhao Qi. Didn't Linny go to Principal Li's office? Why did he even come back with the principal? Don't be nervous, you guys. I was on my way and met Mr. Lin, so I came over with him to take a look, Zhao Qi said smilingly. Sugar breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that something had landed in the school committee's lap. Welcome Principal Zhao to the mission committee to guide your work, Shug said politely. Zhao Qi waved his hand. I can't talk about guidance. I came here to talk about something else. Shug and the others stood in place in a disciplined manner, waiting for Zhao Qi to speak. Li Detian and Fu Jiajun have been removed from their positions by me, so I'll draw up a bulletin later to say something to the rest of the school's faculty and staff. What? Principal Lee and Fu Jejun had been removed from their positions. The words were a shock to the jaws. That's right. During their tenure, the two had serious malfeasance and corruption and academic fraud. Black sheep like this can never stay in the division. Sugar had been so blinded that he had lost the ability to even think. Wasn't Lin Yi the one who was going to be expelled? And how come? In the end, the ones who were expelled became Li Dedian and Fu Jiajun. What exactly did Lin Yi use to actually move these two people down? No, Principal Zhao. I'll draw up the announcement now. On top of that, given Mr. Lin's excellent performance during his pledging period, it's a bit of a condescension to make him an officer of a school committee. Sugar's heart stuttered. Principal Zhao, what do you mean? The position of Deputy Director of the School League Committee will be given to Ms. Lin, and the two of you will have one office each, which will also make it easier for you to start your work in the future. Make Lin Yi the Deputy Director? Sugar, and the rest of the office, were in a bit of disbelief. He's only been here a few days, and you're making him an assistant director? First, he fired Li Dedian and Fu Jejun, and now he wants to promote him to be the Deputy Director of the Youth League Committee. Did you two make some kind of unseemly human deal? That's right, Zhao Qi said. You go arrange this. No. After explaining his business, Zhao Qi left with his hands behind his back, leaving behind only a dumbfounded face. Mr. Shaolin, what exactly happened? According to the rules, the one who should be expelled should be you. Why did it still turn out to be Li Dedian and Fu Jejun? Li Xingbang asked curiously. Brother Li, see how you ask, as if you can't wait for me to leave. No, I didn't mean it like that, just a little curious. There's nothing to be curious about. Lin Yi prevaricated. Principal Zhao was clear-eyed and vindicated me. That's all. So that's how it is, Li Xingbang said smilingly. Then I won't be able to call Mr. Shaolin in the future. I'll have to call Director Lin. Brother Li, don't make fun of my fear. It's still Mr. Shaolin that sounds good to my ears. I'm not as official as the others. I don't need to be called director. Sugar's face was full of black lines. What did that mean? Are you calling me official? But now, Sugar no longer wanted to pursue these things. I'll have to share an office with him from now on. What's this? How else do you sneak around and play games? God is annoyed. By noon, Lin Yi returned to the Kyushu Pavilion and drove out the newly purchased Koenigsegg. It was a bit inappropriate to drive a charade when I had to attend Ji Qingyan's press conference in the afternoon. After changing cars, Lin Yi went to the Peninsula Hotel and had a simple lunch before taking another nap and waiting for the press conference to start in the afternoon. And at this time, Wang Tianlong called all the executives of the hotel to the office with a serious expression. Regarding this press conference today, as I've told you all before, the president of the Sunrise Group is our boss's date. So later on, you guys notify down and tell everyone under your command to act like they don't know the boss. And if they delay the boss from picking up a girl, they'll just roll out of the house for me. Got it, Manager Wang. After that, the hotel executives, one after another, left the conference room, ready to convey the content of the meeting down. All the purposes of the day are dominated by the boss picking up girls, and the rest of the day. Ring. Lin Yi, who was sleeping, heard the phone ring and picked it up to see that it was Ji Qingyan calling. What's wrong? Lin Yi said in a daze. Why are you still sleeping? In 10 minutes, the launch will start. Ji Qingyan complained. Don't worry, I'll be right there. I'm just saying, I'm going to be late anyway. It's not going to be too bad. Drive carefully on the road and be safe. It won't be late. I'll be there in 2 minutes. With that, Lin Yi had already walked out of the presidential suite and towards the elevator. Just know how to blow. You think you're Superman, and you're still 2 minutes away, Ji Qingyan said with a smile. It's more than 20 kilometers from the Kyushu Pavilion to the Peninsula Hotel. Even if you're Superman, there's no way you can get here so quickly. And what if I can? Che, if you can come over in 2 minutes, I'll let you taste what mango-flavored lipstick tastes like, Ji Qingyan playfully said. A lot of things from before had been drilled into Lin Yi's head just because of his own random flags. But not this time. Lin Yi couldn't fly. So how could he come over within 2 minutes for such a long way? Otherwise Newton's coffin board won't hold down. You turn back, Lin Yi said with a smile. Third shift for votes. Just as Ji Qingyan was feeling smug, she suddenly heard a familiar speaking voice. Ji Qingyan's body trembled, and she suddenly realized that Lin Yi was behind her, looking at her with a smile. You, aren't you in the Kyushu Pavilion? Cough cough cough. Lin Yi coughed lightly. Let's talk about the mango-flavored lipstick. Obviously, Ji Qingyan hadn't reacted yet. She was still in a daze and hadn't noticed what Lin Yi had said. You're too fast. Don't say that, Mr. Ji. It's unlucky. I know. I'm setting me up again. Ji Qingyan huffed. You weren't even at home. You were in the hotel the whole time, weren't you? I didn't set you up. Lin Yi chuckled. You're the one who said I was in the pavilion of the 9 states. Not me. Humph. Just know how to bully. Lin Yi didn't follow up on Ji Qingyan's words and looked around. Is there anything I can help you with? No. There's enough manpower, Ji Qingyan said. Just find a place to sit. When the launch is over, there's a small industry exchange meeting, so you might have to wait for me a little longer. To Ji Qingyan, there was no need for Lin Yi to do anything. As long as he was here, this will be very reassuring. Alright then, I'll find my own place to stay. Remember to call me if you need my help. Aha. Before we do that, shouldn't we get the lipstick thing sorted out? Ji Qingyan's face reddened like a ripe peach. To hell with you. There are so many people here. Wait until the launch is over. Lin Yi smiled. Fine. I have plenty of time anyway. Rascal. Just know how to take advantage of me. Afterward, Lin Yi found a corner and sat down. And the many young guests in the back row all looked at Lin Yi with glowing eyes. Who is this man? He's so handsome. I can't hold it in a bit. You've just had your second child and you're still recovering from the incision. Can you be a little more reserved? Lin Yi sat comfortably, not caring about the shattered thoughts of the others. Within a few minutes, Wang Ying mysteriously walked over. I just saw you and Mr. G, talking and laughing together. The two of you wouldn't be in a situation. What situation can we be in? Lin Yi chuckled. You're overthinking it. It's not good to have a situation, Wang Ying said. With General Manager G's face value and temperament, it would definitely be a blessing for you if you could chase her down. Well, at least you're both women. Sister Ying, aren't you jealous? It's not even on the same level. What's there to be jealous of? Wang Ying said. It's like you would be jealous of other rich second generation being richer than you, but you wouldn't be jealous of Boss Ma being richer than you. One reason. Lin Yi smiled. It seemed to be true. What have you been up to? Still driving a drop? Wang Ying casually asked. Too tired to drive a drop. Got a job at the school to kill time. Okay, shall we? All mixed up in the school, Wang Ying said smilingly. Life is a toss-up, and it's no fun to always do the same job. That makes sense. Wang Ying looked around and whispered. By the way, do you have time tomorrow night? Yes. Why? My letter of appointment has come down. It just so happens that my husband is leaving on a business trip tonight. Sis treats you to dinner. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. No wonder he could have lowered his voice. It would have been too easy for people to misunderstand if they heard him. Okay, you call me tomorrow. Good. It's settled, Wang Ying said. Sister will go and get busy first, so I won't be here to accompany you. Aha. After Wang Ying left, the few women sitting not far away whispered in disgust again. No way. Such a handsome man used to be a dripper? That wasn't once upon a time. Now it goes to work at the school. That's not decent. But come to think of it, it's better to be a lover's package. It didn't take long for the press conference to begin. The main content of the launch was about the new project of the Sunrise Group, and it was also the practice of the Sunrise Group to hold one of these conferences every time it launched a new project to build up momentum for the new project. Regarding the content of the launch, Lin Yi wasn't interested and took his phone, ready to play a game to kill time. However, at this time, the system's beep was heard, ringing in his head again. Completing the hidden quest to become the honorary president of the Central China Sea Teachers University. Rewarding 200,000 proficiency values. Occupational proficiency, 60%. Reward twin mansions. Hearing the beep in his head, Lin Yi thought for a few seconds and realized what was going on. Even though one had signed off on it in the morning, but it hasn't gone to the Department of Education to be stamped yet, so the documents and certificates aren't valid. It is estimated that by now, Zhao Qi has already sent the documents and certificates to the Education Bureau for stamping, and he himself has become the honorary president of the normal university. But Lin Yi, right now, didn't want to focus on such a thing anymore, because the system's reward is the twin mansions. Such a generous reward made Lin Yi somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Previously in the news, I had seen some information about the Twin Towers, which was said to be another landmark building in Shanghai, and was by no means any ordinary property. As for other information, Lin Yi didn't know much. Opening his cell phone to Baidu, Lin Yi looked up information about the Twin Towers. After browsing through it, there was a sense of not seeing it, but seeing it. The Twin Towers is a recently completed building, and there is no difference in appearance. Almost identical. The overall height of the two towers reaches 632 meters, with as many as 119 floors, and the overall cost is as high as $14.8 billion. But with the completion of the Twin Towers, this landmark, too, has replaced the China World Financial Center as the tallest building in Shanghai. Seeing this information, Lin Yi had a feeling of sighing in awe. I didn't realize that this building, which had just been completed, had become a property under his own banner. The system is really getting generous. Soon, on Lin Yi's cell phone, he received an unfamiliar call, which, unsurprisingly, must have been a notification to claim the twin mansions. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi Lin? It's me. I'm Luo Wan, the vice president of the Far East Group. You just purchased the twin mansions that we developed. When is convenient for you to come over and take care of the formalities issue? Luo Wan said politely. If you don't have a lot of time on your side, it's okay for us to send someone over. No, I'll be there tomorrow. That's fine. Is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning okay? Could be. Okay then, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. After a brief negotiation, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Already mentally calculating the usefulness of the twin mansions, Lin Yi leaned on his head with one hand, feeling that this twin mansions had come at the right time. Now, with more and more industries under his belt, he needs to set up a company to consolidate all these industries and then administratively work in one building. Otherwise it's all on its own, and that's no fun. And this Twin Towers is the starting point of his own business empire. After pondering these things, Lin Yi looked at the system layout again. It's only been 3 days and the career completion level has already reached 60%. It's likely that the new career will be opened early as well. Thinking about this, Lin Yi rubbed his fists and wondered what the next profession he would be allowed to experience would be. The first shift is served. Dear readers, the big lord, recommend the ticket to keep and cannot give birth to the baby, to whom is not to give it. Thanks to our book friends, at Love, Mechanic Underworld, Fate, Going Home Without Recognizing the Road. The book coins rewarded. Thanks. The press conference didn't last long, and it quickly came to a close. A portion of the press withdrew, while others stayed for the business reception that followed. At this time, Lin Yi realized that Ji Qingyan had changed her clothes, putting on the evening dress that the two of them had bought together that day. Graceful, generous, and beautiful. Moreover, at this time, each and every business bigwigs in suits and dresses were also attending in formal attire, which was the industry's affirmation of the Chaoyang Group, or else it wouldn't have attracted so many people. Ji Qingyan, who was in the distance, realized that Lin Yi was looking at her, and winked playfully towards him before elegantly carrying her wineglass towards the others. The conference was over. Lin Yi organized the clothes on his body and prepared to go get something to eat. All a bit hungry. Lily, didn't you want to go and bag him? Now you can go get hitched, the second-born woman said. Don't worry, I'm going now. With that, the white-skirted woman straightened the makeup on her body and walked towards Lin Yi. Hello sir. Hearing someone speak behind him, Lin Yi turned around and realized it was a heavily made-up woman. Looking for me for something? Is it convenient to add a WeChat? The white-skirted woman said as she reached for her cell phone. Lin Yi smiled, and the white-skirted woman was delighted. Inconvenient. The white-skirted woman's expression was instantly fixed, and the second-born woman, next to her, laughed with a rotting waist. It's just a little shitty teacher. What's the point of pretending? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. What am I pretending? And, how did she know that she was a college teacher? Shame on you. You're still not Taoist enough, the second-born woman said. It's just pretending. I can't see him yet, the white-skirted woman named Lily said. I guess he turned you down because he thought you were too young and tasteless. What do you mean it doesn't smell? Lily bristled. Is it because I don't smell as slutty as you do? Fuck off, the second-born woman said. I'm talking about the flavor of a young woman. The second-born woman gathered her hair and continued. Now more and more men, like young women, this type of woman. So in this regard, you do not have the advantage. And now my sister went over there and showed you what it means to be a handful. The second-born woman walked over towards Lin Yi and extended her hand in a pretense of elegance. Hello sir, nice to meet you. How happy. Will you be too excited to sleep? Putting down his words, Lin Yi raised his head and left. This world was too dangerous, and it was better for a good-looking boy like himself to go out less in the future. The expression on the second-born woman's face, too, was fixed for a split second, and she felt like she had received a billion-point blitz. Sister Rainbow, I thought you said you had it in hand. Why can't you do it too? Lily couldn't stop laughing. Shame on you all. Grandma, isn't it just a teacher? Actually so pretentious. When there is an opportunity, I'll definitely give him a good beating. After leaving, Lin Yi went into the middle of the venue, but didn't interact too much with Ji Qingyan. He was just coming over to check on her, and he had no specific task to do, so there was no need to bother her. But it's not far from Ji Qingyan, because it has the most delicious food. Mr. Ji, I don't know if you've heard about it, but recently Yaoyuo Design has taken over a big project of $800 million, and in this aspect of the project, it definitely has to be outsourced. And I don't know if there's any brow now, a middle-aged man in a suit said. Yarrow Designs? Lin Yi, who was eating, muttered. Why did it sound a bit familiar? It was only after a few seconds that Lin Yi remembered that this wasn't the company that had been contracted to design and remodel the Wangjiang Pier. He was trying to find Ji Qingyan to talk about this, but he didn't expect them to talk about it first. I know about this project. I heard that it's the renovation project of Wangjiang Pier. The boss behind it has smashed $800 million, wanting to make Wangjiang Pier into an open pier that surpasses Dubai. The ambition is really not small, Ji Qingyan said. Is not it? Just now, Yaluo design side. There is no little movement. We sent people over to contact. Also did not get a specific answer. Also do not know how to think. I wanted to try this project at first, but because I didn't know their boss well, I couldn't find a breakthrough. So I put it on hold, and I don't know who this big project, in the end, will go to. Lin Yi smiled, feeling that this was quite a coincidence. He didn't expect her to have ideas in this regard, and the two of them sort of hit it off. Just then, a young man in a white suit walked over, a glass of champagne in his hand, and smiled. Is Mr. G also interested in the renovation project of Wangjiang Pier? The man who spoke was named Wei Ziyang, the general manager of Zhonghai Qingfeng Engineering Company. There is indeed interest, but since there are no contacts in this area, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to make this project. That's true, Wei Ziyang smiled and said. Doing business nowadays is all about connections, otherwise it's impossible to do business. But if Mr. G wants to take over this project, I can think of a way. Aha! Lin Yi froze for a moment. Supposedly he was the financier. The real decision was his. Who the hell is this guy? Mr. Wei, don't make fun of me. Your company is doing this. With such a good project, would it be given to the Chaoyang Group? Mr. G is right. But this can be a big project of $800 million. The amount that falls on the engineering side. At the very least, it must be more than $500 million. Such a big project. I can't do it alone. The funds simply can't turn over. Can't take over such a big project. Ji Qingyan's beautiful eyes twitched. If that was the case, this opportunity could be fought for. However, Wei Ziyang's words made Ji Qingyan a bit skeptical. The size of his company was not big, and it seemed to be a bit difficult to get a big project designed by Loyal. And what ability? To help himself to matchmaking? The chain of contempt in this circle is so strong that the old boss of Loyal Designs would give him face? This was the source of Ji Qingyan's questioning. At the risk of asking, Mr. Wei also knows that his company is limited in size, so how come he still swears to help me get a match? Ha! Wei Ziyang smiled. I understand all of Mr. G's worries, but there are some things that Mr. G might not know. May I hear it? In fact, the old boss of Yaluo Design, Guan Ya, is my cousin, and many of their company's projects are contracted by me. Even if the project of Wangjiang Pier is bigger, it will end up in my hands. Hearing this, those present were surprised, not realizing that Wei Ziyang and Luoya Design still had such a relationship. Ji Qingyan also came to a few points of interest. Once upon a time there was no opportunity, even if, now the opportunity has come, naturally to cherish. If Mr. Wei is interested, let's go aside and talk. Wei Ziyang smiled and said, it's not a problem to talk about it. It's just that this project is too big and there are too many people here. So I think it's better to make a separate appointment to talk about this matter in detail on another day. The second shift is here. Ticket to ticket to ticket. Ji Qingyan did not change her face and smiled. Why don't we do it some other day? Go to my office and talk about it. Just so we can also let Mr. Wei know more about our company. Going to the office to chat, which is not as comfortable as chatting over dinner, Wei Ziyang said with a smile. In front of such a big project, could it be that Mr. G won't even give a chance to have dinner together? This dinner won't be necessary. Just as Ji Qingyan was hesitating, Lin Yi spoke. Wei Ziyang turned around and realized that there was a plump and handsome man standing behind him, and he couldn't help but frown. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that she won't have time to have dinner with you anytime soon, so it's better to get rid of that idea while you can. Oh, if you don't have time to eat with me, do you have time to eat with you? Sure, ask her if you don't believe me. Wei Ziyang's gaze, cast to Ji Qingyan's body, seemed to be looking at her meaning. Mr. Wei, I did have an appointment with Lin Yi during this recent period of time, so I'm afraid I have to apologize for your invitation. Ji Qingyan said politely. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Who in the circle didn't know that Ji Qingyan of the Chaoyang Group was a famously cold goddess, and it wasn't easy to ask her to dinner. But now, to have said such words, it was evident that his identity was certainly not ordinary. Wei Ziyang smiled and shook his head. Ms. Ji is really a woman. A few $100 million project. Say no. Admire, admire, admire. Who says that the project designed by Yaluo will definitely go to you? Lin Yi said indifferently. I do think that this project, there's a possibility that it will fall into the hands of the Chaoyang Group. Ha ha, are you kidding? Wei Ziang laughed and said, the owner of Yaluo Design is my cousin, and we've always had a cooperative relationship before. Who do you think my cousin would give this project to? So what if it's your cousin? I still think that this project will fall into the hands of the Sunrise Group. Seeing Lin Yi's expression of conviction, the people present were all a little confused. The fact that he was able to ask Ji Qingyan out was enough to show that his own status was a match for her. And now, in front of Wei Zian, and saying such words, perhaps he really had the ability to do it. It seems like Mr. Ji has found an amazing man, who seems to have the ability to snatch this piece of fat meat from Wei Zian's hands. If you don't have some ability, how could you possibly get into Mr. Ji's eyes? To say there's no ability, I don't believe it. This is interesting. Let's see how Wei Zian responds. Wei Ziyang's brows frowned slightly. Even if he and his cousin were on good terms, this world was ultimately about interests. If the man in front of him had a more powerful background, this project would really be a bad idea. You all guessed wrong. This man is a teacher. Once upon a time, or a dry drop. Not some rich boy. The one who spoke was a woman in a red dress. It was just now, sitting next to Lin Yi, the woman who had given birth to her second child. The red-skirted woman had her arms wrapped around her chest with a disdainful look on her face. And in his heart, he said, if you dare to make my mother unhappy, you don't want to be good either. No way. Teacher? Once upon a time, or a dry drop? How did Mr. Ji get involved with a man like that? Having her identity revealed by the woman in the red dress caused an uproar in the middle of the reception. Not for any other reason. Just because Lin Yi's status was so low. It doesn't match Ji Qingyan at all. On top of that, they were curious, even a little amused. He's just a white boy. Where did he get the courage to call Wei Zian's bluff? With Wei Zian's strength, he could casually crush him, right? Ha ha. Wei Ziang could no longer hold back and laughed outright. Just now, he thought that he might be some rich second generation. In which case, he really couldn't spell him. Now look, it's a teacher. And once upon a time it was a dry drop. So who is he to compare himself to? Just kidding. Dude, are you here to be funny? Wei Zian even laughed out of his eyes. Do you think that with your status as a school teacher, you're qualified to compete with me? Enough. Ji Qingyan couldn't look away and said with a cold face. So what if Lin Yi is a university teacher? It doesn't affect our relationship. No, don't get me wrong. Mr. Ji, I don't doubt your relationship. I just think he's a bit bold. Wei Ziang said, district to college teacher, actually said that can get Yaluo design project. This is not finish laughing it. Not only Wei Ziang, the other guests present couldn't help but snicker. This guy is pretty funny. Does he really think that just because he's handsome, he can do whatever he wants? What's wrong with being a college teacher? At least I'm from Central China Sea Teachers University. I'm much better than teachers from other schools. Ha ha, it's actually Central China Sea Normal University. I'm still a famous school like Fudan or Jiaotong University. It's neither 985 nor 211, so how can it be good enough to take it out? This person is also too self-conscious, right? With Mr. G's status, how could he know such a person? A school like this, where you can just get in. I'd be embarrassed to take it out if I were you. You guys, well, it's none of your business. Ji Qingyan tried to help Lin Yi out, but she was interrupted by Lin Yi. A small scene like this could be handled on its own, and it didn't need her help yet. Passion has skimmed. Don't need my help, just say it. What's the point of being mean to me? Compared to schools like Fudan, Jiaotong University, Shenzhen University is not considered a good school, but I want people to focus on the program. There is no need to focus on my career. Ha ha. Your occupation speaks for itself to a certain extent, Wei Ziang said. I'd like to know what ability you, a college teacher, have to decide where this program goes. Lin Yi shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can give your cousin a call. Wouldn't that make it clear? Alright, it seems that you don't see the coffin and won't turn back until you hit the south wall, so I'll let you die a little bit more understandably. With that, Wei Zian took out his cell phone and called his cousin Guanya. Soon, but the call was answered. Zian, you asked for me. Cousin, I'd like to ask, regarding the renovation project of Wangjiang Pier, do you have a suitable candidate on your side for the engineering part? What's this talk? Aren't you always the one who does the projects on my side? Don't you want to take on this project? When these words came out, the expressions of those present were all very playful. Obviously, people were fertilizing their own land, and they didn't even need Wei Zian to say anything. They had already reserved it for him. I knew the program was reserved for me. But I met someone who said he had the ability to change the course of the program and he gave it to whoever he said. Are you kidding me? Who is he? Capable of blocking my decision? Ha ha. The people in the arena couldn't help but laugh. The boss of Yaluo Design had spoken. So what else could he say now? Ji Qingyan's distant mountain-like eyebrows furrowed. What kind of medicine was Linny selling in his gourd? How do you end up putting yourself in a dilemma? Wei Ziyang shook his cell phone. Did you hear that? My cousin has already opened her mouth. This project is mine. What else do you want to say? Linny walked over with a faint smile and said into his cell phone. I'm Linny. The third shift is here. Please vote. What are you talking about? Do you think anyone will recognize you if you announce yourself? Everyone present looked at Linny like he was a fool. It feels like this person should have a brain fart. You are Mr. Lin. Guanya's shocked cry brought everyone's jeers to a screeching halt, their expressions fixed for a split second. You have a pretty good memory for remembering my voice. Mr. Lin is joking. How could I have forgotten your voice? Guanya said politely. Cousin, what are you talking about? Could it be that you know this person called Linny? Wei Ziyang exclaimed. Besides, he's just a shitty college teacher. What do you care if he's called Mr. Lin? How can you not recognize it? Guanya said. Wanjiang Pier is Mr. Lin's property, and the $800 million renovation project is what Mr. Lin gave me. Why do you think I call him Mr. Lin? You? What are you saying? Wanjiang Pier is actually his property. The people who heard this were dumbfounded, each of them staring at Linny with dumbfounded, unbelievable eyes. No one expected that this man would be the owner of Wanjiang Pier. Now, you should be convinced that I have decision-making authority over this project, right? Punch in the face. Snap. Wei Ziyang's face flushed red and white for a while, wishing to find a crack in the ground. That $800 million is someone else's, and you're pretending to be in front of such a big shot. That's a fucking slap in the face. Ji Qingyan stared into her beautiful eyes. The shock in her heart was no less than anyone else's. I can't believe I secretly bought the Riverwatch Pier, and to casually take out $800 million for the project's renovation. How much money does he have to have? Believe it, believe it. Wei Ziyang nodded and said, Mr. Lin, just now there was much offense. You're an adult. Don't be a generalist with me. So now, am I qualified to ask Ji Qingyan out to dinner? Of course there is. Of course there is. Wei Ziyang nodded his head and said, out of all these people present, there is no one who has more credentials than you to ask Mr. Ji to dinner. Wei Ziyang was not stupid and knew the seriousness of the problem. Even his cousin, in his face, had to nod and talk, let alone himself. Okay, you guys go ahead and talk. I'm just stopping by. With that, Linny walked towards the door, leaving only the crowd, with an unattainable back. Grandma, what a loss, the woman in the white dress before said. If I had known that he was so powerful, I should have been dead set on sticking it on. Hurry up and give up those unrealistic thoughts. For someone like him, only a woman of Ji Qingyan's caliber will be able to get into his eyes. The two of us won't be able to. Then is it okay for me to be his lover and let him play for free? The white-skirted woman said. It's not easy to come across a rich second generation at this level. Coming out of the venue, Linny returned to the presidential suite where he had taken a break at noon, ready to wait for Ji Qingyan to come out. Almost an hour later, Ji Qingyan came to the phone. Where are you? 2306. Just come up here. Good. After hanging up the phone, within a few minutes, he heard Ji Qingyan's knock on the door. At this time, Ji Qingyan, changed into a formal dress, blue jeans, black high heels, hair bun high coiled, clean and elegant atmosphere. Lin-Yi, you're really something without making a sound. You actually acquired the Wanjiang Pier without making a sound, Ji Qingyan said, and it didn't go unannounced. It wasn't a big enough deal to raise publicity. I really can't see through you a bit, Ji Qingyan said, doing an ordinary work life while investing in other industries. Your schemes are too deep. There's no such thing as a routine. It's all routine for me. Che, I can't say it. Ji Qingyan smiled and said, but don't worry, although the two of us are on good terms. Business matters, one size fits all. We will definitely complete the remodeling task with quality and quantity. Stop, Linny said. When did I say that I'm going to give you the project of the Wanjiang Pier? You're overthinking it. Not for me? Right, Linny said. Although the remodeling project was proposed by me, there are so many companies in Shanghai. There's no need for me to choose the Chaoyang Group. Humph. If you don't give me the project, you're wasted. Ji Qingyan rolled up her arms and sleeves, and pinched the soft flesh around Linyi's waist. Hands are nothing, Ji Qingyan said arrogantly. If you don't give me the project, I'll even bite you. You little skinny bitch. 3 days without a fight and you're up to your eyeballs, aren't you? Linny backhanded Ji Qingyan's waist. Ah! The latter screamed as her body lost its balance and planted itself directly onto the bed, while Linyi's body pressed up against it. The two were as close as they could get, less than 10 centimeters. Ji Qingyan's chest rose and fell, and her delicate face was flushed like a cherry. The hot breath exhaled from each other was like a mist of treacle, making both of their hearts beat uncontrollably faster. Don't you want this project? It's fine to give it to you, but don't you have to pay a price? Linny said with a smirk. Rascals, nice try. Tough mouth, huh? Linny said. Then I won't get up. It's quite soft anyway, and it's quite comfortable to press. Get up. It's crushing me, Ji Qingyan said faintly and inaudibly. I won't pursue the matter of the project with you first, but the matter of the mango-flavored lipstick, don't we have to talk about it? Ji Qingyan's cheeks reddened even more. You're holding me down. How am I going to keep my promise? That's more like it. Linny got up, and Ji Qingyan hurriedly stood up from the bed, the blush on her face not yet fading. Get started. I've been waiting for half a day. You close your eyes first. Okay, it's pretty fancy. Linny closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he felt, on his lips, a refreshingly cool sensation. But it wasn't quite the same feeling as Linny had expected. Opening her eyes, she found that Ji Qingyan was proudly holding a tube of lipstick and touching it to her mouth. And by now she had jogged to the door. Well, I've honored my promise. Ji Qingyan looked like a pleased little fox. Her expression couldn't be more adorable. I think you're really 3 days away from a fight. Linny stood up from his chair, ready to go after him. Slightly, you can't catch me. Ji Qingyan made this face before snatching the door and walking out, and Linny didn't hesitate to chase after her. Seeing Linny catching up, Ji Qingyan quickened her pace and realized that there were 2 waitresses in front of her. Guys, that guy back there is a bad guy. Help me stop him. The 2 waitresses took a look. Isn't this our Mr. Lin? It's a gross bad guy. The first shift begs for votes. Thanks to the book friends, X, Fate, Min Slightly Cool, Light Song Shallow Singing Night Mo Injury, 3L Mr. Boiled Wine to Listen to the Wind, 201707242142272126, like water flowing years, rewarded the book coins. Bowing to thank. If it was anyone else, the 2 waitresses, there was a real possibility that they would do what Ji Qingyan said, but not anymore. The person catching up behind is Mr. Lin. Then it should never be stopped. Manager Wang had already said this very seriously. No matter who it was, he couldn't delay Mr. Lin from picking up girls, or roll with the punches. So it's obvious enough what to do. After instructing the 2 waitresses, Ji Qingyan made another smug face towards Linny. I've got someone to stop you for me, so let's see how you catch up with me. Linny didn't chase after him either, and stood in place with a smile, looking at Ji Qingyan. Then I want to see how you ran out. Then you are just watching. You can't catch me anyway. Slightly, after making a face, Ji Qingyan turned around to leave. The elevator was only a few meters away from her. As long as she got on the elevator, Linny would definitely not be able to catch up with her. At precisely that moment, Ji Qingyan realized that her arm was tightened and was grabbed from behind. Only then did he realize that the people who had grabbed him were the 2 waiters. What are you doing? Ma'am, I'm really sorry. Mr. Lin is a senior member of our hotel, and all our actions are subject to Mr. Lin's wishes, so I'm sorry. Ji Qingyan was reluctant and wanted to try to break free. Finding that it didn't help at all, Linny smiled and looked at the 2 waiters. They were quite good at their job. I guess it was all taught by that bastard Wang Tianlong. Let Wang Tianlong give them a bonus afterward. Too good at their job. Linny walked up to Ji Qingyan with a smile. Don't you want to run? Let me see how you run. Ji Qingyan can't cry anymore. Don't bring you guys to play like this. Isn't that obvious bullying? Send her to my room. Got it, Mr. Lin. Ji Qingyan resigned herself to how she was so unlucky. It was so hard to think of a way to get back in the game. But I didn't realize that I had fallen into his hands again. It's pathetic. At that moment, the other people in the room, hearing the noise outside, cautiously opened the door to see what was going on. Hooray found that a rich young man had tied up an extremely beautiful woman to his room. It's really nifty. It can actually be played like this. Ji Qingyan was sent back to her room. Her large, beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she looked at Linny with a smile. Just kidding with you. Don't take it so seriously. It seems like you're the one who's serious. Linny said laughingly. You want to trick me with a tube of lipstick? That doesn't sound like Mr. G's style. I'm embarrassed. Didn't we kiss once before? What's there to be embarrassed about? Linny was a bit speechless. Women were such strange creatures. Last time is last time. This time is this time. Well, Ji Qingyan said. I'm not going to lie to you this time. I'm sure I'll keep my promise. We're all civilized people. Don't make a move. A simple kiss was still acceptable to Ji Qingyan, but if Linny touched it indiscriminately, she wouldn't know what to do. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Then wait for me for a while. Oh, saying that, Ji Qingyan took out a makeup remover wipe from her pocket and wiped off all the lipstick on her lips, then took out a mango-flavored lipstick and applied it on her lips. Come on. Ji Qingyan's cheeks reddened in embarrassment. That's more like it. Quietly, Ji Qingyan's lips slowly approached Lin Yi. Then with her eyes closed, she made up her mind to kiss him. The moment she touched the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, Ji Qingyan had a feeling of oxygen deprivation, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Lin Yi didn't think much about it, and wrapped his big hand around Ji Qingyan's waist, soft as a bone, plump, and with a great feel. A few seconds later, lips parted. Ji Qingyan covered her chest and gasped for air. It's the second time I've done it, but I still haven't gotten used to it. It's good, or the mango flavor smells better. Just know how to bully people. Ji Qingyan said unwillingly. Had I known that you were at the Peninsula Hotel, I wouldn't have said something like that. That's too late, Lin Yi said with a smile. Remember to remember longer next time. You can't fight me. Che, just you wait. I won't let you get away with it next time. I'll wait then, Lin Yi said. What are your plans for the night? Are you still going back? What do you mean? There's a ready-made room here, so just stay here and save me the trouble of sending you. I think you're trying to take advantage of me, Ji Qingyan said with her fragrant cheeks. If I really wanted to take advantage of you, would I still use this routine? Just do it directly. Calling you a hooligan is not at all subtle. The words were said, but Ji Qingyan had already put down her handbag, looking like she wasn't going to leave. Later in the evening, the two of them went for a snack and then took a walk before heading back to the hotel to rest. You sleep on one, I'll sleep on the other. Sleep well in the middle of the night, and don't get any ideas about me. The presidential suite was a suite, and the bedroom on the inside had two queen-sized beds, which Lin Yi was prepared to sleep in separately. Don't. What's the point of sleeping in a room when you're alone? Although what he did today was also bold, it was within the range that Ji Qingyan accepted. To say that sleeping in one room is not acceptable for the time being. Also, then you sleep on the sofa, I'll be on the bed, Lin Yi said. It just so happens that I like to sleep naked, and it's still inconvenient to sleep in a room with you. Blah blah blah. I'm not sleeping on the sofa, Ji Qingyan said. Such an adult, how dare you still sleep in the nude? Is it shameful? With that, Ji Qingyan pushed Lin Yi out. Go out to bed. Go to sleep early and get up early. You still have to send me to work tomorrow. On the living room couch, Lin Yi was idly bored and played a few games with his pleated skirt before going to bed. Lin Yi was kind of admiring this person called pleated skirt. Aside from certain specific times during the day, she could be seen playing games almost all the rest of the time. Is the game the only thing in her life? Doesn't it smell good when you pop it? Early the next morning, when Lin Yi got up, Ji Qingyan also got up. The two went to the cafeteria for a quick bite of breakfast and then went to work piece by piece. About the project, just find time to talk to Guanya from Yalua Design. I'll say hello to her later. She'll receive you. Before Ji Qingyan got out of the car, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, thank you, Ji Qingyan said solemnly. You're welcome, Mima. Ji Qingyan gave Lin Yi a slapdash kiss on the cheek. The bonus for you. It's mango flavored too. Saying that, Ji Qingyan got out of the car like a happy bird in a happy mood, not even giving Lin Yi a chance to speak. It's too much to wipe, and I still have to wipe. Sputtering, Lin Yi drove off and went straight to the Far East Group. The twin mansions were already his own, and he had to claim this property first. Second shift for boats. After driving for almost 20 minutes, they arrived at the Far East Group, which was situated in the central location. Having worked for the Sunrise Group from before, Lin Yi knew a bit more about the industry. Far East Group and Sunrise Group, both real estate development companies, but the two families are fundamentally different. In terms of scale, the Far East Group basically occupies the position of industry leader, while the Chaoyang Group is still far from it. In the industry, the Far East Group has always been in the commercial real estate sector, and has seldom been involved in residential properties. The Sunrise Group, on the other hand, specializes in civil housing, and there is not much conflict between the two. The Far East Group's building was magnificent, not as grand as the newly built Twin Towers, but at one time in the past, it was one of the landmarks of Shanghai. It's just that over the years, as the economy has grown at a rapid pace, this characteristic has declined, but that doesn't stop it from having a place in the Middle Sea. Seeing the towering Far East building, Lin Yi's heart sighed slightly. The beautiful blueprint of his own business empire was about to start here. Lin Yi looked around and found the gate to Area A, ready to go in and find Luo Wan, the vice president of the Far East Group. However, it was found that, in the place of the entrance, there were quite a few people standing, all in suits, constantly looking at the time, as if there was something important going on. Lin Yi, is that you? Hearing someone speak behind him, he turned around to find a woman in a gray lady's suit. There was also a blue badge around his neck, as if he was an employee in a nearby building. Despite the work uniform she wore, the woman's looks were solidly superior and she was the most conspicuous one in the crowd. Mo Chingwan? After a few seconds, Linny recognized who the woman was, the class flower from his college days. Linny remembered that at that time, Mo Chingwan was not only the class flower, but also the school flower. Walking around campus at a polytechnic with more men than women is as dazzling as the stars in the sky. The entire 4 years of college were spent in this star-studded environment. Only, after not seeing her for the majority of the year, in her body, there was less youthfulness and more of a worldly flavor. It's really you. Mo Chingwan came over with a smile, and when she saw Linny, a hard-to-conceal smile appeared on her face. Not bad. It feels like you're a little more handsome than when you were in school. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. What's wrong with this? Whole polytechnic school grass. How to still be modest on. Mo Chingwan joked. When you went to school, when you handed me love letters, you were quite bold. Linny rubbed his nose, not realizing that this had caused her to misunderstand until now. I didn't write you the love letter. Our dormitory penis did, but he's more of a wimp, so I delivered it for him. When he was in school, Linny was the dormitory boss, and the one he had the best relationship with was Zhang Song, the dormitory's second oldest. It's just that after graduating from college, Linny stayed in Zhonghai and Zhang Song went to Yanjing, so now they can only contact each other through WeChat and phone calls. And Zhang Song, it is the university-age Mo Chingwan's suitor. Because the courage is too small, it is not easy to write a love letter. They are still afraid to send. In the end, she could only beg for Linny's help, but what Linny didn't expect was to make her misunderstand until now. We've graduated. Why are we still talking about this? Mo Chingwan said. I know that Zhang Song guy. He's so wimpy as a person and he's not good looking. How would he have the guts to write me a love letter? I know that you wrote all the love letters, so don't put it on his shoulders. Okay, whatever you say. When they went to school, they didn't have too many encounters, and now that they met each other in passing, they could simply chat a few sentences, so there was no need to waste too much time. By the way, it's been half a year since you graduated. What have you been up to? Got a job at the university? No way. All become teachers? Mo Chingwan's expression was unexpected, and she was quite skeptical in her heart. Zhonghai Polytechnic is not a good school, neither 985 nor 211, and Linny did not take graduate school. How did he become a university teacher? Not a teacher, a school committee officer. Oh, so it's an officer of the school committee. I guess it doesn't make much. Mo Chingwan suddenly realized that in the eyes of the others, this job sounded quite lofty, but to the discerning eye, it's an errand boy job. It's hard work and low pay, and the only good thing about it is that it looks more decent. It's true that it's not much, but it's enough to keep you fed. It's really hard to tell what's going on in the world. Mo Chingwan lamented. When you went to school, you studied so well, but you ended up as an officer of the school committee. I was at the bottom of every exam, but I ended up coming to work for the famous Far East Group, taking a salary of $100,000 a year. Maybe that's life, and no one knows what kind of future. Well, you have a point. Mo Chingwan nodded her head and didn't say anything further on this topic. Right. Linny, are you here for something? It's Thursday, so you should be working according to the rules. Would you believe me if I said I came here to buy a house? Mo Chingwan was stunned for a moment and said, Linny, do you know, besides being handsome, what's your greatest strength? What is it? Humor, Mo Chingwan said with a smile. The real estate company here. Only our Far East Group won, and our company is still the main business of commercial real estate. Casually a set of office rooms are several million, which is the ordinary people can afford to buy. You're right. It was at this time that Linny realized that the lines from the West Rainbow City's richest man made quite a bit of sense. I wanted to spend time with her as a normal person, but all I got in return was ridicule and distrust. There was no way to pretend anymore. Linny, you don't actually have to be like this. How am I doing? We are all classmates. Although we haven't seen each other for most of the year, but we understand each other's situation. There's no need to talk big. Mo Chingwan was a bit helpless, having graduated for such a long time. How is it that Linny hasn't broken this mind of his? The two men had a distinct status gap. He was a reunion committee officer running errands in college, and he was a senior white-collar worker in an office. There can't be a future. So why dream such unrealistic dreams? Linny was speechless. She was also too self-conscious. And there's something you might not know. What is it? I already have a boyfriend. Congratulations. Linny also remembers that when Mo Chingwan went to school, she didn't fall in love for 4 years in college, and she didn't expect to get off the hook after graduation. His name is Rin Zhongshu. He is the manager of the Far East Group's marketing department, with an annual salary of $500,000. Much better than the average person, Mo Chingwan said proudly. Luckily for me, when I was in college, I was never in a relationship. It was all immature guys, and there's no comparison to the boyfriend I have now. Editor's note, on the shelf tomorrow at 12 noon. I've been feeling apprehensive since I started the book, and now the moment has finally arrived. I wanted to put it off for a while longer, but according to the rules, it has to go up on Friday, which is tomorrow. I would like to thank my editor, Boss Chastity, for taking care of the book and for the guidance during the opening period, which was truly appreciated. Tomorrow will be a blowout. 10 chapters at the bottom. The higher the average subscription, the more blowouts. If there's an ally, then add another 10 chapters of randomness. And there's no way there's going to be a. I implore you here. Subscribe to the new chapters. It's only $1 to read 10 chapters. Even if you subscribe to all the previous chapters, it's only $5 or $6. Authors need to feed their families too. So thank you for your support. For the author, this book is different from all the previous books and is kind of a whole new genre. There are also big scenes and blood-curdling hot drama in the background. Some of the ambush, which has been buried out, and the identities of many of the people, have yet to surface. It will all be portrayed slowly in later episodes. I hope you can spare a few bucks and support the book. Thank you. As usual, never stop updating. Third shift for votes. You're satisfied on the line, Linny said with a smile before looking around and pointing at the main entrance of the Far East Group. Is there something wrong with your company? Why are there so many people standing in front of the building? That's where you're asking the point, Mo Chingwan said reverently. Do you know the twin mansions? Linny didn't know why Mo Chingwan had sidetracked the topic, but said anyway. Of course I know. It was built by your Far East Group, the tallest building in Zhonghai, another landmark. Once upon a time, Linny might not be too familiar with this place, but now, it had become his own property, so he was naturally familiar with it. Not bad, you know quite a lot, Mo Chingwan said with a smile. The Twin Towers is our company, costing $14.8 billion, to create a world-class commercial real estate. But just yesterday, the Twin Towers was bought by a mysterious tycoon, at a price of $18 billion in full, and in just a few days of inauguration, netted $3.2 billion, and our entire company is stirred up. And then? Linny said with a smile. Then that mysterious tycoon said that he would come over today to handle the formalities of the issue, and our vice president, Luo Wan, with other executives of the company, is at the door to greet them. Mo Chingwan leaped forward and said, if it wasn't for the fact that our president was on a business trip, I guess he would have come over today as well. Linny was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Far East Group to put up such a big show, but if you think about it, the Twin Towers cost $14.8 billion, but the system spent $18 billion to buy them out, netting a casual $3.2 billion, all of which is a tidy profit. It's justifiable to put up such a fight. Changwan, why are you still here? Just as the two were talking, a grumbling voice was suddenly heard. Linny inclined his head to look and realized that the speaker was a man, in his 30s by the look of his face, slightly chubby, wearing a suit and tie, with a bit of arrogance on his face. Honey, you're here. Seeing the man who spoke, Mo Chingwan took his arm and her eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Let me introduce you. He's my college friend Linny. We happened to run into each other, so we chatted here. With that, Mo Chingwan introduced Linny again. Linny, he's my boyfriend Rin Zhongshu, the marketing manager of the Far East Group, with an annual salary of $500,000. Linny nodded as a greeting. Linny, do you want to have dinner together tonight and let my boyfriend arrange a job for you? It's much better than your job as a college teacher. Mo Chingwan's heart was certain that Linny wouldn't refuse her invitation. The Far East Group is a premier company, and working here is much better than running errands at school. As long as he wasn't stupid, he certainly wouldn't deny himself. Thinking of this, Mo Chingwan's heart snickered. With the boyfriend's ability, it's still no problem to arrange a job, so that the two of them have more chances to get in touch with each other. When the time comes, it's kinda fun to have a husband who spends money on you and a little puppy like Linny outside. Dinner is even. Before Linny could open his mouth, Ren Zhongshu said, I'm not in the habit of eating with strangers. Besides, with my current status, the people I sit and eat with are all either rich or noble, each at the level of general manager. It's too much of a waste of time to eat with him. Oh, got it, Mo Chingwan said resentfully, feeling that her plan was going to go down the drain and she could only find another opportunity later. It just so happens that I haven't had time lately. So dinner is even, Linny said smilingly. Mo Chingwan frowned slightly, secretly shaking her head. This Linny really hadn't changed at all. He was still like he was in college. How can you not let go of the pride in your heart when you've already mixed it up enough to go to college and run errands? Anyone else would have rushed to flatter him. Ran Zhongshu glanced lightly at Lin Yi, not taking him to heart, and rushed at Mo Qingwan. Let's go over first. It's almost time. That mysterious tycoon will be here soon. You're the face of the company. Don't drop the ball in a while. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Answering, Mo Qingwan rushed at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I have other things to do, so I won't talk to you. I'll leave first. Well, go about your business. The two of them turned to leave, and Lin Yi looked at his watch, realizing that it was about time, and went off to the side to buy a cup of milk tea before heading towards Gate A. At Gate A of the Far East building, the executives of the Far East group stood in 2 rows, and Ren Zhongshu was also listed. Mo Qingwan, because of her face value, and a few other colleagues with beautiful figures, stood in front and became the facade bearer of the Far East group. Isn't it just buying 2 of your buildings? The battle is quite big. Muttering, Lin Yi took the milk tea and headed towards door A. Seeing Lin Yi heading his way, Ren Zhongshu was taken aback. Chang Wan, what's with this classmate of yours? What's he doing here? Hurry up and get rid of him. Mo Qingwan was also frightened. I just explained the situation over here to Lin Yi. Why is he still here? That's not a good way to stir things up. Lin Yi, get to the side. This isn't the place for you. Mo Qingwan, who was standing in front, said, that mysterious tycoon will be here soon. Don't delay us. Couldn't I have been that mysterious rich guy? Rich what hoa? I'm not unaware of your situation. When you were in big school, you took student loans year after year. Where did you get the money to buy the Twin Towers? Hurry up and get out of here. Mo Qingwan is going to be pissed off. It's just straight cynicism. Pissed off. Mo Qingwan, what are you doing? A cold snort came out, calling a chill down Mo Qingwan's spine. Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry. This person is my classmate. He's a bit out of his mind. I'll get rid of him now. Yes. This spirit is not very good. Mr. Luo repressed his anger. The corners of Ren Zhongshu's mouth twitched in anger, his face turning purple. Security guards, hurry up and get this lunatic out of here. Snap. Without saying a word, Luo Wan slapped Ren Zhongshu's face with a solid slap. If you don't fucking want to do it, just say so and get out of my way. The other executives of the company were startled. Mr. Luo is famous for his good temper. Even in the face of the sweeping answer courteous. How come he was so angry today? And also burst into foul language? Ren Zhongshu was also blindsided and covered his face like a retard. Luo, Mr. Luo, what are you doing hitting me in a good time? You still have the nerve to ask. Luo Wan pointed at Ren Zhongshu's nose and said, this one in front of you, is Mr. Lin who bought the Twin Towers. How dare you say that Mr. Lin is crazy? I think you don't want to work in the group anymore. And your girlfriend, pack up and get the hell out of here. Thanks to the book club, know each other 66, Blade Generation Grinding, a bunch of green, fearless, Age of Meditation do not know so, 100 Steps Dust, Jeff, Lowly Rose, Hum, H, Blue Dragon, King Fried, River Crab, Fly, Moonfall Crowing, like water flowing years, rewarded book coins. Thank you. This, how is this possible? Mo Qingwan and Ren Zhongshu were both dumbfounded and staggered in place, their heads buzzing, even their ability to think was lost. What's impossible? Rowan said. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you to have a friend like Mr. Lin. How dare you slander Mr. Lin amongst yourselves? People like you don't deserve to stay in the Far East group in my opinion. Mo Qingwan looked at Lin Yi and realized that she couldn't see through her old classmate a bit. It's only been over half a year since graduation and he's gotten so rich? You can't even buy a lottery ticket and make that much. Lin Yi, did you really buy the twin mansions? Mo Qingwan stammered as she asked. Lin Yi shrugged. Didn't I tell you everything just now? You're the one who didn't believe me. Although it was still unclear how Lin Yi had bought the Twin Towers, but there is no doubt that one's old school friend is well off. Turned out to be billionaire. Mr. Lin, look at the mess this has made. It's really a case of the water rushing over the Dragon King's temple, and the family doesn't recognize the family anymore. Ren Zhongshu said with a smile. Didn't you want to have dinner with me just now? It just so happens that I have some time in the evening. Let's go out and get together, and we'll make sure you're satisfied. Someone like you is eating with someone at the general manager level. So what level should I be eating with? Lin Yi said indifferently. Dinner with me? Do you think you're qualified? Ren Zhongshu was so embarrassed that he had no place to go. Slap in the face. Mr. Lin, there's no need to bother with the two of them. Let's go to the conference room first and sign the contract. Luo Wan said. Okay, go. Lin Yi didn't pay any more attention to the two of them, and under Luo Wan's leadership, a piece of them entered the Far East mansion. I thought before that the mysterious tycoon would be a greasy middle-aged man, but I didn't expect to look so handsome. It's so surprising, the female employee of Far East Group said. Who says it's not? I was worried at first that the other party would make a move on me. If I had known that Mr. Lin was so handsome, not to mention making a move, even if he stripped me naked, I would have done it. Love, love, love. Handsome and rich. Simply the idol of all. The role model of the men. Inside the Far East building, after getting out of the elevator, Lin Yi was brought to the conference room. Seeing the papers on the table, Lin Yi was taken aback. The contract was more than 10 centimeters thick, enough to sign for a while on its own. Almost half an hour later, after Lin Yi had signed all of the thick pile of documents, Luo Wan took the initiative to reach out and complimented him. Mr. Lin is young and promising, and to have such a big hand at such a young age really makes us people feel ashamed. Mr. Luo is polite. By the way, Mr. Lin, there's something I'd like to take the liberty of asking. It's okay, you said. Now that the twin mansions are already under your ownership, do you have a suitable candidate for the property? Luo Wan asked tentatively. Could it be that Mr. Law always has the right person? It's like this. My brother-in-law opened a property company called Dinghui Property. It's already ranked in the top 3 in Shanghai in terms of scale, and our Far East group is in charge of their property company. Luo Wan smiled and said, of course, if there's a suitable candidate on Mr. Lin's side, just pretend I didn't say anything. I just bought the twin mansions. I haven't had a chance to choose a property company yet. Lin Yi said, since Mr. Luo recommended it, let's make an appointment and come out for a chat. Yes, I'll have him contact you afterward. Good. Mr. Lin, I'll walk you. No need. I'm used to being alone and I don't like to talk about ostentation. I'm a bit uncomfortable with you being so polite. Lin Yi said, busy yourself. I'll leave first. Then I won't be polite to Mr. Lin. That being said, Luo Wan was still courteous and sent Lin Yi to the elevator, and he sighed in his heart. These days, there weren't many rich people who were as easygoing as Lin Yi. Coming down from the elevator and walking down the hall on the first floor, the gazes of all the men were permeated with a hint of awe. Even though Lin Yi was richer and better looking than them, he wasn't jealous at all. They themselves knew that no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to reach this level in this lifetime, and that such people were only fit to look up to, and were not to be envied. And the women who came and went, each one of them jumped at the chance to be coveted by such a man, and they would not have to worry for the rest of their lives. At the entrance of the Far East building, Ran Zhongshu and Mo Qingwan, both holding boxes in their hands, have completed their departure procedures, but the expressions on their faces were different. Ran Zhongshu looked dejected, while Mo Qingwan, on the contrary, carried a few moments of stealing joy. Chang Wan, don't worry, even though I was fired, with my ability, I can still find a job as an executive in another company, and it's no problem to want to support you. Ran Zhongshu said, you're overthinking it. Mo Qingwan said, I don't think the two of us are very suitable. Let's break up. Break up? Why break up? Didn't you say that you want to marry me? Ran Zhongshu said loudly, and in such words, the colleague who saw him off next to him was baffled. The relationship between the two had been very stable, so how could they still want to break up? Lin Yi is my university classmate. There's a foundation of affection between us, not to mention that when I was in school, he even wrote me love letters, and even now he can't get enough of me. I've figured it out now. I want to be with Lin Yi. Ran Zhongshu looked stunned, and his expression turned to anger. Mo Qingwan, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I'm just following my heart. So stop pestering me. It's over for both of us. The end is the end. With my ability, I can still meet better ones. Cursing, Ran Zhongshu hugged the cardboard box and left. Chang Wan, when Mr. Lin was in school, he even wrote you a love letter? Really? Mo Qingwan's co-worker was surprised. Of course it's true. Mo Qingwan held her head high and said, it's just that at that time, my mind was focused on my studies and I didn't consider this aspect, so I missed him out. Then wouldn't you be close to the water? Mo Qingwan's co-worker said excitedly. Of course, Mo Qingwan said. When we were talking just now, he even brought up his college days. I could hear that he couldn't get enough of me, and at that point, I was swayed. A man so devoted. I didn't want to miss out again. Qingwan, congratulations. You're going to marry into a rich family in the future. You can't forget about us poor friends. Don't worry, you won't be forgotten. Quickly, Qingwan, look. Mr. Lin came out of the building. Quickly, I'll help take it down. Mo Qingwan took the case in her hand, handed it over to her colleague's hand, and hurriedly straightened up her makeup and walked over towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's not gone yet, Lin Yi said with a smile. Waiting for you. Mo Qingwan revealed what she thought was the brightest smile she had ever seen in her life, confident that she could charm Lin Yi. Waiting for me for what? Mainly, there's something to tell you. Mo Qingwan was a bit nervous. If Lin Yi knew about the news that he and Ran Zhongshu had broken up, would he be so excited that he would hug himself? If that's true, it's too embarrassing in public. I broke up with Ring Zhongshu. Oh. Lin Yi's indifferent attitude surprised Mo Qingwan. When he was in school, he wrote love letters to himself, and he still can't get enough of himself, and he's broken up and is back to being single. So why is he acting so cold? Wasn't he the goddess of his heart? Shouldn't he be excited and hugging himself? Was he as embarrassed as he was because it was a public place here? Mo Qingwan thought about it left and right, and it was indeed possible. Do you have time tonight? To celebrate my return to singleness, how about I treat you to dinner? Lin Yi shook his head. Not good. No good? Why did you reject me? Mo Qingwan was unconvinced and said proudly, you even wrote me a love letter before, saying that I'm the goddess among you, and now that I've given you a chance, why don't you cherish it? Lin Yi rubbed his temples. Brain pain. I just said that the love letter was written by Zhang Son. I'm just relaying it on his behalf. Why do you believe it? Wake up. Don't dream. Ha ha. The people who stood around and watched laughed out loud. Mo Qingwan is also too self-conscious. Mr. Lin is handsome and rich. He may lack everything but just not women. She even boasts that she is the goddess of other people's hearts. She is too self-absorbed. That's the way these women are. They love and ignore people when they don't have money. And now that they have money, they pounce on them like flies. A goddess in front of ordinary people. A licking dog in front of rich people. Hey! Mo Qingwan's cheeks flushed red, like she had been slapped several times. Embarrassed to the point of embarrassment. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go. With that, Lin Yi walked towards his Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's really worthy of Mr. Lin. He's even driving a less Mirage. It's said that the landed price is more than 9 million. It's too rich. I may never get a chance to ride in a car like this in my life. Go for the whole look and then find a rich woman over 60 and after you inherit her estate, you might be able to drive a Mirage. Standing not far away, Mo Qingwan saw Lin Yi's Rolls-Royce Phantom, and her cloudy eyes, once again, brightened up. Can't give it up. By all means, take this opportunity for yourself. If you miss it, you'll never get a chance to marry into a rich family in your life. Lin Yi, just as he opened the car door, he heard Mo Qingwan call out to him from behind. Anything else? Mo Qingwan swept away the color of gloom from her face and said with a joyful smile, I'm fired now. At least we're classmates. It's okay to give me a ride, right? Saying that, he didn't care if Lin Yi agreed or not, and directly got into the passenger seat. I can't tell you. A nice car is different. I felt a little hot just sitting down. Seeing Mo Qingwan get into Lin Yi's passenger car, those of her former co-workers were surprised. Had things taken a turn for the worse? A little envious. Lin Yi looked at Mo Qingwan speechlessly. She was quite high and cold when she went to school, but this is only after graduating for more than half a year. She's become so shameless? Did I tell you to sit down? No. At least we are classmates. Can't you even send me a section? Mo Qingwan said with a smile. You don't want to come down, do you? I'm sitting down. How can I come down? Mo Qingwan grumbled. Okay, sit down then. Aha. Mo Qingwan had thought that Lin Yi would get on the bus as well and pull himself away, so that her chance would come. Instead, it turned out that he was actually talking on his cell phone. Lin Yi, are you booking a hotel? I'll go anywhere. I'm not picky, Mo Qingwan said in embarrassment. Well, book you into a hotel with unlimited renewal and a platinum bracelet and anklet. In fact, you don't have to be like this. I want to be with you. And it's not because I fancy your money. It's because I think you know your roots and can still be relied on. And I'm embarrassed that you're so broke. Mo Qingwan was a bit puzzled. Just now she had righteously rejected herself. Did she change her mind so quickly? It seemed that his sincerity had impressed him. After all, it was his college days schoolflower, the goddess of all men's hearts. It was understandable that he had such a transformation. It's fine. It doesn't cost anything anyway. No cost? Lin Yi didn't answer as the call connected. 110? There's a woman who's stuck in my car and won't leave. I'm right in front of the Far East mansion, so send someone to take care of it. Okay, that's it. Come on. Mo Qingwan almost vomited blood. You're actually calling the police. Or else, Lin Yi said helplessly, even if I let you get off, you won't get off. So I can only use this method. Lin Yi, don't call the police. I'll just get off, Mo Qingwan said, and then got out of the car grayly. If I had known, why would I have wasted my 20 cents on the phone? With that, Lin Yi drove off while Mo Qingwan became the laughingstock of everyone. Leaving from the Far East group, Lin Yi didn't go back to school and was driving to the twin mansions. Seeing the magnificent and imposing twin towers, the beautiful blueprint in Lin Yi's heart became clearer and clearer. In the future, this will be the location of your own company. Vaguely, Lin Yi had a premonition that in the near future, this place would become the center of attention for the whole world. After strolling around in front of the Twin Towers and realizing it was after 12, I drove to the Peninsula Hotel to get my lunch fix. After dinner, Linny had planned to go to school, but then he received a call from Chinghan. Old Lin, what's going on? Just finished lunch and getting ready for work. A broken drop. Still driving a few cents. Come over and run a few laps. I have a little doubt here. You come over and point me out. DDT stopped driving a long time ago and is now working as a teacher at the university. Shit, just you can still be a teacher? Chinghan was surprised. What's the matter? Is it that the girls in the clubhouse aren't fun anymore and you went to the university to find a new target? It's so hard to talk to you dudes. I call it self-reliance. Okay, we are all the same behavior. No one say who, Chinghan said. And your Pagani seems to have repaired the paint. Come over to play, just to pick up the car. Okay, meet me at the car lot. With Zhao Qi as his backer, Linny gave up on the idea of going to school and drove to the car lot. Like Chinghan said, pick up the son of the wind. By the way, when they arrived at the car lot, they found that Chin-Han and a few of his friends were here, accompanied by a couple of girls in super short skirts. Lena, whom she had met earlier, was also listed, but Lena's dress was extraordinarily astringent. Jeans and high heels with a white blouse, but it was a bit of a royal flavor. Lin Xiao, you're here. Seeing Lin Yi, Lena trotted over and said as she took his arm, and she even took her breasts and rubbed them against Lin Yi's arm. I kind of don't recognize you with the change of outfit. Knowing that you like Ryoga for this flavor, I changed my style on purpose. Who told you I like the taste of a good family? The last time we went to Young Chin's barbecue restaurant, the woman beside you, wasn't she a good woman? Lena said petulantly. You're really attentive. That's all you've noticed, Linny said with a smile. You two pay attention. If you're both suffocating, go to the hotel and have a dip. If you can hold it in, come over and run a few laps, Chinghan said. A defeated man. Don't clamor. Linny then called for his Pagani to be driven out. After a few laps in a row, Chinghan was finished and didn't win once. What a fucking pervert. I can't believe I couldn't beat your Pagani in a modified P1. It's not bad already. There's an improvement in technique. Patting Chinghan on the shoulder, Linny said in a serious tone. Less pretense. A few more months of practice and I'm sure I'll beat you. Then I'll wait. By the way, wanted to tell you something, Chinghan said. Can you lend me your Leakin for a few days? No way. The Emperor of Shanghai and Zhonghai is actually borrowing someone else's car to drive? What a loss of face. Even if I'm the Emperor of Shanghai, I've never fucking driven a $60+ million Lycoming. Chinghan spat. Okay, we two have such a good relationship. I'll give you a cheaper rate. $1,000 a day. Is that good enough? Enough of a few cents. You've said you're on good terms, and you're actually asking me for money. How hurtful. Don't mention feelings, they hurt. Nima, can you not be so much of a tart? A brother-in-arms is one size fits all. Can we haggle then? Alright, I'll give you a chance to haggle. Name a number, Linny said. Chinghan held out a finger. $1 a day. Shit, you're playing legend? You cut me with a 999? It would be nice to give you money, Chinghan said. It's dead on arrival. Pick up the car at your place in a few days, and Lakin lent me a few days to drive it. Okay, call me when you use it. A few of Chinghan's friends, secretly exploding their tongues, all had many speculations about Lin Yi in their hearts. This big brother's family background in the end, how strong. Actually even Qin Shao have to tube him to borrow a car to drive? That's nifty. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the two of them were talking, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. And it was Wang Ying calling. Linny guessed why. During the launch yesterday, the two had arranged to have dinner today, presumably to remind himself about dinner. Sister Ying. Yat, are you busy? From Wang Ying's voice, Linny could hear that something was wrong, with a hint of panic. Why Sister Ying? What happened? I was riding my motorcycle home and I hit a car. I don't know how much money to pay for it. Can you help me out? Where are you? Are you hurt? I wasn't hurt. It was a car that fell over and smashed into someone else's car, Wang Ying said anxiously. It's on Jianqing Road, opposite the Music Plaza. Okay, I got it. Now go over there. What's wrong? What's wrong? After hanging up the phone and seeing that Lin Yi's expression wasn't quite right, Chinghan asked. A friend of mine, her motorcycle smashed someone else's car, asked me to go over and take a look, Lin Yi said. The opposite side is quite arrogant, cursing all the time on the phone. Hey crouching grass. This is really interesting, Chinghan said. Bullying your friend. That's bullying my friend. I'll go with you. You can go along if you're free. After saying that, Linny drove his Pagani, and Chinghan drove his McLaren P1, and drove towards Jianqing Road with the others. Across the music square, a large crowd had gathered to watch the accident. What the hell is wrong with you? Going in to buy something? Why don't you lock your car? Look at what you've done to my car. A middle-aged man shouted. I'm a new car, landing more than 500,000 yuan. If you do not give me a statement today, do not want to go. Wang Ying looked anxious. What are you shouting for? Don't think that I'm afraid of you because you have a big voice. I'll just accompany you with money. Wang Ying was also a bit puzzled and went to the nearby store to buy something by herself. The car was clearly locked when I went in, and it wasn't too windy today, so how could it have been blown over? Do you think you can get away with it by losing money? The middle-aged man said. I'm a BMW 5 Series of more than $500,000. You a motorcycle rider. Can you afford to accompany? I know your car isn't cheap, but don't you dare try to blackmail me. My friends will be here later, and I'll be sure to give you a statement then. Although there were doubts in her heart, Wang Ying wasn't prepared to shirk her responsibility, except that she had to wait for Lin Yi to come, and she would pay for what he said to do. He can't be allowed to rant. It's useless even if your friend comes, the middle-aged man said. People like you at this level know how the BMW's car damage pricing scratched such a large area. Not 100,000 or 80,000 simply cannot come down. Hiss. Hearing this, the people around them sucked in a breath of cold air and pointed their fingers. Isn't this obvious blackmail? Even if the BMW 5 Series is more expensive, there is no need to pay out so much money. It's possible that the paint used was imported, and on top of that the 4S was more expensive and could have cost that much. This woman is pathetic. If she could really afford to lose that much money, she wouldn't have to ride a motorcycle. Wang Ying looked anxious. She does not know much about the car. If you really want to lose so much money, you have to lose all your own personal money. This lady, with such a large amount of money, I guess you can't afford to lose it. I have another solution. Do you want to hear it? The middle-aged man said with a smile. What solution? I've recently opened a new company, and I'm short of a secretary around me. If you're willing to work beside me, then the money for losing the car can be slowly deducted from your paycheck. What do you think? The middle-aged man's smile grew thicker. He was certain that the beautiful young woman in front of him would not refuse, because she simply can't afford to lose that much money. There is no other choice. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's mouth was already about to burst into laughter. He himself was too lucky to have met such a superb person on his way to the office. Good thing I had the bright idea to deliberately move down her motorcycle, although a little heartbroken about his car, but it was worth it to get such a beautiful young woman. You wish, old rascal, Wang Ying scolded. How dare you curse me? The middle-aged man said with a stern face. Do you believe I'll call the police now and bring you to the police station? Don't you scare people there? When my friend comes, he will naturally deal with this matter. I don't have time to spend with you here. If you don't pay up now, come with me to the police station. The middle-aged man was pleased in his heart. He knew the chief of this police station. As long as he brought her there, it would be a great success. You let go of me. Don't move your hands. I'll make a move. What can you do to me? Just then, a sound of an engine came through, startling the onlookers for a moment. My God, it's a supercar. My God, it's a supercar. The exclamation drew the eyes of those present. The mouth dropped open into an O shape. This is nifty. These are cars you only see on the internet. Pagani Son of the Wind, McLaren P1, Aston Martin V8, Ferrari 488, Porsche 911. What's this? There must be at least a dozen supercars, right? Is this a collective bombing by the rich kids? So many sports cars, adding up to at least over $100 million. More than over $100 million. Look at the license plate numbers, either consecutive numbers or leopards, not to mention the cars, just those license plate numbers. They can be sold for a lot of money. Seeing a dozen or so supercars driving head-on, onlookers gasped in awe and hurriedly took their cell phones out to take pictures. But to their surprise, just as they were taking pictures, these sports cars stopped beside them. What's going on here? The doors of the cars opened one after another, and Lin Yi and Qinghan, one after another, stepped down from the cars. My God, that man is so handsome too. Look at his legs, you guys. They're so long. I just don't know if the third leg is long. Lin Yi, you're here. Seeing Lin Yi come down, Wang Ying jogged over at the first opportunity. Monkeyed, silly. Seeing Wang Ying standing in front of Lin Yi, they all realized what was going on. The friend this woman is talking about is this man in a Pagani. It's just that how does she, a woman on a motorcycle, even know a rich kid in a supercar? Have all the rich kids' tastes changed? Starting to like young women? And the most confused person would have to be that middle-aged man. I can't believe I called in a bunch of rich kids in supercars. What's wrong with your hand? Why is it still red? Lin Yi asked. Just now, he made a move on me, and he caught it all. Wang Ying said with tears in her eyes. I know what's going on. Go wait for me on the side. Oh, got it. Snap. Before Linny could do anything, Qinghan went up and slapped him. Don't want to mix in Shanghai anymore, is it? Dare to make a move on my Qinghan's friend. Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in Shanghai? Hiss. He's actually Qinghan. Those present were surprised to learn of Qinghan's true identity. I didn't expect to meet the famous emperor of Shanghai in this place. You're actually Qin Shao. The middle-aged man was almost pissed off. He had heard of Qinghan's great name, and if he really offended him, with his methods and abilities, there would really be no way for him to stay in Shanghai. Qin Shao, you calm down. I did get a little excited just now, the middle-aged man accompanied with a smile. I also made a move with her because I was too agitated. You are a generous man. Don't be general with me. Then don't get lost. Qinghan scolded. Waiting for me to buy you dinner? The middle-aged man cried and mourned. What a fucking steal. I had thought that this loss was nothing when I was able to subdue this beautiful young woman. But now, I'm afraid there's no chance of getting this woman, and my own car is scratched. It's too damn hard. Later, Linny rushed at Qinghan and said, you have to be reasonable about things. Ask about the situation first. With that, Linny looked at Wang Ying. Sister Ying, what's going on exactly? Tell me. I went to the store to buy something, so I locked my motorcycle under the root of a tree, but he said that my car was knocked down by the wind and smashed his car, and asked me to pay for it. Wang Ying said. Linny was a bit puzzled. It's so hot today. There's no wind at all. How could it blow your motorcycle over? Lin Xiao, do you think it could be this old rascal, who intentionally moved Sister Ying's motorcycle down, trying to blackmail Sister Ying for a fortune? Lena said. It's really interesting. Once upon a time it was all about people touching porcelain. Today it's cars touching porcelain. It's a long time coming. I guess it's because of Ying's pretty face. Didn't you see that she moved her hands just now? It's not that simple. Qinghan said. There's surveillance in front of us. I'll call my friends at the Ministry of Transportation and ask them to pull down the surveillance and we'll know what's going on. When these words came out, the middle-aged man's face turned blue, and he realized that there was a surveillance monitor diagonally in front of him, shining right at his place. If you pull up the surveillance, won't your tracks be compromised? Qin Shao, since she's your friend, I don't want compensation. It's just a scratch. I'll just find a place to fix it myself. It's not a big deal. Forget it. Slow down. What's the hurry to go? Qinghan said. When the surveillance comes out, if it's really windblown, I'll give you every penny with you. But if there's something fishy going on here, we're gonna have to have a little chat. Puff. The middle-aged man shivered, and his legs softened as he directly knelt down. Qin Shao, I know I'm wrong. It's me who saw the color and intentionally moved down her motorcycle. Please give me another chance. I have an old man and a young man. You can't be so heartless. Fuck you. Scum like you should be fucking killed. Qinghan cursed. Lousy went to the club and still knew to pay. You're fucking good. Not only do you want to play for nothing, but you also want people to lose money. Really fucking the older you get the more flirty you get. Old Qin, you know a lot of people. You handle this, Linny said. Alright, you take the people and go ahead. I'll make sure he gets a lesson today. Linny nodded and said, Sister Ying, let's go. My motorcycle is still there. Wang Ying was a bit reluctant to part with it. Don't ask for one. I'll buy you one sometime. Linny took Wang Ying to his car and drove off in the Pagani. My god, it's so cool. The women on the sidelines, with two golden eyes, were envious. Their own women are bullied, and then they bring their own fleet of cars over to level the playing field. It's like a plot from an idol drama. I wish I knew a rich kid like that. Times have changed. There's a market for young women. I'm going to get married and be adopted by a rich kid. Looking at Lin Yi's back as he left, Lena skimmed her mouth and muttered to herself. It seems that what young Lin likes is not a good family, but a good young woman. In the car, Linny drove off with Wang Ying. Where to now? It's not even closing time yet. To the office? I took a special leave from work to go home. Going home? Linny said. Normally speaking, you shouldn't take Jianqing Road to go home. I went shopping. Wang Ying shook the bag in her hand and then took out everything inside. The colors you like. My favorite color? Linny inclined his head to look and realized that it was all black stockings, and there seemed to be several different styles. Cough cough cough. Sister Ying has a heart. Wang Ying smiled mysteriously. When we go out later, sis will wear it for you. Facing a young woman like Wang Ying, Linny still held a conservative attitude and then changed the topic. Sister Ying, at least you're the sales minister now. Why are you still riding a motorcycle? How can you get a car to match your status? Because she doesn't have a car. There are times when Wang Ying rides a motorcycle to work. It's not so much about saving money. It's mostly about the convenience of not being stuck in traffic. I actually had plans to buy a car, but it was a bit too high profile to buy a car right after I was promoted, so I thought I'd wait a little longer. What do you care so much about? People don't take care of themselves. They live comfortably on the line. Linny said. It's not early today. Let's go around some other day. Okay. Sis listens to you. Soon, Linny drove the car to Wang Ying's house. Wang Ying's home wasn't that big, almost 60 square feet, so naturally it couldn't be compared to the Kyushu Pavilion in terms of size. But in a place like Zhonghai, where land is scarce, a house of this size would have to be over $5 million at the very least. The living room was a bit messy, with Wang Ying's clothes everywhere, and even different colors of underwear could be seen, which was also in line with the living habits of a woman living alone. Yat, I'm sorry to make you laugh. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't clean up. That being said, Wang Ying had no intention of putting away her underwear either. It's fine. My house is like this too, Linny said with a smile. Sis won't be polite to you. There's some watermelon in the fridge. And drinks. Help yourself. As she spoke, Wang Ying unbuttoned her clothes, and the two big white rabbits jumped out with it. But Wang Ying didn't care. I'm going to take a shower and then we'll go. Sis is treating you to a big meal today. Then I won't be polite to you. Wang Ying then entered into the bathroom, and soon heard the sound of running water, calling for a bit of a heart attack. Linny opened the refrigerator and prepared to eat some watermelon. It was too hot to relieve the heat. However, opening the refrigerator revealed that Wang Ying's situation, similar to Ji Qingyan's, had several pairs of unopened stockings sitting on the fresh layer. Instantly, Lin Yi's desire to eat watermelon was suppressed, and he then drank a cup of room-temperature water from the water fountain. Almost 20 minutes, the sound of water in the bathroom came to an abrupt end, and it wasn't long before Wang Ying, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. Faint vapor steamed from the alabaster shoulders. Wang Ying's appearance, although not as stunning as Ji Qingyan's, her whole body was filled with a young woman's flavor. This feeling was something Ji Qingyan could not compare to. Yat, come to sister's room. Ha? Linny was a bit confused. Sister Ing, this is your house. It's not too good. You brat. Where were you thinking? Wang Ying laughed. Come over and help sister choose a set of clothes. So that's what happened. Linny and Wang Ying arrived at the master bedroom and unexpectedly realized that there was only one pillow on the bed. Even if the husband is away on business, it's not like this. Wang Ying didn't care about those details and opened her closet. Sis's clothes are all here. Help sis choose a set. Wang Ying's closet was neat and tidy, not cluttered like at home. That burgundy dress is nice. Okay, sis, I'll listen to you. I'll wear this one. As Lin Yi had said, Wang Ying took out the burgundy-colored dress, then pointed to a few small boxes under the closet and said, does this one need to be selected again? What's here? Just take a look and you'll know. Wang Ying smiled and opened a few small boxes under the closet. Lin Yi almost spurted blood. It was full of Wang Ying's little insides, colorful and in all styles. Let's forget about this. It's better for Sister Ing to do it herself. Also grown up. What are you shy about? Wang Ying snickered. Alright, go out first. We'll both leave after changing clothes. Aha. Responding, Lin Yi walked out of the bedroom to go. 10 minutes later, Wang Ying changed her clothes and walked out of the room. The skirt was not a fitted model, but because of Wang Ying's plump figure, it was hard to wear a fitted sheath dress. Coupled with that black silk, it set off the young woman's temperament to the fullest. As for what he was wearing inside, Lin Yi had no idea, but if Lin Yi asked, it was expected that Wang Ying would tell him. Come on, I've got the place booked. Seabreeze Pond. Seabreeze Pond? That's a place for seafood. Right, and the prices don't seem cheap. Told you I'd treat you to a big meal. Absolutely no ambiguity. Walking. With that, the two of them descended the stairs piece by piece and got into Lin Yi's Wendigo. Seabreeze Pond is so large and lavishly decorated that it's almost a match for Chin Han's barbecue restaurant. Wang Ying booked a seat on the third floor, which was clean because the service charge was relatively high and not too many people. Wang Ying did not be ambiguous, ordered a lot of good things. A meal down, not a few thousand. Certainly not down. We'll be driving later, so sis will toast you with tea instead of wine. You're welcome. I just said it off the top of my head. No big deal, but if I didn't have you to put in a good word, I wouldn't have been able to become the sales minister. Wang Ying looked at Lin Yi mysteriously. Xiao Yi, I remember yesterday, after the reception was over, Mr. Ji went upstairs to the hotel. He wouldn't be looking for you, would he? Aha, Lin Yi didn't hide it. So nothing happened between you and Mr. Qi? Sister Ing, you're too nosy, Lin Yi said, crying and laughing. What's wrong with that? Mr. Ji has such a good figure. He's enjoying himself. Wang Ying squeezed her eyebrows and said, and I see that you are in such a good state today. Your stamina is quite good. Sister Ing, you're really overreacting. I really didn't do anything. Each sleeps on their own. No way. You didn't eat such a big fat piece of meat in front of you? I'd like to eat it. But people don't give a damn. You're right to say that. Mr. G isn't a casual person. Wang Ying took off her high heels, and with her stocking-clad toes, she rubbed them against Ling Yi's leg. You should be suffocating then. Sister Ying. It's easy for you to misunderstand me. What are you afraid of? Misunderstanding is misunderstanding, Wang Ying said. Anyway, we are now living our own lives. Home is like a hostel to us. Just a partnership. No way. You guys had a falling out? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. It was the first time he heard Wang Ying talk about her family. From the first time he cheated on me, our relationship broke down. And while there's nothing on the surface, there's no going back. With a wife like Ying like a flower, how can she still cheat on her wife? There was no way for Lin Yi to understand such an operation. It was too confusing. Don't all men like freshness? Wang Ying said with emotion. Once the novelty is over, the heart is itchy. So in the past 2 years or so, we didn't have much communication. The relationship is getting fainter and fainter. And if it wasn't for him begging me on his knees 2 years ago, he might have gotten divorced long ago. Since they're all emotionally unavailable, what's the point of spending time? Lin Yi said. You're not too old now. And you have a good job. And you have your own advantages when you start your next relationship. It's not that we haven't met a suitable candidate. Wang Ying held her fragrant cheeks and said with a smile. If you have an idea for that, I can consider it. Sister. They say you'd rather tear down 10 temples than ruin a marriage. So I can't do this. Che. You don't even cherish it when you're given the chance. Wang Ying laughed, then chucked a piece of shrimp meat and handed it to Lin Yi's plate. Taste the flavor. I've had it once before and it tastes pretty good. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you, Sister Ying. The two talked a lot over the course of the meal. It also gave Lin Yi a new understanding of Wang Ying. No wonder it's always so close to you. It turns out that the marriage has run its course and is running out of steam here. After the meal, Lin Yi sent Wang Ying back. Driving is quite tiring. Or don't go tonight, Wang Ying said. Better not. It's not a good time. Usually see you quite bold. I didn't expect to be so timid. Wang Ying ruffled her hair. I don't dare to eat even if I send it to your mouth. And I don't need you to be responsible for it. So I'm really a wimp. Lin Yi turned sideways, cupped Wang Ying's chin, and said with a smile, things have to be done with a sense of honor. Otherwise I could have kept you until now? Wang Ying smiled sweetly. It's fine with you. Wang Ying opened the car door and got out, walking into her neighborhood. After sending Wang Ying away, Lin Yi drove home, and after swimming a few laps in the pool, he always felt that something was missing. It took a while to figure out what was going on. If Ji Qingyan was here, and with the moonlight tonight, it would be perfect. Buzz off. A WeChat message came on his cell phone, and he picked it up to find it from the stingy man. Pleated skirt, God. Together on the game Invisible chicken wing, can you stop talking in that tone and be normal? Pleated skirt, I'm happy today. A person I hate very much has been fired, and I'll never see him again. In the unit, think about it. Pleated skirt, I think I can go over the top today. Invisible chicken wings, the fact that you don't super ghost is the greatest gift to me. Pleated skirt, don't talk about people like that. I'm trying hard too. Pleated skirt, hurry up and get on the game. I can't wait. Tap on the game. And just as soon as he came in, he received an invitation from the opposite side, and the two of them's journey to the rankings officially began. 1 hour later. Invisible chicken wings, I'm fucking convinced. After 3 fights, you're 2 super ghosts. Old man's promotion. Pleated skirt, don't scold me. I'm probably just too excited and a little wavy. Invisible chicken wings, can you play the game with a little brain? IQ or growing fierce on? Invisible chicken wings, damn opposite Ying Zhang is super god. What the hell am I doing catching him all the time? Pleated skirt, because I used to be Jingku. Invisible chicken wings, how much does it have to do with Jingku? Pleated skirt, it's destiny for Jingku to kill Ying Zhang. Invisible chicken wings, lodging your sister's life? Don't ever ask me to play games again. Lin Yi was so angry that he just quit the game. He was originally able to advance, but she ruined it all. Soon, a WeChat message from the other party was received on the cell phone. Pleated skirt, don't be angry. God. I'll treat you to dinner. Place of your choice, as long as you don't get angry. Invisible chicken wing, not interested. Pleated skirt, no. At least give me a chance to thank you, please. Invisible chicken wings, it's not even good enough to call your dad. Get out of the way. Pleated skirt, daddy. Lin Yi. Invisible chicken wing, you're awesome. Book a place. Pleated skirt, so how about tomorrow night at 5 o'clock? The Maritime House? Invisible chicken wings, that's a Western restaurant, right? Pleated skirt, can't the Great Spirit eat Western food? Invisible chicken wing, I'll do anything. Pleated skirt, okay, I won't see you tomorrow. After chatting on WeChat, Lin Yi returned to Villa 3, where he was staying today. The next morning after waking up and washing up, Lin Yi drove to the Master's University. Why is my desk gone? Seeing that the seat belonging to him was empty, Lin Yi asked, Mr. Shaolin, have you forgotten that you're already the deputy director of the school committee and can't sit with us? Shirley said, Teacher sure, you have to change your name. You can't call Mr. Shaolin anymore. You have to call Director Lin, Li Xingbang said with a smile. Brother Li, don't make fun of me, Lin Yi said, just call me Shaolin. How can that be? This is the rule, Li Xingbang said. Your desk, we've moved it to the office inside. Just go inside. Something else, Lin Yi said. I don't want to be with a menopausal tigress. I want to live a few more years. So hurry up and help me get the table out. Who are you calling a tigress? Shug walked in through the door and gave Lin Yi a blank look. The office was silent. All eyes on Sugar. She does have a bit of a tigress feel to her in this state. Ring, ring, ring. Just when the atmosphere was at a standstill, the phone of the school committee rang, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Hello, school committee office, Sonia said. Teacher, it's bad. Xiaoyu is going to jump off the building. Come and take a look. What a jumper. Sonia's voice pulled up for a moment, clearly frightened. The people in the office were, likewise, terrified. All of them dropped their eyes to Sonia, wondering what was going on. Well, there seems to be a problem with the job, and I can't tell you over the phone, so you and Mr. Su come and take a look. Okay, don't worry guys, we'll go over there now. Song Jia said, where are you guys now? It's in the house we rented. Alright, you stabilize Xiaoyu first. We'll go over now. Jia. What happened? As Sonia hung up, Shug asked, who called? Lu Yang called, but the specifics weren't explained. They're both in the rented house right now. Let's just say it's because of the job and Xiaoyu wants to jump off the building. Quickly stop talking. Jia. Surely, let's go over first. Saying that, Shug looked at Lin Yi. You go too. Okay. At this time, Lin Yi didn't fight with Su Gu anymore, and the four of them grabbed the door. Jogging all the way to the parking lot, they got into Lin Yi's car together. Where is the location? The people in homes on Xianqing Street, Sonia said. What's going on? And who's the person who's going to jump? Lin Yi asked as he drove. The girl who was going to jump off the building is named Sun Xiaoyu, and the person who came to the phone is named Lu Yang. Both of them are the outstanding graduates of this term, and they rented their own house after they left school, not thinking that something like this would happen. Sun Xiaoyu is the school flower of Normal University, and she has excellent academic performance, which is considered a signature of Normal University. Shug and Song Jia knew everything about her, including the house they shared, which Shug had helped find at a fair and cheap price. You just said that it was because of her job that Sun Xiaoyu wanted to jump off the building. Where does she work? Zhenghan Capital. Director Lin should have heard of it. It's a very famous investment company, Song Jia said. As an undergraduate student, it's still the first time ever that Xiaoyu has entered a company like Zhenghan Capital. Zhenghan Capital? Lin Yi muttered. Isn't this Qin Han's company? Okay, let's not talk about the rest of it. Go over there and see what's going on. Aha! When the trio arrived at the people in homes, they found a crowd of people standing below, with police cordons drawn around the perimeter and airbeds laid out below in case something untoward happened. Looking up towards the upper floors, one could clearly see that there was a silhouette standing at the top of the building, which, unsurprisingly, should be the Sun Xiaoyu that Song Jia had spoken of. What are you doing? All of you, quit! The policeman bellowed. Hello comrade policeman, the person on the roof, is a student of our teacher's university. I am her teacher. Can you let us go up? Shug said. We want to go up and persuade her. It should work. Learning of Sugar's identity, the police officer's expression eased considerably. You guys wait a minute. I'll talk to the chief about this. Good. Needless to say, you're coming with me. Just as the two sides were negotiating, a middle-aged man said, judging from his demeanor and the tone of his voice, he should undoubtedly be the director. Thanks. Led by the police, Lin Yi's four were taken to the roof of the building. Mr. Su, Mr. Song, Mr. Sure. Seeing Shug's trio, a girl with short hair trotted over with tears in her eyes, already in a hurry. Shug looked at Sun Xiaoyu, who was not far away, and his heart thumped. What the hell is going on? Xiaoyu is working well. How come she still has the idea of lightening her life? I'm not too sure about the specifics. I'm taking a break from my shift today. I was sleeping at home when I saw Xiaoyu come back crying. I asked her what happened and didn't say anything. Then she went back to her room. And after that it seemed like she even got into a fight with her boyfriend. And she kept talking about work. So I guess it might have been related to work. Okay, I got it. With that, Sugar took a few steps forward. Xiaoyu, calm down. Speak slowly if you have something to say. The teacher will make the decision for you. Hearing Shug's voice, Sun Xiaoyu, who was standing at the edge of the building, turned around. Linny realized that this female student named Sun Xiaoyu was really quite good looking, only now his eyes were dull, his face was white, and he wasn't in very good shape. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I don't want to live. Even if you don't want to live, you have to make it clear. Let the teacher know what's going on, and if you die like that, won't you let those bad guys get away with it? Shug's appearance seemed to have instantly shattered Sun Xiaoyu's psychological defenses, and she cried even more heartbreakingly and shakily. I let someone molest me and my boyfriend doesn't understand me. I don't want to live anymore. Molested? Shug and Songjia immediately turned pale, as the same women. They hated this kind of thing the most. Take your time and tell me who really molested you. The vice president of our company. Sun Xiaoyu touched her tears and said, he hinted at me many times before, but I didn't agree. I didn't expect him to do it directly. Linny squinted his eyes, carefully observing Sun Xiaoyu's state, and already roughly understood what was going on. She was still in her work uniform. The shirt inside had been ripped open and you could even see her underwear, but that just meant that it was a good thing. If something irreparable really happened, Sun Xiaoyu's clothes couldn't be like this, so there's a good chance that it was attempted molestation. When she came back, I guess she told her boyfriend what had happened, and maybe it wouldn't have been like that if she had gotten some comfort, but Lu Yang said she and her boyfriend had a fight, which means that Sun Xiaoyu, who was molested, was not understood and comforted, but also disliked, which is an important reason for the situation. If you look at it this way, things are clear. Being molested was the cause, and her boyfriend's lack of understanding pushed her to the brink of death. Thinking about this, Linny frowned slightly. As serious as things are, they don't go this far, and these college students nowadays have been in the ivory tower for so long that they're psychologically fragile as hell. Teacher Su, I really don't want to live. Don't try to persuade me anymore. Xiaoyu, you must be calm. You are only in your 20s. There is still a lot of time waiting for you. You cannot. Don't say it. Shug didn't finish his words before he was interrupted by Linny, who had stepped aside. Shug looked at Linny, wondering what he was going to do. Linny looked at Sun Xiaoyu. Introduce yourself first. I'm Linny, the deputy director of the school committee, and I'm here today. It's not to persuade you. If you really want to die, just jump down from here. Don't waste the time of the group. The police are all here. Do you know how valuable people's time is? Monkeyed. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Gu, Song Jia, Shirley and the other police officers present looked at him wide-eyed. What's this guy talking about? Isn't he a school teacher? How can you even advise your own students to jump off a building? Linny ignored the gazes of the others and looked at Sun Xiaoyu and said, tossing so many people around on the verge of death. Are you good at it? If I were you, I'd find a place where no one is around and just jump off without causing trouble for society. I'm the victim. Why are you still blaming me? What did I do wrong? Sun Xiaoyu hissed in disregard of her image. Because you're weak. Because you're poor. Because you're incapable. Because you die for nothing. Linny said indifferently. I know you're a victim. Being molested by a company executive with a boyfriend who still doesn't understand you. But what does it solve if you just die? Will the executive who molested you be brought to justice? As for your boyfriend, if he can't even understand you in such a trivial matter, is such a man worth committing his life to? Is he a good match? Yes. Don't worry. We will definitely help you get justice. Shug added. At this time, her heart has been raised to the eye of the throat, really afraid that Sun Xiaoyu cannot think and jump off the building. Those words from Linny were too irritating. It's impossible. You guys can't help me at all. Sun Xiaoyu cried. Cui Binlong is the vice president of Zhenghan capital. He's in a high position of power. Even if the principal steps in, he can't do anything to him. Didn't he molest you? Linny said indifferently. I promise to waste both of his hands and give you justice. But if you still want to die, I won't stop you. If you want to jump, hurry up and don't waste my time. Just in the moment of Sun Xiaoyu's hesitation, a police officer took advantage of her lack of caution and hurried over from the other side, tackling her to the ground. Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu was relieved of the danger, and Shuk and Songjia jogged over to see that she wasn't in any serious trouble before they heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, it's really you, the police chief said. If it wasn't for you, making her heart's defenses waver, none of us would have had the chance to make a move. You're welcome. I just did what I had to do. The main credit goes to you guys. Okay, let's not be polite. The director said, I suggest you send someone, first, to take her to her home for a while to rest and de-escalate the agitation, and then you stay and still need to routinely take a statement. Good, we'll definitely cooperate positively. Sun Xiaoyu was then taken back to the rental house, where she was accompanied by Shirley and Lu Yang, and her emotions have stabilized. At this time, Lin Yi, Su Go and Song Jia were sitting in another room, talking about what had just happened. Director Zhao, I'm the director of the school committee of the Central China Sea Teachers University. I want to call the police, and I hope that you can take up this case. The position of the director of the Sugar School Reunion Committee was not a big one, but because it was backed by the Central China Sea Teachers University, that's why the director, Zhao Yulin, stayed behind to deal with this personally. Director Su, I understand how you feel, but I'm not suggesting you call the police. Why don't you call the police? After such a big event, don't we even have the right to call the police? There's no king's law anymore. Can money really do whatever you want? What's with the blind excitement? Listen to people finish their sentences. Lin Yi said. Bureau Zhao. She's had a bit of an endocrine disorder lately and is emotionally unstable. Don't get on her bad side. With Zhao Yulin here, Sugu didn't bother with Lin Yi, but just gave her a hard blank stare. The reason why I don't suggest that you call the police is not because I'm afraid of power, but because this is an attempted forcible X. The extent isn't that big, and you know the scale of Zhonghan capital. They have a complete legal system. If you call the police, they might bite back and say that it was the victim, Sun Xiaoyu, that took the initiative to seduce him. Zhao Yulin looked at Lin Yi and the others. I can guarantee that I'll treat this matter fairly, but can you guarantee that everyone involved will be fair and just? And there's something you guys probably don't know. The boss behind Zhonghan capital is the famous rich second-generation Qin Han in Zhanghai, and you should know the name of the Qin family as well. It's actually Qin Han's company. Learning of this news, Sonia was a bit unable to sit still. As a senior netizen, she still knew more about Qin Han. Otherwise he wouldn't have been excited to hit the opening of his barbecue restaurant. So she was well aware of how powerful Qin Han was. A big family like the Qin family was simply not something that little old people like them could fight against. If this is not done properly, this matter may really end up in vain and justice will not be done at all. As for Lin Yi's comment about removing someone's 2 hands, I guess it was just talk. It couldn't be done. We know. Thanks for the guidance. Bureau Zhao. Zhao Yulin nodded. I've told you all that I need to say. If you still want to continue to pursue this matter, look for me at the bureau. I'll be responsible to the end. Thank you, Bureau Zhao. We can just digest this on our own, Lin Yi said. Dropping Zhao Yulin off, the 3 of them went back to the room, and Shug said with a stern face, Lin Yi, what you did just now was too risky. What if Xiaoyu really got off lightly? Isn't she alive and well? Lin Yi said, full of concern. Director Lin, to be honest, I also feel that what you just did was a bit risky. Song Jia said, that's the 7th floor. If Xiaoyu jumps down, it's really over. Lin Yi shook his head. Real collapses are often silent. They don't raise a fuss. People who really want to die don't make such a big deal out of it either. It's all clean and 100%. What do you mean? Shug asked, looking at Lin Yi. Isn't it simple? She simply doesn't have the courage to die. Even if she was told to jump down, she wouldn't have the guts. Lin Yi said, she just had a breakdown and couldn't find a place to vent. That's why she did what she did. That's evident from the fact that she called her boyfriend. If her boyfriend had consoled her with a few words at the time, maybe there wouldn't have been so much going on. Because before, obtaining the sage wisdom given by the system had given Lin Yi some understanding of psychology. That's why it's possible to say something like that. Also known as crash therapy. Su Gu and Song Jia both stopped talking, feeling that Lin Yi had a point. At the very least, his own bitter words hadn't worked as well as a few words from him. Su Gu looked at Lin Yi, feeling a little unable to see through this man. It's a bit cynical, but it does have a bit of an inside track. Come on, let's go back, Sugar said, his face dripping with resignation and exhaustion. Sister Su, is this just going to go away? It can't be helped. I want to pursue it, but there's really nothing I can do about it. This is too much. Bullying our students and not being able to do anything about it. There's no king's law at all. Normal. Lagging behind will be beaten. That's how the rules of the game work. And it's no good if you don't follow them. After saying that, Lin Yi turned around and headed out, ready to leave. Director Lin, what are you doing? Song Jia asked. Things aren't done yet. I'm going to go to Midhan capital. What's the point of going to Zhonghan capital? Song Jia said, didn't you just say that we, the common people, don't have the ability to fight them at all? That's true, but Sun Xiaoyu is a student of normal university. How can I not help her find justice? Otherwise as a teacher, wouldn't it be in vain? After saying that, Lin Yi opened the door and left with a serious expression and cursed in his heart. Qin Han, this son of a bitch, how could he even recruit these lowlifes? Seeing Lin Yi leave, Su Gu and Song Jia panicked. Although his heart didn't carry treats for Lin Yi, he was an absolute credit in this matter. And if he really broke into Zhonghan capital the hard way, he would definitely suffer. Let's go over there too. We mustn't let her do anything stupid. Afterwards, Shug left Shirley behind while he and Song Jia went after Lin Yi. When they arrived downstairs, they found that Linny had already driven off, with no intention of waiting for them. Get a cab and go to Minham Capital. Got it, Sister Sue. Sonia waved and stopped a car and drove towards Zhenghan Capital. Shug and the others were fast, arriving at Zhenghan Capital one step ahead of Linny. Seeing the building of Zhenghan Capital, Shug and Songjia's mood became even more tense. To be able to work in such a building is a testament to the strength of CNH Capital. The Emperor of Shanghai, China's C, really isn't all talk. And at that moment, Linny arrived at Zhenghan Capital. What are you two doing here? Linny said. Linny, calm down, Su Go persuaded. I understand how you feel. I also want to help Xiaoyu get justice back. But this isn't something you can get involved in. Come back with me. This is none of your business. Go to the side. Linny didn't pay any more attention to Shug, and with his hands in his pockets, he walked straight in. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Linny shook his head. I'm looking for Cui Binlong on an urgent matter. Mr. Cui is meeting guests in his office. If you don't have an appointment, you can't see Mr. Cui. Linny didn't say anything and took his cell phone and dialed Qinghan. Old Lin, what can I do for you? Which office is Cui Binlong in? I'm looking for him for something. Cui Bin Riang? What are you looking for him for? Qinghan's tone was also serious as Linny sounded serious. It's not much, just tell me where he is. 1809, that's his office. Qinghan said seriously. Old Lin, if something happens, squeak out. I'll help you out. It's not much of a big deal. Waste both his hands. With that, Linny hung up the phone, ignoring the bystanders, and went straight to the elevator. Director Lin, is it really okay? This is Zhenghan Capital. If you really go after Cui Binlong's trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's just an old rascal. I'm still capable of handling it. CH Capital, Office of the Vice President. There were two people sitting in the office, one with a fat body, a 3/7 haircut and a greasy face, and that person is the Vice President of Zhenghan Capital, Cui Binlong. Opposite him, sat a man with a thin figure, named as Lu Changming, is Cui Binlong's partner. Mr. Lu, for this next overseas investment, we'll have to rely on you to lead the way in front, Cui Binlong said. You're welcome, we've known each other for so many years, and now we have a chance to work together. How nice, isn't that right? I'll set a table afterwards and give you a good meal. Small matter, Lu Changming said smilingly. I've been here for so long, how come I haven't seen that administrative secretary of yours? Haven't you been thinking about her for a long time? Have you taken her down yet? Don't mention it, Cui Binlong said. I sidestepped it many times, but it just wouldn't take the bait. It just so happens that I was holding a fire today, so I wanted to take it out on her. Didn't get to the point where she lost her death resisting and letting her get away with it. No, it didn't make much noise, did it? What are you afraid of? It's just a female college student. Even if you force him on you, what can you do to me? Besides, Mr. Qin is my cousin's uncle. This little matter is nothing. That said, the ability of Zhenghan Capital's legal department, that's evident in the industry. There's really no need to put her in the spotlight. Cui Binlong stroked his chin. I see that Mr. Lu seems to have some interest in her as well. Who can't have some thoughts about a college girl that pretty? It's fine. I know where her house is. I'll use a little trick afterwards to get her into your bed, Cui Binlong said with a smirk. Hooten. Just as the two of them were talking, the office door was kicked open and Linny walked in from outside. Pretty awesome, and you have to use a little trickery? Seeing the person who suddenly barged in, both Cui Binlong and Lu Changming were startled. I'm sorry Mr. Cui, these guys came in by force. We couldn't stop him, the female receptionist said. This is none of your business, Cui Binlong said coldly. Who are you people? Dare to trespass my office? Believe it or not, I'll make you sit through the bottom of the jail. This is really unbelievable, Linny said. Molesting a student of our teacher's university. You still have a point? Cui Binlong was stunned for a moment, then responded. You should be Sun Xiaoyu's teachers. You're not stupid, but looking at you guys, it seems like you're here to fight me, Cui Binlong said smilingly. Not nervous at all. It just so happens that I still need to find you guys. Sun Xiaoyu took the initiative to seduce me, and in the end, when I didn't agree, she bit me back. So you guys tell me what to do about this. You're shameless, Song Jia said. It was clearly you who made a move on Xiaoyu. Mei, Cui Binlong snorted coldly. People like you don't have the qualifications to talk to me yet. The subsequent matters will be handled by our legal department of Zhenghan Capital. After saying that, Cui Binlong looked at the security guards outside. Take these people away. Don't delay me from talking business. Got it, Mr. Choi. Roll. Linny snorted coldly, his eyes like hungry eagles, frightening the four security guards so much that they didn't dare to move. Linny took one step at a time, walking towards Cui Binlong, who was cold and sweaty. frightened by Lin Yi's eyes. You? What are you doing? Chui Binlong asked Drilly. I'm telling you. I'm the vice president of Zhonghan Capital. If you dare to make a move on me, you won't have any good fruit to eat. Shug and Song Jia were so nervous that their hearts were racing, looking at Lin Yi's expression. Why did it seem like they wanted to fight? He was the vice president of Zhonghan Capital, so if he really made a move with him, he would definitely suffer. Hooten. Without saying a word, Lin Yi kicked Chui Binlong's body. Wow. Lin Yi's body, with the system's enhancement, was not what it used to be. A seemingly light kick directly sent Chui Binlong flying and smashing into the desk behind him. How fucking dare you hit me? Chui Binlong covered his chest and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Like an angry black boar. Beating you is considered light. Lin Yi said indifferently. Is it that you think you can do whatever you want just because you are in a high position of power and control the resources of society? Ordinary people may not be able to take you on, but it's useless in front of me. Fuck you. If I don't get you killed today, I won't be called Chui. It's that time of the day, and you're still fucking pretending. You're really living it up. Hooten. Lin Yi kicked again, kicking Chui Binlong's body, like a leather ball, several meters away. Su Gu and Song Jia secretly exploded their tongues. Lin Yi looked so thin, but actually had so much strength. This time, hooting and hollering, several men in suits rushed over. There was also a work license hanging around his neck, so it was no surprise that he should be an employee of Zhonghan Capital. Stop. The man in the suit in the lead said. I'm Eugene Song, the head of the legal department of Zhonghan Capital. Your behavior is suspected of intentional injury, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. You need to understand what you're doing. Shug and Song Jia glanced at each other, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. The legal department is here. This is not going to be good. Don't push it there. If you fucking bullshit me again, I'll beat you up too. You. Eugene Song gritted his teeth in anger. I tell you, now is a legal society, not a place for you to be bold. And let me tell you, Zhonghan Capital is the industry of Qin Shao. Whether it's openly or secretly, you're no match. Be careful you don't even know how to die. Without saying a word, Lin Yi copied the flower pot next to him and smashed it towards Eugene Song. When Qin Han came, he didn't even dare to push himself like that in front of me. Who the fuck are you? Young Qin is here. Hearing the exclamation outside, the people in the office froze, then turned to ecstasy. If Qin Shao is here, you don't have to be afraid of him. With Qin Shao's means, if he wanted to deal with this kid, wouldn't it be a breeze? Kid, your good days are over. Chui Binlong gritted his teeth and said, aren't you bold and bossy? Let me tell you, our Qin Shao is even more bold and bossy than you. You think he'll stand up for you? Of course, Chui Binlong affirmed. Let me tell you, I'm not just a vice president. Young Qin's father is my cousin's uncle. Do you think he'll help me? I'm telling you, even if you were his own father, I'd still beat it up. At the same time, the people standing at the door dispersed one after another, and Qin Han, with 2 bodyguards, walked in from outside. Young Qin, seeing Qin Han come in, the employees of Zhonghan Capital all nodded their heads in greeting, and this was also the first time Shug and Song Jia saw this legendary rich second generation. The aura was too strong. Young Qin, help me out. Not only did this person come to the company to cause trouble, but he also beat me up. We definitely can't let him off easily. Chui Binlong yelled. Help your mom a winter melon skin. Qin Han cracked. What the hell have you done? You've disgraced my face. Monkeyed. The office was silent. No one expected that as soon as Qin Han came in, he would give Chui Binlong a scolding. It's supposed to clean up the kid in front of you. Old Lin, calm down and tell me exactly what's going on. I'll be sure to give you a statement. Qin Han's words made everyone present partially surprised, especially Su Go and Song Jia. Did Lin Yi and the famous Qin Han still know each other? With such a big gap between their identities, it's only right that they wouldn't have crossed paths, per se. This dead fat guy molested a student in our school, making people jump off the building. What do you think should be done about this? Lin Yi said. And these people from the Ministry of Law, one by one, they still want to find me to raise an accusation, and even backbiting, saying that our school's students, seducing Chui Binlong. What kind of underhandedness is this? There's actually this? Qin Han was surprised. He had thought that Chui Binlong was just pretending to be a bully in front of Lin Yi, but he hadn't expected to do something so disgraceful. Am I teasing you? Grass. Qin Han's temper also came up, and he was even more ruthless than Lin Yi. A foot kicked on Chui Binlong's head. Your fucking guts are fat, aren't you? Lousy can't even do this. You count a few. Chui Binlong's head is pounding. It feels like it's going to take a concussion. Young Qin, I'm your distant cousin. You can't do this to me. Cousin of few. Let you work here. Still really think of yourself as a dish? Xinghan went up and added another kick, leaving no mercy at all. Old Lin, give me face on this. I'll handle it for you, and I'll definitely give you an answer afterward. Alright, you've opened your mouth. I'm bound to give this face, Linny said indifferently. But I already said when I came here that I would waste both of his hands. So you're on your own. Okay, you're good at talking, Xinghan said. I'll go first, then. Okay, I'll take care of this side first. The office was in a collected daze. How close does this person have to be to young Qin to make him treat him like this? Sugar and Sonia's jaws dropped even more. They had never dreamed that Linny would have such connections. It was too surprising. Sure enough, people like that make friends without looking at money, because none of them are as rich as he is. Come on, the anger is gone. Just let him handle the rest. With Lin Yi's relationship with Xinghan, when something like this happened, all it took was one phone call over and he'd be able to set things right. But Lin Yi had come over in person for the purpose of taking this out. Now that the venting is over, there's nothing left for you to do. The three of them descended the stairs piece by piece and strutted out of Minhan Capital. Director Lin, you're too powerful. You even know Xinghan. No wonder you dared to come here. After getting into the car, Sonia said, even if I didn't know Xinghan, I'd still come over. I can't be indifferent when my own students are bullied. Otherwise how can I still be a teacher? Lin Yi said. But I think a big problem has been exposed through this. What's the problem? Sugar asked. Schools are too spoiled with their students, Lin Yi said. Out of the ivory tower that is school, all of them can't adapt to the rhythm of survival in society. Today it's coincidental that Sun Xiaoyu met us. If it were anyone else, the consequences might be even more serious. Is it that serious? Sonia asked tentatively. Imagine what you guys would have done when you were in college and you had a problem like this. Lin Yi's words caused both of them to fall silent. If he were in his own shoes and encountered a situation like Sun Xiaoyu's, would he choose such an extreme solution? The answer is no. I'm afraid it wouldn't look like this even without the comfort and support of others. It's a bit harsh, but it does have a deep social truth in it. I will respond to the principal about this in the near future, Sugar said. It's actually very good to have some frustrating education during college. Accidentally saving female college students and proposing a teaching reform program. Establishing a shining image of a teacher and rewarding 100,000 proficiency values. Occupational proficiency, 70%. Rewarded 1 billion renminbi. Hearing the beep in his head, Lin Yi was a bit surprised that he had completed the mission after doing such a small thing. Isn't that a little too exciting? It's just that the reward proficiency value is a bit low. Otherwise you can start your new career early. Soon after, Lin Yi felt his phone vibrate. No surprise, it must be that the 1 billion reward had arrived. It's too embarrassing to come with $1 billion at the drop of a hat. It's a huge amount of money for others, but for yourself, it's just a string of numbers. Lin Yi drove his car and sent Su Gu and Song Jia to Rinha home, and after Zhanghan Capital's business was finished, he was ready to go see Sun Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Sun Xiaoyu's state has been better yet, although not yet back to normal. It was able to determine that there would be no more foolishness, giving you guys an early dismissal from work so you don't have to go back to school. Sitting in Lin Yi's car, Shug said with a sense of relief. The mood had been tense all day, and now that he was relaxed, the tiredness all found its way to him. I don't have the heart to continue working when I go back to school, so I might as well leave work early. Thank you Sister Su, Song Jia said. Director Lin, you can just park here. It just so happens that there's a station here. I'll just take the car and go back. What's the point of taking public transportation? Just send you directly. Do you think my car is bad? Lin Yi said with a smile. No way. The bus stops at our neighborhood gate, and you have to drive around it. It costs gas. It's okay. I can still afford to spend this gas money. Seeing that Lin Yi insisted on giving it away, Song Jia wasn't polite. Director Lin, after dropping off little Ms. Song, drop me off, Shirley said. Okay, Lin Yi didn't think about it that much and casually agreed. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi parked his car in front of Shirley's neighborhood. Director Lin, thanks for the ride back. We're all co-workers, what's the point of being polite? Shirley hemmed and hawed and looked at Sugar and said, Director Su, Director Lin made a big achievement today. As the boss of the school committee, don't you have to treat someone to a meal? That's not for you to worry about. Sugar spat. Well then, bye-bye, and enjoy your meal, both of you. Lin Yi. It was only when the two were finished dropping them off that they realized they were the only ones left in the car. Themselves and Sugar. Grandma, these two women definitely did it on purpose. Thank you for today. Otherwise it would have been really easy to get into trouble. Shug said. I'm also a teacher on the school committee, so isn't all this what I should be doing? The atmosphere in the car was quiet, and Lin Yi realized that Sugar seemed to be okay when she was quiet. The body is nothing to write home about. And it's big enough. And it's kind of familiar. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? What's wrong? Something wrong with you? I feel that. To unring the bell. I want to ask Sun Xiaoyu's boyfriend to talk about it. After all, his comfort is more effective than our coming. I'll just be a deputy director. You can just arrange something. Point and shoot, Linny said officially. Okay, if I can get her boyfriend to ask her out, I'll call you. If not, this is over. Just decide. After a few brief exchanges, the two didn't speak again and silence fell over the car. After a long time, Sugar spoke. You are indeed the one who deserves the credit for what happened today. But I'm a bit busy at night, so I can't treat you to dinner. I'll treat you some other time. Tonight, it's a dinner date with the Great Spirit, so today is a definite no-no. It's exciting to think about. I have a dinner party too, and I happen to be unavailable. Asked a girl out to dinner? Sugar asked curiously. It's a female, but the other person asked me out, and if she hadn't soft-pedaled me, I wouldn't have bothered to go. Che, just blow it. What's there to brag about? They're calling me dad and I'm too embarrassed to say no. How can there be such a person? So shameless. Shug spat. It's really hurtful. Aha? Nope. Sugar snapped to attention. I think he had called someone else that yesterday? Whatever. He doesn't know anyway. Come on. It's not like you called it. What do you care? Aha. Sugar replied resentfully. Now that I think about it, I was really impulsive once upon a time. With Lin Yi's good looks, I guess those women, they'd all take the initiative to let him slag it off. The woman who calls him daddy speaks volumes. With nothing to say on the way, Linny sent Shug back and then drove back to the Kyushu pavilion. Ring, ring, ring. Just as he drove his car home, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. May I ask if it's Mr. Lin Yi Lin? By the sound of his voice, the other man was a little older, but very polite. I am. Which one of you? Hello Mr. Lin. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the general manager of Dinghui property. Yang Tianhua. Luo Wan is my brother-in-law. Your phone number. He's the one who gave it to me. I know who you are, Linny said. Yesterday, when he went to the Far East Group and signed the subscription agreement, Luo Wan had mentioned that this Dinghui property, which was run by his brother-in-law, wanted to contract the property work of the Twin Towers. It's an honor to be remembered by Mr. Lin. Since we're not outsiders, let's keep it short and find a time to sit down and talk. That's great. When does Mr. Lin have the time? I'm at your disposal on my end. I can go over there now if I can. Linny looked at the time and realized that it was already past 3, and there was a dinner party in a while, so it was unlikely that they would meet today. Let's forget about today. I'm a little tired too. Meet me tomorrow at 1 p.m. at the coffee shop in the Peninsula Hotel. Any questions? No. On time Mr. Lin. Okay, that's all for now. After finalizing the meeting, Linny went to take a bath, then changed his clothes and prepared to go to the Maritime family for the banquet. Buzz off. The phone rang at that moment. A WeChat message from Pleated Skirts. Pleated skirt, I'm wearing a blue skirt, white top, black heels, and long hair. Pleated skirt, what are you wearing? God? Invisible chicken wing, jeans, white basketball shoes, Armani half sleeves, pleated skirt, aha, got it. See you there. After chatting briefly and confirming the message, Linny put down his phone. When driving up to the Maritime home, I realized it was exactly 5 o'clock and I was not late. I had just parked the car and was walking inside when I unexpectedly realized that Sugar was here too. And Shug happened to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you're eating here too? Aha, that's quite a coincidence. Sugar smiled. Go in piece by piece. Good. The two entered the door piece by piece, but the moment they pushed it open, they both fixed their feet at the same time, both looking at each other in astonishment. Lin Yi looked at Shug. Blue skirt, white top, black heels, long hair. Isn't this the same dress as the stingy man? And Shug was looking at Lin Yi. Jeans, white basketball shoes, Armani half sleeves. Isn't that the dress of the game god? Pleated skirt, invisible chicken wings. Determining the identity of the other party, the air froze for a split second. Sugar felt bad about the whole thing. This is too much of a coincidence. Sugar's cheeks were red and her heart was beating faster. What a thing to call it. Is God playing with himself? Can we still eat this meal? Lin Yi was the first to speak, breaking the calm. Dang. Of course we're going to eat. We're all set for a table, Sugar said in a pretense of calmness. Then let's go. When they arrived at their pre-booked seats, Sugar ordered something and the two of them fell into silence. Lin Yi, you won't publicize the fact that I'm playing the game, will you? Shug asked tentatively. I'm not a loudmouth. What's the point of talking about this? Lin Yi said. As an old father, I have to protect your privacy. Sugar's cheeks reddened again. You? What are you talking about? Isn't that what you said? Linny said with a smile. But Director Sue really opened my eyes. On the internet is quite bold. I also pondered it. Fierce, look how so familiar. It is your. What are you looking at? Sugar shielded her chest with her hands. I just sent you a picture that shows your body. It's not like it's anything else. Sugar wanted to die. Earlier in the car, he had said that the person who had asked Linny out was shameless and indecent. But he hadn't realized that it was all about scolding himself. What a disgrace. I'm just saying. You've taken me through so many games. Just be happy, Shug said. Don't mention the game. With your IQ, it's better to say goodbye to the game in the future. I'm just a bit of a vegetable. Don't dislike me so much. It's not a matter of being a dish at all. Sprinkle rice on the keyboard and the chickens will all operate better than you, Linny said. Thank you for using your superb acting skills to make me realize what it means to be useless. Don't talk about me. I'm humiliated enough. Every day let you scold on the internet. Is it easy for me? So do I. I get targeted by you in the office every day. Didn't I apologize to you? At least I'm the director. So give me some face. Okay, let's eat first. I'm starving. Although the relationship between the two had taken another step forward because of the game, dinner was over quickly because it was so awkward. Even Linny found this interesting. The female internet user who was sprayed by herself every day turned out to be Shug. The world is just too small. After returning home, Linny found some relevant formalities and prepared to go and register the company tomorrow. Ring, ring, ring. Just as he got his materials ready, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. A call from Wang Ying. Sister Ing. Yat, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Yes. Why? I'm going to buy a car the day after tomorrow, and I don't know anything about that. So why don't you come with me? Okay, I'll pick you up then. Okay, it's settled. Don't let me off the hook when the time comes. The company has been particularly busy lately. I'll just have time the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, even if I'm in a hurry to get to the next life, I'll leave the car buying time free. That's more like it. Sis didn't hurt you for nothing, Wang Ying said. By the way, you're living alone now, right? Well, does Sister Ing want to stay at my place? Feel free to do so anytime. You are seducing a good woman. Wang Ying smiled and said, if I do go, aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? I'm not the longevity monk who can live forever by eating my flesh. Brat, just know to play poor with me. Wang Ying smiled and said, I don't mean anything else. I just thought that you were living alone. Surely there is no one to cook for you. If you don't have dinner, come to my sister's place, and I will cook something delicious for you. One more for votes and subscriptions. Thank you to the book friend, Ao Master. The person who is most attached to you is me, Wooden Brother. Age meditation does not know why, smiley face. The first clear, to reward the book coins. Thank you. Especially Master Ao's 10,000 reward. Thanks for supporting this book. Appreciate it. There were so many bounties yesterday, so I hope I didn't leave any behind. And if I did, remember to talk to the author. Thank you all. Bow down and thank you. Knowing that, I'll definitely come over to your place to rub it in when there's no food for dinner. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's been a long time since I tasted your handiwork. Once upon a time when she was at work, Wang Ying would occasionally bring lunch to Lin Yi. And her handiwork was still very good. That's fine. Come over if you want to eat. Aha. After a brief chat, Linny went to bed and quickly fell into sleep. Villa Triumph. Building A. In Shanghai, the most luxurious villa is none other than the Jojo Pavilion. However, as many people know, the Kyushu Pavilion is known for its luxury and is not cost-effective. So it is not the first choice of the rich. Unlike that, before the emergence of the Kyushu Pavilion, Triumph Villa was the first villa in Shanghai that deserved the title. It is the first choice of many landlords for home ownership, and Chin Han's home, too. The villa is brightly lit. There is a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, holding a financial daily newspaper in his hand, with a cup of ginseng tea next to him, and a pair of rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. Although he doesn't say a word, but he has a full aura, and that man is Ching Han's father, Qin Shengqing. At that moment, the sound of brakes came from outside the door, and a McLaren P1 stopped at the door, followed by Qing Han walking down from the car. Dad, what did you call me back for? Something wrong? Seeing his son return, Qin Shengqing put down the newspaper in his hand and said, I heard you expelled Choi Bin Long, and broke both his hands? You know all about the company? Then I won't talk about the rest. Qing Han smiled and leaned back on the sofa, saying with a grin, he offended my friend. Teach him a lesson so he'll learn a lesson. Do you know that Choi Bin Long is still related to us? His mother even called me today. Qin Shengqing whispered. Dad, be content, Qing Han said. If it wasn't for the dip, I would have beaten him to death today. Qin Shengqing straightened his complexion and said in a low voice, in Shanghai, who can be worth treating you like this? Did you say Lin Yi? He's my good buddy. Is it the Lin family of the Bona Group? Old Lin's son. It doesn't seem to be called that, Xin Zhengqing said. The Bona Group is not bad, but it's not quite there yet, Xing Han said. Actually, I don't know what kind of family he has, but his status is definitely average, Xing Han said. I can't compare with others. You can't even compare to him? Xin Zhengqing came to be interested. What kind of person comes from such a big place? They all say they don't know, but it's definitely a big family. There's no doubt about that. How can you tell? How dare you believe that people buy $150 million worth of cars just by shopping at a car show? And the China Sea Circuit is also owned by someone else, and it's a wholly owned acquisition. Don't you dare believe that? People live in the Kyushu Pavilion and have bought all 9 villas. How dare you believe that? No normal person could do this. Xin Zhengqing's expression turned serious. Are you serious? Forget about the sports cars and whatnot. The latter two industries combined must be worth tens of billions at the very least. Right. And people are still a rich second generation. That's scary, Xing Han said. When are you going to give me 10 billion in cash to spend too? Xin Zhengqing also got serious. Taking 10 billion in cash and using it to squander it is really not something that an average family can do. At the very least, you don't have the ability to do so yourself. But what was the origin of this man called Linny? Is it possible that he's from the Yanjing Lin family? Unlikely. Alright, let's just leave Cui Binlong's business for now. Xin Zhengqing drank a mouthful of tea. You're not too old. Don't play outside here every day. Do something serious? Why didn't you do the right thing? You've seen the results of Zhenghan Capital. The share value will soon exceed $10 billion. That's not what I'm talking about, Xin Zhengqing said. I'm talking about the girlfriend. I'm in a hurry too. It's not like I haven't met the right one, Xing Han said smilingly. I knew you'd say that. I found one for you that's very nice in every way. Xing Han sat up from the sofa with a flutter. What does it look like? You don't want any family marriages. I don't care. Not a union. Xin Zhengqing said with a smile, then handed his cell phone to Xing Han with a picture of a woman on it. Here's a picture of her. Take a look. Where did you find this woman? It's too pretty. It seems to be that you agree. Wait, take it easy. Seeing the photo on his cell phone, Xing Han muttered. Pretty is pretty, but why does this photo look a bit familiar? Her name is Ji Qingyan. She's the president of the Sunrise Group. She's been on the financial news before, so I guess you met her there. No, not financial news. Xing Han thought for a moment, then took out his cell phone and found the WeChat chat with Lin Yi. Because before, Lin Yi had sent himself a picture with a woman, and it seemed to be this woman. Dad, can you see if it's this woman? It seems to be true. That's over. The man behind her is Lin Yi. My good buddy. What is this called? Xin Zhengqing said with a lack of interest. It's actually been shortchanged. You buddy. It's so not something. Dad. It's not good to chew on people behind their backs. Don't bullshit me about useless things. All you know is nightclubs all day long. Look at others. Xin Zhengqing scolded. If you can find me such a daughter-in-law, I'll give you $10 billion too. No. It's just a woman. Is it so serious? Xing Han bristled and said. With 1.4 billion people in China, I don't believe I can't find one prettier than her. Prettier than her maybe, but certainly not as smart. Then I'll find one smarter than her. Smarter than her maybe, but certainly not as pretty. Xing Han. Alright, take your time with your tea. I've got half a D left to pop. Bye. The next morning after 8 o'clock, Lin Yi stretched and sat from his bed before getting up. Because he was planning to go register his company, Lin Yi didn't go to school. After washing up, took the prepared information and drove to the Commerce and Industry Bureau. There were a lot of people at the CIB, and after I picked up my small ticket, I realized that there was a line of over 100 people in front of me. It's a good thing there are a dozen or so windows working at the same time. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to line yourself up in a monkey's time. Look, you guys, there's a little handsome guy over there. He's so good looking. Several female staff members whispered. It's true that he's a bit handsome. And you guys, look at his legs. They're so long. It's like a long-legged Oompa from a TV show. It's been a long time since I've seen such a handsome little brother come to do business. Xin, do you want to strike up a conversation? Ask for a WeChat or something? It's not good. There are so many people here. How embarrassing. The girl called Xin was named Feng Xin. With a well-proportioned body and delicate features, coupled with that nice melon face, she was a crane-like presence in the entire office hall. What's there to be afraid of? Doesn't happiness come from hard work? You're 28. You can't afford to hold back. That's right. When I fell in love with my husband, I was the one who chased him. He was still a schoolboy at that time, but he wasn't also chased by me in a soft way. But I'm still a bit embarrassed, Feng Xin said with reddened cheeks, but one could tell that she also meant it. It's just thin-skinned. What's to be afraid of? As long as you take the initiative. There's a story between you. Really? Of course it's true. Then I'll try? Fong Xin said with determination. Don't hesitate. Can't you see how many women are staring at him? If you're a little late, you'll probably be won over by another woman. The speaker was a young man, almost 30 or so, with a teacup in his hand, just returning from fetching water. The man's name is Ma Yi, a clerk at the Commerce and Industry Bureau and Fong Xin's suitor. We're looking for someone for Xin, and we just found a suitable one. Following the gazes of a few people, Ma Yi spotted Lin Yi sitting on the bench, and instantly his brows furrowed, sensing a hint of threat. How can you be so handsome? You people, really shallow. What's the use of being handsome? You look at his age, at a glance as a working man, with the level of housing prices in Zhonghai, may work hard for a lifetime, can't afford to buy a house. You let Xiaoxing contact with him. This is not harming people. Fong Xin's two co-workers stopped talking. Ma Yi's words were indeed somewhat reasonable. I'm telling you guys, looking for a boyfriend, but also looking for a local in Zhonghai, at least have a house and a car, can guarantee the most basic living conditions, and that kind of white boy together. In addition to suffering, what else can get? Who says it has to be hard work? What if people are starting their own business? Fong Xin said. It wasn't like she had to strike up a conversation with Lin Yi, but she just didn't like Ma Yi's face that looked down on outsiders. It's as if he's superior because he's a native of Shanghai. It's so annoying. Xiao Xin, do you think starting a business is so easy? Every day to come here for bankruptcy. Not 1,000, there are 800. Nowadays the young people are just impetuous. A little bit of money want to start a business. Not a few months. You have to come to do bankruptcy, Ma Yi said. Just last week, I even met one of them. And when I did the business license, I was the one who did the paperwork for him. And guess what? In less than a week, he came in for bankruptcy. Che, how do you know that people will definitely go bankrupt? Fong Xin said. Hey, you guys listen to my advice. 99% of the young entrepreneurs like them have to end up without any problems. So it's better to have power. A single word can decide the life and death of those rich people. If everyone thought like you, the country would be finished. After retorting, Fong Xin and the other two female co-workers inclined their heads, not wanting to chat with Ma Yi any further, and because he had something to do, Ma Yi took his own glass of water and went to work. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat on the bench and checked again, realizing that it was all complete before he felt relieved. Hello young man, hearing someone speak. Lin Yi looked up and was startled into a cold sweat. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, almost in her 40s, with a face of foundation, like a paste of white flour, like a ghost, and it was scary to look at. You, what do you want with me? Young man, sis is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush with you, the middle-aged woman said. Is it okay to make a friend? Sis is worth over $100 million. Missy moving graves? I know Lin Zhangying? The middle-aged woman's face changed. What do you mean? You think I'm ugly? Aha. Middle-aged women, don't be ungrateful. With my wealth, I can find any kind of man. Give you the chance, don't not cherish it. Then go away. You're old man. This is the young world. Not a place for you. Seeing the middle-aged woman in front of him gave Lin Yi goosebumps. If you're in bed with her applauding for love, it would be what the old-timers call a ghostly bed. You. Stop it. Stop it. This is a public place. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to open her mouth to speak, Fong Xin trotted over and stopped her. Seeing the staff coming, the middle-aged woman curbed her temper, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. It's a good thing you came in time or I could have been scared to death of her. Fong Xin was amused by Lin Yi. You're funny, sir. Aha. Lin Yi froze for a moment. Is that humor? Lin Yi still didn't know enough about women. As long as you were handsome and had a little money, even a fart was a humorous fart. Of course, Fong Xin chuckled, but got in her own way and quickly returned to normal. Sir, are you here to do business? Lin Yi nodded. Want to register a company? Fong Xin was delighted in her heart. It was just as she had imagined. This entrepreneurial youth. If you're registering a company, you need to fill out a form in advance. Fong Xin fetched over 2 forms and handed them over to Lin Yi. You should fill out these 2 forms first. It will save you a lot of time when you're doing business. Thank you properly. You get busy first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can go to the front service desk and look for me, Fong Xin said with some embarrassment. If it's too much trouble for you, you can also add my WeChat, so it's easier to communicate problems. Lin Yi smiled. This kind of pickup was so original. I'll leave WeChat for now. I'll go back to you if I don't understand something. Okay, Fong Xin said with disappointment. Seeing that the two had been whispering, Ma Yi in front of the workbench narrowed his eyes with a hint of anger in his eyes. After Fong Xin left, Lin Yi began to fill out the form. All the other information was very simple. Only on top of the company name, Lin Yi hesitated for a while, and finally solemnly wrote down the 4 words Ling Yun Group. The sky is wide between the 4 looks. A leaf of the Ling Tao dance. The ambition has not been worn out. Fly high with ambition. After filling out the form, almost half an hour later, Lin Yi's number was displayed on the screen. Lin Yi handed in the forms he had just filled out, and the procedures he had prepared. Hello, I would like to register a company. Ma Yi glanced at Lin Yi's form and casually threw it back, saying nonchalantly, the form was not filled out correctly. Take it back and refill it. Next, number 1. Second shift for tickets and subscriptions. Aha, what's wrong? When he was in line, Lin Yi had checked several times and hadn't found any mistakes in filling out the form. And now that the other party was saying this, it made him a bit puzzled. Look at what you filled in yourself. Ma Yi pointed at Lin Yi's form and said, the registered capital actually says $500 million? Are you having a complete laugh? Ha ha. Ma Yi's words made the people next to him laugh and said, contributions to the registered capital. Although it can be written casually, but there should be a limit. I'm still the first time to see him like this. Actually write 500 million. He is also good? People 10 cents registered capital. Only wrote more than 50 million. Pure brain bubble. Fong Xin and the others standing on the side were also a bit surprised. They didn't expect Lin Yi to do something like this. It was too amateurish. Xin, why didn't you just watch out for that little handsome guy? Now something's happened. I didn't think about it that much, Fong Xin said accusingly. He's come to start a business. So I thought he was already familiar with this area and went to work on other things. AI. The little handsome boy is so pathetic. Ma Yi must be targeting him on purpose, trying to make a fool out of him. This guy, he's so hateful. Fong Xin clenched a pair of pink fists and said, the more he is like this, the more I hate him. Well, let's see what happens first. At this moment, Ma Yi looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Now you should understand what's going on. Actually writing $500 million. Is that good? Don't they say you can write whatever you want? Can't you write $500 million? Lin Yi felt that he was already being conservative by writing $500 million. If he wrote all $1 billion, would he not scare them to death? Okay, but are you good at it? Why be embarrassed? Alright, Ma Yi sneered. Since you're so thick-skinned, let's talk about something else. Ma Yi pointed at the form Lin Yi had filled out. You wrote paid in here. Do you know what that means? There's a difference from contributed. Contributed means that you need to come up with $500 million as the registered capital of the company, while contributed is what allows you to write any amount you want without taking any money. Now, the fact that this form says $500 million paid in means you need to pay that much. Ma Yi gloated as he looked at Lin Yi. Since you keep insisting that you didn't fill out the wrong form, take the money. I've never seen so much money in all my life. Ha ha, the bystanders laughed out loud. This kid didn't even figure out the difference between paid in and paid up. But he still wants to start a business. A rash person like this will definitely end up losing money. Let's see how he's going to end up this time. It's like moving a stone to hit his own foot. Laughing his ass off. Xin. Things seem to have gotten big. You should go and take a look. Or else little handsome boy will lose face. Fong Xin's coworker said. Little dudes are really too. They should have done their homework before coming here. How come they didn't even figure out the difference between paid and subscribed? Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Xin, go and relieve little handsome boy. Got it, Sister Red. Saying that, Fong Xin hurriedly walked over, his heart feeling quite resentful towards Ma Yi. It's just a wrong form. What's the big deal? What an abomination. Well, it's just a form. I'll just take him and fill out a new one. Saying that, Fong Xin looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Sir, I'll take you to fill out a new form. You can ask me if you don't understand anything, and then I'll take you to another window to do your business. I appreciate your kindness, Lin Yi smiled and said, but I didn't fill out the form wrongly, so why do I have to refill it? Ma Yi laughed. Xiao Xin. Just don't bother with him. Isn't he insisting that he didn't fill out the form wrongly? Just let him get $500 million to register. Don't be ridiculous. If he really has $500 million, what's the point of creating a business? That's right. It's almost like he's laughing his ass off. What a boiled duck. Just a mouthful. Lin Yi handed the bank information to Ma Yi. This is our company's account. The money has been credited to the account. Take a look. In a flash, the jeering stopped abruptly. They all looked at Lin Yi with wide eyes, their mouths open into an O, as if they had seen a ghost. You? What do you mean? Your company has $500 million in your account? Of course, Linny said. If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank texts. Those who stood by poked their heads in curiosity and realized that there was indeed an expenditure of $500 million. The most important thing is that after spending $500 million, there is still a balance of $500 million. In other words, in his hands, there is a whole $1 billion of liquidity. It's low-key enough that people write about $500 million. Ma-yi looked at Linny with a dull gaze, having expected a penniless entrepreneurial cynic. I didn't realize it was a rich man with a lot of money. This Nima, all this money, why did he run over here by himself? Doesn't he have a secretary? The secretary's legs are weak and she may not be able to get out of bed. Handsome and rich, the old lady's heart is in the right place. Linny looked at Ma-yi. Am I able to register my company now? Ma-yi then returned to normal and said indifferently, still not up to snuff. Take it back and refill it. Aha, now everyone else in the room, too, was a bit confused. People have put up $500 million. Where else is there a failure? Ma-yi pointed to the form and said, registered address here. Look what you filled in. 100, Century Avenue. That's right. What nonsense are you talking about? Ma-yi sneered. Century Boulevard 100 is the Twin Towers that has just been completed. The registered address is the specific floor of your company. It's not for you to write the address of the Twin Towers. A top-notch office building like the Twin Towers will have all sorts, dozens of companies in it, so you need to write down the exact floor and room number. Otherwise all the other companies in the Twin Towers would write the same way and it would be a mess. No way. All this money and you don't even know how to fill in the registered address? Is it hard to be an inherited, overnight millionaire? That's a possibility. Or there's no way this could have gone wrong. Facing the jeers of others, Linny turned a deaf ear and said indifferently, but the exact address of our company is the Twin Towers at 100, Century Boulevard. Ha, Ma-yi looked contemptuous and scoffed. What's the matter? Is it that you mean that the entire Twin Mansions is yours? Right, Linny said rightfully, the Twin Mansions are indeed mine. Here's the deed. I paid $18 billion for it a few days ago. 3 more requests for tickets and subscriptions. What did you say? The Twin Mansions are yours? Everyone in the room was baffled by these words, and even felt a bit brain-dead. What a joke. I can't believe you spent $18 billion on the Twin Towers? Ma-yi tremblingly took the deed of the house, like 5 thunderbolts, staggered in place. It's already written in black and white on there. The Twin Mansions were indeed owned by the man in front of me. Looking at the whole of China, I am afraid that even the $2 billion horse bosses could not do such a thing. At this moment, everyone in the office hall changed the way they looked at Linny. Veneration, appreciation, obsession. All of the thousands of living things can be seen. Now, are there any mistakes in filling out the form? Linny asked. Nope, nothing more. Ma-yi panicked. Thoroughly panicked. If it was just a small business owner, or an ordinary entrepreneurial youth, one could still leave him alone. But people are not only carrying $1 billion in cash, but they have also thrown down $18 billion on the newly completed Twin Towers. Such a person is beyond the realm of what one can denigrate. I am afraid that even the secretary would be courteous when he sees such a person. Since there's no problem, then do the paperwork for me, Linny said indifferently. Yes, you wait a moment. Hastily responding, Ma-yi hurriedly applied for Linny's business license. One cannot afford to provoke such a person. Even though you can put shoes on him here, the consequence is that you may be laid off the next day. Soon, Linny's formalities were completed, and seeing the brand new business license, Linny felt that he was one step closer to his goal. Under the infatuated gazes of a bunch of women, Linny walked out of the business office and prepared to check out the school. But just as I walked out, I got a call from Sugar. Busy? Because of yesterday's incident. Sugar's feelings toward Linny were both awkward and complicated. Even the tone of his voice was much softer. Just got busy. I have an appointment with Sun Xiaoyu's boyfriend and want to have a chat with him. Let's go together. Linny remembered that Shug did talk to himself about this yesterday and looked at his watch, realizing that it was only just after 10:00 a.m. There's still time until 1 p.m., which should be enough time to take care of all this. Okay, where do we meet? School? There's a Starbucks near the school. That's it. What do you want to drink? I ordered it for you. A latte will do. Be there in 20 minutes. Good. Hanging up the phone, Linny drove towards the Central China Sea Teachers University. Starbucks wasn't too crowded, and it was relaxing with the soothing melodies. Linny. He had just come in and heard Sugar calling his name from the second floor, so he took 3 steps. Luckily, not late. You're already late, but so is the other guy, Sugar said. Isn't the man still here? We arranged to meet at 10:30, and now it's 10 minutes later. You're here, and the other person hasn't arrived yet. Sugar sighed, a little helplessly. No way. At least you're the director of the school committee, so not giving you face? They're graduating in a month or so naturally they won't be looking at us anymore, Sugar said. And I've heard that her boyfriend's name is Young Fong, and her family seems to be quite rich. All stinky, I can guess. If a normal person, in that situation, they would definitely comfort Sun Xiaoyu. You're right, too. Just then, Sugar saw a man in casual clothes, coming up the stairs. People are coming. Linny looked back and realized that it was Sun Xiaoyu's boyfriend, who appeared to be quite handsome, and if you just look at the face value, it's kind of like a man and a woman. Director Su, what is it that you want to see me about? Yang Feng grinned broadly and sat across from Shug, casually putting the car keys and cell phone onto the table, not at all restrained. Let me introduce you. This is Linny, the deputy director of the school committee. Good day, Director Lin. Yang Feng faintly greeted and added, Director Su, let's talk fast. I have other things in the afternoon. I can only spare an hour. Just keep it short. And, if you find me next time, don't ask about this kind of place. The grade is too low. Shug frowned slightly. Yang Feng's attitude made her very upset. I came to find you today, mainly because I wanted to talk to you about Xiaoyu. What's the point of mentioning her to me? We're broken up, but do you realize that just because of you, she had light thoughts and almost killed herself? No way. So serious? Yang Feng said with feigned surprise. I'm telling you, this has nothing to do with me. Don't expect us to get back together. It's all been molested. I don't want this kind of unclean woman. You. Sugar's words came to a halt halfway through, because Linny kicked her under the table. This bitch's temper was too hot. If she didn't stop her, she'd have to fight later, and then there'd be no more talking about a few hairs. Nowadays, it's all about the freedom of love. Those of us who are teachers naturally won't intervene with you. I just hope that you can step in and comfort Sun Xiaoyu so as not to cause harm to her heart. Linny said. Are you kidding me? We've broken up and you want me to comfort her? Yang Feng said. And as you said, nowadays we talk about the freedom of love. There's no shortage of women around me. Just get another one. What good does comforting her do me? Do you guys think my time is worthless? After all, you were together in the beginning. Don't you even have that kind of affection? Teacher, stop it. Each one of you is so old. Can you not be so naive? I'm embarrassed. Yang Feng teased. Sun Xiaoyu is the school flower. During school, I was with her just coveting her good looks and having a spare tire to get laid for free. But I had no intention of going all the way with her. Sensing something bad, Linny kicked Sugar again. Can't this bitch keep her temper? It's like she wants to eat someone. Even if you hate scum, you can't be so obvious. But then again, this person called Yang Feng was indeed a bit scummy. Although we don't have the right to interfere in your affairs. Your behavior is indeed a bit excessive, Linny said indifferently. What the hell does this have to do with you guys? Yang Feng said impatiently. I wouldn't even have come if I'd known you guys were pushing all this shit with me. I've lost all my time. How do you talk? At least we're your teachers. Shug exploded, startling the people in Starbucks. He, don't take yourself too seriously. Yang Feng said. If I'm in a good mood, I can call you all director. If I'm in a bad mood, you're not even an asshole in my eyes. After saying that, Yang Feng got up. You two drink slowly. I won't accompany you. For more requests for tickets and subscriptions, you shouldn't have stopped me just now. I wanted to slap him. Looking at Yang Feng's back as he left, Sugu said viciously. Slap people for what? Linny said indifferently. It's a bit hard to say, but neither you nor I are qualified to order people around by coercion. I hate people like that the most in my life. Linny could understand Sugu. After all, her ex-boyfriend had run off with someone else and it was only natural that she hated scum. But why was it directed at himself in the first place? Although he was handsome and had money, he wasn't a scum at all. Okay? After being talked to by Linny, Shug's mood stabilized quite a bit. One does get a little impulsive. Enough about him. It's time to talk about you. Say what about me? It's not like I'm a scumbag. Sugar stretched out a foot. Can you go easy on me the next time you kick me? It hurts me to death. Sorry for hurting you. I'll be lighter next time. Sugu gave Linny a blank look. It's noon. My three will go out for lunch in a while. Are you going? Never mind. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't go. What about tomorrow? Shirley's birthday. Her husband is traveling. I've arranged a table. Are you going? Linny was a bit puzzled. How come the husbands of married young women all like to go on business trips? Linny thought about it and refused. I won't get involved with you guys. You go ahead. Go ahead then. I'll wait for them here. Sugar gathered her hair. Just come back to work tomorrow. Don't need to come in the afternoon. Okay. After saying hello, Linny drove to the Peninsula Hotel. Since he had arranged to meet young Tianboy here, he came a little early now. just in time to settle his lunch. At the same time, a black Bentley sedan was driving towards the Peninsula Hotel. In addition to the driver, a father and son sat in the back of the car. The middle-aged man's name was Yang Tianhua, and he was none other than the old boss of Dinghui Properties, and the person Lin Yi was going to meet this afternoon. Coincidentally, his son was none other than Yang Feng, who had just met with Lin Yi. What have you been doing? You haven't seen anyone all morning. Don't you know you're meeting a big man this afternoon? Don't mention some of the shit that's been going on at school. It's getting annoying. You'll graduate soon, so don't get involved in school matters in the future. Yang Tianhua said, I brought you here today just to let you open your eyes and gain insight. Dad, you and my aunt, you're blowing that big shot out of proportion. Is it really that powerful? Of course, and also a very low-profile tycoon. When the time comes, don't go out and talk nonsense. Those big-name tycoons are very concerned about their privacy. Yang Tianhua said, if it wasn't for the sake of letting you take over my shift, I wouldn't even bring you here today. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't say anything. Yang Feng rubbed his fists and was also a bit excited. Although the Yang family was also wealthy, it was still a far cry from the mysterious tycoon who could buy the Twin Towers. It's the first time I've seen a character of this caliber since I grew up. You just can't go out and brag about it. It's not perfect. Near 12:30, Yang Tianhua's Bentley parked in front of the Peninsula Hotel, then came to the cafe, silently waiting for Lin Yi to arrive, not daring to be late. It was a bit of a rough 30 minutes for father and son. If we can take this project, it will have a heavenly enhancement to the brand effect of Dinghui Property. On the contrary, it would be a great loss to take it down. At around 1 in the afternoon, Yang Tianhua's cell phone rang. Realizing that it was Lin Yi's call, he excitedly picked it up. Mr. Lin, I've arrived. Are you there yet? I'll go down to pick you up. No, I've seen you. Hanging up the phone, father and son looked around for Lin Yi. When he saw Lin Yi, Yang Feng's face instantly went cold. It's actually you. Yang Tianhua pointed at Lin Yi's nose and said, I've come here, and you're still chasing after me with a ghostly spirit. Aren't you being too nosy? Aha! Seeing his son talking to Lin Yi like that, Yang Tianhua was almost scared shitless. What are you babbling about? Dad, you don't know. This person is called Lin Yi. He's the director of our school's youth league committee. It's because of him that I was delayed quite a bit in the morning, and after I scolded him, he even chased me here again. It's just like a ghost. Lin Yi was also a bit surprised, not expecting such a coincidence to happen. Yang Feng, whom I met in the morning, turned out to be Yang Tianhua's son. Yang Tianhua, you've given birth to a good son, Lin Yi exclaimed. What the fuck are you talking about? It's none of your business if I'm good or not. Snap. Before he finished speaking, Yang Tianhua slapped Yang Feng's face. You want to fucking die, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. Yang Tianhua's hand was strong and slapped Yang Feng to the ground. Dad, what are you hitting me for? He's just a broken director. I scolded him a few times. You don't have to do this to me. Put your motherfucking ass on the line. Pointing at Yang Feng's nose, Yang Tianhua cursed. This one in front of you is Mr. Lin, who bought the twin mansions. Dare to speak ill of Mr. Lin. I can't wait to beat you to death. Yang Tianhua was out of breath. What started out as a good deal is at risk of being dashed by this idiot. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I wouldn't have brought this loser. Yang Feng covered his face, 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. Dad, what? What did you say? He's the mysterious tycoon who bought the Twin Towers? You think I joke with you? But he's the director of our school's reunion committee. We even met in the morning. Yang Feng said aggressively. I work at the school to experience life, Lin Yi said indifferently. Now you know what's going on. Yang Tianhua scolded with hatred. Do you think everyone is like you? Just know how to pick up bars every day. Have time to learn from Mr. Lin, or else my family business will be lost in your hands. Going to school to experience life? Yang Feng couldn't understand Lin Yi's tawdry maneuvers at all. Who's a rich kid who'd go to a shithole like Shifu University to experience life? Mr. Lin, what happened? Do you need me to blow them away? Hearing the quarrel, Wang Tianlong came over and said, No, I'll handle it. Yang Tianhua and Yang Feng froze. They had both been to the Peninsula Hotel before and knew of Wang Tianlong as a person, but he never thought that he would call this man in front of him Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, could it be that you are? Yang Tianhua asked tentatively, his heart rippling with shock. Not only does the Twin Towers belong to me, but so does the Peninsula Hotel. Is there any doubt? 5 more for votes and subscriptions. Surprisingly, even the Peninsula Hotel is yours? Yang Tianhua was fine. It didn't seem surprising that Lin Yi was able to throw away $18 billion and buy the Twin Towers and now own a 5-star hotel. On the contrary, it was Yang Feng. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. and his head was filled with question marks. If you're so rich, why do you have to go to school to experience life? It's not your place to do that. Mr. Lin, my son is usually spoiled by me and says things he shouldn't. I hope you won't take it personally with him in general. Linny looked at young Feng with a calm gaze. It's not that he said something he shouldn't have said. It's that he did something he shouldn't have done. Something that shouldn't be done? Yang Tianbo was stunned for a moment, not understanding the deeper meaning of Lin Yi's words. However, young Feng was clear and hurriedly said, Teacher Lin, I know. I'm going to apologize to Sun Xiaoyu. I'll find her to get back together, and I'll marry her and get married. I hope you'll give me another chance. I really realize my mistake. It's better to forget it. Sun Xiaoyu, that girl is nice. Give her a way out. Don't bother people in the future. Yang Tianbo is still confused to this day and is ready to go back and ask about this. Mr. Lin, I apologize to you for what my son did, but you must believe that our property level, not only in Shanghai, but also in the whole country, is among the best, so I hope you can give us a chance. Slap. Young Feng kept slapping his own mouth and cried, Teacher Lin, I really know I'm wrong. Please give our Lin family a chance. Those are two different things. I won't mix them up. Lin Yi waved his hand. It's none of your business. Let your father come talk to me. Fine, fine. I won't bother Mr. Lin here. Young Feng hastily retreated, not daring to linger any longer. After Young Feng left, Yang Tianbo bowed again and apologized with sincerity. Alright, there's no need to be apologizing. Lin Yi looked at the information on Ding Hui's property and said indifferently, but I advise you, go back and better control your son, or else you'll be prone to big problems in the future. Mr. Lin's lesson is right. When I go back, I'll definitely discipline him more. Yang Tianbo secretly sighed in his heart. It is true that people will die than people, and goods will be thrown away than goods. Once upon a time, I thought my son was okay, nothing much wrong with him except a little playfulness. But today, seeing Mr. Lin, who has a prominent family, Yang Tianbo understood what is called the gap. This is the real elite aristocrats. The difference between the two is too much. Almost half an hour later, Lin Yi and Dinghui Properties signed a cooperation agreement, counting it as a formalized cooperation. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. We will never let you down when it comes to property management. Aha. Lin Yi nodded. Just speak in practical terms. Central China Sea Teachers University. Shug three people ate and walked towards the school piece by piece. Sister Su, is there no hope at all on Yang Feng's side? Song Jia asked. Mention him, I'm angry. Shug said. Really, C is going to graduate. Speak a little bit not polite. Is not just a few stinking money it, dragged with 2.5 million like. Wasn't Director Lin there as well? Didn't even he get it done? Shirley said. Lin Yi's character. Don't you guys know that? Calm as hell. Shug spat. That's why didn't get too involved in this. After all, neither of us are qualified to order Yang Feng to do anything. He's not as impulsive as me. That's true. Song Jia smiled and said, Sister Su, don't you realize that you and Lin Yi go well together? It's a perfect match. Blah, blah, blah. What a thing to say, Sugar said in a bad humor. What are you blushing about? Ring, ring, ring. Shug was about to retort when the cell phone in his bag rang. Mr. Li, Director Su, have you finished eating? Yang Feng, who majored in economics and management, is here and said he's looking for you for something urgent. Li Xingbang said. Yang Feng is here? Shug's tone, unconsciously raised. It feels kind of incredible. What's he doing over here now after all the drama in the morning? Well, just said I was looking for you and didn't say anything else. Okay, tell him to wait for me in the office. It's almost time for the bishop. Good. After hanging up the phone, Song Jia and Shirley both gathered around. Sister Su, what's going on? Why is Yang Feng still here? I don't know. Sugar shrugged. Come on, let's go back and find out. The three quickened their pace and arrived at the office in one piece. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yang Feng welcome him and bowed deeply towards Shug. Director Su, I apologize to you for what happened in the morning. It's my ignorance. Don't bother with me in general. Sugar, what is this? You've come to apologize? No need to apologize. I'm your teacher and won't count that. Thank you, Director Su. Yang Feng said. I've realized my mistake. I want to go see Xiaoyu this afternoon. Can you take me there? If Lin Yi hadn't given the word, Yang Feng really would have gone to find Sun Xiaoyu to get back together. He just didn't have the guts to do so now. No problem. The three of them, Shug, glanced at each other and all saw the look of surprise in each other's eyes, completely unable to figure out how Yang Feng could have made such a drastic transformation after only a few hours had passed. Can't it be that Lin Yi did it all? But with his status, how did he make Yang Feng submit? This is too godly. Lin Yi didn't know anything about the school. After taking care of the property, He drove back to the Kyushu pavilion. The breakdown is that tomorrow is the weekend, and as soon as 12 midnight passes, a new career will begin. I wonder what professions the system will open up this time around. It's kinda worth waiting for. But right now, career completion. It's only 70% complete, and there may be one or two more quests behind it. I'm afraid it's impossible to start a new career early. The final ultimate mission is yet to be in the picture, and based on the previous pissing match of driving a drop, I'm guessing that the final ultimate mission, too, will be a bit difficult. I'm afraid it's not that easy to get the ultimate reward. System task. Complete the 20 lesson plan. Reward 300,000 proficiency values. He was just thinking about the ultimate mission himself, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. 20 lessons, that's 20 lessons. Even at the rate of 1 lesson a day, would take another 20 days to complete, and that's counting double days. At a normal rate, it would take at least a month to accomplish this. That would be a lot of work. Linny thought about how he would be able to start a new profession soon. Ultimate quests wait for a while, waiting for the next career to be almost over and focusing on one piece. Anyway, the ultimate reward has to be taken and can't be put off any longer. Early the next morning, Linny received a call from Wang Ying. Yat, are you up yet? Just got up, Linny said lazily. Listening to your voice, I think you're not awake. Did sis disturb you? No, usually I'm up at this time. Should not have eaten it. To come to sister here. I'm making breakfast. After eating we go to buy a car, Wang Ying said. Okay, wait for me at home. Hanging up the phone, Linny got dressed and got up to wash up, took the keys to the Koenigsegg RS and drove to Wang Ying's house. Dang it, coming. Just as he knocked on the door, he heard Wang Ying's voice. The door was opened. Wang Ying's body was tied with an apron, holding a spatula in her hand, and she was wearing soft silk pajamas, in a manner of a woman at home. Come on in. Wang Ying welcomed Linny in. There's one more dish. It'll be ready soon. There's no rush. And today is fine anyway. Sis can't be compared to you, Wang Ying said with a smile. Didn't you give the project of Wanjiang Pier to Mr. G? I heard that the company and the Yaluo design side have already talked about it. The equipment has already entered, and I heard that the construction started yesterday. Then I'm to blame for this, Linny said with a smile. If it wasn't for this project, I don't think you guys would be so busy. What do you mean by that? Without your project, what would the company make a profit with? We wouldn't even have a paycheck. Saying that, Wang Ying brought up the last of the tomato scrambled eggs. Taste sister's handiwork. There should be no regression. Seeing the sumptuous breakfast, Linny little too. The flavor is definitely no problem. But getting something so sumptuous early in the morning, and there's also a big pot of ginseng soup, would it be a bit too extravagant? Men and women are different. They have to make up more, Wang Ying said. Otherwise, when you're 30 or 40, you won't have enough strength. TSK, 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 it's still married women who know how to hurt. Wang Ying smiled. Follow sis in the future, and I guarantee that I can serve you plainly. Then I'll wait. The two laughed and talked their way through breakfast, then went out the door piece by piece. Wang Ying's dress is simple and casual. Dark skirt with flesh-colored stockings. Sensible and generous. Yat, you changed cars again? Seeing Koenigsegg downstairs, Wang Ying was surprised. I've bought several of them before and switched them around. You rich people thinking. Sis can't figure it out, but I'd love to ride in your passenger seat. An honor. As the two got into the car, Linny asked, Sister Ying, are there any requirements for buying a car? Wang Ying thought for a moment. Let's have a white one. Performance or something. Just enough. I can't drive much faster. Just pick a good-looking one. Maserati it is then, Linny said casually. Although it's only the bottom brand in sports cars, there's absolutely nothing wrong with Maserati's face. After all, the other sports car brands, all of which flaunt their individuality too much, highlight Maserati at once. Maserati? If I remember correctly, Mr. G drives this brand of car, right? Aha, Lin E nodded. She also bought that car because the Maserati looked good. That won't do, Wang Ying immediately refused. My budget is only 200,000 yuan, and only people at the level of General Manager G drive a Maserati. So what qualifications do I have to drive the same brand of car as her? She's her, you're you. Can't an employee get a nice car? Don't you say that, Wang Ying said. A woman's jealousy is very strong. Jealousy? Right, Wang Ying said rightfully. The reason why I can become the sales minister is all because of your help. Mr. G must know that the relationship between the two of us is not ordinary. And Mr. G is not stupid. With my level I surely can't afford to buy a Maserati. A guess is that you bought it. Be careful that she won't let you go to bed in the middle of the night. Our relationship is not as complicated as you think, Linny said, crying and laughing. What's the point of covering up in front of sis? Wang Ying looked at Lin Yi mysteriously. Tell sis if you took or didn't take Mr. G's blood. Not yet. Finished, Ji Qingyan said. Then don't make it harder. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. How did such words not come out of a woman's mouth? Let's change the subject and work on the car first. There's nothing to research. Just set it for me. Sis at your service. All right. Lin Yi then drove to the Audi 4S store. No way. To buy Audi? Wang Ying said. Audi's cheapest car. All have to be more than 300,000. Sis, this is only 200,000. No need for you to spend money. Lin Yi said. When I threw your little motorcycle away before, didn't I say I'd get you a new car? So it's time for me to fulfill my promise. That's not good enough. How can I let you spend money on something this big? It's just a few $100,000. Is that still money? Lin Yi said with a smile. An Audi isn't as expensive as you think. There are cheap ones too. That's okay. Led by Lin Yi, the two of them arrived at the Audi 4S store piece by piece. Seeing Lin Yi enter, the woman standing at the reception desk brightened up. Where's this little brother from? He's so handsome, isn't he? Hello sir, are you here to see the car? The female receptionist ignored Wang Ying and said enthusiastically. Lin Yi nodded in response. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. I'll connect you with the sale. The female receptionist welcomed Lin Yi and Wang Ying in, then called over a male salesman. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yu Hongyang. I'm a senior sales consultant in the store. May I ask what specific needs you two have for a car? Who drives more? I can the two of you in detail. The car is for me to drive. The performance is not much to ask for. I want to buy a better looking one, Wang Ying said a little nervously. That's good, Yu Hongyang said. Our Audi brand cars are over the top in terms of face value. What is your budget? With all the paperwork done, it can't be more than $200. 000. No more than 200. 000? Hearing Wang Ying's budget, Yu Hongyang's expression sank and his smile turned deliberate, no longer as natural as before. I have something to do, so excuse me for a moment. After saying that, Yu Hongyang got up and walked towards the front desk with a stern face. Brother Yu, how's it going? What kind of car did that little handsome guy buy? Buy a F***king car. Yu Hongyang cursed, blinding the female receptionist. Their budget is only 200,000. How can they afford Audi? Not even a little self-awareness. Take this as a national brand, Yu Hongyang said. Also, I'll tell you again. I'm the senior sales consultant at the store. In the future, when you have a low-end customer like this, don't push it on me. I mainly sell models over 800,000. So save me the time. Got it, brother Yu? The female receptionist said aggrievedly. I saw that both of them had a good temperament and thought they were rich, but I didn't expect them to be so poor. You're still too inexperienced. Learn more in the future and save me from wasting my time. Got it. After lecturing the female receptionist, Yu Hongyang called a female salesperson and together they walked over to Lin Yi. Madam, sir, I'm really sorry. I have some other things to take care of. I'm afraid I can't continue serving you too. This is my colleague Li Jing. Let her introduce you. Hello sir and ma'am. My name is Li Jing. You two can ask me if you don't understand anything. Lin Yi and Wang Ying, both of whom came from sales, could see at a glance that the young girl called Li Jing, whose business level was poor, was a bit like a newcomer. Lin Yi laughed. Did you think our budget was too low? So you didn't want to introduce us? So you just found someone to deal with it? Ha! Yu Hongyang let out a fake smile. You're overthinking it. Sir, I do have a bit of other business and didn't mean anything else. Actually, there's one thing you've got wrong. Even though she's the one driving, I'm the one paying for it, Lin Yi said indifferently. Yu Hongyang looked contemptuous and said, isn't it the same who pays for it? And I really have something to do. So excuse me you too. Wang Ying was ashamed in her heart. She shouldn't have come here just now. She had embarrassed Lin Yi. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in, looked at the customers in the store, and asked very politely, excuse me, whose Koenigsegg RS is that parked outside? What? Koenigsegg RS? Hearing this, the people in the store poked their heads towards the window and realized that there was indeed a Koenigsegg RS parked not far away. This car seems to be more than $30 million. Once upon a time it was all about looking at pictures on the internet. I didn't expect to see the real thing this time. It's a bit of a strange thing to do. Even Koenigsegg can afford to drive it, but to come and buy an Audi is detrimental to its value. That's what you don't understand. It could be buying a car for your girlfriend maybe. It's really possible. See outside the Koenigsegg, Yu Hongyang also a little greedy. This is every man's intermediate dream, and he is still 4S sales, the love of the car, but also more than ordinary people. Manager Lu, What happened to that Koenigsegg? Yu Hongyang asked. My car tried to come in, but it was blocked by that Koenigsegg, and I wanted to ask whose car it was and if I could move it. Sorry, I'll move the car now. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of everyone present fell on Lin Yi. What did you say? That Koenigsegg RS is yours? Yu Hongyang was surprised. Couldn't you? Lin Yi got up and looked at the middle-aged man. Excuse me, I'm leaving now. With that, Lin Yi greeted towards Wang Ying and prepared to leave. Sir, don't go away. Don't you want to buy a car? Our store has a full range of cars. Don't we have a model you like? I can let Xiao Yu introduce to you. Lu Yuyong is a bit flustered. This is a heavenly customer, must not let him go easily. A car, though, is not worth much, but a potential customer like this has to be cherished. Lin Yi shook his head and said smilingly, the car we bought was too cheap to ask him to introduce us to it, and he's still got things to do, so I won't bother him. Mr. Lin, you really know how to joke. Being able to even buy a Koenigsegg, who would think the car you bought is too cheap? Lu Yuyong said with a smile. It's this premium sale of yours. Don't, Mr. Lin. I'm fine. I'll come and introduce you now, Yu Hongyang said with a smile. People like that buy cars in the $1 million range at least. What a SB he is. To be so dogged as to do even such a bizarre thing. No, go about your business. You're not needed here, Lin Yi said indifferently. I'm going to take a look elsewhere, so I won't bother you. Mr. Lin, please give me another chance. I've already realized my mistake, Yu Hongyang said in tears. It's better to be exempted. Are you afraid that you can't spend your money? With that, Lin Yi took Wang Ying away and turned around to go to the BMW 4S store across the street. Yu Hongyang, look what you've done. Take off your work badge and leave now. You're fired. Coming out of the 4S store, Wang Ying's face wore a guilty look. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. Sis has embarrassed you. What's up with that? Lin Yi smiled and said, people are realistic nowadays, and it's understandable when they encounter a situation like this, but if I hadn't talked so blindly, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, and it's all my fault. Your face is worth a lot more than mine. What's the point of talking about this? When I first came to the company, I didn't know anything. If it wasn't for the fact that you took me for a month, it would have been a question of whether or not I could have stayed back there. That's nothing for me, Wang Ying said with embarrassment. Alright Sister Ying, let's both stop being polite. It's a big deal. Don't take it to heart. The two then went to the BMW 4S store across the street, where Lin Yi picked out a white 7 Series for Wang Ying. Originally, I was going to buy the top of the line, but Wang Ying's insistence, only bought a standard configuration. In addition to the promotional activities, only spent 980,000, all down. If I drive this car to work, I guess I'll have to have people pointing at me. Wang Ying joked. There's no chance that they'll have to say that I've been adopted by big money. What do you care? They're all red-eyed people who can't see the good in others. I'm anything but afraid that Mr. G will be jealous. Wang Ying joked. It won't be. Just drive with confidence. Lin Yi said. You'll be the one with the car from now on, so I won't send you off later. Don't. Wang Ying hastily refused. I got my license half a year ago. Now my hands are raw. I can't drive by myself. Take the time you have to take me to practice driving. Okay, my hours are all convenient. Just give me a call when you want to practice. Then sister will not be polite to you. Afterwards, Lin Yi arranged for someone to take Wang Ying's car back to her house, and drove her to the office himself. Very busy. Xiao Yi, thank you for the car. When she got out of the car, Wang Ying said, it's just a car. Don't take it to heart. You come over. Wang Ying hooked her finger towards Lin Yi. What's wrong? Boo. Wang Ying was caught off guard, kissed and said with a smile, reward for you. Isn't that a bit of a generous reward? Wang Ying puffed out her chest. If you want a more generous reward, sis has it here as well. Saying that, Wang Ying got out of the car and ticked Lin Yi off. Ring. Wang Ying had just left when Lin Yi's phone rang. Guanya from Yaluo Design called. Lin Yi smiled. There was something he was looking for her, and he actually took the initiative to call. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Guanya. I see. What's it to me? I would like to report to you the progress of the next phase of the remodeling project, and the second phase of the program, I have planned, and would like to show it to you, and if there is anything that is not satisfactory, we will make changes. Okay, when you guys have time, let's meet up. My time is convenient, Guanya said excitedly. Does Mr. Lin have time today? Make a dinner date for tonight? Giving us such a big project hasn't given me a chance to thank you yet. Alright, it just so happens that we don't have dinner. Let's have a meal together. You book the place. Just let me know when it's time, Lin Yi said. Okay then, I'll go ahead and book the place and tweet you later. It didn't take long for Guanya to send a Weibo, and set the place for dinner. at Jiangnanshan. This place, Lin Yi knew, was a restaurant that focused on Huayang cuisine and was very unique. Anyway, dinner is served. Later in the evening, Lin Yi made it to his appointment on time and found that Guanya had already arrived. Guanya's dress is a lot more euphemistic. Red dress with high heels, less harsh, more smoldering. And Lin Yi also realized that Guanya's figure was really good, especially those legs, which were straight enough. Mr. Lin, you're here. Been waiting for a long time. In the box, Guanya took the initiative to extend her hand, a little nervous even though it was the second time they had met. Such a handsome man. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. We're all acquaintances, so there's no need to be so polite. Then let's eat and talk. Guanya ordered quite a few things and the meal officially began. The first phase of the remodeling project. About what will be finished. Between seats, Lin Yi asked. I communicated with Mr. G during the daytime, and according to the current schedule, the earliest would be 2 months. The project was being done by the Sunrise Group, so Lin Yi was still very relieved about the progress. In that case, I don't want to delay too much if the second phase of the project is also on the schedule. Lin Yi said, tomorrow, I'll give you another $400 million for the project. Don't delay the progress. Got it, Mr. Lin. Guanya's heart thumped. Working for so many years, or the first time to see such a bold party. By the way, Mr. Lin, I've brought the proposal for phase 2 as well. Would you like to take a look at it now? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Send the program to my mailbox. I'll go back and look at it slowly. What about dinner now? I can't see much. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It's me being abrupt. Never mind. Lin Yi waved his hand. By the way, there's something I want to ask you guys for help with. Mr. Lin, please. I've set up a company called the Lingyun Group. Can you guys help design a logo and make a plaque? A small matter. Just leave it to us. Guanya agreed with her mouth full. For a design company, this was a very simple job. As simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Can I gossip about where exactly is the company that Mr. Lin set up? Twin Mansions. Mr. Lin is really young and promising, Guanya said. The Twin Towers were just completed, so he set up his company there. And as far as I know, it's a new landmark in Zhanghai. Come on, don't flatter me. Save me the bloat. Guanya smiled as she looked at Lin Yi. Not only was he worth a lot of money, but he was also modest and low-key. So charming. The group logo, plus the 4 words Ling Yun Group. Other than that, are there any other design requirements? Guanya turned back to the topic. Add the words Ling Yun Mansion. On the day he received the reward, Lin Yi wasn't going to call it the Twin Mansions anymore and wanted to change it to the Ling Yun Mansion. Guanya's eyebrows frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, this doesn't seem appropriate. What's wrong with it? You have set up a company in the Twin Towers, but only have the right to use it, and have no right to change the name of the building. Only the owner has that right. The Twin Towers is mine. I just bought it. Full price. Lin, Mr. Lin, what did you say? You bought the Twin Mansions? Lin Yi chucked a piece of ribs and put it in his mouth, saying vaguely, just bought it the other day. Lin Yi's expression was cloudy, but inside Guanya's heart, huge waves rose. This man in front of me, what kind of person is he, that he has so much power? And on top of that, isn't he laying a little too low? If it were anyone else, after making such an astounding feat, they would definitely make a big fuss about it as a way to raise their social status. But he was silent and didn't move at all. He's only in his 20s. Why does he have such a calm mind? That's kind of like those bosses who have been in the business world for years. It's just buying 2 buildings. Don't make a fuss. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I was out of line. Well, eat now. Their food is pretty good. It's good that Mr. Lin likes it. The two talked about a lot of things for the rest of the day. There's work, and there's some life stuff. And this made Guanya even more curious about Lin Yi, feeling as if this man's body was full of secrets. Mesmerizing. After checking out, the two went out one by one. Does Mr. Lin have something to do later? Do you want to sit at my place? I'm pretty good at making coffee. I have other things to do in a while, so I won't go to your place. I'll make another appointment another time, Lin Yi said with a smile. Good. I won't keep Mr. Lin any longer. Saying that, Guanya looked around. Mr. Lin, where are you in the car? I'll give you a ride, which led a woman to send. Although I am not considered a gentleman, but this point of reason still understand. You go first. Between us belong to mutual benefit. Do not need to be so formal. Guanya gathered her hair. Then I won't be polite to Mr. Lin. With that, Guanya opened the car door and drove off. After dropping off Guanya, Lin Yi walked towards his car, but at that moment, a familiar face was seen in front of the restaurant. Shug, Sonia and Shri. Yesterday, they said they were going to celebrate Shirley's birthday and invited themselves, but I didn't expect them to set the meal here as well. But at this moment, in front of them, there stood a man and a woman. Only the atmosphere on both sides, however, was not so harmonious and seemed to be a bit tense. Shug, what a coincidence to meet here. The man who spoke, dressed in simple and decent casual clothes, combed his back hair, with a Rolex green water ghost on his hand, an elite style. The man's name is Han Xiao, Shug's college classmate and her ex-boyfriend. The woman at his side, dressed in a form-fitting sheath dress, was sexy and edgy. The two were very close as they held arms. The woman's name is Zhang Qi, and she's Han Xiao's girlfriend. Han Xiao, who is this person? The name sounds a bit familiar. It's not your ex-girlfriend, is it? Han Xiao smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's her. So you're the scumbag. Learning of Han Xiao's identity, Song Jiao was instantly on fire. I thought I'd never see this man in my life, but I didn't expect to see him here today. Who are you? Han Xiao's face sank. If you keep mouthing off, believe it or not I'll sue you for slander. I told you what's wrong with you. You look like a man, but your bones are no good. Song Jiao wasn't a wimp at all. Her face reddened with anger. Can you afford Sister Sue's peace of mind? Back then, if it wasn't for Sister Sue, you wouldn't even be able to afford a plane ticket to America. Ever since she started working, Sugar has taken extra care of Sonia and is like a sister in private. Now that I've met this scumbag, the fire just won't come out. Han Xiao sent a shrug. I admit, she did help me back then, but it was all of her own volition, and if she's willing, I can return that money tenfold, depending on whether or not she'll want it. Linny stroked his chin. This man could be bad as clear as day, scum as clear as day, cowhide. Chin Han is not even as good as you. Bah, do you think Sister Sue cares about your few stinking dollars? Well, don't talk about it, Sugar said in a hushed, low voice. That's right, Ginger Chi said with her arms wrapped around her chest in a condescending manner. Hurry up and mind your people and stop biting like a mad dog all day. Snap. Without saying a word, Sugar slapped Ginger in the face. Keep your mouths clean. I'm not talking just because I'm lazy, not because I'm afraid of you. Linny looked surprised. This bitch was really a hot-tempered person. Mrs. Oral has to be followed up. Ginger Key was blindsided by the slap, her smug expression turning to anger. Han Xiao, she hit me. What do you think about this? Shug, are you fucking sick? Han Xiao broke into a curse. Do you know who she is? It's none of my business who he is, but I'll tell you what. I'll keep my people in check and you keep yours in check. You know my temper. Han Xiao's fists were clenched, and if the one standing in front of him wasn't Shug, he might have done it long ago. Shug, I hope you can put things right between us. Although we were once together, it's played out now. Don't go too far. What's the matter? Do you still want to hit someone? Song Jia said. Don't think that just because you're women, I won't dare to do anything. Well, there's no need to bother with them. Just a bunch of disruptive shrews. After that, Ginger Key looked at Sugar and said, no wonder Han Xiao broke up with you. A woman like you wouldn't even be wanted. Zhang Qi said, like a manly woman, not gentle at all. Han Xiao also calmed down a lot. After all, it is a public place, and the other party is still a woman. He cannot make a move. Shug, take my advice and change your foul temper, or else no one will really want you. Fart, Sonia said. I'm telling you guys, Sister Sue's boyfriend is tall, handsome and rich, and he treats her well, 10,000 times better than you scum. Oh, don't make us laugh. I don't know about her temper, don't I? Who's rich enough to find her as a girlfriend? Han Xiao said sarcastically. I wouldn't have been able to be with her in the first place if I hadn't seen that she was in a better position. So don't fool yourselves. Probably bragging there. Blank white teeth. Whatever they say, Kong Chi said. Drip. The sound of a hooter came, interrupting the argument between several people, and the bright headlights screamed at people to open their eyes. Isn't that a Koenigsegg RS? Rumored to be over $30 million. The onlookers exclaimed. This restaurant is not bad. Such a bullish rich second generation that they all come here to eat. Take a picture. It's not common to see a car of this caliber. Linny pulled up next to Sugar and opened the door. Get in the car. Linny? Seeing Linny in the car, the three women were startled and almost screamed. What is this situation? His car is not charade. How to drive a supercar over? Did you manage to borrow the car from Chin Han? Brother-in-law, you're just in time. We were just leaving after dinner. Song Jia's reaction was quick, and this cry of brother-in-law directly established Linny and Su Ji's relationship. This guy is really Sugar's boyfriend? Sugar had frozen, not because Linny drove a sports car. Rather, he was willing to step up and help himself at this time. Couldn't it be? Sonia said triumphantly, already happy in her heart. I don't care whose car it is, but Linny came at the right time. I really want to give him a little red flower. Sister Sue, brother-in-law has come to pick you up. You guys go first, Sister Sure and I will just take a taxi. Saying that, Songjia pushed Shug into the car, and Linny didn't think that much of it, taking Shug away piece by piece. Thank you. Shug had a stern face, not because of Linny, the ancestor was still angry. Small matter, Linny said casually. Where's your house? I'll send you back. Not going home, Sugar said. Go to a bar. Just pick a place. Okay. Linny didn't think about it that much. Opened the navigation and took Sugar to a nearby bar. The noisy space of the bar gave Sugar the opportunity to vent, drinking bottle after bottle until he was so drunk that he left the bar. Since he didn't know Sugar's home, Linny brought her to the Peninsula Hotel. Boss, it's only been a few days and you've managed to take it down? Seeing Linny holding the drunken Shug, Wang Tianlong said with a smile, take down a hair, get her a room, get a couple waitresses and change her clothes. Linny cursed, thief a few heavy, tired me out. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Soon, Wang Tianlong called a few waiters and sent Sugar to the room, and Linny sort of caught his breath. After they were all packed up, Linny was too lazy to drive back and also opened a room and stayed at the hotel. Linny didn't know what was going on over at Sugar's side, but his mood, however, couldn't be calmed for a long time. 20 minutes to go. It's 12 midnight. A new week arrives, and it's almost time to start a new career. Linny looked wide-eyed at the time on his cell phone, and as soon as 12 o'clock midnight passed, the system's beep rang out clearly. New professions open yes/no. Experience occupation, errand boy. Occupational completion, 0%. Please ask the host to receive the career gift package. 10 million renminbi. Limited edition Tamburini T12 motorcycle. Master motorcycle driving skills. Errand boy? The occupation of running errands is considered a very new occupation, which belongs to the derivative industry under the highly developed internet. Users can place an order online for an errand boy to help with some simple purchases. For example, buying medicine at night and picking up and delivering urgent documents in the same city. Linny had seen it at the hospital. Something about an errand boy helping his employer pick up labs. In short, any job can be done if the money is there. And once again, the infinite possibilities of the internet are confirmed. It's a pretty good career. At least it's much freer than being a teacher at a school. Open a new profession. Linny chanted in his heart. The closure of the old occupation is 70% complete and the new occupation has been opened. Please ask the host to receive the opening package. Pick up. 10 million renminbi has been credited to the host's account. The limited edition Tamburini T12 motorcycle, which has been parked in the hotel parking lot, with the keys in the SF Express at the door. Master motorcycle driving skills injection completed. As with the first award for the Windjammer, the car was in the parking lot and the keys were in the paper bag. Linny didn't even think about it. Opened the door to his room, and Xuanfeng's document bag quietly lay there. I retrieved the delivery, removed the car keys inside, and found them to be quite exquisite. At the same time, a text message from the bank was received on his cell phone. Linny was already too lazy to look at it. It must be that $10 million had arrived. The keys to the car were already in hand, but it was the Tamburini T12's motorcycle that had Linny a little interested. Opened Baidu and looked it up. That's a shocker if you don't check. Tamburini T12 is the famous Italian designer, Massimo Tamburini's legacy, because of the body overall black, but also was crowned with the reputation of the dark spirit, and the prices are ridiculously expensive. The domestic price tag is a whopping $6.5 million. There are huge tariffs involved, but for a motorcycle alone, at that price, it's sky high. Seeing the motorcycle's exaggerated appearance and racy design, Linny once again exclaimed that the system was just too generous. I can't believe I was given such an expensive motorcycle to run my own errands. System cowhide. Now that the newbie packs had been distributed and the third profession had been opened, there was still a problem that lay before Linny. It was estimated that this errand boy's profession would be the same as the first two professions. None of the previous quests would be difficult, but the ultimate quest would definitely be difficult and would take some time to complete. So, when this career makes it to the end, you should delay opening a new career and focus on getting the 3 ultimate quests done. It's not good to drag it out too long. Having made up his mind, Linny was sleepless. The motorcycle was delivered to him, so he went to check out the rewards first. Thinking of this, Linny redressed, grabbed his car keys, and headed towards the hotel's parking lot. Seeing the T12, which was worth $6.5 million, Linny's heart was also a little pounding. Although he had never even driven a motorcycle before, the system had rewarded him with master motorcycle racking skills, so it was no problem to ride such a small thing. Aside from the motorcycle, Linny realized that there was a box next to the car. Opening it up, he found that it was a customized helmet for T12. Linny checked again and found that this helmet was all out of print and had become a plaything in the hands of collectors. If sold, it would be worth at least $500, 000 or more. Putting on his helmet, Linny inserted the key, turned the gas, and the roar came. Linny realized that although the value couldn't catch up to a supercar, the sound waves emitted in it were exceptionally pleasant, stimulating every man's adrenaline. No one was around at night, so Linny rode his T12 for more than half an hour on the elevated elevation of the Central Overseas Ring Road before he got over it. It was only then that he realized why motorcycles still had their place now that sports cars were all the rage. That feeling of being winded and riding against the wind is really not comparable to a supercar. After experiencing the speed of the T12, Linny returned to the hotel to wash up and rest. Because I slept so late, I didn't get up until after 9 the next morning, or was woken up by Sugar's phone call. Did you drive me back to the hotel yesterday? Who else but me? You? Where do you live? Next door to you. Oh, got it. After answering, Shug hung up, and it wasn't long before there was a knock on the door to Linny's room. The door was open to find Sugar standing there fully dressed. Thank you, Linny. Didn't you say thank you last night? Linny yawned and said, wait for me. Go wash up. 10 minutes later, Linny washed up and the two of them left piece by piece. What are you doing? Seeing Sugar walk towards the bar, Linny asked. Pay up. Sugar said as a matter of course. I own this hotel. Pay what you want. All 5 shifts in one sitting. So you can read them, and ask for votes. Aha, what did you say? This hotel is yours? Shug stared at Linny with a pair of beautiful eyes, stunned, as if she had heard something unbelievable. If it wasn't my hotel, do you think I would have brought you to such an expensive place? My money didn't come from the wind. This, Shug didn't retort. Linny's words made sense. After all, the specs of the Peninsula Hotel were here. If you own the Peninsula Hotel, then that sports car yesterday, it's also mine. Linny looked at Shug. You don't think that's the car I borrowed, do you? You're so close to Chin Han. I thought it was his car. Borrowing a damn thing. He even asked me to borrow a car to drive. Sugar? The famous Chin Han, who managed to borrow Linny's car to drive. How rich does he have to be? How come he's never shown his face before? If you're so rich, why do you still work at the school? To experience life. What else? Eat and die? You're actually here to experience life? Sugar was doubly surprised and even a little groundless. As things stood now, Linny's status as a second-generation rich man was definitely confirmed. People come here just to have fun and they target him at every turn. It's so not a thing. Linny didn't think about it that much and led Sugar to the car. For one thing, she had to go to work at the school, and secondly, she had to go through the resignation process herself. Having already started a new career, there is no need for the school committee to do its job. Sitting on Linny's co-pilot, Shug finally understood why so many women like to be the co-driver of a sports car. It wasn't so much that it was comfortable, but the kind of envious stares that do satisfy a vanity like no other. Thanks for last night. There's nothing to be thankful for. It just seems a bit unworthy of the offense. I just feel nauseous. I feel like there is a breath in my stomach that I haven't let out. I'm still too calm. If I had known, I would have rewarded that pair of dogs and men with a slap each, so that I could have relieved my anger. Shug said indignantly. To have a casual meal and run into him, it's really bad luck. Linny laughed and didn't make another sound. This bitch really was a tigress. Can't afford to mess with it. When the Koenigsegg drove onto the campus of the division, it drew a chorus of gasps. The boys and girls in the school, their eyes were glazed over. A school like Normal University doesn't have any of those top rich dudes, so who on earth would drive a $30+ million car like that to school? Seeing Linny and Shug get out of the car, the girls in the school, their eyes were dropping to Linny's body. No way. This car actually belongs to Mr. Lin? Once upon a time, I only looked at him as a male god, but I didn't realize he was a male god of wealth. I'd love to have a ride in Mr. Lin's passenger seat. I just blame it on the fact that I'm not as big as Director Su. Hearing the students' exclamations, Sugo looked at Linny. There's something I've been wanting to ask. Don't you have a sports car? Why did you drive a Xiaoli to work before? It's too detrimental to your status? Campus is a place of learning. If I come here in a supercar, won't it become a pretense? Do I look like such a high-profile person to you? Fair enough, Shug said with a nod, agreeing with Lin Yi's approach. Such a quality is hard to see in a rich kid. So why did you drive this car over here today? Is it because it was too late to change? I'm here to pack up and quit, so it doesn't matter what kind of car I drive, Linny said. What did you say? You're quitting? Hearing this, Shug raised his voice and looked at Linny in great confusion. Why did you resign? Didn't I say it all before? I came here to experience life, and now that I've experienced almost everything, it's time to go, Linny said with a smile. And haven't you always kinda disliked me? You're happy I'm gone. Sugar sulked, feeling no remorse for his behavior. Linny, I'm sorry. I hope you can accept my apology. I'm not that small-minded. It's just that I'm a little curious as to what you're always targeting me for when we've never met either of us. Shug hesitated for a moment, then told Linny the whole story of what had happened in front of the barbecue restaurant a week ago. No? You're just going to judge me as a scumbag? Linny spat. It's not all that obvious, Shug said resentfully, but I figured it out now. And what I did before was really radical, so I apologize to you. For the record, I didn't do anything. That person is my friend. She's just drunk, but in no way did I instill her, Linny said. And I didn't go to the drugstore to buy TT. I went to buy an antidote and Windex. Use your brain and think. With my face and money, do you think I need to get a woman drunk in order to take her to a hotel? Do you believe that all I have to do now is say the word? And all of these female students from normal university can voluntarily line up at the hotel to wait for me? Sugar was as if he had been enlightened, as if he had come to his senses. Like Linny himself said, with his own conditions, it really didn't seem like there was a need to do something like this. Besides, the woman he met that day wasn't the type to be as beautiful as heaven, so he had misunderstood him. And if you think about it, wasn't last night extraordinarily similar to 7 days ago? You were similarly drunk and sent to a hotel by me. And what did I do to you? What are you saying? Shug's cheeks reddened. I know I'm wrong. Don't be general with me. It's not okay. Told you I'm not that small-minded. Let bygones be bygones. So can you still take me to games later? Play a few hairs. Play so vegetable. Who dares to take you? If not you, I am now the king in the morning. It's true that I'm a bit of a vegetable, but don't talk about me like that, Shug said reluctantly. By the way, what are you going to do after you leave your job? Do you continue to experience life? Linny nodded. Go be an errand boy. Easy peasy. No way. Someone like you going to work as an errand boy? It's too degrading. Experiencing human suffering you don't understand. I really can't understand. Sugar smiled wryly. But you're off doing errands. So can I order from you from now on? Can you smile less obscenely? Just placing an order to run an errand. Why do you make it look like you're calling a duck? Sugar laughed. Afterwards, Sugar took Linny to the personnel department to do the paperwork, which was considered to be an official resignation from his job as an officer of the school committee. After resigning, Linny went back to pack his things. When they learned of Linny's resignation, everyone in the office was very upset. But Shug didn't announce Linny's identity. After all, he didn't want to be high profile. Songjia also suggested that she wanted to treat Linny to dinner, but that was also politely declined. It's a good way to part ways like this. After packing up his things, Linny had just left the school when he received a call from Zhao Qi. Mr. Lin, why are you still resigning? Is there something that upsets you? Tell me. I'll give you a head start. It's not what you think, Linny said smilingly. I came to the division originally to experience life. And now that I'm done, it's time to leave and get ready for a new job. Then you hang on to the job, and do not have to resign. The school side as usual to give you a salary. If you leave the school can do I'll continue to hang on to the position of Vice Principal Emeritus, and if something happens at the school, I'll definitely help out in any way I can. Zhao Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Then thank you, Mr. Lin. On behalf of the 7,800 students of the Central China Sea Teachers University, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. You're welcome, Principal Zhao. It's all what I should do. After communicating briefly with Zhao Qi, Linny drove back to the Peninsula Hotel. It was already noon and ready to get lunch out of the way. You have a new order. Please check back. Just after dinner, Linny received an order message. Just registered successfully last night. And this is the order coming in? Isn't it a bit fast? Opening his phone, Linny looked at the contents of the order. Make yourself a trip to the Magic Piano store and buy a pair of sheet music stands for the piano. On top of that, it has the price and model number on it, so you just have to buy it yourself. But you have to advance the customer first and pay when you deliver the goods. To Linny, it was just a small matter. Because of sage wisdom, Linny had dabbled in piano knowledge. The so-called sheet music holder is actually similar to a cell phone holder, except that this one holds the piano sheet music. After navigating the location of the Magic Sound Piano Company on his cell phone, Linny simply packed up and prepared to get to work. But this time, Linny wasn't going to go in a Koenigsegg, a $6.5 million limited edition motorcycle. Doesn't it smell good? After the wine and dinner, Linny walked out of the Peninsula Hotel. At this moment, in front of Linny's motorcycle, there were several people standing, and pointing and cursing, not knowing what had happened. What the hell? A broken motorcycle is parked here, leaving me with no place to park. The man who spoke was called Chang Dejuan, almost in his 40s, wearing a black suit and the manner of a successful man, and while cursing, He looked in all directions, as if trying to find another parking spot. Now these delivery guys, they're too much. The parking space at the Peninsula Hotel is so tight, they actually parked their motorcycles here. He's good for it. The speaker was a heavily made-up woman, wearing a super short skirt and black silk, with a strong look of contempt on her face. The motorcycle has a nice style. It shouldn't be a delivery vehicle. It's probably one of those motorcycle enthusiasts. I hate those who ride motorcycles, can't afford a good car, ride a broken motorcycle on the road all day, but also call it sentimentality. Listen to all the disgusting stomach. I also thief annoy those hangers-on, get a broken motorcycle, with his mother heirloom like, all day either wash or wipe. Look at the annoyance. Chang Dujun scolded. Honey, so what now? I can't seem to find another parking spot for a while, and I'm kind of waiting. Groping the woman's ass, Chang Dujun said with a grin. Why are you more of a monkey than I am? You little wavy hoof. It's not like you hooked me up. If I don't hurry it's going to be watery, the woman said daintily. Don't worry. Can this little thing be difficult for me? I'm the one who has the ability to pay the bills. After saying that, Chang Dejun took out $200 bills from his wallet, and rushed at the people passing by the roadside. Anyone want to help out and move this motorcycle for $100 a person afterward? Hearing that there was money to be made, people passing by brightened up. Sir, are you sure you want to give us $100 for lifting the motorcycle? Of course. Chang Dejun held his big belly and pointed to his car. I'm driving an Audi A8 of more than $1 million. Someone of my status. Do you think I'd lie to you? Fine. We'll help carry it away. Driven by money, the two passers-by exerted their best efforts to lift Lin Yi's motorcycle to the side, thus leaving the parking space empty. And Chang Dejun pulled in. Honey, you're awesome for thinking of that. See, this is banknote capacity, Chang Dejun said proudly. If you park on the side of the road, you'll be fined $100 plus 3 points, which is worth a lot more than $200. We're rich because we know how to be flexible, and these motorcycle riders will always be poor losers. Chang Dejun is so cool. He has been talking to her for more than half a month, and he only asked out today, in order to pretend, but also deliberately went to rent an Audi A8. Do not think the effect is actually so good. See the car they drive. A fall. Now comes a chance to act so good. I guess she can't stay away from herself. That's a great point. People just love your air of a successful man. Alright, after wasting so much time, let's go in, Chang Dejun said with a smile. I can't wait. After saying that, the woman looked at Lin Yi's motorcycle. Bah, garbage motorcycle, what a delay. It's not. Chang Dejun walks over and lands a leg kick, knocking Lin Yi's motorcycle to the ground. There was no substantial damage, but the paint was scratched, and on his way out, he didn't forget to curse. Let's teach you a fucking lesson today and see if you dare park blindly again. After a scolding, the two men's anger subsided for the most part, and they walked towards the hotel in high spirits. But within a few steps, he saw Lin Yi stopping in front of him. What's wrong with you? A good dog doesn't get in the way. Get out of my way, Chang Dejun scolded. Kicked my motorcycle and you want to go so easily? Are you two overthinking it? Lin Yi said expressionlessly. After getting halfway through, this broken motorcycle turns out to be yours. Chang Dejun sneered. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Don't park blindly in the future. This time kicking it is light. Next time I'll just smash it. That's awesome. If you're capable, you can smash it now, Lin Yi said with a smile. What? You think I don't dare? If you really dare, just do it. Why bother with the nonsense? But I'll be ugly. You'll have to think about whether you can afford to pay for it. Fuck. It's not just a broken motorcycle. I can buy 100 of these broken motorcycles with my Audi A8. I've already said what I need to say. If you really have the guts, then smash it, and show me how you bought 100 motorcycles too. Fuck. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Cursing, Chang Dejun opened the trunk of his car, took out a pair of wrenches, and ruthlessly smashed at Lin Yi's motorcycle. It took about a dozen consecutive smashes, even dislodging the exhaust pipe, before he stopped panting. See, I'll smash your car today. Are you convinced? Convince. Lin Yi laughed and said with a thumbs up. Your head is truly iron. Just serve, Chang Dejun said condescendingly. Then out of his wallet came a bunch of $100 bills, at least $2,000. Take it and fix your car. I've got plenty of money, unlike you poor hangers-on who ride motorcycles, so I guess there's still a lot left over. So I'll put a chicken leg on myself for the night and make up for it. Honey, you're awesome. You easily overpowered him. Let's see if he dares to park again. You're being quite forthcoming about paying for it, but I'd say that doesn't seem like enough money to pay for it at all. Not enough company? Chang Dejun sneered. What's the matter? Still want to touch porcelain? I tell you, like you such a garbage motorcycle, I have seen a lot. The market price is never more than $10,000. Lousy a company you 2000. Has been the price of heaven. Don't give face to face. Yeah, well, don't try to touch the porcelain at such a young age. We'll warn you, the woman said. With this value of yours, it's not enough for me to touch a porcelain, Linny said indifferently. You may not know, this motorcycle of mine is a Tamburini T12, counting the tariffs. The selling price in China is $6.5 million. Now the paint is scratched and the exhaust fell off. So you're just going to compensate me for more than $2,000. How can you see it is a bit less? When these words came out, all those present froze. What do you mean? This motorcycle is worth $6.5 million? Linny spread his hands. If you don't believe me, you can look it up yourself online. The brand is Tamburini T12-inch. Both of them were dumbfounded, and hastily took out their cell phones and started checking the prices. At the same time, the passers-by standing nearby couldn't help but be curious and took out their cell phones as well. But after a few seconds, all of these people's expressions were fixed, and they all looked at the motorcycle on the ground as if they were dumbfounded, because it's been plainly written online that the car is indeed $6.5 million. It's also a limited edition with a high collector's value, and $6.5 million is already a very low price. Didn't you say that you buy more than 100 of these motorcycles for your Audi A8? It's the first time I've seen an A8 that can sell for over $100 million. The two of them turned pale and almost pissed themselves. Never in my wildest dreams did I realize that this motorcycle was worth so much money. Dude, let's talk this out. We really didn't mean it. Linny, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You took a wrench yourself, smashed my motorcycle and you say it wasn't on purpose? No, I misspoke. I meant I didn't know it was so expensive. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Chang Dejuan stumbled over his words, and cold sweat had already dampened the clothes on his body. If you can spend $6.5 million on a motorcycle, you must be a rich kid from a super rich family. People like that can't afford to offend themselves. Now that the motorcycle has broken down like this, you can't afford to pay for it even if you sell yourself. Weren't you quite a bully just now? Why are you wimpy now? Wimpy, Chang Dejuan said with a smile. Let's have a talk. You mustn't be angry. I have other things to do. I'm too lazy to bullshit you. I'll call someone over later. You'll deal with it on your own then. After saying that, Linny called the security guard at the door over. Go get Wang Tianlong. Got it. Seeing that there was no reprieve in the matter, the heavily made-up woman said, Honey, even if this motorcycle of his is expensive, but you are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, it should be fine to accompany a few $100,000 to him. Yes, it's no problem. Chang Dejuan wiped his cold sweat and said, Don't be in a hurry yet. There is still room for things to ease up. That's great. Chang Dejuan looked at Lin Yi. Dude, you know Wang Tianlong, the manager of this hotel? What? You recognize it too? I naturally don't know manager Wang, but my big brother and Wang Tianlong are buddies. By virtue of this relationship, we are also considered our own people. Can we give some face? When Wang Tianlong comes, see if he dares to care that I want this face. Just then, Wang Tianlong hurriedly walked out of the hotel, and Chang Dejuan quickly greeted him. Brother Wang, I've got something going on here and I need you to regulate it. Seeing Chang Dejuan, Wang Tianlong froze. Who are you? My name is Chang Dejuan. My elder brother's name is Chang Dihai, and he told me the other day that he had dinner with you. I know who you are, Wang Tianlong said. Seeing that Wang Tianlong knew who he was, Chang Dejuan said cheerfully. I just talked to this buddy. There was a misunderstanding. On impulse smashed his motorcycle. One you helped mediate. After all, I did not mean it. Mediate a few hairs. Wang Tianlong followed Lin Yi's tone and cursed. Do you realize how much of a crime you've committed? Chang Dejuan smiled sarcastically. I know the fault lies with me, but aren't you and my big brother good buddies? It shouldn't be a problem to help with this little favor. Your big brother counts for nothing. Let me tell you, the owner of that motorcycle is the boss of our Peninsula Hotel. The whole hotel is his. You want me to regulate in the middle? I'll regulate your mom's banana skin. When these words came out, Chang Dejuan was immediately dumbfounded, feeling his legs go limp, and was almost scared to pee his pants. What did you say, Brother Wang? He's the owner of the Peninsula Hotel? You think I'm kidding you? I didn't mean that. Alright, you don't need to bullshit with him. I have things to do. You handle the follow-up. Then just send the car to the Zhonghai racetrack to get it fixed. Zhonghai Racing Circuit? Wang Tianlong froze. Mr. Lin, could it be that you know someone at the Zhonghai Racing Circuit? Recognize the hell out of it. I own the Middle Sea Circuit too. Just mention my name. Wang Tianlong. The boss bullshits and breaks his voice. Puff. Chang Dejuan instantly paralyzed to the ground. What kind of character has he offended? Not only does it own the Peninsula Hotel, but it also owns the Nakai Raceway, and one had, just now, spoken out against such a person. Is God trying to play with himself? Because he still had orders to fulfill on his hands, Lin Yi didn't linger. In his own Koenigsegg RS, he drove towards the Magic Piano Company, and at the sight of Lin Yi's seat, Chang Dijuan felt like he'd received a billion-point blitz. There is no way out for myself anymore except selling my kidney. Soon, Lin Yi drove to the Magic Sound Piano Company. The sheet music holder wasn't expensive, costing 128, and after buying it, drove to the address on the order. Shanqing International, Building A, Unit 3, Room 2101. Mom, there's not even a piano stand. How do you expect me to practice? The one who spoke was a boy, looking just 17 or 18 years old, with some baby fat on his face, a look of a high school student. I've already asked someone to go and buy it, and it will be delivered soon, so you can practice some simple tunes to familiarize yourself with it first. The person who spoke, the boy's mother, was almost 40 or so, but very well maintained and looked very young. The woman's name was Guo Rui, a piano teacher at the Shanghai Theater Academy, who had reached the level of professor and had a certain reputation in Shanghai. No, I can't feel it when I play it without a sheet music stand, so I'll wait until it's sent back. After saying that, the little boy had taken out his cell phone and opened King's Glory. You can tell he's very resistant to the whole practicing piano thing. Dang it. There was a knock on the door of the room, and the little boy's mother went to open it and found Lin Yi standing outside. Hello ma'am, the piano stand has been purchased for you. Item price $128. The errand fee would be paid automatically when the order was completed, but Lin Yi's advance would have to be given on the spot. Well, young man, it's been a hard day's work. Wait a moment and I'll go and get you the money. You're welcome. It's what we do. Why are you so fast? Can't you just let me play a game before you come back? The bear boy complained. I didn't delay you from playing the game, did I? Lin Yi said smilingly, but you got the music stand back, so I'll have to practice. That's a good thing. You have to understand your mom's good intentions. Che, you people just talk a good game. If it's really good, why don't you practice? It's not like you're such an adult and still going to run errands for people, right? Lin Yi smiled. How do you know I haven't practiced?